My name is Shukaku, but you can call me Old Man Shukaku. I have 8 brothers, and among them, there's one named Kurama. We were never destined to get along. Every time we meet, he's itching for a fight. To be honest, I'd love to teach him a lesson too, but reality is harsh. I'm no match for him at all. There's nothing I can do. The old man was blatantly biased, giving Kurama a ridiculous amount of energy. His strength is almost unrivaled among us. Of the 8 of us, only Gyuki can barely hold his own against him. And as for the rest, the difference in power is painfully obvious. As for me, I can only rely on the desert's landscape to set up my strongest defenses, barely managing to stand up to him in a fight. Though truthfully, it usually ends with me getting beaten up. Most of my other brothers only have the strength equivalent to an ordinary Kage. They can't even match my defenses, so when they face Kurama, they don't last long at all. But it's not like we're completely without advantages. Although most of my brothers only possess Kage-level power, we have infinite chakra and the tremendously destructive power of tailed beast bombs. More importantly, we can come back to life over and over again, so defeating us isn't easy. Later, after the old man left, the 9 of us were scattered across the world and began living our separate lives for centuries on end. One day, while I was deep asleep in the desert, a strange soul force suddenly invaded and took over my body. That energy was feeble, but it managed to knock me out while I slept. Still, he underestimated me. I have the power to resurrect. A few years later, I awakened once more, and by then, that weak soul had long since been absorbed into me. When I came to, I found a jumble of vague, broken memories in my mind. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, what in the world happened? What shocked me even more was discovering that the world I lived in was nothing more than a manga from that guy's world. In less than 100 years, humans would learn ninjutsu, seal us tailed beasts away, and call us Jinchuriki? What a joke. Aside from the old man and Kurama, who could possibly defeat me in the desert? Even that toad who once helped the old man couldn't do it back in the day. Wait a second, that toad is actually called a sage? The 3 great sage lands? Isn't that just absorbing a bit of natural energy? I can do that in my sleep. Senjutsu? I suppose the old man did learn it from that toad. The old man's mother? A dutiful son. The more I thought about it, the more confused I became. These memories were a tangled mess. I refused to believe all this nonsense. The old man was such a good person. How could he have ended up as the so-called dutiful son of legend? Until I discovered that someone was attempting to resurrect the 10 tails, I could hardly believe my own eyes. I couldn't help but exclaim in frustration, are they out of their minds? Apart from the reincarnations of Indra and Azura's chakra, no one else could possibly know the secret of the 10 tails. Even if they recovered memories from their past lives, they would never willingly bring the 10 tails back. What shocked me even more was that a human actually possessed the Rinnegan, just like the Sage of 6 Paths. I couldn't just sit back and watch. I had to act immediately. I had once dreamed of making my mark in the world like a character from a novel, but reality was far more disheartening. We 9-tailed beasts are, at our core, beings made of chakra. Though we are born with the natural ability to wield chakra and harness the energy of nature, the number of tails we possess limits the total amount of chakra we can command. If I relied solely on my own growth to become stronger, the process would be agonizingly slow. Forget about 100 years. Even after 1,000, I wouldn't stand a chance against the 9 tails. It seems I must devote myself to studying these memories, I resolved. For the next several days, I remained constantly on guard, searching carefully for ways to enhance my power. Mastering ninjutsu and uniting my fellow tailed beasts, these 2 paths might be worth pursuing. When it comes to ninjutsu, both jinjutsu and sealing techniques pose significant threats to us tailed beasts. As for jinjutsu, the land of wind hasn't produced a master in ages, so the odds of me learning it are slim. I'll set that aside for now. Sealing techniques, however, are my specialty. I've always believed I have a talent for them. In fact, the sealing system of the land of wind was modeled after me, so at least for the time being, I don't need to worry about being sealed away. As for magnet release, sand release, and wind release, these are my signature abilities and deserve deeper study. When I first saw the Rasengan, I couldn't help but grumble, isn't this just a weaker version of the tailed beast ball? And you can't even hurl it directly. With my size, how could I ever use it for close combat? Wouldn't it be far easier just to launch it from a distance? I extended my claw, and instantly, an orb of energy, much like a tailed beast ball, coalesced in my palm. This was a jutsu invented by the one who previously occupied my body. There are even more advanced forms, though he never managed to master the Rasen Shuriken. Now that my soul has returned, I naturally inherited all these techniques. Though this move isn't particularly powerful, Those hazy memories suggest it could be further developed. If I could modify it for long-range attacks, not only would it conserve chakra, but it might also boost its speed, I mused aloud. Even though tailed beast chakra seems inexhaustible, it still takes time to replenish. Moves like the tailed beast ball demand rest after just a few dozen uses. The Rasengan, on the other hand, is a compact technique I can use repeatedly, and it can even be enhanced by combining it with natural energy. Well, never mind. There's still over 100 years to go. I have plenty of time. I must find a way to master natural energy and sage mode. A new plan was taking shape in my mind. The so-called 3 Great Sanctuaries, though they had once aided the Sage of Six Paths, weren't much in my eyes. True, their sage mode was powerful enough to defeat me with ease, but even so, I wasn't impressed. According to my memories, humans were said to be able to use ninjutsu to overcome tailed beast hosts, but I didn't care about that. Ordinary Jinchuriki were no match for the tailed beasts. Even if they achieved full transformation, a human body simply couldn't withstand that kind of power and would soon collapse. Of course, the chakra mode of a perfect Jinchuriki was a different matter entirely. What truly worried me, though, were Jinjutsu and sealing techniques. If I can nurture some summoning beasts with my own chakra and teach them how to use natural energy, then in 100 years or so, there will surely be summoning beasts with Kaga-level strength. Back then, the old man learned sage mode from the toads and passed it on to us. But aside from me, the earnest-tailed beast, the others never really put their hearts into it. Now the opportunity has come. I have to seize it. Although I can't expect the summoning beasts I train to reach the level of the 3 Great Sanctuaries, there's no doubt I can create ones capable of using sage mode. By then, if a group of humans also learn sage mode, each of them will be able to stand toe-to-toe with Kurama. The thought filled me with delight. Shukaku couldn't help but drool a little, anticipation welling up inside him. The essence of sage mode lies in natural energy. Most summoning beasts can absorb natural energy. After all, sage mode is a power native to the shinobi world. Summoning beasts are born with the ability to absorb it, but to truly harness natural energy requires special techniques. With the rise of ninjutsu, only the 3 Great Sanctuaries managed to preserve the original traditions of the shinobi world summoning beasts. The others, lacking this inheritance, didn't know how to control natural energy. They could only passively let it turn into chakra, unable to refine it into sage mode as the sanctuaries did. But as luck would have it, I know exactly how to do it. As long as I can find some gifted summoning beasts and pass on the method of mastering natural energy. There are plenty of powerful summoning beasts in the shinobi world, but truly gifted ones are rare. Fortunately, I still have more than enough time. From time to time, fleeting fragments of unfamiliar memories surfaced in my mind, but Shukaku paid them no heed. They were just the faint remnants of other souls, and meant nothing to him. Without further delay, Shukaku immediately separated a small portion of his chakra and shaped it into a little tanuki. My happy future is in your hands now. The little tanuki nodded, then vanished into the vast desert. 100 years later. Sealing technique. So it's finally begun? Shukaku opened his eyes, gazing at the group of ninja before him who were performing a sealing technique, intent on confining him. For some reason, his eyes lingered a bit longer on a young monk among them. What's happening? Bunpuku felt a sudden, inexplicable pressure. Bunpuku, don't just stand there. Yes, Lord Reto. Shukaku still made no move. With his current understanding of sealing arts, he could see that Reto's technique was riddled with flaws. There was simply no way it could hold him. In this world, aside from the Uzumaki clan sealing arts, the Hokages with style, and the Jinjutsu masters like the Kurama clan, Shukaku considered himself nearly unmatched. Of course, there were still a few people he regarded with caution. Still, a voice in Shukaku's mind persistently told him that becoming a perfect Jinchuriki would bring him great benefit. And so, he allowed Reto to go ahead and try sealing him. Why won't the seal hold? As the sun set, Shukaku lay sprawled on the ground, yawning, utterly unchanged. After a century of studying ninjutsu, his power had reached the level of a top-tier Kage, just a little below the Eight Tails even. Outside his desert home, the first generation of Kage were all-powerful in their own right, but sealing arts were his true domain. By now, Reto's chakra was nearly spent, yet Shukaku remained completely unaffected. So this is the power of a tailed beast? How did Hashirama Senju manage to subdue 8 of them, when I can't even seal one? How could a gap be so vast? What Reto didn't know was that the Shukaku before him had a mastery of sealing arts that far exceeded his own. Watching Reto sink into despair, Shukaku couldn't help but mock him inwardly. Pathetic. You really think you could bind me with such a low-level sealing technique? No wonder the hidden sand village remained so weak, even with me on their side. Well, I might as well go along with it for now. Just as Redo was about to give up, Shukaku suddenly stood up and charged straight toward Bunpuku. Bunpuku, hurry, get back. Lord Redo. Bunpuku's nerves frayed. Why is the one-tail coming for me first? Shouldn't he challenge the strongest one here? Perhaps this is simply fate. Bunpuku closed his eyes, ready to meet death. He had long since come to terms with it. In this warped world, death was a constant companion. Time seemed to stretch. Eventually, Redo approached Bunpuku and, to his astonishment, saw the marks of a seal appear on Bunpuku's abdomen. The tailed beast had willingly sealed itself inside. Does this count as a successful sealing? I suppose it does. The surrounding ninja stared in shock, their mouths agape. Didn't Hashirama Senju say tailed beasts were ferocious and unruly? Why did this giant tanuki seem almost eager to be sealed? Never mind. Reinforce the seal. Then let's head back to the village. Retsudo's expression was deeply conflicted. He couldn't shake the feeling that Shukaku was playing tricks on him. Even after adding several more layers of seals, he still felt far from secure. If that's the case, then what about Bunpuku? After much deliberation, Retsudo finally decided to build a temple for Bunpuku just outside Sunagakure. In the blink of an eye, more than 40 years passed. Well, now look at you. It's only been a few days, and you've grown so old. Shukaku had just awakened from a long slumber. He pulled Bunpuku into his mental realm and couldn't resist teasing him. After decades of living together, Shukaku became more and more convinced that the hazy memories lingering in his mind were true. The 5 great shinobi villages, 2 shinobi world. Wars. He remembered it all as if it had happened yesterday. Bunpuku truly resembled the sage of 6 paths. Yet he was neither the sage himself nor the prophesied child of destiny. Bunpuku, suddenly drawn into Shukaku's spiritual domain, showed no surprise. He simply smiled gently. Master Shukaku, you've been alive for over 1,000 years. Compared to you, I can hardly be called old. Oh, so is this the day when the old must bury the young? Bunpuku had no answer for that. After so many years together, Bunpuku understood Shukaku's temperament very well. Unlike the other tailed beasts, Shukaku was well-behaved and forthright. Whenever Bunpuku needed help, Shukaku would always do his utmost to assist. Bunpuku had also learned many sealing techniques from Shukaku, and so he considered himself Shukaku's disciple. Thanks to this, Sunagekyu's sealing arts had soared to new heights, and Bunpuku himself was recognized as the village's foremost master of sealing. Of course, his own student, Hoichi, also proved exceptional. He once faced both Gaara and Fu, 2 of the most outstanding shinobi monks, alone in the Sunagakure Chunin exams. Shukaku also shared with Bunpuku the secrets of magnet release, wind release, and other ninjutsu, vastly enriching the sand shinobi's arsenal. Especially magnet release, if one were boast. A little, Sunagakure had become true experts in mining thanks to it. However, magnet release was more like an artificially crafted Kekkei Genkai, not something everyone could master. While other villages treated tailed beasts as mere weapons of war, Bunpuku firmly believed that Master Shukaku was the true guardian spirit of Sunagakure. Without Shukaku, the village would surely have languished at the bottom in terms of strength, but thanks to the techniques learned from him, their core forces grew immensely powerful. Master Shukaku, I've always wondered, why did you choose me back then? Now in his twilight years, Bunpuku had long since let go of worldly desires, but this one question lingered in his heart. The sealing arts Shukaku taught him far surpassed those of the first Kazekage, and Bunpuku remained deeply curious as to why Shukaku had offered him such guidance. Because I like the look of you. I'm about ahead of the battlefield. Could you be serious for once? There are 2 truly dangerous people in Konoha. Shukaku let out a soft hum and turned his head away. In truth, the choices he'd faced back then were bleak. Either be sealed away by Sunagakure, or fall into the hands of powerhouses like Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha. Since the outcome would be much the same either way, he much preferred the situation as it stood now. There was no reason to provoke those 2 terrifying enemies. Getting caught by Hashirama Senju had been humiliating enough, but to be controlled by Madara Uchiha's Jinjutsu and turned into his personal summon? Now that would be true disgrace. He had no intention of ending up like Kurama, who acted as if he didn't care about anything at all. So even Master Shukaku can be afraid sometimes. Funfu chuckled, looking at the proud beast, and pressed on, but tell me, after all these years, why have you never tried to leave? Funfu understood how Jinchuriki from other nations lived. He knew that the tailed beasts were always scheming to break free of their shackles. Yet Shukaku had always been unusually well-behaved. Sleep is sleep, No matter where it happens, Shukaku replied with an exaggerated roll of his eyes. He had no need for food or drink, and no other daily needs. All he ever did was sleep, with the occasional snack for variety. It made no difference to him where he was. All right, Master Shukaku, your perspective is as unique as ever. We nine-tailed beasts have always lived according to our whims. If it weren't for that guy Hashirama Senju, who among us would care about your human wars? You humans call us dangerous, but why not seal Hashirama himself first? He single-handedly captured 8-tailed beasts. Doesn't that make him more dangerous than any of us? In truth, tailed beasts weren't born good or evil. But ever since you humans started sealing us away and using us as weapons, our resentment has only grown deeper and deeper. It's just that you, little monk, have a steady mind. Otherwise, both of us would have been consumed by that hatred by now. Shukaku grumbled discontentedly. In his eyes, compared to Hashirama Senju, the tailed beasts were hardly frightening at all. Their advantage was there. Immense chakra and destructive power. But Hashirama's chakra was every bit as vast, his strength and combatability even greater. He was the real threat. He might look simple and honest on the outside, but deep down he was by far the most dangerous of them all. By the way, kid, how's the war going now? Is Tsunagakure about to lose? Seeing Finfu lost in thought, Shukaku changed the subject. He knew the Third Great Ninja War was a turning point in history, also the era when Tsunagakure began its decline. Tsunagakure had never been especially strong, but Shukaku didn't want to see his current followers fall to last place. That's right. In Shukaku's eyes, the entire village of Tsunagakure was just a band of his underlings. The third Kazekage was called the strongest, wasn't he? Yet he managed to get assassinated right in his own village. That had to be the work of that little puppet master, didn't it? Shukaku recalled vaguely that someone had turned the third Kazekage into a puppet for their collection. A puppet master? Lord Shukaku, are you talking about Chiyo's grandson, Sasori? Bunpuku was taken aback. Wasn't Sasori supposed to have disappeared along with the third Kazekage? But, judging from Shukaku's words, was it possible that Sasori had actually killed the third Kazekage? That can't be. Sasori and the third Kazekage vanished together. Is that so? Whatever. I couldn't care less about the messes surrounding the third Kazekage. Shukaku rolled his eyes in annoyance. Truth be told, he had once admired Sasori. If only Sasori hadn't been so obsessed with collecting human puppets, a field in which Shukaku had no interest or expertise. Otherwise, he might have considered making Sasori his own underling. Let's get back to the point. What's happening on the battlefield? Bunpuku's expression darkened. Just as you said, Lord Shukaku, we're on the verge of defeat. The summons of one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, have inflicted tremendous damage on us. Ordinary shinobi simply cannot stand against them. This was the difference between true power and mere numbers. Konoha maintained close ties with the 3 Great Sage regions, and had summoning contracts with creatures like the Mighty Monkey King, whose names echoed across the ninja world. To an average ninja, these colossal summoned beasts were an overwhelming threat. The only reason Bunpuku himself had been sent to the front lines this time was out of sheer desperation. After the loss of the third Kazekage, Tsunagakure not only lost its leader, but its overall combat strength plummeted. In contrast, Konoha allowed its young shinobi to gain battle experience on the front lines, while respected elders stood watch behind the scenes. Other villages, by necessity, often had to send their Kaga-level powerhouses to command and fight in person. Yet, in both previous Great Ninja Wars, Tsunagakure had ended up defeated. If they lost again this time, and if an incompetent daimyo happened to take power, their village's future would only grow bleaker still. Snakes and toads dare to call themselves sages? It's about time they learned that the title of sage isn't something just anyone can claim. Shukaku sneered. Here's what we'll do. Bring me the most gifted talents Tsunagakure has to offer. Bunpuku was caught off guard. What was going on? Was Lord Shukaku planning to challenge the 3 Great Sage regions? And from the tone of his voice, could he actually be capable of opposing them? What's that look for? Why are you still standing there? Get going and do as I said. Shukaku barked, giving Bunpuku a swift kick out the door. The only reason he bothered with Tsunagakure at all was because Konoha, their opponent, held the Nine Tails, and, in his hazy recollections, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was rumored to be the so-called child of prophecy. Otherwise, Shukaku would have had no interest in the village's affairs. Child of prophecy? Only my own Jinchuriki is worthy of such a title. That fox, Kurama, is nothing to me. A single sealing jutsu, and he be done. 4. Shukaku muttered to himself. He couldn't care less about the Nine Tails, and the minor players on the battlefield were beneath his notice. I'm being called back for an urgent matter? At the very same moment, the front lines where Sunagakure was locked in fierce combat with Konoha and Kirigakure. The commanders of the Sand Village, Raza and Yakura, received an urgent message from Bunpuku at almost the same time. This is bad. Right at this moment, could Master Bunpuku be in trouble? Yakura's expression grew grave. She had just repelled the hidden mist forces and had planned to support the battle against the hidden stone, but now, she had no choice but to turn back. Compared to the stone front, Bunpuku's situation was clearly more critical. It wasn't just Raza and Yakura. In fact, doubts now filled the entire Sand Village. On one hand, the village leadership worried about the front lines. On the other, they couldn't help but speculate about Bunpuku's true intentions. Bunpuku had left the Sand Village years ago. Although he continued to provide the village with various jutsu, the villagers were always concerned that he would never fully follow their orders. With the village's current strength, they could hardly handle Bunpuku, who was a Jinchuriki. A few days later, is it just the three of you? Bunpuku frowned, wondering if the Sand Village had truly fallen so far that they could only send these few people. The strongest among us is Raza's wife. She comes from the Sand Release clan, but she's about to give birth, so she couldn't come. Yakura, the only woman among the three, wore a backless outfit that accentuated her figure. She gestured toward Raza, who stood beside her with a solemn look. Enough with the pointless chatter. Why exactly did you call us here? Did the tailed beast go on a rampage, and you need our help to subdue it? Raza was currently the most powerful ninja in the sand, second only to Chiyo, and his strength nearly reached Kage level. Of course, he didn't realize that in some respects, his wife had already surpassed him. Facing Bunpuku, Raza showed no sign of respect. In his mind, he was likely to become the next Kazekage, and his wife, Karura, along with Yakura, were both elite jonin close to Kage level as well. Of course, this was only Raza's own opinion. In fact, I'm not the one asking for you. It's Shukaku who wants to meet you. As Bunpuku finished speaking, he glanced at the ordinary-looking man standing nervously at the back, then called out, "Master Shukaku, would you come out now?" With a low, rumbling sound, Shukaku appeared. He took the form of a plump little tanuki, perched on Bunpuku's shoulder. Yakura's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, isn't that a tanuki? I've never seen this kind before. It's adorable. Let me hold it." Bunpuku could only sigh inwardly. Adorable? Little girl, you have no idea how devious this creature really is. Bunpuku, Raza glared furiously at the tanuki on Bunpuku's shoulder. Are you playing games with me? This is supposed to be the tailed beast. The front lines are in crisis, and yet you... Silence, or I won't hesitate to kill you right here. Shukaku narrowed his eyes, unleashing a surge of overwhelming chakra. He recognized the roaring man at once. It was the future father of the baby red panda. Had it been anyone else, he would have struck back already. But since the little red panda hadn't been born yet, he couldn't afford to be reckless. This chakra, no, this energy. Raza fought hard to suppress the fear rising in his chest. The sheer power of the tailed beast left him paralyzed, unable to move a muscle. Even Itsong was so tense, she swallowed nervously. Had she really just teased the tailed beast a moment ago? Would she be silenced for it? She was still so young, and hadn't even experienced her first romance yet. Great Lord Tailed Beast, may I ask, why did you summon us here? Is there something you need? At last, it was Maki, the youngest among them, still in his teens, who broke the silence. Compared to Itsong and Raza, Maki seemed rather ordinary. He excelled only at wind-style jutsu, and if he never got the chance to learn any special techniques, he'd probably never rise above the rank of elite jonin in his lifetime. But now, as Maki glanced at Funfu, who looked perfectly at ease, a vague hope stirred in his heart. If he could win the tailed beast's favor today, perhaps becoming a Kage-level powerhouse wasn't out of reach after all. I plan to hibernate through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. So, I'm telling you in advance, there's no way I'm going to the front lines. At these words, Raza's lips twitched, and he shot Shukaku a look tinged with disdain. He'd heard of hibernating through winter, but all 4 seasons? Why not just sleep forever? Was the first Kazekage wrong to seal this particular tailed beast back in the day? What's that look supposed to mean? Ahem, Master Shukaku, perhaps you could get to the main point, Funfu interjected, a touch surprised himself. If Shukaku wasn't planning to join the battle personally, then what was the purpose in summoning the elites of Sunagakure here today? Fine, but only because of this bald monk here. Shukaku leapt nimbly from Funfu's shoulder, forming hand signs with his tiny paws. Summoning jutsu, come forth, my little brothers. With a thunderous puff, 2 massive summoned beasts appeared behind Shukaku as the smoke cleared. What are those? Raza's eyes flew wide in alarm. Danger! These 2 summoned beasts radiated a menace even greater than Manda, The giant snake Orochimaru had called forth on the front lines. Summoned beasts. Lord Shukaku. Lord Shukaku, you have finally called upon us. The desert fox and the scorpion both bowed respectfully to Shukaku, ignoring the shock on Raza and the others' faces. Get out of here. Who are you calling an old man? I'm still young. Shukaku gave the scorpion a swift kick with his little foot. He wasn't even 1,000 years old yet, let alone settled down and started a family. How could anyone call him an old man? Then why do you always refer to yourself as your lordship? Funfu was sorely tempted to tease Shukaku about his age, but as he glanced at the two powerful summoned beasts before him, a suspicion began to form in his mind. Master Shukaku, these two are... Ahem, these two here are little brothers I took under my wing over 100 years ago. This one's a fox from the desert, and that one's a scorpion. You all know how dangerous the desert can be at night. There are all sorts of powerful beast clans living there, what you call summoned beasts. Honestly, your hidden sand village hasn't done a very good job in that regard. Shukaku cast a mocking glance at the sand shinobi, then leapt nimbly back on a Bunpuku's shoulder. I'm the smartest among the tailed beasts. Why would I bother handling everything myself? You're all familiar with the 3 great sage lands, aren't you? These two may not quite measure up to those ancient sages from the sage lands, but their current strength is on par with the representatives of those legendary places. Maybe just a little bit below, but I'd say they're definitely stronger than that so-called strongest Hokage of the Leaf Village, especially when it comes to sheer destructive power. Shukaku narrowed his eyes. In today's shinobi world, the most active of the sages was undoubtedly Fukasaku the Toad, who had lived for 800 years. Shukaku's 2 protégés were already among the most formidable beasts in the desert, standing at the very top of the food chain. And now, they had learned to wield natural energy from Shukaku himself. A tailed beast is, after all, a being made entirely of energy. While the great toad sage is much older and the sage lands possess incomparably deep natural energy, who could claim to understand natural energy better than the Ten Tails itself? After all, the Ten Tails is the very embodiment of natural energy. If the tailed beasts had studied ninjutsu or sage arts as systematically as human ninja, they would never have been captured by the likes of Hashirama Senju. These two under Shukaku's guidance have reached a level comparable to Fukasaku, but there's little room left for further growth. Like the great toad sage, their only path forward is to slowly absorb and accumulate natural energy over the ages. Stronger than the Hokage? Maki was utterly stunned. He knew his own talents were a bit lacking compared to Yi Tsang and Raza, and he was privy to fewer secrets as well. He had always believed the third Hokage was the strongest individual in the world today. Never did he imagine that even 2 contracted beasts could surpass him. Doubt flickered in Maki's eyes as he glanced at the little sand cat. If even the tailed beasts couldn't defeat the Hokage, could subordinates trained by a tailed beast really overcome him? Raza was just as shocked, but he understood that the third Hokage was not the most powerful in history. Even though Hiruzen Tsurutobi was formidable, and on the surface only people like Hanzo the Salamander, Inoki, and the Third Raikage could stand against him, there was more to the story. Still, Hiruzen was in his prime. Even older legends like Inoki were leading from the front lines, while Hiruzen, as leader of the Hokage's guard, should by rights have been protecting the Hokage's retreat. Yet after the Second Great Ninja War, things had changed. Hiruzen himself stayed safely at the rear to command, sending others to risk their lives on the battlefield. Looking again at his grand disciple, just after fighting Hidden Cloud, now he had to turn and face Hidden Rock with barely a moment's rest. That politician who manipulates everything from behind the scenes. Perhaps he was still outmatched for now, but Raza no longer feared Hiruzen Sarutobi. It wouldn't be long before he'd have the courage to face the third Hokage as an equal. Their destructive power is certainly impressive, but that doesn't mean they can defeat a Hokage, Shukaku mused, scratching his chin thoughtfully with a claw. Victory in battle can't be judged by destructive power alone. Countless other factors decide the outcome. Otherwise, even a beast as mighty as the Nine Tails wouldn't end up summoned as someone's familiar. I can sense the tremendous power sealed within them. If I have to protect others, I'm afraid my magnet release won't hold out for long, Raza reflected quietly in his heart. Enough wasting time on pointless talk. You better get moving and drive those monsters away. I need my rest. Monk, let's go. Shukaku snickered, his tone light, yet commanding. In the Sand Village, aside from Sasori, Raza was the most outstanding genius of his generation. According to the memories in Raza's mind, he was already nearing Kage-level strength. Yet because of a defeat in the Third Great Ninja War, the young Raza, barely in his 20s, was forced to spend his days mining just to help fill the village's coffers. This hardship meant that, even after more than a decade, his strength barely advanced. Raza's talent was beyond doubt, which made Shukaku all the more curious. If Sand hadn't lost the Third War, if the daimyo of the Wind Country hadn't slashed the military budget, just how far could Raza have grown? After Bunpuku left, the three ninja and two summoning beasts stared at each other in silence. So, does the one tail mean? Yitsong ventured timidly. As the second greatest talent in the Sand Village, she was still nervous before a summoned beast even Raza regarded with awe. She tried to guess at Shukaku's intentions. It seemed that, "Little girl, you'd better address me as Lord Shukaku." Before she could finish, the scorpion's tail twitched menacingly, and a harsh voice cut her off. Scorpions are desert creatures. Even though they enjoy long lives, without Shukaku's protection, they would eventually fall prey to human hunters. It was Shukaku who granted him overwhelming power, raising him to Kaga level, allowing him to master natural energy, greatly extend his lifespan, and even learn sage arts. Yes, Lord Shukaku. Yitsong was startled and hurriedly corrected herself. All right, old scorpion. Lord Shukaku's intentions are quite clear now. The desert fox turned to the three who had just been acknowledged by Shukaku and said, "You can call me Sand Fox, or refer to me as Sage if you wish. I may not be the strongest, but my destructive power rivals that of a human Kaga-level ninja. I come from the Ashen Sands, a land home not only to myself, but also to many descendants suited to becoming summoning beasts. We excel in wind release and sand release techniques. As for him, that's Venom Scorpion. He dwells within the sand caves. Like my own Ashen Sands clan, he's built his own family of summoning beasts, specializing in poison, defense, and earth release. Both his tail and pincers are weapons of tremendous power. By your Sand Village standards, he's like a fusion of a puppet master's poisons and a taijutsu expert's combat prowess. He also knows some sand release, but only within the desert. Compared to Venom Scorpion, Sage Sand Fox was far more gentle in temperament, and both possessed their own unique abilities. Now it's up to you to choose. Though we both serve Lord Shukaku, you may only form a contract with one summoning ground, for the two of us are natural rivals." With a flick of his tail, Sage Sand Fox conjured a summoning scroll before the three. Venom Scorpion responded in kind, producing his own scroll with a swift movement. Truth be told, he had longed to step onto the battlefield and show the world that the desert was home not only to wild beasts, but also to powerful summoning creatures. "Kaga level. Did you say Kaga level?" Maki stammered. In today's hidden sand village, only Raza and Chiyo had reached such strength. While Yitsong was a celebrated hero in the village, her abilities placed her at the very top of the elite Jonin, but not at the Kage's level. As for Maki himself, he was just an ordinary Jonin, without any unique bloodline, skilled only in wind release. Yet here, before his very eyes, stood two summoning beasts with Kaga-level power, perhaps even mightier than the legendary third Kazekage. Was this truly the land of wind he knew so well? "Hey kid, what's with that look? Are you doubting my words?" Sand Fox, usually mild-mannered, felt a hint of irritation at being questioned by a ninja. How amusing, for someone who seems so ordinary, and yet. Sand Fox suddenly paused, then broke into a grin. "What a surprise. To think you'd be full of such hidden potential. Kid, you're a wind release user. Let's sign the contract." Maki froze for a moment, but followed suit as instructed. He didn't quite understand what was happening, but with a Kaga-level summoning beast offering, there was no way he'd refuse. "Hey, you mangy fox, that's not fair." Venom Scorpion's expression soured. He was never as striking as Sand Fox, and that little girl obviously cared about appearances. No way would she ever pick him. Moreover, Raza himself was skilled in magnet release, granting him formidable defensive capabilities. For him, the Sand Fox's wind release offered even greater destructive power and utility. The Sand Fox simply offered a faint smile. Lord Shukaku lets them choose their own contract partners. If you have any objections, you can take it up with Lord Shukaku himself. Although both had grown up learning by Shukaku's side, their relationship remained adversarial. After all, in the desert, foxes and scorpions were natural enemies, a predator and its prey. When Shukaku found them, the Sand Fox was still resisting the predation of the venomous scorpions within its own tribe. Of course, by now, they had long transcended their original roles in the desert's ecosystem. Without question, Yakura ultimately chose the adorable Sand Fox as her own summoning beast. But Raza was different. He knew very well that, with the death of the third Kazekage and the disappearance of Sasori, he was the most likely candidate to become the next Kazekage. As a ninja who excelled at defense, he was actually better suited to a summoning beast with long-range attack abilities, such as the Sand Fox. Yet the thought of such a powerful, Kaga-level summoning beast severing ties with Sunagakure was something Raza simply could not accept. What was the state of Sunagakure now? At most, The village could only rely on him, Chiyo, and a still immature Jinchuriki of the One Tail, at least in Raza's view. With such meager strength, even combined, they would struggle to stand against Hanzo of the Hidden Rain, a leader famed as the demigod. Sunagekyu's military might barely match that of a small nation, a reality Raza found hard to accept. I choose the venomous scorpion. I have strong defense and wide-range destructive power. If I join forces with the Scorpion Sage and charge into the enemy ranks, we can unleash a vast cloud of poison gas. Poison was, after all, a trademark tactic of Sunagekure. From a Kage's perspective, Raza decided to sign the summoning contract with the venomous scorpion. He could not guarantee that Shukaku would continue to help Sunagekure in the future, but at the very least, he could now establish a bond with the Sand Cave Scorpion clan. Excellent. You show real promise. My strength far surpasses that of the Sand Fox. The venomous scorpion nodded with satisfaction. Even among those of Kage level, there were differences in power, and as natural enemies, both his offense and defense exceeded those of the Sand Fox. The Sand Fox rolled up the summoning scroll with her tail and said, "The contracts have been signed, but neither I nor the scorpion will appear easily. Unless the situation is truly dire, it will usually be our lesser kin who answer your summons. Unless you reach the level of an elite Jonin, you won't be able to summon us directly. Large summoning beasts could play a decisive role on the battlefield due to their immense size. However, since the Sand Fox and the Scorpion needed to work alongside Shukaku to support the ninja, they were both learning to split off smaller clones, just as Shukaku did, much like Fukasaku, so they could help gather natural energy for their partners. For now, though, both appeared in their true forms. After all, the art of Senjutsu had yet to become widespread. Understood. If there's nothing else, I'll head out now. The front lines need me to hold off one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. They can't do without me." Raza nodded, signaling that he understood, and then prepared to turn and leave. The Hidden Leaf Village was brimming with talent. Even if it was 4 against 1, they would not back down. In contrast, the Hidden Sand Village was far less fortunate. From the direction of the Hidden Stone, their lack of top-tier ninja had already caused them to suffer a series of defeats. As for the Hidden Mist, although they had just been repelled by Yi Tsong, no one could guarantee they wouldn't return in force. After all, the Mist had yet to fully commit to the war and still had ample reserves. On the battlefield against the Leaf, the Sand had Chiyo overseeing the fight, but the Leaf had Danzo. While Danzo wasn't quite Chiyo's equal, Chiyo still couldn't take him down while he was under the Leaf's protection. Danzo's strength barely reached the Kage level, and he was a master of schemes and manipulation, commanding a powerful guard unit of his own. In every skirmish, the other elite Jonin would besiege Chiyo first, while Danzo would seize the chance to launch a sneak attack from the flanks. Raza could hold Orochimaru at bay, but the latter's summoned beasts were capable of catastrophic destruction. Previously, the Sand had always been on the defensive. Now, with a Kage-level summoning beast and Maki support, Raza felt they finally had a chance to catch the Leaf off guard, forcing them to consider retreat. He was convinced that the 3 Leaf leaders headed by the 3rd Hokage, advocates of peace, would choose to negotiate before sending in more reinforcements. At that point, the Sand could concentrate on dealing with the stone, driving them out of the land of wind for good. And once they had triumphed over both the Leaf and the stone, they could decisively withdraw from the 3rd Great Ninja War and focus on rebuilding their strength. Raza couldn't help but ponder. If their elders had known there were such powerful beasts in the desert, why had no one thought to form a summoning clan around them? Even if the summoned beasts weren't Kage level, their sheer size alone would have made them formidable assets on the battlefield. Foolish, truly foolish. The Sand Fox interrupted Raza's thoughts, saying, "Don't be hasty. There's one more thing Shukaku-sama asked me to tell you." "What is it?" Raza was momentarily startled, snapping out of his reverie. Ever since signing the summoning contract, all he wanted was to hurry back to the front and face off against Orochimaru. The Sand Fox stopped him, saying, "Shukaku-sama wants you to search for a silver-haired orphan, about 4 or 5 years old, in the region where the Leaf, Stone, and Sand are fighting. The location is roughly near Mount Kikyo. Strictly speaking, this orphan is likely a child of the Land of Wind, perhaps even from the Sand Village. However, it's very likely that this child has already fallen under someone's control. If you find them, you must bring them back. Shukaku-sama believes you'll be grateful to him for this one day." Raza fell into deep thought upon hearing these words. Could it be that Shukaku is searching for its next Jinchuriki? Raza's feelings were complicated. Bunpuku's health was deteriorating by the day. At most, he could hold on for another 2 years before passing away. When that time came, the fate of Shukaku would become a pressing issue. Should they seal Shukaku away temporarily? But, looking at the 2 sages before him, and recalling the words the third Kazekage once said to him, Raza felt lost and uncertain. There is no doubt. The summoning beasts of Suzuna and the sand caves had greatly enhanced Sunagekyo's strength. This meant that Shukaku's contributions to the village were truly indelible. The third Kazekage had mentioned as well that magnet release was only developed with Shukaku's assistance. Even the second Kazekage's sand release, according to Garura, was related to cooperation with the tailed beast. Bunpuku had taught Sunagekyo many jutsu in the past. Raza used to believe those were Bunpuku's own inventions, but now it seemed likely that many of them were acquired from Shukaku. It was said that Bunpuku also possessed an A-rank jutsu that required no hand signs, one that could be further advanced, even reaching S-rank power. All these years, Bunpuku had never truly fought. Raza had always thought the tales about him were exaggerated, but now, thinking back, he realized it was very possible that Shukaku's guidance was the reason Bunpuku deliberately concealed his true strength. Otherwise, why would Bunpuku call Shukaku his teacher? And from observing the white fox and the poison scorpion, Raza vaguely sensed that Shukaku's power far surpassed the current level of Sunagekyo. Brat, if you're gonna make babies, take it easy. Don't go causing any accidents. While Raza was still pondering how to handle Shukaku in the future, Bunpuku's disciple, Fai, the monk who had caught Gaara and food during the Chunin exams, walked out of the temple wearing an awkward expression, saying something like make babies was truly embarrassing for a monk like him. Lord Raza, this is a message from Lord Shukaku, passed on through my master. To avoid Raza's anger being directed at himself, Fai simply shifted the blame to his teacher. Shukaku had originally wanted Bunpuku to deliver the message verbatim, but Bunpuku, finding it too shameful, pushed Fai to do it instead. Make babies? Hey Raza, aren't you being a bit too? If it weren't for Garura repeatedly giving birth and missing out on training, she would be even stronger now. As Garura's close friend, Yakura was well aware of her true abilities. She just never understood why Garura always seemed to be holding back. Enough of that. Raza's face flushed red. He whipped up a swirl of golden sand and took off. Although this was a task entrusted by Chiyo, he truly couldn't stand to stay there any longer. It was just too embarrassing. Yet, oddly enough, those words actually put him at ease. Shukaku apparently intended for his own descendants to become Jinchuriki. This is so boring, I'm leaving too. The village leaders still need me for something. Farewell, sages. Yitsong muttered a complaint as he watched Rasha disappear into the distance, then turned and walked towards Sunagekyo. Sages, Master Fai, I'll head off as well. Feeling a bit nervous, Maki bowed to the two sacred beasts and Fai, then hurried after Rasha. Sunagekyo. 8 senior leaders of the village sat around a round table. One of them, a high-ranking official named Dingshur, pulled out a scroll and said, This is a message from Kirigakure. As long as we deal with Yitsong, they'll end the war with us. What do you all think? At present, the village's 2 Kaga-level warriors were fighting Konoha on the front lines, while Elder Chiyo was busy holding off Awagakure. Decision-making for Sunagekyo now fell entirely to these senior officials. There are few strong fighters left at Elder Chiyo's side, and our backbone is wearing thin. Awagakure has already seized quite a bit of our territory. If we can get Kirigakure to withdraw, we might have a chance to reclaim the land Awagakure took from us. I think this plan could work. With Awagakure occupying multiple towns in the Land of Wind, the Sunagekyo leaders have begun considering peace talks with Kirigakure and shifting troops to confront Awagakure. However, the condition laid out by Kirigakure left the Sunagekyo elders hesitant. Yitsong is just an elite jonin. Frankly, the village can manage without her. If we reach a settlement with Kirigakure, the benefits far outweigh the cost for us. Ninja are tools, after all. I believe Yitsong would understand. One official remarked coldly. I don't think this is right, countered Ryusa, a consistently level-headed elder. Very few in Sunagekyo possessed Kekiai Genkai, and Yitsong's ability to fuse wind and fire to create scorch release was a rare gift indeed. If she were to marry in the future, the village could even see the birth of a new scorch release clan. Handing her over now would be a terrible waste. But some of the higher-ups, whose strength was only at Jonin level, had limited vision. They couldn't see that if Yitsong managed to incorporate lightning style as well, the bloodline technique she would create could rival even dust release, becoming an immense asset to the village. At that moment, a representative with delicate features spoke up. Since opinions are divided, let's put it to a vote. The speaker was Uchimura, the representative dispatched by the Land of Wind to Sunagekyo. Though he was a senior official, he only held advisory power, but in times of disagreement, it was his role to organize a vote. I agree. Seconded. Abstain. In the end, among the 7 senior officials besides Uchimura, 5 voted in favor and 2 abstained. Then, it's settled. We will give up Yeet Song, Uchimura announced with resignation after tallying the results. As the representative of the Land of Wind, he naturally hoped that Sunagakure would be able to repel Iwagakure. Otherwise, the Land of Wind would lose territory. Yet he also wished for Sunagakure to grow stronger. Though he did not fully grasp the rarity of Kekkei Genkai, he knew that Itsong's strength was enough to place her among the very best in the village. Unfortunately, given the current situation, difficult choices had to be made. Lady Yitsong. When Yitsong returned to Sunagakure, the villagers welcomed her enthusiastically. On one hand, she had led them to victory over Kirigakure, Sunagakure's only triumph so far, and her military achievements had earned her great prestige among the people. On the other, Yitsong was widely recognized as a beauty in the village. Sensei. Just as Yitsong was smiling and greeting the villagers, a childish voice burst forth. A little girl ran up to her, beaming with joy. Oh, it's Juan. Yitsong gently patted the girl's head. Juan was skilled in sealing techniques and was among her students. Sensei, now that you're back, could you practice sealing techniques with me? The little girl looked up at Yitsong, her eyes filled with hope. I'm sorry, Juan. I still have a mission this time. But once I'm done, I promise I'll train with you. Yitsong crouched down, apologizing softly. As a core member of Sunagakure, she hardly had a moment to herself before the Third Great Ninja War was over. I see. Though still very young, one already understood the life of a ninja meant little control over one's own fate. Then let's make a pinky promise, Sensei. When you finish your mission, you have to practice with me. All right, it's a promise. Yitsong smiled gently. She cherished her students dearly. Juan was especially talented, showing remarkable skill in sealing techniques. It was just unfortunate that ever since Bunpuku had taken on F.A. the genius as his disciple, he'd stopped accepting new students, and F.A. himself refused to teach girls. Otherwise, one could have reached even greater heights. After bidding farewell to her student, Yitsong made her way to the Kazekage building. At this time, Sunagakure still had no new Kazekage. Since the third Kazekage's disappearance, the village had yet to decide on a fourth. Jonin Yitsong, the village has a top-secret mission for you. She was greeted by a senior official, none other than Jashiki, who had once suggested sending Yitsong to Kirigakure to stabilize the front lines. I await your command. When it came to missions, Yitsong forced herself to stay alert and responded seriously. A spark of greed flickered in Jashiki's eyes. Kirigakure has expressed a desire for peace talks with us. After much discussion, the leadership has decided to accept their terms. Therefore, you are to personally deliver this scroll to the Mizukage. Yitsong possessed a unique bloodline ability, formidable strength, and striking beauty. In the village, aside from Raza, nearly every man secretly yearned for her. Unfortunately, she was also Raza's only true rival for the position of Kazekage. The elders supported Raza not just for his gentle nature, but also because he was willing to compromise for the sake of the village. Yitsong, on the other hand, was different. If she were to become Kazekage, those high-ranking officials who relied on seniority to maintain their power might very well be swept aside. It was for this reason that so many schemes had unfolded before now. Presently, Yitsong had earned renown on the front lines against the Hidden Mist, hailed as a hero, while Raza found himself in dire straits. The elders feared Yitsong's growing influence would hinder Raza's path to becoming Kazekage. Seizing the opportunity, they decided to eliminate her, clearing the way for Raza's uncontested ascension and securing their own authority in the process. Yitsong showed not the slightest suspicion. I promise to complete the mission. You will meet your contact from the other side in the southern region of the Land of Tea. Once the mission is done, I ask that you assist Lord Ebizo in driving back the Iwagakure forces. Go now, Dingshi instructed her. A hero's worth, after all, had to be wrung out to the very last drop. Should Yitsong fall victim to an Iwagakure plot, her death would not only rally the Sand Shinobi's morale, but also purge the Hidden Stone's influence for good. Understood. Yitsong accepted the scroll. In a flash, her figure vanished before Dingshi's eyes. Don't blame me. This is the fate of a shinobi, Dingshi murmured to himself, casting off any lingering guilt. Since Hashirama Senju founded the ninja villages, shinobi had always been tools, ready to be sacrificed at any moment. At least, in the old days of clan rule, there were no village elders willing to eliminate other prodigies merely to consolidate their own power. Land of Tea. Along the way, Yitsong allowed herself a rare moment of relaxation. Though she had driven back the Hidden Mist time and again, her Scorch release was always at a disadvantage against their water techniques, demanding far greater stamina to inflict real damage. Lately, chances to savor even a fleeting piece like this had been scarce. If only there were no wars in this world. Now that we have such powerful summoning beasts, perhaps we'll soon find a way out of this endless conflict. A flicker of hope sparked in Yitsong's heart. Although the spark for the Third Great Ninja War had come from Sunagakure, their true intent was only to uncover the killer of the Third Kazekage. In the end, the confrontation with Konoha had been steered by Chiyo's influence. As history had so often shown, once any hidden village declared war on Konoha, the others would swiftly form an alliance to attack from all sides. Yet no one had expected Kimogakure and Iwagakure to move with such speed and ferocity, one striking from 4 directions, the other launching a 3-pronged assault. I must finish this mission as quickly as possible. Popping a few pills to restore her strength, Yitsong pressed on through the night, finally reaching the meeting point the elders had described. A sharp whistle sliced through the night air. Are you the envoy from Sunagakure? Ahead, a simple camp came into view, occupied by more than a dozen shinobi. The banner of Kirigakure hung above the encampment. I am Yetsong. Who among you is in charge? Yetsong swept her gaze around warily. Among the group, only one was a jonin. The rest were ordinary chunin. It seemed that Kirigakure truly intended to negotiate this time. So it's Jonin Yetsong. It's an honor to meet you. I am the leader of this Kirigakure unit, codenamed Zero. A Kirigakure shinobi, his body wrapped in bandages, stepped forward with a respectful demeanor. Yetsong's strength was well known. Without a Kaga-level powerhouse present, Kirigakure would struggle to match her. May I ask the envoy to present your mission credentials? It's merely a precaution against interference from other nations. I hope you understand. Better safe than sorry. After exchanging and verifying their credentials, Zero said to Yetsong, in that case, we can set off now. Although both were shinobi, to reach the land of water, they would have to cross a vast stretch of sea. So, Zero chose to travel by boat. Yetsong did not object. If Kirigakure had insisted she traverse the water surface directly, she would have suspected ulterior motives. After all, she was only close to Kaga level as an elite jonin. She couldn't risk depleting her chakra before entering enemy territory. The night passed in silence. With the aid of Zero's ninjutsu, even though they traveled on a simple fishing boat, they crossed from the land of tea to the land of water in just one night. Our land is shrouded in mist year-round, so please be careful not to lose your way, Zero reminded her. Afterward, he led Yetsong forward at a brisk pace. Up ahead is one of our temporary camps. The Mizukage is there now, discussing military strategies against Konoha with the others. Not long after, Zero pointed toward a valley ahead. Such critical information, and you're just letting it slip so easily? Yetsong eyed Zero suspiciously, quietly gathering chakra within herself. Konoha occupies the most fertile lands. Now that they're pinned by 3 rival factions, our movements in Kirigakure are hardly a secret to anyone. As for your land of wind, there's really nothing there for us to covet. Zero replied with a dismissive tone. Most of the land of wind was desert. Even if Kirigakure seized it, they'd gain little in return, and shinobi found it hard to fight at their best in such an environment. I see. Yetsong let out a quiet sigh. This was indeed the reality. Only Iwagakure would go so far as to press into the Wind Country's borders. As they walked, Zero explained further. With the prospect of peace on the horizon, Yetsong found herself lowering her guard around him. Gradually, Zero drifted behind her. Strange, where's your camp, exactly? Just around that corner up ahead. Just as Yetsong was bracing herself and desperately searching for the hidden mist camp, Zero suddenly drew a kunai and, without any warning, drove it into Yitsong's back. A sickening sound echoed as the blade pierced flesh. Yitsong gritted her teeth, unable to suppress a muffled groan as intense pain shot through her back. Why, she gasped. Zero's lips curled into a merciless smile, as cold and ruthless as a demon. This is only the beginning. All you've ever brought us is hatred. Oh, by the way, you probably don't know yet, do you? The condition for the Sans peace talks was to hand you over to us. But don't worry. Even if you die, we'll still press our attack against the Land of Wind. Take a look around you. In order to deal with you, we've laid an ambush of hundreds of ninja right here. Now that you've been poisoned, there's no escape. Zero burst into wild laughter. Yitsong's expression froze in realization. So, this is how it ends for me? The wound in her back throbbed, and the betrayal by her own leaders made her movements sluggish. Yet she refused to yield. But I won't die so easily. Scorch release, superheated steam murder. Yitsong reached out, her hand lightly touching Zero's body. Zero's face twisted in agony. It burns. No. In an instant, his entire form shriveled and collapsed, falling to the ground as a withered corpse. Yet even then, this is bad. I wonder if I'll even make it out of here alive. A dozen jonin, 100 chunin, and even fresh genin straight out of the academy. The mist really must think highly of me. Yitsong surveyed her surroundings. At this moment, the hidden mist ninja had completely surrounded her. On her own, escape was nearly impossible. Damn it! Kill her, someone shouted. Water style, water fong bullet. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep. The hand seals flashed. Yitsong clenched her jaw so hard she drew blood. Summoning jutsu. With a resounding pop, a familiar voice rang out, and relief flooded Yitsong's heart. Well, Miss Yitsong, I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. Lord Sandfox Sage, I beg you, Yitsong pleaded. So, you're surrounded, are you? The Sandfox let out a low, rumbling growl. With a flick of its tail, it swept Yitsong protectively onto its back. The Sandfox paid no heed to the kunai, flying toward Yitsong from the Mist Ninja. Such attacks might be fatal to swift but fragile assassins, but for a taijutsu ninja, they were far less threatening. As for the Sandfox itself, its body was stronger than most taijutsu practitioners, so it simply ignored the barrage. Mere grains of sand. Let me show you my new technique. Sage Art, Devouring Tempest. With a powerful sweep of its tail, the Sandfox unleashed a whirlwind that sprang up around it. The vortex whipped sand and stones into a wildstorm that surged outward in all directions. Wind chakra sharpened the air into lethal currents, and every mist ninja caught in the tornado was slashed by its razor-edged gusts. In the blink of an eye, a mist of blood spread through the air. This! Yitsong stared in shock as she witnessed dozens of hidden mist ninjas perish within the raging tornado. The heavy fog that had blanketed the battlefield was now swept away by the storm, and the ground below was stained crimson with fresh blood. They were merely Chunin and Genin. The Jonin must have already escaped, the Sandfox remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. It was the first time it had unleashed this technique, and its precision clearly needed improvement. It seemed more practice was necessary to avoid inadvertently harming its allies. Yitsong was left speechless. Yitsong, where do we go now? The Sandfox asked. Where else can I go? Yitsong's gaze dimmed, sorrow flickering in her eyes. What she felt now was deeper than despair, a crushing loss of faith in everything she once believed. She had been betrayed by the very leaders of her village. We'll go find Master Funfu. Although the Sandfox didn't fully grasp what had happened, it trusted that the monk chosen by Shukaku would surely be able to help Yitsong. Neither Yitsong nor the Sandfox were skilled in sensory techniques. After hastily bandaging her wounds, Yitsong led the Sandfox away from the canyon. As for whether she should return to finish off any survivors and erase the traces, she simply lacked the strength or will to care anymore. Her only priority now was to reach a safe place before the summoning technique time ran out. Damn it, I can't believe the Sand Village still had such a powerful trump card. We failed the mission. What do we do now? After Yitsong's departure, the surviving hidden mist ninjas, battered and bloodied, slowly emerged from their hiding places. That fox's strength probably surpasses even the second Mizuki's own summoning beast. It's no wonder we failed. But still, they all knew that summoning techniques had a time limit, but none dared risk the chance that Yitsong might return. The situation for the hidden mist was dire. With the mission failed, their only option was to flee and become rogues. Everyone, scatter and save yourselves. The remaining dozen or so hidden mist ninjas understood all too well. After a failed mission, no matter the reasons, there was never a good ending waiting for them. Lady Chiyo, meanwhile, Raza and Maki returned to the front lines. Ah, you finally made it back. In the past few days, the Leaf Village has seized all our outposts and could launch a decisive assault at any moment. Oh, and where's Funfu? Why don't I see Funfu? Since Raza's departure, the Leaf's attacks had grown fiercer. Chiyo had been forced to muster the Sand's main forces, preparing for an all-out battle with the Leaf. She watched Raza and Maki return, their confidence evident, yet she failed to spot the one she was most anxious about, Funfu, the One-Tails Jinchuriki. Did you not bring Funfu back with you? After the third Kazakage's death, Chiyo became the highest authority in the Sand Village. In fact, as later events would show, even after Raza became Kazakage, he still could not match Chiyo in terms of authority and cunning. It was precisely because of Chiyo's forcefulness that Raza had no choice but to make his own child the One-Tails Jinchuriki, hoping to forge the ultimate weapon. To a large extent, Karura's death was also the result of Chiyo's relentless pressure. She believed that Temari and Kankuro were unsuitable to become Jinchuriki, so she kept pushing Raza to make a decision. And thus, Gaara was born. Karura understood the pain a Jinchuriki had to endure, so she poured all her love into Gaara, ultimately dying in childbirth. But even then, Chiyo did not relent. Although she knew Gaara was far from the ideal candidate, she still insisted on sealing Shukaku within him. All of this, in the end, led to tragedy. As Chiyo herself later admitted, before she set out to rescue Gaara, she had never done a single thing right. Yet after the tragedy unfolded, Chiyo chose to retire in seclusion, never taking responsibility for her actions. Of course, at this point, Bunpuku was still alive. Although Chiyo constantly urged Raza to produce a successor as soon as possible, their relationship had not yet completely deteriorated. Lady Bunpuku didn't return with us, Raza said, shaking his head. Without the one tail, how are we supposed to fight? Are you saying we should just surrender? Chiyo pressed. Please wait, Lady Chiyo. Even though Lady Bunpuku isn't here, we still have. Her son had been killed by Konoha, and now her grandson was missing. Chiyo's emotions were on edge. As Maki tried to explain, she cut him off. Maki, you know as well as I do, without the destructive power of the One Tail, we can't possibly compete with Konoha. Lady Chiyo, could Raza and Maki be so confident because they had mastered some new jutsu? Chiyo realized her words were a bit harsh. Calming herself, she began to consider the secrets known only to Suna's top ranks. I once heard the second Kazekage say that Bunpuku's abilities far surpassed his own. Bunpuku had mastered a tremendous range of jutsu. Have you learned a new S-rank technique? Not quite. Bunpuku, or rather, Shukaku. Raza shook his head. After all, summoning techniques were only C-rank. Lady Chiyo, I have a question. Was Shukaku really sealed by the first Kazekage back then? Raza's tone betrayed a hint of doubt. Everyone seemed to believe that Suna, at that time, could never have stood against Shukaku and its minions. How had the first Kazekage managed it? Did he somehow persuade Shukaku to agree to the sealing? Chiyo looked slightly embarrassed. Never mind, you'll find out sooner or later. The tailed beasts possess nearly limitless lifespans and chakra, making them tremendously destructive. But in truth, back then, Shukaku never fought us head-on. I heard from the first Kazekage himself. At that time, the beast was actually in a deep slumber, so Chiyo didn't really understand much either. After all, she had only been a 10-year-old child at the time. I suspected as much from the start, Raza said, wearing an expression of calm inevitability. He had always believed that the hidden sand on its own could never stand up to Shukaku. I used to think a tailed beast's power was directly proportional to the number of its tails. But now it seems that in terms of combat ability, Shukaku might well be among the top 3 of all the tailed beasts. And that's without even factoring in its summoned beasts. Summoned beasts? Raza then recounted everything he had witnessed, leaving no detail out for Chiyo. Chiyo couldn't help rubbing her face in disbelief. Are you both telling the truth? It was almost unimaginable. The idea that Shukaku had secretly nurtured 2 summoned beasts with Kaga-level strength was almost too much to accept. Of course, if I had to face those 2 summons on my own, I couldn't guarantee victory. Their strength far surpasses even Manda, Orochimaru's giant serpent. Raza spoke in an even tone. Now, the hidden sand faced an urgent and pressing dilemma. How to establish a good relationship with Shukaku. Judging from the attitude of those 2 summoned beasts, they clearly held Shukaku in the highest regard. But all these matters would have to wait until the war was over. Excellent. As long as we can defeat Manda, that's all that matters. Chiyo exclaimed, brimming with excitement. If they could overcome Manda, and with no support arriving for the leaf, the Hidden Sand's victory would be all but assured. Maki, have someone inform Lord Ebizo to head to Mount Kikyo and search for that child, Raza said, settling back into his seat. He still didn't understand why a Wind Country orphan would appear at Mount Kikyo, but for now, this was all they could do. Next, we'll set an ambush within the Leaf's forces. If we can repel them, the Leaf will have no choice but to negotiate with us. While Raza and Chiyo were deep in discussion about their strategies, the Leaf camp was also busy devising their own countermeasures against the Hidden Sand. The Sand has been retreating non-stop, and now General Raza has vanished without a trace. They must be off to summon the tailed beast for a desperate gamble. We have to crush the Sand before the beast arrives, Danzo declared. At this time, Danzo was still a man in his prime, more handsome even than Hiruzen Sarutobi, though his stern expression kept everyone at arm's length. I've heard their Jinchuriki possesses power close to that of the first Kazekage. If we don't get reinforcements, they'll be tough to handle, Orochimaru said, his tongue flicking out in his characteristic habit. Ever since his battle with Hanzo in the Second Great Ninja War, Orochimaru had used Konoha's intelligence network to conduct thorough investigations of powerful figures across the lands. And yet, information regarding the Sand's Jinchuriki, and even their tailed beast, remained a complete enigma. The third Kazekage had always shown great respect for Bunpuku, personally visiting her at regular intervals, but no one outside ever knew what transpired between them. Orochimaru had once suspected it was a tailed beast rampage, but the intelligence from the Leaf Village indicated that there had never been a case of the One-Tails Jinchuriki losing control. According to Konoha's records, Bunpuku was considered a rare, perfect Jinchuriki, unlike Uzumaki Mido, who could only forcibly borrow the Nine-Tails chakra through sealing techniques and was thus an imperfect host. If this information is accurate, it's certainly going to be a headache. For once, Danzo did not argue. As the leader of Root, during the early days of both the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, he had repeatedly sent his subordinates to gather intelligence on the Jinchuriki, but none of the ninja who approached the temple ever returned. However, judging from the intelligence brought back by the wandering shrine maiden, the Sans Jinchuriki did not return with Raza. She speculates that the host is likely advanced in years and much weaker than before. For us, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A strange gleam flashed in Danzo's eyes. Hokage. This was his chance. If he could defeat the Sand Village, Hiruzen Sarutobi would inevitably be blamed for Konoha's crises on the Iwagakure and Kimogakure fronts due to his poor command. Decisions. Once the war ended, Sarutobi would have no choice but to resign in disgrace. And when that happened, the seat of Hokage would be his for the taking. Is that so? A full-scale assault. Our forces are still needed on the Iwagakure front, and the Uchiha can't be trusted. Danzo issued his orders without hesitation. Buoyed by their string of victories, the Konoha and ninjas' morale soared. Before long, they succeeded in surrounding the Sand's last, and most crucial, stronghold. This, Raza-kun, we meet again. Orochimaru, have you lost your minds? Raza shouted, his voice seething with anger. He could never have expected Konoha to choose to encircle them. This was clearly an attempt to wipe them out completely. If both he and Chiyo fell here, the village hidden in the sand would lose its standing among the 5 great shinobi nations for good. Enough talk. Prepare to meet your end. Danzo strode forward, flanked by his Root ninja bodyguards. Danzo, do you think you can wipe us out without risking your own destruction? Chiyo stood at the very front, her fury evident as a white puppet materialized at her side. Danzo's disdain for the sand was more than she could bear. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Wasting no words, Danzo unleashed a razor-sharp blast of wind from his mouth, slicing through the air like a blade and hurtling toward his foes. The clash was like an army pitted against an army, generals locked in deadly combat. The difference was that Danzo had multiple Root shinobi guarding his every move. When it came to wind release, although the Sand Village was renowned for its mastery, the strongest wind-style user in the current shinobi world was, without question, Danzo. Even his B-rank wind techniques could deliver the destructive force of an A-rank jutsu in his hands. Puppet art, radiant shield. Without hesitation, Chiyo gathered her chakra into a shield and brought it up before herself. The clash between the two seemed to ignite the very fuse of battle, and at once, the shinobi from Sunagakure and Konoha plunged into fierce combat. Let me show you the power of the Land of Wind. Summoning Jutsu. Maki stood at the very front of the Sands formation, his body encased in an armor of wind nature chakra. A muffled sound echoed as a white sand fox appeared. So, you're the contractor? My name is Maki. Just call me White Fox. White Fox glanced at the approaching Konoha shinobi, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Can I kill them all? If you can. Maki hesitated for a moment. He nearly forgot, charmed by the fox's adorable appearance, that a fox is, after all, a natural predator. When they hunt, elegance is the least of their concerns. But then again, can you really handle so many enemies? There are thousands of them across the field, and at least a dozen are elite jonin. Perhaps not all of them, but White Fox opened his jaws, and a sphere of natureless chakra began to take shape within. That's a tailed beast ball. No way. That's just an ordinary chakra sphere. It only looks like a tailed beast ball, but there are only 9-tailed beasts, and apart from the 9 tails, none of them take the form of fox. The Konoha ninjas, stunned by the chakra sphere forming in White Fox's mouth, hesitated for a split second. But under the sharp command of a Nara clan jonin, they rallied and charged forward once more. Jimaru, block it. Leave it to me. Akimichi Jimaru responded, partial multi-size jutsu, human boulder. As a classmate of Minato Namikaze and a disciple of Jiraiya, Akimichi Jimaru had already become an elite jonin. With his clan's signature expansion jutsu, his attack power rivaled that of the largest summoned beasts. Rasengan. The enormous chakra sphere shot from White Fox's mouth, hurtling straight at Akimichi Jimaru. A thunderous crash rang out as Jimaru was sent flying. Jimaru-sama. I'm all right. Jimaru coughed up a mouthful of blood, his injuries not too severe. The Akimichi clan's famed resilience held strong. Yet, confusion clouded Jimaru's face. Rasengan, isn't that Minato's jutsu? So, it was a summoning after all. No wonder Lord Raza didn't bring back the One-Tails Jinchuriki, Orochimaru remarked, looking up at Raza, who stood atop his golden sand. But, Lord Raza, could you explain, what's with that Rasengan? Orochimaru, of course, knew the Rasengan. But as he recalled, the Rasengan itself couldn't be thrown. Yet this fox had spat 1/4 from its mouth, much like a weakened version of the tailed beast ball. No comment. Raza would later recall. On that day, with both hands tucked into his pockets, he stood atop drifting golden sand clouds, looking down at Orochimaru, one of the legendary three, with a composed face that hid his inner shock. Rasengan? A summoning beast that can use ninjutsu? He had never imagined that, apart from those two top-tier powerhouses, there would be another summoning beast of such overwhelming might. With just a single strike, it could grievously wound an elite jonin. Given the sheer power of its body, this level of destruction likely surpassed even most near-Kage-level shinobi. It seems I can't afford to hold back anymore. Manda, come forth. Summoning beasts aren't invincible. As long as 3 elite jonin work together, they can definitely trap a giant summoning beast. But the Sand Shinobi would never give Konoha that kind of opportunity. Orochimaru, this time I want 100. Out of the swirling smoke, Manda's voice rang out, brimming with arrogance. Orochimaru let out a light chuckle. As long as you defeat that fox from the land of wind, every single one of those 1,000 on the other side is yours. Though Manda wasn't skilled in powerful ninjutsu, his tough hide and agile body made him more than a match for Maki's summoned beast. Think you'll get away that easily? Not if I can help it. Raza stepped in front of Manda's massive form, blocking his path. Out of my way! Manda roared in fury. If the gold dust swirling around hadn't interfered with his digestion, he would have swallowed this human whole by now. Let's see if you're still so arrogant in a moment. Summoning jutsu. Raza's chakra far surpassed Maki's. While Maki could never summon the sand fox, Raza could. Scorpion Sage, I'll need you to hold off this snake. Sensing reinforcements, Raza promptly slipped past Manda and appeared directly before Orochimaru. An enemy from Ryukido. The Scorpion Sage was much smaller than Manda, yet Manda could sense an energy within it, one that was very similar to what radiated from Tanishin Shinki and the other two. Damn you, Orochimaru. Just what kind of enemies have you provoked this time? Manda was arrogant, but he wasn't a fool. He could feel that the natural energy swirling within the Scorpion was something only Tanishin Shinki, Ichikishimaheim, and Tajutsuheim could rival. He himself was nowhere near that level. You owe me 100 sacrifices this time. I'll come to collect next time. With a hiss, the Scorpion's venomous tail shot toward him, but Manda had no intention of risking a direct clash. He had no desire to test whether his scales were tougher than the Scorpion's stinger. With a furious bellow toward Orochimaru, Manda spun around and decisively retreated to Ryukido. What a bore. The Scorpion Sage turned unhurriedly and began making its way toward Maki. It seems the sand really has found some formidable help. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. Manda ran away? The very same Manda who, in the past, had never flinched even in the face of the mighty salamander. Now, turning and fleeing? How can we ever compare to the power of your Konoha? The 3 great summoning sanctuaries, recognized by the world, are all connected to Konoha in some way. Raza's face also showed a look of astonishment. Of course, he was well aware of Manda's reputation. Always arrogant, and even Orochimaru himself could never fully control it. What he hadn't expected was that Manda would choose to retreat without even putting up a fight. That was completely out of character for the Great Serpent. Lord Raza, if I'm not mistaken, that fox just now must be a summoning beast nurtured by Master Funfu, isn't it? With Manda gone, and that white fox on the battlefield now being held in check by several Konoha shinobi, Orochimaru understood clearly that the outcome of this battle was already decided. If Scorpion were to join the fray, Konoha would likely suffer a devastating blow. Before long, Danzo would surely order a retreat, so Orochimaru saw no need to waste more chakra here sparring with Raza. However, the White Fox's Rasengan had piqued Orochimaru's curiosity. A ninjutsu modeled after the tailed beast ball could only be created by someone with deep insight into the beasts, like Minato Namikaze, for example. Thus, Orochimaru speculated that this summoning beast must have been cultivated by Tsunegakir's Jinchuriki, and was now being used by the Sand for war. Calm yourself, Orochimaru. What do you think is the true meaning of being a shinobi? Raza let out a cold chuckle. He would never be foolish enough to let such secrets slip. Hey, White Fox, kid, are these shinobi your only enemies? Scorpion swept his massive pincers, forcing back the Konoha shinobi who had been attacking the White Fox. Master Scorpion, please, we need your help. Maki's face lit up with joy at the sight of Scorpion. The White Fox was certainly powerful, but could only hold off Konoha's elite squads for a while. Scorpion was different. He was a true Kaga-level summoning beast, one who had mastered the energy of nature itself. Kid, have your people fall back. If he wanted to finish this quickly and not get caught up in human sealing jutsu, he needed to unleash his strongest technique. Scorpion decided to spread his toxins across a wide area. That was the most efficient way to fight. Fall back. All squads retreat immediately. Maki wasted no time, barking orders for the encirclement to break off. Poison. It had to be poison. When the Sand Fox had introduced Scorpion, he had mentioned that poison was Scorpion's greatest strength. Taste the deadliest venom the desert has to offer. Hurry, take your antidote pills. The enmity between Konoha and Tsunagakure had lasted for years. Back in the Second Great Ninja War, Tsunade had developed special antidote pills to counter Tsunagakure's poisons. Even Shio's most lethal concoctions could be held at bay for a while, keeping shinobi's minds clear and resisting the toxin's effects. Don't be ridiculous. The desert's most potent poison isn't something ordinary antidotes can counter so easily. Scorpion's tail darted nimbly across the battlefield, and wherever it passed, a thick, purple venomous mist began to spread. The ninjas who came into contact with the purple poisonous mist soon felt their strength drain away, and one after another, they collapsed to the ground, completely unable to move. If Lord Shukaku hadn't said you were still useful, I wouldn't have just poisoned you so simply. The Scorpion of the Red Sands' eyes darted about restlessly. He truly couldn't fathom what use these weak humans could possibly have. How could this be? The antidote pill isn't working. Lord Jirobo, it's no use. We can only resist with chakra, but we won't be able to hold out for long, Akimichi Jirobo said in a defeated tone. Defeated. Utterly and completely defeated. If only Lady Tsunade were here. Maybe then there'd still be a glimmer of hope. Jirobo couldn't help but think of Tsunade. But ever since the Second Great War, Tsunade had left the Hidden Leaf. As a member of the Ino Shikacho trio, Jirobo was privy to certain secrets, like the death of Senjin Owaki, in which the elders of Konoha and some from the Uchiha clan had played their part. After Uzumaki Mito's passing, all manner of demons and monsters dared to come out of the shadows to know Owaki's whereabouts, and to kill him even under Orochimaru's protection, it could only have been an inside job. Back then, for Tsunade to leave behind antidote pills and medical ninjutsu was more than anyone could have asked for. Capture them. At that moment, Baki approached cautiously, bringing his men with him. Be careful. They may be down, but they're still conscious and can still use chakra, the Scorpion of the Red Sand reminded them. The poison he used only sapped their strength. Some ninja, with particularly strong constitutions, could still muster enough chakra to cast jutsu. Hidden Leaf Village. News from the Land of Rivers. Looks like Danzo has already driven the sand out. Watching a falcon soar toward the intelligence division through the window, Hiruzen Tsurutobi turned his gaze back to the crystal ball. As Hokage, he had to constantly monitor the situation in the village. There was no room for complacency. Yet, bang! Koharu, Hamura, what brings you here? Hiruzen looked in surprise at the two who'd just burst into the Hokage's office, but still calmly put the crystal ball away. The house is practically on fire, and you're still playing around with your little toys. Koharu Udatane squinted at him. This old classmate of hers, getting older, but still as mischievous as ever. He wasn't even afraid of getting in trouble at home. Hiruzen, you've grown complacent, Hamura Mitokado said sternly. The last time we were ambushed by a Wagakure, it was because you were spying with that ball of yours, which led to a strategic blunder. Now, just like Danzo said, you've lost your edge. Thinking of what Danzo had written in his letter, Hamura couldn't help but sigh. Hiruzen was dumbfounded. Hold on. What are you talking about? What exactly happened? Why can't I understand a word you're saying? It was true that the Iwagakure incident had been his mistake, but hadn't they already discussed it at length before? There's news from the Land of Rivers. Our ninja have been poisoned by Tsunagakure's toxins and are now completely powerless. They've already been captured by Tsunagakure. Mitokado Hamura let out a sigh. Danzo mentioned in his letter that Tsunagakure somehow found new summoned beasts whose venom is even more potent than that of the salamander. Even Tsunade's antidote pills can't neutralize the poison. Although this toxin isn't fatal, the ninja are left utterly weak. They can't form hand signs, let alone fight. Clearly, the two of them had come to the Hokage's office after thorough preparation. Mitokado Hamura and Koharu Udatane, though often accused of clinging to power, were still deeply concerned for Konoha in their prime. What? The Land of Rivers lost the battle? Hiruzen Tsurutobi clenched his fists tightly. This news was a complete shock. Of the 4 major battlefronts, the Sunagakure front was the one he was most confident about, since Sunagakure's top fighters were only on par with Hanzo of the Salamander. And he had sent his most gifted disciple, Orochimaru, along with his steadfast friend, Danzo Shimura. On top of that, Tsunade's antidotes had supposedly rendered Sunagakure's main weapon, their poisons, useless. This battle should have been a sure win. How could they have lost? Wait, did you say summon beasts? Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression froze for a moment. That's right, a desert scorpion and a sand fox. What is it, Hiruzen? If you knew about them, why didn't you warn Danzo and Orochimaru? Danzo even blamed your ANBU's intelligence failures for this defeat. Kohru Udatane pressed him sharply. Compared to Hiruzen, who spent his days using the excuse of protecting Konoha to peep at the women's bathhouse, Danzo was still at the front lines. Seeking merit, Hamura was working hard to secure funding from the feudal lord, and Koharu herself was still contributing in Konoha's medical department. And now this. Hiruzen Sarutobi had known about Sunagakure's summoned beasts, yet he kept it to himself. He exhaled slowly, the smoke trailing through the room. Koharu calmed down for a moment. He took a long drag on his pipe, recalling the past. This goes back a few years. During the Second Great Ninja War, there was a time when I couldn't summon Enma. Later, Enma told me it was because he'd attended a summit between 2 summoning clans. One was the Sand Fox clan from the Grey Sands, the other was the Poison Scorpion clan from the Sand Caves. At the time, I didn't give it much thought. Grey Sands, Sand Caves? With names like those, he'd assumed their combat prowess was nothing to write home about. Enma, come forth. Because he hadn't paid attention, the details slipped past him. My old friend, what's the matter? It's like this. Hiruzen Sarutobi explained the situation. About this, Hiruzen, if you ask me, you really need to reflect on your actions. The Monkey King furrowed his brow. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a bitter laugh. The Monkey King could say no more, so he explained, the Land of Wind is vast, and there's no shortage of summoning beasts there. Among them, these 2 clans are the most outstanding. When I attended the emergence ceremony for those 2 clans, it was actually more of a coming-of-age ceremony for their younger generation. The strength of those 2 youngsters had already surpassed the youth of my own clan, and both clans have mastered the use of natural energy. In terms of sheer destructive power, they are every bit my equal. The Monkey King, despite his invulnerable body, mastery of ninjutsu, and formidable strength, simply could not match the destructive force of Manda or Gamabunta. However, though his raw destructive power was less, his overall strength surpassed Manda's, and he was of even greater help to ninjas. In the absence of the sages from the holy summoning grounds, he was more than worthy of being called the strongest summoning beast, just as Orochimaru had said. What's more, the leaders of their clans are every bit as powerful as you. They possess a complete inheritance of sage techniques. It won't be long before they become beings second only to the 3 great summoning sanctuaries. The Monkey King gave a wry smile. If only the inheritance of his own monkey clan had not been broken, then they too would have held such a status. But a summoning sanctuary that has mastered natural energy is in a completely different league from one that has not. A few hundred years from now, perhaps even a random youngster from their clan will far surpass him. So that's how it is, old friend. I made a terrible mistake. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but take a drag from his pipe. Because he hadn't paid attention in the past, it had now led to defeat on the battlefield. Every nation has its own trump cards. Kumogakure is both powerful and mysterious. As for Konoha, it's hard to say for now, but Kirigakure certainly has many summoning beasts. The sea is their domain. Iwagakure may have fewer, but their demolition squad's destructive power is on par with that of giant summoning beasts. The Land of Wind is the largest country in the shinobi world. Even there, not every corner can be explored. It's only natural that mysterious inheritances might exist. They actually signed a summoning contract with Sunagakure? How odd. The Monkey King muttered, scratching the back of his head. A clan with power comparable to a sanctuary should be seeking a fated partner. So why did both clans sign contracts with Sunagakure? Truly strange. But if possible, it's best not to become mortal enemies with them. Mount Mayaboku seems to treat them as equals. The Monkey King offered a word of caution. The summoning sanctuaries don't always protect their own unconditionally. Fights will break out when they must, but if you make an unforgivable enemy, things get ugly. Every summoning beast territory is rife with conflict, but in the end, who doesn't have a few friends? Summoned beasts are unlike humans. For them to survive, they must press forward with unwavering determination. Otherwise, if humans ever decide to unite against them, not a single clan of summoned beasts could withstand the onslaught. Old friend, let's leave these matters for later. Right now, The situation is, Hiruzen Sarutobi understood the plight of the summoned beasts all too well, yet at this moment, his concern was focused elsewhere. Was there an antidote? At present, several hundred ninja in Konoha have been poisoned by the scorpion's venom. Enough, don't overthink it. There's no way I would reveal the secret to my indestructible body to anyone else. And the other side wouldn't either. Enma waved his hand dismissively. To probe into the secrets of another clan? That's their unique power. How do they possibly share it? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. All right, Hiruzen replied, his mind clearly elsewhere. It seemed there was no choice but to seek out Tsunade. Uchiha, Danzo, you really do know how to make trouble for me. The death of Nawaki Senju had drawn in forces from all sides. No one wanted to see the Senju clan produce another Hokage. After Mito Uzumaki's death, the young Tsunade, though already a formidable presence, could not support the Senju clan alone. Because he hadn't noticed this, it eventually led to Tsunade's departure. Of course, the Senju clan hadn't vanished completely. Only a few distant relatives remained, having chosen to withdraw from the world entirely. Unlike the Uchiha, who possessed the Sharingan and could grow stronger through emotional shocks, like that top student who awakened his single tomo in a fit of rage, the Senju had no such advantage. Aside from their naturally larger reserves of chakra, there was nothing particularly extraordinary about them. As for wood release, only Hashirama Senju had ever truly mastered that power. The Senju could stand as mortal enemies to the Uchiha thanks to their endless array of ninja techniques, pitting their countless secret arts against the Uchiha's might. But with Hashirama's rise, hope for the clan, and for all of Konoha, was pinned on wood release. In the end, this led to the decline of the Senju's main family. As for the others, few among the branch families ever managed to learn the secret techniques, each one carefully sealed away in the Scroll of Seals, and so now, there were barely any Senju ninja left. The Senju kept a low profile, and with Tsunade away, no one paid much attention to the few remaining branches of the clan. Hiruzen, what should we do now? Should we bring Tsunade back? After Enma's explanation, Kohori Udatane understood the situation at last. But understanding it didn't mean the ninja at the front lines could simply be saved. At this point, they had only two options: call Tsunade back to develop an antidote, or seek peace with Sunagekure. No, there's no time, said the third Hokage, frowning as he scanned the intelligence report in his hand. Elite Jonin, Jiraiya's disciple, and Minato Namikaze's classmate, Chozo Akimichi, was struck through the heart by the sand-summoned beast, the One-Tail, as he covered his teammates' retreat. Now, aside from Orochimaru, the only people still able to move were Danzo and a handful of root ninjas. Although the sand had them surrounded, they hadn't gone in for the kill. Instead, under the interrogation of the Sanzanbu, they managed to extract some ninjutsu techniques. For the time being, the Leaf couldn't spare any more ninjas to reinforce the front lines, and no one knew how long it would take Tsunade to develop an antidote. Even if they could send more people to fight to the death, those 1,000-odd ninjas at the front would likely be slaughtered by the sand. The fate of the others didn't seem to trouble Hiruzen Sarutobi, but when it came to his close friend who had stood beside him to protect the Leaf, Shimura Danzo, he simply couldn't ignore it. So what now? Are we supposed to accept the Sand's terms for peace? Hamura Mitokado asked. Along with the news of defeat from the front lines, the Sand's conditions for peace and alliance had also arrived. They wanted the Leaf to hand over its outpost in the Land of Rivers, grant the Sand priority on missions there, and then form an alliance to jointly fight against the Stone. Naturally, war reparations were also a non-negotiable demand. If the Leaf agreed, the Sand would let their captured ninjas go and give them the antidote. The Land of Rivers isn't some small country. If we give up the missions there, our losses will be significant, Hamura said, his voice tinged with regret. The Land of Rivers didn't have any powerful ninjas, unlike the lands of rain, grass, or waterfall, so missions there were plentiful. At this point, that's the least of our worries. Missions in a Land of Rivers have always been divided among us, the Sand and the Stone. Losing some of them isn't the end of the world. Without Shimura Danzo to argue, the third Hokage made his decision swiftly. He'd already planned out what needed to be done after the Third Great War. All he wanted now was to hand the Hokage's mantle over to the next generation in peace, without adding any more stains to his record. If they kept fighting the Sand, he'd have no choice but to call in Jiraiya and Tsunade for reinforcements. But if he did that, the other fronts would be dangerously stretched. Maybe they could defeat the Sand, but on other fronts, especially against the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water, the situation would become dire. According to spies, the Mist were already making moves, preparing to launch an attack against the Leaf. Right now, he'd only suffered minor setbacks in the north because of his own carelessness, but things were still under control. If he gambled and lost, The perfect image he'd built for himself over the years would be utterly ruined. Still, we have to find Tsunade. The antidote must be developed. As for the peace talks, let Orochimaru handle them entirely. As for alliances, Hiruzen Sarutobi harbored not a shred of trust. After all, it was because of an alliance that the second Hokage had lost his life. Let's put aside the First Great War for now. In the years that followed, nations formed alliances, but treaties were just scraps of paper, torn up whenever it suited their interests. With Konoha occupying the fertile lands of the Land of Fire, it was inevitable that other nations would constantly attack them, especially the Land of Wind, with its harsh and unforgiving environment. The current alliance is nothing more than a temporary truce. Both sides are free from direct conflict for the moment, and they just happen to share a common enemy. Shouldn't we at least discuss this with the other clans? Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head. During the Warring States period, the Hyuga clan was indeed formidable. The main family led the charge in a battle year after year, nurturing one genius after another. But now, things are different. The Hyuga live within the safety of Konoha, under its protection. The main family abandoned their tradition of fighting alongside the branch family. Instead, the branch family now risks their lives in there. While the main family no longer participates in battle. As a result, the main family no longer produces the elite shinobi of the past. This shift has allowed the branch family to catch up and even surpass the main family in strength. The strongest member of the main family, Hayashi Hyuga, is merely an elite jonin. His skills are impressive, but even he can only fight his brother Hisashi, who lacks access to the clan's secret techniques, to a standstill. If it weren't for the caged bird seal, the branch family would have overthrown the main family long ago, relegating them to the pages of history. That's the reality of the Hyuga today. The main family, holding the clan's most powerful secret techniques, can't even defeat the branch family, who have none. The so-called strongest in Konoha? If it weren't for the higher-ups suppressing the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga wouldn't even be in the running for that title. Not to mention the Sarutobi family, quietly building their strength in the shadows. Even the Akimichi clan, with Choza Akimichi's prowess, could defeat the Hyuga's best. If the Ino Shikacho trio joined forces, the Hyuga would be finished, unless they used the secret techniques passed down by their ancestors from the Warring States era. With only a handful of elite jonin and branch members lacking the clan's special jutsu, they wouldn't stand a chance. If you don't teach the secret techniques, and you don't let the branch family's geniuses learn them, what do you expect? The branch family isn't made up of outsiders. Once rivaling the Uchiha in power, the Hyuga have fallen to this sorry state, all for the sake of a peaceful life. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but sigh at their decline. It's not that he doesn't want to strengthen the Hyuga, to raise them to a level where they could match the Uchiha. That would certainly take a burden off his shoulders regarding the Uchiha problem. After all, the Uchiha are still Konoha's people, and when trouble arises, they're not afraid to rise to the occasion. But the Hyuga are hopeless. Whenever the main family steps outside, they blunder about, giving reckless orders that end up costing the branch family several jonin, and even got one of their own killed by the hidden mist, losing a Byakugan in the process. Now, these useless main family members do nothing but lord over their own house, relying on the caged bird seal to maintain their authority. Of course, the ones who suffered the most were the families of those several elite jonin. After all, everything was blamed on the branch family. The main family was always deemed infallible. Now, each family of those fallen jonin lived every day under the torment of the caged bird. Even Danzo, a man whose heart was shrouded in darkness, felt that the Hyuga main family had outlived its usefulness. Branding every last member with the caged bird seal, perhaps that was the Hyuga's true fate. But in the end, it was an internal matter for the Hyuga clan. Outsiders had no business interfering. If they did get involved, things would only grow more complicated. The Hyuga might lack top-tier fighters, but when it came to Chunin and Jinin, their numbers were overwhelming. Every Hyuga awakened their Byakugan, and once they did, a bit of training was all it took to become a ninja. With just a little more effort, they could reach the level of Chunin. The sheer number of Hyuga Chunin and Jinin easily surpassed that of any other family in the Leaf. Even the Sarutobi clan, which Hiruzen had quietly built up for decades, couldn't compare in this regard. This was precisely where the strength of the Hyuga lay. The branch family fell in battle at a higher rate, while the main family lived lives of luxury, never lifting a finger. If they didn't let the branch family produce more heirs, wouldn't the main family have to start doing everything themselves one day? Koharu and Hamura considered this, and had to agree. Aside from the ANBU, the Hyuga were the most compliant clan in the village. Their power ranked above average among the families, but they lacked true fighting spirit. Even the Ino Shikicho trio, loyal to the Hokage's faction, had never been this obedient. At least when it came to Jonin council votes, if they disagreed, they would simply abstain. Well then, Hiruzen, we'll leave this to you. The two of them came and left in haste. Now that peace talks were on the table, they had nothing more to say. The Sand's demands were clear, and Danzo, ever determined to see the leaf prosper, would fight tooth and nail for every advantage. Danzo, can't let you stir up trouble again. This matter is best left to Orochimaru. Hiruzen gazed in the direction of the land of rivers. Danzo was always forceful, and if he were incapacitated, the peace talks would proceed smoothly. But as things stood, Danzo was unharmed, and with his skills, escaping an ambush would be all too easy. He was sure to scheme in the shadows, working to sabotage the negotiations. Still, Hiruzen didn't feel the Sand's demands were excessive, and he didn't want Danzo interfering. Danzo, my old friend, the leaf truly has no one else left to send. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Now, save for the Hyuga, all the other clan heads or their heirs had already gone to war. If the families were pushed any further, the backlash could be fierce. Hiruzen let out a heavy sigh. The leaf's strength came from its clans, and so did its weakness. With so many clans, so many bloodlines, and secret jutsu, power naturally followed. However, it is precisely because there are so many clans that every ninja's first loyalty is always to their own family, and only after that to Konoha. This means that Konoha can never truly unite its strength as one. Otherwise, defeating Sunagakure would be a trivial matter. Hiruzen Sarutobi desperately wants to change this situation, which is why he puts so much effort into training ninjas from civilian backgrounds. Yet, the truth is, deep down, he too prioritizes his own clan. Now, the Sarutobi clan boasts the largest number of ninjas among all of Konoha's families. Though he acts with great secrecy, and the other clans aren't fully aware of the details, everyone knows, one way or another, that Hiruzen Sarutobi is subtly channeling resources toward his own kin. If even the Hokage cannot rise above clan loyalty, there's little hope for anyone else. Land of Rivers. A letter from Sensei has arrived. What does Hiruzen say? Has he finally sent reinforcements? Danzo's face was tense. Trapped in the camp by the sand hidden these past days, he felt like a caged animal, his anger barely contained. Yet fleeing now would ruin his chances for the Hokage's seat in the future. He had no choice but to stay put. No, Sensei wants me to negotiate a truce with the enemy. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, a chill emanating from him, cold and unsettling. So, the decision has been made. Orochimaru understood. By making him the negotiator, the Hokage was moving him away from any claim to leadership. Not that he minded. He'd never cared for the Hokage's seat. But to be cast as a scapegoat, a fool taking the fall for Danzo, was a role he found intolerable. How soft-hearted. Danzo slammed his palm on the table and stormed out of the tent. TCH, what's the point of telling me all this? Orochimaru shook his head with a helpless sigh. Sensei was clearly set on making peace. Danzo might put on a tough front, but Orochimaru knew better. Danzo valued his own life above all else. Despite his reputation as the foremost wind user among the Kage-level shinobi, when facing Chiyo, he didn't even attempt a one-on-one fight. Instead, he let the root operatives take the lead while he assisted from the sidelines. Danzo's bluster was nothing more than a shield, a way to dodge responsibility for a potential defeat. Sensei, oh Sensei, is Danzo really that important to you? Orochimaru couldn't understand. Sunagakure was the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages, so Danzo was sent here to rack up some easy achievements. To play it safe, every major clan except the Uchiha had dispatched their best ninjas, and even with Konoha stretched thin, Orochimaru was assigned as Danzo's right hand. But that left the village vulnerable. When Iwagakure mounted a surprise attack, Konoha suffered devastating losses. Even with Minato Namikaze and his Flying Thunder God arriving to aid them, it was already too late. All of this, it seemed, was done for Danzo's sake. Could it be, Sensei, that you truly feel guilty for all the burdens Danzo has borne for you? Orochimaru mused, puzzled. The peace negotiations between the two sides were straightforward. Danzo did not participate. The third Hokage entrusted everything to Orochimaru. The most important point was that the terms from Sunagakure were not harsh, and the third Hokage had only one condition: that Sunagakure must publicly declare the peace was reached because both villages now shared a common enemy, Iwagakure. For Konoha, the missions in the Land of Rivers were not a big deal. As long as they could repel Iwagakure and Kumogakure, Konoha would remain the dominant force in the ninja world. Other nations would also prioritize giving their missions to Konoha. What's more, Konoha was facing off against all 4 major ninja villages. Their shortage of ninja was understandable, and everyone else could see that. As Tsunagekyu's representative, Raza carefully considered the terms and agreed to Konoha's condition. For Tsunagekure, even though their strength had grown, there was still a significant gap compared to Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Their victory over Konoha had only been possible because they caught them off guard. If Konoha had been prepared or had concentrated its forces, Tsunagekure would never have stood a chance. At this point, Tsunagekure simply didn't have the strength to become the most powerful village in the ninja world. Rather than drawing the attention of the entire world, it was better to let Konoha remain in the spotlight, bearing the brunt of the other villages' pressure, quietly building their strength behind the scenes. That was the wisest path. Of course, the most decisive factor was that Inoki of Iwagakure had mobilized 10,000 ninja to launch a surprise attack against Kumogakure, with a third Raikage covering their retreat. According to Tsunagekure's analysis, the battlefield between Kumogakure and Konoha would soon end in Konoha's favor. If even Kumogakure, second only to Konoha in strength, was about to lose, then what about Raza? As a newly minted Kage, leading the weakest of the major villages to a draw with Konoha, did he really lack prestige, or what? Why did Pakura have such high prestige? It was simply because, throughout the great ninja wars, Tsunagekure had never truly won a battle, while Pakura's victory over Kirigakure had unquestionably elevated Tsunagekure's standing. There was a real chance that Tsunagekure might climb from dead last to second to last among the great villages. Of course that was unlikely in practice. After all, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and their Jinchuriki hadn't even entered the fight yet. But as Raza saw it, when it came to handling those small fry, he could do it himself. Now at least, they had managed to fight Konoha to a standstill. For the weakest village to hold its own against the strongest in the ninja world, that was a far greater achievement than merely defeating the second weakest. Well then, can we have the antidote now? Near Konoha's border with the Land of Rivers, the two sides exchanged their final farewells. Danzo had already left the Land of Rivers and returned to Konoha, but Orochimaru couldn't just walk away from this mess. With over 1,000 ninja involved, regaining their strength as soon as possible was crucial. Don't worry, we still have a common enemy ahead of us. The stronger our allies, the better our chances. Raza nodded in agreement. In fact, the Scorpion of Poison had already told him that his poison would only last for 3 months. However, the toxin would vanish suddenly rather than gradually fading away. That was why the medical Nin of Konoha hadn't noticed anything unusual, and Raza had no need to worry that, once the enemy acquired the antidote, they would be able to easily replicate it. After all, there would be no further use for it in the future. For now, there would be no additional conflicts between Tsunagekure and Konoha. Even Chiyo. At first, among Tsunagekure's terms for peace, Chiyo insisted on a life-or-death duel with the White Fang of Konoha. It wasn't until then, when she learned the truth about Konoha, that Chiyo discovered the White Fang had already taken his own life. For a fleeting moment, she was lost in confusion, but when Raza explained that Tsunagekure's resurgence needed Elder Chiyo's guidance, she quickly regained her composure. After all, Chiyo had poured so much of her heart and soul into the village hidden in the sand. No one would want to see their own village continue to decline. What's more, by now, only she and Bunpuku knew the secrets of Tsunagekure's past. Even Ebizo hadn't been privy to those things in those days. Well then, let's hope we'll have further opportunities for collaboration, Orochimaru said, shaking Raza's hand. It would be wonderful if you could spare me some of Scorpion's blood or flesh. In passing, Orochimaru muttered quietly under his breath. There are thousands upon thousands of beast clans in the world, but only a few dozen truly powerful summoning beasts. Now, out of nowhere, 2 of them had appeared, right here in the Wind Country, in a desert no human had ever fully explored. It would be a lie to say he wasn't intrigued. If a small shinobi village managed to secure the territory of such a summoning beast, so long as they didn't meddle in the affairs of the 5 great shinobi villages, they could easily become a dominant regional power. I have no objection to that, but the question is, do you dare reach out for it, Orochimaru? Raza fixed Orochimaru with a deep, searching look. He'd heard that Orochimaru, a gifted civilian from Konoha, had achieved Kage-level strength at a young age and had distinguished himself with countless feats in the Second Great Ninja War. Whatever he'd imagined, he'd always pictured Orochimaru as a bright, handsome young man, never expecting that, in just a few short years, he would have transformed into this scientist who radiated an unsettling, icy aura. Hith hith hith. Orochimaru let out a mysterious chuckle. Only after the medical Nin confirmed the antidote's effectiveness and every Konoha shinobi had recovered, did Orochimaru speak again. I trust, Raza, that you won't go back on your word. He could never get his hands on the blood or flesh of the 3 great goddesses of Ryukido. He hardly ever caught sight of the 2 little toad sages. Of Mount Myaboku, much less got a chance. As for the slug of Shikatsu Forest, there was only ever the one true body. The rest were all split forms. The slug sage of strength was simply beyond his reach. But the scorpion of poison now, claiming to be an immortal. And immortals, as everyone knows, are famed for their long lifespans. If he could study one, it would surely help him make a major breakthrough on his own path to longevity. What exactly is Orochimaru up to? Could he really have the nerve to provoke an entire clan of summoned beasts? Watching the Konoha ninja retreat into the distance, Raza, lacking a scientific mindset, could not begin to fathom what was going through Orochimaru's mind. Or could it be that Orochimaru is actually preparing to help Tsunade develop an antidote? By studying the body of the scorpion sage, perhaps he hopes to create a cure for all poisons. Forget it. It's not worth worrying about now. When the time comes, I'll deal with it. For now, it's time to return to the village and get ready for the next battle. Raza came up with what seemed like a reasonable explanation, though he doubted Orochimaru would ever be able to discover the location of the sand cavern. After all, the sand cavern was obviously hidden within the Land of Wind. If Konoha sent a large force into the Land of Wind and Tsunade didn't stop them, then something would truly be wrong. Letting others trample all over their territory? Raza certainly didn't believe he had the same forbearance as the third Hokage. Maki, let's go. Tell everyone to pack up and head back to the village. After a few days of rest, we've got more missions to tackle. Calling out to his young assistant, Raza hummed a little tune, already thinking of home. Lord Raza, what's got you so flustered? Fresh off his victory over Konoha, Raza was in high spirits and didn't pay much mind to the messenger's urgency. What bad news could there possibly be now? Surely Iwagakure wouldn't intensify their assault on the Land of Wind when they're already stretched thin dealing with Kumogakure, right? Who's lost their mind? Anoki, or am I just out of touch? Yitsong, word from the village. While supporting Elder Chiyo, Elder Yitsong was ambushed by Iwa's demolition squad. And there's nothing left of her. Not even a trace. What? That's impossible. Yitsong's strength was second to none beneath the Kage. Ordinary Jonin, or someone like Maki, not yet an elite Jonin, wouldn't last long against her. She could defeat them in the blink of an eye. How could Yitsong fall so easily? With her strength, she should have been able to summon. Raza fell silent mid-sentence. Maki, go fetch the letter I received this morning now. Suddenly, something clicked in Raza's mind. Before the peace talks, he'd received a letter, a personal one, so he hadn't paid it much attention, figuring he'd look at it after driving Konoha's ninja out of the river country. He'd assumed it was probably about Karura's approaching due date. But now, yes, Lord Raza. After hearing the news from the village, Maki couldn't help but let his mind race. He thought immediately of that one thing. The struggle for the fourth Kazekage. Because Yetsong had repeatedly defeated the hidden mist village, his prestige within the village had already surpassed Raza's. However, among the senior leadership of the Sand Village, Yetsong's reputation was far from good. He was known for his fierce hatred of evil, his fiery temper, and his intolerance for even the slightest hint of corruption. Those higher-ups were just like those in Konoha. None of them had truly clean hands. If Yetsong ever became Kazekage, there would definitely be a few among the leadership, those with the most serious offenses, whom he would immediately bring to justice. Raza, on the other hand, was different. Raza was mild-mannered. Though he shared Yetsong's devotion to the village, his approach was much more diplomatic and smooth. Now that Yetsong was in trouble, it was almost certain that these higher-ups couldn't sit still. They wanted to get rid of Yetsong ahead of time, to eliminate him from the list of candidates for Kazekage. A letter. It's a letter from Master Dingshi. What exactly does it say? Maki soon found the letter that Raza had left on the table. Still, he managed to suppress his curiosity and didn't open it. Sometimes, knowing too much is not a good thing. It's better to let Senior Raza worry about matters like this. With my strength, I'm simply not qualified to get involved right now. Thinking about the situation among the higher-ups, Maki quickly pushed aside his curiosity and brought the letter to Raza. Raza's hands trembled as he opened the letter. Just as he'd expected, Yetsong had fallen victim to the schemes of the leadership. He was ambushed by the hidden mist while completely off guard. Reading this news, Raza felt a cold, sinking chill pierce right through his heart. Had he heard this news back when there was no hope of defeating Konoha, he might even have felt delighted. With no one left to challenge him for the position of Kazekage, he could carry out his own plans for reforming the Sand Village and make it stronger. But now, damn it, I've already driven Konoha out of the Land of Rivers, my achievements have overshadowed Yetsong's, and my prestige is about to surpass his. I'm practically the Kazekage already, and you're still playing these tricks on me? A bloodline genius with the potential to become a Kage, and you just sold him out like that? Now, Raza finally understood. With a village in this state, forget being at the bottom of the 5 great ninja villages. He wouldn't be surprised if one day, Amigakure or Takigakure pushed them out of the ranks of the five altogether. Damn it, yet Song was right. There are some cancers that must be cut out. If not, Sam will end up just like Konoha, with fewer and fewer elite shinobi left in the village. As someone who commanded wide-range, troop-clearing ninjutsu with Kage-level strength, Raza understood all too well the importance of top-tier warriors. If he attacked Konoha's 1,000-plus ninja, just a few techniques would be enough to wipe out all their low and mid-rank shinobi. If Yetsong had survived, he would have possessed that same power. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. In the years following the Second Great Ninja War, the upper echelons of Sunagakure had rotted to their very core. Elder Raza, I heard from the White Fox that before I summoned it, the Sand Fox also went out for a while. Do you think could it be? It's unlikely. Maki's guess sounded feeble and powerless. Yitsong had been handed over to Kirigakure without any precautions. Given the way Kirigakure operated, they would surely seize the chance to strike Yitsong from behind while she was off guard, killing her in one blow, leaving no room for her to react. As for the Sand Fox being summoned, it was probably the mischievous work of that little tanuki back home. Sigh, Elder Yitsong. Maki couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh, just when Sunagakure was showing signs of a resurgence. And yet, at this very moment, although Maki was still only a jonin, he understood the situation in Sunagakure all too well. Among the slightly older generation, only Sasori of the Red Sand, Raza, and Yitsong were truly worthy of mention. In his own generation, Maki himself was the leading figure, yet he was a leader with no potential to reach Kage level. The others weren't even up to his standard. Now, with Sasori missing and Yitsong gone, Sunagakure's younger generation would have no one to rely on for years to come. Maki, don't dwell on it. For now, your only task is to keep getting stronger. If Maki could see this, Raza, whose mind was already set on leading the village, certainly understood it as well. A great shinobi village could never rely on just one person to shoulder every responsibility. Even the Uzumaki clan's chakra and shadow clones couldn't accomplish that. Before, when Maki only showed the potential of an elite jonin, Raza was still willing to nurture him. Now that the Sand Fox had acknowledged Maki, suggesting he had other talents, Raza was all the more determined. What Maki needed now was to raise his own strength. Even if he couldn't become Kage level, reaching Quasi-Kage would already be more than enough for Sunagakure. When the time came, with Maki acting openly and the secret disciple of Bunpuku working from the shadows, a presence known only to Sunagakure, they could fully support the village. Yes, Elder Raza. Don't worry. Once I become Kazekage, I will root out these toxic elements. Raza made up his mind. He was no longer the Raza who would let the upper echelons and Chio lead him around by the nose. On the way back to the village, a shadow flickered in Raza's heart. True, had he not defeated Konoha, he might have made the same choice himself. But in the end, he hadn't done it. At least, not yet. Since he hadn't, Raza inevitably felt resentment toward the likes of Dingshur and the other elders. Even if he wasn't Kazekage yet, for the leadership to make decisions behind his and Chio's backs, that was simply unacceptable. These people, ever since the death of the third Kazekage, have grown increasingly restless in their scramble for power. Their reach is so overextended that Raza suspects if he ever ascends to the Kazekage position, without the backing of his wife and others, he might end up nothing more than a puppet. News has already spread that Pakura fell victim to Iwagakure schemes and lost her life. The Sunagakure shinobi who followed Raza to victory over Konoha have grown arrogant, no longer taking any of the other ninja villages seriously, clamoring for Iwagakure to pay for their losses in blood. Yet Raza, citing exhaustion, has managed to keep them in check for now. However, Kimogakure, damn that Minato Namikaze. The future fourth Raikage, upon hearing the news that Sunagakure had defeated Konoha, simply couldn't believe it. Only after repeatedly verifying did he have to accept the truth. But the thought that Sunagakure, always the weakest among the 5 great shinobi villages, could topple Konoha while he himself lost to a mere rookie from Konoha, made him furious enough to smash his desk with a single punch. Oh yeah, bro, Konoha's lost. Does this mean we can hit back at Iwagakure? Killer Bee was just as upset. The famed AB combo had been bested by a blonde kid who looked like nothing but a fool. Still, Konoha's defeat at the hands of Sunagakure was good news for Kimogakure. After all, both he and B had been at a disadvantage in their battles against Konoha. Then, without warning, Inoki had led 10,000 shinobi in a surprise attack on Kimogakure. The third Raikage, determined to embody the will of fire and allow the new leaves to grow, made the fateful decision to cover the retreat alone. Although the Kimogakure shinobi ultimately broke through Iwagakure's encirclement, the third Raikage, renowned as the strongest spear and the strongest shield, fell at Iwagakura's hands. Thus, A and Killer Bee had no choice but to extricate themselves from Konoha's entanglements, return to Kumogakure to take charge of the situation, and incidentally, for A to succeed as the fourth Raikage and restore morale. Now that Konoha had suffered defeat on the Sunagakure front, they would certainly send reinforcements, giving Kumogakure the chance to propose a temporary truce and withdraw their forces. One village to deal with Sunagakure, the other to handle Iwagakure. No, we shouldn't act hastily, said A. Despite his imposing size and fiery temper, he was cunning to the core. It was true that Sunagakure had defeated Konoha, although Kumogakure's spies hadn't uncovered exactly how Sunagakure managed it. The details of the Sunagakure-Konoha peace negotiations in the Land of Rivers have been thoroughly documented. The Land of Water and the Land of Wind have already signed a pact. Now Kirigakure is stirring. Unlike Iwagakure, Konoha doesn't have the manpower to reinforce the front lines, so the odds of them accepting a truce are high. Naturally, it was unaware that the Sarutobi clan still had over 1,000 shinobi in reserve. Other clans might have fewer, but the difference wasn't dramatic. As far as they knew, among Konoha's great clans, only the Uchiha and Hyuga could muster over 100 shinobi apiece, while the rest, if pooled together, could barely field around 1,000. But once they were truly forced to stake everything, it would be a fight to the death. After all, Konoha was still the #1 shinobi village at present. If they went berserk, there wasn't a single village in the world that could withstand their counterattack. If Sunagakure makes peace with Konoha, they'll definitely turn their attention to Iwagakure right away. Big brother. Then wouldn't that be the perfect opportunity for us to join Sunagakure and attack Iwagakure together? Killer Bee sounded confused. Teaming up to attack Iwagakure. Such a golden opportunity. Are we really going to let slip by? The prerequisite to attacking Iwagakure is making sure Kumogakure is well protected. Aside deeply, if we're talking about grudges between the villages, the resentment between Konoha and Kumogakure is definitely the deepest. The current leaders of Konoha were all disciples of the second Hokage, who was killed by Kumogakure. On the other hand, the conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure was still confined to the Land of Rain and hadn't yet reached their homelands. I couldn't rule out the possibility that Konoha might pull out of the war with Iwagakure and turn their sights on them instead. The mist from the Land of Water was restless, but as of yet, they hadn't made a real move. If Kumogakure clashed with Konoha, there was no guarantee Kirigakure wouldn't seize the moment to get their share, increasing the pressure on them even more. This was the geographical disadvantage they faced. Kumogakure sat in the northeast corner of the shinobi world. To the southwest lay Konoha, to the west Iwagakure, and to the southeast Kirigakure. It was a position no better than Konoha's, truth be told. Iwagakure was similarly surrounded, but Sunagakure was simply too weak. Despite controlling the largest territory among the 5 great nations, they had the smallest population and the fewest shinobi. Iwagakure, Anoki, Pakura? Who killed Pakura, and why wasn't I informed? Pakura's name had already spread across the whole shinobi world thanks to the Mist Ninja. As the only wielder of the Scorch Release, Anoki was extremely envious. According to Iwagakure's secret records, the second Tsuchikage had developed a Kekki Toda, Dust Release. Yet, few knew that his research also mentioned another Kekki Toda, Scorch Release. However, in the second Tsuchikage's notes, Scorch Release was a fusion technique created by combining wind, fire, and lightning natures, a Kekki Toda born from their union. Because it was a fusion technique, it was extremely difficult to master. And since Iwagakure had very few lightning users, the technique was sealed away and forgotten. In those records, it was written that the power of Scorch Release might even surpass Dust Release. So when he heard that someone in Sunagakure had mastered Scorch Release, Anoki was nearly scared out of his wits. Fortunately, this version of Scorch Release was not quite a Kekki Toda, but rather a Kekki Genkai, a bloodline limit from the fusion of 2 chakra natures, much like Wood Release. Scorch Release is very powerful, but with only 2 types of techniques, it's still a bit weaker than Wood Release. Dust Release, on the other hand, is an even rarer form of jutsu than Wood Release. Of course, Wood Release is also extremely strong, but its fame is owed more to the presence of Hashirama Senju and his ability to suppress the tailed beasts. It was Hashirama Senju who made Wood Release famous, not the other way around. Without someone like Hashirama, who possessed the body of Sage and was the reincarnation of Azura's chakra, Wood Release could never have achieved such power. Naturally, Anoki was unaware of all this. All he knew was that Wood Release was strong, a consensus throughout the ninja world. That can't be right, Dad. We've been concentrating our forces against the 3rd Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village lately. All our other fronts have been pulled back. Forget about ambushing Yi Tsong. Even with our current troops, we probably couldn't even put up a fight against him, said Kitsuchi, his tone honest and straightforward. In terms of sheer numbers, Iwagakure's ninja force is the largest among the 5 great nations. This is because the population of the Land of Earth is concentrated in its more hospitable southern regions, which makes for a large, populous village. With a big population and a daimyo who is a loyal supporter of Inoki and has the foresight to recognize that ninja are the true strength of a nation, funding has never been an issue. So, their number of ninja kept growing. Contrast that with the Land of Wind, where people live only in the oases and water is scarce, so the population is naturally limited. As for Kirigakure, ever since the Third Mizukage's Bloody Mist policy, they've only crippled themselves. Cloud Village, just by virtue of its location, is so hard to reach that ordinary people can barely get there. Its population is hardly any larger than that of the Sand Village. As for Konoha, nobody's ever been able to pin down their exact numbers. There are just too many big clans. Still, the general consensus is that their numbers don't match Iwagakure's. Of course, Iwagakure may have the most ninja, but that doesn't mean after sending 10,000 of them to the front, there's still enough strength left to stir up trouble elsewhere, let alone take out someone like Itsong, one of the Sand's top-tier fighters. Can someone please tell me what is actually going on? Inoki couldn't hold back anymore. He jumped up and gave Kitsuchi a solid punch on the head. Did these people really not know anything at all? What he really wanted to know was who was out there dragging their name through the mud. Everyone silently lowered their heads. Ah, what a headache, Inoki sighed. One after another, not a single one of them could be relied upon. So stubborn and single-minded. If the village ever had to go on without him, could it really survive? They weren't even as good as those brutes from a cloud. Enough. Let's set that aside for now. What's the deal with the battle between the Sand and the Leaf? How did Sand actually come out on top? Inoki asked. No one could have predicted that the Sand would actually defeat the Leaf. As for the official story, that both sides fought to a draw, Inoki didn't believe a word of it. This is not yet the Konoha of a few years later, the one that, even after winning the war, would have to pay reparations to its enemies. Right now, Hiruzen Sarutobi is still at the height of his power, his ambition undimmed. If Konoha had truly only managed to tie with Sunagakure, there's no way they would have rushed to announce the truce so quickly. At this moment, Konoha is mired in the quagmire of war, desperate for a decisive victory to reaffirm its prestige, not to settle for a draw against Sunagakure, the weakest among the 5 great shinobi villages. I apologize, Lord Tsuchikage, Akatsuchi said, bowing his head. Originally, on the Konoha-Sunagakure front, Sunagakure was retreating step by step. Danzo had nearly driven them out of the Land of Rivers. But in the final battle, because Konoha had encircled Sunagakure, our people didn't dare get too close for fear of being discovered, so we couldn't investigate further. Now that they've lost Bakura and only have Raza left, how did Sunagakure manage to defeat Konoha? Don't tell me. He made his move? Is it possible that he's still alive? Orochimaru, Danzo. The trouble these two could cause was known throughout the shinobi world. Orochimaru's power was extraordinary. When he first entered the battlefield, even fighting alongside Tsunade and Jiraiya, he barely managed to draw. Against Hanzo of the Salamander, a foe even he could not take lightly. Now, after all these years, he is universally recognized as a Kage-level force. As for Danzo, he's a veteran among the shinobi. Having long served as Sarutobi's shadow, the world remembers only his schemes and machinations, forgetting his mastery of wind-release ninjutsu. If Sunagakure could handle these two, what about the Inoshikacho trio? Thanks to the renown of Minato Namikaze, information on Chozo Akimichi has long been sitting on Inoki's desk. With elite, Jonin-level strength, the Inoshikacho trio, fighting together, are on par with Kage-level powerhouses. With no Jinchuriki on the battlefield, Sunagakure simply can't field a third Kage-level fighter. Maybe Sunagakure is still hiding a trump card. After all, every hidden village keeps some aces up its sleeve, Akatsuchi said, unconcerned. After all, what's done is done. Speculation won't change anything now. Their focus should be on defending themselves against the coming retribution from Kimogakure. At the same time, they needed to withdraw from the Land of Wind as quickly as possible, lest they find themselves caught between the combined forces of Sunagakure and Kimogakure. Enough. Inoki swallowed his anger. Tell our people to pull back, avoid unnecessary conflicts as much as possible. And as for Sunagakure, withdraw from the Land of Wind and issue a statement. Make it clear that we weren't responsible for Pakura's death. Explain the situation. Who is it that's making me take the blame for all this? Inoki was deeply frustrated. He had assumed Sunagakure's Jinchuriki was already on the verge of death. That's why he'd made a probing attack into the Land of Wind. Now, All he could do was withdraw his troops and see how things played out. Because the news that Sunagakure had defeated Konoha and that Yakura had died reached his ears, Inoki decided to make Yakura's fate public. After all, their ninja's movements were clear and could withstand any investigation. He had no intention of taking the blame for this, nor would he allow the unseen puppeteers to profit from the shadows. Meanwhile, in Kirigakure, Yakura, is she really dead? The third Mizuki's face was clouded with doubt. All he knew was that he had sent over 100 ninjas to ambush Yakura. Dozens of them had died, and the rest had deserted, becoming rogue shinobi. If Yakura was truly dead, why would the others defect? It should be true. Perhaps it was Sunagakure's own backup plan, replied a youthful-looking boy with a round, childlike face, his tone respectful. Despite his baby face, he was already one of Kirigakure's elite jonin, Yagura Karatachi. Maybe so. Have the 7 ninja swordsmen set out yet? The third Mizuki still couldn't understand why Sunagakure was so determined to get rid of Yakura. But right now, his interest wasn't on Sunagakure. His mind was set on striking at Konoha. They've already departed. They should reach Konoha within days. A flicker of confusion passed through Yagura's eyes. At this time, he was not yet the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. The beast was being reserved as a secret weapon to wreak havoc in Konoha. Yet Yagura couldn't understand the third Mizuki's methods. Clearly, the village's own Jinchuriki could be unleashed directly on Konoha to cause chaos. Why go through the trouble of extracting the tailed beast and capturing a powerless little girl? The third Mizuki's explanations did nothing to settle the doubts in Yagura's mind. Furthermore, he deeply resented the bloody mist policy that had been enforced ever since the third Mizuki came to power. Now, with the Three Tails Jinchuriki already dead, Yagura planned to become the next Jinchuriki once the mission was complete. Then he would seize the position of Mizuki and transform the fate of Kirigakure. But Yagura could never have imagined that both the third Mizuki and his own future were nothing more than pieces on someone else's chessboard, manipulated from afar. A single announcement, coming swiftly after the stalemate between Sunagakure and Konoha, spread throughout the ninja world. The Wagakure made public their activities in the Land of Wind, firmly denying that Yakura's death was at their hands. Lord Raza, there's nothing we can do. Yakura's death can only be attributed to a Wagakure. Raza held the intelligence report in his hand, his expression bitter. Yakura was a hero to Sunagakure. If the ninjas learned she hadn't died at the hands of enemy shinobi, but rather by her own comrades, how could they possibly have the resolve to push a Wagakure back? If the higher-ups could betray Yakura today, what's to stop them from betraying anyone else tomorrow? Aside from the Chiyo clan and the Karura family, who controlled sand, the rest of Sunagakure's ninja clans were modest. In most families, a handful of shinobi could be counted, and whoever was the strongest jonin was the head. This was the reality of Sunagakure. There are no powerful ninja clans anymore, so the interests of the village come first for all shinobi. But if even someone like Yi Tsang can be betrayed, then aside from Chiyo and Karura, there's nothing those upper echelons wouldn't sell out. The rest of the people can only live in constant fear and unease. Senior Yi Tsang. Sunagakure immediately denied Iwagakure's denial, and the two sides started arguing back and forth, slinging words across the distance. After watching his own son be born, Raza stayed by Karura's side for a while, sharing her life, before preparing to set out for battle once again. Teacher Yi Tsang. One was just as heartbroken as Raza and Maki. Ninja missions are supposed to be secret, but before Yi Tsang even returned, the village had already leaked news of an upcoming negotiation with Kirigakure. And then, her teacher came back, and then left once more. Not long after that, word came that her teacher had died in action. Juan was still young, but with her mastery of the most complex sealing techniques, she had already guessed at some of the truth. Hey kid, there's news that concerns you. A little tanuki, picking at his nose, brought over a scroll and tossed it to the dazed Yi Tsang nearby. News about me? A flicker of struggle passed through Yi Tsang's otherwise lifeless eyes. She had never cared about why Shukaku was always so active in the shinobi world. Ever since learning the truth, her heart had died. If it hadn't been for Funfu's words of caution, she would have already returned to Sunagakure in a blaze of vengeance, seeking retribution for the version of herself that had died. Hey, listen kid, isn't betrayal just part of being human? Among you humans, hasn't this happened countless times? I've been watching you all for more than 100 years. Shukaku snuggled right into Yi Tsang's lap, and somehow his little paw naturally found its way to the highest point. After Yi Tsang came here, wounded and sharing her story, memories related to her suddenly surfaced in his mind. But in his recollection, this incident took place after the end of the Third Great Ninja War, after Raza had already become the fourth Kazekage, and he eliminated Yi Tsang, who was highly respected in the village, to secure his own power. This made Shukaku realize that his hazy memories only became clear when he encountered related events in person. At the same time, because of his very presence, many details in the story had shifted. Take Itsong's betrayal, for example. Both the timing and outcome had completely changed. Are you really a tailed beast? Looking at the little paw misbehaving in her lap, Itsong was exasperated. Was this Tanuki some kind of pervert? Besides, the two of them weren't even the same species. Of course, I'm the smartest of all the tailed beasts, the mighty one-tail. Shukaku, oblivious to any impropriety, gave a playful squeeze with his tiny paw. Youch! Without thinking, Itsong tossed the mischievous Tanuki straight out of her lap and onto the ground. What the hell are you doing? What am I doing? Itsong shot him a look of utter disdain. The real question is, what exactly are you up to, old man? Come on, you're not even human. You're a tailed beast. Did I just do something? Shukaku looked a bit lost, flexing his claws in confusion. What's with this woman? Why is her temper so explosive? Watching Shukaku savor the moment, Itsong let out a cold, mocking laugh. Whatever, let's drop it. The bigger question is, when are you going back? If you don't return, with the sorry bunch of misfits in this generation of Sunagakure, there's no way you'll lead them to any kind of revival. Shukaku couldn't be bothered with Itsong's random mood swings, so he switched the subject. How could he let his little followers keep being so hopeless? What if someone tried to resurrect the Ten Tails? Was he supposed to just sit back and let it happen? Itsong had been at the temple of Bunpuku for quite some time now. As for the ninja from Sunagakure, apart from a few ANBU guarding outside and delivering food, no one else would ever set foot in this place without a good reason. Since Itsong had deliberately kept it secret, Sunagakure still had no idea she was even alive. Besides, instead of wallowing in self-pity here, wouldn't it be better to go back to Sunagakure and become the Kazekage, or at least a council elder? You could expose those who betrayed you and bring them to ruin. Wouldn't that be satisfying? With people like that gone, maybe Sunagakure could actually get stronger for once. Shukaku's temper was notoriously bad. No one could deny that. Even before he'd been tainted by human violence and bloodshed, he'd had the worst temper among all nine-tailed beasts. But there was one thing that set Shukaku apart from the others. When he set a goal, like beating up Kurama, he would stick to it with relentless determination. Just like when he learned about the future all those years ago. His first thought was, how can I get stronger so I won't be captured and turned into the Ten Tails? Running away from reality never even crossed his mind. If the other tailed beasts ever found out about this, and faced an opponent as overwhelming as the Rinnegan, their choice would be simple: run. Even Kurama, for all his pride, would only go all out because he had the power to match his opponent blow for blow. Of course, Shukaku could try to eliminate his enemies early. But the truth was his memories of future events were hazy at best. He barely knew who these people even were. And the ninja world was vast. Plus, there was a mastermind lurking in the shadows. If he knew how things would unfold, he could maybe prepare for it. But if he tried to cut down those pawns too soon, the one behind the scenes would just find new ones, who could possibly guard against thieves every day of their life. Shukaku had no interest in playing mind games with that hidden manipulator, nor did he want to spend his days constantly on guard, as if fending off a thief. So, in the end, it was best to just let things take their natural course. Shukaku must strengthen Sunagakure before the impending storm arrives. And among all, Itsong is simply indispensable. The potential of the Scorch release can ultimately reach beyond even the Shadow level. However, mastering Scorch release is extraordinarily difficult. Without the help of a tailed beast, even learning a jutsu with power on par with the Wind release, Raisin Shuriken, or Blaze release, Kagutsuchi would be a headache for Itsong. Yet, after delving into the secrets of various elemental releases, Shukaku discovered that while fusing Wind and Fire release into Scorch release was nearly impossible, combining Scorch release with Lightning release was a bit easier, and the resulting power would not differ too much. After all, Scorch release is the core. Lightning release, the support. A glimmer of clarity flashed in Itsong's eyes. You're right. To ruin their reputations completely is the best path. She had no idea what tangled scheme Shukaku was plotting, nor did she know just how high the ceiling for her Scorch release truly was. Yet Shukaku's words resonated deeply with her heart. She longed for revenge, but she valued her village even more. If she slew the higher-ups, chaos would break out within Sunagakure. However, if those corrupt leaders remained, the village's shinobi would continue to suffer oppression. How then could Sunagakure ever grow stronger? She was no unfeeling stone. Itsong's affection for Sunagakure ran deep. Even if it's Elder Chiyo, I swear, I will make her pay the price. Good. Then hold on to me. Let's go together. Shukaku leapt up. Wait, together? Master Funfu is coming to Sunagakure too. Yitsong hesitated, surprised. You mean the little monk? He's already gone. A trace of sorrow flickered in Shukaku's eyes. This place will soon be gone as well. The little monk's disciples will also return to Sunagakure with us. Lord Shukaku, why do you want to teach me the Rasengan? The young monk Funfu asked, puzzled. He'd heard rumors. The Eight Tails in Kumogakure had gone on another rampage, nearly taking out the Raikage. Yet his own guardian, Shukaku, had not only taught him sealing techniques, but also allowed him to pass them on to the village. And now, Shukaku was teaching him a jutsu that required no hand signs. You ask too many questions. Learn it or don't. Shukaku's tail gently rubbed the smooth crown of Funfu's head. The sensation was oddly pleasant. I'll learn it. Why wouldn't I? Though Funfu's heart brimmed with compassion, believing humans and tailed beasts could truly understand one another, he still wished for his own village to become the strongest. You blockhead. Why I told you to throw it. I didn't mean you should charge into people with it. You think your body is invincible. When a Rasengan evolves in the future, are you planning to take your enemy down with you every time? Day after day, Funfu endured Shukaku's relentless criticism in his training, but he pressed on and finally mastered the Rasengan. As for the Rasengan's evolution, in the end, Shukaku decided to let Bunpuku refine the technique on his own, rather than teaching him everything outright. Firstly, because Shukaku himself had yet to master the method of throwing the Rasen Shuriken like a Rasengan. Secondly, his recovery ability was nowhere near that of the Nine Tails, and Bunpuku wasn't of Uzumaki blood either. For Bunpuku, the Rasen Shuriken was essentially a suicidal attack. Lord Shukaku, why do we have to wear masks? Following Shukaku's instructions, Bunpuku donned a mask and lured the first Kazekage of Sunagakure, along with the Kazekage's bodyguards, out of the village. It's simple. We need to test your strength. Shukaku answered without a moment's hesitation. With his help, Bunpuku could easily outlast the Kazekage in a battle of endurance. But Shukaku hoped that Bunpuku could, relying on his own abilities, become the strongest in Sunagakure. Just as Shukaku had anticipated, Bunpuku succeeded in defeating the first Kazekage, and later, when the future second Kazekage and his ANBU surrounded him, managed to escape unharmed. However, how odd. I can't shake the feeling that the fighting style was awfully familiar. Could it really have been him? The first Kazekage was no fool. Anyone bold enough to compete with the other four Kage for power was certainly not lacking in wits. Although Bunpuku had already retreated, the Kazekage couldn't help but notice that none of his ANBU had suffered any injuries during their numerous exchanges of large-scale ninjutsu with the masked assailant. This led him to focus his suspicions on Bunpuku. And so, yes, Lord Kazekage, the person from last night was me. When Redo questioned him, Bunpuku confessed honestly, sounding almost naive. Shukaku, incensed, gave Bunpuku a classic 1,000 years of pain, making sure he fully savored that stinging surprise. Redo was so moved, he was nearly brought to tears. And then, a flurry of indistinct whispers echoed. A secret, passed down by word of mouth among Sunagakure's Kage-level elites throughout history, finally surfaced. The first Great Ninja War. Although it was primarily a conflict between Konoha and Kumogakure, every nation inevitably became embroiled in the struggle. Sunagakure was the first to suffer defeat. The reason was simple. Sunagakure was in the midst of a transition, as the first Kazekage Redo was about to hand over leadership to the second Kazekage Seimin. The resulting power vacuum had tempted all sorts of schemers and malcontents to vie for the position of Kazekage. Though Seimin eventually became Kazekage thanks to his advancements in sand and puppet techniques, the village's power had become too scattered. Not everyone supported Seimin's rule. With the passing of the first Kazekage, internal conflict within Sunagakure erupted inevitably. The second Tsuchikage, Mu, and the second Mizukage, Jinjetsu Hozuki. There's nothing we can do to stop them now. The land of water and the land of earth had little to do with each other. The distance between them was vast. Yet among all the current Kage, without question, the second Tsuchikage Mu stood out as the most formidable. With his mastery of dust release, Iwagakure had instantly gained power surpassing that of a standard Kage. The third Hokage of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was no match for Mu, but Shinobu's cunning mind managed to drag the second Mizukage, Jinjetsu Hozuki, who alone could go toe-to-toe with Mu, into the fray. In the end, both sides clashed in a vast oasis in the land of wind. How about we just declare neutrality? Are you out of your mind? What kind of nonsense is that? They're fighting on our soil, and we're supposed to remain neutral. The new generation of Sunagakure's upper echelon were still locked in heated debate. Some of the leaders argued that, with the village already in turmoil, their strongest forces, Sasori's father and Chiyo, needed time to recover. They simply didn't have the strength to take on either Mu, the second Shukaku, or Jinjetsu Hozuki, the second Mizuki. Yet others were furious. Their enemies were practically slapping them in the face, and someone still dared to suggest neutrality? This was the Land of Wind's territory. Sunagakure was the military force of the Land of Wind. How could they just stand by and watch enemies battle on their own land, then shamefully declare neutrality? If they really did that, how could they ever hold their heads high and call themselves one of the 5 great shinobi villages? Back in the First Great Ninja War, both the second Hokage and the second Raikage fell in battle. Mu and Jinjetsu Hozuki's strength became unparalleled, leaving the rest far behind. Though Sasori's father was not weak when it came to developing new jutsu, in terms of raw power, he still lagged behind both Mu and the mustachioed Jinjetsu Hozuki, especially since sand was at a disadvantage against water techniques. We cannot ignore this, no matter what. If Retsudo was the one who unified the Land of Wind and helped found the village, then Sasori's father was the man who laid Sunagakure's true foundations. He might not have made Sunagakure the strongest, but with sand release, magnet release, puppet techniques, and the research into the one-tail ceiling jutsu, he ensured that even without powerful bloodline clans, the village maintained the basic fighting strength expected of the 5 great shinobi villages. Of course, Retsudo could never have imagined that in the future, Sunagakure's main combat strength would shift almost entirely to puppet techniques, magnet release, and sand release. But Kazekage-sama, yes, Kazekage-sama. Right now, we simply don't have the strength to stop them. Why not focus on recovery for now, then clean up the mess once both sides are exhausted? Don't worry. I'm confident I could drive them out of the Land of Wind. Sasori's father let out a sigh, but his resolve was firm. From a strategic perspective, waiting to pick up the pieces was the best option. But there's such a thing as pride. If, at this moment, Sunagakure lost its backbone, Sasori's father couldn't imagine whether the village would ever again be counted among the 5 great shinobi villages. At this time, Takigakure was still a power to be reckoned with. The Salamander clan of the Land of Rain had emerged. Rumor had it someone had signed a summoning contract with the Salamanders. These creatures were on par with the Sarutobi clan Zenma, but their venom was so lethal that few could withstand it. If Sunagakure ever showed weakness, it could easily lose its place among the 5 great shinobi villages. Shaman was not only Retto's bodyguard, but also the Kazekage of the Hidden Sand. He would never allow such a situation to occur. So what the Kazekage means is, I've heard from Lord Retto that your strength has already surpassed this. Therefore, I sincerely ask you, Master, to escort the second Shukaku and Mizuki out of the Land of Wind. Shaman's request was earnest and heartfelt. He had no other motive. He was simply a man devoted to research. Bunpuku had always been cooperative with his studies, and Shaman held him in high esteem. I understand. Please, Kazekage, wait patiently for news. Thank you so much. Hey, Little Mustache, take this. Damn you. Bandage Man, stop calling me Little Mustache. Water Iron Cannon, Barrage. Elsewhere, Mu and Jinjetsu Hozuki were locked in fierce combat. Annoyed by Mu's taunt, Jinjetsu, eyes blazing with frustration, unleashed a rapid and relentless volley of water iron cannons at his opponent. Earth-style, hardening Titan technique. Mu's hands moved in a blur, and a gigantic stone monster erupted from the ground, planting itself firmly between him and Jinjetsu, blocking the onslaught of water iron cannons. Each jutsu the two unleashed seemed more destructive than the last. Truth be told, the Hidden Sand rather liked Jinjetsu's water-style techniques. After all, a bit of water in the desert was always welcome. But Mu's jutsu was another story entirely. A single dust release, and an entire oasis could be wiped from the map, not a trace left behind. Gentlemen, might I ask you to cease your battle for a moment? A monk. Startled by the sudden voice, Jinjetsu instantly liquefied with the hydrification technique and put distance between himself and Mu. No, wait, you're the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Sand. Mu's expression remained unmoved. A Jinchuriki was nothing remarkable to him. So, is the Hidden Sand planning to interfere in our fight? You'd better think carefully. The Sand just withdrew from the war. If you get involved again, it won't be so easy to escape next time. At present, of the 5 great shinobi villages, only the Hidden Sand and Hidden Cloud had withdrawn from the war. Both Mu and Jinjetsu had planned to claim some Fire Country territory after settling their score, and then leave the war themselves. That is not my intention. The Hidden Sand does not wish to fight. I merely ask that you two continue your battle outside the Land of Wind, so that I may answer to the people of this country. Bunpuku's heart overflowed with compassion. But alas, he was no god of shinobi. He could not command the world's fate with overwhelming strength. You're quite the interesting monk. So the people of the land of wind matter, but the people of other nations don't. Jinjetsu straightened his collar, tried to look even more dashing. As the Mizukage, style was everything. Bunpuku gave no reply. He understood all too well. The clash between Mu and Jinjetsu would inevitably drag others into harm's way. All he could do was ensure that those under his protection would remain safe. Since neither of you wishes to back down, allow this humble monk to be your opponent. With palms pressed together in prayer, Bunpuku remained unmoved by the illusions cast by Mu and Hozuki Mangetsu. Every man harbors selfish desires. Bunpuku had only approached the level of the Sage of Six Paths, not attained true sainthood. One could hardly expect him to treat everyone equally. All the more so, for Bunpuku had been taught by Shukaku. Just a mere Jinchuriki. Does Tsunegakure intend to send you to your death? Mu scoffed coldly. He was only a Jinchuriki, after all. The Iwagakure had their share as well. But to him, such a foe could be crushed with the flick of a finger. The only plausible strategy Mu could think of was that Tsunegakure had sent Bunpuku as a sacrificial pawn to unleash the full power of the tailed beast and, with its boundless chakra, force them into retreat. Words are pointless. Bunpuku opened his eyes, adjusting his stance in readiness. Hey, you can't be serious. Are you really going through with this? Hozuki Mangetsu looked at him in astonishment. After all, Bunpuku was just a monk, someone who didn't even possess a Kekkai Genkai. It was only by becoming a Jinchuriki that he became such a threat. Yet this intimidation worked only on ordinary ninja, didn't it? Mangetsu thought. With his water style alone, he could take down the Three Tails. Let's see what you're really capable of. Mu said, not one for idle chatter like Hozuki Mangetsu. The tension between Tsunegakure and Iwagakure was far greater than anything with Kirigakure. The massive stone statue before Mu began to move. Wind style, drilling air bullet. Bunpuku drew in a deep breath, then exhaled a huge sphere of wind chakra from his mouth, which smashed the stone statue to pieces and, without losing momentum, shot straight toward Mu. A deafening crash shook the battlefield. What the hell kind of wind style is that? Mu and Hozuki Mangetsu quickly used body flicker to dodge to the side. The rocky behemoth Mu had summoned with his unique technique was now reduced to nothing but scattered sand. The tailed beast. That has to be tailed beast chakra. I never imagined Tsunegakure actually had a perfect Jinchuriki. Mu leapt onto the shifting sands, inwardly astonished. Among Jinchuriki, Konoha's Uzumaki Mido is widely known as the perfect host. Yet in her battles, she only ever used the unique abilities of the Uzumaki clan, never any ninjutsu with such devastating power. Could it be that the One Tail's chakra surpasses even that of the Nine Tails? No, that can't be right. If we rule that out, then it must mean Uzumaki Mido was never a true perfect Jinchuriki. Mu, the mastermind who created Dust Release, quickly saw through it. He realized at once that someone like Uzumaki Mido, who relied on sealing techniques to forcibly extract the tailed beast chakra, was at best an incomplete vessel, barely worthy of the title, certainly not a perfect Jinchuriki. Monk, it seems you're the strongest in Tsunegakure now. How is it I've never seen you before? Come, let's have a match. Hozuki Mangetsu stroked his little mustache, his eyes lighting up with the thrill of the hunt. I once swore I would never set foot outside the land of wind, Funfu said, closing his eyes once more. Though practicing the empty palm technique was powerful, the movements themselves were far from graceful. A few days later, Umepa, Lord Kazekage, I have fulfilled my mission. Thank you, master. There was never any doubt about the monk. I shall take my leave. Lord Kazekage, urgent news from the front lines. Funfu had barely departed when a member of the Umbu rushed in, breathless with urgency. Report. The second Tsuchikage, Mu, and the second Mizukage, Jinjetsu Hozuki, have perished together. Both Iwagakure and Kirigakure have withdrawn their forces. And who is Eugene? The Umbu was left speechless, bewildered by the question. Master Shaman, are you saying that Master Funfu is even stronger than you? As Shaman sensed his own strength waning and prepared to pass on the title of Kazekage, the young third Kazekage seemed unconcerned. For his own power had already surpassed that of his teacher, Shaman. Yes, but unless the situation is truly dire, you must not seek him out. I understand. The third Kazekage was brimming with youthful pride, but he had every reason to be confident. Afterwards came the second great ninja war. Though Tsunegakure suffered defeat and lost Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, both geniuses of the village, They also managed to kill the last direct male heir of the Senju clan and took down Konoha's own prodigy, Dan Kato. In the end, despite Tsunagekyu's loss, the casualties on both sides were nearly equal. When the truce was signed, Konoha even offered Tsunagekure financial compensation, and together they turned their sights on extracting profits from the Land of Rain. By this time, the feudal lord of the Land of Wind had already been replaced by the same fool who, as later stories go, would force Raza to mine for gold for over a decade. Fortunately, seeing the favorable terms of the treaty, the daimyo refrained from doing anything foolish. Yet, the third Kazekage, who embodied Tsunagekure's greatest research achievement, the magnet release, never imagined he wouldn't fall to an enemy's hand, but instead be ambushed and killed by one of his own. Thankfully, Chiyo survived. And so, Tsunagekure's secret remained safe. Now, no one truly knows how the second Mizukage and second Tsuchikage died. Sometime later, the war in the ninja world finally came to an end. When Raza was preparing to lead his team to help Ebizo fight Iwagakure withdrew from the Land of Wind on their own. Though Konoha had confronted Iwagakure, the fighting never escalated, and since the Reikage, saw no opportunity, he too chose to withdraw from the war. As for Kirigakure, not only did they suffer heavy losses, but their third Mizukage was gravely wounded. Sensing his chance, Yagura Karatachi had already gathered supporters, planning to depose the third Mizukage and put an end to the Bloody Mist policy. From this day forth, I, Raza, shall serve as the fourth Kazekage. Reluctantly, Raza placed the green hat on his head and turned to Maki. Are you sure we can't change this color? Raza-senpai. That's absolutely not possible. Maki gave a helpless, wry smile. She couldn't figure out what was wrong with Raza. On the eve of his ascension, he was still complaining about the Kazekage's ceremonial hat. Why is it that in the Land of Wind, your hats are green instead of yellow? Just before his inauguration, Raza had summoned the poisonous scorpion, hoping to invite him to the ceremony and show off his strength. But the scorpion's first comment to him was simply that. Raza was baffled. Then the scorpion told him a story. Yes, it was just one of Shukaku's board rants. And then, I will use my very life to protect Tsunagekure. Lord Raza, fourth Kazekage. Though it was just a speech, filled with the kind of inspirational words that comfort the soul. Raza truly lived up to what he said. And he put more than just his own life on the line. He risked the lives of his wife and children, too. Maybe at times he was a fool. But compared to some Kage who championed the will of fire while secretly expanding their own clans, he did what a true Kage ought to do. Because the village was poor, he toiled day and night in the mines, trying to fill Tsunagekure's coffers. Though even then, he couldn't reverse its decline. Because the village lacked elite fighters, he turned his 3 children into candidates for Jinchuriki, ultimately choosing the most suitable one. The status of a Jinchuriki, well, you all know what that means. Because the first 2 children weren't suitable, even his wife became a casualty. To ensure the Jinchuriki wouldn't endanger the village, he resorted to desperate, foolish measures, going so far as to steel himself to kill his own son if necessary, to choose a new Jinchuriki. Because the village was gradually becoming a vassal to Konoha, losing its place among the 5 great shinobi villages, Raza was forced to take desperate risks, even negotiating with the likes of Orochimaru. But in the end, aside from matter with Pakura, everything Raza did was, without a doubt, for the sake of Tsunagekure. Even the incident with Pakura had its reasons. At the time, the daimyo of the Land of Wind had slashed Tsunagekure's funding, and Raza could not afford to provoke Kirigakure, leaving him no choice but to compromise. In the crowd, Pakura let out a cold, mocking laugh. She didn't believe a single word Raza said. Shukaku squeezed his tiny claw. Don't laugh. I believe him. He can do what he says. He just needs someone to guide him onto the right path. Ugh. Seriously, could you please stop touching me? Pakura's cheeks reddened for a moment. Oops, my mistake. I just didn't want you to be consumed by hatred. Shukaku retracted his paw. What's going on? Why am I suddenly interested in women? Could it be that the soul is still affecting me? Bah, that damn soul only manages to slow me down when I'm bullying Kurama. It better be that way. Let's go. The Kazekage inauguration ceremony is over. Now, in the Kazekage's office, only Raza and Baki remain. With your skills, Chiyo is gone, and no one else in the Sand Village can catch you. Man and beast vanished from the crowd, heading toward the Kazekage's tower. The Kazekage's tower looked rather small from the outside, yet its interior was surprisingly spacious. The upper floors, mission dispatch, all sorts of administrative staff, everyone worked here. And the Kazekage's office sat at the very top of the tower. Dodging the Umbu guard along the way, Yitsong made her way up to the Kazekage's tower. Kazekage-sama, are we really going to remove Lord Jushi next? Baki asked. Baki, tell me, How do you compare to Yitsong? Raza didn't answer directly. Instead, he posed the question to Baki. Not even close. Baki shook his head without hesitation. He was just an ordinary ninja. No inherited bloodline, not a Jinchuriki, and his wind techniques weren't as formidable as Elder Danzo's. His potential for growth was nothing compared to Yitsong. If Yitsong fully developed her abilities, even defeating a Jinchuriki would be easy for her. And what about Jushi? He's not even as good as me. Baki admitted, embarrassed. If Raza hadn't cleared out the others, he wouldn't have dared to say such a thing. But these higher-ups really did seem a bit hollow. At least Konoha's elders had Danzo to hold up appearances. Plus, Koharu was involved in the medical department, and Hamura had good ties with the daimyo. They still played some role, however minor. But the High Council of the Sand Village, truly useless. Their relationship with the daimyo was poor. They couldn't secure funds, and within the village, all they did was rely on their seniority to hold things back. Originally, the purpose of the council was to prevent the Kage from making mistakes, but over time, the council itself had become the problem. That's right. Someone not even as capable as you dares to bypass Elder Chiyo and secretly sell out Yitsong. Where does he get the nerve? Raza was furious. The Sands Council was overreaching more and more. He had just ascended to Kazekage, but aside from Baki and Yashimaru, he didn't dare trust anyone else. No matter the issue, it first went to the council meeting. Only after endless deliberation would it finally be brought to him. Who's Jushi, anyway? Shukaku whispered furtively, like a thief. One of the Sands higher-ups. The one who assigned me my mission. Yitsong replied through clenched teeth. So it turned out, she had misunderstood all along. Oh, so that's it. It was that guy behind all this. Shukaku suddenly understood. No wonder things always felt a little off. After all, Yitsong was supposed to rise after Raza became Kazekage after the Third Great War. Raza, with less prestige than Yitsong, had only been pushed to the position because the daimyo cut the budget. To secure his own position, Raza betrayed Yitsong. At this moment, Raza's prestige is riding high. After the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha's Minato Namikaze defeated the infamous Cloud duo, A and B. At the Battle of Canopy Bridge, he bested Iwagakir's forces. Then there was an unknown. Konoha Genin who, it said, single-handedly scattered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and the Uchiha clan even drove Kirigakir's ninjas back into the sea along the coast. In other words, Konoha is still the dominant power in the ninja world. But Raza managed to repel Konoha's forces, forcing them out of the Land of Rivers. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that in the battles between Sunagakure and Konoha, the Sand Village has gained the upper hand. Even if, in truth, they only defeated a fraction of Konoha's strength. It's worth remembering that Konoha has always been the kind of power that could take on 4 other great villages at once, and often a number of smaller nations as well. So what you're saying is, Dingshi supported Raza precisely because your reputation was too strong, and so he decided to eliminate you to pave the way for Raza's rise. I've heard from Funfu that Raza is rather indecisive. It seems your Sunagakure leadership is already rotten to the core. Shukaku said with scorn. Who's there? Show yourself. In the Kazekage's office, Raza was in the midst of discussing with Maki how to remove certain useless higher-ups from Sunagakure, when his expression suddenly sharpened. Golden sand swirled up behind him, and his gaze snapped toward the window. What? An intruder? Could it be? Maki instantly cloaked herself in a swirling armor of wind chakra. If it were just the Umbu, Raza wouldn't have reacted so strongly. What's this? I've only been away for a short while, and you can't even recognize me anymore? A mischievous laugh floated in from outside. Yitsong's voice. Now, having learned the truth, her spirits had lifted considerably. Raza and Maki both harbored thoughts of avenging her, which made her feel that Sunagakure wasn't beyond saving. At least, it still had some fight left in it. That voice. Yitsong. Is the Yitsong senpai? Hey there, Raza Maki. Long time no see. Perched on the balcony outside the Kazekage's office window, Yitsong sat with a small tanuki cradled in her arms. Yitsong, you're alive? What's wrong? Surprised to see me? Yes. Raza was indeed surprised, utterly astonished. Yitsong was still alive. But after the shock, joy quickly followed. Yitsong's survival meant that, even if Chiyo retired due to old age, Sunegakure's strength wouldn't be too greatly diminished. Having a Kaga-level powerhouse in the village is always better than having no one at all. What's more, Yitsong was definitely on his side. With her here, removing the high-ranking elders led by Dingshi, those who only harmed the village for their own gain, would become much easier. I never imagined it either. The Mist Ninja must have been overconfident. They didn't kill me right away, and that gave me a chance. Recalling what had happened back then, Yitsong felt truly fortunate. If the other side had chosen to kill him outright instead of rambling on, how would he have had the chance to use the summoning jutsu? That's how villains always are. If they can talk your ear off, they absolutely won't go for the kill. And that's how they end up getting taken down instead. So you must never make that mistake yourself. All right, I get it. You're more nagging than my own mom. Sometimes I wonder if you're really a tailed beast at all. Itsang shot a glance at Shukaku. So much pointless talk, and half of it he couldn't even understand. But thinking it over, there was a certain logic to it. In a ninja battle, one extra word could mean getting counterattacked. The wisdom of the great Shukaku isn't something a little brat like you could ever comprehend. If you keep mocking me, don't blame me if I catch you. Shukaku threatened, stretching his tiny paw and placing it right on Yi Tsang's chest. Yi Tsang's face flushed red in spite of himself. Hold it together. Hold it together. He's a tailed beast. Better not provoke him. What is going on here? What are those two up to? Raza and Maki exchanged puzzled looks. Why did it feel like the relationship between this person and this beast was so bizarre? By the way, Yi Tsang, here's the mission file for back then. Take a look for yourself. Raza produced Yi Tsang's mission report. He had only managed to snatch it after becoming Kazekage. Raza didn't feel the least bit guilty about betraying T-Shir. After all, T-Shir was only trying to protect his own interests, since the T-Shir clan was famous for their fire release. But when compared to Scorch Release, the T-Shir clan's fire techniques seemed much weaker. Besides, Raza was well aware of his own indecisive nature. If it hadn't been for Yi Tsang's supposed death, he would never have found the resolve to root out Sunagaku's poison. There's nothing worth reading. I only want him dead. Yi Tsang glanced at the file. That's doable, but Raza hesitated for a moment. The T-Shir group has deep roots. If you show yourself now, it might not be the right time. If Yi Tsang appeared, T-Shir would surely be on guard, and that could plunge Sunagaku into another bout of internal chaos. With so few people left, removing the cancer quietly would be far better than destroying each other. The EMBU, right? I heard you promoted that kid Yashimaru to EMBU. Want me to help him take control? A gentle face, at least in appearance, surfaced in Yi Tsang's mind. Karura's younger brother, Yashimu. Though in terms of strength, he was rather lacking and hadn't inherited the clan's sand release bloodline. Still, he was a descendant of the second Kazekage. Yes. Raza nodded. The power struggles within the ANBU were too chaotic. With Chiyo stepping back to let the younger generation rise, Raza was finally able to gain control over part of the ANBU. However, the vast majority of the Umbu forces were still under the control of the higher-ups in Sunagaku, and Raza couldn't command them at all. Yashimaru's strength was also insufficient to take charge of the Umbu. But Raza was reluctant to place Maki in the Umbu either. After all, she was the only subordinate he truly trusted and felt comfortable working with. Very well, I'll accept this task on her behalf, Shukaku said, breaking the silence as Yakura remained quiet. The Umbu of Sunagaku was a significant problem. In the tangled maze of his memories, the retired Chiyo still held considerable sway, allowing her to manipulate Raza at will. If Raza relied solely on his brother-in-law, Shukaku worried that the same issues might arise once more. He had no intention of letting Raza get entangled in such troubles. Raza had great potential for growth, and if guided well, he could become a reliable right-hand man. All right, I agree to this, Yakura replied with a wry smile, giving Shukaku an affectionate pat as she did so. By the way, speaking of which, why is the one-tail here? Has Master Bunpuku come too? Raza finally turned his attention to Shukaku. You mean the little monk? He's already passed away. Oh, and I brought his disciple along as well. Though he doesn't possess any special bloodline. His skill in sealing techniques is on par with the Uzumaki clan. Sealing you is not out of the question, so you can use him without worry. Shukaku spoke with a casual air, making an effort to keep his sadness from showing. As for Fai, his talent in sealing arts was truly one of a kind. The Uzumaki clan relied on their bloodline and heritage, but if Fai had either, the Uzumaki might not even compare. Fai, who once bore a grudge against the tailed beasts, no longer harbored hatred toward them under Shukaku's guidance, nor would he become a tool of the Sunagaku leadership. Of course, Fai was still a master of sealing. He could even perform the Desert Layer, Grand Burial Seal, alongside Shukaku. Though, the Uzumaki clan still had a nine-tails Jinchuriki who inherited their sealing arts. In the face of his Desert Layer, Grand Burial Seal, that meant nothing at all. Even the Reaper himself was nothing to fear. The Dead Demon Consuming Seal was originally a sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, but it only held sway among Kaga-level opponents. Against those above Kaga level, it was useless, and there were even ways to break it. Besides, even if a Super Kage used it, should he be afraid? No need. After all, he had powerful backing. The Reaper? Just a petty figure, controlled by some distant descendant of the old man's son's bloodline after who knows how many generations. Has Master Bunpuku passed away? Raza asked in a hoarse voice. He hadn't had much contact with Bunpuku, but Bunpuku had always been a Kage-level force. Sunagakure was not like Konoha, where you could kill or sacrifice a shinobi at will. Losing even one meant a significant drop in the village's strength. Of course, the most important question remains. Now that Bunpuku has passed away and Shukaku is without a Jinchuriki, what will become of him? At present, Shukaku and Yakura are getting along famously, but looking at the tailed beasts in other villages, there's no way to feel at ease. Yes, Yakura responded calmly with a nod. Her connection with Bunpuku, after all, had only lasted these past few months. So you're Shukaku, right? Raza fixed Shukaku with a burning gaze. Is it freedom you seek? By rights, after Shukaku had gifted them 2 summoning beasts and hadn't gone on a rampage like other tailed beasts, the Sand Village, both out of reason and sentiment, ought to let him go. Isn't that obvious? Shukaku retorted. We tailed beasts were living just fine, until that mutt, Hashirama Senju, rounded us up and robbed us of our freedom. The god of shinobi. Come to think of it, we've never truly learned your history. Are you really the natural disasters he claimed you were? The young Raza was ignorant of those old secrets. In the impoverished Sand Village, there were no great clans left, and no one truly knew what the tailed beasts were like during the Warring States era. As for the claim that tailed beasts were natural disasters, come on, that was what the god of shinobi himself had said. If the god of shinobi called you a disaster, then a disaster you must be. If he said build a village, would you dare defy him? Thanks to his advice, back in the Warring States period, a single town stood as its own nation. Clashes were just brawls between ordinary villagers. Ninja assassinated other ninja, but civilians were rarely involved. Year after year, casualties across the entire shinobi world were low. These were all small countries, constantly at odds, but never able to ignite a worldwide war. Then Hashirama Senju emerged. The Land of Fire expanded rapidly, and Konoha was founded. After that came the 3 great ninja wars. If, in the Warring States era, ninja only assassinated rival shinobi, then after the villages rose. The devastation of the Land of Rain still haunted Raza. It was the first and only place he'd ever seen that suffered even more than the people of the Wind Country. Moreover, in times of war, even a resource-rich village like Konoha had to plunder from ordinary people. Did anyone really think that, having robbed civilians once, they would ever show mercy? If you're strong and you snatch away a family's only food, would you really spare them out of kindness? Don't kid yourself. The tragedy of the Land of Rain was just a glimpse of the truth. It wasn't just Konoha. Every shinobi village was the same. They all shifted their own suffering onto the weak. That's what it meant to be a ninja. The old brawls between common folk had turned into pain inflicted by ninja upon ordinary people. Yet now, San's experiences had caused Raza to doubt Hashirama's authority. Were the tailed beasts truly natural disasters? That fool. If not for him, how could the ninja world have become so chaotic? The great nations wage war and shift all there. Pain onto others. The scale of conflict keeps growing, and as a result, the chakra of us tailed beasts has started to change. It has to be said, ever since the founding of the 5 great villages, Shukaku could distinctly feel that the resentment and bloodlust within him had grown. Heavier. What used to take a century or 2 to accumulate now filled to the brim after just one great ninja war. Not only was it plentiful, it even overflowed. And at the root of it all was Hashirama Senju. If it had been Madara Uchiha, if things had been handled properly, the ninja world would already know peace. The 5 great ninja villages would have become the 5 grand ninja academies, while the villages of the smaller countries would serve as foundational schools. Perhaps there would still be ambitious souls who rise in rebellion. But as long as there was a unifying ideology, the ninja world wouldn't be as it is now, where the 5 great nations treat the smaller countries as their battlegrounds. To hope for a world without war is impossible. At best, the pain of war can be temporarily unified and managed. If only there were something akin to nuclear deterrence. But now, with the 5 great nations in their current state, there is no such thing as nuclear deterrence. No one can truly restrain the others, and war will only continue to spiral, while the hatred between people grows deeper and deeper. Tailed beasts were created by the sage of 6 paths. His intention was for us to watch over this world as it progressed toward peace. That's why we tailed beasts are influenced by humans, especially by the kindness brought on by peace and the hatred spawned from war. Yakura offered this explanation on Shukaku's behalf. This was something Fuku had told her, though of course, the original source was still Shukaku himself. I'm actually in a better situation. Compared to me, the Nine Tails is affected the most. Shukaku continued. He resided in the Land of Wind, a vast land with sparse population. So after the country's founding, there was little internal conflict, and the negative influence he endured was relatively minor. The Land of Fire, on the other hand, was a different story. Densely populated, and though the battles mostly raged in the smaller countries, with the Nine Tails, many tails, and heightened perception, how could he not be affected? All right, Shukaku had to admit he felt a bit envious. If only he had 9 tails, paired with his own intelligence, then even Hashirama Senju wouldn't stand a chance against him. To think the tailed beasts have such origins. The legend of the Sage of Six Paths turns out to be true. This is truly astonishing. To resurrect endlessly. Surely this could only be the handiwork of the Sage of Six Paths. Raza was completely convinced by Shukaku's words, though he felt more than a little awkward. So it turned out, the 5 great villages had been capturing the Sage of Six Paths pets. Wait, Lord Shukaku, Elder Raza, Elder Yukura. Maki couldn't help but interrupt. I've heard that when a tailed beast dies, it revives not long after. Does that mean the Sage of Six Paths could still be alive? Maki's voice gradually faded away. If the Sage of Six Paths were still alive. I don't know. Shukaku shook his head. He, too, found it strange. His memories had become so blurred that only when a related event occurred would he recall anything at all. As for whether the Sage of Six Paths was still alive, he truly had no idea. Well, since Master Finfu has already passed on, I suppose it's time to return your freedom to you. After learning that the tailed beasts were the Sage of Six Paths pets, Raza weighed the pros and cons and decided it was better to let Shukaku go free. Looks like you know what's good for you. I'll just stay at her place for now. Shukaku pointed at Yi-Tsang. With the little panda yet to be born, Shukaku honestly had no idea where he should go. The world was vast, but there was nowhere he could call home. The moment word got out that he'd left Sunagakure, Konoha would undoubtedly send people to hunt him down without delay. Sure, he was strong now, but Konoha had numbers and plenty of ways to restrain him. If he ever got surrounded, escape would be all but impossible. Huh? Me? No way. Yi-Tsang pointed at herself, caught off guard. But when she saw where Shukaku's gaze had landed, she instantly became flustered and furious. You lecherous Tanuki. Go live at his place. He's the Kazekage. No, I can't. I still have to take care of Tamari. Raza quickly shook his head. He already had enough headaches with the whole green hat fiasco. If a troublemaking Tanuki moved in on top of that, Raza feared he might lose control and start a fight with Shukaku right there. Besides, Tamari was still so young. What if Shukaku set a bad example for her? No way, absolutely not. Yi-Tsang, you know how things are with Karura. She needs rest. Man. Wait, I have one more thing. After all I've done for Sunagakure, you have to give me something in return, right? Shukaku rubbed his tiny paws together, looking every bit the scheming huckster, which sent a chill down Raza's spine. What else do you want? You know Hokage rock, right? Well, obviously. Raza couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Me see this? Shukaku jabbed a paw at himself. Someone as handsome as me deserves a statue, too. That earth wall behind the Kazekage Tower would be perfect. That way, any visitor would spot it right away. Oh, and I don't want just my head. I want a full-body statue. That's a pretty simple request, isn't it? Raza? What kind of bizarre demand was that? Did this tailed beast want to be a superstar or something? Seriously, where do you think this was Hollywood? Hey, this is Sunagakure, not the village of tailed beasts, and certainly not Shukaku Village. There's no way we're putting your statue somewhere so prominent. Besides, even if I agreed, the village would never sign off on it. The next moment, Raza simply couldn't hold back his resistance. What a joke. Throughout history, even the Kazekages of our village only have a small bust displayed in the lobby on the first floor of the Kazekage building. Not everyone gets to see it. If we were to erect a giant statue for Shukaku, wouldn't that be telling everyone that Shukaku is the true boss of Sunagakure? Thanks to Hashirama Senju, the reputation of tailed beasts in the ninja world is honestly a complicated mess. It's just like how, because of Tobarama Senju, the Uchiha clan has been branded as evil. You don't want it? Then give it to us, to Sunagakure. The pillars who helped found the village weren't even allowed to become Kage. So tell me, was this village ever really meant to belong to anyone outside the Senju clan? 2 Senju, cut from the same cloth. No way. At most, I can have a small gold statue made for you and put it in the Kazekage building, Raza said. Deciding not to dwell on the underhanded schemes of the Senju brothers, Raza put forward his own suggestion. A giant statue was out of the question, but as compensation, he could have one made from refined gold sand. After all, gold sand was the one thing they had in abundance. No, I want a full-body statue. Big, bold, and impossible to miss. Hashirama Senju believes we tailed beasts are nothing but natural disasters. I want to prove him wrong, that we are not disasters, but guardians of the ninja world. Other things I'm willing to discuss, but on this matter, there is no room for compromise. Shukaku was absolutely resolute. Everything else could be negotiated, but on this point, he would not back down an inch. It was tied to a secret of his, a secret Shukaku believed might allow him to surpass Kurama, the Nine Tails. After all, the chakra of tailed beasts was influenced by humans. But that didn't mean tailed beasts were only ever subjected to hatred and resentment. They could also receive kindness, faith, and goodwill. Until recently, Shukaku had never experienced such goodwill. Hatred, he knew well. It made their chakra more aggressive, but it also made them more irritable, amplifying the yin nature within them. Goodwill and compassion, on the other hand, allowed the yang side to flourish, making their chakra gentler, even granting it healing properties. But since his resurrection, after guiding Bunpuku and Faishi, Shukaku had clearly noticed his chakra was recovering faster. Even its total amount had increased, just a little. You have to understand, the total chakra of a tailed beast is supposed to be fixed. The recovery rate is determined by the number of tails, nothing else. Yet now, with just Bunpuku and a few contract beasts, he could distinctly feel his chakra growing. Of course, it might also have something to do with the strength of those people. A guardian beast. Sunagekir's own guardian beast. Raza pondered. If Shukaku truly became the guardian beast of Sunagekir, then no matter how far the village fell, it would always have a Kage-level being to rely on. If that was the case, maybe, just maybe, it wasn't such a bad idea. Anyway, although the villagers of Sunagekir know that there is a tailed beast in the village called the One Tail. The One Tail is just the One Tail. What does that have to do with Shukaku? Not just in the village, but across the entire ninja world, there are only a handful of us who know Shukaku's true name. Even the AMBU tasked with guarding Bunpuku have never actually seen the tailed beast. The villagers' fear of the Jinchuriki comes only from incidents that have happened in other hidden villages, so their terror is secondhand. But what if they didn't know Shukaku was a tailed beast, and instead believed him to be Sunagekir's guardian spirit? Will you really protect Sunagekir? After pondering for a moment, Raza asked this question. All these years, you've done us a great service, and you've never brought us any harm. Even so, as Kazekage, I have a duty to my people. Raza's expression was grave and unwavering. It wasn't about being paranoid, it was about being responsible. He had to protect the villagers, no matter how remote the danger. If it were Bunpuku, he'd never ask such a foolish question. Is that so? Raza stared hard into Shukaku's eyes. If tailed beasts were truly the calamities spoken of by the god of shinobi, then why did the Sage of Six Paths create them in the first place? Raza was convinced that the tailed beasts were the sage's pets. Only this could explain their endless rebirth, and why all of them shared the same ultimate move, the tailed beast ball. So in a comparison between the Sage of Six Paths and the god of shinobi, without the sage, there would never have been a god of shinobi at all. He might be called God, but in the end, he was just someone whose power surpassed any Kage. The Sage of Six Paths. Now, that was someone Raza could trust, far more than Hashirama Senju. I agree. Raza drew a deep breath, making a bold decision. Years later, whenever he recalled this day, he couldn't help but sigh. Damn it, how did I end up saddled with such a bringer of disaster? Time slipped by quietly. Over the next 2 years, Shukaku mostly stayed by Aunt Yitsong's side, while Raza, seeking to tighten his grip on the village, began to target the upper echelons for reform. Raza is getting bolder by the day. He actually dares to meddle in our affairs now. It was a meeting of Sunagekir's 7 most senior officials. This time, it had been convened by Joseki, and notably, the representative from the Land of Wind was not invited. Because Sunagekir was now counted among the victorious nations, the feudal lord of the Land of Wind was currently enjoying a cordial, if ambiguous, relationship with Raza. The two sides were getting along quite well. After all, driving Konoha out of the Land of Rivers was tantamount to making that territory a vassal of the Land of Wind. To the north of the Land of Rivers was the Land of Rain, and within the Land of Rivers itself, mountains, streams, and rivers abounded. So much so that some even called it the Land of Rivers. For the Land of Wind, water was the most precious resource of all. In the past, when the Land of Rivers sold water, they could lean on Konoha for protection and force the feudal lord of the Land of Wind to pay a premium. But now, at the slightest protest, the feudal lord could simply let Raza handle things. Not just the Umbu. He's even building some kind of statue, claiming it a guardian beast left behind by the first Kazekage. In all my years, I've never heard of such a thing. But, T-sure, have you actually figured it out yet? That ninja with the guardian beast, the one helping Yashimaru control the Umbu. Who is it really? Several senior leaders pressed for answers. T-sure was the eldest among them. and commanded the most resources. Now, under Raza's pressure, it was almost impossible for them to siphon off any more benefits for their own clans. In our village, there's never been a lightning-style ninja. This one's probably a rogue shinobi whom Razi secretly recruited or has been training in the shadows, Tisher speculated. But training someone in secret? That's hardly feasible. The resources required to cultivate an elite jonin are immense. Raza, for all his love of the village, wouldn't pawn off his entire fortune for such a gamble. So it can only be that Raza recruited a rogue ninja. If we let the Kazekage continue unchecked, it won't be long before he drives us all out. The youngest among them, Yura, entirely under the thumb of the Red Sand Scorpion, couldn't hide his worry. Yura was the same age as Maki, just a teenager, but as a member of a prestigious clan, his family had always held sway at the top. The Scorpion had simply eliminated Yura's clan elder to seize intelligence control, pushing Yura into the leadership role, making him the youngest among the village's senior ranks. Now that he'd finally reached the upper echelon, he hadn't even had a chance to enjoy it. With Lady Chiyo retired and Raza's wife Kurura pregnant and unable to fight, Raza only has that lightning-style ninja, Maki, and Master Bunpuku's apprentice, Hoichi, at his disposal. Maybe we should. The moment the idea arose, Tisher couldn't help but let it grow. The Kazekage's seat. If it were possible, why should Raza, a mere junior, be Kazekage, while he Tisher cannot? Tisher, your thoughts are dangerous. Ryusa barked out a reprimand. There was no love lost between these two. Back when Yakura was betrayed, Ryusa had opposed it. Fortunately, the village's strength hadn't diminished much since then. Ryusa had only shown up this time because Raza was threatening his own interests, so he'd come to discuss with Tisher and the others how to pressure Raza to make him act with more restraint. But if the village elders and the Kazekage turned on each other, Ryusa dared not imagine the consequences. Admittedly, Raza had few trusted subordinates left. But aside from Chiyo, Raza was the only Kaga-level powerhouse in Sunagakure. If they tried to assassinate Raza, the village's jonin, the backbone of its strength, would be left with a devastating gap. Oof. It's Raza who's undermining the village's harmony. Tisher snapped, his frustration boiling over. He had even helped Raza get rid of Yitsong, and yet now Raza had turned his back on him, suppressing him at every turn. Of all the high-ranking officials, he was the one who suffered the greatest loss. Such heartlessness. I think Dingshi makes a valid point. Raza is still too young. If he could spend a bit more time learning, he would be a much better Kazekage. The other elders took their turns voicing their opinions. Raza had infringed upon their interests and blocked their paths forward. So, as far as they were concerned, Raza simply had to step down. To them, this was their bottom line, one that cannot be crossed. But for the village, they were the darkness lurking within. Well, since everyone has no objections, Dingshi was in high spirits. Even Longsha, who always opposed him, refrained from raising any arguments in the end. Kurura is due to give birth in 7 days. By then, the village's defenses will be focused elsewhere. That will be our chance. At that time, all we need to do is rally our clans and the forces under our control to surround the Kazekage's tower. That way, we can reclaim what was rightfully ours, and perhaps even go further. Human ambition, after all, only grows with time. Even Longsha, who usually opposed him, had agreed to the coup to depose Raza as Kazekage. What else could possibly give Dingshi pause now? But Longsha interjected, sensing Dingshi was getting ahead of himself. Raza must not die. He is the strength of Sunagakure, and besides, his gold dust is of immense value to the village. After defeating Konoha and Kirigakure, and scaring off Iwagakure, the daimyo of the Land of Wind hadn't slashed the village's funding. Many missions from the countries bordering Konoha, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure had also fallen into their hands. Sunagakure's situation had improved considerably, but who would ever complain about having too much money? Let him mind then. Raza's wish is to contribute, so let him devote himself to mining for the village. With just a few words, these elders, most of them only jonin or elite jonin, decided the fate of Raza, a leader with the strength of a Kage. Very well, then go make your preparations and notify your people. Dingshi now carried himself as if he were already the 4.5 Kazekage. Yet, well done, you've done a splendid job. A silver-haired boy adjusted his glasses and smiled mysteriously. A prodigal son returns. When the time comes, I'll plead your case before Lord Kazekage. Thank you, Lord Kabuto. The Umbu bowed his head. Though the boy before him was only a few years old while he himself was a Chunin, he dared not underestimate him. The boy's name was Kabuto, picked up by the Kazekage from the battlefield. The Battle of Mount Kikyo. On one side, Kimagakure sought to seize the Byakugan. On the other, Kirigakure aimed for Uchiha Shurasue's Sharingan. Originally, the Hidden Cloud even invited the Hidden Sand Village, but the Hidden Sand did not agree. It was the medical team from the Hidden Leaf Village who discovered him, allowing him to infiltrate Konoha successfully. Yet in Kabuto Yakushi's own account, he claimed that after Orochimaru joined Akatsuki, Orochimaru sent him to establish contact with Sasori. For this story, we'll use the first version. Kabuto was assigned by Sasori, which means it's highly likely Kabuto was brought out of the sand by Sasori. In other words, Kabuto was originally from the Hidden Sand, controlled alongside Urushi, and his name remained unchanged. Later, he was named Kabuto Yakushi. No one really knew why he was called Kabuto Yakushi. Initially, the Kazekage intended to take Kabuto as his personal apprentice, since Kabuto's talent was truly impressive. However, by chance, Raza brought Kabuto to meet Chiyo, and Chiyo immediately realized Kabuto had an extraordinary gift for chakra control. Not only was he perfectly suited to be a puppet master, but he was also a natural template for a medical ninja. Under Chiyo's rather persuasive threats, delivered in her swimsuit, no less, Raza had no choice but to relent, letting Kabuto study medical ninjutsu under Chiyo. As for puppet techniques, Kabuto never learned them. It wasn't because he looked down on puppet techniques. After all, if you could pilot a Gundam, that would be incredible. After Raza became Kazekage, Chiyo and Ebizo retired together. It wasn't long before Ebizo discovered Kabuto was also well suited for Umbu work, and shamelessly insisted on teaching Kabuto all sorts of Umbu-related skills. Kabuto was a prodigy. Things that took most people a year, or even longer, to master, Kabuto picked up in just a few months, whether it was Umbu skills or the art of espionage. And so, he ended up turning Ebizo, the Umbu mentor, to his side. After all, the standard plans were easily predicted by Kabuto, and with Raza being one of the strongest in the Hidden Sand, following the usual path was a dead end. Kabuto-kun, if you ask me, with our skills, we could just capture them directly. Why bother gathering evidence? Watching the confident Kabuto, Yakura couldn't help but ruffle his hair, playfully teasing his hairstyle with her fingers. Aunt Yakura, could you please not call me Kabuto-kun? Just call me Kabuto. Kabuto pushed Yakura's hand away, clearly displeased. Of course, what annoyed him was not Yakura herself, but the way she addressed him. Kabuto-kun. No matter how you heard it, it sounded like a toddler's nickname. But he was already someone who could handle things on his own. Call me Big Sis. No, Aunt Yakura, you're from the same generation as my foster father. Now that we have the evidence, I need to go home and look after Temari. Goodbye, Aunt Yakura. Kabuto said this quite seriously. Incidentally, the name Kabuto was actually given to him by Shukaku. Raza had been curious from the start. Why did Shukaku insist he seek out this white-haired boy named Kabuto, even personally bestowing the name Yakushi Kabuto and having Yakura deliver a pair of glasses to him? At first, Raza thought that Kabuto, an orphan with no bloodline limit and no family legacy, would be at best an ordinary ninja. It was only after Raza brought Kabuto back and taught him for a few days that he realized he had been far too hasty. He needed to take a disciple. He absolutely had to. Not long after, even more of Kabuto's talents were revealed in other areas. Raza's envy grew. How could it be that this seemingly unremarkable boy was, in some ways, more gifted than he, the Kazekage with a rare bloodline limit? In a ninja world marked by the tradition of students slaying their masters, perhaps the best thing he could do for Kabuto was to adopt him as his own son. Honestly, boys really aren't cute at all. They're just infuriating, Yakura grumbled, pursing her lips in annoyance. My scrolls are much cuter. She was, after all, in her prime. Suitors lined up for her, stretching from the Kazekage's office all the way to the capital of the Land of Wind. That's right. The lightning-style ninja that Dingsher mentioned was, in fact, Yakura herself. Her chakra nature was primarily fire and wind. Of course, she also possessed lightning and yang attributes. But compared to her proficiency with fire and wind, those elements were weaker. Besides, no one in Sunagakure had ever mastered lightning-style techniques, so Yakura had to abandon her training in that area. In the end, she gained renown across the ninja world for her mastery of scorch release and sealing techniques. But now, in order to conceal her identity and leave Dingsher's group with no time to respond, she could only use other forms of ninjutsu. As for lightning style, she only knew a handful of basic techniques. Still, because she was so strong, in fact, that apart from the village's Kaga-level fighters, no one in Sunagakure could match her. Even her basic lightning jutsu could unleash tremendous power. Kabuto and I. After the two parted ways, Kabuto went straight home. Raza was busy to the point of wishing he could purge every flaw from Sunagakure overnight. He was hardly ever at home. Kuro was about to give birth and was now being cared for by Yashimaru. That left Temari as the child left behind at home. Fortunately, ninja children matured early. Remember Hinata meeting Naruto when she was just 3 years old? Konoha's kids were all remarkable. Naruto was beaten thoroughly more than once. Some ninja families even started chakra training for their children as young as 2 or 3. Seeing Kabuto return, Temari bounced into his arms, giggling. A gentle smile appeared on Kabuto's face. He loved children most of all. As for the little brat who had tumbled to the floor nearby, both of them ignored him completely. Kankuro thought, in the end, I was never meant to win their affection. Elsewhere, is it confirmed then? Kabuto really is extraordinary. Raza couldn't help but praise. The Umbu, despite all the effort he and Yetsong had poured in, they still couldn't gain full control. Yet once Kabuto volunteered to help, he swiftly turned many of the so-called loyalists, those whom Raza had believed to be unshakable pillars of the Umbu. If only Kabuto weren't so young, Raza would have considered handing him the position of Umbu commander then and there. But was it truly necessary to purge everyone at once? Raza hesitated. Lord Kazekage. Shukaku spoke up. Kid, stop wavering. If you hesitate to cut, disaster will follow. Shukaku knew full well, among the higher-ups, there were still 1 or 2 whose crimes didn't warrant death. Raza himself was the indecisive type, easily swayed by others. At this moment, he needed to make up his mind quickly. Although the Sand Village hadn't yet rotted to the core like Konoha, a thorough cleansing was still essential. The sooner they reformed, the sooner Suna could devote more resources to training its shinobi. After all, the Sand Village lacked clans with Kekkai Genkai. Their ceiling had always been, at best, the 3rd Kazekage's Magnet release, or the 2nd Kazekage Sand release. The current leadership were just ordinary clans, families that had risen to power simply because they backed the right side years ago. Even if they produced geniuses, at most they'd reached the level of Hiruzen Sarutobi or Minato Namikaze without the 9 tails. Of course, if any among them truly showed enough genius, Shukaku wouldn't mind teaching them sage techniques. Sadly, only Yura barely made the cut, just able to keep pace with Baki. You must realize, if you're defeated, you, your wife, and your daughter will all be imprisoned. The life awaiting them will be one worse than death. Shukaku's tone was calm, almost detached. He had witnessed countless coups and betrayals over the centuries. Among them, there had always been those like Raza, men who hesitated out of mercy, only to be slain and overthrown in the end, their nations destroyed. In a struggle for power, it's always kill or be killed. Mercy only leads to your own demise. Don't delude yourself into thinking you're the protagonist, strong enough to never lose, that all it takes is a display of power and the enemy will surrender. That's just a fantasy. The hard truth is it's a battle to the death. In the realm of power, even family ties mean nothing, let alone other affections. I, the great Shukaku, have seen far too many such tales over the centuries. Raza fell silent. Though he spouts some twisted logic, I have to admit, this little Tanuki's experience far surpasses our own. Yetsan agreed. She'd endured enough after 2 years of suppressing herself. But these 2 years had also made her bolder. At least now, when facing Shukaku, she treated him like a friend, not as something to be feared. That was also why Shukaku had chosen to live with Yetsong all this time. It definitely wasn't because Yetsong was too fierce to refuse. Luo Sha's expression shifted with emotion as he said, "With your temper, I'm honestly surprised you managed to hold back for so long." Yetsong might appear reckless, but in her heart, she was as clear-sighted as a polished mirror. 2 years spent in the shadows had gradually tempered her fiery nature, making her far shrewder than before. Fai, when the time comes, I'll leave the barrier of the Kazekage Tower in your hands. Maki, you'll lead a team to protect Kabuto and Temari. Yetsong, you'll stay with me in the Kazekage Tower and wait for them to arrive. I want them to realize that a Kage is not someone to be underestimated. Over the course of 2 years, Yetsong's strength had already risen to the Kage level. The power of her Scorch release was now enough that even Luo Sha dared not take her lightly. A handful of elite jonin, accompanied by several dozen jonin and a smattering of lower-ranked ninja, hoped to stage a coup? Did they think this was Konoha, where even the genin could defy the odds and turn the tables? Unfortunately for them, it wasn't. Rest assured, Lord Kazekage, I promise I'll keep Kabuto and Temari safe. Maki declared with unwavering confidence. Originally, Temari would have been Luo Sha's greatest weakness. But, as fate would have it, Kabuto was there. Their target was Luo Sha, but Chiyo and Ebizo were still around. The higher-ups might be foolish, but they weren't arrogant enough to try taking on both Chiyo and Luo Sha at once. Kabuto's position was secure. Karura was guarded by Yashimaru and the elite Umbu. And on top of that, she was inside Tsunagekyu's hospital. Unless the conspirators wanted to overthrow the entire village, they wouldn't dare make a move against the hospital. Leave the ceiling to me, Fai volunteered. I'll do my best to make sure the villagers aren't put in harm's way. Fai's skills with sealing techniques were steadily improving, but he was no Uzumaki with the body of a sage. His chakra reserves were only slightly greater than Ikka's. Maintaining a massive barrier was still somewhat challenging for him. I'll send people to assist you, Luo Sha replied. He had never pinned all his hopes on Fai alone. Most of Fai's strongest sealing techniques were used to assist in controlling Shukaku, or for targeting a single person. If Shukaku were willing to help, Fai alone would have sufficed. But Shukaku had no intention of lending a hand. Luo Sha also didn't want other shinobi villages to learn about Shukaku's current state. After all, Shukaku was sealed by Tsunagekyur itself, and no one outside knew what he really looked like now. The present Shukaku was tiny, almost miniature. The spies from other villages wouldn't recognize him. But if Shukaku were to make a move, he'd be exposed immediately. And then, Tsunagekyur would be in grave danger. A fully obedient tailed beast was a far greater asset than any Jinchuriki. If word got out, Tsunagekyur would become the target of every hidden village. After discussing a few more details, everyone returned to their duties, making their final preparations and quietly awaiting the right moment. Day after day passed. Within Tsunagekyur, the tension in the air was so palpable that even the lowest-ranked genin could sense something was amiss. Raza had already issued the curfew order early on. Over the past 2 years, Tsunagekyur had developed quite well. Since they weren't branded as a defeated nation, their population had grown considerably, and the number of merchants had also increased. Though they still couldn't compare to Konoha, Tsunagekyur was far stronger than it had been in the past. When the curfew was announced, ordinary people didn't quite understand, but the shrewd merchants had already distanced themselves from the Kazekage building. The guard stationed at the Kazekage building were also dismissed by Raza. Now inside the entire Kazekage building, apart from Raza, only Itsang and the sealing squad, led by Fae, remained. As for Shukaku, he was just at home, fast asleep, oblivious to it all. Raza, T-shirt, Ryusa, one after another, you're all here. Raza's gaze swept over them, one by one. Every high-ranking official was present, except for the representative from the land of Wind's daimyo. The two sides faced each other inside the Kazekage building, Raza hovering in the air, while T-shirt and the others led the village's shinobi on the ground below. Give yourself up, Raza. You have no chance of winning. If you surrender now, we might yet spare you. Ryusa was the first to speak. If Raza would surrender, that would be the ideal outcome for him. No chance of winning. Elder Ryusa, it seems you've spent so long in the comfort of the village that you've forgotten. Raza let out a cold, mocking laugh. The Ryusa standing before him now was almost laughable. Since when did a handful of elite jonin or special jonin think they could threaten a Kaga-level shinobi? Do you take this place for Konoha, where secret techniques are everywhere? Have you all forgotten how I first made a name for myself, when I was recognized as a Kaga-level fighter? The killing intent radiating from Raza made even the privileged, sheltered elders like Ryusa involuntarily shudder. It had been so long since they'd been on a battlefield. They no longer understood the true difference between a Kaga-level shinobi and an elite jonin. Yet, Raza's words forced them to recall one particular incident. Back when the third Kazekage disappeared. The first to strike against Tsunagekyur was, in fact, Kumogakure. The third Raikage launched an attack without warning. No one expected Kumogakure would suddenly turn on Tsunagekyur. The village was completely unprepared. But Raza's unexpected rise bought Tsunagekyur precious time. At that time, Raza was merely an elite jonin of the village. He had the strength of a Kage, but he was hardly a match for the renowned third Raikage. Yet Raza managed to hold off the third Raikage until Chiyo arrived. After that, Kumogakure withdrew, and Raza became recognized as a true Kaga-level shinobi. Kumogakure had no real quarrel with Tsunagekyur, and when the third Raikage withdrew, he inevitably passed through Iwagakure's territory. Perhaps it was the irritation of being held up by an unknown youngster, but on the way back, the third Raikage turned his wrath on Iwagakure instead. At this moment, the Hidden Sand was also speculating that the third Kazekage might have fallen victim to a plot by the Hidden Leaf, and with Chiyo arriving at the front lines, the war inevitably broke out. The third Raikage. You mean the Raikage who stood alone against 10,000 Iwagakure shinobi for 3 days and nights? Back then, Lord Raza managed to hold off the Raikage. Now, we only have a few hundred people. There's no way we're a match for Lord Raza. The memories made Ding Shi and the others stiffen, their faces turning grim. Meanwhile, The people Yakushi Kabuto had arranged began to spread tales of Raza's formidable power. Many started to waver in their resolve. We don't have a single Kage-level shinobi among us. How can we possibly stand against the Kazekage? Quiet. All of you shut up. No matter how strong he is, he's just one man. He's not the third Raikage, after all. We can absolutely kill him. Panic gnawed at Ding Shi's heart, but outwardly, he refused to back down. Have you all forgotten how we've lived these past 2 years? When you needed resources, there were none. Even the most dangerous missions fell to you. Is this really the kind of life you want to lead forever? Most of those around him came from minor clans, 10-odd people at most, who depended on the favor of the major clan families at the top. This arrangement gave them handsome benefits every year. They weren't sent on excessively risky missions, and resources were always supplied to them first. But once Raza came to power, everything changed. Their original interests were curtailed, and resources were redistributed to the commoners and other small clans. Missions no longer held the promise of low risk and high reward as before. Granted, Raza's changes were in the name of fairness. But when you're used to living large, sudden bankruptcy is a bitter pill that few are willing to swallow. In the end, out of the hundreds present, only around a dozen shinobi, including a single jonin, fell back. These few were the ones Yakushi Kabuto had managed to sway. So that's it. Only this handful chose to step back. Raza, it seems your threats aren't as effective as you imagined. A woman's teasing voice rang out. Yakura leapt down from a second-story window, landing beside Raza. She turned to Ding Shi and said, Lord Ding Shi, it's been a long time. A lightning-style shinobi? Who exactly are you? Ding Shi was puzzled. Had it really been so long since they last met? Was this lightning-style shinobi someone he knew well? But when had he ever met a female lightning-style shinobi? Oh, you don't even recognize me anymore. With a sly smile, Yakura slipped off her robe, her full figure revealed beneath. That silhouette. Ding Shi looked as if he'd seen a ghost, pointing a trembling finger at her, unable to form words. Ear. A soft laugh escaped Yakura's lips. As she removed her mask, the hidden sand shinobi stared in disbelief. Lady Yakura. Is that really Yakura-senpai? But didn't she fall in battle years ago? How can this be? No idea. Senior Yitsong once helped me. I want to quit. With Yitsong's arrival, the ninja behind Ding Shi finally broke out in unrest. Quit. Too late. Yitsong's voice was cold, devoid of mercy. After serving so long as the guardian of Shukaku's vessel and witnessing countless shadows within the Umbu, Yitsong was no longer naive. Now, those who had chosen to rebel with Ding Shi must face the consequences of that choice. Even those who felt grateful toward her. F.A.E. do it. Sand ceiling, desert layer. F.A.E. shouted the command. This was a weakened version of the Great Burial in the desert ceiling technique. Boundless sand surged up from the ground, swallowing the entire Kazekage building. The sky itself was blotted out, not a crack of daylight left. A ceiling technique. This is bad. We're trapped. Let me try. Wind style, blade of the wind. Unable to hold back, a jonin rushed to the sand wall, his fingertips swirling with wind that sharpened into a blade. He struck hard against the barrier. You're overestimating yourself. F.A.E.'s face remained expressionless. This was, after all, a weakened version of Shukaku's own sealing technique. If he alone had cast such a vast seal, a few jutsu might have cracked it. But this time he was not alone. All around the sand wall, prepared sealing squad ninja maintained the barrier with continuous hand signs. We're finished. Some of our own people have been bought off by Raza. Longsha looked at the ninja maintaining the seal, dread rising in his chest. They'd originally brought sealing squad members to keep Raza from escaping. After all, Raza could soar into the sky on his golden sand. If he tried to run, no one could catch him. But now, the very jutsu meant to trap Raza had ensnared them instead. Whether it was Raza's magnetic release, Grand Sand Burial, or Yitsong's Scorch Release, Superheated Steam Massacre, both were techniques of devastating range. No wonder the Umbu were withdrawn from the Kazekage building. You want to keep us all here from the start. Yuliang slumped to the floor in despair. He had seen Raza's Grand Sand Burial before. With his own strength, there was no way he could survive that explosion. Now, surrounded by sealing techniques, there was nowhere to run. Damn it, he's just one man. We still have a chance. Attack, all of you, attack. Ding Shi's roar was raw and desperate. He too began flying through hand signs at speed. A veteran of the Second Great Ninja War, he still had some skill left in his hands. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet. A rather scrawny fire dragon burst from Ding Shi's lips. Seeing their leader act, the others also unleashed their own best jutsu, one after another. Hey Raza, want to join in? Yitsong spoke unhurriedly, her tone almost casual. Had this been 2 years ago, Facing down such a barrage of ninjutsu, she'd have been in real trouble. But now, it was no longer a problem at all. What's more, Raza himself was both a shield and a spear, an all-rounder in offense and defense. All right, Raza nodded. I'll protect you with my gold dust. Ninjas, after all, were fragile. If his gold dust burial exploded at such close range, it was almost certain Yitsong would be caught in the blast. I've been waiting for you to say that. Yitsong had waited a long time for this day. Scorch style, steaming murder. Lightning style, ground surge. Her hands wove different seals, each summoning a distinct jutsu. On one side, a sphere of fire took shape, blazing like a miniature sun. On the other, a lance of lightning snaked along the ground. Under Yitsong's careful control, the two forces began to merge. Sparks of lightning danced wildly around the fireball. A combination jutsu. Raza's eyes glinted with excitement. Now he understood why Yitsong had chosen lightning style. What astonished him even more was the sense of danger radiating from that sphere of fire and lightning in front of Yitsong. If he wasn't careful, he might end up severely injured himself. Exactly. It's just a pity I don't have a lightning style technique strong enough to match my scorch style. If I did, this would be even more powerful. Yitsong sounded almost regretful. Ground surge wasn't her strongest lightning jutsu. She simply couldn't fuse her more powerful lightning techniques with scorch style, so she had to settle for the comparatively weaker ground surge. She had tried stronger jutsu before, but nearly blew herself up in the process. If Shukaku hadn't been there, shielding her with sun-infused chakra, she might not have survived at all. That's when Yitsong finally understood Shukaku's intentions. She'd been moved at the time, until she saw where Shukaku's little paw had landed. Tish, you pervy raccoon. Is that so? Raza was amazed. He hadn't realized scorch style could become even more formidable. But you're not the only one who's grown stronger, Yitsong. Magnet style, gold dust burial. A torrent of gold dust surged from Raza's back, swirling through the air. Now that he didn't have to mine for gold, Raza's strength had grown by leaps and bounds. If during the Third Ninja War he'd been a barely qualified Kage, now he was the real deal, a true standard-bearer among the shadows. A Jinchuriki, is it? At the Sunagakure Hospital, Chiyo was talking with Karura, patiently trying to persuade her. It's been 2 years since Shukaku was last sealed. Without a strategic weapon, the Sand Village is in danger of falling to second-rate status among the shinobi villages. Temari and Kankuro, they're not suited for this. Now our only hope rests with this child. Shukaku was too powerful. If they didn't seal him away, Chiyo simply couldn't rest easy. I understand. Karura drew a deep breath. The fate of a Jinchuriki. She knew it all too well. Even someone as revered as Bunpuku had never known freedom, confined forever within temple walls. At this moment, Karura gathered the last remnants of her chakra and gradually directed it toward the baby in her womb. Ever since she learned that her child would become a Jinchuriki, she had made up her mind. She would do everything in her power to protect her child. Already possessing the strength of a Kage, she was determined to use a secret art, nourishing her unborn child with her own chakra, even though this would result in a permanent loss of her life force. After all this time, there was barely any chakra left in Karura's body. Once her chakra was completely depleted, what awaited Karura was death. Yet, for the sake of her child, Karura had made this choice without hesitation. This isn't good. Lady Karura's chakra is almost gone. A medical ninja, standing nearby, stared at the monitor in alarm, unable to hold back a cry of panic. What? Karura! Chiyo exclaimed loudly. Hold on, you must hold on. But to Chiyo, the child in Karura's belly was far more important than Karura herself. If a Jinchuriki could become someone like Bunpuku, they might protect Sunagakure for decades to come. As for Karura, even if she had attained Kage-level strength, she could never truly change the course of the village's fate. Why do I have this constant sense of unease? In the house of Yitsong, Kabuto adjusted his glasses, trying to calm his restless heart. Kabuto and I. Young Temari, too, was distracted and anxious, as though she was on the verge of losing something precious. What exactly is going wrong? No, that's not right. Foster father, Aunt Yitsong. Their strength now is unmatched in the village. Unless every ninja joined forces with Lady Chiyo, no one in the village could threaten them. The number of ninja in any village was always limited. After all, most people lack the talent for ninjutsu, managing only the simplest D and E rank techniques, such as a rope escape technique. People like that either fell in battle very quickly or were weeded out from the ninja ranks. After all, they had no combat power to speak of. Take Konoha, the strongest village. It had a roster of over 12,000 registered ninja, and several thousand more working in the shadows. The Wagakure had even more, over 20,000 ninja on record. But Sunagakure was the weakest and poorest of the 5 great villages, and so its ninja numbered just over 10,000. Even if these ninja could stand against the Kage, they would still be unable to quickly defeat Raza, who was well prepared and heavily fortified. If the problem isn't there, then it must be the hospital. Karura. Kabuto looked down at the photograph in his hand, lost momentarily in memory. In the photo, he was holding Temari's little hand, a genuine smile lighting up his face. Raza stood stiffly at the back, while beside him, Karura held Kankuro in her arms, her face adorned with a gentle smile. When he was picked up by Sunagakure, Kabuto Yakushi was still on the battlefield, surrounded by innocent civilians caught in the crossfire. Death was everywhere, and it filled Kabuto with panic. After being brought back to the village by Sunagakure, he drifted in a daze for a long time. During that period, it was always Karura who stayed by his side. Although he was not Karura's biological child, she never looked at him with any prejudice. Kabuto cherished this life. It was warm and stable. Every day brought new hope. Maki-senpai, I want to go to the hospital. Maki was taken aback for a moment. After all, he was still just a child. At times like this, it was only natural to want to be near his mother. I can't shake the feeling that something bad is about to happen. Hey kid, who's looking after your mother? Shukaku suddenly popped up. It was as if something had just come to mind, but the memory was still hazy. Lady Chiyo is, Kabuto replied honestly. Why was he asking about this? Could it be that someone intended to harm his mother? Kabuto was cautious by nature, and he'd heard some whispers about Shukaku's strange abilities. He believed Shukaku wouldn't speak without reason. That old crone, Shukaku muttered, smacking his lips as his memories gradually came into focus. He recalled a woman, gasping for breath on a hospital bed, watching over a premature infant. The child was born prematurely and frail to begin with. Yet, on the other side, an elderly woman was telling Raza to make this child into a Jinchuriki. This is bad. That old woman is up to no good. Shukaku exclaimed. A Jinchuriki? Must it really be a premature infant? How ridiculous. When Bunpuku became a Jinchuriki, he was merely a monk. He didn't possess a special bloodline, nor was he especially powerful, just a regular special jonin with some talent for sealing techniques. If you thought about it, Bunpuku, in the beginning, was just another member of the sealing squad. And yet, Bunpuku could serve as a Jinchuriki. But now, Sunagakure claimed they couldn't find a single sealing specialist to be the next Jinchuriki, so they chose a premature baby instead. Originally, Karura or Yakura would have been the perfect Jinchuriki candidates. One possessed the magnet release bloodline, the other was a skilled user of scorch release and well-versed in sealing techniques. But both of them have been sold off. Even without those two, Sunagakure could have easily appointed a jonin to become the new Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki. It's all about the Jinchuriki. Kabuto realized. As a medical ninja, he often checked up on his family's health. Back when Mother Karura wasn't even pregnant, Kabuto Yakushi had already noticed that Karura possessed an immense amount of chakra. He wasn't certain how powerful Karura truly was, but being an elite jonin in the village spoke volumes. Yet Karura would only smile, gently patting his head, telling him to keep this a secret. After she became pregnant, Elder Chiyo would often come by to visit, sharing private conversations with Mother. Later, when Kabuto examined Karura's health, he discovered her chakra was steadily diminishing. At the time, he was still young and simply assumed Mother was concealing her chakra. He remembered what the textbook said. Once a ninja's chakra is completely depleted, death follows. I need to go to the hospital. I'm a medical ninja. I must go to the hospital. Kabuto grabbed on a baki, his voice edged with urgency. His medical skills were already second only to Chiyo among the sand, but to care for Temari and Kankuro, he had to stay at home. I understand. Compared to Kabuto's instincts, Baki placed greater trust in Shukaku. Chiyo-sama, can I see my child? With the newborn's first cry, the child entered the world. But Karura's strength was gone, her chakra completely spent. Yet, refusing to leave before seeing her baby, Karura summoned her final will, holding on for just a moment longer. Take a look. Nurtured by Karura's chakra, the child was born with a head of short, vibrant red hair. Mother. Kabuto? Temari, what brings you two here? Chiyo was surprised. She always held high hopes for Kabuto. Chiyo-sama, Mother, The moment they entered the hospital, Kabuto overheard the hushed whispers of the other medical ninja. The fourth's wife, suffering from a difficult birth, might not make it. I'm sorry. Chiyo shook her head. The Sand Release clan traced its lineage back to the second Kazekage, a contemporary of Bunpuku, just a little younger than the first and much older than Chiyo herself. Karura was now the head of the Sand Release clan. The secret technique Karura used was one passed down by the second Kazekage. It was designed to ensure the Kekii Genkai would not be lost to future generations, but it came at a heavy price. A mother's sacrifice was always required. Temari and Kankuro had not inherited sand release nor magnet release. That left only the newborn child. No, this can't be true. Kabuto involuntarily took a step back. This isn't real. This isn't real. Temari, too, could not accept the truth. Watching Kabuto's devastated expression, Chiyo's heart clenched with a pang of guilt. Had she made the wrong choice? Wasn't this the very same look Scorpion wore all those years ago? Kabuto, Temari, is that you? Yes, it's me. Mother. With great effort, Karura raised her hand and gently touched the child before her, this sensible little one who tugged at her heartstrings with pain and tenderness. Kabuto, don't be sad. In the future, your younger brother and sister will still need you to protect them. Yes, I will. Kabuto bit back his tears, pretending to be strong. Temari and the clueless Kankuro were still by his side. As their older brother, he had to be the strong one. But Temari, unable to contain herself, had already begun to cry. Shukaku let out an exasperated sigh, but his gaze shifted to Chiyo. Old woman, this must be your handiwork, right? Aren't you going to say something? Does a tailed beast require any words from me? Chiyo replied, somewhat bewildered. In truth, she was deeply wary of Shukaku. Secretly, he'd been gathering followers. Even a few shinobi in the village held him in high regard. Chiyo worried that, in a few years, Sunagakure would become the village of the tailed beast. Such a sand village would no longer truly be Sunagakure. Until recently, with the division of fortunes, Chiyo hadn't been overly concerned. Now, Shukaku was completely beyond anyone's control. A cold, mirthless chuckle escaped Shukaku. It seems my mercy over these past 2 years has made you complacent. Did you really think I wouldn't kill? The killing intent radiating from Shukaku was the accumulation of countless human deaths over 1,000 years. Even Chiyo, who had survived 3 great ninja wars, could not help but shiver. And when it came to strength, Raza's magnet release could restrain Shukaku to some extent, but puppets were a different matter. Her puppets were the traditional kind, unable to withstand the bombardment of a tailed beast. Unless she could bring forth the kind of Gundam Kankuro used in the world of illusions, one controlled by a ninja from within. But Chiyo was old now, not a dreamer like Kankuro. Lacking innovation, her puppet techniques had reached their limit. Among Kage-level shinobi, puppet masters weren't exactly weak. Even Raza couldn't easily deal with her, but while Raza could stand against a tailed beast, Chiyo could not. Such was the dilemma facing puppet mastery in Sunagakure. Her grandson had taken the forbidden path of human puppetry, but she did not believe that Sasori's way was the right one. So be it. It's all my fault. Human and beast stood locked in a silent standoff. In the end, it was Chiyo who conceded first. She had grown too fond of this boy, Kabuto. No matter what, the reason Karura had chosen to nurture Gaara was because of her. I know a secret technique. I can bring Karura back. Elder Chiyo. Maki gasped in shock. Even someone like Maki, who was no medical ninja, could see that Karura was in her final moments. Yet Chiyo claimed she had a secret technique that could save her. Kabuto asked, what's the price? He felt joy at first, but quickly came back to his senses. Is it truly possible, this kind of ninjutsu that can bring someone back from the brink of death? Even if it does exist, what price must be paid for it? This technique is called self-sacrificial rebirth. I originally created it in hopes of bringing my grandson Sasori's parents back to life. Chiyo explained, her voice calm and measured. This jutsu requires the user to pour all of their chakra into another person, giving up their own life to fully restore someone else's. It can even grant life to a puppet. Sadly, before she ever had the chance to resurrect her own son and daughter-in-law, Sasori vanished along with the third Kazekage. I see. Maki sighed, the weight of the revelation settling over him. Chiyo was the anchor of Sunagakure, while Karura was the wife of the fourth Kazekage. No matter how the situation was handled, conflict seemed inevitable for the village. If Chiyo died, the village would lose a pillar of strength. If Karura died, Raza would inevitably resent Chiyo for her influence over Karura's decision. It's all my fault. I acted too hastily, Chiyo admitted, her voice tinged with guilt. Understand your intentions, Lady Chiyo, Maki quickly offered, eager to comfort her. In the end, it was the image of the tailed beast that had left the deepest mark on everyone's hearts. The so-called god of shinobi himself had declared the tailed beasts to be natural disasters, and so these innocent creatures were sealed inside human hosts. For the tailed beasts, it was bewildering and unjust. They were sealed away for no reason at all. Who could blame them for rebelling? The god of shinobi's authority was absolute, and people widely accepted that the tailed beasts were calamities. In their bid for freedom, the beasts tried to break free of their seals, causing chaos and destruction in the process. Unavoidably, humans suffered in these conflicts, and the tailed beasts came to be seen as threats, not as comrades like the summoned animals were. And yet, because the tailed beasts were powerful, no shinobi wanted to simply let them go. Placing himself in their shoes, and not as someone who benefited from Shukaku's power, Maki realized that his choices would have been no different from Chiyo's. And yet, Maki glanced at Shukaku, then at Chiyo. Why was Shukaku so harsh toward Elder Chiyo? He simply could not understand. I'll let you off easy this time, Shukaku grumbled, glancing sympathetically at the wailing infant in Karura's arms. He hopped up onto the hospital bed and looked at Karura. My healing powers aren't as strong as the Nine Tails, but saving your life is no problem for me. However, becoming a shinobi, that was now all but impossible. What are you doing? Chiyo demanded, unable to keep the alarm from her voice as she saw Shukaku's chakra enveloping Karura. To her, a tailed beast was a force of nature, a calamity. Their chakra carried the essence of slaughter, hatred, wildness, and destruction. How could Karura possibly withstand such a thing in her weakened state? No, this can't be happening, gasped the medic Nin, who had been watching the monitor from the side, as if witnessing something beyond all comprehension. What happened? Chiyo frowned, realizing that the news about the tailed beast had already reached these medical ninja. She would have to make sure their memories of this were erased afterward. Lady Chiyo, Lady Karura's life force is coming back. The medical ninja, struggling to suppress her fear, forced herself to look at Shukaku, the legendary tailed beast. This wasn't the first time she'd seen Shukaku, that little tanuki. She had often spotted an ANBU escorting a small raccoon-like creature, such a rare and adorable sight. Today was just the first time she realized what it really was. But she never would have guessed that this cute little tanuki was, in fact, the legendary tailed beast. How adorable, not frightening at all. People called it the god of shinobi and gossiped about it, but rumors are just that. Nonsense. All her life, she'd heard the tales of tailed beasts bringing disaster and destruction to villages, but in all these years, she had never witnessed such a calamity. What a load of rubbish, she thought. If she could, she'd tell the so-called god of shinobi this to their face. Your granddaughter heals the sick and is respected as a medical ninja, but if a tailed beast saves someone, it's called a catastrophe? What hypocrisy! Double standards at their finest. So much for the god of shinobi. Meanwhile, Shukaku was completely unaware that, because of his efforts to save a life, a medical ninja from the Sand Village had just become his devoted fan. All tailed beasts, after all, had the power to heal and save lives. When a Jinchuriki is gravely injured, the tailed beast will often release a bit of its chakra to protect, and even heal, its host. In Karura's case, her life was endangered by a loss of chakra, but Shukaku could simply leave some of his own chakra within her to save her life. What? So that's what it is. Chiyo suddenly thought of the matter of the Jinchuriki. Tailed beasts are undying, but if their Jinchuriki dies before the seal is broken and the beast is released, the tailed beast will perish as well. Of course, in the past, during the Shinobi Wars, some Jinchuriki would break the seal, letting the tailed beast take over their body. The Jinchuriki would die, the beast would wreak havoc on the enemy, and then the beast would be sealed away again. Otherwise, a tailed beast would usually just release chakra to protect its Jinchuriki when death was near. If tailed beasts truly were nothing but natural disasters, how could their chakra possibly heal wounded humans? The god of shinobi was wrong. Chiyo, after all, was the oldest among Tsunagekyu's current leadership. In her youth, the god of shinobi had been the ultimate authority. She had always believed what the god of shinobi said, and because of this, she'd always deeply feared the tailed beasts. I was wrong. After today, I will retire completely. From now on, the future of Tsunagakure will be in the hands of you young people. I will hand over all control of the ANBU to you. Watching Yakushi Kabuto's face gradually regain color beside her, Chiyo could clearly feel that there was no longer any affection left in him for her. He didn't hold her accountable for her mistakes, only because she had once taught him medical ninjutsu, and Kabuto didn't know how to respond to that debt. But this indifference, it was a perfect illustration of what would define their relationship going forward. Sasori was gone. The promising junior she once cherished now estranged and disloyal, and the authority she had always believed in had been shattered by harsh reality. In this moment, Chiyo felt utterly desolate, her heart ashen and cold. Lady Chiyo, there's no need to say more. My mind is made up. Maki still wanted to persuade her further. After all, someone of Kaga-level strength like Chiyo could wipe out a small nation with ease, and in the 5 great shinobi villages, a Kaga-level ninja was an invaluable asset. If a small shinobi village produced a Kage-level ninja, so long as they didn't act like Hanzo of the Salamander and challenge 3 major villages at once, the village and the small nation it belonged to would instantly become a regional power. Kage-level strength held almost as much deterrent force as a tailed beast. The difference was that tailed beasts endured, while those who could reach Kage level were exceedingly rare. Generally, the great villages would avoid making enemies of a village that boasted a Kage-level ninja. After all, if that village were to side with their rivals, it would be a bitter pill to swallow, much like the Land of Grass, famous for playing both sides in the shinobi world. Even without a Kage, they were vexing enough. Of course, things changed entirely in times of the Shinobi World War. During such wars, even if you had a Kage-level fighter, your nation would still be nothing more than a buffer zone between the great powers. That was the true mission of small nations. Their suffering and destruction served to secure the peace and stability of the larger nations. Perhaps this was the real intention of the god of shinobi all along. Back then, Tobirama Senju always called the Uchiha clan evil, probably just to smear their name. Chiyo couldn't help but wonder if the god of shinobi had harbored hidden motives. According to rumors from those days, Senju Tobirama killed his own brother, but still founded Konoha alongside Hashirama. It was said Hashirama had planned to end his own life with a kunai, and Madara Uchiha was so moved by this gesture that he relented. Though these were only rumors, there was always some truth behind the whispers. They say he tricked Madara into attempting suicide, but in the end Madara discovered the truth and ruthlessly killed the demon of the shinobi world. That must be it. What a laughable god of shinobi. To think I once admired him so much. Chiyo's mind wandered in a tangle of bitter thoughts. Achoo! Achoo! Lord Madara, are you unwell? Get out of my way. A masked man with a swirling pattern pushed aside the white Zetsu who tried to comfort him. Could it be your wounds haven't healed yet? Enough. But with things as they are, the shinobi world should be descending into chaos soon. Don't you think, Tobi? Not quite. Tobi replied. I heard that after the 4th Hokage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki died, the 3rd Hokage returned to power and seized control again. For now, things have stabilized, so once the news gets out, I don't believe the shinobi world won't descend into chaos. By the way, I heard from Black Zetsu that there's been an internal conflict in Sunagakure. Black Zetsu thought you might be interested, so I'm passing on the message. Also, what does it actually feel like to, poop? As if suddenly remembering something, Tobi stared at the masked man's backside as he spoke. Aside from Chiyo, there's hardly anyone in Sunagakure worth worrying about. The rest are no threat. The masked man showed not the slightest interest, even though Sunagakure had managed to push back Konoha during the war. Obito, I've told you before, beware of the world's heroes. Sunagakure's Jinchuriki, Bunpuku, after the First Great War, was the strongest human in the shinobi world besides Lord Madara. Suddenly, the nearby trees twisted and shifted, transforming into a figure striped in black and white. Call me Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu. Yes, Lord Madara. Only then did the masked man reply. The one-tailed Jinchuriki is already dead. Even if he were still alive, I wouldn't fear him. Sunagakure, as it is now, isn't worth our attention. Bunpuku was dead. White Zetsu had discovered Shukaku long ago. That's why the masked man felt no need to care about events in Sunagakure. Still, he was quite intrigued by this Bunpuku that Black Zetsu seemed to fear. No bloodline limit, no powerful heritage, and his tiny temple was far less renowned than the Temple of Fire. On top of that, the tailed beast he hosted was the One Tail, infamous for having the least chakra of them all. And yet, Black Zetsu regarded him with such wariness. If the chance ever arose, he wouldn't mind meeting Bunpuku in person. But back then, he was still undergoing his own training and was far from being a top-tier figure. No matter, with a useless one tail like that, it's impossible for another Bunpuku to appear. Our main objective now is to aid Pain and take control of the Land of Rain. The next day, thank you, Shukaku. Truly. This time, Raza expressed his gratitude to Shukaku from the bottom of his heart. He never could have imagined that the person he thought safest, his own wife, would narrowly escape death, all because of Chiyo's involvement. Fortunately, Kabuto had rushed over with Shukaku just in time. Just make sure you keep your promise and take care of what you agreed to. Shukaku sprawled wearily on Yi Tsong's chest. Saving someone, truly saving a person's life. That was something a tailed beast simply couldn't do. And he didn't know Chiyo's reanimation technique. The only way was to strip away a portion of his own chakra, the original yang aspect, and place it within Karura. As long as this chakra remained, Karura would survive. That's why he said Karura would struggle to ever become a ninja. It was the first time he'd ever done anything like this, and Shukaku found it disconcerting. Even his body hadn't fully adjusted yet. Don't worry, Chiyo has now retired completely, and the old leadership has been purged. No one can interfere with my decisions now. At this moment, Raza's resolve was steadfast and his ambitions soared. As early as 2 years ago, Kabuto had already helped him by building the Sand Village's pet totem, the Tanuki, so that Shukaku could live openly in Sunagakure. At that time, though, Shukaku could only stay by Yitsong's or Raza's side, always under the watchful eyes of the Anbu. Now, he felt at ease with Shukaku. Even if Shukaku really left Sunagakure, he would simply consider it as repaying the debt for Shukaku saving Karura. However, Raza glanced furtively at the spot where Shukaku was lying. Geez, so envious. Who would have thought that the village's most beloved beauty was claimed by a tailed beast first? Fellow men, you need to step up your game. Aside from the matter with Karura, there was also Chiyo's seclusion. Chiyo had chosen to retire as soon as the Third Great Ninja War ended. Yet, she still managed to restrict him at every turn. If it weren't for Chiyo's protection, those higher-ups would have long since been swept away by him, together with Yi Tsong and Faishi, during a council meeting. This time, Chiyo was truly disheartened. As for the loss of a Kage-level combatant, honestly, that wasn't important. Hadn't they heard the news that came in just this morning? Minato Namikaze of the Leaf had already fallen a month ago. As strong as Chiyo was, she simply couldn't compare to Minato's potential. It was said that after the third Hokage sealed off the village for a month, the Ninetales incident still spread, forcing the third to send envoys to every village to maintain alliances. At this point, within the Leaf Village, Tsukumo Hataki, White Fang, had died early, Tsunade was missing, Orochimaru had become a rogue ninja, and Jiraiya was away from the village. Now with the sudden death of the fourth Hokage, the only top-tier combatants left in Konoha were Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo, plus Chozora Kimichi, who hadn't shown Kage-level strength in years. The rest, like Fugaku Uchiha and the Hyuga clan, were, in the end, merely elite jonin. In other words, the Leaf's visible top-tier strength now, aside from Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was still in his prime and among the strongest Kage, was already less than that of Sunagakure. If nothing unexpected happened, the Leaf's first diplomatic stop would definitely be Sunagakure. After all, they'd become friendly allies near the end of the Third War. At last, we can take a break. Across the boundless desert, several ninja hurried along, and just a few hundred meters ahead was their destination, Sunagakure. That's odd. Why is there a Tanuki on Sunagakure's wall? Do they worship Tanuki in their village, or something? A young man with a thick beard asked curiously. This was Asuma Sarutobi, son of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Though only in his teens, his beard was already quite noticeable. He tended to be a bit dramatic, but he had a good heart. Having always been close to Shikaka Nara, he was especially dissatisfied with his father's constant protection of Danzo. This diplomatic mission to Sunagakure was his first visit to the village, and the third Hokage also intended for Sarutobi Asuma to gain some experience. A Tanuki? Isn't that just a statue? I remember it wasn't here the last time I visited. A ninja with clouded eyes glanced in the direction indicated. Whoa, that's a huge Tanuki. Other villages carve the likenesses of their Kage. But why does Sunagakure carve a Tanuki? Hayashi hasn't always been there? The leading ninja asked. No, last time I came to Sunagakure was 2 years ago for peace negotiations. Both sides exchanged information and discussed some details. The statues of the previous Kazekage were all displayed in the lobby of the Kazekage Tower. The surrounding walls didn't have anything on them. Hyuga Hayashi replied. Sunagakure is located in a desert region, where sandstorms are common, which is why the village is protected by towering walls. These walls are thick and sturdy. Not only do they keep the sandstorms at bay, but they also help fend off wild beasts. Unlike Konoha, where the walls are mostly for show, then these must have been built in the last 2 years. I heard the fourth Hokage mention that recently, there's been conflict between the Kazekage and Sunagakure's upper echelon. Sarutobi Shinosuke couldn't help but wonder why Sunagakure would go out of its way to build a Tanuki statue. After all, 2 years ago, Sunagakure managed to withdraw from the Great Ninja War so quickly, largely because their 2 summoning beasts caught us Konoha ninjas completely off guard. If they were going to build statues, shouldn't they have chosen a scorpion or a fox instead? Wait, Captain Shinosuke. Hayashi and Shinosuke found themselves thinking along the same lines. Byakugan, the sand fox, the poisonous scorpion. Captain Shinosuke. On either side of the Tanuki statue, there are 2 smaller statues, one of a sand fox and one of a poisonous scorpion. And, with his Byakugan activated, Hyuga Hayashi could clearly see the smaller statues flanking the Tanuki. Why do the sand fox and the scorpion look as if they're serving the Tanuki? Shouldn't a Tanuki be prey for sand foxes or scorpions? Hayashi was filled with astonishment. And what else? Shinosuke squinted. He could barely make out the Tanuki statue because of its size. Even from hundreds of meters away, he could guess what it was from its outline. But to him, the statues on either side were nothing more than two dark spots. The sand fox and the poisonous scorpion. They seemed to be serving the Tanuki, not hunting it, Hayashi replied, keeping his curiosity in check. Serving it? Sarutobi Shinosuke wasn't as rebellious as Asuma. He'd become an ANBU captain at a young age, not only because he was Sarutobi Hiruzen's son, but because of his own considerable strength. Among the younger generation in Konoha, he was outstanding. Defeating Asuma would be an easy feat. He was also quick-witted. Piecing together Hayashi's observations, he began to form a theory. Could it be that the Sand Village has an even more powerful summoning beast? Hyuga Hizashi couldn't help but speak up. He shared the same suspicion as Sarutobi Shinosuke. I'm not sure, but this is information we must take back with us. Sarutobi Shinosuke replied. Back in the day, Enma had explained the origins of the sand fox and the venomous scorpion. But as for the summoning beasts of the raccoon dog clan, Enma had never mentioned them, which meant even he didn't know whether such clan existed. Still, just because Enma hadn't brought it up, Shinosuke wouldn't recklessly ignore the possibility. The Land of Wind was vast and shrouded in mystery. No one had ever fully explored its secrets. It was like the sand caves and the sand ash. According to Konoha's investigations, elderly villagers from remote corners of the Land of Wind could provide some clues. These two places were notorious as dangerous forbidden zones. It was said that, aside from a single monk, no one who entered ever came back out. The sand cave and the sand ash, these two summoning beasts clearly represented those forbidden places. As for the monk mentioned by the old man, Konoha speculated it must be Bunpuku. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how the Sand Village had suddenly acquired such a powerful summoning beast. Maybe we should also search for mysterious places within the Land of Fire. Who knows, we might discover some powerful summoning beasts of our own. Sarutobi Asuma remarked offhandedly. After all, the Enma clan made their home in a rather perilous place. That's a good idea, but aside from Lord Jiraiya, I'm afraid there's no one in Konoha now who could easily explore those mysterious lands. Sarutobi Shinosuke sighed. The world was full of not just summoning beasts, but wild beasts as well. Unlike summoning beasts, wild beasts lacked intelligence and acted purely on instinct. Even a powerful jonin could be injured when facing some of these creatures, and if one ran into a pack, survival was unlikely. I'll reach that level sooner or later. The rebellious Asuma bristled, feeling underestimated. Enough, the Sand Village's welcoming party has arrived. As they speculated, they reached the outskirts of the Sand Village. Konoha had already communicated their arrival via messenger hawk, so Raza had sent people to greet them. It had to be said, the Sand Village had changed a lot. In the past, Suna suffered from a water shortage, relying on expensive imports or hiring water release ninjas to fill the artificial lakes they maintained. Now, with control over the land of rivers, water was still scarce, but at least they no longer had to subsist entirely on grilled food. But what surprised Shinosuke the most was the raccoon dog statues built throughout the village. They were everywhere. Even the streetlights were designed in the shape of raccoon dogs, the lamp itself shining from the creature's mouth. Greetings, Lord Kazekage. All three of them came from distinguished clans, so their manners were impeccable. But when Shinosuke and Hayashi Hyuga caught sight of the woman beside Raza, they couldn't help but let out a startled exclamation. Damn! Itsang's brow furrowed instantly. Men. Truly, they're creatures who think with their lower halves. Even Shukaku, after all, only ever uses his claws. My apologies, we were just caught off guard. We meant no disrespect. Lady Itsang, wielder of Scorch Release. Hayashi Hyuga was quicker to recover. Noticing Itsang's fiery gaze fixed upon them, her brow tightly knit, he immediately offered an apology. The authority of a true powerhouse brooked no offense. While both he and Shinosuke were elite jonin, against Itsang, there was only one outcome, being turned into withered husks. Back when the Third Great Ninja War began, Itsang already had the strength to kill an elite jonin with just a single touch. Even if she hadn't grown stronger over the past 2 years, there was still no way the two of them could compare. A ninja without inherited jutsu or bloodline, who could, by sheer talent, fuse and master Scorch Release. Just that alone placed Itsang above most of the bloodline limit users. Seeing the look of shock in their eyes, Itsang understood well enough why they were so surprised. She had crossed paths with Hayashi Hyuga on the mist battlefield in the past. As for Shinosuke, he probably recognized her from encounter with Konoha's ANBU. In those days, I fell into an enemy trap and was gravely wounded. Rumors spread that I died in action. Your surprise, I suppose, is understandable. However, Itsang's tone shifted, her face expressionless. A few balls of scorching fire floated up beside her. If you show such disrespect again, don't blame me for showing no mercy. It won't happen again. Sarutobi Shinizuka hurried to assure her. It was just an exclamation of surprise. Why was she so furious about it? Even fire-released ninja weren't this hot-tempered. Yitsong turned away in silence. Shinizuka was clueless, but she had already heard from Shukaku what damn meant. She had long since accepted Shukaku's way of thinking. Even knowing they didn't mean any harm, she still felt insulted. Well then, may I ask what brings the three of you here? Seeing that Yitsong had vented enough, Raza stepped in with a deliberately formal tone. They had already more or less guessed Konoha's intentions, but Raza relished these moments, when Konoha had to come to them. Lord Kazekage. As Raza spoke, Sarutobi Shinizuka quickly shifted his gaze away from the little tanuki clinging to Yitsong. The reason is, he began to explain, and the conversation flowed on. So, you're here to renew the alliance, hoping that Sunagakure will send forces to the Land of Rain to help you contain Iwagakure? Raza asked, rubbing his temples, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Sarutobi Shinizuka chattered on for a full hour, his words tumbling out in an endless stream, while Yakura, sitting beside him, had already started yawning with boredom. Yet, despite the lengthy speech, it all boiled down to just two main points. First, he reiterated the alliance between the two sides and insisted on signing the latest version of the agreement. As for what was new in this version, it simply added a second point, asking Sunagakure to send troops to the Land of Rain. Everything else was more or less the same, just with some minor details filled in. Yes, Lord Kazekage is already aware that both Kyugakure and Iwagakure have their eyes on the Byakugan of our Hyuga clan, replied Hyuga Hizashi to Raza. That's why both villages have been quietly making their moves behind the scenes. Right now, with Lord Jiraiya stationed in the Land of Hot Water, we're at ease on that front, but when it comes to the Land of Rain, it's much harder for us to keep watch. Hyuga Hizashi openly laid out Konoha's current situation. This supposed difficulty in keeping watch was, of course, a fabrication. After all, as a branch member of the Hyuga, he hadn't even been deployed to the front lines himself. As for why they wanted Sunagakure to send troops, well, it was simply more cost-effective. If Konoha sent their own forces, casualties would be inevitable. Training a single ninja is expensive, and more importantly, raising a powerful ninja takes many years. But if they could get their ally, Sunagakure, to intervene, Konoha would only need to pay a certain price. Konoha wasn't worried that Sunagakure might refuse. Currently, Sunagakure and Iwagakure were in a sort of honeymoon phase. Neither side had anything of real value to compete over. During the Third Great Ninja War, Inoki had struck at Sunagakure mainly because he was irritated that the Third Raikage failed to properly attack Sunagakure and then turned his attention to Iwagakure. So Inoki stepped in to send a message to the ninja world. If Sunagakure stepped in to help, it was likely Iwagakure would stop their little schemes. After all, at this point, Iwagakure had made enemies everywhere. First, the second Tsuchikage and second Mizukage perished together. Then, Inoki tried to hunt down the Third Raikage, and their relationship with Konoha was also less than cordial. At a time like this, picking a fight with Sunagakure would be downright foolish. Of course, there was another reason Hizashi didn't mention. The Iwagakure hadn't taken direct action themselves. They'd hired a rogue ninja organization. This group was formidable, and quite a few Konoha units stationed on the Fire Country, Rain Country border had been wiped out by these missing nin. Troops stationed in the Land of Rain? Your Hokage really dares to ask for that. Raza sneered. After the Second Great Ninja War, Hanzo the Salamander withdrew from the larger shinobi conflicts and holed up in the Land of Rain, never venturing out. But if any other village tried to station large forces in the Land of Rain, Hanzo would never turn a blind eye. He was, after all, known as the demigod of the ninja world. No one could guarantee a sure victory against him. If he wasn't killed outright and managed to release his poison sac, not even Tsunade could save those caught in it. So, no one wanted to provoke a so-called demigod who had lost all ambition for conquest. Sarutobi Shinizuka looked embarrassed. This wasn't his father's idea, but rather a suggestion from Danzo, the leader of the route. It just sounded a bit too foolish, carrying a hint of the late Tobarama Senju style. Kazekage-sama, Hanzo the Salamander, is already old. He no longer possesses the strength he once had. With your reputation, there's no need to fear him. Besides, Lady Chiyo has already neutralized Hanzo's poison. A cold chuckle escaped Raza's lips. Lady Chiyo had only managed to counter Hanzo's poison because Hanzo himself hadn't unleashed the full power of his venom. Sack at that time. Back then, Hanzo was only looking to withdraw from the war as quickly as possible. He had no intention of pushing Sunagakure to the brink. Had Hanzo chosen a scorched earth approach, He might have died, but Shio and every Sunagakure ninja present would never have made out alive. That man was, after all, a demigod of the ninja world. Only the dead, or those with power on par with a demigod, would be unfazed by the threat of his ultimate poison. If Konoha is going to show such insincerity, then I see no reason for us to continue this alliance. Now, Sunagakure was the one holding all the cards. He, Raza, had no reason to cater to Konoha's whims. Sarutobi Shinosuke, what? Wait, Kazekage-sama, are you telling me you're afraid of the demigod? From what I've heard, Kazekage-sama, you once fended off the legendary Third Raikage, famed as the strongest shield and the strongest spear. Now that the Third Raikage has passed, you're considered the most formidable defender alive. Sarutobi Asuma blurted out, his brash, youthful arrogance on full display. Before coming, he'd done his homework, researching Raza's life and achievements. Back when the hidden cloud attacked Sunagakure, Raza may have ended up in a sorry state, but no one could deny his prowess. His skill at clearing out enemy ranks was unmatched in the present ninja world. Even his defensive abilities were second only to the Third Raikage. From the notes left behind by the rogue ninja, Orochimaru, Asuma had concluded that Raza was an extremely proud man. Hands in his pockets, a cool, indifferent expression. He was practically the spitting image of his old classmate, Kakashi, if only his bushy beard didn't get in the way of his good looks. Asuma, Sarutobi Shinosuke shouted in fright, quickly offering an apology. Kazekage-sama, this is my younger brother. He's just a kid and doesn't know any better. TCH. It's nothing, Raza waved dismissively. But I must admit, I really am afraid of the Hidden Rain Village. Sarutobi Shinosuke, huh? Had someone swapped him out for an imposter? He looked utterly perplexed. How could the fourth Kazekage seem so timid? Don't go to the land of rain. Don't go to the land of rain. Don't go to the land of rain. Some things are worth repeating 3 times. A year ago, when Yi-Song was returning from a mission, she could have taken a shortcut through the land of rain and been back in no time. At that time, Raza happened to have a task related to the land of rain and considered asking Yi-Song to take care of it while passing through. However, Shukaku, who was sprawled on top of Yi-Song, bristled as if every hair on its body stood on end. No matter how Yi-Song tried to assure it that she wouldn't provoke Hanzo of the Salamander, and even agreed to Shukaku's long-standing wish to bathe together. The lecherous Tanuki would not relent. In fact, the two, person and beast, almost came to blows right on the border of the land of rain. In the end, it was Yi-Song who gave in, taking a long detour through the land of fire and the land of rivers before finally returning to the village. From then on, the land of rain became forbidden territory for Sunagakure. Any mission remotely related to the land of rain, Shukaku would tear up the orders without hesitation. Because of this, Raza had to pay considerable compensation. Over time, Sunagakure stopped accepting missions involving the land of rain, and it became strictly forbidden for any ninja to venture there. Afterward, Raza sent agents to the black market to buy information about the land of rain. That was when an idealistic organization came to his attention. The Akatsuki. After the Second Great War, the Akatsuki appeared in the land of rain, a group dedicated to promoting peace. But for reasons unknown, the original Akatsuki vanished from sight during the Third Great War. When they resurfaced, Akatsuki had already transformed into an organization that recruited rogue ninja. After that, news from the land of rain dried up completely. The land of rain was different from other countries. Elsewhere, the daimyo held power, but Hanzo the Salamander had seized control to elevate his nation's status. For outsiders, obtaining intelligence from the land of rain was extremely difficult. After all, most people feared Hanzo might choose to drag everyone down with him if pushed too far. Among the intelligence from the land of rain, the Akatsuki was the only group that truly piqued Raza's interest, so he quickly focused his attention on them. He didn't want to investigate what exactly in the land of rain made Shukaku so fearful. But in the end, Raza chose to let it go. If need be, he could always take the long way around. Although the land of rain didn't officially participate in the Third Great War, in reality, both Sunagakure, Konohagakure, and Iwagakure all stationed troops in the land of rain during the conflict. As long as one stayed away from Amigakure itself, Hanzo of the Salamander would not interfere. It was reminiscent of Sunagakure during the First Great War. Other nations ravaged their homeland, while all they could do was swallow their pride and declare neutrality. Hanzo had never truly lost a battle in the Second Great War. The powerful ninja who clashed with him included the legendary Sannin, the third Kazekage and Shio of Sunagakure, even the general from the land of iron, and Iwagakure's Jinchuriki. It's worth remembering, at that time, the Sannin were all near Kage, if not outright Kage level, in strength. Yet the Hidden Rain village itself was already on the brink of ruin, and its shinobi were no match for those from the great villages. Even so, Hanzo of the Salamander, relying on his own strength alone, brought down hundreds of Konoha ninja, including dozens of jonin, and single-handedly halted Konoha's advance. Only the 3 Sannin were left standing against him. If Hanzo the Salamander hadn't recognized the reality of the situation, already harboring intentions to withdraw from the war and avoid offending Konoha, the 3 great Sannin would have ceased to exist long ago. Because the great nations used the Land of Rain as their battlefield, misery swept across the land, and the people were left destitute and hopeless. It was the most tragic country in the entire shinobi world. At the very least, being killed outright brought a kind of relief. No more living in constant fear, no more fretting over where the next meal would come from, no more endless worry for the safety of future generations. But in the Land of Rain, to live was the greatest mistake of all. Why, Lord Kazekage? Now, it was Sarutobi Shinnosuke's turn to be puzzled. There's no reason. The alliance agreement remains unchanged, just as before. But as for sending troops to the Land of Rain, that is absolutely out of the question. Raza didn't offer an explanation. Instead, he simply motioned with his hand. Kabuto, take them back to the guest house. Everyone, please follow me. Lord Kazekage, Sarutobi Shinnosuke called out, unwilling to accept the outcome. The first Sand Shinobi delegation had already failed in its mission. What hope was there for the other teams? He exchanged a glance with Hayashi Hyuga. Both men fell silent, words stuck in their throats. Raza had no patience for their drawn-out arguments, and Pakura was far more interested in entertaining the tanuki kitten in her arms with a cat toy than in listening to negotiations. The only one who seemed to be paying close attention was a white-haired child, no more than a few years old. The death of the 4th Hokage had barely brought a moment's peace before the major shinobi villages began stirring restlessly once more. The only thing that brought them a measure of reassurance was that the Sand Village showed no intention of initiating another war. Among all the villages, Sunagakure had suffered the least during the 3rd Shinobi World War. Let's go. Raza's stance was unshakable. He would never agree to any scheme involving the Land of Rain. At least not until he discovered what it was about that country that made Shukaku so fearful. Until then, he would never send his people there. Anything that could strike terror into Shukaku's heart was surely not an opponent he could handle. Raza understood his own limits perfectly well. Though he was capable of standing against Shukaku, that was only because his magnet release happened to restrain the beast to a certain degree. But this unknown threat was clearly something beyond his ability to confront. Now was the time to keep a low profile. To think that the mighty Konoha, once the overlord of the shinobi world, has fallen so far, Pakura remarked, watching the Konoha. Shinobi, who seemed on the verge of speaking, but, fearing Raza's wrath, held their tongues. Her tone was tinged with wistfulness. In both the First and Second Shinobi World Wars, Konoha had faced 5 villages alone and stood as the unchallenged champion. Yet after the Third Great War, Konoha's roster of top-tier shinobi had been severely depleted. The White Fang of Konoha committed suicide, Orochimaru defected, and then there was that disaster with the Nine Tails. Thank goodness nothing like that happened in our village. Wait a minute. The Nine Tails disaster. Maki, send someone to investigate the real cause behind the Nine Tails incident. Was it truly because the Jinchuriki had a difficult childbirth, or was there someone orchestrating things from the shadows? At the mention of the White Fang, Raza suddenly issued new orders to Maki. The death of the White Fang of the Leaf had long since become common knowledge. Not only did the Sand-Hidden Village, the intended target of White Fang's mission, know the details, but all 5 great ninja villages were aware of what truly happened. For the White Fang's true mission was nothing less than the assassination of a high-ranking official within the Sand Village. Yet, at the time, the Sand's covert forces were surprisingly effective. They somehow obtained the top-secret mission details from the Leaf, and under Elder Chiyo's careful planning, they successfully trapped the White Fang, the very man who invented the now infamous E-rank taijutsu technique, the secret leaf art, 1,000 years of death. Yes, that's right, the moniker White Fang of the Leaf was earned precisely because of the devastating power of that technique. In the end, the White Fang abandoned his mission to save his comrade from peril. Not long after his return to the Leaf, rumors began to spread. The White Fang had supposedly caused a great loss to the village by forsaking his mission to save a life. At first, Raza believed these rumors were planted by enemy spies from other villages, aiming to sow discord between the Leaf and their famed White Fang. But then, the very person whom the White Fang had saved stepped forward, publicly condemning him. Leafing through Elder Chiyo's covert records, Raza recalled clearly one particular entry. The Leaf ninja rescued by White Fang had, in fact, pleaded for his help. White Fang was already in a position to assassinate a high-ranking member of the Sand. But when his comrade called for help, he turned back. After learning these hidden truths, Raza no longer believed the rumors came from outside forces seeking to divide White Fang and the Leaf. Rather, he realized that someone within the Leaf, threatened by White Fang's growing prestige, sought to undermine him. This also brought to mind the incident of Yi Tsang's betrayal. It was now obvious. The way the Leaf's top-secret mission had fallen so easily into Sand's hands could only mean someone within the Leaf was betraying the White Fang. To access such confidential information, it could only be someone at the very top of the Leaf's hierarchy. By this logic, the one who spread the rumors must be that very person. After much consideration, Raza concluded there were only two real suspects. The first was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yet at the time, the Second Great Ninja War had just ended in victory, largely thanks to Hiruzen's leadership on the battlefield. Even if White Fang's reputation had begun to overshadow Sarutobi, it was simply unthinkable that Hiruzen would be pushed into retirement so easily. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi was the Hokage who had led the Leaf to victory in both the First and Second Great Ninja Wars. Years of stable rule could not be so easily toppled by a single campaign, no matter how brilliant. As for the rise of the fourth Hokage, that was clearly the result of Hiruzen's strategic blunders during the Third War, coupled with his lack of direct contributions to that conflict. Thus, Minato Namikaze was able to ascend. Of course, part of that was also due to Hiruzen's own desire to retire quietly and step back from the limelight. After all, his prime years had already passed, his strength was on the decline, and unlike Inoki's dust release, which retained its power even as he aged, he had no signature technique to fall back on. Stepping into the background was not a bad choice for him. As for the second person, it was none other than Danzo of Konoha. That man was notoriously cunning and ruthless, and he had always coveted the position of Hokage. Clearly, it was Konoha itself that eliminated the White Fang. And as for Orochimaru becoming a rogue ninja, that too was Konoha's doing. Only the Ninetales incident was a genuine accident. Konoha's decline was entirely due to its own failings. Hiruzen Sarutobi had grown old, and many people no longer felt as secure as they once did. Lord Kazekage, that's certain. According to the reports, during the Ninetales incident, the beast's eyes were unusual. We obtained a drawing from a black market, and I sent someone to consult Lady Chiyo. She said those eyes looked exactly like Uchiha Madara's from decades ago. Maki had done his homework well in advance. Now that Tsunagekyu's leadership was nearly empty, and Yi Tsang was too lazy to bother with such troublesome matters, much of the responsibility fell to him and Kabuto. What? Uchiha Madara? Why didn't you report something this important sooner? Raza's short brown hair bristled, and he felt a surge of annoyance. How could he, the Kazekage, be learning about something so vital only now? Even if it wasn't truly Madara, anyone with eyes like his couldn't possibly be weak. No wonder the reports said the Uchiha clan was relocated to the outskirts of Konoha. So that's the reason. Konoha, the Uchiha. So the rift between them had already grown this deep. Lord Kazekage, what Lady Chiyo meant is that the one controlling the Ninetales probably isn't one of Konoha's Uchiha. Maki hurried to explain. The third Hokage had sealed the village off decisively, so they'd only learned of these events much later. With Chiyo in retirement, it had taken him a great effort to meet with her at all. Based on Lady Chiyo's conjecture, she thinks this person is likely a descendant of Uchiha Madara who ended up outside the clan. After all, Madara was exiled by his own family, abandoned by Konoha, and finally killed by the first Hokage. So he may have wanted revenge on Konoha, stirring up suspicion between Konoha and the Uchiha. A descendant of Uchiha Madara? Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong, kid. Raza had been planning to see if he could use this opportunity for some advantage, but Shukaku suddenly interjected, cutting him off. Why? What is it now, you gaudy raccoon cat? What have you seen this time? Itsang gave Shukaku a firm rub. By now, she was convinced that Shukaku truly possessed the gift of foresight. I didn't see anything, but I know this much. As long as you're strong enough, so strong that no one can defeat you, then there's nothing left to fear. With a huff of discontent, Shukaku tossed aside the cat teaser he'd grown bored of playing with. He was Shukaku, after all, a being of dignity and power. Yet Yetsong was treating him like some house cat. Intolerable. Absolutely intolerable. This woman was just too fierce. What twisted logic. Twisted or not, there's still some sense to it. Whatever. None of this really concerns us. After all, there's no real grudge between Tsunagekyou and the Uchiha. In every war, Konoha always sends the Uchiha to the front lines against Kirigikure or Kumobikure. If anyone wants revenge, it'll be against Kiri or Kyomo, not us. When you really think about it, the Uchiha have had it pretty rough. Kyomo's shinobi are reckless, Kiri's are ruthless, and whenever they clash, it's always a fight to the death. In all of the Third Great War, we never even saw an Uchiha ninja ourselves. Raza chuckled softly. Despite being pushed aside and oppressed like that, the Uchiha never once rebelled. They just let their clansmen die out there on the battlefield. They say that during the Third War, even 4-year-old Uchiha children were sent to fight. A single clan holding off an entire village, and Konoha rewarded them with nothing, just more marginalization. It's almost a joke. Konoha was founded by both the Senju and the Uchiha. And now, there's only one Senju left, and not a single Uchiha in the higher ranks. Shukaku looked at Raza with scorn. He still had the gall to mock others. He should really take a good look at himself. Without Lord Shukaku, Tsunagakure would already be on the decline. Yetsong seemed to sense something and shot Raza a sharp glance as well. Though the two of them got along reasonably well these days, Raza was Kazekage, but Yetsong held a position almost as high. Much like Konoha's Danzo, she would never forget the sting of betrayal from the past. Don't look at me like that. I swear, I will make Tsunagakure the strongest. After a brief moment of silence, Raza spoke with unwavering resolve. Tsunagakure, the strongest. This wish had burned in the heart of every Kazekage. Back in the latter days of the Second Great War, Tsunagakure actually had a shot at it. After Mito Uzumaki's death, Konoha lost its Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Inoki might have had dust release, but he was no match for Bunpuku. The third Mizukage was little more than a nameless background character. Back then, the only real threats to Bunpuku were Hiruzen Tsurutobi in his prime and Hanzo the Salamander, who had easily defeated the legendary Sannin. But Tsunagakure was simply too weak at the time. They had some of the world's greatest shinobi, but the village itself simply couldn't keep pace. And after losing the Second War, Tsunagakure missed its best chance for expansion. Still, compared to the Second War, the Third at least produced a few geniuses. Raza believed that, in the future, Tsunagakure would see even more prodigies rise. What he needed to do was to give those geniuses a safe harbor, a place where talent could grow in peace, an environment where they could hone their skills and rise without fear, even if it cost him his life. The young people of Tsunagakure were not tools, nor were they cannon fodder. They were the future of the village. I'll take your word for it. No wonder Karura fell for a blockhead like you. Raza, maybe you should worry about yourself, you spinster. Lightning release, ground surge. A thunderous crash erupted. Oh no, my Kazekage tower. Medical palm technique. A soft green chakra gathered in the young Kabuto Yakushi's hands. In no time, a little fox covered in wounds just moments before was bounding around energetically, nuzzling Kabuto's arm with its small head. There, all done. 3 seconds flat. Perfect. Congratulations, you've officially become a medical ninja. You're the most talented one I've ever seen. The proctor watching from the side was visibly shocked. What was the record for passing the Tsunagakure medical ninja exam? Wasn't it supposed to take minutes? He could hardly remember. Honestly, that so-called record wasn't even worth recalling. Thank you. Kabuto took the certificate that marked him as a medical ninja, cradling the little fox and offering a gentle smile. Just half a year after entering the Ninja Academy, he was forced to graduate. There was no helping it. In Raza's eyes, the Academy's teachings were child's play. While the teacher was still explaining the hand seals for the clone technique, Kabuto could already conjure several clones with ease. It wasn't long before he passed the Chunin exams on his own, rising to become an elite among his peers. It could be said that Kabuto Yakushi was the most versatile genius Tsunagakure had ever seen. And most importantly, Kabuto was a water release ninja. The number of water release users in Tsunagakure's history could be counted on one hand. To say nothing of his other skills, if Kabuto ever opened a bathhouse, he'd quickly become the richest man in the village. Kabuto's name soon spread throughout Tsunagakure. Many of the village's ninja even compared him to Konoha's Kakashi Hitaki. Kabuto himself paid these rumors no mind, immersing himself completely in the study of medical ninjutsu. Though he had already learned some medicine and poisons from Chiyo, he didn't rush to take the medical ninja exam. Only after mastering In Healing Wound Destruction did he finally sit for the test. In Healing Wound Destruction. By foreseeing where the enemy's attack would land and healing the area before the blow struck, he could minimize the damage taken. To use this technique, one needed the ability to predict attacks with precision, make split-second decisions, and possess extraordinary powers of recovery. The concept of In Healing Wound Destruction had actually been imagined as early as the time Tsunade proposed the idea of medical ninjas. However, the establishment of medical ninja has only been around for a little over 10 years. While the theory of healing wound destruction exists, no one has ever succeeded in mastering it. Kabuto Yakushi chose to stay quietly at the Sunagakure Hospital precisely to master this technique with proficiency. He had no Kekiai Genkai, and though people called him a genius, the pressure on his shoulders was immense. Raza's expectations for him were simply too high. What's more, he had an adorable younger sister and brother relying on him. As their big brother, he didn't want to end up like Kankuro, who seemed invisible whenever Gaara was around. To witness a genius like you is truly my honor. If only you and I could be more like you, said one of the medical ninjas, brimming with excitement. Kabuto smiled and bid farewell to the medical ninja, who insisted on getting his autograph, then hurried off towards the ninja academy. Today was the graduation day for Gaara and, well, that other kid too. Raza had no time to personally instruct the three, but Karura, with her wealth of ninja experience, together with Kabuto's assistance, ensured that Temari and Gaara's abilities had clearly risen to a whole new level. Especially Gaara. When Gaara was 3, Shukaku had forcibly inscribed a large love character on Gaara's forehead, then sealed himself away and fell into a deep sleep. Then, when Gaara turned 6, the year he entered the Ninja Academy, Shukaku finally awoke. From then on, the little tanuki that had always dangled from Yakura's chest was now nestled in Gaara's arms. In Sunagakure, the tanuki, sand fox, and poison scorpion had all become mascots of the village. For the more harmless creatures like the tanuki or sand fox, nearly every household displayed a statue of one as a household charm. Poison scorpions, being rather ugly, were less commonly seen. No one knew that the small tanuki perched on Gaara's shoulder was actually the infamous tailed beast that struck fear into the hearts of many. This year, Gaara was just over 10 years old. At Shukaku's urging, Raza agreed to let Temari, Gaara, and the others graduate early. And Kabuto Yakushi was appointed as their instructor. First, Kabuto's strength was already on par with a jonin. He was more than capable of leading a team, and with Shukaku around, there was no need to worry about their safety. Second, Gaara and his companions were simply on a different level compared to the rest of the students. If not for Raza's desire to give Gaara a happy childhood, Gaara could have graduated the very year he entered. Now, after more than 4 years at the academy, it made no sense to waste any more time competing for the meaningless title of top student in their grade. It was far better to start honing their real combat skills as early as possible. This was, after all, preparation for Sunagakure's upcoming rise. Damn it, who is it that dared to stand us up? At the Sunagakure Ninja Academy training grounds, Kankuro fiddled with his puppet while Gaara stroked the little tanuki in his arms. This made Temari, who wanted to be someone her 2 younger brothers could rely on, quite annoyed. Hey, you two, can't you have a bit more ambition? We've been stood up for half the day, and neither of you is even a little angry. She grabbed Kankuro's ear, brimming with indignation. Is there anything to think about? The only people who would dare stand up to Kazakage's children are the Kazakage himself, or Aunt Yukura, Kankuro replied, unfazed, as if he'd long since grown used to Temari's antics. After all, in this household, he was always at the bottom of the pecking order. Still, while Kankuro's taste might be questionable, he was actually quite clever and, despite his intimidating appearance, a surprisingly talkative person. He was very familiar with the state of affairs in Sunagakure. Raza and Yukura, those two were the face of the village, the pillars that allowed Sunagakure to hold its place among the 5 great shinobi villages. Elder Chiyo hadn't shown herself in years. If not for his interest in puppetry, Kankuro might have forgotten that such a living fossil still existed in the village. But given Chiyo's advanced age, there was no way she'd come to look after 3 brats like them. So, the only one who'd dare leave them hanging was Aunt Yukura, who was always trying to steal Gaara's tanuki. You're such a bore, Temari muttered, her gaze shifting away in distaste from the colorful patterns painted across Kankuro's face. Kankuro didn't mind at all and continued tinkering with his puppet. Though he hadn't received Chiyo's personal guidance, there were still plenty of puppet masters in Sunagakure, and Kankuro's lineage alone already set him above 99% of shinobi. Elsewhere, Gaara perched atop a wall of sand, a gourd strapped to his back, Shukaku cradled in his arms. Of course, it wasn't because he felt excluded. Shukaku, do you think when Sensei finally shows up, I should let him taste the sand waterfall funeral? Gaara said irritably. Wasting time here felt pointless. He'd rather be honing his skills. Maybe you should try that move on your old man instead, Shukaku replied, enjoying Gaara's pampering and rolling over in satisfaction. Ever since birth, Gaara had possessed power above that of a typical genin. With just a little control, he could take on most Chunin without breaking a sweat. Thanks to Karura's guidance, Gaara had become even more adept at wielding the Shield of Sand. The Shield of Sand, a powerful, yet highly restrictive jutsu. That was Shukaku's previous opinion. But even Shukaku hadn't expected that. With Karura's influence, Gaara's abilities at this stage would become so overwhelming. He could practically wipe the floor with that Uchiha blockhead. And that was without any help from Shukaku at all. The shield of sand that Karura bestowed upon Gaara was an immense boon. For ordinary Chunin, it was simply impossible to keep up with the speed of the shield of sand, let alone possess the destructive power needed to break through it. However, this was, after all, a secret technique. Even if Karura possessed Kage-level strength, she could never fully transfer all of her power to Gaara. Karura had mentioned before that this power, as Gaara's own abilities grew, could withstand attacks at the level of 35 million or even near Kage strength. If one could fully inherit such power, this secret technique would be truly invincible. Each generation would boast at least one Kage-level expert. If word of this technique ever got out, the hidden sand would become as coveted among the great ninja villages as the Uzumaki clan once was. But now things had changed. Originally, the shield of Sand Karura gave Gaara relied solely on her own power for defense, not on anyone else's. After all, no one else could care for Gaara with the same selfless devotion as Karura. This was also a flaw of the secret technique. But now, things were different. Because Shukaku had used some of his own original chakra to save Karura, his chakra had gained the trust of Karura's chakra. In other words, Gaara could now use Shukaku's chakra to assist with the shield of sand, and this change made his defensive power surpass even Shukaku's own shield. At present, Gaara might not have the offensive strength of an elite jonin, but when it came to defense, Shukaku could say without reservation that even Raza himself would be no match for the combined power of Gaara and the One Tail. This transformation left Shukaku feeling thoroughly satisfied. At the very least, he no longer had to worry about being knocked out by an explosion. It also made him more certain of his belief. As long as he could achieve the special-tailed beast mode, he would absolutely be able to pin the Nine Tails to the ground and give him a thrashing. Better not. Mother would be angry. Gaara was tempted, but the thought of his mother Karura, and the meaning behind his own name, made him shake his head and refuse Shukaku's suggestion. Gaara of the sand. Why did it feel like he was just an accident? So frustrating. But I heard from my brother that every Jonin squad leader has to test the graduating genin. I can use that as a chance to vent my anger. That's right. How dare he stand up to great me? Just wait. I'll take care of it personally. Hearing this, Shukaku's interest was piqued as well. Someone dared to stand up the One Tail. He was quite curious to see who had the guts to do that. Achoo. My apologies, Maki-senpai. Sorry to have kept you waiting so long. Leaving Konoha Hospital behind, Kabuto Yakushi rejoined Maki, who had been waiting outside. I really envy you, kid. We're both ordinary. No Kekiai Genkai, but you're so incredibly strong, Maki said, a note of longing in his voice. They were both just regular people. Maki had mastered wind release techniques and was skilled in chakra control, yet he simply couldn't learn medical ninjutsu the way Kabuto had. If Chiyo hadn't repeatedly confirmed it herself during the process of breaking Kabuto free from mind control, everyone would have insisted that Kabuto was an utterly ordinary, completely unremarkable person. Back then, nobody could understand why Kabuto had fallen under Sasori of the Red Sand's control, or why Shukaku would take a liking to such a young, unassuming boy. But now, oh my, if only there were a dozen more kids like him. The more the merrier. After all, Sunagakure is famous for its compassion, always willing to take in homeless children. Of course, Maki knew he was just daydreaming. If Sunagakure were overflowing with geniuses like Kabuto, the village wouldn't be scraping by in poverty, as it always had. You flatter me, sir, Kabuto replied, a self-assured smile playing on his lips. With his family at his side, and being recognized as Sunagakure's most versatile prodigy, it would be impossible not to feel at least a little pride. What I don't get, Maki continued, is why the Kazekage won't let you contract with the Sand Fox or the Poison Scorpion as your summons. With your abilities, you could probably summon the White Fox King himself. That was something Maki simply couldn't figure out. Back in his day, his strength was about on par with Kabuto's now, yet he'd been granted a summoning beast. My father told me he's preparing a more suitable summoning beast for me, Kabuto answered. He's still in negotiations, and once everything is settled, he'll give it to me. Kabuto didn't consider this a secret. In fact, he was quite curious about what kind of summoning beast Raza was arranging for him. Surely it wouldn't be a tanuki, would it? According to the current consensus in the ninja world, Sunagakure is home to 3 major summoning clans: the Poison Scorpions, the Sand Foxes, and the Desert Tanuki. This belief had naturally arisen from the intelligence Sarutobi Shinnosuke and his companions had brought back years ago: 3 statues, with the tanuki as the centerpiece. Although Sarutobi Shinnosuke had died in a skirmish with Kyomogakure, the intelligence he gathered spread far and wide. Combined with exchanges between Sunagakure and other villages, Shinnosuke's theory had become accepted fact. Even a ninja of Sunagakure believed it. The truth, however, was known only to Raza, Yakura, and a handful of others. There was no Tanuki summoning clan. Only 2 true summoning tribes existed. As for the Tanuki, it was actually one of the tailed beasts found in all 5 great ninja villages. The difference was that the 2 tails through the 9 tails had been captured by Hashirama Senju, while the 1 tail was held by Sunagakure itself. No one really knew what the 1 tail looked like. All they knew was that it was a calamity, a walking disaster in the desert. However, because of the news about Sunagakure summoning beasts, all the ninja villages, except for Konoha and Kirigakure, began searching within their own lands for those dangerous secret places, hoping to find powerful summoning creatures. The result, however, was nothing but heavy losses and failed attempts. So that's how it is. Maki was taken aback on the spot. A summoning beast? More suitable for Kabuto Yakushi? Could it be Katsuyu? No, that can't be it. There's no connection between Sunagakure and Tsunade. So, someone connected to the Kazekage? Orochimaru? No way could it be? Maki quickly pushed aside those unrealistic thoughts from his mind. The 2 of them soon arrived in front of Gaara and his companions. That's right. These 2 were the teachers Raza had especially arranged for Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara. Originally, there was only Maki. As an elite jonin of Sunagakure, Maki had no problem leading Temari and Kankuro. However, what gave Raza a headache was his youngest son, Gaara. Because of Shukaku's constant interference, Gaara had become very difficult to handle. Shukaku kept telling Gaara that it was only because of Raza's existence that Karura couldn't care for Gaara wholeheartedly, that Karura and Raza were true lovers, and Gaara was just an accident. Raza knew Gaara's abilities all too well. If Shukaku didn't get involved, Maki could keep Gaara under control. But if Shukaku decided to stir up some trouble, all Raza could say was, Maki, the village will remember your service. You go ahead, and we'll hold a feast in your honor. Unfortunately, Karura no longer had her strength, so Raza sent his adopted son and prized disciple, Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto and Maki-senpai, what are you doing here? Gaara suddenly leapt down from a wall, sizing the 2 of them up. Don't tell me, you 2 are. Sand release. Sand waterfall funeral. Having uncovered the truth, Gaara immediately demanded a jar of chakra from Shukaku and unleashed his most powerful jutsu. Hey, Gaara, are you serious? Maki panicked and turned to run. This was no joke. Anyone could tell that this technique was far beyond what Gaara's own chakra should have allowed. Even with his toes, Maki could guess Shukaku was definitely behind this. Making us wait so long. This is just a little punishment. Gaara, with a proud tilt of his head, expertly steered the jutsu to avoid Kabuto and chased after Maki. Wait a minute. It was Kabuto who was late because he was testing the medical ninja. So why am I the only one being chased? Maki was utterly exasperated. He was just along for the ride. But why was Gaara targeting only him? Maki's explanation made Gaara pause and stop his attack. Gaara, come back here. Seeing this, Kabuto quickly called Gaara back. Although the desert funeral is slow, he certainly didn't want to be chased around by Gaara. Yes. Temari, Kankuro, you 2 come over here as well. Glancing at the sand that had settled on the ground, Kabuto Yakushi gestured to Temari and Kankuro, signaling for them to join him. From today onward, Senior Maki and I will be your instructors as Jonin. Jonin? Kabuto, didn't you just become a Chunin? Why so suddenly? Maki, still catching his breath, stared in shock, his mouth agape. While it was true that Kabuto Yakushi had possessed Jonin-level skills for some time, he had only recently been promoted to Chunin. Starting yesterday, I've become a Jonin, in healing wound destruction, an A-rank medical ninjutsu. Yet this very A-rank medical jutsu gave him the edge to defeat even elite Jonin. This was also why he had delayed his Jonin promotion. With such remarkable healing abilities, he could easily outlast an elite Jonin in battle, so Kabuto chose to become a Jonin. Raza wasn't a medical ninja and didn't appreciate the true value of healing wound destruction. In his eyes, Kabuto was still too weak, nothing like. The tireless miner who, for the sake of Suna's finances, had to dig every day, especially since there was no one in the village to challenge his strength. Now, Raza had no need to mine. When he was bored, he'd arm wrestle with Yeet Song, letting her vent her frustrations. If that didn't work, he'd summon his poison scorpion for a match. His strength had already surpassed that of a weak Kage, and, even among standard Kage, he was considered quite formidable, far beyond what Kabuto could currently compare to. But the fact that Kabuto was able to turn theory into reality and master such a jutsu was enough for Raza to make an exception and promote him, bypassing the usual exam. After all, Every great ninja village craves geniuses who can develop new jutsu. The more powerful techniques a village possesses, the better. Why was it, back during the Second Shinobi War in the Land of Rain, that Hanzo of the Salamander alone could hold off the top combatants from Konoha, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure? Because Hanzo was truly strong, his power approaching the peak of Kage level. But as for the other ninjas of the Land of Rain, they lacked powerful jutsu. They might all be jonin, but Konoha shinobi would casually unleash one A-rank jutsu after another, or at least have a formidable B-rank technique at the ready. Meanwhile, the shinobi of the Land of Rain could barely manage B-rank jutsu. How could they stand a chance? The defeat of the Land of Rain wasn't just due to Hanzo's strategic missteps or the siege by the great ninja villages. It was also, in truth, because their foundation was too weak. Kabuto and I really is amazing. Temari skipped over to Kabuto, her eyes shining with admiration. Among the three, she had always been closest to him. "T.C., it won't be long before I become the greatest puppet master of all," Kankuro muttered sourly. The eldest brother was outstanding, and their sister possessed remarkable wind-release talent, complete with personal instruction. Even Gaara, at such a young age, was protected by their mother's shield of sand. Only he, neither able to outshine those above nor surpass those below. Truly, he was the unnecessary one. Kankuro, will you die if you don't brag for just a single day? Even now, you're still playing with the puppet toys that Master Sasori made when he was 3. How do you even have the nerve to talk? Temari's tone was full of scorn. He was useless in every way, and on top of that, he painted his own face so hideously. Honestly, it was beyond comprehension. He started out fair-skinned, good-looking, and long-legged, yet insisted on turning himself into a spotted wildcat. Temari honestly worried for her foolish younger brother. If, one day, Kankuro got beaten up because others found him too ugly, she wouldn't be the least bit surprised. "Tsh, that's only because I never had anyone to guide me. Our dad's too clueless." "All right, that's enough talk. Are we doing a field exercise?" Temari drew her iconic triple-bladed fan from behind her back. "No need for that." Baki cleared his throat awkwardly. He knew Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara all too well. Kankuro was manageable. His puppets were nothing but toys at this point. One hand would suffice to deal with them. Temari's wind release was a bit weak, although she had learned the Rasengan. Still, she didn't have enough chakra to use it for long, so with just a little patience, one could catch her off guard. But Gaara, just thinking about the little brat, gave Baki a headache. Even without Shukaku, Gaara could only use the sand waterfall funeral once, but Gaara's mother's Sinoho technique was terrifying in its own right. For the current Kabuto Yakushi, it took every ounce of focus to deal with. What's with that? Everyone else gets to do it. Your abilities were already tested during the graduation assessment. Both Kabuto and I are well aware of your strengths. Unlike Konoha, where graduation only required mastery of the 3 basic jutsu to become a genin. But to put it bluntly, that kind of genin was just cannon fodder on the battlefield. It was only the commoners who would graduate as genin, knowing just those 3 techniques. Konoha was vast and well-established. Though called a village, its population alone numbered in the hundreds of thousands, with additional territories and settlements under its control. Altogether, it governed several 100,000 people. With such a huge population, there were many commoners and thus plenty of newborns. Losing a few cannon fodder wasn't much of a concern. The other shinobi villages were different. Their populations were far smaller, and they couldn't afford to use genin as cannon fodder, like Konoha did. So, every genin had to face a real lower-ranked ninja in their graduation test, and at the very least, survive 10 minutes against them. Temari, wary of losing control over her Rasengan, struggled through the challenge and barely fought the examiner to a draw. Kankuro, relying on the puppets in his hands, also managed to hold out. Gaara graduated early. With a single sand coffin, he easily captured the Chunin examiner. Graduating alongside him was another student named Daimaru, who used to bully Temari when they were young. In terms of strength, he was at least on par with Kankuro, if not stronger. However, daring to covet Raza's precious daughter. If I didn't assign a Jonin as your examiner, that's already my mercy. So, Daimaru was placed on another team. So what do we do next? Gaara asked with curiosity. They'd been kept waiting for so long. Was it really just to waste their time? Of course, it's time for introductions. While combat drills can be adjusted as needed, introductions are essential. Self-introductions. Such a simple thing. Yet it allows the squad leader to get a basic understanding of their subordinates, so they can teach them better. Of course, there are always those irresponsible mentors, like a certain someone infamous for their 50-50 luck. If your teacher values their friend's distant relative more than their own student, you're out of luck. Aside from the basics, traveling, tree climbing, the skills every genin must master. You learn nothing else. In the end, you're still cannon fodder, left to fend for yourself and survive however you can. But that problem would never arise with Baki. In the original story, even in Sunagakure, when not even Raza hesitated to abandon or kill Gaara, and everyone feared him, including Temari and Kankuro at first, only Baki dared to take on the task of guiding Gaara. During the Konoha Crush plan, when Orochimaru's plot was revealed, most Saiyan shinobi wished Gaara would die on the spot. Yet Baki decisively ordered Temari and Kankuro to get Gaara out safely. Perhaps part of that was to protect Sunagakure's most powerful weapon. Later, when the village had lost its leadership, it was Baki who supported Gaara in becoming Kazekage. At that time, Gaara couldn't fully control Shukaku, and in terms of pure strength, he wasn't much stronger than Baki. With Shukaku's frequent rampages, Gaara really had no hope of becoming Kazekage. It was Baki and Yura who nominated Gaara. Yura, of course, was under the influence of Sasori's mind control. But Baki was truly selfless. Even though he wasn't quite on the level of a Kage, Baki was more than qualified to be Kazekage himself. Look at Danzo from the Leaf. Just to become a village leader, how many vile deeds did he commit? Baki in the original story achieved all of this, and the Baki of today is even more worthy of respect. Of course, he could only properly teach Temari. While Gaara also used wind release, his main techniques were sand release, followed by magnet release. As for Kankuro, he could only be entrusted to Kabuto. Poison and medical ninja arts form an integrated system. In addition, Kabuto Yakushi's mastery of the chakra scalpel is somewhat similar to the techniques of puppet masters. His precise control over chakra is something he can definitely teach to Kankuro. As for Gaara, let him be. No one is more suited to be Gaara's teacher than Shukaku. Unlike the other tailed beasts, who each possess a single unique ability and nothing more, Shukaku is different. He excels in sand release, magnet release, wind release, sealing techniques, and even hand signless ninjutsu, such as the Rasengan. To be Shukaku's disciple is far superior to having any teacher from the Hidden Sand Village. A self-introduction? What do we even say? Aren't we all pretty familiar with each other already? Temari asked curiously. After all, she was just a girl fresh out of the academy and didn't quite understand the process. Your name, hobbies, dreams, things like that. Kabuto gently rested his hand on Temari's shoulder and explained to everyone, "My name is Kabuto Yakushi. I'm a jonin and a medical ninja. My favorite food is ramen, and aside from that, I enjoy being around children and spending time with family. My dream is to become the most powerful medical ninja." The matter of Karura had always been a thorn in Kabuto's heart. Since that time, he had aspired to become a medical ninja, someone who could heal any illness, and at the same time, become the strongest of all medical ninjas. Only then could he truly protect those he wished to protect, and heal those he wished to heal. So, Kabuto, your dream is to become a medical ninja. Baki seemed a little surprised, but quickly understood. Right now, Kabuto's greatest wish was surely to heal Karura and help her return to the life of a ninja. Yes, I very much agree with Lady Tsunade's philosophy. Kabuto had been through countless missions, and in those missions, it was inevitable that some ninja would fall. The Land of Wind's geography was especially harsh. At night, in remote areas, one careless moment could mean being devoured by wild beasts. Even the training grounds outside the Hidden Sand Village required constant surveillance to ensure everyone's safety. Kabuto's former teammate had nearly died the first time they traversed the desert, simply because of a moment's carelessness. It was thanks to Kabuto's medical skills that no one was lost. He wholeheartedly agreed with something Lady Tsunade once said. As long as a teammate still lives, a medical ninja must never give up on treatment. All right, now it's your turn. I'll go first. Kankuro, who had been fiddling with his puppet off to the side, jumped up eagerly. My name is Kankuro. I love puppets. My favorite food is roast whole lamb, and I can't stand durian. My dream is to pilot a Gundam and become the greatest puppet master ever. As he spoke that last sentence, Kankuro cast a subtle glance at Gaara. Mother's ability. I really want it. Building a Gundam? Not a bad dream at all. If you could truly create a powerful Gundam, you'd certainly leave your mark in the history of puppet masters. Kabuto Yakushi nodded thoughtfully. He was fairly familiar with the art of puppetry, controlling puppets via chakra threads. However, a puppet master's weakness was also clear. Once an opponent got past the puppet, the master was virtually defenseless. After learning more about puppetry, Kabuto thought of Gaara's mother's ability. If the puppets could be reinforced with stronger materials and the master concealed within the puppet's body, that glaring weakness would be much better covered. And so, the idea of Gundam was born. Yet, Although the Gundam concept was his proposal to the village, very few puppet masters were actually receptive to it. Only someone like Kankuro, who was frequently influenced by him, was willing to give it a try. I'm going to make it happen. Kankuro, as if spurred on by encouragement, clenched his fist with newfound determination. My turn. I'm Temari. My favorite foods are, what I hate is, I really can't stand Daimaru. And what I love most is a hot bath. And handsome guys as cool as Kabuto. As she spoke, Temari cast a disdainful glance at Maki and Kankuro. You two, plus that Daimaru who's always popping up in front of me, are dragging down the entire visual standard of the Sand Village. Just being seen with you guys is enough to make me lose face. As for my dream, finding a super handsome guy to marry. Sweat drop. Thinking about marriage at such a young age? Is romance really the top priority for girls this age? Maki was at a loss for words. Kankuro's dream might be far-fetched, but at least it showed some ambition. Temari, as the older sister, only seemed to have love on her mind. What about you, Gaara? Maki's gaze was drawn to the lazy Shukaku spirit. Big brother, wake up. You've been sleeping for years. We still need your guidance. I love my mother most. I hate my father most. My dream is to beat up the Kazekage. Gaara answered without the slightest hesitation. His father, Raza, was truly the one he despised. He was no accident. Beating up the Kazekage, this was absolutely necessary. Beating up the Kazekage? Kid, you've got some nerve, Maki thought, exasperated. He'd heard Raza explain the meaning behind Gaara's name before, but he never expected Gaara to take it so seriously, still holding on to it to this day. Ahem, that's quite an ambition you've got there. Maki patted Kabuto on the shoulder. Kabuto, you'd better watch yourself. Don't let Gaara end up beating you up. Whether it was his potential or his way of thinking, Kabuto had already shown he had what it took to become Kage. If Yitsong had no interest in becoming Kazekage, then among the next generation, the only real candidates were Kabuto and himself. But Maki understood clearly that whether he could advance to the Kage level in the future depended entirely on natural energy. Shukaku had already told him explicitly, because his heart was relatively free of distractions and he had achieved perfect mastery over chakra. He was especially suited to learning natural energy. However, studying natural energy was fraught with danger. All these years, Maki had followed Shukaku's guidance, keeping his mind calm and continuing to hone his wind-style chakra armor. All of it was in preparation for the day he would begin learning natural energy. If he succeeded, stepping into the realm of Kage would be smooth, and he would not be a weak Kage at that. Kabuto, on the other hand, was different. Kabuto was already capable of reaching the Kage level on his own, and on top of that, he possessed an extraordinary natural talent for medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu, and all things related to experimentation. In the major ninja villages, the earliest human experiments were shut down due to public outcry, but the research quietly continued. In Sunagakure, they now carry out experiments on beasts first, making sure the techniques are mature before moving to human trials. This approach helped minimize the impact of human experimentation. Before long, Kabuto would, just like Yakura, synthesize a new Kekkei Genkai. Now that the introductions are done, it's time to begin the first mission of the Sunagakure Elite Squad. Maki announced in a formal tone. This was not his first time leading a ninja squad, so he was quite experienced. He had already made all the necessary preparations, taking into account the current strength of his 3 students. Are we finally allowed to leave the village? That's wonderful. I heard that thanks to the newly opened canal in the capital, many withered trees have come back to life. I've never seen tall trees before. Temari exclaimed with excitement. Although she was the Kazekage's daughter, it was nearly impossible for her to travel far from the village. In Sunagakure, the landscape was utterly devoid of greenery. Temari longed to see the world beyond the desert. Ahem, I'm sorry to interrupt, but our first mission doesn't require us to leave the village. What? Why not? I want to go outside. Ahem. Maki shot a pleading look at Kabuto, hoping for some help. Temari, don't make a fuss. This mission is one that only our squad can accomplish, Kabuto said, crouching down to explain gently to the 3 of them. He could empathize with their feelings. After all, the desert environment was truly harsh. For playful children, life in the village was stifling. Only a tailed beast like Shukaku, born to love the sands, could enjoy such a place. What kind of mission is it? Even the Kazekage can't do it. Gaara's curiosity was piqued. He even paused in his absent-minded stroking of the cat. Just what kind of mission could only be entrusted to the likes of them? Yes, not even Lord Kazekage himself could complete this mission. Kabuto Yakushi adjusted his glasses, doing his best to keep his tone steady. Maki had already turned his face away, avoiding their gaze. Really? You could call this mission a D-rank mission, or you could call it an S-rank mission. That's awesome. Teacher Kabuto, let's hurry up and get started. Temari and Kankuro shouted with excitement. Even Gaara's expression showed a hint of anticipation, but then he noticed something odd. The little tanuki cradled in his arms suddenly shivered. What's wrong, Shukaku? Gaara asked. It's nothing, just feeling sleepy. I'm going to take a nap now. Shukaku shut his eyes. Damn it. Don't tell me it's that kind of mission. So stingy, seriously stingy. I've done so much for your Sunagakure, and now you people want to set me up? Kurshiraza, how dare you accept that kind of mission? Just wait till you get home. I'll have Karura kick you out of bed. Oh, all right, Gaara said, seeing that Shukaku didn't want to answer, and decided not to press further. Though the tanuki in his arms was often unreliable, always acting a bit silly and spouting nonsense, Gaara trusted that he would never harm him. So, Teacher Maki, what exactly is our mission? Gaara asked. I have to complete this mission. I will surpass the Kazekage. Ahem, Kabuto, what was the mission again? I forgot. Gaara? Hey. Are you really an elite jonin of the Sand Village? How did my old man's squad manage to defeat the Konoha teams with someone like you? That's a miracle. When Brother Kabuto becomes Kazekage, he's definitely going to fire you. Achoo. Achoo. Strange, it's broad daylight. Why am I sneezing? Maki rubbed his nose. I'm not coming down with anything. Weird. All right then. Actually, this mission was issued by Aunt Yukura. Kabuto finally spoke up, seeming a little reluctant. Aunt Yukura? Huh. Once more, Gaara glanced curiously at Shukaku, who was still trembling in his arms, pretending to be asleep. Definitely suspicious. Shukaku, I don't know anything. I know nothing. Our mission is to catch the thief who stole Aunt Yukura's clothes. That's it? Just a thief. Kankuro lost all interest. Capturing a petty thief hardly required the talents of Sunagakure's future puppet master genius. What a waste. Temari fumed. Unbelievable. There's a thief stealing clothes in our village? Disgusting. If I catch him, he's done for. Why do I have a really bad feeling about this? A strange sense of unease crept into Gaara's heart. Damn it, this blasted girl. Does she have no sense of shame at all? Shukaku covered his face with his little claws. Damn it. Why on earth did I, the great Shukaku, end up doing something so humiliating? No way, I absolutely can't let these brats find out about this. Teacher, Brother Kabuto, do you have any clues? Gaara, ever the calmest among us, paid no mind to the trembling tanuki in his arms. Clues? Actually, we do have some. The clue came from Yukura-senpai's student, Maki. Yukura-senpai's clothes were found in Lord Kazekage's house. This mission was handed to us midway by Yukura-senpai. Lord Kazekage doesn't know anything about it. Maki answered honestly, leaving nothing out. The mess between Yukura and Raza was none of his business. Knowing too much could get you killed. Karura wasn't someone to take lightly, either. Huh, Dad. Temari's hair practically stood on end. What? Dad's cheating? Kankuro was so shocked the puppet part in his hand slipped and clattered to the floor. That bastard. I'll make him pay for this. The gourd on Gaara's back popped open on its own, and sand began to swirl into the air. Whoa. Calm down, all of you. I haven't even said anything yet. Maki, in that instant, seemed to have mastered Orochimaru's boneless technique, collapsing limply to the floor. Why are my eyes always brimming with tears? Because I love this land so deeply. What a mess. If word of this got out today, he'd almost certainly be dragged off by the Kazekage for execution. Gaara, burning with rage, said, Teacher Maki, there's no time to rest. We have to find evidence of Dad's affair right now. Kankuro, use your chakra threads to grab Teacher. We're going home. Temari commanded. Got it. Leave it to me. The three fiery youths hauled the still limp Maki and made a beeline for home. Sigh, what a bunch of troublemakers. Our real mission is to catch the thief, not dig up evidence. Kabuto watched the trio dash off. The outcome of this mission was already obvious. It was just that those three brats had let their imaginations run wild. Oh well, I'd better follow along. Back at home, Karura was busy tidying up. Temari, Kankuro, Gaara, why are you back? Weren't you supposed to be on a mission today? Mother. The three greeted her politely, then made a beeline for Karura and Raza's bedroom. Of course, Temari didn't forget to shove Gaara and Kankuro out the door. You two, wait right here. Bang. Lady Karura, I'm so sorry. Now, fully awake, Maki apologized in a hurry. What a mess. How did I end up saddled with you three big idiots? A thief daring enough to steal Yi-san's clothes in the village hidden in the sand. Who else could it be but that lecherous tanuki who's always chasing after Senior Yi-san? Even the Kazekage doesn't have the absolute strength to defeat Senior Yi-san. Maki, did something happen? Karura didn't pay much mind to the chaos. After all, they were her own children. So what if the house was a mess? Since she was home these days, The most she could do was tend to the basics. Actually, Senior Yeet-song asked me to take them on a mission. Yeah, Yeet-song assigned him a mission? Karura paused, a hint of surprise in her tone. Yeet-song, issuing a mission? What's going on here? Why didn't Yeet-song come herself? Oh, I see. Yeet-song must be looking for Shukaku, isn't she? Karura quickly put the pieces together. Before Gaara became a Jinchuriki, Shukaku spent more time with Yeet-song than anyone else. If Yeet-song was searching, she'd definitely be looking for Shukaku. That's right, Lady Karura. It's really just a misunderstanding. We'll be leaving soon, Maki quietly explained. Bang. Well, sis, did you find anything? Nothing, Temari answered, clearly frustrated. How can this be? I just don't believe we can't find it. Temari pushed Kankuro aside and dashed upstairs. Hey sis, the second floor's my room in Gaara's. Gaara, what the heck? Shukaku. Don't ask me, I know nothing. I'm going back to sleep. Shukaku promptly pulled out a hat and jammed it over his head. This is bad. Annoying little brat. One day, I'll make sure you learn firsthand just how formidable I am. Gara. Shukaku. This is all Gaara's doing. Got nothing to do with me. I'm just a tanuki. Why would I be interested in humans anyway? Did you hear? The Kazekage's a peeping Tom. TCH, your news is already outdated. Let me tell you, my cousin's aunt's son's grandfather, who happens to be a teacher at the academy, overheard that the Kazekage is actually cheating on his spouse. Nonsense, that's secondhand gossip. I happened to pass by and heard Maki herself say the Kazekage is some kind of underwear thief. Are you serious? A peeping Tom, an adulterer, a pervert. Is this really their Kazekage? While Temari was on a rampage, juicy rumors were already spreading throughout Sunagakure. The three of them may have graduated early, but they were grouped with the rest of their class. Their loud commotion had already drawn plenty of attention. After all, anyone chosen to lead a team had to be at least a Chunin. No one could resist being curious about the Kazekage's children, and so, Gaara and his siblings became the center of attention. Of course it's true. I walked right by. Are you doubting my abilities? I never expected Lord Kazekage to have such a hobby. No, I had to hide my swimsuit right away. An old lady, who just moments before seemed feeble and weak, suddenly moved with surprising speed, looking nothing like someone on the verge of death. Hey, is that really necessary? Bastard, who started spreading these rumors? I swear I'll kill whoever it is. Please, Lord Kazekage, try to calm down. Yashimaru clung to Raza's arm, terrified that Raza might lose control and smash the Kazekage building to pieces with his gold dust. Calm down? How am I supposed to stay calm after this? Raza shoved Yashimaru aside in frustration. Here I am, sitting quietly in my office, and trouble just falls out of the sky. What is this nonsense about being an underwear thief? When did I ever steal underwear? All these years, for the sake of Sunagakure, I've been mining, digging riverbeds, assigning missions day in and day out. How would I have time to get up to Jiraiya's antics? Knock knock, Lord Kazekage. Elder Baki requests an audience. A knock sounded at the door. Let them in. Raza straightened his clothes and put on his green hat. He could already sense the chakra signatures outside the door, each one very familiar to him. Forgive us for intruding, Lord Kazekage. Baki entered first, followed by Kabuto, Temari, and Kankuro. And who is this? Raza couldn't help but frown as he looked at the last, short, pig-masked figure. A strange sense of familiarity washed over him. But as far as he knew, no one in Sunagakure looked this odd. Raza wasn't a sensory ninja. He could only rely on his familiarity with their chakra. About this. You rotten old man. That voice. Is that you, Gaara? What happened to you? Why do you look like this? Was it Baki who did this? That can't be right. With Shukaku around, Baki wouldn't dare. Could it have been Shukaku? With a sullen pout, Gaara refused to answer. Even now, he couldn't figure out why there were so many women's clothes in his room. So Gaara immediately suspected Raza. It had to be the Kazekage who stole them, and then, not wanting others to know he was a pervert, secretly stashed them in Gaara's room. Who would ever suspect a cute child? Lord Kazekage, this is all just a misunderstanding, Baki said with a nervous smile. Oh, Shukaku, you really are a walking disaster. Well, if it's just a misunderstanding, Kabuto, please check on your younger brother later, Raza said, nodding. Anyone harboring ill intent wouldn't have left Gaara in that condition. It must have just been some kind of roughhousing among the group. As it happens, you've all just graduated, and I have a mission for you. We await your orders, Lord Kazekage. Inside the Kazekage's office, Kabuto Yakushi examined Gaara's injuries. Don't worry, it'll be fine. The swelling will go down on its own in about an hour. Thank you, Kabuto. Gaara mumbled, his words slurred. After getting beaten up by Temari, Gaara had no way to voice his grievances. Raza, meanwhile, took advantage of his position for personal convenience as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The situation is like this, he explained. There's a rumor spreading in the village today. I'd like you all to investigate its source. The mission is ranked C level, so consider this your graduation assignment. When outsiders wanted to post a mission, they had to go through a strict review process before it was allowed in the mission hall for the Sand Ninja to accept. But when it came to Sand's own people, as long as the mission wasn't too dangerous, the procedures were much simpler. As for Raza, he could issue missions without any of that bureaucracy. And, of course, he didn't have to pay for it either. After all, the reward for a C-level mission was enough to support an ordinary family for some time. As the leader of the Hidden Sand, Raza believed in saving wherever possible. It wasn't at all because he had poured every grain of gold dust into the village's treasury to expand the ninja ranks and improve their welfare. Me, Raza? I can dig up gold dust whenever I want. Would I ever be short on money? Ridiculous. That's even more laughable than calling the third Hokage the strongest Kage. But we've already completed our graduation assignment, Kankuro said, thoroughly confused. Weren't they supposed to find the underwear thief? Hadn't they already solved that case? Why were they being given another mission? Could there really be so many missions piling up in the Sand Village? This time, it was Raza's turn to be surprised. I haven't assigned you any mission yet. He turned to Kabuto and asked, Kabuto, did you take them to get a mission? Though both Maki and Kabuto served as teachers to Gaara's team, Maki could only mentor Temari. Kankuro, on the other hand, relied on Kabuto for guidance. Kabuto's mastery of chakra control was so advanced that even Raza found it hard to match. For Temari and Kankuro, learning to control chakra was absolutely crucial. After all, they didn't have tailed beasts inside them. Unlike Gaara, they couldn't just unleash powerful jutsu at will. They needed to be like Kabuto, achieving the greatest results with the smallest amount of chakra, honing their skills until they reached Kage-level strength. Only then could they wield their abilities as freely as Gaara did. It was handed to us by one of Yakura-senpai's students at his request, Kabuto replied. Yakura? Well, that explains it, Raza said, feeling exasperated. No wonder Gaara and the others had taken almost the whole day to come see him. They've been intercepted by Yakura. But, Lord Kazekage, what's the rumor you mentioned? Maki asked, her curiosity piqued. After completing Yi Tsang's task, the group headed straight to the Kazekage building, unaware of the rumors spreading through the village. I don't know which scoundrel started this rumor, claiming I'm fond of peeping and stirring up trouble. The opposition had been eliminated years ago, so the sudden appearance of such negative gossip in the village made Raza suspect that some remnants from back then might have survived. So what's wrong with you all? As he finished speaking, Raza sensed something was off. Except for Gaara, the others seemed noticeably uneasy, averting their eyes. Ahem, if this is what you're looking for, Lord Kazekage, I think we've already found the culprit. Maki gestured toward Temari and the others, but her emphasis clearly landed on Kankuro. If memory served right, it was this guy, who looked like a shut-in but was actually the most talkative of them all, who had boldly claimed that Raza was cheating. Kankuro. Well, here's what happened. Maki leaned in to whisper in Raza's ear. Raza's gaze toward Gaara grew increasingly strange. He hadn't expected Shukaku to be this kind of guardian spirit. What are you looking at? Shukaku shifted uncomfortably. I'm just a nostalgic fellow. Is it really so wrong to have a few little hobbies? And don't think I don't know about the set you keep under your bed. Raza, right inside your shoe cabinet, a whole collection of love. Well then, let's see who can embarrass whom. You dare mock me? It's not like I enjoy sneaking around. I simply get dragged into these things. With a sudden blur, Raza, who had been seated in the Kazekage's chair, appeared next to Gaara in an instant, hurriedly covering Shukaku's mouth, looking quite flustered. Brother, my dear brother. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please stop talking. Shukaku swatted Raza away with a paw. As long as you understand. Phew. Raza let out a breath of relief, muttering under his breath. But the funny thing is, even Karura doesn't know about this. How does Shukaku? Could it be? Raza couldn't help but sneak a glance at Shukaku. Ridiculous. You lecherous raccoon. You're a tailed beast that doesn't even know if it's male or female. How could you possibly understand make-out paradise? If you do, I'll hand you my green hat on the spot. What are you staring at? I have the power to sense all things, you know. Shukaku rolled over nonchalantly, though in truth his ability was nothing compared to the Nine Tails. He could only sense things vaguely, while the Nine Tails could grasp the nature of good and evil completely. Not that Shukaku cared. After all, the Nine Tails was foolish and never learned anything useful. As long as he mastered more sealing or illusion techniques, he'd ride the Nine Tails like a steed one day. Fine. But next time, could you be a bit more discreet? I don't want Gaara growing up to be another Jiraiya. Raza asked in a tone that suggested he wanted to discuss something. He was certain that this was a mission deliberately assigned by Yetsan. Aside from Gaara and his two companions, nobody would dare investigate his own home. No matter how hot-tempered Yetsan was, she was still a girl who had never been in a relationship, not even truly a woman yet. Nonsense. What does this have to do with me? Shukaku flicked his tail, refusing outright. With such a perfect scapegoat, only a fool would say yes. Raza thought to himself, there's something I'm not sure I should say. Shukaku immediately replied, you definitely shouldn't say it. In the end, Gaara and his teammates managed to graduate smoothly. However, after Yetsan caught them in a compromising situation, Shukaku was forced to yield to her iron will and play pet for a few days. Well, it was actually rather pleasant. If only those days could have lasted a little longer, it would have been perfect. Kid, it's been a year. Haven't you realized you have a big problem? Gaara's squad, though just a team of Chunin, had already started taking on missions ranked C and above. Their completion rate? A perfect 100%. During several B-rank missions, Gaara would finish without so much as a scratch on his clothes. But Gaara's flaws were just as obvious. At first, Shukaku hadn't planned to say anything, preferring to let Gaara figure it out on his own. But Gaara never did. Me? What'd be wrong with me? Gaara looked every bit the curious child, the red love character on his forehead catching the first rays of morning sunlight, standing out boldly. He knew Shukaku was a wise, old soul. That's why, more often than not, Gaara would choose to listen to Shukaku's advice. Turning his head, Gaara wondered what fault Shukaku might see in him. Many of their missions involved clearing out bandits. In a vast country like the Land of Wind, bandits were everywhere. Its borders were long, and its population the smallest among the 5 great nations, so all they could do was secure their borders and the major oases. Many smaller oases had become havens for bandits. At such a young age, Gaara had to face the reality of taking lives. Once they ran into 2 Chunin. A C-rank mission suddenly escalated to a B rank, and it was Gaara's quick thinking that ended up burying 2 rogue ninjas in the desert and saving a careless Kankuro. Yet Gaara still couldn't see any shortcomings in himself. I knew it would come to this. If only you had even a fraction of Fukaku's brains. Never mind, just head in that direction first. Leaving the Kazakage's office behind, Shukaku pointed a small paw toward the massive earthen wall of Sunagakure. Countless stones have been deliberately placed atop the wall, Sunagakure's way of protecting the village. The stones could be used to reinforce the barrier and also shield the village from the desert's relentless sandstorms. All right, Gaara agreed, suspecting nothing. Following Shukaku's gesture, Gaara climbed the inner staircase up to the city wall. Bang! 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 What's that noise? Gaara looked curiously in the direction Shukaku was pointing. At this hour, could someone really be here? Why don't you just go over and see for yourself? Shukaku replied, his tone mysterious. Tisich, always keeping me in suspense. Annoyed, Gaara gave Shukaku's tail a tug. Just so we're clear, if you trick me like you used to, I'll make sure Aunt Yetsong gives you a good lesson. Gaara seemed genuinely wary of being led into another trap. In all of Sunagakure, without a doubt, the 2 most fearsome people were Raza and Yetsong. Gaara was still just a child, unable to withstand the torment of Kaga-level powerhouses. Especially Yetsong, who often practiced fusion ninjutsu and always needed a sturdy shield. And that shield, apart from himself, famed for his absolute defense, and Shukaku, there was really no one else. Even though most of the damage was absorbed by Shukaku, getting hit still hurt a lot for Gaara. You little runt, talking to the great me like that. Are you looking for trouble? Shukaku barked, trying to intimidate him. But his eyes remained fixed on a spot not far ahead, where a boy with pale purple hair, a little older than Gaara, was attacking a rock. Hey, Pierre, that's strange. Shouldn't someone his age be at the Ninja Academy, preparing for graduation? Curious, Gaara walked closer. He could sense Shukaku's attention was on this boy. This spot was exactly where Shukaku had pointed. In other words, the boy who stood before him, about his own age, was the target. As if sensing someone's presence, the purple-haired boy stopped what looked like self-inflicted training. Hello, I'm Gaara. This is my partner, Shukaku. Gaara took the initiative, extending a hand in greeting. Zilluo. Zilluo. Breathing. Blast. I can't remember again. Shukaku stared at Zilluo and let out a peculiar cry. Kid, you look pretty talented as a ninja. How about sparring with Gaara for a bit? Zilluo was surprised. A talking-tailed beast. But I'm sorry, I have no talent for ninjutsu. I can't use it, and I can't gather chakra to perform any techniques. Zilluo quickly refused Shukaku's offer. It wasn't that he couldn't refine chakra. Chakra was a person's inherent energy, but he couldn't control it to perform any jutsu. No, if I say you're a genius, then you're a genius, Shukaku declared, full of conviction. The name was right. The age fit. It had to be him. And I hope you'll agree to be Gaara's teacher for a while. If you do, I'll help you find a ninja instructor of your own. What? My teacher? Him. Gaara pointed at Zilluo in disbelief, his eyes filled with scorn and his voice even more astonished. A boy who couldn't even control his chakra, who wasn't even qualified to enter the ninja academy. How could someone like that become the teacher of Gaara, the strongest genin in the Sand Village? Am I the one who's gone mad? Or is it you? Shukaku flicked his tail dismissively, ignoring Gaara, and instead kept watching Zilluo, who was visibly eager. Gaara's weakness was obvious. He relied too much on Karura's help. If he ever faced a ninja faster than his sand, the shield of sand wouldn't have time to protect him. You must understand, the Sand Village has a small population and limited resources. We simply can't afford to nurture ninjas without talent. Shukaku continued, his tone matter-of-fact. Even though, after the Third Great Ninja War, the daimyo of the Land of Wind hadn't cut the village's funding, a fool's still a fool. The funds hadn't decreased, but they hadn't increased either, which meant the Sand Village had to stick to its policy of training only the elite, just as before. Someone like Zilluo, Raza wouldn't even bother making him cannon fodder. He's the son of the Kazekage. If you can defeat him, they'll definitely open doors for you. Hurry up and act. As long as you beat him, you'll be the most dazzling star in the Sand Village. I know who he is, and I accept your terms. Thinking of his parents at the border, Zilluo clenched his fists. He had certainly heard of Gaara's reputation, and Zilluo himself longed to become a ninja. Just as Shukaku said, if he could defeat Gaara, even if only in taijutsu, the higher-ups in the Sand Village would have to take him seriously. When that day came, he would finally become a ninja. Very well. Gaara, we'll settle this with taijutsu only. You understand, right? Gaara tossed Shukaku aside and crossed his arms, snorting, "Humph," as if I believe he could beat me. Then let's begin. Shukaku paid no attention to Gaara's attitude, his gaze fixed on Zilluo. Zilluo was actually a bit older than Gaara, about the same age as Kankuro. Although he never had formal ninja training, both his parents were Sand Village ninjas, and he had 2 friends studying at the Ninja Academy. The only thing he didn't know was whether that breathing-related ninjutsu had really been invented. Even though you're a little older than me, I'm already a ninja, so I'll give you 3 moves. Gaara, inheriting Raza's arrogance, didn't take Zilluo seriously at all. In that case, I won't hold back. Zilluo didn't bother with false modesty. He shifted into a strange stance, immediately catching Gaara's attention. And then, without a sound, he struck out with a punch. That's all you've got? I'm not scared at all. Gaara crossed his arms in front of his face. He wasn't a taijutsu ninja and had no idea just how powerful this punch from Zilluo truly was. Bang! Thud! 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 Watch out! The shield of sand did not appear. Gaara had his own pride, and with the teachings of his mother, Karura, he was able to control the shield of sand at will. He refused to use it against someone who wasn't even a ninja yet. Underestimating his opponent, Gaara was knocked back several steps by the blow, but Zilluo didn't let up. In the Ninja Academy, no one has strength greater than yours. I acknowledge you. Gaara quickly regained his footing. Zilluo's attack hadn't caused him any real harm. If this was all Zilluo had, then while he was sure to become a ninja, defeating Gaara was still a long way off. Now, I'll give it my all. This is a taijutsu technique I developed myself. I can't control it perfectly, and I can't keep it up for long. So, if you can withstand my next attack, I'll admit defeat. Zilluo began to change almost instantly. 7-day breathing technique. First activation. Gulp. Second activation. Gulp. Zilluo's arms visibly swelled, and his breathing became rapid, almost explosive. HAAA. What? Where'd he go? Zilluo vanished before their eyes, moving with astonishing speed. Gaara, on high alert, raised his guard and tried to spot Zilluo's shadow. But before he could react, Zilluo landed a kick that sent Gaara flying through the air. Whoosh! But Zilluo was even faster as he leapt after him. Down you go! With a shout, Zilluo sprang even higher, clenched his fists, and crashed them into Gaara's stomach. Boom! A thunderous impact echoed out. A human-shaped crater appeared in the city wall. Panting heavily, Zilluo declared, I win. Seeing the sand floating protectively around Gaara, a smile crept onto Zilluo's face. Gaara had used ninjutsu. That meant Gaara had lost. Not bad, not bad. You're the first kid his age who's ever managed to land a blow on this rascal, Shukaku said, clapping his tiny paws. The 7-day breathing technique. This was it. This was exactly what I was looking for. During the Third Shinobi World War, the clash between the Mist 7 ninja swordsmen and Konoha's genin became widely known after 3 of the swordsmen escaped. One genin, using a unique secret taijutsu technique, briefly gained Kaga-level strength and managed to take down 4 of the swordsmen. However, except for Kumogakure and Konoha, the other 3 great villages had no taijutsu tradition, so Sunagakure had never paid it much attention. After a few missions, Gaara's weaknesses became all too apparent. The moment Shukaku thought of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the Uzumaki clan, with their astonishing vitality and mastery of both body and chakra, he began to search his mind for fragmented memories. After some effort, he managed to recall a few key words: purple and breathing. Now, witnessing this breathing technique firsthand, Shukaku felt certain he had come to the right place. Breathing. It wasn't just essential for humans, but even for tailed beasts like themselves. If one could truly unlock the 7th activation mentioned by Luo, the results would be extraordinary. Such mastery would surely grant power surpassing even the Kage level. Hey kid, are you dead yet? A swirl of sand erupted from the crater, slowly shaping itself into Gaara's familiar figure. But this time, all his usual calm and composure were gone. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Clutching his abdomen, his body trembled ever so slightly. Gaara glared at Luo, who, exhausted, was now sitting on the ground. There were 6 grades at the Ninja Academy. Apart from himself, Temari, and Kankuro, Gaara had memorized every talented student. There was Aimno, the rare water-style medical ninja of the Sand Village. Shishio, with his pale lavender hair, a ninja from a sensory clan, weak in combat, but with exceptional support abilities, even capable of cloaking teammates in sand for stealth. There was Sun, a Jinjutsu specialist, and his friend Yom, and Saya, a genius puppeteer who used collected hair as the source of her jutsu. If these individuals combined their strength, even without using his sand shield or borrowing Shikaku's power, Gaara was confident he could defeat them all. Yet now, a boy who couldn't even get into the Ninja Academy had nearly knocked him out with a single punch, using a breathing technique he developed on his own. If the sand shield hadn't instinctively activated at the last moment, softening his fall, he shuddered to think of the consequences. The whole village might have ended up hosting his funeral feast. How do you feel? So, this is what someone unworthy of entering your Sand Village's academy can do. The so-called geniuses of your ninja school must be even stronger than this Luo, right? Shikaku's tone was mocking as the sand beside him shattered in an instant. He had always thought that this 7-day breathing method would only appear years later during the Chunin exams. Who would have thought Luo already grasped the concept, and could even use the 2nd activation, even if it lasted only a few seconds? Wind Shadow Tower. Raza sat in silence. The sand beside Shukaku was his own creation. He could hear Shukaku's voice, but had no way to reply. Before Luo and Gaara fought, Raza's mood was something like this. Where did this purple-haired brat offend Shukaku? Shukaku is so petty. He's picking on a mere civilian. But after witnessing their battle, Raza's thoughts shifted completely. Wait, what? Has our village's academy entrance become this demanding? If it had been like this back in my day, I doubt I would have even qualified to enroll. Maki, bring me the headmaster of the Ninja Academy. Maki wore a peculiar expression as he said, Lord Kazekage, aren't you the principal of the Ninja Academy yourself? Traditionally, the position of principal at the Ninja Academy has always been held by the Kage. Meeting oneself. What a bizarre request this was. Raza was silent for a moment. Maki. Raza opened a drawer and took out an employment notice. Go find Gaara and have him deliver this to his new friend. Maki accepted the notice. Hiring a teacher? You want Gaara's friend to teach at the Ninja Academy for half a year. That's right. Raza rested his chin on his hands. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. All of them are elite jonin among jonin. Back in my day, I could barely handle 3 or 4 at once, yet a single taijutsu user from Konoha managed to take down 4 of them. In the village hidden in the clouds, they temper their bodies with lightning. The 3rd Reikage, in particular, was a legend in taijutsu, able to stand against thousands on his own. Ninjas, by nature, have weak defenses, and puppet masters are the weakest of all. If we could add a few taijutsu specialists, our overall power would surely increase. That's why I plan to introduce taijutsu classes at the academy, and hire Gaara's friend as a temporary instructor for the graduating class. Maki was perplexed. Forgive my bluntness, but our village doesn't have any secret taijutsu techniques passed down through the generations. Even if we teach taijutsu, at best we'd only produce genin-level fighters. Just like ninjutsu, taijutsu also requires development. The reason genin from Kumo and Konoha are so formidable is because both villages possess secret taijutsu arts dating back to the Warring States period. Their students only need to follow established teachings to become strong. If the Sand Village wants to develop taijutsu, it would likely take decades at the very least. I know. Raza quietly recalled the visions he had seen. After a moment, He turned to Kabuto and asked, Kabuto, as someone who studies medical ninjutsu, what's your opinion on breathing? Breathing. Kabuto was caught off guard, but he quickly gathered his thoughts. Breathing is a fundamental instinct for living beings. Without it, any creature would die. I suspect this is because there are vital substances in the air, such as, perhaps, even chakra, which ninjas need. Kabuto then gave a detailed explanation of his research on breathing and his own theories to Raza and Maki. Every word made sense on its own, but strung together, it was pure gibberish to them. Still, Raza maintained his composure. You heard him, Maki. That's breathing. Gaara's friend has developed a secret art based on breathing. This technique allows someone to temporarily gain power far beyond their normal limits. The Sand Village has few secret arts, and those they do have are extremely difficult. Ironically, the simplest technique is the Rasengan, taught by Shukaku. First, you make a loud crash, then a sharp pop as you burst a water balloon. Next comes a resounding boom, followed by a deep thud as you burst a rubber ball. Finally, if you combine both stages of this practice, you can master an unranked ninja technique known as the spiral sphere. Other secret techniques are far too difficult. But Zilluo's secret art only requires regular physical training and improving your own body's condition, and mastery is within reach. But Gaara's friend is probably only as old as the graduating students, isn't he? Is it really okay to let someone so young be a teacher? Maki was still a bit skeptical. After all, this year's graduating class had quite a few troublemakers. Maki, you need to understand, our purpose as predecessors is to create the right environment for the next generation to encourage and guide them forward. To be able to develop a secret technique at such a young age, even if it's just the first stage, and to use it to defeat Gaara, who's already a ninja, in taijutsu, that kind of talent has the potential to reach the level of a kage in physical arts. Raza spoke earnestly. The idea of letting a child as young as Zilluo become a teacher at the Ninja Academy was something he wouldn't have dared consider a few years ago. But now, geniuses always deserve a few privileges. He and Yakura had both been discovered early by the third Kazekage, which was why their abilities grew so quickly. Letting Zilluo teach at the Ninja Academy was a decision Raza had thought through carefully. Zilluo himself was already a master in his own right, and Raza's expectations for the other students were only that their bodies reached the activation of the first stage, not that they must master the technique itself. Understand now, even if Gaara was weak in taijutsu, he still had a solid foundation, especially in terms of speed and endurance. If he hadn't, he never would have become a ninja. Raza's explanation helped Maki realize just how talented this young teacher was. Hearing father put it that way, I almost want to go back to the Ninja Academy for another year myself. Kabuto's interest was piqued. After a brief moment of thought, his experience allowed him to quickly analyze the situation in his mind. Breathing techniques have their benefits, but also their drawbacks. However, for a ninja, the minor negative effects of heavier breathing hardly matter. Physical-type ninjas spend years honing their bodies, and with the help of chakra, unless their breathing was restricted to only inhaling without exhaling, this method could never truly injure a taijutsu practitioner. So, the breathing technique is entirely feasible. Using breathing to further energize the body does increase the physical strain, but it also unlocks far greater strength. If two evenly matched ninjas were to fight, this secret art could easily turn the tide. So, what do you say? Are you willing to let him be your teacher? As the sand eye faded, Shukaku looked at Gaara, who was holding Zilluo atop a sand cloud, and posed a question. You won. Gaara spoke calmly. His own shortcomings. He was so easily seen through by the Tanuki. The lascivious Tanuki Aunt Yizo mentioned. The senior Maki spoke of the savior Kabuto referred to. Shukaku. What kind of being is he really? Hiv. Kid, if you want to cry, just let it out. I know you're feeling wronged inside. Shukaku grinned mischievously. This kid always seemed so lifeless. But Shukaku knew the reason. Among his peers, there wasn't a single one who could match Gaara. Most couldn't even break through his defenses. His overwhelming strength aside, the fact that he was the Kazekage's son made things even more complicated. Self-preservation is a basic instinct. Because of this, the other children at school respected Gaara, but this respect only left him with even fewer playmates. Everyone kept a respectful distance from Gaara. Temari and Kankuro were the same. Because of their status, they too had few friends. The ones they did have were either from ninja clans in the Sand Village or other ninjas. That big oaf Damaru only got along with them because his father once served Raza and died protecting him. Out of guilt, Raza let Daimaru mingle with them, and Daimaru often bullied Temari because of it. You awful creature. Gaara grabbed Shukaku's ears with both hands. This was exactly how Shukaku teased him when they first met a few years ago. If it weren't for Shukaku, his relationship with his father Raza wouldn't have become what it was. He knew perfectly well that Shukaku was only teasing him on purpose. Still, he couldn't help but take it to heart. "Kid, you dare lay a hand on me." Shukaku turned into a scatter of sand, appearing behind Gaara, his tiny claws forming a tiger seal, a wicked grin on his face. "Hith hith. It's about time you learned why the Ninetales is so feared. Ninetales' secret art Millennium Strike. Awoo." Maki and Kabuto had just arrived, and both winced at the sight. No wonder even legends like the god of Shinobi feared the tailed beast so much. No wonder the white fang of the leaf inspired terror. It turns out he'd secretly learned the Ninetales' forbidden techniques. Maki felt as if he'd uncovered the real truth behind it all. But now wasn't the time for such wild speculation. "Kabuto, the child Lord Kazekage mentioned. It must be him, right?" Maki's gaze didn't linger on the playful Shukaku in Gaara. Gaara was just a child. His worldview was still in the making, but he was a boy who knew his limits and would never go too far. Shukaku, on the other hand, was like an oversized, mischievous puppy who never grew up, but it was precisely Shukaku's presence that allowed Gaara to have a somewhat normal childhood. "I think so. Just look at his fists." Kabuto pointed at the bandages on Zilluo's hands. "Those are medical bandages. Ordinary shinobi don't use bandages like these. The muscles on his arms, clearly the result of constant training. In other words, his hands are covered in scars. Senior Baki, look at that boulder over there." With his keen eye for detail, Kabuto noticed the ceiling stone off to the side. It was covered in fist-shaped dents, each stained with traces of blood. Baki fell silent as he took it all in. A child without any guidance is left with only the crudest methods to train his body. "Kabuto, I'll have to trouble you to treat him. Check for any hidden injuries, if you will. I must admit, I'm quite interested in him." Mystic Palm Technique. A gentle green light swirled around Kabuto's hands. Almost immediately, there was a reaction from Zilluo's body. "Where am I? You're awake." Kabuto's warm and gentle smile instantly put Zilluo at ease, dissolving the wariness in his heart. "Thank you so much." Before long, Zilluo was back on his feet. Aside from some lingering soreness left by the strain of the 7-day breathing technique, Kabuto had healed all his injuries. "No need to thank me. You fainted because of Gaara, so this is my responsibility." "Huh? You want me to be a teacher at the Ninja Academy?" Zilluo pointed at himself, his hand trembling. He was excited and yet incredulous. He had always dreamed of joining the academy and becoming a shinobi, but never in his wildest dreams did he imagine being asked to become a teacher. "I can't do it. I don't know anything. I didn't even pass the academy's entrance exam." Zilluo's voice grew quieter and quieter. Failing the entrance exam had left him with no small amount of self-doubt. "Zilluo, you have to believe in yourself. Don't forget, you are Gaara's taijutsu instructor." Gaara stood atop a swirl of sand. Shukaku had been right. A shinobi's strength isn't built on ninjutsu alone. A body that surpasses ordinary limits is equally essential to becoming one of the era's weapons of war. Daily life at the Ninja Academy always includes outdoor training. But Gaara, with his overwhelming abilities and the protection of his sand, had never truly participated in such exercises. If it hadn't been for Shukaku's insistence that he spar with Zilluo, Gaara would never have realized just how poor his taijutsu really was. It's true that the village hidden in the sand doesn't emphasize taijutsu, but every graduate must at least possess the skills of a genin in hand-to-hand combat. Without that, it's impossible to pass the graduation test. This is Sunagakure, not Konoha. You can't just learn the basic three-body technique and expect to become cannon fodder. Without the physical prowess of a genin, completing missions within the Land of Wind is next to impossible. Ninja missions don't always happen to fall along the safe roads that the hidden sand and the Land of Wind have already scouted. But Gaara solemnly raised his hand and placed it on Zilluo's shoulder, his gaze meeting Zilluo's eyes directly. "There's no need for. But you should know the last person in our village who could develop a forbidden technique like you was the second Kazekage. Now, the sand release, magnet release, and puppet techniques created by the second Kazekage have become our village's defining trademarks. I believe in you. You're destined to become a genius like the second Kazekage." The 7A breathing technique. In Gaara's eyes, this was definitely a forbidden jutsu. Zilluo's taijutsu, on its own, couldn't compare to some of the newly graduated genin. But after using the 7-day breathing technique, he could instantly surpass them in ability. And this was only the second level of activation. If he were to reach the 7th level, he might instantly possess Kage-level strength. "I understand." Zilluo accepted without hesitation. "The Ninja Academy awaits your arrival. Baki shook hands with Zilluo and handed him Raza's letter of appointment. Zilluo glanced over it. The gist was that he'd be leading a class, teaching the students taijutsu, and at other times he could learn alongside them like any regular student. Of course, to help Zilluo further develop the 7-day breathing technique, Raza arranged for him to live at his own home, with Kabuto Yakushi in charge of Zilluo's safety. After all, Zilluo's parents were stationed at the border of the Land of Wind, and Raza wasn't so poor that he couldn't afford to feed one more mouth. In fact, Raza was even considering taking Zilluo as his adopted son. A few years down the line, standing atop the Golden Sands, with several Kaga-level adopted sons at his side, what a sight that would be. Half an hour later. That's right, just like that. The secret to the first activation is to speed up your breathing within a fraction of a second, letting the energy in the air stimulate your cells. Ow, that hurts. Gaara's willpower was strong enough to endure the pain, but his physical condition simply couldn't withstand it. In just a few days, even though Gaara had kept pushing his body's limits with Zilluo's help, his foundation was far too weak. After only a few seconds, Gaara's body was already on the verge of collapse. What is this? Shukaku narrowed his eyes, but didn't immediately use his chakra to help Gaara recover. Instead, he observed Gaara's physical changes closely. Natural energy. He could sense natural energy within Gaara's cells. I see. No wonder the third level of activation can stand up against the fourth or even fifth gate of the 8 gates technique. So it's because of natural energy. Natural energy is everywhere. However, in most places, natural energy is extremely scarce. Places like Mount Myaboku and the other great summoning beast territories are where natural energy is most abundant. Of all these places, Shikatsu Forest stands above the rest. Perhaps because humans are the dominant species, natural energy does not flow into their bodies to make them stronger. Instead, various wild beasts and summoning creatures possess the innate ability to absorb natural energy, allowing them to become powerful in a world otherwise ruled by humans. As for Zilluo's 7-day breathing technique, it works by inhaling large amounts of oxygen, drawing in the natural energy mingled with it, and channeling that energy into the body to gain greater strength. If this is the principle behind the 7-day breathing technique, then it follows that reaching the 7th level of activation would bring someone infinitely close to Sage Mode. Sage Mode, what a pity. I hope things will turn out differently in the end. Shukaku couldn't help but feel a mix of disappointment and anticipation. Gaara, after all, didn't need to master natural energy through such means. Shukaku had already mapped out a path for Gaara to wield natural energy. In the future, Gaara could learn the Sand Fox's Sage Mode, a method both time-saving and efficient. He would then transition into the Shukaku Chakra Mode and ultimately merge the two abilities into what could be called Shukaku Sage Arts. He was nothing like Kurama, that prideful fox. Shukaku understood well that he fell short compared to Kurama. Once the Nine Tails achieved Kurama Mode, he and Gaara would stand little chance against them. As Kurama's closest brother, Shukaku also knew that the Nine Tails would never allow its Jinchuriki to draw on other powers. Only by fusing Sage Chakra and achieving a stronger tail beast mode would Gaara have a shot at matching the old man's strength, and perhaps even surpassing Kurama. It wasn't long before Kabuto Yakushi healed Gaara using the healing Sage technique. It wasn't that Shukaku didn't want to help, but rather that Kabuto was also observing the aftereffect of Gaara's use of the 7-day breathing technique. For Tsunegakure to grow strong, it needed not only powerful shinobi, but also a solid backbone of capable fighters. Yet now, only puppet techniques had been perfectly passed down in the village. Sand release was a Kekiai Genkai, while scorch release and magnet release could only be mastered by geniuses. In contrast, the threshold for the 7-day breathing technique was much lower. As long as one learned the technique and possessed the physical strength of at least a genin, it could be performed. The only real concern was the aftereffects of using the 7-day breathing technique. With Gaara's physical condition, he can only maintain it for a few seconds, but that's more than enough. Other shinobi, if not physically strong enough, should only treat it as a forbidden technique. Out of nowhere, Kabuto produced a small notebook, carefully recording Gaara's specific physical condition and drawing his own conclusions. As for why Zilluo was able to perform the 7 days breathing technique with just a genin's physique, well, he was the originator of the technique, after all. It's only natural for him to do so. However, if one could master Een Healing Destruction, then the aftereffects of the first activation could be completely ignored. Kabuto flashed a confident smile. Sand Ninja Academy. The news that the academy was adding a new taijutsu class had already spread throughout the school. Yet, few people seemed to care. After all, their teachers hadn't changed. It was still the same instructors leading their classes. In reality, All it meant was that they now had a few more days dedicated to taijutsu training. Every morning and for an hour after lunch, they were required to train relentlessly. Kankuro, passing by, would often feel a headache coming on just from watching. He was grateful he graduated early. If not, he worried he might have collapsed from exhaustion right there. But there was one class that was an exception. Do you know why we don't have to train today? 6th grade, class 1. With pale lavender hair and a face that looked like it was 50 years old despite still being a boy, Shishio turned to his desk mate. His curiosity piqued. 6th grade, class 1 was considered an elite class within the Sand Village. Most students in this class had inherited unique talents or traditions from their families. Gaara himself had once been a member, though he had graduated early. Shishio, who was speaking, also belonged to one of Tsunagekyu's clans, the Shurshur clan. His family specialized in sensory ninjutsu. Both his parents served in the ANBU, and they could use light sand techniques to help their teammates turn invisible. It was similar to the transparent escape technique, and in terms of support, they were hardly inferior to the Nara clan. However, since their numbers were few, their intellect did not rival the Nara, and all their skills were invested in support rather than combat. They had never achieved much fame. On the other hand, came from Tsunagekyu's only water release clan, who traditionally managed the village hospital. Her family possessed unique healing methods, allowing ninjas to recover during battle, far surpassing the medical ninjutsu of today's. Medical ninjas. In the heat of combat, their abilities could rival even the legendary slug's healing for a short period of time. That said, their special healing packs had to be prepared in advance, and, when compared to the slug's instant healing, were still far less convenient. Even so, they were far superior to the medical ninjas who could only treat injuries after the fighting had ended. They assigned a new taijutsu instructor to our class and decided to use us as the test case. I have no idea what Lord Kazekage is thinking. I'm a medical ninja. What am I supposed to do with taijutsu? Ugh, what a hassle. With her chestnut brown hair and tea-colored eyes, slumped listlessly over her desk. She was still young, but her figure had already surpassed that of Sakura from the future. With her delicate features and the rare status of a water-release ninja, there wasn't a single boy in Tsunagakure who could resist the charm of this adorable water-style prodigy. With all that energy, wouldn't it be better to take this chance to rest for a while? Rest? Chizuru stared at Seo, the twin-tailed puppet girl perched arrogantly atop the teacher's desk, feeling a twinge of frustration. With a classmate as proud, overbearing, and sadistic as her, how could anyone possibly get any real rest? Click. The classroom door swung open. Gaara entered, gourd on his back and Shukaku cradled in his arms. His gaze immediately landed on the girl sitting on the desk. Oh, what do we have here? An ugly little raccoon dog. Seo covered her mouth and let out a soft, mocking laugh, looking down at Shukaku as he entered. Gaara, give him a beating. Shukaku looked utterly bewildered. Did this girl just call him ugly? If he were in his complete form, he might have let slide. But now, in his shrunken state, he could honestly claim to be the best-looking of the tailed beasts. Even Yetsong had a crush on him. And now, this lunatic dares to call him ugly. Hey, aren't you being a bit petty? Gaara gave a helpless smile. Lord Gaara. Seo looked at Gaara in surprise as he walked in behind her. Have you forgotten Lord Gaara's signature already? Seo's younger sister, Sana, gently reminded her. Gaara's trademarks were hard to miss. The love character on his forehead and the distinctive gourd. Besides, they'd all been in the same class before. It had only been a year or so since Gaara graduated. Only her sister could be this forgetful. Seo blurted out, Wait, does that mean our taijutsu teacher is Lord Gaara? Gaara had entered the academy and graduated straight away, making a name for himself in the Land of Wind, earning the moniker Gaara of the Sandstorm. He'd quickly become a celebrity at the Ninja Academy, an idol in the eyes of the students. Even someone as domineering as Seo was one of his fans. Seo, could you please return to your seat? Gaara remembered this girl well, overbearing to the extreme and fond of making others call her Lady Seo. The gentle tone snapped Seo out of her improper behavior. A shriek echoed through the classroom. Gaara, what is with these people? Never mind, it's not important. After all, his task was simply to help Ziluo keep these troublemakers in check. 6th grade. The same grade Ziluo had been in when she tried to take the entrance exam. Most of the students still remembered her, the girl who hadn't qualified for admission to the Ninja Academy. Lord Gaara, is the person outside really our teacher? Through sensory ninjutsu, Chizuru had already sensed the faint chakra just outside the classroom. Gaara nodded. That's right. You are the class chosen by the Kazekage for this pilot program. From here on, you'll follow your new teacher and learn secret techniques. This class is currently the most promising one in the entire Ninja Academy. half of its students have the potential to become Jonin. Jonin are known for their exceptional physical abilities, enabling them to make the most of the 7-day breathing technique. Secret techniques. Really? Us? Upon hearing Gaara's reply, the classroom inevitably stirred with excitement. As members of ninja clans, the boys and girls knew well the importance of secret techniques. Among them, aside from Reino, whose water release could not be copied, the others all relied on their clan's secret jutsu to stand out from the crowd. According to the Sand Hiddens Book of Ninja, secret techniques could only be learned after making significant contributions as a ninja. And now, they were actually being offered the chance to learn secret techniques. Outside the classroom, Zilluo nervously smoothed his hair and, with unsteady steps, walked into the room and up to the podium. Hello, everyone. My name is Zilluo. Starting today, I'll be responsible for teaching you taijutsu. A wave of surprise rippled through the class. Zilluo. Night-Eye, it's really Zilluo. Chien, I see him, stop tugging at me. The two excited girls were among Zilluo's few close friends. Chien had chestnut brown eyes, dark pupils, and sandy brown hair tied in a ponytail, while Night-Eye had a baby face with cheeks tinged pink. Chien, Night-Eye. Zilluo nodded slightly. Seeing his friends helped calm his nerves considerably. This little brat is supposed to be our teacher. The class troublemaker, Shea, was the first to jump up in protest. If it were Gaara, she might have accepted it, but Zilluo? What gave him the right to teach her? Hey, little girl, I've put up with you long enough. With a thump, Shukaku leapt and landed squarely on Shea's back, pinning her down. You rotten raccoon, get off me this instant. Shea fumed as Shukaku knocked her to the floor and sat atop her. But no matter how she tried, her small hands couldn't reach the beast. If you've got the guts, get up yourself. Do you even know who I am? Shukaku kept up his pet-like appearance, but in truth, he was controlling his weight with precision. A kid who can't even become a ninja, teaching taijutsu and secret techniques? Now, that's interesting. Shishio mused, his eyes burning with curiosity as he watched Zilluo. In the sand, there were no true taijutsu specialists. He might not be as sharp as a member of the Nara clan, but for someone his age, his mind was plenty keen. The secret technique he was about to learn could very well be the one developed by that boy on the podium, Zilluo, and personally approved by the Kazekage. So he's the one who took Lord Kabuto from us. This is just unbearable. Totally unfair. Reino, watching the somewhat uneasy Zilluo, puffed her cheeks in frustration. Although she had not yet graduated, in reality, she was already a member of the medical department. Spending so much time there, Yuno had long since been drawn to Kabuto, whose gentle smile seemed ever-present. Hey, Lord Kabuto was clearly assigned to be Lord Gaara's tutor, Shishio remarked, exasperated. Was it really necessary to fall for someone so early on? You don't get it. Yuno shot Shishio a look of disdain. Lord Gaara's mentor is Senior Maki. Kabuto is actually responsible for Kankuro. Kankuro? Well, that explained it. Seeing her reaction, Shishio nodded in understanding. Kankuro aspired to become a master puppeteer, and while Kabuto was an outstanding medical ninja capable of teaching many things, there was only so much he could offer someone like Kankuro. I know you all must be wondering, how could someone who couldn't even pass the academy entrance exam possibly become your teacher? Elsewhere, after settling things down in the classroom, Gaara pointed decisively at Zilluo and continued without hesitation. Let me make this perfectly clear to all of you. A few days ago, he defeated me using a secret technique of his own creation. The class fell utterly silent, as if the very air had stilled. Who was Gaara, after all? There was not a single person in the class who didn't know his name. He wielded both the sand release and magnet release bloodline limits. Among the lower and mid-level ninja, he was famed for his impenetrable defense. Even their regular Chunin instructors were no match for Gaara's strength. Yemu, did I just imagine that? Zilluo. Yemu ignored Chien, her eyes full of admiration as she gazed at Zilluo. To endlessly lament the misfortune of one's birth was meaningless, for that misfortune was merely a part of life, and there's only one life to live. Still, she could never have imagined that one day Zilluo would become her teacher, and even defeat Gaara, the most gifted ninja in the history of the Sand Village. You must be joking. How could that be possible? Disbelief colored every gaze in the room. Given Gaara's strength, there was no reason for him to lie. In the end, they had no choice but to accept this reality. Shukaku led Gaara out of the classroom early, heading straight for the gates of Sunagakure. Waiting there ahead of time were Maki, Temari, and Kankuro. With them stood a swordsman in a black leather coat, blade at his side. Hey, could you move a little faster? If you delay my lord's business, can you really afford the consequences? The black-clad swordsman said impatiently. Gaara had arrived late to begin with, and now he was moving at a snail's pace. If not for the Sandstorm Squad's formidable reputation in the ninja world, and the fact that a lower-ranked ninja squad came so cheap, he would never have bothered coming to this godforsaken place. TCH, a 50,000 Ryo mission, and yet we're expected to stay there for 2 whole months. Who in their right mind would want to take that job? Kankuro grumbled with clear dissatisfaction. Their employer was the Man in Black, a samurai from the Cardo group of the Land of Waves. The mission itself was straightforward. Escort the Man in Black safely back to the Land of Waves, then either destroy a newly constructed bridge or simply remain there for 2 months. It sounded simple enough. With no shinobi village in the Land of Waves, it had been classified as a basic C-rank mission. But since the client specifically requested Gara Squad, there was an additional payment of 10,000 Ryo, bringing the total to the peak for a C-rank assignment, 50,000 Ryo. For a C-rank mission, that reward was as high as it got. To a group of throwaway genin, it was the perfect job, safe with generous pay. But spending more than 2 months in a Land of Waves, plus the time lost traveling back and forth, was hardly worthwhile for powerful genin like Gara and his team. In the same span, they could easily complete several other C-rank missions and earn much more. Kankuro, that's enough, Maki interjected, feeling obligated to explain. The main reason for this mission is so that when we finish, we'll be able to go straight to Konoha for the joint Chunin exams. The joint Chunin exams. But aren't our own Sand genin still a few months away from graduation? Maki explained, the timing of graduation varies between the shinobi schools in different villages. Konoha's students graduate in the summer, but here in the Land of Wind, the seasons aren't as distinct, so our students finish later than those in Konoha. For example, in the Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning, their graduates finish in October. That's one reason why the joint Chunin exams are so rarely held. Joint Chunin exams. They were not unheard of in the history of the shinobi world. Traditionally, the 5 great shinobi villages would draw in the surrounding minor villages as participants. On one hand, it was a show of strength, a warning to the smaller nations nearby. On the other, it was a contest among the 5 great villages themselves. Whoever came out on top would enjoy greater prestige and attract more clients, winning a bigger share of mission contracts in the coming months. Of course, before the Second Shinobi World War, only Konoha had the right to host joint Chunin exams with invitations to the other great villages. After the war, though, Konoha began to decline. Of the remaining 4 great villages, Iwagakure and Kumogakure could hardly be bothered with Konoha anymore. Only Sunagakure still participated in the exams held there. This time was no different. So that's how it is. Does that mean our squad will be the only one from the Sand Village taking part in Konoha's Chunin exams this time? Gara walked over to Baki's side. After listening to Baki's explanation, he finally understood why, despite the 3 of them having long been qualified to become Chunin, Raza had kept them from taking the Chunin exams for an entire year. You're dreaming if you think your squad is the only one from the Sand Village, Baki scoffed, rolling his eyes. The Sand Village wasn't so weak that it couldn't even field a single squad for the Chunin exams. The 3 of you are simply held in high regard, nothing more. The other squads will travel to the Leaf Village with the main delegation when the time comes. If any of you makes it to the final showdown, even Lord Kazekage might attend in person. Suddenly, the sound of a sword being drawn cut through the air. I'm asking, can we leave now? I have no interest in your so-called Chunin exams, the black-clad swordsman said, his patience clearly worn thin. Let's go, Baki called to Gara. The 4 of them followed the black-clad swordsman, making their way toward the Land of Waves. Desert. 2 groups faced off in a sandy gorge. Orochimaru, I accept your terms. Raza, standing atop a sand cloud, finally spoke, suppressing his doubts. Excellent. Here is the Ryukido contract scroll, the woman in front of Raza said, extending her long tongue and producing a scroll. How disgusting, Raza muttered with disdain, catching the scroll with a swirl of golden sand. Kabuto, sign your name. At this, Orochimaru paused for a moment, then looked at Kabuto with a meaningful expression. So, this is the orphan the Sand Village went to such lengths to find. He's one of our village's children, just taken away under someone else's control, came the reply. Kabuto ignored their conversation, opened the Ryukido contract scroll, confirmed its authenticity, and decisively signed his name. Orochimaru, here's your scroll back. Well then, here's to a successful partnership. With that, Orochimaru reclaimed the scroll and, without looking back, led his subordinates out of the desert. As they left, Orochimaru's face darkened. I didn't expect Raza to be so cautious. It looks like the plan to destroy the Leaf Village will need some adjustments. Originally, Orochimaru's scheme had been to lure Raza out of the sand by using the Ryukido contract as bait. Then, with Kimimaro and his followers lying in wait, ambush Raza with a sealing jutsu, and assassinate him in one swift stroke. After that, Orochimaru would take Raza's place, infiltrate the Sand Village, and set their own plan in motion to bring the stagnant Leaf Village back to life. But unexpectedly, Raza didn't want the Ryukido contract for himself. It was meant for his adopted son, Kabuto. During the meeting, Orochimaru could sense that Kabuto's strength was easily on par with Kimimara's. Moreover, this young man with glasses who was always smiling seemed to notice something and position himself with unexpected caution. Orochimaru could have caught Raza off guard and injured him, but Kabuto's positioning allowed him to quickly support Raza and help him escape the encirclement. Therefore, Orochimaru decided to abandon his original plan. He now only hoped that during the Chunin exams, Raza would bring his men close to the third Hokage. Kabuto, what do you think Orochimaru's true goal is? Raza couldn't help but wonder if he had fallen under some kind of genjutsu, having received the Ryukido scroll from Orochimaru, something Orochimaru had guarded for years, so easily. Perhaps he just wants to see the third Hokage, Kabuto guessed. Over a decade ago, during the chaos of the Nine-Tails attack, the third Hokage's carefully selected successor died in battle, forcing the third to retake the position. Yet in recent years, first, the Hidden Cloud Village acted unreasonably, and in order to achieve peace, the third Hokage sacrificed the Hyuga clan leader's brother. Then, the Uchiha clan was wiped out from within, severely weakening Konoha's strength. Years ago, Orochimaru left Konoha after losing the battle for the fourth Hokage's seat. Now, that Konoha is in decline, and he has established his own sound village in the land of rice fields, he might want to prove something. To prove that he, Orochimaru, is not inferior to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to prove that the third Hokage's choice all those years ago was wrong. The third Hokage, his legacy is faltering. Raza couldn't help but shake his head at the mention of the third. He led Konoha to victory, cultivated the 3 legendary Sannin, and won the Second Great Ninja War. Even though the Third War had its flaws, they still came out on top. But after the fourth Hokage died, Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed obsessed with protecting his own reputation, only to end up making mistake after mistake. Let's go, Kabuto. Time to head back. So you're the Sandstorm Squad from the Hidden Sand Village? You're all just a bunch of kids. After a long journey, Gaara's team finally arrived in the Land of Waves. The Land of Waves, a small island nation with only tens of thousands of people, most of whom lived in cramped wooden houses. However, there was one place in the Land of Waves that exuded luxury: the Gato Shipping Company. It was even grander than the daimyo's mansion. Lord Gato, the Sandstorm Squad, is a team of fresh genin from the Hidden Sand Village, but they have plenty of real-world experience, the black-clad samurai explained. Are you sure? Tazuna hired ninja from the Leaf, after all, Gato whispered. Missing me from a mist aren't reliable. I just got word that those demon brothers have already been dealt with by Konoha's ninja. Gato was wealthy, but miserly. Originally, he had only intended to hire Missing Mean to get rid of Tazuna. After learning that Tazuna was heading to the Hidden Leaf, Kato, following the suggestion of one of his attendants, decided to conceal the nature of the mission and instead hired the Sandstorm Squad, a team with quite a reputation in the southwest of the ninja world, to stop Tazuna from building the bridge. Rest assured, Lord Kato, the black-clad warrior said confidently, Tazuna's dirt poor. There's no way he could afford to hire any elite ninja. At best, he'll manage to scrape together some fresh genin just out of the academy. Those kinds of ninja don't stand a chance against the Sandstorm Squad. The black-clad samurai had unwavering faith in the abilities of the Sandstorm Squad. Excellent. If you succeed in destroying the bridge, Old Hay, you'll have the greatest share of the credit, Kato said, extending his hand. The black-clad warrior immediately bowed, allowing Kato to gently pat him on the shoulder. If I may ask, Maki interjected, sensing something amiss. Weren't we told our mission was to destroy the bridge? Why is it then that when we arrived, we didn't see any bridge at all? The original assignment from Kato to destroy the bridge had sounded odd from the start. Ahem, well, the thing is, the bridge hasn't been built yet, Kato replied, clearing his throat. Don't worry. Whether or not the bridge is finished in 2 months, I'll give you all a 5-star review. Old Hay, you take care of our esteemed ninja guest from here on. I'll go back and get some rest. With a casual wave of his hand, Kato excused himself. He swaggered back to his castle, his entourage in tow. You all, come with me, Old Hay said, resigned, beckoning the group as he led them to a seaside village. The sea breeze brushed against their faces, bringing a sense of ease and relaxation. This was a welcome change from the endless sands of the Wind Country. This place is really quite nice, someone remarked. It's a far cry from the Land of Fire, though, Kinkaro threw in dourly, dousing the mood. Though the scenery of the Land of Waves was pleasant enough, everywhere along the way, there were people in tattered clothes, Clearly, this was a land of poverty. Furthermore, for some unknown reason, the villagers they passed regarded them with strange, wary eyes. Kurama. From within Gaara's arms, the slumbering Shukaku suddenly opened his eyes, his deep voice rumbling forth. Kurama? Who's that? Gaara, who had been meditating with closed eyes, asked with curiosity. Sounds like someone's name. Is it a friend of yours? Idiot. I'd never have such an embarrassing friend. Shukaku snapped irritably. Getting controlled twice already. He'd seen fools before, but never any quite so hopeless. Nearly 50 years had passed from the Warring States era to the end of the Third Great War. All that time, he knew he could be caught in the Sharingan's illusions, and yet he'd done nothing to solve his own problem. The Sage of Six Paths had taught them so many useful things. It's not like the Sharingan is even as powerful as the Rinnegan. Stupid fox. Gaara chuckled softly. This is the first time I've heard you mention having friends, Shukaku. I'd actually like to meet this friend of yours. As he spoke, Gaara gently stroked the little tanuki in his arms. How comfortable. If only I could just lie down on it. You bastard. Shukaku's fur bristled. I told you that's not my friend. All right. Gaara couldn't help but find it amusing. To get Shukaku this riled up, could it be that this Kurama fellow stole Shukaku's girlfriend? Shukaku was a rather lecherous tanuki. Anyone who could make Shukaku this angry surely must have stolen his mate. You're not thinking something inappropriate, are you? How could I? You'd better not be. There's Shukaku. All the bad people have been chased away. Damn it, don't treat me like a pet. Who do you think you are? They're daily bickering, but soon. They're here. Shukaku sprang up, eyes fixed on the sea. There's a boat coming. Gaara followed his gaze. 5 people. 4 of them were ninja. On guard. Baki felt uneasy, for he had spotted a face he knew all too well. But when he saw Shukaku nestled in Gaara's arms, he relaxed a bit. With this lord present, there was nothing to fear. Answering Baki's warning, Temari unfolded her 3-star fan, and Kankuro loosened the bandages on his back, ready for action. Gaara, too, stood atop a swirling cloud of sand, looking down from above, as if he were the captain. Kakashi-sensei, what is that? How is that person flying? From the boat, a voice rang out through the mist, an exuberant blonde. Thwack! Idiot! Kakashi-sensei needs rest, so shut it. A pink-haired girl didn't hesitate to punch the blonde square on the head. Ow! Got it, Sakura. The blonde clutched his head, looking pitiful. Do not tell me they're rogue ninja, hired by Gato. The gruff man with the sake gourd trembled as he spoke. Looking at the Konoha Jonin lying weakly beside him, Tazuna felt a growing unease. Though the dark-haired and blonde boys worked together fairly well, giving him a sliver of reassurance. This is trouble. I really hope they're not waiting for us. Kakashi struggled to sit up. After that intense fight with Zabuza, his chakra was completely drained, down to the last drop. If they only faced a few Chunin, Sasuke and Naruto might be able to handle it. But if they ran into Jonin-level opponents, they'd all be in serious trouble. Now, it all depends on whether my reputation is intimidating enough to give them pause. Kakashi forced a bitter smile, glancing deeply at Tazuna. This old man is a real piece of work. He thought Zabuza was already outrageous enough, but it turns out there were even more surprises in store. Does he really think Konoha is running a charity? Kakashi-sensei, maybe we should just give up, Sakura said, worry clouding her face. Inner Sakura was even more hysterical. I told you all we should have gone back, but none of you listened. Now let's see how you plan to get out of this mess. Shut up. If you want to go back, go by yourself. If we're scared of just a few rogue ninja, how will I ever get my chance to kill him? Sasuke Uchiha clenched his teeth, glaring at Sakura Haruno with undisguised disgust for her two-faced nature. Sasuke, enough. Seeing Sakura on the verge of tears, Kakashi quickly cut her off, his tone suddenly grave. You're all ninja now. This isn't a game at the academy. Besides, even if we wanted to leave right now, it's not like we could actually get away. The distance between the two sides was shrinking by the second. Kakashi Hitaki. Maki tightened his grip on the kunai in his hand, warning his companions. That's Kakashi Hitaki, the son of the White Fang of the Leaf, and a famous copy ninja in the ninja world. He's mastered over 1,000 jutsu. Stay on your guard. He's the White Fang's son? But I heard the White Fang was a swordsman. Sensei, are you sure you've got the right guy? Kankuro asked with a strange look, clearly skeptical. Shouldn't the White Fang's son have inherited the legendary swordsmanship? But this guy looks so frail, he probably can't even lift a sword. Kakashi, who had just landed and overheard Kankuro's remark, stiffened visibly. He forced down the urge to punch Kankuro and said, So, you're from the Sand Village. How about we mind our own business? Among allied villages, it was an unspoken rule that, unless missions conflicted, ninja shouldn't interfere with each other's tasks. When Kakashi saw the symbol on Maki's forehead protector, he couldn't help but breathe a small sigh of relief. At least, officially, they were still allies. A ninja's duty is to complete their mission. But before I let you pass, I need to know, does your mission conflict with ours? Maki studied Kakashi and the three behind him. What had left Kakashi Hitaki in this sorry state? Other than the pink-haired girl, all of them bore injuries. Clearly, not something ordinary ninja could have caused. Our mission? It's just to protect this old man here. Shouldn't be any conflict, Kakashi replied without hesitation, lying through his teeth. He recognized the Jonin in front of him. Maki. During the Third Great Ninja War, Maki had helped the Sand assassinate his teacher's comrade, Choji Akimichi. Given his current state, Kakashi knew he couldn't protect the genin behind him. He had only two options: ditch Tazuna and run for his life, or come clean about his mission and hope theirs didn't overlap. As for fighting to the death for a bridge, Kakashi had no intention of making that sacrifice. Well, if it isn't Kurama, after all these years, who would have thought you'd end up living alone in the sewers? Stupid Tanuki. In the gloomy darkness of the sewer, a blood-red glow sent chills down one's spine. Of course, Shukaku wasn't scared at all. After all, those eyes belonged to an old friend. Stinky Fox. Shukaku glanced around the shadowy space, eyeing the nine-tails locked behind bars with clear distaste. You really live in a place this dark? And your body, what a strange sight. As he spoke, Shukaku took a closer look at the nine-tails sprawled on the ground. The nine-tails snorted. What are you staring at? I'm just saying, I can't believe you actually got split in half. Noticing the nine-tails' current state, Shukaku found it rather amusing. What a disgrace for a tailed beast. Should I call you Kurama, or just Nine? With only your yang half left, can you even perform a tailed beast bomb anymore? Bang! The nine-tails slammed a paw against the bars. You damn Tanuki. If you got guts, come in here. I'm just a spiritual form. Even if I did come in, the worst you could do is scatter me. Shukaku chuckled, unable to hold back. But you, if you're so capable, why don't you break out, and let me show you how real sealing jutsu works. Damn you, stinking Tanuki. Are you looking to die? Though the nine-tails was sealed, that didn't mean its chakra couldn't leak out. Forget it. With your barely graduated Jinchuriki and that measly bit of chakra you can spill, I wouldn't even need to lift a claw. One of my underlings could take you down. Shukaku scratched his neck with a tiny paw. This was already just half of the nine tails, sealed up so tightly. Even if it managed to corrode its Jinchuriki with chakra, 2 tails worth was probably the most it could muster. And what could 2 tails do? With Gaara's mother's sand armor, trapping Naruto Uzumaki would be a piece of cake. Damn Tanuki, why hasn't anyone sealed you up? Watching Shukaku roam free, the nine tails was filled with envy and jealousy. A tailed beast survives not by brute force, but by what's up here. Shukaku tapped his forehead with a small paw. Among the 9-tailed beasts, aside from the rather slow 3 tails, the most reckless had always been the 9 tails. Shukaku himself had a temper, sure, but that was mostly because the 9 tails was always comparing tail numbers and boasting about its strength. Anyone would lose patience. The 9 tails was an enigma, always provoking this one, taunting that one. In the end, nobody could get along. After Sage of 6 Paths died, the tailed beasts went their separate ways, and the 9 tails played a big part in that. Listening to its constant mockery day in and day out, unable to win in a fight. How could they not want to split up? Hiv. Since when did a Tanuki like you get so clever? The 9 tails scoffed. I've outgrown squabbling. I'm way past the age of bickering. Shukaku stifled his irritation and said, as for whether I have brains or not, just look at how we're living now. I can roam the ninja world freely and have become the guardian totem of the land of wind. But you? To Hashirama Senju, you're nothing but a natural disaster. Huh, guardian totem? You really know how to flatter yourself. Kurama fixed Shukaku with a mocking gaze, his eyes full of scorn. To him, Shukaku had just settled for compromise with humans, yet called himself a guardian beast. The people of Sunagakure must be blind. Kurama. Shukaku extended his tiny fist. Do you still remember what this gesture means? Of course. Kurama lazily stretched out his own paw, turning away with a haughty air. Then let me show you what I've been doing all these years. A sly smile tugged at the corner of Shukaku's mouth. With a resounding thud, the fists of the 2-tailed beasts bumped together. Shukaku's memories surged like a roller coaster into Kurama's mind. Only the memories, of course. Shukaku's thoughts remained hidden. You actually learned sage arts, took summoning beasts, and even humans as disciples, saved the Lady Kazekage. Kurama's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you really the Shukaku I knew? We tailed beasts are supposed to be calamities. And yet you... That's nonsense. The old man created us for the peace of the ninja world. If we were meant to be disasters, Why would he ever have created us? Shukaku slapped Kurama's paw away in anger. The real disaster is Hashirama Senju, a human with overwhelming power but lacking a shred of reason. That's the true catastrophe. Kurama fell silent, unable to refute him. On a coastline in the land of waves, Baki shot a furtive glance at Shukaku, who was sound asleep. Shukaku was napping. Fine, given my own abilities, I'm not confident I could keep Kakashi Ataki here. And besides, we still need to attend the Chunin exams held by Konoha. In that case, we'll take our leave. Kakashi, wary of Gaara who hovered in the air, grabbed Tizuna and quickly retreated from the shore. A tanuki. The flying one was cradling a tanuki in his arms. The legendary strongest summoning contract of Sunagakure. As expected, the pressure he gave me far exceeded even that of the elite Jonin Baki. Wait, I'm Uchiha Sasuke. What's your name? As he passed by Gaara, Sasuke couldn't hold back and finally called out. That boy flying in the sky. I'm not interested in you, Gaara replied coolly, casting Sasuke a sidelong glance. The last survivor of the Uchiha clan, and this is all the strength you have? Even Kankuro could wipe the floor with you. Damn it. Wait. Kakashi Ataki held back the impulsive Uchiha and shook his head at Sasuke, then said, sorry, he didn't mean anything by it. Gaara turned his attention to Naruto, asking, hey Blondie, what's your name? He ignored Sasuke's movement. Right now, Sasuke had no way of breaking through his defense. Instead, it was the blonde kid who had caught Shukaku's interest from the start that piqued Gaara's curiosity. Could it be that Kurama is sealed inside this blonde kid? Huh? Are you talking to me? Naruto looked genuinely confused. Is there anyone else among you with blonde hair? Gaara replied dryly. Naruto glanced around, his excitement barely contained. Aside from Konohamaru, this was the first time someone had ever asked his name so directly. If you're asking in earnest, then listen up. Everyone watched the grinning blonde with a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Kankuro thought, what an idiot from the leaf. Why would Gaara be interested in a fool like him? Temari sighed inwardly. If only he didn't have those whisker marks. Sasuke is definitely the better-looking one. Sakura clenched her fists, seething idiot. I really want to punch this stupid fool. He's always making me lose face. With a flourish, Naruto raised his thumb and pointed at himself. Naruto Uzumaki. That's my name. Remember it. I'm going to be the man who becomes Hokage. Hokage, huh? Gaara cocked his head. The man who becomes Hokage. Is your Hokage a woman? Kankuro's face twisted in confusion. I thought your Hokage was an old man. So, with a man on top of being a man? Gaara wondered, did I misunderstand? Does he want to marry the Hokage? Kankuro, shut up. Temari snapped, her face darkening. What embarrassment. Oh, right, Kankuro muttered. What did he mean just now, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked, still utterly bewildered. With your brain, I can see how this might be a bit much to process, Kakashi replied dryly. Are young people nowadays really this open-minded? Let's just get moving, Kakashi urged, eager to leave before the Sand Ninja changed their minds. By the way, what's your name? Naruto asked, paying no mind to Sasuke's reddening eyes. Instead, he carelessly repeated the question Sasuke had asked earlier. Gaara of the Sand, came the answer. Gaara of the Sand. Kakashi's eyes narrowed in alarm. So, it really is the new Sandstorm Squad from the Hidden Sand that's appeared recently. Luckily, it seems they're not looking for conflict. Gaara of the Sand. How dare you look down on an Uchiha? I'll make you pay for it one day. Sasuke pushed Sakura aside and steeled himself inwardly. Kakashi-sensei, do you know who they are? As they walked toward Tizuna's house, Sasuke's unease only grew. Sandstorm Squad, the Sand Hidden Genin team. Though they were formed only a short while ago, they've already become recognized throughout the ninja world as the top Genin team. Each of them possesses at least the strength of a Chunin, and all three are children of the current fourth Kazekage. The eldest daughter, Temari, excels in wind release techniques. The second son, Kankuro, has mastered the unique puppet skills of the Sand Village. The youngest, Gaara of the Sand, inherited the second Kazekage's sand release as well as the magnet release bloodline limits of the third and fourth Kazekages, making him, by far, the strongest among them. Seeing Sasuke's unwavering expression, Kakashi let out a soft sigh. The Sandstorm Squad was widely known, so every major ninja village kept at least some basic information on them. Of course, none of the villages truly regarded the Sandstorm Squad as a threat. After all, they were just a team of genin who had graduated a little over a year ago. No matter how strong they were, there were limits. Besides, it was only natural for their reputation to rise after a year out of the academy. Every major village had its share of prodigies. It was just that the Sand Village's team had gained the most renown. Right now, Kakashi wasn't in the best shape, and with his young, lovable charges in tow, he had no choice but to play it safe and withdraw. Had this been before his battle with Zabuza, he wouldn't have spared a second thought for the Sandstorm Squad. Even if things went south, he could have escaped with his students. Don't overthink it. That's not an opponent you can handle right now. Instead of asking questions, use your time to honestly work on your own skills. Once I recover, I'll give you all some proper training. Though Kakashi put the Sand Village matters aside for now, his thoughts drifted to the hidden mist ANBU who had taken Zabuza away earlier. A sense of urgency began to stir within him. Training. At that word, Sasuke's attention sharpened. Despite being born into the Uchiha clan, the only technique he'd truly learned was the Great Fireball Jutsu. No one had ever taught him any other ninja skills. After the Uchiha clan was wiped out, he continued living on their ancestral grounds, but most of the clan's assets and advanced techniques had been taken over by the village. As for the Uchiha's secret arts that remained, without awakening his Sharingan, he could do little more than look at them from afar. Kakashi-sensei, are you planning to teach us some new jutsu? Sakura asked directly. Sasuke had his Great Fireball, Naruto had his Shadow Clone technique, but as for her, she knew nothing. During the fight with Zabuza, Sasuke and Naruto worked together flawlessly, defeating Zabuza's clone and rescuing Kakashi-sensei. Meanwhile, all she could do was stand by and watch, powerless. I want to be with Sasuke. Sakura's inner thoughts were a whirlwind of emotion. But Kakashi had no idea. What Sakura truly wanted was just to stay by Sasuke's side, to edge Naruto out, rather than to become stronger herself, just like back when she only wanted to win the bell test by using her teammates. There's not enough time to cover ninjutsu now, but it is absolutely necessary to improve your abilities as quickly as possible. Never mind the group from the Hidden Sand, just think about Zabuza and that hidden mist Umbu from before. Kakashi shared his suspicions with his 3 young students. Zabuza wasn't dead. The person who took away his body was most likely an accomplice. Still, the injuries Zabuza had suffered were severe enough that he wouldn't be coming back anytime soon. For now, just follow my instructions and train diligently. I'll request reinforcements from Lord Hokage. That's the only way to ensure your safety. 2 days later, Kakashi, having recovered a bit, led his team to the seaside. He pointed to a thick grove not far from the shore. From now on, you'll be training over there. Let's start with tree climbing. Dazna's house was close to the sea, and it wasn't far from where the Sand Ninja were staying either. But at this point, there was no time to worry about that. If they wanted to finish the bridge, they'd have to face the sand. Climbing trees? Is this some kind of joke? Sasuke gave a light leap and landed on a tree nearby. We actually need to learn this? Kakashi-sensei, are you serious, or is this a prank? He remembered jumping into a tree back at the academy just to tease Naruto during their sparring. Now, Sasuke, calm down. This isn't what you think, Kakashi replied, glancing at Naruto, a little surprised. He had expected Naruto, the usual hothead, to be the first to protest, not Sasuke. Kakashi thought to himself, it seems the pressure from the Sandstorm Squad has really gotten to Sasuke. Tree climbing, as I mean it, is about channeling chakra to the soles of your feet. By controlling your chakra, you can climb up to the top of a tree without damaging it. It's a skill even ninjas who can't use ninjutsu can master. Seeing Sasuke and Naruto, still looking puzzled, Kakashi added, if you really don't get it, I can show you how it's done. Kakashi-sensei, do you mean like this? Sakura's voice floated down from above. She was already walking up the trunk step by step, and in no time, she'd reached the treetop. It's actually pretty simple. The view up here isn't bad either. So we do have a smart one among us. Kakashi nodded, feeling a bit relieved. Maybe the one who seemed like dead weight wasn't entirely hopeless after all. Tisich, as if you need anything besides feet for this, Sasuke grumbled, annoyed. Crack. Thud. Naruto burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. Ha ha. Sasuke, you idiot. After 2 steps, Sasuke had snapped the tree in half and tumbled to the ground. Dead last. What are you laughing at? Sasuke's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Naruto shot back, Bakayaro. Watch me show you how it's done. If I can beat Sasuke at this, Sakura will finally notice me. Crack. Thud. Sasuke's lips curled into a smirk. So, he thought, that guy is still just a dead last. Damn it. Naruto dusted himself off as if nothing had happened, then went off in search of another tree. He hadn't taken more than a few steps before the new tree snapped beneath him as well. A loser is always a loser. Seeing someone doing even worse than himself, Sasuke's spirits began to lift. Sensei Baki, are all Konoha's genin this week? I feel like I could take on all 3 by myself, Kankuro said, his voice filled with both puzzlement and confidence as he watched, not far off, the distant trees toppling and the pink-haired girl balancing at the top of one. A clueless blonde, a pink-haired girl who clearly lacked any combat ability. Only the Uchiha kid carried any hint of killing intent about him, but even then, his skills were hardly worth mentioning. And then, Wait a second, they can't even climb a tree? And these are supposed to be genin? In Sunagakure. If you haven't mastered the art of defying gravity, you're not even considered for genin. After all, Suna's missions for new shinobi don't involve chasing cats or babysitting. Instead, they're sent out beyond the village to places ordinary people could never reach. In the desert, aside from the threat of wild beasts, there's another deadly danger: quicksand. And not just any quicksand, but the kind that can swallow a person whole in moments. To survive, Suna Ninja must learn to run atop quicksand, a technique not unlike walking on water. It's far more difficult than just climbing a tree. Baki was puzzled too, but nonetheless replied seriously, "Never underestimate anyone." Konoha is recognized throughout the ninja world as a cradle of geniuses. The Uchiha clan. Could it be that their reputation is undeserved? 12 years old, still this weak, can't even climb a tree. I was doing better than that at their age. Are Konoha's genin always this careless? Are they just training future cannon fodder? No matter how much of a genius they are, can they really compare to Brother Kabuto? Even that guy Kakashi from Konoha doesn't seem like much. He looks like he's running on empty. Kankuro scoffed, not really listening. This was his first time seeing Konoha ninjas, and what a bizarre team they were. Maybe that's just an ordinary class from Konoha. After all, you three are the strongest squad Suna has ever produced, Baki said, though even he didn't quite believe his own words. Would a Konoha elite jonin like Kakashi really be assigned to an ordinary team? Elite jonin weren't a dime a dozen. Any squad led by one was either made up of true prodigies or important clan heirs. A jonin wouldn't get to lead such a group without serious connections. Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Uzumaki Naruto. Wait, why does someone from the Uzumaki clan have blonde hair? Pink hair. What was her name again? He forgot to ask. But with that clan's emblem on her clothes, she had to belong to some family of note. Baki made a quick guess about the three of them. But then, wait a minute, Gaara. What was the blonde one's name again? Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki, those whisker marks on his face. Maki had a sudden realization. He was certain he hadn't remembered wrong. The previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had been from the Uzumaki clan. She was the wife of the fourth Hokage, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was a blonde. Uzumaki Naruto looked to be about the same age as Gaara. Back during the Nine-Tails rampage, both the fourth Hokage and his wife died. This child must be the one they left behind, the current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Leaf. No wonder Shukaku suddenly fell into a deep sleep. It dawned on Maki, and he glanced warily at Uzumaki Naruto in the distance, who was still struggling to pull his foot from the broken tree. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Having often worked with Kabuto on various missions, Maki's own intelligence had improved considerably through exposure. Combined with the secret intel Sans A and BU held about the reincarnation of the demon fox in the leaf, and the strange way Shukaku suddenly lost consciousness. He felt he had pieced together the truth. All right, enough overthinking. You three go train on your own. I have a message to deliver to the Kazekage, and there are some things I need to investigate. Clapping his hands together, Maki instructed the three, remember, be careful. Especially you two. Don't stray too far from Gaara, or from me. If someone could injure Kakashi, the situation in the Land of Waves was definitely more complicated than it seemed on the surface. Though Maki had already warned the three before, with the unstable element of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki now present, he had to be even more cautious. Keeping the two close to Shukaku meant that, if there were any unknown threats lurking out there, Shukaku's presence would guarantee their safety. This is such a pain. If I'd known, I wouldn't have taken this mission. As he watched Maki head back inside to write his letter, Kankuro muttered complaints, but then said with a mischievous grin, Temari, Gaara, how about we go give our allies some pointers? Look at how hard they're working. As their allies, shouldn't we show a little humanitarian spirit and lend them a hand? What do you think? With nothing better to do, teasing the geniuses from the strongest ninja village didn't sound half bad. Boring, but I wouldn't mind checking out some handsome guys. Temari considered it for a moment. Uchiha Sasuke was indeed a bit standoffish, but that didn't stop her from admiring that cool exterior. As long as Sasuke didn't open his mouth, everything was fine. Let's go take a look then. Seeing how enthusiastic the other two were, Gaara didn't want to dampen their spirits. Just don't do anything too outrageous, especially since our alliance with the Leaf isn't over yet. Gaara's thoughts began to drift. When he graduated, he was told that one day he would become the strongest in the Hidden Sand, so he needed to take first place in the upcoming joint Chunin exams hosted by the Hidden Leaf. Only then could he declare the rise of the Sand Village. And once the Sand Village rose to prominence, the one most affected would be the Hidden Leaf. At that point, the alliance between the two villages would naturally be shaken, perhaps even dissolve on its own. Now, With the Chunin exams just around the corner, if all the Leaf Genin were like Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara worried that the Leaf might kick them out before the exams even began, refusing to let them participate. After all, the Sand Village didn't have the same influence as the Leaf. If they tried to host the Chunin exams on their own, most of the participants would be from minor nations at best. But what impact would it make to defeat Genin from tiny countries? It could never compare to the prestige of defeating the Leaf's best. All right, I get it. You just don't want me to reveal my full strength. Don't worry. I want you to go all out to deal with them, especially that blonde kid and the pink-haired one. They look clueless. I could probably take them out with just a few chakra threads. Kankuro stretched out his hands, and several fine chakra threads shimmered between his fingers. But unless you look closely, you'd hardly notice them. Just don't get taken down yourself. We can't reveal our strength, but getting outplayed would be far more embarrassing. Gaara waved his hand lightly, brushing aside Kankuro's chakra threads. Too basic. A few hidden tricks, and some decent chakra control. This was exactly the level you'd expect from fresh Sand Genin. Teasish, those little brats? If I mess this up, I'll jump straight into the ocean from here. Kankuro pointed to the endless expanse of sea beside them. If you want to swim, just say so. Gaara rolled his pale blue eyes. So what if he did jump? With the land of waves so close to the land of fire, Kankuro could just dash across the water and be back in no time. Hith hith. Kankuro grinned. You two follow me. Let me have a little fun with them. Let me instruct them a bit. Don't break our pretty boy. Yeah, I hear you. Honestly, you old-timers always chasing after the young ones. Bang. Ha. Dead last. Weren't you going to teach me a lesson? Perched in a tree, Sasuke was walking steadily upward, step by step, defying gravity. In just a short time, he'd already made it halfway. Meanwhile, Naruto was still struggling at the base, the bark etched with the marks of his failed attempts. As for Sakura, she'd done so while that Kakashi worried letting her master water walking too soon might put too much pressure on their resident problem child, Uchiha Sasuke. So he'd taken Sakura along to help protect Tazuna while the bridge was under construction. Damn you, Sasuke. Just you wait. Naruto leapt up onto the tree once more. But this time he didn't fall. His body felt much lighter than before. However, Naruto, ever the carefree soul, failed to notice anything odd about himself. Instead, he took a few triumphant steps upward and called out cheerfully. See that, Sasuke? This is my real strength. Earlier, I was just going easy on you. With a burst of energy, Naruto scrambled to the very top of the tree in just a few moments. Damn it. There's no way I, the top student, can lose to Naruto the dead last. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his chakra growing unstable beneath his feet. A sharp crack rang out. Naruto burst out laughing. Ha, what a klutz, Sasuke. Thanks to all his previous falls, Sasuke managed a graceful flip and landed steadily on the ground. From the shadows, Kankuro's voice drifted in. Temari, this Uchiha Sasuke you've got your eye on doesn't seem all that impressive. For something as simple as climbing trees and walking up walls, he's fallen so many times. Kankuro snorted. Honestly, he's hopeless. When Gaara tried this, he didn't even need to learn. He could do it naturally. As for me, it only took about 10 tries. Watching Sasuke scratch his name into the tree, vandalizing it in the process, Kankuro couldn't help but feel contemptuous. So much for the legendary Uchiha reputation. It's all just talk. He's already in his teens, and he can't even climb a tree. Temari rolled her eyes. You want to talk? Gaara practically flew up there. Puppet masters like us have to master chakra control skills that are way harder than tree climbing, and even you needed 10 tries. So what if he's a little slow? And besides, that blonde kid just now, wasn't it you using your chakra threads to help him up? Naruto's movements had clearly been unnatural. Kankuro smirked, twiddling his fingers. That blonde kid really is clueless. Even an ordinary person would have noticed something strange by now. Gaara, why are you interested in someone like him? Kankuro couldn't resist complaining. With Gaara's strength, if he were to be curious about anyone, shouldn't it be Uchiha Sasuke? Clumsy as he was, at least he came from a prestigious clan. For now, that's not something I can tell you, Gaara replied, frowning slightly. At graduation, he learned that his own pet was none other than Shukaku, the one of the tailed beasts considered a natural disaster in the ninja world. Very few people in Sunagakure were aware of the tailed beasts. After all, it was a closely guarded secret. Unlike Konoha, who made a spectacle of it. Ninetales is here. He's young and vulnerable. Come and get him. In their family, Kankuro was the only one still in the dark about all this. It was better to keep the fact that Naruto also housed Shukaku's friend a secret from him for now. What's with that? Honestly, it feels like I'm just an outsider in my own family, Kankuro thought sourly. It always seemed like everyone at home was hiding something from him. When your strength reaches my level, it won't hurt to tell you then. Temari offered a gentle word of comfort. Yes, Kankuro really was in a tough spot. He was stuck in the middle, neither cherished by elders nor favored by uncles. And to make matters worse, he was the weakest of them all. Anyone in his shoes would be moved to tears. But when it came to Kankuro's current abilities, even though he had access to better techniques, he still relied on basic, unmarked ninjutsu. It's true that these techniques demanded strong chakra control, but for ninja from the sand or mist villages, mastering chakra control was a requirement just to graduate. So, what was considered the hardest step for most actually turned out to be relatively simple for them. It was just that Shukaku's teaching methods were rather eccentric. All that banging and crashing. If FA hadn't already learned the Rasengan, not to mention carrying the notes left behind by Bunpuku, they might not have managed to master the Rasengan at all. But let's not digress. Kankuro clearly had the chance to make himself stronger by learning the Rasengan, yet he stubbornly refused. I meant to pilot a Gundam. A tiny little sphere? How could that possibly compare to a Gundam? So, even though Kankuro had graduated a while ago, his skills were still just at the entry level for a Chunin. There was nothing he could do about it. Unable to develop powerful puppets on his own, he was left with only those crafted by Sasori of the Red Sandbag when he was a child. TCH, Kankuro clicked his tongue in frustration. As for Temari, her abilities had grown tremendously since graduation. Maki was the Sand's most accomplished expert in wind-style techniques, and under his guidance, Temari's skills had improved rapidly. Back when she graduated, without using the still unsteady Rasengan, Temari had barely been able to hold her own against a low-ranking ninja. But after working with Maki, her progress in wind-style ninjutsu was astounding. She had learned and mastered both the Kemaitashi and the great Kemaitashi techniques, and what had once been a rudimentary grasp of the Rasengan was now a skill she wielded with ease. On top of that, she was sharp-witted, already capable of leading a squad on her own. But Kankuro? He still had a long way to go. At the very least, he needed to become a Chunin before he could even think about such things. Damn you, Sasuke. What do you think you're doing? Thud. While Gaara and his siblings were talking, Naruto wasn't about to sit idle. He was mercilessly mocking Sasuke. Sasuke was already annoyed that Naruto could use the Shadow Clone Jutsu so freely, and now Naruto had finished the tree-climbing exercise before him, all while ridiculing him nonstop. This only made Sasuke's already shaky chakra control worse, and after slipping and falling a few more times, he finally lost his temper. He unleashed a barrage of attacks at the tree beneath Naruto's feet. Naruto, who couldn't control his chakra well enough to stay attached to the trunk, went tumbling down with a thump. Humph, serve you right for mocking me, dead last. You're so annoying, Sasuke. Are you trying to pick a fight? Naruto stormed over to Sasuke, head tilted back as he stared up at Sasuke's impassive face. Damn it, why do I have to look up to him? I was the first to climb the tree. Because of his natural disadvantage, Naruto was starting to feel irritated. TCH. Pair of idiots. Kankuro, having had enough of the spectacle, stepped out from the sidelines. You can't even climb a tree? I suspect the only reason you two became genin is because your teacher pulled some strings. You're Naruto yelped. You're a ninja from the Sand Village. I think Kakashi-sensei mentioned ghost puppeteer or something. Baka, it's puppeteer, not ghost puppeteer. What on earth is your teacher teaching you? Kankuro stumbled in exasperation, nearly tripping over himself. Are these guys really ninjas? Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. Is that so? Forget it, idiot. I'm not here for you. Kankuro waved him off. Uchiha, top of the Leaf Village. Are you interested in a little sparring? The Senju and the Uchiha. Two clans renowned throughout all the ninja villages, names that once inspired dread. And now, only a single heir remains from each. Yet Kankuro had never actually witnessed the power of these two clans. With the Senju in hiding and only Tsunade left, and the Uchiha clan annihilated, he couldn't help but doubt if the legends were true. Now that he'd run into an Uchiha, he couldn't shake the feeling he'd be missing out if he didn't test him. I have no interest in you, Sasuke replied with disdain. But inwardly, Sasuke was being very cautious. This was the first time he'd even heard of puppeteer. Kakashi hadn't given any details about what they were capable of, and while Sasuke could be headstrong, he wasn't foolish enough to charge in blind against an opponent whose abilities were unknown, especially one his teacher described as a strong genin. Besides, the memory of being scorned by Gaara was still fresh in his mind. Right now, ignoring Gaara's brother Kankuro and letting him stew in embarrassment was far more satisfying. So that's the best Konoha has to offer? The top student of the Leaf Village doesn't even dare spar? Or is it that the Uchiha clan is nothing but a shadow basking in the glory of their ancestors, unworthy of their reputation? Kankuro's taunt was obvious, but it didn't matter, as long as it worked. Although they hadn't known each other long, Uchiha Sasuke's personality was all too easy to figure out. I'll show you what happens when you underestimate the Uchiha. Sasuke's anger flared. Restoring the Uchiha clan was his dream, his promise to those who perished at Itachi's hands. He would never allow anyone to look down on the Uchiha. Very well. I've heard that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, together with the Hyuga's Byakugan, is hailed as a powerful dojutsu. Let me see for myself what the Uchiha Sharingan can do. Kankuro assumed a fighting stance, watching Sasuke's eyes with heightened vigilance. He knew full well the consequences of meeting the Sharingan gaze head-on. Still, having never seen the Sharingan in person, he couldn't help but be curious about its appearance. Among the major families of the Leaf, there were two he knew best. One was the Uchiha, since Raza, Yitsong, and even Gaara mentioned them often. Of course, most of these tales came from Shukaku. The other family wasn't the Senju, nor was it the Inoshikacho or the Hyuga. Instead, it was a minor clan, the Kurama, a family whose prowess in Genjutsu could rival or even surpass that of the Sharingan. Initially, the Kurama clan seemed insignificant in Suna's intelligence reports, but thanks to Shukaku mentioning them time and again, they caught Tsunagekyu's attention. His elders often brought up these two clans. Although Kankuro never quite understood why his father took the words of the Tanuki in Gaara's arms so seriously, he did learn a thing or two about both families. In any case, the two families were more alike than not. One had a single heir left, while the Kurama had not produced a bloodline limit wielder in years, and their numbers had dwindled. To deal with you, I won't even need the Sharingan. Enraged and embarrassed, Sasuke shouted, "Fire style, fireball jutsu." The truth was, he still could not use the Sharingan. Kankuro's words had struck a painful chord deep within him. To be an Uchiha who couldn't awaken the Sharingan. No one could understand the frustration he kept bottled up inside. Is this all there is to the Uchiha clan's fire style? Aren't the rumors a bit exaggerated? In the shadows, Temari couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Since when was the fireball jutsu this weak? Even her own wind-style techniques were stronger. Maybe it's because he just graduated. After all, the Uchiha were wiped out a few years ago. He has no one to teach him. The fact he can use it at all is impressive, Gaara remarked, unbothered by the fireball size. Though, he couldn't help but wonder. Why was Uchiha Sasuke targeting Kankuro's puppet, and not Kankuro himself, who was riding atop it? I've heard that his brother, Tsurutobi Itachi, was already on the battlefield at age 4 and could wield the fireball jutsu with ease, Shukaku chimed in helpfully. 4 years old? You gotta be kidding. Shukaku let out a snide laugh. People from both the Hidden Mist and the Leaf know about this. The village's A&BU records will have plenty on Tsurutobi Itachi. After all, he was credited as the key figure in the Uchiha clan's downfall, later branded a rogue ninja. On the black market, Uchiha Itachi's dossier was extensive and detailed. If Suna wanted to know more, all Raza needed to do was dig for a while. He could easily trade that for information. Wait a second, isn't Uchiha Sasuke's brother supposed to be Uchiha Itachi? What's with this Tsurutobi guy? Gaara wasn't paying attention to the bit about Itachi going to war at age 4. What really caught his ear was how Shukaku addressed Uchiha Itachi. After all, following the Uchiha massacre, Itachi became a notorious rogue ninja, and Gaara had heard a thing or two about him. I already told you, Sasuke's brother is named Tsurutobi Itachi. What's wrong? You got a problem with that? With a smug grin, Shukaku stretched out a tiny paw and ruffled Gaara's hair into a wild tangle. Come on then, kid. I'm an expert at dealing with any sort of defiance. You infuriating, stinky raccoon. Gaara gritted his teeth in frustration. You mess up my hair every single time. Just you wait. When I'm stronger than you, I'll make sure you get a taste of your own medicine. Gaara made a silent promise to himself, but out loud, he speculated, could it be that Sasuke's father put on a hat the same color as the Kazekage's? Shukaku paused. Hard to say. The Uchiha rarely married outside their clan, but it wasn't unheard of. Marrying outsiders would dilute the bloodline, but on the flip side, it might also create some interesting mutations. Imagine if the Hyuga and Uchiha intermarried. Byakugan awakens with age, and if the Sharingan activated too, that would be something to see. He'd never really considered that possibility before. But now, with the Uchiha marrying within the clan for so long, it's no wonder that mental oddities pop up, classic inbreeding symptoms. Their strength fading over the years makes perfect sense. There were only a few hundred Uchihas to begin with, and many of them were just ordinary civilians who didn't even practice ninjutsu. With that in mind, the clan was actually pretty lucky that outliers like Shursui only appeared occasionally. Then again, Uchiha Itachi himself was a real anomaly. Nothing about him was normal. Calling him Tsurutobi Itachi was just a throwaway joke before, but after Gaara's comment, Shukaku couldn't help but start to seriously think about it. Maybe we should get Kabuto to run a paternity test someday. With all sorts of bizarre knowledge floating in his head, Shukaku didn't always understand what he was talking about, so he simply passed along whatever sounded impressive, bit by bit. Gaara fell silent. Is that really all the Uchiha clan is capable of? Kankuro nimbly dodged Sasuke's attacks, frowning as he thought to himself. I'm a puppeteer. My weakest point is my real body. All this time, hasn't he noticed that he's been fighting nothing but a puppet? You should just go ahead and activate your Sharingan. Sasuke's taijutsu wasn't exactly top tier. As a puppeteer, Kankuro could keep up with him just fine, especially since he was controlling a puppet at the moment. As for ninjutsu, Sasuke only seemed to have that one decent fireball jutsu, and he kept using it over and over. Kankuro had completely lost interest in continuing his fight with Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke hasn't even activated his Sharingan yet. Naruto muttered from the sidelines, feeling uneasy as he watched Sasuke being toyed with by Kankuro. So this is what the strongest genin looks like. Sasuke couldn't even touch his opponent. Forget it. I'm done playing, Kankuro said, suddenly bored. You haven't awakened your Sharingan. You could never be my match. You're looking down on the Uchiha. Sasuke flared up, his anger betraying his embarrassment. It's not that I look down on the Uchiha clan, Kankuro replied, shaking his head. I just think that you, Sasuke Uchiha, aren't worthy of a name. The Uchiha clan, living off their reputation as the terrors of the ninja world, yet never truly striving to surpass it. They couldn't even maintain the honor of their own name. It's rare for the ninja world to see two Uchiha rise to fame. There was Shursui the teleporter. No one knows where he died. When the 4 great ninja villages heard the news of his demise, they practically cheered, wishing they could throw a feast in his honor. Then there's Itachi. But unlike Shursui, who brought pressure and deterrence to the 5 villages, a shadow-level ninja who made them think twice before waging war on Konoha, Itachi left a different impression. To them, he was nothing but a mad dog. He was intimidating, yes, but all alone, he was hardly a threat. All right, I think that's enough. Let's go, Kankuro. From high up on a tree branch, Gaara hung upside down, his voice tinged with disappointment. He hadn't gotten to see the Sharingan in action. What a shame, given how rare those eyes were becoming. Got it, Gaara, Kankuro replied. The Kankuro, who had been fighting Sasuke, suddenly began to morph, his features twisting into something bizarre. The bandages on his back abruptly split open. Hey, little Uchiha, came a voice. It gets pretty stuffy inside here. Kankuro grinned smugly. If this was the best Konoha's top genin could do, then honestly, even if they brought over Seo or Zilluo, who hadn't even graduated yet, they'd still make it into the top 10. Don't be discouraged. Handsome, Temari offered in a comforting tone. We're both a bit older than you, after all. So, should I be comparing myself to him instead? Sasuke asked, pointing at Gaara. Kakashi-sensei told me he's the strongest among you. Oh well, Temari replied awkwardly. Gaara's an exception. He's the top student of the Sand Village, graduated early, the same way your teacher, Kakashi Hatake, did. Still, seeing how Sasuke managed to keep his cool and charm even in defeat, Temari kindly gave him an explanation. Your teacher, Kakashi Hatake, now that's a true genius. Graduated at 5, became a jonin at 12. We're still a long way off compared to him. Kakashi Hatake's name was already much more famous than theirs could ever hope to be. Back in the day, even the major ninja villages sent assassins after Kakashi Hatake, but none of them had ever received that kind of attention. The reason might be that after the heavy losses of the Third Great Ninja War, all the big villages experienced a wave of new talent. Every village had its own geniuses. If everyone resorted to assassination, then nobody would dare leave their village. Right now, after all, it wasn't wartime. So, you guys know about Kakashi-sensei too? Just now, Zabuza Momochi said the same thing. Idiot. Sasuke cursed inwardly. Zabuza the demon of the hidden mist? No wonder, when he'd seen Kakashi earlier, he'd acted that way. He was a top-tier rogue ninja from the mist. Temari and Kankuro's faces grew grave. The title demon carried a weight that, in some ways, felt even more menacing than Kakashi's name, especially to young ninja who hadn't been out of the academy for long. He'd single-handedly slaughtered every student in his class. If someone like that had been in their own class, nobody would have slept well at night. The blonde kid had no idea he'd just given away some important information, and instead pressed on, Gaara, why is the kitten in your arms so ugly? Is it your pet? Having grown up isolated, the blonde kid hadn't seen much besides cats, dogs, birds, and fish. Hey, aren't you supposed to be the top rookie ninja? What's up with this blonde kid? Even though their fight hadn't gone so well, Kankuro's outgoing nature let him stroll right up to Sasuke with zero hesitation. Sasuke's eyebrow twitched. Dead last, that's a tanuki, not a cat. How embarrassing. Utterly humiliating. Who knew why the Academy's power balancing put Naruto Uzumaki in his team? He always called Naruto the dead last, but Sasuke knew full well that before graduation, Naruto was the only one who ever dared to challenge him head-on. Everyone else either thought it was too much trouble or simply wasn't a match for him, so Irika-sensei handled the final team assignments. Over the years, Sasuke had sparred with plenty of ordinary students, but he always beat them with a single blow. Naruto, on the other hand, even though Sasuke teased him constantly, had surpassed most of their classmates in practical fighting ability a long time ago. Even Ino Yamanaka, from one of the great clans and part of the Ino Shikicho trio, couldn't beat Naruto. In Sasuke's eyes, the real deadweight on their team was Sakura Haruno. For ninja, what's on the page doesn't help much in real combat. Aside from the basic clone, transformation, and substitution techniques, the only other skills were things like calculating the range of kunai and shuriken. Who has the presence of mind to calculate the throwing range of a shuriken in the middle of a fight? As for the rest, the textbooks are filled with endless praise for the Senju clan, the third Hokage, and the will of fire. Take, for example, a certain multiple-choice question from a final exam. Who is the strongest Hokage? A. The third Hokage. B. Ninja Hero. C. Professor Ninjutsu. D. Hiruzen Sarutobi. It was only during sparring matches that he truly felt he was in a ninja academy, rather than being recruited into some pyramid scheme. So, to him, Sakura Haruno, who always scored perfectly on exams, was at best just a bit better than Naruto when it came to throwing kunai and shuriken. But she could never be Naruto's match. Not even before Naruto had learned the shadow, clone, jutsu. Because a ninja at the same level would never let their enemy land a shuriken on their vital points. Unless it was a sneak attack, of course. Isn't a tanuki still a kind of cat? Naruto squinted his eyes, clearly annoyed. There was no way he'd let anyone know he actually had no idea what a tanuki was. Hey, Blondie, a tanuki and a cat aren't even the same kind of creature, Temari said, spreading her hands in exasperation. The two species weren't even in the same family. Oh, of course I know that. Naruto stammered. Idiot, Gaara muttered, his lips twitching. Could you sound any less confident? Shukaku is the guardian beast of our sand village. He's my best friend, and, in some ways, you could even call him my teacher. So if you don't want to get hurt, you'd better not say anything bad about him. Gaara's tone was perfectly calm for the first part. But in the second half, both Sasuke and Naruto felt a chill run straight to their bones. This guy, I can't even muster the will to fight him. Sasuke's fist shook uncontrollably. Give it a rest, little Uchiha. A brat who just graduated like you probably hasn't even seen blood yet, Kankuro thought to himself, realizing things might get out of hand. This blonde kid really didn't know when to back down. He only relaxed when he saw Shukaku just lift his head slightly and then go still. Oomph. Of course I've seen blood before. Uchiha. Not to mention the time with Zabuza, who nearly killed them. If it's about blood. That night. Itachi. Whatever. Right now, you can't even beat me, let alone Gaara. Maybe you should set your sights a bit lower. Oomph. I'll show you the true strength of the Uchiha clan. TCH, you're nothing but talk, kid. Naruto stared at Gaara, fear creeping into his bones. But as time passed, a red aura began to envelop him, and his body stopped trembling, though his eyes turned bloodshot. That's stinking fox's chakra. But if that's all he's got, it won't be enough to beat me. Shukaku snapped his eyes open and shouted, Kid, snap out of it. In an instant, the trace of Nine-Tails chakra that had just surfaced faded away completely. Shukaku, has this guy really grown this much? In the depths of the sewer, the Nine-Tails' eyes were filled with undisguised shock. Even though I only have half my chakra right now, and that aura just now was barely worth mentioning still, despite the meager chakra, this creature's power might already be catching up to Gyuki. Just what on earth has happened over these years? Could it really be that doing good deeds has changed him this much? The old man wanted us to be bridges between humans, but he never said we'd grow stronger because of it. What's going on here? Shukaku could enter the sewer, but the Nine-Tails was trapped, unable to get out. Though the two-tailed beasts were only a stone's throw apart, a powerful seal kept them firmly separated. Of course, the real reason was that Shukaku simply didn't want to bother with the Nine-Tails any further. After all, the relationship between the two was nothing short of terrible. Earlier, when Shukaku decided to challenge the Nine-Tails, it was only to toy with him a little. With the Nine-Tails' foul temper, he'd definitely try to strengthen his own host to rival Gaara. Among all the tailed beasts, the Nine-Tails was the strongest. That was something Shukaku could no longer be bothered to dispute. Unlike the old days when he would mock Shukaku, now the Nine-Tails could only crouch in the sewer, frowning to himself in confusion. He still didn't fear Shukaku's newfound strength. After all, he wasn't in his complete form right now. Sure, half of him had been taken by the Reaper, but the Reaper, however mighty, could hardly be stronger than the old man. If the old man's power could be surpassed, then his sons would never have been able to reincarnate endlessly. Back then, it was clear the fourth Hokage had chosen to seal him, and he'd been locked down by Kushina Uzumaki's adamantine sealing chains, yet the Reaper never dared to trouble him. It was only because the fourth Hokage split his chakra and sealed part of it inside himself that the Reaper even dared to intervene. Oh, that's strange. What just happened? Naruto's consciousness returned, but he had no recollection at all of what had just occurred. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, why are you all out here? The eruption of the Nine Tails chakra. The first to sense it were Shukaku and Gaara. Next came Kakashi Hitaki. And after that, Maki, who sensed danger. Hey, Sand Kids, what are you trying to do to my squad? Step away from them now. Originally, Kakashi had been slacking off, but the moment he felt the Nine Tails chakra, he immediately took his medicine. The Nine Tails chakra leaking out. He couldn't afford to be careless, especially since that child was. Upon seeing how close Naruto and Gaara were to each other, Kakashi immediately turned his attention to Gaara. Kakashi, if it's a fight you want, I'm ready to face you. A fierce gust of wind swept through, and suddenly Maki, who had been inspecting the progress of the bridge construction, appeared right in front of Kakashi. The Nine Tails, that wild, violent aura, far more sinister than the one from Shukaku, had to belong to that kid. Are you sure it wasn't your kid who did something to my teammates? Kakashi's gaze was icy. This was their territory to begin with. The Sand Team had no reason to be here. Though he felt a bit uneasy, Kakashi wasn't afraid of Maki. The only reason Maki had been thoroughly documented by Konoha was because, years ago, the summoning beast he called forth had entangled the elite Inoshikacho squad, led by Choza Kimichi. As for Maki's own strength, he was about on par with Asuma. How laughable. Why would we be interested in a bunch of fresh graduates? If the Nine Tails doesn't come after us, I'll count myself lucky. Maki was equally displeased. He had just sent his speculations to Raza and checked on the progress of the Great Naruto Bridge when he sensed a surge of evil chakra. Now, the moment he arrived, he was forced to confront Kakashi. Right or wrong aside, with Shukaku out of the equation, Gaara and his team stood no chance against the Nine Tails. When the Nine Tails chakra exploded just now, he was genuinely terrified. If Gaara and his companions were to die here, he'd be held responsible. The Sand Village would once again face a leadership crisis. After all, Gaara was their hope for the Sand's revival. So regardless of who was at fault, he had to stand his ground. It was his duty to provide the next generation a safe environment to grow, to protect their development, and to end the chaos in the Land of Wind. This was the original intention behind the founding of the Sand Village, to unify their fractured nation. Although, for a time, the ninja wars had twisted this vision, turning the young into cannon fodder. With Shukaku's reminder, they had returned to the right path. The essence of the will of fire. No, that's not it. The essence of the will of wind is to allow the younger generation to grow up free from worry, not to burn them out, feeding the ambitions of those in power. Naruto, Sasuke fall back. Maki's aggressive stance prompted Kakashi to whip off his headband, revealing the Scarlet Sharingan. To deal with Maki, he needed to go all out. He had to finish this quickly and force Gaara's team to hesitate. Only then could he guarantee the safety of Sasuke and the others. Wait, Kakashi-sensei, what's going on? Why are we fighting all of a sudden? Uchiha Sasuke, ever the clueless one, looked confused. He was still upset over his loss to Kankuro, but he'd actually enjoyed chatting with him. Kankuro, after all, was a chatty, pale-skinned, handsome guy with a surprisingly warm personality and a barrel chest. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, why? Why did this happen? What has happened? Why did a fight suddenly break out? And why did I not have the slightest memory of it? While Naruto and Sasuke were left bewildered, Maki was already preparing to form hand seals. Chiyo of the Sand Village is still alive, and she has studied the Sharingan in great depth. At the same level, you must flee in a one-on-one fight against it. That's why Maki dared not underestimate his opponent. Chidori. He struck with a lethal technique right from the start. Channeling lightning chakra into his hand to form a high-intensity current, he launched a rapid thrust, relying on the dynamic vision of the Sharingan. Wind style, chakra armor. Maki was no pushover either. Though he was also an elite jonin, he did fall short of Kakashi in sheer strength. So his first move was to reinforce his defenses and retreat, minimizing damage and bind time. Maki had no intention of summoning the White Fox, because in his mind, this battle would end before Kakashi could defeat him. If I were you, I'd consider stopping right now. As Kakashi and Maki clashed, Gaara calmly extended one hand. The stopper on the gourd at his back flipped open, and sand streamed out into the air. Sasuke instinctively sensed danger and tried to escape. But how could someone like him, who couldn't even keep up with Lee when Lee wore his training weights, possibly evade Gaara's enhanced absolute defense? So fast. How can this be? Am I really incapable of even running away? Sasuke was left dumbfounded. Is this what they call a genin? What a joke. Hey, second best, don't struggle. The more you fight, the worse it gets. Kankuro sounded perfectly unsurprised. You, Naruto, struggled desperately to break free. Gaara, what are you doing? Maki-sensei may not be a match for Kakashi, so... Meanwhile, Sakura, completely at a loss, was being held hostage by Temari's giant fan. Kakashi, if I were you, I'd think twice before making a move. Maki suddenly seemed to regain his confidence. Come on, if you've got the nerve, bring down your Chidori. I'm not running today. Kakashi was momentarily stunned. He could overlook Sakura, perhaps, but Sasuke and Naruto were far from weak. Yet in Gaara's hands, they couldn't even last one move. Was the gap really so vast? Is that so? Perhaps the ones who should let go are you. Shadow Possession Jutsu, success. From deep within the forest, 4 figures emerged, 1 tall, 3 shorter. Among them, a spiky-haired boy crouched low to the ground, his shadow already linked with Gaara's. Let Naruto go, otherwise I won't hold back. Though the boy looked lazy and indifferent, his heart was on high alert. Because even as he poured all his strength into it, Gaara could still move ever so slightly. Asuma, you're here. Kakashi was overjoyed. Good thing you made it in time. Sarutobi Asuma extinguished his cigarette, drew out his flying swallow blades, and rushed straight at Baki. Getting to see the Sand's guardian beast, the Tanuki, means my luck isn't so bad today. Sorry, Baki, but I'll have to be rude. He had long wanted to witness the Tanuki firsthand, but for now, taking down Baki came first. As for Gaara, he trusted that, with Shikamaru's cleverness and the teamwork of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, they would surely find a way to defeat Gaara. But then, oh no, Ino Choji now. Gaara's gaze sent a chill through Shikamaru's heart, sweat pouring down his face. This guy is terrifying. Got it. Ino Yamanaka, focused on Gaara. Mind transfer jutsu. Gaara didn't even try to dodge. In an instant, Ino collapsed into unconsciousness. Where am I? This is strange. How did I end up in a desert? In the endless sands, a colossal tanuki opened its eyes and slammed a massive paw down. Get lost. With a thunderous roar, Ino was blasted out before she could even take in the scene before her. Ah, Ino, what happened? Shikamaru's face turned pale with shock. How could it end so quickly? Gaara hadn't even moved. Ino's mind transfer jutsu was supposed to last much longer. Shikamaru was clever, but he couldn't have imagined that a single body could house 2 souls. Shukaku, already annoyed at having his body invaded by a weaker spirit, would never ignore his own vulnerabilities. A powerful mind is just as effective at resisting jinjutsu. After all, illusionary ninja rely on mental strength above all else. Shukaku could have crushed the mind transfer jutsu with ease, and having spent years tempering his mental fortitude, there was no way. Even the strongest of the Yamanaka clan could withstand the pressure he exerted, let alone Ino, who had only just become a genin. That tanuki, it's a monster. Ino, trembling, pointed at the tanuki cradled in Gaara's arms as she came back to her senses. This is bad. Nearby, Kankuro, who'd been chatting with Sasuke, couldn't help but cover his face in exasperation. Hey, Sasuke, you'd better have your friend apologize, or someone's gonna get killed for real. Who's the most dangerous in the Sand Village? Shukaku, of course. With Shukaku protecting Gaara, even if the leaf and the sand were allies now, Gaara wouldn't hesitate to kill Ino outright. Worst case, it would mean war. But with Konoha so weakened and the other villages watching like hawks, would the leaf really dare to start a fight? Obviously not. Ino, apologize now. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Gaara, Sasuke shouted at Ino. After all, she was his most devoted follower, and a strong one at that. Of course, above all else, if Ino Yamanaka were really killed here, then they would truly find themselves locked in an irreconcilable conflict. Sasuke watched Maki in the distance, battered and disheveled, yet showing not a hint of fear. He had no intention of throwing his life away in this place. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Though she didn't fully understand what was happening, Ino's feelings for Sasuke made her apologize without hesitation. One move. Gaara lifted a finger. If you can withstand just one attack from me, I'll pretend I heard nothing. The one-tailed Shukaku often made him look foolish. Yet, no one was more protective of him than that tailed beast. Between man and beast, their relationship was not just master and follower. but also the closest of friends. This was especially true for Gaara. If it hadn't been for Shukaku's friendship with Naruto, when Naruto called Shukaku ugly earlier, Gaara wouldn't have given Naruto any chance to explain. Certainly, Kakashi was stronger than Maki. But even so, Kakashi would not be a match for Shukaku. We're doomed. Kankuro immediately put distance between himself and Sasuke. Hey Sasuke, if you don't activate your Sharingan now, its bloodline might die out with you. Hey, come on. Did you really need to run so far? Sasuke couldn't help but roll his eyes. Gaara, just how frightening are you to make Kankuro act like this? This is bad, Choji. Looks like it's all up to you now. Shikamaru got to his feet. When Gaara made that gesture, Shikamaru knew his shadow imitation technique had already been violently broken. I'm ready, Choji Akimichi said, without hesitation, as he swallowed one of the secret family's 3 colored pills. It was his first time using it. Even knowing the serious side effects, he didn't waver. The murderous aura radiating from Gaara was almost tangible. Even Kakashi and Asuma Sarutobi, who had already subdued Maki, couldn't help but frown. Gaara's strength was on another level. But the distance between them was simply too great. Stop. Now. Maki let out a cold laugh. Though he looked worse for wear, he could use reverse summoning at any moment to temporarily retreat to the safety of the sand. There's no way they can withstand Gaara's strength. To have Asuma Sarutobi leading this team, these must be important members of the Ino Shikacho clans. I'm just a regular jonin. Trading myself for such famous heirs is worth it. The Ino Shikacho trio may be small in number, but together, their teamwork makes them extremely versatile, especially those who bear the actual Ino Shikacho title. The previous generation, Shikaku Nara and his comrades, played a vital role in the last great ninja war, rivaling even the Kaga-level masters. Sand release, sand drizzle. Gaara didn't bother using his most powerful ninjutsu. There was simply no need. Of course, though the sand shower technique isn't the strongest, its power should not be underestimated. By focusing the sand on the enemy's head, a rain of sand descends while sand from the ground binds the enemy's feet. This restraint ensures the highest chance of a direct hit. Oh no, I can't move. Shikamaru, what do we do? Except for Choji Akimichi, who managed to break free with his immense strength. The rest of the group was tied up, trembling with fear. Shikamaru, Ino, Naruto, partial expansion jutsu. Casting a glance at Sakura and Naruto in the distance, Choji decisively gave up on protecting Sakura. Right now, he simply didn't have the strength to shield everyone with his arms. Naruto was his true friend. As for Sakura, she was only Ino's friend, one that had even fallen out with her because of Sasuke. But his worries were unnecessary. Gaara was not someone who killed indiscriminately. The only ones he wanted to deal with were the members of the Ino Shikacho trio. A massive arm loomed over the group, Choji's face twisting with pain as wounds began to open one after another on his arm from the relentless beating of the sand. Choji. Tears streamed from Ino Yamanaka's eyes. Why did she have to say that? If only she'd held her tongue, Choji wouldn't have had to. Gaara, that's enough. That familiar voice made Gaara shudder involuntarily. His hand froze mid-motion. Consider yourselves lucky. Choji. Shikamaru and Naruto's voices rang out. Even Sasuke couldn't help but look over at the fallen Choji. After all, Choji had instinctively shielded him from the attack above. Now, Choji was no longer the chubby boy he'd been. He was so thin he was practically skin and bones. Had Choji not still been breathing, Sasuke might have thought he'd already died. You bastard! Why'd you do that? Naruto clenched his fists. He had always felt a certain fondness for Gaara before this. First of all, this isn't my fault. Your own teammates started it with words, Gaara replied coolly. Second, I only injured one of his arms. The rest of his condition is because he took a secret medicine. It has nothing to do with me. The sand shower had been blocked by Choji's arm, so all the injuries were on his arm. He'd been called a monster for being the host of Shukaku, but he'd only wounded Choji's arm, not crippled him. That was already showing mercy. Choji's emaciated appearance was the result of taking the secret clan medicine. Gaara refused to take the blame for that. Damn you, you jerk. Naruto, don't. Naruto was finally stopped by Shikamaru's shout. Shikamaru knew about the Akimichi clan's secret techniques, and he also understood some of the consequences of taking their special medicine. He had simply never seen it before, nor had Choji Akimichi ever used it, so he had no idea the consequences would be so severe. Still, there were benefits as well. Had he not taken the secret medicine, Choji Akimichi doubted he could have withstood Gaara's sand rain. Moreover, with the unique constitution of the Akimichi clan, as long as he could replenish his fat reserves, he would recover. Fortunately, Gaara had stopped his assault. Otherwise, Choji might not have survived at all. Now, though he was skin and bones, he was still alive, wasn't he? Gaara, too, made no further move, because the battle was over. Both of you, would you mind letting our people go now? Her hair was predominantly dark green, with orange bangs framing both sides of her face. With a speed that left both Kakashi Hitaki and Asuma Saratobi unprepared, she had appeared before them in a blink, seizing Baki in her grasp with one swift motion. Pakura of the Scorched style. Asuma Saratobi called out her name immediately. A few years ago, during a visit to Sunagakure, he had met her before. Back then, his late elder brother and Hayashi Hyuga had been so scared they were trembling. At the time, he hadn't understood what it meant for Pakura to be a wielder of the Scorched style. Only now did he realize how difficult it was to improve himself further, and that he was nowhere near as capable as his late brother Shinosuke had been. Since returning from the daimyo's residence, he had matured a great deal, coming to understand that some things couldn't be accomplished by passion alone. His father's indulgence of Danzo was something he no longer intended to challenge. There was no point. Still, using his own position to shield friends from the minor troubles Danzo caused was something he could manage. The once reckless youth had grown into a mature man, sporting a full beard. His attitude toward Pakura, the renowned older single woman, had shifted from indifference to genuine respect. Kakashi, let it go. We're not their match. There was, after all, only a modest difference in their abilities, 3 points at most, and that was largely due to Kakashi's years of decline. Pakura-senpai. Though Baki was injured, his wounds were not severe. We're allies with Konoha. There's no need to let a small matter drive a wedge between us, Pakura said, glancing sidelong at Kakashi. Originally, she had been chasing down a rogue ninja from Kirigakure. She had never forgotten the old grudges, and for every Kirigakure traitor who had fled, she would hunt them down, one by one. A few had hidden themselves well, and only now had she located them, particularly one who had concealed himself in the Land of Water. The Bloody Mist village was now extremely closed to outsiders, but Pakura knew the Land of Water well, and slipped inside without difficulty. On her way back, she'd received word from Raza, and so she made a detour to the Land of Waves. When she arrived, the first thing she saw was Kankuro teasing Sasuke. Suddenly, a savage and brutal aura erupted from Naruto. Without hesitation, Kakashi Hitaki chose to take action. However, Yetsong did not make a move herself. In her view, Baki was more than capable of holding off Kakashi, leaving Temari and Kankuro to deal with Sakura and Sasuke. Even when Asuma Saratobi arrived with his team, Yetsong remained unhurried. After all, among Kabuto's generation, Baki was the only one truly worth mentioning. Though his progress had been slow over the years, he had grown stronger. Besides that sly raccoon, the Shukaku hadn't even stirred. Naturally, she saw no reason to rush. It wasn't until Gaara erupted in fury, and she witnessed the true combat prowess of the Inoshikicho trio's only true fighter, that she finally stepped in and called Gaara to a halt. It's just a minor issue. There's no need to make such a fuss. The real test will be the upcoming Chunin exams. Moreover, if her senses were correct, the Nine-Tails aura was surfacing from the blonde-haired kid. The Nine-Tails was Konoha's greatest weapon. The moment its chakra flared, Kakashi acted without a second thought. And the reason was clear. It had to be that mischievous raccoon, Shukaku, stirring up trouble. Let's disperse everyone. Here, these are some external wound medicines I brought from Kabuto. Consider them a gift. Kakashi eyed Yetsong warily. His instincts told him this woman was every bit as dangerous as the Hokage himself. He didn't reach out for the items Yetsong offered. Kakashi couldn't shake the fear that Yetsong might suddenly strike and turn him into a dried-up husk. Asuma Saratobi, on the other hand, was less cautious, or perhaps simply made a different choice for his own students. Thank you, Yetsong-senpai. With strength like Yetsong's, there was no need for her to play such tricks. Even if the ANBU tasked with protecting the Nine-Tails host joined forces, they would still struggle to stop her. She was, after all, the kind of ninja who, even as an elite jonin, had once escaped a 100-strong Mist Village ambush. Now, even counting the ANBU, they barely had a dozen on their side. Asuma quickly applied the medicine to Choji Akimichi's wounds and said, "Let's go find something to eat. Ino, look after Choji, please." Choji loved grilled meat, but in the Land of Waves, aside from Gato, no one could really afford such luxury. And they weren't missing mean, they couldn't just go after a tycoon like Gato openly. So, fishing would have to do. It was the only way to help Choji recover as quickly as possible. "I understand, sensei," Ino replied. "Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. Let's move," Kakashi called out. "Hey, painted face. Next time we meet, I'll show you what the Sharingan is really capable of." Sasuke muttered through gritted teeth, though in the end, he couldn't bring himself to speak directly to Gaara. That boy's strength was perhaps not far behind Itachi Uchiha's, back in his prime. He still had a long way to go. He regarded Kankuro as nothing more than the next stepping stone on his path to vengeance. TCH, don't tell me you haven't awakened your Sharingan yet, or I'll start to doubt whether you're really an Uchiha. Kankuro scoffed, clearly not believing a word Sasuke said. Looking at Sasuke, Kankuro thought to himself that if Sasuke couldn't even use the Sharingan, he couldn't possibly be a true Uchiha. Who was he trying to fool? Ugh, you big clown, just keep your mouth shut. Hey, you over there, the blonde kid, hold on a second. Just as Kakashi was about to lead everyone away, Shukaku, who had been dozing in Gaara's arms, suddenly opened his eyes. What do you want, you stupid cat? Naruto asked, his confusion laced with anger. After all, Gaara had beaten Choji so badly. Surely Gaara's pet couldn't be anything good either. Hee. Relax, kid. I've got no interest in brats like you. I just happened to find you amusing and felt like telling you a story, that's all. Shukaku replied, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. With a quick sideways glance at the wary Kakashi, he gave a little kick of his legs. A story? A scruffy little cat, like you can tell stories? Even though they were enemies, Naruto couldn't help but pause in curiosity. No one had ever told him a story before. And now, out of the blue, a cat wanted to tell him one. How could he not be curious? Hey, you mangy raccoon, what you up to? Yitzhong tried to stop Shukaku. After all, the blonde kid was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If anything happened to him, there was no way the other side would let it go. Relax, it's just a story. I've seen and heard thousands of stories in my time. What's so scary about one little story? Shukaku deftly dodged Yitzhong's hand, looking at her with annoyance. Just like he enjoyed turning Gaara's hair into a bird's nest, Yitzhong loved to mess up Shukaku's fur, tangling it into a wild mess. Even though he was just a being made of chakra, he still considered himself a creature, and having his fur ruffled felt awful. Of course, messing up someone else's fur was a whole different kind of satisfaction. Yitzhong shot him an exasperated gesture. Fine. I suppose you all don't mind, do you? Shikamaru, Ino, take Choji to get something to eat, Asuma, Sir Toby instructed. First, he was genuinely curious about this mysterious sand beast. The strongest summon of the hidden sand, worshipped by both the sand fox and the scorpion. What exactly was it capable of? Second, it was best to be cautious. Wait, Asuma-sensei, I want to hear the story too. Choji called out. His injuries were mostly from taking the 3 colored pills, and as for the wound on his arm, their teacher could easily take care of it with a bit of basic medical ninjutsu. In the time it would take to listen to a story, the teacher could easily use medical ninjutsu to prevent the injury from worsening. Besides, this was something that concerned Naruto. If it were about Sasuke or Sakura, he would have turned around and left without a second thought. He let out a long sigh. All right then. Asuma Sarutobi took a drag from his cigarette, carefully examined Choji Akimichi's condition, and made up his mind. Thank you, Asuma-sensei. Don't push yourself. Hey, you big lazy cat. Hurry up and tell your story. Shukaku huffed. Show a little respect to your elders, Blondie. With a swipe of his tail, Shukaku's expression changed instantly as he turned to Naruto. What I'm about to tell you is something I witnessed firsthand. There once was a man named Kakadon. Kakadon. Naruto looked at Kakashi with a puzzled face. Kakashi-sensei, do you have a brother named Kakadon? Kakashi smiled wryly. I'd like to know that myself. Shukaku let out a wicked chuckle. Kakadon's father was a remarkable man, known as Black Fawn. In the village, his prestige was second only to the chief. Kakashi's mouth twitched. What was up with this raccoon? What did he ever do to offend him? During a mission, Kakadon's father abandoned the objective to save a comrade, which supposedly brought a huge loss to the village. So huge, even an ant could carry it. What's more, the very comrade he saved blamed him, saying he never should have put saving lives above completing the mission. But I saw it all myself. At that time, Kakadon's father was just about to finish the mission, but when he heard his comrades' cries for help, he gave up on the task and saved him instead. Afterwards, faced with the criticism from the one he saved and the entire village, Black Fong couldn't handle the pressure and took his own life. From then on, Kakadon closed off his heart, determined never to end up like Black Fong. He focused only on completing missions and never cared for those around him. Shukaku paused for a moment. At that instant, Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. This story, back then, his father's mission really did have to do with the sand. Could this raccoon actually know something? Kakashi was shaken to his core, his breathing growing unsteady. But Naruto didn't notice anything unusual about Kakashi. Instead, he asked with sympathy, why would Black Fawn's comrade blame him? Poor Kakadon, to be so alone. Some people just can't understand that feeling. Sasuke shot a cold look at Sakura, picking up where Naruto left off. He could never forget the time Sakura spoke ill of Naruto's loneliness right in front of him. Because she wasn't just talking about Naruto, she was talking about him, too. Sasuke, Sakura's voice trembled with tears. This is troublesome. Shikamaru glanced at Kakashi. If I leave now, is it too late? There were some things he really didn't want to know. A strange, mocking laugh echoed. Shukaku continued, but you see, this Kakadong was a genius. So the village wanted to nurture him and placed him into a special class. During the class exams, Kakadong's teacher wanted him to learn teamwork, to become someone with real emotions instead of a cold, unfeeling tool. So the teacher would show overwhelming strength when facing Kakadong, but hold back against the other students. Still, Kakadong was quite the character himself. Though, let's be clear, this genius comes with quotation marks. At this point, Shukaku couldn't help but sneer. A shadow crossed Kakashi's face, as if something had dawned on him. If only back then, Minato-sensei hadn't noticed me. He exploited the fact that the teacher went easy on the other students, gave them instructions, and used his classmates to successfully complete the task. But he failed to notice how, at the moment of his victory, the teacher sighed quietly in the background. Years later, when Kakadong tested his own students in the same way, he failed to notice. Kakashi couldn't help but protest. That's not true. Back then, the teacher never. Besides, Sasuke and Sakura. Why are you getting so worked up? I'm just telling a story, Shukaku said, utterly unruffled. Are you really so sure that back then, your teacher didn't notice what someone was thinking? Are you sure that others can do now what you couldn't do back then? Kakashi's face went pale. He remembered the day the class was formed. Minato-sensei's expression had been odd. He was smiling, yes, but there had been something forced about it, something unlike his usual warmth. So, the teacher had noticed all along? How ridiculous that he'd never realized it until now. Kakashi's gaze shifted to Team 7. Naruto and Sasuke, they were like a Beto in himself. But Sakura was not Rin. If it had been Rin, she would surely have helped the Beto regain his confidence, rather than hitting Naruto so hard and so often he barely dared to speak. If Naruto hadn't already grown used to harsh words and getting knocked around, then right now in Team 7, Kakashi, are you alright? Asuma Sarutobi couldn't help but ask. He'd only ever seen Kakashi look like this after Obito Uchiha and Rin Noara, Kakashi's closest friends, had died. It had taken Kakashi ages to pull himself back together. And now, listening to Shukaku's story, Asuma realized, apart from not knowing the exact details of Kakashi's class exam, everything else was exactly the same as what Kakashi had gone through. Asuma, I'm fine. Kakashi, his voice trembling, asked. And then? What happened after that? He was now desperate to hear what had happened next. As for why Shukaku knew about all this, he no longer had the energy to care. After that, huh? Shukaku deliberately drew out his words. Why should I, the great Shukaku, tell you? Kakashi. But, Shukaku added slyly, if you really want to know, you could always trade me something. For example, that Chidori or Raikiri of yours. I wouldn't mind at all. At last, Shukaku revealed his true intentions. There weren't many things on Kakashi worth coveting. Only those 2 lightning-release jutsu held any real value for him. This meddlesome Tanuki, who asked him to take charge like that? Yitsong muttered under her breath. Chidori and Raikiri, both were lightning-release techniques. Outside of the Hidden Cloud Village, they were considered the most powerful lightning-release jutsu known in the shinobi world. And in Sunagakure, there was nothing stronger in the realm of lightning. Shukaku himself couldn't use lightning-release techniques, and Sunagakure, even now, lacked ninja who specialized in lightning. At most, a few could refine lightning chakra on their own. Yitsong was one of those few. But such lightning release was often weak, for without powerful jutsu to channel it, and with lightning not being a primary element, no one would devote much time to creating new techniques. After all, a ninja's life was that of an assassin. The sooner you grow stronger, the greater your chances of survival. Chidori and Raikiri, though variations of the same technique, were immensely powerful, one an A-rank jutsu, the other S-rank. While not as advanced as Yitsong's Scorch Release, they were far superior to any lightning release technique she currently mastered. The strongest lightning release jutsu Yitsong could wield was just a standard A-rank, still a step behind the might of Chidori's evolved form, Raikiri. But there was no helping it. Scorch Release was far more complicated than Chidori or Raikiri, especially since it was a fusion technique. The third Hokage had become a powerhouse among the Kage, simply by mastering and combining all 5 basic chakra natures. The difficulty of true fusion was many times greater than simply combining techniques. That's why Yitsong's progress in lightning release was relatively slow. Her current path with Scorch Release still focused on fusing it with lightning release, But to truly achieve this was extremely challenging. She wasn't a Jinchuriki. Shukaku couldn't guard her at all times. Her progress with fusion techniques was slow, so there was little need for excessively powerful lightning release at the moment. But Shukaku knew that a sweeping change was coming. In the next few years, one after another, individuals would appear who could utterly outmatch even the Kage. For a shadow-level ninja like Yetsong, if she doesn't want to be utterly outclassed in the future, she has to pick up the pace. She can't afford to wander leisurely around the world hunting down rogue, hidden mist ninjas for revenge like she did years ago. He was confident in Yetsong's talent. She might not reach the level of the legendary sage of 6 paths, but joining battles that surpassed the shadow level would pose no real challenge for her. Senior Yetsong, if you don't want it, you could give it to me. I think Chidori is awesome. Maki chimed in enviously after overhearing Yetsong's muttering. If you don't want it, let me have it. It's a ninjutsu personally requested by Shukaku. Someone like me can only learn from Shukaku's underlings, and all I get are crash and bang techniques. I almost didn't even grasp the Rasengan. Remembering his own attempts to learn Rasengan, Maki felt an overwhelming sense of defeat and withdrew into himself. Maki, are you looking for trouble? Yetsong shot Maki a glare, and several balls of fire, radiating intense heat, ignited around her, sending Maki scurrying backward in fright. I'm sorry. If you're sorry, then shut your mouth. That's a gift for me, Yetsong snapped. Chidori and Lightning Blade? These techniques both require the Sharingan to master. Without it, it's impossible to truly learn them. Shukaku's request caught Kakashi completely off guard. Still, as much as he cared about the 2 jutsu he developed, Kakashi was more curious about what Shukaku actually knew. As the copy ninja, he didn't need Chidori or Raikiri to define him. He was still the copy ninja, after all. Besides, it wasn't as if he lacked other techniques just as powerful. It's just that Chidori and Raikiri felt most natural in his hands, and using them always reminded him of Obito. Kakashi, Asuma Sarutobi was stunned. Was he really going to hand them over? Don't worry. Chidori isn't that easy to pick up, Kakashi said quietly. Mind your business. I just enjoy collecting ninjutsu. Is that a problem? Shukaku retorted, rolling his eyes. Chidori and Raikiri really were piercing-type techniques, but Rasengan had originally been designed for close combat too. Yetsong, a late-blooming spinster without the Sharingan, didn't need to get up close anyway. She was a caster. When the time came, all she had to do was throw the jutsu like she did with Rasengan. It's simple, really. If you can throw a Rasen Shuriken, you can toss a Chidori or Raikiri too. Kakashi fell silent, lost in thought. What should I do? What am I supposed to do? Here's the deal. Teach that terrifying woman Chidori just once, and I'll tell you the rest of the story. How about it? After a long pause, seeing that Kakashi was about to refuse, Shukaku spoke up. Just once. It doesn't matter if she succeeds or not. He hadn't intended to trade away Raikiri and Chidori outright anyway. These were powerful techniques worthy of the Hidden Leaf's Forbidden Scrolls. Besides, it was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. Just once? That's acceptable. This time, Kakashi didn't refuse. He didn't believe that Yitsong, a user of Scorch Release, could master the Chidori in one go, especially since Yitsong didn't have a Sharingan. If the higher-ups questioned things later, he would naturally give his explanation. Hey, Miss Bad Luck, here's your chance. Shukaku gave a little kick with his short legs, then leapt nimbly to the top of the mountain. TCH, who cares? Just remember the feeling. What you need to do in the future is throw the Chidori, not use it for a thrust attack, Shukaku indicated with a glance. Thanks, you stinky Tanuki. Shukaku was speechless. Yitsong didn't actually perform the Chidori this time. She simply followed Shukaku's advice and memorized the flow of chakra in her hands. Kakashi had no idea what Shukaku was planning. He only saw that Yitsong hadn't managed to unleash the Chidori and felt a wave of relief. As expected, it wasn't possible. This technique really is best suited for the Uchiha clan. Once Sasuke awakens a Sharingan, I'll pass it on to him. Now, then, can we continue? Of course, Shukaku nodded. Now, where were we in the story? Shukaku cleared his throat. Kakadong's situation had caught the attention of his teacher. However, his teacher believed that Kakadong had the potential to be a captain. Although he was still quite selfish, change wasn't impossible. During one mission, the only girl in their team, the one whom their teammate, Uchiha Runtu, secretly admired, was captured by enemy forces. Kakadong and his friend, the underachiever Uchiha Runtu, had a falling out. Kakadong insisted that a ninja should always put the mission first and only rescue a comrade after the mission was complete. But Uchiha Runtu argued, those who break the rules are trash, but those who don't cherish their comrades are worse than trash. He deeply respected Black Fong, who had abandoned a mission to save a comrade. Black Fong was a hero, so he chose to break the rules and went off alone to rescue his teammate. He really does know. Kakashi's mind was in turmoil, completely unsettled. Black Fang, White Fang, saving comrades at the cost of the mission. Kakadon, Kakashi, orphaned and joined the team. Uchiha Run-to, Uchiha Obito, cherishing comrades. That's my story, but how does this Tanuki know it better than I do? Could he be like the great toad sage that Jiraiya spoke of, a being who can see the future? Jiraiya's quest for the child of prophecy was something he knew about as Jiraiya's grand disciple, so he was well aware that prophecies were a real thing in the ninja world. Uchiha Run-to, so cool. Uzumaki Naruto's sudden shout snapped Kakashi out of his memories, and he smiled softly. Naruto, he really is his mother's child. Hith hith. Later, Kakadon grew worried about Uchiha Run-to and chased after him. Together, they rescued the girl from their class, but Uchiha Run-to was struck by a massive boulder, crushing half his body and leaving him barely alive. Knowing he wouldn't survive and fearing for his teammates' safety, Uchiha Run-to made a decision. He chose to give his exposed Sharingan as a parting gift to Kakadon, asking him to protect the girl he liked. Not long after, Kakadon was surrounded by enemies. In that desperate battle, he unleashed his signature jutsu, taking the lives of several classmates. Obito entrusted Rin to me, didn't he? Kakashi's voice trembled with pain. Although Rin had chosen to run herself onto Kakashi's Chidori, for Kakashi, the agony of having killed his own comrade with his own hands and the weight of Obito's final wish, these memories were impossible to forget. Every time he recalled them, he felt himself sinking deeper into an endless darkness. So that's the story of how Kakashi-sensei got his Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke, ever perceptive, could tell from Kakashi's urgent tone and expression that the tale the Tanuki had told was, in fact, Kakashi's own experience. That's right. But my friend's name was Uchiha Obito, not Uchiha Run-to. Kakashi replied bitterly. Obito, Rin. But Kakashi-sensei, why did you kill your own teammate? Wasn't it you who always told us that those who don't value their comrades are even worse than trash? Naruto Uzumaki leapt in front of Kakashi, glaring at him with anger. Why? Why? In short, the reasons are complicated, and you're not ready to understand them yet. Kakashi offered no further explanation. Very few people knew the true story. Enough, if you want to discuss this, do it later. Shukaku bellowed, cutting off the persistent blonde boy and settling down into a comfortable spot. Kakashi, is there more? Not long after the war ended, Kakadon's teacher's wife became pregnant. Hoping to help Kakadon heal from the pain of losing his teammates, his teacher tasked him with protecting his wife. He believed that the arrival of a newborn child might dispel some of the darkness weighing down Kakadon's heart. Little did he know, during a memorial for Uchiha Run-to, Kakadon mentioned the pregnancy, and someone lurking in the shadows overheard. So, when Kakadon's teacher's wife went into labor, a masked man appeared. As Shukaku revealed secret after secret, Kakashi's face grew paler and more troubled. The news of his teacher's wife's pregnancy. Was it really me who let it slip? God, what have I done? Kakashi felt as if every ounce of strength had been drained from his body. If, on an ordinary day, he resembled a dried-up fish, then in battle he was a competent assassin. But now, in his despair, he felt like a man already dead, no longer fearing anything being taken from him, as though he had lost everything. Kakashi, pull yourself together. This is just a story he told. Maybe it's not even true, Sarutobi Asuma said, steadying Kakashi with a supportive arm. No, Asuma, what he said is true. Kakashi gave a bitter, hollow laugh. I really did mention the date when Sensei's wife was due to give birth. At the time, I thought I was the only one who knew. I want to tell Obito and Rin, so they'd be on the news. So that means back then, it really was a Uchiha who... Asuma glanced at Sasuke, who was lost in the unfolding story, and lowered his voice. No, it wasn't the Uchiha. Back then, all the Uchiha were ordered by Elder Danzo to remain in their compound. And when the Uchiha clan was annihilated, the only ones who had Mangekyo Sharingan were Shursui and Itachi. But at that time, neither of them had awakened it yet. By then, Kakashi had already become a Jonin and had participated in the fighting. Having spent many years in both the Foundation and the ENBU, he knew more than Asuma did. Still, I suspect that person was Elder Danzo. Danzo? Why him? Because the man who controlled the Nine Tails only showed one eye. Elder Danzo also only ever showed one eye. The other was always covered. But how could Danzo have a Sharingan? Even in the entire Uchiha clan, there were only a handful of Mangekyo. Asuma wondered aloud, curiosity in his voice. Shursue's ancestor, Uchiha Kagami. Kakashi spoke in a low voice. Uchiha Kagami and Elder Danzo were surrounded along with their elite troops. In the end, Kagami chose to hold off the enemy, so that Danzo could escape. When Danzo returned, he started wearing that bandage over his eye. On matters like this, Asuma was someone Kakashi could trust. Back then, Asuma had left precisely because he couldn't stand Danzo. Now, he still clashed with Danzo, but no longer confronted him as directly as he once had. This is... what a headache, Shikamaru muttered, saying it was troublesome, but he couldn't help perking up his ears. Kakadon's teacher's wife carried a calamity sealed within her. When a woman gives birth, the seal weakens, and that's when chaos breaks loose. When the calamity erupted, Kakadon's teacher and his wife chose to sacrifice themselves in order to save the village. They sealed the calamity into their newborn child and begged the village chief to protect the baby. But that calamity claimed too many lives in the village. From then on, that child was called the Calamity, becoming the scapegoat for all the villagers' anger and blame. Though he was the son of a hero, he could only receive the smallest allowance. All of his parents' assets were confiscated. The toys his parents had prepared for him were taken away or even destroyed, and the house was handed over to someone else. He couldn't buy anything at all. Everyone despised him, bullied him, and even when he paid several times the price, all he could get were expired or sandy foods that not even dogs would eat. Whenever he asked about his parents' names, he was only ever told that he was the hero's child. And so, year after year, more than a decade passed like this. His father's disciple, Kakadon, knew about his plight, but never once tried to change it, simply letting him grow up malnourished. Later, he graduated. Coincidentally, there was an Uchiha in his class. There was also a girl. His homeroom teacher was none other than Kakadon, his father's disciple. But because of Uchiha Runta's presence, Kakadon's attention was entirely fixed on the class's only remaining Uchiha. As for the teacher's own child, how could he possibly compare to a distant member of a friend's prestigious clan? Kakadon was even planning to pass on his prized ninja techniques to that Uchiha. As for his teacher's child, he intended to just find a random ninja to teach him the basics. And so, the story ends here. Gaara and the others looked at Naruto, Uzumaki, and Kakashi with complicated expressions. So, this is the life the fourth Hokage's son lived. No wonder he's so short compared to his peers. And the son of Konoha's White Fang, so narrow-minded, able to see only the Uchiha, never once considering the kindness the fourth Hokage had shown him. So you see, Shukaku called out to Naruto, mocking him, "Hey, Blondie, you'd better keep your distance from people like Kakadon in the future." Of course, people like Kakadon. They're not worthy of their teacher's hopes for them, nor do they deserve the eyes Uchiha Runta entrusted to him. If I ever met someone like that, I'd definitely give him a good beating. Naruto Uzumaki didn't realize at all that he was the very child in the story. "Hey, Naruto, are you an idiot?" Sasuke couldn't help but distance himself from Naruto. If you remember correctly, Kakashi's teacher was the fourth Hokage. His father often said so. If the fourth Hokage were still alive, then, if Shukaku's story was true, that dead last Naruto Uzumaki was the son of the fourth Hokage. "Baka, Sasuke, you want to fight?" With Naruto and Sasuke bickering loudly, Kakashi found himself speechless. He could see disdain in Sasuke's eyes, and even Choji, Shikamaru, and Ino quietly moved away from him. "I never thought Kakashi-sensei was that kind of person. When we get back, let's ask our parents to help Naruto find a new teacher, Shikamaru," said Choji Akimichi, without the slightest hesitation. The last potato chip remained. No one but Naruto and Shikamaru was allowed to take it. His bond with Naruto and Shikamaru was, without a doubt, the closest there could be. There was simply no comparison. "I'm afraid it won't be that easy," replied Shikamaru, shaking his head. The Hokage organized the teams this way for a reason. He wants Naruto to receive better guidance. Besides, Naruto's current situation is definitely tied to that man. Shikamaru's thoughts turned to Danzo. The rumors about Naruto being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had Danzo's fingerprints all over them. Although the third Hokage had issued strict orders to suppress the information, Shikamaru's sharp mind had easily pieced together the truth. His father, Shukaku, had mentioned that before Danzo was injured, his strength was only just below the third Hokage's. If Danzo really did possess the Sharingan, as Kakashi suspected, then his power might now rival the third Hokage's. That would explain the delicate balance between them. One demanded the secret of the Nine-Tails never be spread. The other insisted Naruto's true identity remain hidden. In that case, I'll ask my grandfather to convince my father to personally mentor Naruto, Choji declared. After all, his father had once been teammates with the fourth Hokage, and they shared a strong bond. And then there was his late relative, Choza Akimichi. When he was younger, he hadn't understood why his father had encouraged him to befriend Naruto, the so-called Nine-Tails. Now, everything was clear. Naruto, Come with us, Shikamaru offered, making the invitation. If what the One Tail had said was true, then keeping Naruto with Kakashi would certainly be a mistake. Why? Naruto asked, puzzled. Choji's injured and I'm out of steam. You're still in good shape, so you can carry Choji while we look for food, Shikamaru replied simply. Since Naruto's identity couldn't be revealed, and Naruto himself hadn't guessed the truth, it was best to keep it hidden for now. As for the Ino-Shikacho trio, if Choji could really persuade Chozo Akimichi to come out of retirement, their high-level fighting strength would be nothing to worry about. Chozo's formidable power, combined with the coordination of the Nara and Yamanaka clans, would make them more than a match for Danzo's threats. Danzo had never won the people's hearts. He wouldn't dare provoke a war with Ino-Shikacho. Every clan had taken their share of the Uchiha's legacy, but none wished to become the next Uchiha, not even if the third Hokage and Danzo joined forces again. Back when the Uchiha were wiped out, the clans had already made new, unspoken agreements. On the surface, things might seem relaxed, but when it came to sacrificing their own, that would never happen again. The tragedies of those like Yamashiro Wind, Aburame Toryun, and Hyuga Hizashi all took place before the Uchiha massacre. There won't be any more such tragedies in the future. The third Hokage and Danzo Shimura seem to understand this as well. These days, Root mainly focuses on raising orphans. The great clans no longer pay much attention to them. Alright, Choji's hurt. Naruto immediately agreed. Kakashi-sensei, I'll go back to Uncle Tezuna's house with Choji and the others first. Neru. What? Naruto turned back, puzzled. Naruto, let's go. Kakashi reached out, as if he wanted to say something. But Shikamaru grabbed Naruto and turned away without looking back, showing none of the exhaustion he'd just spoken of. Shikamaru's feelings toward Kakashi were complicated as well. His father was gone, his friends were gone, and now even his teacher was gone. It's understandable that you care for Sasuke, but after all, Obito's family was one of the most ostracized within the Uchiha. Not like Shursui, whose loyalty to the Hokage was well known, and whose impressive strength silenced any dissent from the clan. Obito never had that kind of power. The Uchiha's exclusion of him surely had the tacit approval of the clan head's family. And as for Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage, who grew up hungry and cold, it was Choji who often shared his snacks with Naruto, so that Naruto could have a full meal now and then. And how did that turn out? Of course, a classmate's distant relative would be more important than a teacher's child. All that Lady Hokage sacrificed to save him. Wasted. Smack! What's on your mind, Kakashi? Asuma Tsurutobi clapped a hand on Kakashi's shoulder. This was all the old man and Danzo's doing. It wasn't your fault. Asuma knew the truth behind it all. Back then, even many of the fourth Hokage's closest guards didn't know about Naruto's existence. Kakashi may have known, but after so many years of feeling defeated, how could he go against Danzo and the Hokage's will? No, if only I hadn't. Kakashi looked over at Shukaku. Was it really my information that got out? So, the root of the Nine Tails incident was me. The one who should have been the target for the village's hatred was me, not Naruto. To make a clueless child the target of everyone's anger. Am I really worthy of being my teacher's student? Kakashi asked himself in his heart. He had no doubts about the story Shukaku told. Everything matched up, even the fact that he planned to teach Sasuke Chidori was a decision he'd made long ago. As for Naruto, no Sharingan, so there was no use teaching him. Kakashi never even considered it, even though Naruto might have had a lightning affinity. Gaara, let's go. Itsong patted Gaara on the shoulder. Aunt Itsong, is it really true that Kakashi Hitaki's teacher was the fourth Hokage? Gaara followed at a slow pace, casting a fierce glare at the Shukaku pendant hanging from Itsong's chest. Yes. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, during the Third Great Ninja War, not only stopped the rookie AB duo, who are now the fourth Raikage, and Kimogakure's Eight Tails Jinchuriki, but also pushed back Wagakure's advances. He was, without a doubt, worthy of the Kage title. Itsong nodded in affirmation. They were all people from the same era. In terms of sheer offensive power, Minato Namikaze wasn't the most destructive among the Kage. However, his Flying Thunder God technique, a formidable space-time jutsu, has yet to be countered by anyone except the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Killer Bee relied on his extraordinary sense for danger, able to react instantly to any threat and trade blows with Minato, sometimes even turning the tables thanks to his remarkable healing ability. But for others, it wasn't that simple. Whether it was the cooperation with tailed beasts or sheer personal strength, both were absolutely essential. Then why did Naruto Uzumaki? No. Why did the child of Kakadan-sensei have to live such a life? Gaara couldn't understand. He had never experienced pain deep within, nor felt the sting of loneliness. The changes brought by Shukaku meant he could never be like Naruto, so he simply couldn't comprehend why, as the son of the fourth Hokage, Naruto had to endure such hardship. After all, he was just a child, innocent and unaware of everything. Even now, Naruto Uzumaki didn't know that his father was the fourth Hokage of Konoha. I don't know, Itsung replied. Maybe that's why Konoha fell for being the dominant force in the ninja world to the point where they now have to compromise with the other great villages. Much like the death of Hisashi Hyuga, there was something suspicious about it. Though Itsung didn't know exactly what had happened in Konoha, their actions were simply unbelievable. Kimogakure issued a statement, and Konoha responded by sacrificing a member of a great clan, sending him to Kimogakure. It was eerily similar to what Tsunegakure had done in the past. But she, by some stroke of luck, had Shukaku's help and managed to survive. Hisashi Hyuga, however, wasn't so fortunate. His clan, the village, and even the civilians all pressured him toward death. It was as if his mere existence was an unforgivable sin. Naruto was the same, an innocent boy wrongly caught up in it all. He knew nothing, but had to bear the malice of tens of thousands. What's worse, despite people knowing of his existence, no one ever considered protecting him. They could have made sure, behind the scenes, that Naruto had enough to eat and drink. Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja, an elite jonin recognized across the ninja world, couldn't even do that? What a joke. If she were Naruto, she would have steamed Kakashi Hatake into jerky and fed him to the dogs. I agree. The Konoha Genin are basically useless, Kankuro chimed in, moving closer. Itsung, one of the prominent figures in the village, and among the few female masters in the ninja world, apart from Tsunade, Yujito Ni of the Hidden Cloud, and the notorious Orochimaru. Although she had a good relationship with her family, Itsung was ultimately a young, Kage-level powerhouse, not the Kazekage himself. Someone of her caliber was invariably busy. Kankuro wasn't Gaara. Over the course of a year, he hardly ever got to see the wielder of Scorch release in the ninja world, and most of those rare meetings happened only because of Gaara. Still, every time they did meet, Itsung would give them pointers on their wind release techniques. Of course, Kankuro never improved much, but Temari and Gaara made rapid progress. Slow and steady wins the race. Itsung mused, you three have this strength now simply because you've had access to more advanced jutsu earlier than the others. If they were given a chance to learn, they'd catch up to you quickly. For a ninja, the fastest period of growth is between the ages of 10 and 40. After that, improvement becomes much harder. For those with weaker constitutions, their abilities might even start to decline by the time they reach 40. This Chunin exam is being held in Konoha. The three of you have made quite a name for yourselves among the genin. Konoha will definitely analyze your abilities thoroughly and devise ways to counter you. So, all of you must be extra careful. Don't let your guard down, or end up like Daimaru, complacent and careless, only to die needlessly in the end. Itsung cautioned them. Daimaru had been a fairly decent ninja, but carelessness cost him his life during a mission. This trip to Konoha for the exam might be a joint event, but there would be no shortage of casualties. The Sand wanted to use this opportunity to rise and prove their strength, while Konoha was equally determined to redeem themselves, defeat the Sand, and validate their own power. Thus, Konoha would surely devise battlefield tactics, target, and even look for chances to eliminate Sand's ninjas. Only by doing so could Konoha redeem their past loss, suppress the Sand, and recover from the defeat they suffered years ago. It would also serve as a warning to the Hidden Cloud, who had once brazenly taken away the body of Hyuga Hisashi. Gaara and his team all had the potential to reach Kage level, so nothing must happen to them. Don't worry, Aunt Itsung. With Gaara by our side, nothing will happen to us, Temari said, ruffling Gaara's hair. Aside from the final one-on-one matches, as long as they didn't separate from Gaara, they will be fine. With Gaara's mother's protection, unless you send a Kage to the Chunin exams, how could anyone possibly defeat them? It's not as if the Hokage himself would show up to compete, right? Even if Konoha really stoops so low as to send a Kage-level ninja to target Gaara, Shukaku would never just sit back and let something happen to him. Unless, of course, they ran into an opponent that even Shukaku couldn't handle. But does Konoha even have anyone like that left these days? As for Konoha's Nine Tails, it's just a clueless little brat. If they unleash the beast, it'll only bring more trouble to Konoha itself. Well, whatever. I'm gonna get some rest. You guys go on with your mission. When the time comes, I'll head to Konoha with you. Gaara, I'm taking this annoying Tanuki with me for now. I'll give it back to you later. Gaara glanced at Shukaku, who was clearly savoring the moment. All right, contempt. Shukaku lifted his head smugly. After slaving away for hundreds of years, don't I deserve a little enjoyment? If there's a softer place to relax, why should I keep lying on some hard, uncomfortable ground? Ah, It's been ages since I've felt this comfortable. Isn't this life far better than living in a sewer? Shukaku stretched out in blissful satisfaction. There's still over a month left on this mission in the Land of Waves. Ah, what a delight. No, what a paradise for tailed beasts. By the way, Sensei Baki, have you figured out what the client's real motives are? After Yitsang had left with Shukaku, Gaara asked. For the past 2 days, they hadn't been idle. Instead, they've been digging into the specifics of their mission. For instance, the bridge destruction assignment. The people of the Land of Waves are very poor, which is why they wanted to build a bridge to connect to the Land of Fire. We've got it all figured out. Kato is a wealthy tycoon, but behind the scenes, he's running a drug smuggling operation. He monopolized the shipping industry here, which is why the people of the Land of Waves are so destitute. Because he controls the local mafia, the people don't dare to resist. This time, Tazuna, that drunk old man Konoha's ninja, are protecting, hired shinobi from the Leaf Village. After we from Sunagakure drove Konoha back in the last ninja war, you've all been hailed as the strongest genin. That's why Kato hired us, to destroy the bridge the people of the Land of Waves are building. Since Kakashi had been injured, Baki worried about sending Temari and the others out to gather intel, in case something went wrong. So he chose to investigate himself. Kato's background wasn't exactly a secret. It's just that the Land of Waves is isolated on a little island, even smaller than Konoha Village. While Kato is considered a big shot here, compared to real conglomerates, he's still a far cry from the top. Baki had no trouble getting all the details. Ninjas aren't exactly saints. He didn't really see anything wrong with the assignment. This is a hassle. I'm starting to wish we weren't doing this mission. Temari looked at the hopeful faces of the people working on the bridge and couldn't help but feel conflicted. Let's just wait and see. Kato is only making us stay here for a while, and during this time, the other side might not even be able to finish building the bridge. After all, this is your mission, and it still has a significant impact on you. Maki wore an expression that seemed to say, just as I thought. To him, these junior ninja, inexperienced in war, were simply too naive. If this mission failed, it would undoubtedly leave a mark on Temari and her teammates. The one most affected, of course, will be Gaara. Gaara was destined to become the next Kazekage. But a single failed mission could have a profound impact on him. After all, the opinions and rumors in the shinobi world could be terrifying. Even someone like the White Fang of the Leaf couldn't withstand it. Maki genuinely worried that Gaara might be ruined by such gossip. Compared to the innocent Temari, he was more inclined to destroy the bridge. The Land of Waves bordered the Land of Fire. Though it was nominally an independent country, in reality, the Land of Fire had already deeply infiltrated it. It was only a matter of time, and a change of name before the Land of Fire would bring the Land of Waves under its rule. And once the bridge was completed, it would hand the daimyo of the Land of Fire the perfect excuse. Meanwhile, on the Konoha side, Kakashi continued to carry out his own duties. First, he was responsible for teaching Sasuke and Sakura. After giving Sakura a basic lesson in Genjutsu, he turned his attention to Sasuke. As for Naruto, Shikamaru had managed to lure him away. With Shikamaru's intelligence, tricking Naruto was a simple matter. Shikamaru and Choji had no particular relationship with Kakashi. Even though Kakashi had a strong network and reputation in the village, there was no reason for Shikamaru and Choji to go out of their way to be polite to him. No matter how skilled, the Hatake clan was down to a single heir. Ino didn't quite understand why, but since her two friends had made their choice, she had no reason to refuse them. Asuma Sarutobi could only shrug helplessly at Kakashi, then took Naruto along for training. After some testing, Asuma discovered that Naruto's chakra had a pure wind nature, just like his own. Unlike Kakashi, Asuma felt genuine sympathy for Naruto's circumstances. After all, he himself was the son of a Hokage. His rebelliousness in youth had come from the fact that his father, the Hokage, had ceased to be the hero he had looked up to. Everyone assumed he'd joined the 12 guardian ninja of the Land of Fire for prestige. In truth, he simply wanted to escape the things he couldn't stand within the village. At that time, the daimyo of the Land of Fire happened to be recruiting ninja, so he took the chance to break away from Konoha. So he went to the daimyo's residence, protecting him while also investigating the situation. Now that Naruto was temporarily under his care, Asuma had no intention of holding back. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino each had their own family's secret techniques to master. The only thing he could do was try to help Choji shed a bit of his gentle nature. Instead, it was Naruto who possessed wind nature chakra, yet had no one to guide him. His own father owed Naruto a great debt. Although he couldn't change his father's intentions, now that his father couldn't interfere, he could take this chance to make things happen. Under Asuma Sarutobi's one-on-one guidance, Naruto quickly learned several wind release jutsu. While he wasn't very skilled yet, he could successfully perform them about 1 out of every 10 tries. With his enormous chakra reserves, Naruto's wind release techniques left Sasuke envious. Amid these peaceful days, Kakashi's body made a full recovery. The construction of the Great Bridge in the Land of Waves was also progressing rapidly. However, a tense atmosphere hung over the entire Land of Waves. Zabuza, atop the nearly completed bridge. Though it was the height of summer, snowflakes began to drift down. Kakashi, Asuma Sarutobi, you know there are 2 of us, and you still dare to come here? Asuma flicked his cigarette aside, extinguishing it. His strength matched Zabuza's. As long as he didn't let his guard down or get trapped in a water prison like Kakashi had, there would be no problem, especially with Kakashi by his side. Asuma truly couldn't understand where Zabuza found the confidence to come looking for trouble. You found help. Do you think I can't do the same? Zabuza's tone was calm. He'd already learned everything he needed to know about Asuma and the Sans Maki through Haku. During all this time, aside from recovering from his injuries, his main priority had been seeking out allies. Allies! Suddenly, a shark-faced man in a black cloak embroidered with red clouds sprang from the water. Kisame Hashigaki. Pleased to meet you. Hashigaki Kisame, the rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist. Asuma was surprised. As a fire release user, fighting a mist ninja who specialized in water release would be tough. If he didn't also know wind release, he'd want to turn and leave right now. All right, Kisame, the big guy's yours. Kakashi is mine. Zabuza spoke without hesitation. They were all rogue ninjas. No need for unnecessary formalities. Besides, his previous defeat at Kakashi's hands had been due to the meddling of 2 brats. Now, he was here to reclaim his honor. Nah, I'm not interested in Kakashi. His chakra reserves are pitiful, right, Samahata? Kisame didn't object, but instead unwrapped the bandages from his weapon, revealing the gigantic, spiked blade, Samahata. Haku, you take care of those kids. A beautiful young man stepped forward through the swirling snow mist. Haku. The blond boy beside Shikamaru's eyes went wide with shock. This person was the same big sister he'd seen just a few days ago, Konoha's S-rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Itachi. So you've conspired with a rogue from the Hidden Mist as well. Yitsong eyed the young man, standing atop the tree, with wary suspicion. A person's reputation precedes them, just as a tree casts its shadow. Even at his young age, Uchiha Itachi was the infamous figure who annihilated his own clan. Despite possessing Kaga-level strength herself, Yitsong dared not underestimate him. Maki, take Temari and the others and get out of here. This is not something you should get involved in. Sans Shinobi, all of you, leave the Land of Waves. At this point in time, the Akatsuki organization was not yet widely notorious. Hidden away in the Land of Rain, guarded by the demigod Hanzo the Salamander, few knew of their existence except for Iwagakure, who had once hired Akatsuki for war. Though they all wore the same distinctive black cloaks, they were not particularly ostentatious in the shinobi world. After all, there were plenty of underground organizations lurking in the shadows. It was by a twist of fate that Kisame Hashigaki had accompanied Itachi to the Land of Waves, where they happened to run into Zabuza, who was looking for allies. Zabuza recognized Kisame and his Samahata blade, while Kisame took note of Zabuza's massive executioner sword. So Zabuza invited them to join him. At this particular time, neither of them was bound by any mission. And with the chance to see Sasuke, Itachi gladly agreed to take Kisame's place and accept Zabuza's invitation. He'd thought there would be no need for him to intervene. At the final moment, he would simply unleash a mighty technique and let the Konoha ninja walk away. He hadn't expected to encounter shinobi from the hidden sand. Although he knew Yitsong was a wielder of Scorch Release, Itachi didn't give it a second thought. He told Yitsong and her companions to leave because he knew that Kakashi's team included the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The moment Yitsong appeared in the Land of Waves, he assumed Sunagakure had come to seize the Nine Tails for themselves. He was arrogant to the extreme. Even after destroying the Uchiha clan, he never bothered to investigate the true reasons behind their rebellion. That same arrogance colored his every action. He believed that what he deemed right required no further justification or change. How laughable! Since when has Sunagakure ever needed to retreat before a rogue ninja? Yitsong let out a cold laugh and patted the little tanuki sleeping soundly at her chest. Wake up, we're about to fight. Is that so? You'll pay the price for your arrogance. Itachi's voice was calm and unruffled. Even one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, couldn't withstand a single look from him. How could Yitsong, from a generation even later than Orochimaru's, possibly stand a chance? His scarlet eyes spun rapidly, the tomo merging together as they rotated, forming the shape of a blade. The Mangekyo Sharingan. That's Uchiha Nara's eyes. Maki's expression changed drastically, Shock etched across his face. So young, and yet he already possessed eyes like Uchiha Madara. No wonder he was capable of massacring the Uchiha clan. Hurry go. The pressure from the Mangekyo Sharingan made Yitsong tense up instinctively. In a real fight, she might not have the presence of mind to look after Maki. I got it. Without another word, Maki quickly took Temari and Kankuro and left the area. As for Gaara, Shukaku was, after all, sealed inside Gaara. If she took Gaara away, Yitsong would lose access to Shukaku's power. Hey, you dumb Tanuki, wake up. Tell me, what's going on with his eyes? Once Maki had left, Yitsong finally let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't that she wanted to fight Uchiha Itachi. After all, Sunagakure was one of the 5 great shinobi villages. If she ran away at the first sign of Uchiha Itachi, the other villages would never let her hear the end of it. If she was going to retreat, it would only be after forcing Uchiha Itachi back first. Yawn. Let me take a look. Shukaku gave a lazy yawn, rubbing its bleary eyes with its tiny paws. Well, isn't this Sarutobi Itachi? Let me think. That eye of his has the power of Tsukuyami. Tsukuyami. In the world of Tsukuyami, Yitsong found herself bound to a cross, with Shukaku appearing at her side. Yes, that's right, Tsukuyami. Shukaku, utterly unconcerned by Uchiha Itachi, continued to explain, Tsukuyami drags the enemy's mind into a world of illusion. In the realm of Tsukuyami, everything is under the caster's control. The victim suffers excruciating pain, both physical and mental, and the agony feels just as real as in the physical world. Who are you? How do you know about my abilities? For the first time, a flicker of surprise crossed Uchiha Itachi's calm expression, just as he was about to drive the blade home. Other than the Uchihas he had slaughtered like livestock, only Sasuke had ever experienced the world of Tsukuyami. So how could this Tanuki in front of him know? I'm the reincarnation of the vengeful spirits of the Uchiha clan. They sent me to take revenge on you. Shukaku shouted angrily. Oh, and by the way, the Uchiha spirits told me to tell you. Your father's surname is Sarutobi, not Uchiha, so your name should be Sarutobi Itachi. Itachi's face darkened instantly. This wretched Tanuki dared to insult his parents. You got a death wish. I'll show you the terror of the Uchiha clan. It's Sarutobi, Shukaku replied, completely unfazed. So, it's just a jinjutsu, Yitsong thought, surprised at first to realize she'd been trapped before she could react, but soon relaxed. A jinjutsu. Nothing to be afraid of. This cross couldn't hold her. Most shinobi, once bound, couldn't form hand seals or draw weapons. They could only wait for the end. But she was different. Her scorch release didn't require hand seals at all. She could simply incinerate the cross, no problem. You'll soon understand the true power of Tsukuyami. Uchiha Itachi said with a cold snort. Underestimating Tsukuyami was a fatal mistake. Sarutobi Itachi, who do you think you are? The mere Tsukuyami of your Mangekyo Sharingan is only good for bullying those with weaker souls than yours. Do you truly believe the Mangekyo can fully control a Kage-level master? Shukaku sneered with disdain. He was starting to get angry. A Jinjutsu realm? Did they really think he'd spent 100 years just idling away? Even the fabled Kotoemitsukami, known as the strongest illusion technique, only held sway over those below Kage level. For true masters at or above that level, a simple reminder from an ally was enough to break free. At its core, Kotoemitsukami merely altered a person's mind without their knowledge. But if someone else pointed it out, the illusion would shatter. Unless, of course, the victim was arrogant enough to believe themselves infallible. Even the infinite Tsukuyami had its own flaws and countermeasures. Much less this so-called Tsukuyami space, an illusion not even on par with Kotoemitsukami. Whether it works or not, you'll find out soon enough. Uchiha Itachi had no desire to keep arguing with the tailed beast. He raised his blade and struck at Shukaku without hesitation. Compared to Yakura, he now felt a stronger urge to silence this loquacious Tanuki who so shamelessly insulted his parents. What a joke. With your current power, you think you could trap me? Who do you think you are, Uchiha Madara? Shukaku bellowed. Sage art. Ultra, great wind style, raisin shuriken. Jinjutsu was never his strong suit. Yet he worried Yakura might get hurt. Tsukuyami's power was nothing to underestimate, so he'd willingly entered the illusionary realm. Now, Itachi's arrogant contempt for everything stoked his fury. So he decided to shatter this so-called Tsukuyami space with brute force. A violent burst echoed through the illusion. Land of waves. Gaara looked on in puzzlement. Barely a second had passed, yet suddenly, Uchiha Itachi, who'd been locked in a silent standoff with Yakura and Shukaku, spat out a mouthful of blood. Sage art? Impossible. There are only 3 holy lands, and none belong to Tanuki. Itachi clutched his bleeding eye. The Tsukuyomi space had been shattered by raw force. Once again, his illusion had been broken, just like that time by that person. Whoever said only the 3 great holy lands grant access to sage arts? Shukaku replied with utter scorn. After a century of training and watching humans, he'd grown extremely weary of people like Uchiha Itachi. The grudges born from death in battle are simple to measure. 1 life, 1 hatred. But the likes of Uchiha, who slaughtered their entire clan, young and old alike. 1 grudge can become 10, 100, or even millions. Even far from the hidden leaf, Shukaku could feel that deep, unending resentment. The Uchiha clan had protected Itachi, pouring all their resources into him, hoping he'd grow strong enough to repay their trust. In the end, the one meant to protect them became their executioner. Such hatred was truly irreconcilable. Yitsong, his other eye, possesses a fire-based physical attack called Amaterasu. But since you specialize in sealing techniques, as long as you avoid being burned yourself, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. Now finish him. Shukaku gave his tail a couple of serious swishes, his expression solemn. Amaterasu was a formidable technique and needed to be handled with caution. But sealing arts completely counter Amaterasu. As long as you don't get burned, there's no threat. Amaterasu was destined to be a jutsu that could never truly consume its target. Without Tsukuyomi's illusion space, unless he unleashed Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi had no chance of victory. What a pity. I was hoping to test out his Tsukuyomi myself. Without a moment's hesitation, Yitsong unleashed her Scorch Release. You're quick to make a move, aren't you? Strike while the iron is hot. Itachi had attacked her with Tsukuyomi when she was unprepared. She saw no reason to wait patiently for his eyes to recover before taking action herself. What is this raccoon cat creature anyway? Under the onslaught of Scorch Release, Itachi's body transformed into a flock of crows. But he'd clearly underestimated the deadly force of this technique. The crows shriveled instantly into desiccated husks. It wasn't a physical burning. The crows were drained of all moisture from the inside out, leaving Itachi watching in agony from the sidelines. He'd spent so long raising those ninja crows. How do you know so much about me? Can you see into the future or something? Itachi dodged the spheres of Scorch Release, battered and out of breath. As a Jinjutsu specialist, his body was already frail, plagued by illness, nearly blind, and with a troubled mind. Once his illusions were broken, his strength plummeted. His combat experience stemmed only from what he'd learned as a child of 4 or 5. After his mind was damaged, he relied simply on overwhelming power. How could he compare to Yitsong, who had survived countless battles? Uchiha Brat is running away all you know. Wind style, vacuum sphere. Fire style, dragon flame. Lightning style, lightning spear. With a sharp hiss, Yitsong unleashed a barrage, spitting out vacuum spheres, one hand summoning a dragon of fire, the other wielding a lightning spear. 3 types of jutsu unleashed in an instant, giving Itachi not a moment to breathe. Yitsong's attacks came too swiftly. He had no time to retort to her taunts. Her intel was simply too precise. Even with Susanoo, he doubted he stood a chance. Itachi quickly analyzed the battlefield. His body simply couldn't withstand the strain of using Susanoo. The night he slaughtered the Uchiha clan had utterly depleted him. Although he could still summon Susanoo, he hadn't dared use it since. Doing so would only hasten his body's collapse. If that happened, Sasuke. Amaterasu. Blood streamed from Itachi's eyes once more. Black flames, like the fires of hell, surged toward Yitsong. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. Yitsong didn't hesitate for a second. In front of Shukaku's stunned gaze, she somehow produced a piece of cloth from nowhere. Fire's sealing technique. Hey girl, they've already run off, Shukaku called out. Amaterasu was sealed away. But Uchiha Itachi had also managed to escape Yitsong's pursuit. I didn't expect Amaterasu to be this powerful. I was careless, she admitted. It was her first time encountering these inextinguishable black flames. Amaterasu was not as weak as she had imagined. So, she was forced to spend even more time sealing it away. Forget it. If he fights you with his life on the line, you might not make it out of here yourself, Shukaku mused. Shukaku considered the situation. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo could handle most threats, but the trouble was that Itachi's Susanoo wielded too many artifacts. To completely defeat a Susanoo armed with such legendary weapons would be nearly impossible. Still, he was certain of one thing. Itachi absolutely wouldn't choose to die here and now. Gaara, let's go. The battle on the bridge isn't over yet. Stowing the cloth away, Yitsong called out. Those of Sunagakure had long since noticed the fighting on the bridge, but they hadn't intervened. After all, they weren't obligated to help Konoha's ninja, especially since their mission objectives were now in direct conflict with Konoha's. Their plan was to wait until both sides were exhausted, then destroy the bridge, and if the opportunity arose, eliminate Konoha's prodigy. But chances for that were slim. After all, the other side had the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The first time, Konoha had trusted Kakashi's abilities and hadn't sent any ANBU to accompany him. But once Kakashi had sent a message back to Konoha about Tsunegakure Ninja being involved, Konoha would at least dispatch 2 teams, one overt and one covert. Sarutobi Asuma was the obvious reinforcement, but in the shadows, there would certainly be an ANBU squad no weaker than Asuma himself. If you're talking about the fight, it's probably already over by now, Shukaku said, his gaze deep and thoughtful. If Uchiha Itachi was here, then his partner, Kisame Hoshigaki, had to be nearby, assisting Zabuza Momochi. With the abilities of Sarutobi Asuma and Kakashi as they were, it would be incredibly difficult to hold out against the combined assault of Kisame and Zabuza. Damn it, why am I so weak? Once again, Shikamaru's shadow possession jutsu was effortlessly broken by Kisame. Shikamaru and his teammates fell to the ground, faces full of frustration and unwillingness. You kids are still too green, Kisame scoffed, glancing over with disdain. In his fight against Sarutobi Asuma, his water-style jutsu had unquestionably given him the upper hand. The Inoshikicho trio's teamwork, though unable to harm him, was undeniably troublesome. Sarutobi Asuma's attacks were still formidable. Shikamaru, you all take a good rest. Leave the rest to me. Asuma called out, a bit disheveled but resolute. No wonder. They were up against one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of a mist. Water-style, exploding water colliding wave. Kisame Hoshigaki leaped into the air, gathering chakra in his throat before unleashing it in a powerful blast. You gotta be kidding me. Asuma Sarutobi's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The sheer volume of water. Was this guy Jinchuriki or something? He had never seen a single person's ninjutsu wield such overwhelming force before. Sensei Maki, should we try to capture that shark-faced guy? While Asuma felt a surge of panic, the Sand Shinobi observing from the shadows harbored different thoughts. The Sand Shinobi watching on the sidelines couldn't help but be tempted. Kisame Hoshigaki's abilities were simply too perfect for Tsunegakure. One person, single-handedly, could supply water for the entire village. Don't be ridiculous. I'm no match for someone like him. Maki quickly shook his head. To even stand a chance against Kisame, he'd have to summon the Sand Fox spirit. But summoning jutsu had a time limit. To subdue a master like Kisame in such a short window, even a tailed beast might not manage it. Asuma-sensei. Come on. Just as Kisame prepared to attack again, a crow swooped down and landed on him. The Konoha ANBU are here. Now isn't the time to blow our cover. We need to retreat. With that, the crow glanced over at Sasuke, who was fighting fiercely alongside Naruto against Zabuza's assistant. They had originally wanted Sasuke to experience the world of Tsukuyumi. But now, the Tsukuyumi realm had been forcibly broken, making it unusable for the time being. Meeting or not meeting him was now meaningless. Oh, they've arrived already? Kisame turned and shouted, Hey, Zabuza! The Konoha ANBU have shown up. I'm getting out of here. If you want to live, you'd better retreat too. His warning to Zabuza wasn't out of loyalty or affection. It was just that, like himself, Zabuza was among the betrayed, both of them unable to accept Kirigakure's state and longing to change it. What's more, as fellow members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame had a natural camaraderie with Zabuza. If Zabuza had succeeded back then, perhaps Kisame wouldn't have ended up. Mr. Kisame, life must be hard for you, huh? Ibiki Marino, don't let me find you. Damn it, we were so close. Haku, stop playing around with those brats. We're leaving. Zabuza gritted his teeth. Kisame had already defeated Asuma Sarutobi and his team, and was just about to come support Zabuza in taking down Kakashi, but now, everything was thrown into chaos. Damn you, Kakashi. Next time, I'll kill you for sure. Ninjutsu. Hidden Mist Technique. Ice Release. Ice Rock Dome. Without hesitation, Zabuza unleashed his Hidden Mist Technique. A dense fog rolled over the battlefield, shrouding everyone's vision. By cooperated fully, unleashing his Ice Release to construct a solid wall of ice right behind him, blocking the way. Ice Release, a bloodline limit. That's certainly a rare sight, Maki murmured to himself, but his attention was already drawn to several powerful presences nearby. The Yambu from the Hidden Leaf were present as well. It seemed that taking advantage of the situation wouldn't be so easy after all. What a shame, such a beautiful girl. I almost want to take her back with me, he said, as a gust of hot wind and a swirl of sand heralded the silent arrival of Yukura and Gaara at Maki's side. Gaara's cheeks flushed slightly as he spoke. Honestly, I think it's possible. After what Zabuza did, I doubt he'll be able to escape Konoha's pursuit. After all, Asuma Sarutobi was the son of the third Hokage, and he had nearly died at Kisame Hoshigaki's hands today. Of course Konoha would want revenge. Well, look at that. Gar is actually blushing. Yakura teased, vigorously rubbing Gar's cheeks. But then again, at your age, it's only natural for you to feel the stirrings of young love. Aunt Yakura, what are you saying? Gara protested, struggling to escape her playful roughhousing, but the rosy hue on his face betrayed the thoughts he tried to hide. That kid is actually a boy, Shukaku said, watching the pretty youngster beside Zabuza, who wore such a happy smile. After a moment of serious recollection, Shukaku spoke with certainty. You're kidding, right? Temari's gaze darted back and forth between Bai and Shukaku, full of disbelief. She was so adorable, cuter than Temari herself. I don't bother lying to the likes of you, Shukaku replied, nodding with conviction in response to Temari's suspicion. If you don't believe me, you can ask that blonde kid. They know each other. Damn, such a good-looking kid, and he turns out to be a boy. Kishimoto must have been single for 1,000 lifetimes. Crack. Gara thought he heard the sound of glass shattering. Kankuro looked around in confusion. There's no glass here. Where's that shattering sound coming from? Go play with your action figures. Gara yelled. Shukaku let out a strange laugh. Little brat blinded by beauty. But things weren't over yet. Wind release. Great sickle weasel. Boom. A section of the Great Bridge collapsed with a thunderous crash. Damn it. Those brats from the Sand Village. Tazuna stared at the last section of the bridge he had just finished building, feeling as if his heart were bleeding. The hope of the Land of Waves. I'm truly sorry, but I can't let you go on. Or, if you'd prefer, you could try calling the Leafs Ninja over here, Temari said, unwilling to destroy the hope of the Land of Waves. But Maki had given her the order to destroy the Great Bridge on her own. Yakura, Gara, and Kankuro all agreed with Maki's decision. So, she had no choice. Whoosh. Lord Kakashi, seeing the white-haired figure appear at his side, Tazuna's confidence surged. Should we destroy the bridge, or just wait here for a while? Kakashi asked, probing for information. Temari had only partially destroyed the bridge, not the entire structure, which led Kakashi to his own suspicions. There must have been a flaw in Gato's commission when he issued the task. Temari gave no reply. With the abilities of the Konoha ninja, they had likely already investigated and discovered that they were hired by Gato. It was only natural that they could also guess her true mission. What a nuisance, Temari muttered. Her silence, however, only confirmed Kakashi's suspicions. We can't continue to protect your bridge project, Kakashi said gravely. This was the concern that had weighed on him ever since he uncovered the truth behind this mission. A bridge can be built, but just as easily, it can be destroyed. This time, the task Gato issued contained a loophole that the Sand Ninja exploited. They hadn't completely demolished the bridge. But what would happen after they left? He couldn't stay here forever. Asuma's arrival brought Kakashi some political news. The real intention behind constructing the bridge, bringing the Land of Waves under the control of the Land of Fire, came from the highest levels of the Fire Country and Konoha. As for Gato, after repeatedly seizing the interests of a certain noble from the Land of Fire, Gato had already become a wanted man there. Once the bridge was completed, bounty hunters would claim his life soon enough. The daimyo of the Land of Waves had already been reduced to a mere shadow of a man by Gato's manipulation. With Gato's death, the Land of Waves would be a country in name only. But if someone intervened, the Land of Fire wouldn't care much. After all, the Land of Waves was less significant than even one prosperous town within the Land of Fire. Gato was, in the end, a short-sighted businessman who barely understood the ways of shinobi. I suggest you wait until they leave before resuming your work on the bridge. Beyond that, I'm truly sorry. But, Lord Kakashi, Tazuna began. My apologies. We've done all we can, Kakashi interrupted, his tone final. Tazuna glared furiously at Temari, but fear kept him from voicing any objections. Next stop, the Leaf Village. We can finally get out of here, someone sighed in relief. The rest of the mission passed quietly. Maki, reviewing Temari's destruction of the bridge, could only bring himself to give her a barely passing mark. Gato, seeing the bridge only partially destroyed, fumed and stomped with rage. Is this how you Sand Ninja complete a mission? I told you to destroy the bridge, and now it's nearly rebuilt. You just wipe your hands and walk away. Terrible. I'm definitely giving you a bad review. As Itsang was preparing to leave the Land of Waves with the little ones and head for Konoha, Kato appeared with his men, blocking their path. Hidden behind his sunglasses, his beady little eyes wandered shamelessly all over Itsang. Those long legs must feel incredible, huh? No one knew where Kato found the nerve. But he pointed at Itsang and brazenly declared, if you want a 5-star review, you'll leave her here to spend the night with me. Well, lunatic. Kato was absolutely insane. Gaara, clutching Shukaku, didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately turned and put more than 10 meters between himself and Yitsong. Old man, I dare you to say that again. Yitsong enunciated each word, her entire body wreathed in vermilion flames. Scorch release, chakra mode. Shukaku's eyes went wide with shock. Among the 5 great elemental releases, each had its own chakra mode, and Kekkai Genkai, bloodline limits, possessed chakra modes of their own. But Shukaku hadn't expected that Yitsong would actually pull it off. The B-class lightning released chakra mode of the 4th Reikage, had made him a master of taijutsu. So, what would become of Yitsong, who had mastered the Scorch release chakra mode? You bastards, get her! Catch her for me! Kato waved his hand furiously. Once I'm done with her, she's all yours. The so-called samurai around Kato, calling them that was giving them too much credit. True, samurai hailed from the land of iron, not these knife-wielding thugs in Kato's employ. None of them realized the true power of the shinobi before them. Hearing Kato's words and taking in Yitsong's stunning figure, several dozen of these samurai leered, grinning lasciviously. Come on, sweetheart, give up quietly. We'll make you see stars. Yitsong merely gave a soft, chilling laugh. She didn't move a muscle. But the Scorch release chakra radiating from her body continued to expand, crackling with bursts of lightning. Centered around Yitsong, a sphere of searing heat more than 10 meters wide formed, and within it, every living thing vanished without a trace. I can't see anything. Is this Aunt Yitsong's true power? Gaara, who'd been hauled through hellish training by Yitsong before, looked on in utter disbelief. In a span of more than 10 meters, Kato, his men, the trees, even the earth itself, everything was reduced to nothingness in an instant. Even beneath Yitsong's feet, a pit more than 10 meters deep had formed. Gaara shuddered at the thought. If Aunt Yitsong had used this on me back then, the whole village would be holding a funeral by now. Gaara, let me play with that stinky tanuki for a while. Yitsong was gasping for breath, drawing in great lungfuls of air. Her face remained cold as ever, terrifying Gaara so much that he hurriedly tossed Shukaku over to her. Did it work? It worked. Yitsong suppressed her excitement. From now on, I'll be a true wielder of Scorch release. This is a Kekkai Toda. Yeah, right. Shukaku poured cold water on her enthusiasm. It only happened this time because you got angry and lucked into it. With your level and lightning release, there's no way you could normally unleash a lightning technique as powerful as Scorch release, especially when you've barely just started learning Chidori flow. The key to combining jutsu isn't just matching chakra quantity and power. You also need to synchronize how the chakra moves. It's the Scorch release chakra mode that you've actually mastered this time. Shukaku could see it clearly. Worried that Yitsong might hurt herself training blindly, he had to warn her. Yitsong fell silent. Why do you have to be so brutally honest? She shot Shukaku a resentful glare. This is a jutsu belonging to Kekkai Toda. Isn't it perfectly normal that I haven't mastered it yet? In all these years across the entire ninja world, only the 2nd and 3rd Otsutsuki have ever mastered Kekkai Toda. I'm already a genius, aren't I? Don't look at me like that, Shukaku grumbled, turning his head away awkwardly. When he was with Bunpuku, he'd never realized how strange he could be. But now, old man, is this what you meant by understanding? Shukaku gazed up at the clear blue sky, his eyes deep and distant. Old man, I miss you. But now, I've finally found a place I can call home. PSH, stupid Tanuki. You think you're so good looking, as if I'd ever want to look at you. For once, Yitsong let her softer side show. But still, thank you. Teacher Shukaku. Zabuza-sama, Cardo is dead. In a secluded wooden hut, a beautiful young man tended to Zabuza's wounds as he shared the news he'd picked up. Cardo's dead? What happened? Once again, Zabuza had clashed with Kakashi, and once again he'd been injured. But Kakashi hadn't come out unscathed either. I'm not entirely sure, Haku explained. I heard about it while I was out gathering herbs. They say Cardo and all his men vanished. Also, I found a pit several meters deep not far from there. Zabuza pondered. A pit? Was it Yitsong's Scorch release? Kakashi was in about the same state as he was. Neither of them had enough chakra left for any big moves. Asuma Saratobi had it even worse. But there were no corpses or traces of Scorch release around, Haku said hesitantly. It's as if everything just evaporated in an instant. Oh, Zabuza was silent for a moment. Cardo's castle. Money. He needed money. Now that Cardo was dead, there was no sense in letting all that wealth go to waste. No matter how small, the land of waves was still country. Kato's businesses were all in high-profit trades, so he had amassed quite a fortune. The news hasn't spread yet. The people of the land of waves still don't know that Kato is dead. That's good. I heard that the village is now under Master Jin's control while I was out. I'm thinking of going back for a look, and, if possible, Haku shouldn't have to wander the world with him. He deserved a better future. Kato's wealth was enough to help Haku establish himself in the Mist Village, now freed from the Blood Mist shadow. Zabuza had stayed in the Land of Waves for so long precisely to uncover the whereabouts of Kato's hidden fortune. Otherwise, with his status as a rogue ninja, he would have killed Kato long ago, without bothering to play by anyone's rules. Not having a penny to your name, well, that's enough to bring down even the bravest hero. I will always follow you, Lord Zabuza. Looking at Haku's unwavering gaze, Zabuza felt a strange stir of emotion in his heart. Damn it, I'm a demon. Haku is nothing more than a tool to me, Zabuza told himself, trying to throw away those unwanted feelings. A few days later, just outside the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf, these guys are truly something else. Asuma, Suratobi, cigarette dangling from his lips, swept his eyes over the sand ninja, who followed close behind, though still keeping a cautious distance. Of course, it wasn't Itsang and Maki he was impressed by. It was Gaara and his team. Originally, when they left the Land of Waves, they'd set out half a day ahead. To accommodate the speed of the younger Chunin, they hadn't been moving too fast. Yet Gaara and the others, who were also Chunin, had quickly caught up under Itsang and Maki's lead and were now tailing them from behind. Their speed wasn't much to Asuma himself, but among Chunin, to have a half-day lead and still be overtaken, now that was hard to believe. Even their weakest has the skills of Chunin. It makes perfect sense. Kakashi paid little attention to the sand ninja behind, instead glancing at the now-separated Team 7. Naruto was sandwiched between Choji and Shikamaru. Who knows what trick Shikamaru used to fool Naruto? Sasuke seemed to have caught on to what was happening, so he offered no resistance at all. Sakura's attention was completely fixed on Sasuke. With Naruto taken away, she actually seemed pleased, as if she couldn't wait to see Naruto out of Team 7. Sigh. Sensei, what should I do? Looking at the familiar gates of the Hidden Leaf so close at hand, Kakashi felt more lost than ever. Maybe, I really am not suited to be a teacher. This year's Chunin exams are going to be tough. Asuma, oblivious to Kakashi's internal struggle, wore a troubled look. Over the past few years, aside from Guy's team, there haven't been many teams with real prodigies. But this year, the main contestants for the Chunin exams, your team, mine, and Kurenai's team, I'm afraid none of us can stand up to them. He worried that in this Chunin exam, Sunagakure might indeed claim the top prize. Based on what he knew about the likely candidates for the exam, Kankuro could at least put up a fight against them. But with Temari yet to reveal her true strength, there were few who could stand against her. Gaara, perhaps only Niji Hyuga had a chance to exchange a few moves with him. But to actually win? That was nothing more than wishful thinking. When we get back, I'll teach Sasuke the Chidori. With the power of Chidori, he should be able to break through Gaara's sand shield. After a brief silence, Kakashi finally spoke. Back in the Land of Waves, when Asuma Sarutobi helped Naruto test his chakra nature, Kakashi had also taken the opportunity to test Sasuke and Sakura's as well. It turned out that Sasuke's chakra nature was perfectly suited for learning the Chidori. The reason Kakashi had paused was because the story of Shukaku came to mind. Just as in the stories, he really was teaching Sasuke. Even Sakura, he taught her a simple Jinjutsu, along with how to dispel illusions. He possessed 1,000 jutsu. He could easily have taught Naruto a C rank, B rank, or even an A rank wind-style technique. Yet, the thought had never crossed his mind. He'd always assumed Naruto couldn't control his chakra well enough, so teaching him would be pointless. But was that truly the reason he'd never felt the urge to teach Naruto? He wasn't sure. And now, he didn't want to know. As always, Kakashi chose to avoid the question. Chidori, huh? There are only a few days left before the Chunin exams. Sasuke hasn't awakened his Sharingan yet. I'm afraid he won't be able to master this move in time. Asuma hesitated, concern in his voice. He hadn't awakened his eyes. During the fight with Haku, thanks to the support from the other teams, Sasuke and Naruto hadn't been pushed to their limits, so Sasuke hadn't awakened his Sharingan. Not every member of the Uchiha clan could awaken the Sharingan. But for Sasuke, the son of the clan leader, the younger brother of a prodigy, it was hard to understand. Asuma couldn't help but doubt Sasuke's abilities. He let out a quiet sigh. Both men, almost instinctively, turned to look at Sasuke, who was keeping pace behind them, stealing glances at the sand team while staying alert to his surroundings. The early rounds of the exam don't matter much. There's a month between the final matches. He should have enough time. How did Obito awaken his Sharingan? It seemed to happen when Rin and I were injured. Kakashi recalled that during the mission to save Rin, his own I was wounded, and that's when Obito's Sharingan awakened. But If Sasuke hadn't awakened his eyes, even after witnessing his entire clan slaughtered, what could possibly trigger it for him? Kakashi looked helplessly at Sasuke, whose face was as cold as ever. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out what it would take to awaken Sasuke's Sharingan. Yet, completely absorbed in helping Sasuke awaken his Sharingan, Kakashi remained blissfully unaware of his own favoritism once again. That's true. Asuma Sarutobi took a drag from his cigarette. Both are top of their class. Sasuke's talent is in no way inferior to Niji Hyuga's. There's still a chance. Hey Kakashi, Asuma. You're back. At the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village, a special Jonin, sword strapped to his back, was also returning from outside. Gaara, too, arrived at the village gates soon after Kakashi came to a stop. Senior Kakashi. Not far behind Gaara, an ANBU from the Leaf, masked and respectful, addressed Kakashi. Yamato, you and your squad can head back and report in, Kakashi whispered quietly. Yamato's ANBU team had long since been spotted by the Sand Village. Now that they were back, there was no need to stay undercover. Masks on after all. Yes, sir. Hey, you made it back too. Yeah. So, how did your mission go? The slightly frail-looking special Jonin replied with a hint of weariness. Not bad. Asuma's mouth twitched. He and Kakashi had nearly lost their lives out there. Meanwhile, elsewhere. What the? Shukaku's small ears suddenly pricked up, and his whole furry body bristled in alarm. Hate. That guy's name is Hate. I remember. Wasn't there a ninja? Something about the Mizukage. Hate story. Hey, Shukaku, what's gotten into you now? Gaara winced as Shukaku's fur poked at him. You brat, stop interrupting my thoughts. Shukaku snapped irritably, casting a wary look at Moonlight Hate, who was laughing and chatting with Kakashi. Strange, he's just a perfectly ordinary special Jonin. Even Gaara could wipe the floor with him. So why is it called Hate story? Is he secretly biding his time, ready to shine? Bah, can't figure it out, forget it. If I ever run into him, I'll just steer clear. Can't afford to mess with the true protagonist. Thinking? About a special Jonin? Gaara was baffled. That's not thinking. You're obviously just on edge. Is a special Jonin really that scary? He doesn't even compare to the ANBU who escorted us all the way from the Land of Waves. Just keep your distance from him, that's all. Shukaku said with a hint of dread, better safe than sorry. Here are our proof of entry forms for the Chunin exams. Baki handed over the documents for Gaara and his team. Other teams from the Rain and Grass villages arrived at the same time. Especially among the Grass Ninja, a red-haired girl caught his eye. Her skin was dotted with little marks, piquing his curiosity. It was almost as if something bit her. And not just once or twice. Either, otherwise the marks wouldn't be so obvious. The two temple guardians checked and said, "This is a temporary permit. If you need to travel, please remember to carry it with you at all times. Once you enter the village, someone will take you to the guest accommodations in each village." Gongzi Tai issued the group a temporary residence permit. Right now, Konoha is in a weakened state, caught between harvests. This is especially true after several years ago, when Hayashi Hyuga was forced to take his own life under pressure from the Hidden Cloud Village. As for being the dominant force in the ninja world, Konoha's hold on that title has long since become unsteady. This time, the outright refusal by both Iwagakure and Kyomogakure to accept Konoha's invitation is proof of that. I understand. Let's go, we should head inside and get some rest. Gaara, get up already, the sun's high in the sky. After a full day's sleep, Temari pounded hard on Gaara's bedroom door. Shukaku has always loved to sleep in, and after so many years together, Gaara sometimes found himself joining in on Shukaku's lazy mornings. I'm coming. Gaara rubbed the sleep from his eyes, carefully moved Shukaku's little leg off his face, tidied himself up, then picked up the still snoring Shukaku. Opening the door, he asked, "Where are we going?" "Of course we're going out to explore. Konoha is such a big place, and there's so much delicious food. If we don't try it all, it'll be such a waste of the trip." There were only 2 days left before the Chunin exams. By now, examinees from the various small ninja villages had mostly all arrived for the competition. As for those who hadn't shown up, they had either turned down Konoha's invitation or simply didn't take the event seriously. Their Sand Village team, under Kabuto's guidance, was about to reach Konoha as well. Of course, once they arrived in Konoha, the person in charge would switch to Yakura. "We're definitely going to meet Big Brother Kabuto and your friends." Temari gave Gaara's cheek a gentle squeeze. "Kabuto and the others are getting in today. Father even had Zilluo, Shishio, and Yuno form a temporary squad. Zilluo's coming too." Although Gaara had only spent less than a month with Zilluo learning the 7-day breathing technique, the two had become quite close. Yep, Sand Village is sending 10 squads this time. Other than us and Zilluo's squad, the rest are really just here for show. Father's plan is for us to team up with Zilluo's squad and make it to the final round together. Temari explained briefly. After unlocking the 7-day breathing technique, Zilluo's strength was clearly at the Chunin level, and he already had the skills of a Chunin to begin with. Yino, on the other hand, was a medical ninja, and though she had some close combat ability, her real value was in healing, more than enough to qualify as a Chunin in that role, though her combat skills were a bit lacking. Shishio was a classic sensory and support ninja. His strength was even lower than Yuno's, barely better than a genin who only knew the basic transformation techniques. But his stealth skills were a tremendous asset to Zilluo. Zilluo himself is unable to use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, so the chakra flowing within him is extremely faint, making it difficult for other ninjas to detect him when he's assisted by Shishio. For taijutsu practitioners, however, they have no choice but to rely on their hearing if they wish to face Zilluo in combat. But Zilluo has mastered a silent palm technique, rendering even that sense useless against him. Of course, the purpose of this Chunin exam isn't to have the three of them immediately promoted to Chunin, but rather to ensure that more participants make it to the final round. This way, the feudal lords of wind, fire, and other small nations can witness the strength of Sunagakure. So, if they come across a particularly troublesome opponent, Gaara's support will still be needed. Once the Chunin exams are over, the boys must return to school and continue working on the tasks they have yet to finish. I understand. Gaara, hurry up. Last time that little blonde kid said Ichiraka ramen in Konoha is delicious. Let's have lunch there today. Upon seeing Gaara, Kankuro waved and greeted him. Konoha is vast, blessed with verdant mountains and crystal-clear waters. Just outside the village, there are several rivers. Some have been polluted so badly that no one bothers to clean them up anymore, and they're simply left to sully the environment. Take, for example, the river Gaara is looking at now. What a shame. With resources like these, and yet they go uncherished. Sunagakure's residential area is rather remote, and reaching the main city requires a fair bit of travel. Of course, it's the same for other ninja villages. They all live in what used to be Konoha's abandoned districts. The river closest to them is quite famous, the Naka River, where Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha once pledged their bond. Yet no one remembers this now. All Konoha knows is that this river belongs to the Uchiha clan. Because of their association with the Uchiha, everyone feels a certain distaste for this river. And after the Uchiha clan was massacred, no one bothered to keep the area clean anymore. As Gaara passed by, he even saw people deliberately tossing garbage into the river, especially near the former Uchiha compound, where the river, though still a river, looked more like a marshland. This is what it means to have power. The land of fire and Konoha occupy the richest lands in the ninja world, so they can afford not to care about certain things. It's the same with the land of rivers. There's so many rivers there that no one pays them any mind. But in our land of wind, a young man with a smile appeared from somewhere. Every single river must be guarded. Anyone who dares pollute a river, it's a capital offense. Brother Kabuto! Temari cried out in delight. It's been a while, Temari, Kankuro Gaara. The feudal lord of the land of wind may be a fool, but even a fool knows in the land of wind just how precious water really is. This particular decree of the land of wind actually existed centuries ago, long before the country itself was even established. It was an unspoken rule observed everywhere back then. Now, it has become a clearly stated law. From the highest ranks of the Wind Country's official army down to bandits and thieves, no one dares to pollute or destroy a water source. Brother Kabuto, did you get here so quickly? Gaara asked curiously, his gaze sweeping over Kabuto's shoulder to check the surroundings. Yes, Zilluo and the others have already gone to rest, Kabuto replied with a smile, well aware of what Gaara was looking for. The three from Zilluo's group had already joined the other sand-hidden ninja for some rest. Come on, let me show you around Konoha today. I know this place quite well, Kabuto offered. If he didn't, he wouldn't have found Gaara's group so quickly. Sure, Gaara agreed with a nod. Kabuto often acted as an envoy for the Sand Village, and apart from the Mist Village, he had visited all three of the other great shinobi villages. He certainly knew far more about Konoha than Gaara, who only knew about Ichiraka ramen. Wait a minute, Kabuto. Shukaku jumped down from Gaara's arms, waddling over to the banks of the Nankawa River. He peered into the filthy, dark water, taking a couple of deep, investigative sniffs. There's a corpse in there. The stench of death. A cat's sense of smell is even keener than a dog's, and though Shukaku was a tanuki, he inherited a feline's olfactory prowess. Even though the Nankawa River had been so badly polluted by Konoha that the local Ninkin couldn't distinguish a thing, Shukaku could still pick out the scent of a corpse from the chaotic odors. A corpse. If I remember correctly, this used to be the Uchiha clan's training grounds. Why would there be a body here? Kabuto's expression grew odd. Come on, we were just about to go eat, and now you tell me there's a corpse? How is anyone supposed to have an appetite after that? Idiot! Shukaku leapt up and gave Kabuto's head a quick smack. Precisely because this is Uchiha territory, I had to tell you. Back when they were first brought to the guest house, everyone was aware that the Uchiha training grounds were close by. That was why, upon sensing something unusual, he immediately informed Kabuto. Any Uchiha corpses should have been dumped in Konoha's mass grave long ago. The Uchiha massacre happened 5 years ago. Even if there was a body, it'd be nothing but bones by now. What's left to study? Gaara cut in, sounding thoroughly unimpressed. That troublesome Shukaku must have done this on purpose, just to spoil their meal. If it really is an Uchiha corpse... Kabuto glanced meaningfully at a tree across the river, where a single, motionless leaf stood out against the gently swaying branches. Let's go. Time to eat. Huh. MBU, huh? Such a clumsy attempt at concealment. How laughable. Kabuto Yakushi let out a cold chuckle. The instant he appeared, he immediately noticed the Umbu agents trailing behind Gaara. The strength of Gaara had already been reported to the Konoha leadership by Kakashi Hitaki and Asuma Saratobi. If Gaara could single-handedly defeat Konoha's top rookie and the entire Inoshikacho trio in an instant, of course the third Hokage would take him seriously enough to send Umbu to keep watch. Anything else would be unthinkable. However, Kabuto had no intention of exposing them. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, such measures were perfectly normal. All right, let's eat first. On the opposite bank of the Nanga River, a figure materialized atop a tree, as if conjured from thin air. That guy. My hiding technique. When I fully conceal myself, even the Hokage himself needs time to sense my presence. But that guy, he found my hiding spot with just a single glance. I need to report this to Lord Hokage as soon as possible. Hey, Gecko appeared in the branches, his pale, sickly face clouded with wariness. He had always been confident in his concealment jutsu, which had been tested and proven by Konoha's finest over many years. Aside from the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques, few could hope to sniff him out. Anyone else would need either overwhelming strength or would have to wait for his concentration to slip and his chakra to leak. But the young man with glasses, Hate didn't believe he possessed such overwhelming power. No matter how he looked at it, that boy was younger than him, and Hate was a special jonin of the leaf. What Hate could never have guessed was that Kabuto Yakushi not only had strength far beyond his own, but that there were similar techniques used in Sunagekure as well. In fact, Hayate's own hiding technique allowed only himself to become invisible, whereas soon as ninjas could cloak their teammates, too. Of course, both techniques shared certain drawbacks. One was destined to be frail and sickly, from the fragile ranks of the Moonlight Clan, whose members, despite their concealment abilities, suffered from incurable illnesses. While hidden, they had to suppress their physical discomfort, only worsening their condition. The other, for reasons tied to the secret technique itself, left its user almost powerless in battle. Too bad I couldn't hear what they were saying. Chikufu, what wind has blown you here today? In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage stashed away his crystal ball with lightning speed. The visitor was, after all, his old schoolmate. Chikufu Akimichi had always disliked politics, and after being injured once, chose to retire to his clan's affairs. Aside from Chikufu and his own birthday, the third Hokage would only meet up with him at New Year's each year. Lord Hokage, I really had no choice but to bother you because of my grandson. A hint of helplessness appeared on Akimichi Kayake's round, childlike face. He couldn't quite figure out why, but ever since his beloved grandson had returned from the land of waves, the boy had been pestering him non-stop, saying he wanted to help someone switch teams. After being nagged so many times, Akimichi Kayake's finally had to seek out Akimichi Choza to get to the bottom of things. With Choza's explanation, Kayake's finally understood the cause behind it all. Uzumaki Naruto, the son of Minato Namikaze. Kayake's thoughts turned to his own son and nephew. His son, Akimichi Choza, had worked alongside Minato Namikaze, and they'd shared a close friendship. His nephew, Akimichi Kimaru, had even apprenticed under Jiraiya together with Minato. Kayake's, there's no need to stand on ceremony. The smile on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face deepened. Kayake's was one of the few who truly treated him as the Hokage. The other 3 classmates never missed a chance to call him Sarutobi or Hiruzen, never using his title. Well, the Hokage is the Hokage. He should be shown the proper respect. Hiruzen Sarutobi's smile grew warmer. So what's the matter with Choji? He knew his own son had been leading the Inoshikacho trio for years and was well aware of Choji's temperament. If it wasn't something truly important, Choji would never bother Kayake's like this. It's like this. Choji has a good friend. Kayakase chose his words carefully. He hopes that Choza could take his friend under his wing. So it's something so simple. Choza can just submit a request. There's no need for you to come all the way here. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't think much of it. He'd be more than happy to have Choza as a team leader. If Choza hadn't become head of the clan, Hiruzen would have already put him in charge of a team. Ahem, but Choji's friend is a bit special. In what way? Uzumaki Naru. Kayakase pronounced each syllable with deliberate care. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression gradually froze. His son, Asuma, had mentioned this to him before. Back in the land of waves, Naruto's true identity had nearly been exposed. After that, Shikamaru and Choji had brought Naruto to train together with Asuma. But never did Hiruzen expect that Choji would actually send Kayakase to make this request personally. Faced with an old friend's appeal, it was hard to refuse. During the Warring States period, the Ino-Shikacho clans had forged strong ties with the Sarutobi clan. When his own father, Sasuke Sarutobi, rose to prominence, the Ino-Shikacho alliance gradually leaned closer to the Sarutobi. The Sarutobi clan feasted on the spoils, while the Ino-Shikacho shared in the bounty. After the fall of the Uchiha, the Sarutobi clan took the lion's share, but the Ino-Shikacho didn't go empty-handed either. Of course, every major clan took a piece. The Uchiha's millennial-old wealth was far too vast for just a few clans to consume. Kayakase, you're aware of Naruto's true identity, aren't you? Without thinking, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a slow drag from his pipe. This mess has completely stumped him. Why was Naruto's identity suddenly exposed? After all, Naruto Uzumaki is the vessel of the Nine Tails. If Naruto were to go berserk, he was still counting on Kakashi to use his Sharingan to keep him in check. Akimichi Tofu rolled his eyes. Uzumaki, Demon Fox, blonde hair, just like Minato Namikaze. Wasn't it obvious? Only those ignorant townsfolk would fail to notice. Of course, that was just what he thought to himself. I know, that's why I came. Akimichi Tofu sighed. Naruto, he's not suited to be with Kakashi. At first, he'd assumed that Kakashi, as Minato Namikaze's student, would naturally take special care of Naruto in daily life. But everything had turned out exactly the opposite of what he'd imagined. He didn't know what happened before the mission to the Land of Waves, so he wouldn't comment on that. But what about after they returned from the Land of Waves? Kakashi simply tossed Naruto aside, told him to train on his own, and took Sasuke to the training grounds above the Hokage rock. What were they doing there? Training Sasuke to awaken his Sharingan. Akimichi Tofu was fuming. No matter how cold-hearted someone is, they shouldn't go this far. Kakashi, you're human, not Itachi Uchiha. Comparing Naruto and Sasuke, Sasuke's foundation was solid. Among their graduating class, his strength was top-notch. Naruto, on the other hand, was far behind. He only knew Shadow Clone Jutsu. His basics were shaky, he lacked common knowledge, and even the ninjutsu he did know was taught by Asuma. He couldn't even use them well. By comparison, Naruto was the one who needed guidance the most. Kakashi. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but open his drawer and take out the crystal ball. Let me have a look. On the screen, Kakashi was doing everything he could to help Sasuke awaken his Sharingan. After watching for a while, deep wrinkles appeared on Hiruzen's aged face. Obito Uchiha, famously the bottom of his class, was far stronger than Sasuke at this age. Is Sasuke really an Uchiha? How could he be this slow-witted? Kakashi is still fairly responsible. Hiruzen could see Kakashi's intention. He was teaching Sasuke the Chidori technique. Whatever the case, Kakashi's heart was set on Sasuke's well-being. That at least made him a responsible teacher. Then let him just take care of Sasuke. After all, he's practically Sasuke's real father. Akimichi Tofu's anger simmered beneath the surface. The crystal ball's view shifted to Naruto. He wanted to train with Sakura, but she punched him away, leaving him to nurse his wounds alone. He went to the general store for daily necessities, but the shopkeeper shoved him right out the door. He was the son of the Hokage, for crying out loud. That damn Danzo! Hiruzen Sarutobi, he fell silent for a long moment. It wasn't that he was afraid of Danzo and unwilling to restore Naruto's reputation. It was just, Danzo had already committed far too many dark deeds. Back in those days, everyone believed that Naruto's fate was the result of him compromising with Danzo. In truth, that was exactly the case. But it wasn't a compromise of strength. Rather, it was because of Danzo's threats. The root division of Konoha bore the weight of all the village's darkest deeds. If these secrets were ever brought to light, Konoha would utterly collapse. Even if his own teacher, Tobarama Senju, were still alive, he wouldn't be able to prevent it. He, Hiruzen Sarutobi, absolutely could not allow all the things Root had done to be exposed. No matter how dissatisfied the other clans were with Danzo's actions, he could only help Danzo clean up the mess. Otherwise, The other ninja villages would surely seize the opportunity to strike when they were down, spreading the news far and wide. This led to Danzo growing ever more reckless, his misdeeds piling up. And the more Danzo did wrong, the less Hiruzen dared to break with him, trapping himself in a vicious cycle. How about this? The Chunin exams are coming up, and since Kakashi is set on taking Sasuke, let's have Naruto and Haruno. Remembering the moment when Sakura Haruno punched Naruto, and the white-eyed girl lurking not far behind him, Hiruzen Sarutobi paused. For now, let Naruto train with Choji and his team. Asuma can give him some proper guidance, and let him participate in the Chunin exams. As for changing Naruto's instructor, let's wait until after the exams. Yamato, please pass the message to Asuma. The Inoshikacho trio all learned from their clans, and Asuma happened to be available. He could take Naruto under his wing. After a while, when his own students returned, there would be no need to worry about Naruto. Danzo, too, would think twice before making any more trouble. Still, he now somewhat regretted putting Sakura Haruno on Team 7. If it had been Hinata Hyuga, Naruto wouldn't be walking the road all alone right now. This might be for the best, after all. Akimichi chose and nodded. Asuma Sarutobi was indeed a better fit to guide Naruto. In the blink of an eye, the scene in the crystal ball shifted again. Hey, one big bowl of tonkatsu ramen, please. Ah, little Naruto. Just a moment. It'll be ready soon. Hey, yellow-haired kid. Ah, you're from the Sand Village. Naruto pointed at Kankuro, who was eating voraciously, and after thinking for a moment, said, Puppet Master. Idiot. It's Puppet Master, not Ghost Master. Kankuro yanked Naruto in front of him with a chakra thread, shouting angrily right in Naruto's ear. Oh, Naruto drew out his reply. Got it. You little blonde brat. Kankuro, a bit annoyed, retracted his chakra thread. Clearly, this kid was a complete fool. No matter what he said, it was pointless. Gaara, let me tell you, Ichiraku's ramen is absolutely the best in the whole village. Naruto bounded over to Gaara, arms waving with excitement. With Choji's injuries healed and his own forgiving heart, Naruto had already forgotten the unpleasantness from before. With no one to train him, he didn't really know what to do. Asuma had shown him a few tricks for wind-release jutsu, but without a training partner, he didn't feel much like practicing alone. Running into friends now, if anything, just made him happier. Ah, you flatter me, little Naruto. Tucci grinned from ear to ear. If my cooking can bring happiness to my customers, that's all the praise I need. As for being the best, I wouldn't dare claim that title. It's definitely better than anything I had at the inn. After feeding the lazy Shukaku, Gaara sat down and finished a bowl himself. By the way, Blondie, why aren't you training? The Chunin exams are just around the corner. Don't tell me you're planning to skip them. With Naruto's current skills, unless he managed to pull off a wind-release jutsu, there was no way he'd stand out. Gaara remembered clearly. Naruto was always shouting about wanting to marry the Hokage, to become the man who'd be Hokage. But to be the Hokage, staying a Chunin simply wouldn't cut it. Of course I'm taking the Chunin exams. The thing is, Kakashi-sensei took Sasuke for special training. Asuma-sensei went off on a date, and Sakura, well, there's no one to train with me, so I just don't really feel like practicing. Naruto's voice dropped a little, tinged with disappointment. Missing Sasuke stung. Shikamaru and Choji were at home, learning their clan's secret techniques, so they were rarely out. Naruto honestly had no idea where else to go. Oh, so that's how it is. Gaara nodded thoughtfully. If Kakashi were like Baki, only able to teach a single type of jutsu, it wouldn't be so bad. But Kakashi knew 1,000 techniques. There was nothing he couldn't do, nothing he couldn't teach. Poor Blondie. Kankuro gave Naruto a sympathetic look. What a tough break. Thank goodness he was the Kazekage's son, not the Hokage's. And lucky for him, his father's apprentice was Kabuto, not Kakashi. It's okay, I'm used to it. Naruto smiled brightly. Stuff like this barely fazed him anymore. Back then, he hadn't had anyone by his side at all. Now his teacher was just gone for a while. Honestly, that was a big improvement. You really are an optimist, aren't you? Gaara said with a sigh. He just couldn't understand how anyone could stay so positive, no matter what. Kabuto listened to their conversation, his gaze drifting now and then to a girl hiding behind a utility pole. How carefree must someone be, he thought, to not even notice someone following them like that. He could clearly sense that the gaze of the young girl hiding behind them was fixed on Naruto Uzumaki. One bowl of ramen, please. The hoarse female voice startled Kabuto just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, causing his hand to tremble and the chopsticks to fall to the floor. A ninja from the hidden grass, but that voice. What's wrong, brother Kabuto? Gaara had finished tidying up his own bowl and chopsticks. In the desert, a bowl of ramen was a rare treat, and having one now put him in a good mood. I just happened to run into someone I know, Kabuto replied. Naruto, this is Gaara's first time in the Leaf Village. Would you mind showing him and his friend around? Me? Of course, I'd love to. Naruto pointed at himself, delighted. He had been bored and looking for something to do. Gaara, after all, could be considered his friend, at least more so than 90% of the people in the village. He had assumed Gaara might distance himself after hearing the rumors about the nine-tailed fox, but he hadn't, and there was no trace of disgust in Gaara's eyes. Naruto could feel that. Among the three, their looks were complicated. There was some disdain, even a touch of pity. But there was no malice. Well then, I'll leave them in your hands, Naruto. Kabuto bent down and ruffled Naruto's hair. A sudden urge to cry welled up inside Naruto. That smile. Aside from Irika-sensei and Tucci at the ramen shop, he had almost never seen it before. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. That's my ninja way. Naruto wiped his eyes, and for a moment, Kabuto saw a reflection of his own younger self. Kabuto, hello there. With Gaara and Naruto out of the way, the grass ninja, sitting beside Kabuto, stuck out her tongue playfully. No, I'm not doing well at all, Kabuto replied, adjusting his glasses. What a hassle. Why did it have to be him? I, on the other hand, am quite happy to run into you, Kabuto. So, what do you think? Are you interested in working alongside me? The young grass ninja woman asked eagerly. Kabuto, that treasure of a boy, was also a highly talented medical ninja. Having him as an assistant would be perfect. No, thank you, Kabuto said, pushing up his glasses. Then, taking advantage of Tucci's distraction, he added quietly, Lord Orochimaru has plenty of talented people. My presence makes little difference. Lord Hokage, that's the one. Hey, Gecko pointed at Kabuto, his expression tense. With my transparent escape technique, as long as I don't use chakra, not even the Byakugan can spot me. Transparent escape was a bloodline limit technique that required chakra to activate. But once he calmed his mind, even the Byakugan couldn't detect his presence. And yet, this young man was able to pinpoint my location. Are you absolutely certain he's discovered your position? Hiruzen Sarutobi was completely at a loss. He and Choza Akimichi had been watching Naruto, observing his interactions. When he saw that Naruto was getting along quite well with the people from Sunagakure, he had intended to send someone to summon Naruto back. Naruto was, after all, a precious asset of the Leaf Village, the treasure left behind by the fourth Hokage to safeguard Konoha. How could they let the Sunagakure people lure him away? Just as Sarutobi was about to give the order, Hey, Gecko, who had been monitoring the Sandstorm Squad, requested an audience. Yes, Lord Hokage. I'm certain, Hate replied with conviction. The more he recalled the meaningful, knowing look that Kabuto Yakushi had given his concealed hiding spot, the more Hate realized just how terrifying Kabuto truly was. Kabuto Yakushi, the adopted son of the fourth Kazekage, is supposed to be a purely medical ninja, Sarutobi said, pulling a folder from his drawer. The first photo was of Yeat's song. The second showed Kabuto, smiling pleasantly for the camera. A medical ninja? That can't be right, can it? Since when could a purely medical ninja detect someone hiding with transparent escape? These are only preliminary reports, Sarutobi explained. Here's what we'll do. You go back and keep an eye on that boy, Gaara. I'll send someone to make contact with Kabuto Yakushi. At this moment, Konoha was at its weakest. It was also the dawn of a new generation's rise. This year's Chunin exams had attracted many, drawn by the presence of the last Uchiha, a once-in-a-century prodigy from the Hyuga clan and the son of the fourth Kazekage, the strongest genin from the Sand Village. Many had come just for these three. They wanted to witness a clash between Uchiha and Hyuga, a contest between Konoha and Sunagakure, to see which was truly the strongest family in the Leaf, to find out whether Konoha or the Sand produced the best genin. If Konoha could take the championship this year, it would bring this chapter to a perfect close, and Sarutobi could finally step down with peace of mind. Konoha would shine with new glory once more. Yes, Lord Hokage. Hate took one last look through the crystal ball at Naruto and Gaara's whereabouts, then departed the Hokage's office. Choza, I must trouble you to invite our old classmate to return. Our old classmate, Lord Hokage. Do you mean Mariboshi Kosuka? Mariboshi Kosuka, a genin of Konoha. He had lived through the reigns of the second Hokage, Sarutobi himself, and the fourth Hokage. Tobarama Senju had once personally instructed Kosuka in water-style techniques. In a way, Kosuka was indeed their old classmate. Back then, Tobarama had made an exception and promoted Kosuka to Jonin, but Kosuka had declined the title. Now, the strength of Sunagakure's genin had far surpassed Sarutobi's expectations. Perhaps Niji Hyuga could put up a fight against Gaara. But Sarutobi could not forget the tanuki cradled in Gaara's arms. That tanuki, it knew far too much. The death of White Fang, the chaos of the Nine Tails, and even the circumstances under which Minato Namikaze tested Kakashi. All of these are known. This time, is it really that dangerous? Choji Akimichi's round, childlike face grew serious. Marusei Gasuk is a formidable shinobi. His strength once rivaled Asuma's. If not for his advanced age and declining abilities. As the host, if Konoha were to lose to Sunagakure under the watchful eyes of the Fire and Wind daimyos, the village would become the laughingstock of the ninja world the very next day. Yes, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a drag from his pipe, yet no amount of smoke could dispel the worry clouding his heart. If that Tanuki isn't just a supporting summon, I fear for Gasuk's fate. He was truly frightened. If, during the duel, Gaara were to summon a gigantic beast, how could Konoha's genin even hope to compete? He could only hope Jiraiya would return in time. We have to ensure this boy named Gaara is eliminated in the second round. No one had paid much attention to the earlier rounds. Thus, Marusei Gasuk, though much older than the other genin, could seize the moment, eliminating Sunagakure's strongest team, perhaps even causing unfortunate accidents in the Forest of Death, all while sparing the weaker squads. Then, in the second phase of the exams, Gasuk would simply forfeit. No one would ever know that Konoha had slipped an elite jonin into the Chunin exams. This way, the finals would showcase Konoha's younger generation, while also suppressing Sunagakure. The plan was flawless. Gasuk, it's been many years since I last saw him. Choji Akimichi agreed with a smile. All for the sake of Konoha. Even if Marusei Gasuk is a bit old now, he's still, officially, a genin. Then, I'm counting on you. Ouch, that hurt, brat. At a corner in the Hidden Leaf Village, Kankuro was bumped into by a reckless child. Kankuro grabbed the little rascal by the collar. You little punk, let me go. Konohamaru, why is it you? Naruto, big brother. Hey, Blondie, you know this clumsy kid? At the sight of Naruto, Konohamaru stopped struggling. This is my little brother in arms, Konohamaru. Naruto introduced him proudly. Konohamaru? Like Konoha is finished? Who would pick a name that sounds like a curse on the village? Whoever did must be some kind of genius, Gaara thought to himself, quietly mocking. Kankuro put Konohamaru down. Watch it next time, brat. I'm letting you off easy today because of this blonde kid. Thank you, Mr. Facepaint. Ignoring Kankuro's murderous glare, Konohamaru very politely thanked him, then turned excitedly to Naruto. Naruto, boss. I've already mastered the jutsu you invented. Look over here. Konohamaru paid no attention to the three people standing beside him. Huh, you can create your own jutsu. Temari was astonished. Someone who only just learned to climb trees could actually develop new jutsu? You gotta be kidding. Of course. I'm the guy who's going to become Hokage. Naruto Uzumaki wore an expression of pure pride. Gaara and his companions looked on skeptically. Suddenly, with a puff of smoke, a plump girl in revealing clothes appeared before everyone. Naruto, big bro, look at me. Do you think I can finally beat my grandpa? The chubby girl shook her mountainous chest with wild enthusiasm, eager for approval. Oh my. But it wasn't Naruto who was most shocked at first. It was Gaara and his team. Gaara spat out in disbelief. What kind of jutsu is this? It's terrifying. The figure's swollen body, waist thicker than a barrel, and enormous, grotesque lips. He'd never seen anyone so ugly in his life. Ha ha. Amazing, right? This is Naruto's original special technique. The sexy jutsu. It's the jutsu that can even defeat the third Hokage. Konohamaru didn't notice Gaara's fright at all. Instead, he boasted with pride. Well, it actually could defeat the Hokage. Gaara nodded dumbly. Even an ordinary person would be scared stiff if they suddenly saw Konohamaru looking like that. As for the elderly Hokage, one shock might just send him to the afterlife. Konohamaru, you still haven't mastered it. After inspecting Konohamaru's sexy jutsu, Naruto's face turned serious. This is the real sexy jutsu. With another puff, a twin-tailed girl appeared before them, and Kankuro's eyes widened in disbelief. Come here, Lord Konohamaru. Oh ho ho ho. Konohamaru's eyes sparkled, and steam shot from his nose. Naruto, big bro, you're amazing. Idiot. Wham. Wham. Thud. 2 punches later, both of them reverted to their original forms. Konohamaru pointed at the newcomer, Sakura Haruno. Ah, you're the violent girl from Naruto's class. No one but Sakura would just walk up and punch them both. Not everyone would ignore the fact that he's the Hokage's grandson. Kankuro, put your eyes back in your head. Temari, cheeks flushed, clenched her fists. That damn little blonde. To think I even had high expectations because he's the 4th Hokage's son. Kankuro shrank back, wiping the blood from his nose. Got it. What a figure. That jutsu is incredible. Naruto Uzumaki is a genius. And you, Gaara. Come on, sis, that's a guy, you know. Gaara quickly averted his gaze. In his heart, he couldn't help but recall that boy named Haku. If he had to say, Haku was the one who inspired more pity and tenderness. Oomph. Temari looked at her two younger brothers with clear displeasure. Hey, brat, stop right there. Known to Konohamaru as the violent girl, Sakura Haruno chased after him, flailing her arms in exasperation. Konohamaru darted behind Naruto for protection. Naruto, big bro, you gotta do something about your violent girlfriend. Idiot Konohamaru, don't get me in trouble. Although Naruto could easily send Sakura flying with a single punch, for some reason, whenever he faced her, his strength seemed to vanish, and Sakura, on the other hand, could suddenly hit with 10 times her usual force, making his scalp tingle from the pain. Come on, boss Naruto, you're too lame, can't even keep your own girl in check. Konohamaru grumbled helplessly, feeling his big bro might be a bit henpecked. This is a disaster. I can already see how those two are going to end up. Gaara took a step back, watching Naruto still caught up in Konohamaru's words, feeling utterly speechless. It was obvious the girl just saw him as a backup, yet he kept running after her like a lovesick puppy. In the end, nothing good ever comes from that. With bruised faces, Naruto and Konohamaru were chased off by Sakura, and Gaara didn't bother to follow. Instead, he chose to return to the inn. By the time he arrived, Kabuto had already come back while Gaara and Naruto were goofing around, though now there was a new accessory hanging from him. Hey, get down from there. Temari's eyelid twitched as she strode over, intent on prying Yuno off. The last thing she wanted was a sister-in-law younger than herself. Darn you, Temari. There you go again. Yuno puffed her cheeks in annoyance. I'm not letting go. She hung on tightly to Kabuto. After all, he was the one handsome guy in the entire Sand Village. If she missed this chance, it would be a regret for life. Gaara wasn't surprised by any of this. Yuno often interned at the ninja hospital, and since Aunt Yakura frequently dumped him at the hospital, he'd seen Yuno plenty of times. As for Yuno wanting to become his sister-in-law, Gaara had no objections. He didn't really know many women. Apart from his mother and sister, there were Yakura and June, who left a good impression on him. Then there was the sickly Seo, the blunt pig, and the quick-tempered, strong-handed violent girl. Compared to that bunch of oddballs, Yuno's personality was almost too good to be true. She was good-looking, kind, a medical ninja like Big Brother Kabuto, and even knew special healing techniques. If they ever had children, at least the kids wouldn't have to worry about going hungry. Gaara, can I play with the little tanuki? Yuno's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Her own mother often gazed longingly at the tanuki cradled in Gaara's arms. It was said that the fourth Kazekage's wife had already received her death sentence from her own mother, but in the end, a tanuki saved her life. Sorry, he's a little shy. Gaara turned his head away. Except for him and Yetsong. Shukaku never lets anyone else hold him. Shukaku glanced up and muttered, still not comfortable enough. Maybe give it a couple more years, and we'll see. What do you mean? Yuno was stunned. Gaara. Sorry, I have something to take care of. I'll step out for a moment. Gaara's mind was buzzing with noise. Damn it. You troublesome tanuki. Can't you have a little restraint? Why do you have to blurt that out? Gaara felt utterly humiliated. Hey, you rotten tanuki, bullying people again, aren't you? The door swung open. Yetsong entered, holding a dossier in her hand. Maki followed right behind her, with a squad of Sand Village genin trailing after them. Sorry, Aunt Yetsong. Gaara apologized quickly. Shukaku might not be afraid of Yetsong, but Gaara certainly was. All right, everyone settle down. Now let's talk about the upcoming Chunin exams. Yetsong clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. Not long ago, she and the other jonin leading their teams had attended a meeting about the Chunin exams. The Chunin exams will be held the day after tomorrow. As per tradition, the first test will be a written exam, taking place in classroom 301 at the Leaf Ninja Academy. Yetsong wasn't one of those unreliable jonin who knew the exam details, but kept them from her students. The content of the written test will be prepared by the Hidden Leaf, so tomorrow, you should all do your best to memorize things related to the Leaf and major events in the ninja world. It'd be smart to remember plenty of praise about the third Hokage. Of course, it's fine if you don't. Just stick close to that little blonde kid. Shukaku interjected with a mischievous grin. With the Chunin exams approaching, scattered fragments of Shukaku's memories had resurfaced. He knew well that, thanks to that little blonde kid, this year's exam had been turned into a multiple-choice test. Still, if possible, he wouldn't mind sabotaging the whole thing. Let's see how the Leaf will handle that mess. Shukaku held no affection for the Hidden Leaf. It had nothing to do with him, and because of one particular man, all his brothers have been captured. Don't be fooled by the fact that Shukaku had the least chakra. In terms of birth order among the nine-tailed beasts, he was actually the eldest brother. Back then, the Sage of Six Paths hadn't been all that great at math. So when he was dividing up the chakra, he made a mistake. By the time he got to the 8 tails, the 10 tails chakra had about a third left, but he couldn't very well create another 10 tails, so the remaining chakra became the 9 tails. In terms of age, the 9 tails is actually the youngest of them all. As the big brother, it's painful to see my younger brothers locked up. What's worse, this person might even be the reincarnation of the old man's son's chakra. When it comes to what Konoha is facing now, all I can say is, they deserve it. Yetsong shot Shukaku a look, her tone laced with sarcasm. What did you see this time? Can't you ever be clear about what you mean? Shukaku ignored her, refusing to respond. Among the Sand Village's Chunin, it seemed likely that only Gaara's team and Zilluo's team would make it through the Chunin exams this time. The rest, though, perhaps decent fighters, were just barely brushing up against the threshold of a Chunin strength, comparable, at best, to the Academy's Chunin instructors. But the difficulty of this year's exams was extraordinarily high. There were simply too many of Konoha's clan descendants. They'd mastered secret techniques that could utterly outclass those instructors who only knew the basic transformation jutsu and how to throw shuriken. And then there was that team from the Hidden Rain village. They clearly had formidable assassination abilities and that wide-area attack with the Rain of Simban. If they hadn't run into Gaara, they could have easily advanced to the final matches. Not to mention the team from the Sound Village. One of them even possessed power on par with the legendary Six Paths. For most of the Sand Genin, being eliminated in the first round was actually the better outcome. Otherwise, if they made it to the second round, it would only mean unnecessary casualties. The Sand Village population was already small. Even if these Genin seemed weak, quite a few had the potential to be promoted to Chunin. Chunin-level strength wasn't exactly weak anymore. They were the backbone of any ninja village. Well, then, the first round is a written test. There are still 2 more rounds after that, Yetsong said, seeing that Shukaku didn't intend to speak. She began to elaborate. There's no need to discuss the third round. You all know what to expect. Gaara nodded, recalling what his father had told him long ago. There was no need to use overwhelmingly powerful ninjutsu. As long as your moves are dazzling, the more attention you'll attract from the audience. What matters is the second round. Based on past experience, when the third round is a series of one-on-one matches, the second round is usually a survival trial, requiring you to reach a designated destination within a set time. Yetsong's gaze shifted to Kabuto, signaling for him to take over. When it came to intelligence gathering and analysis, Kabuto was the real expert. Yetsong trusted that Kabuto would provide the most accurate information and insights. Kabuto gently set down the rain girl he'd been carrying, then habitually pushed up his glasses. Next, let me break down this year's Chunin exams for everyone. But let me be blunt first. Kabuto moved to the center of the group, now surrounded by Genin, many of whom were no younger than he was. For all of you to have made it this far means you already meet the minimum requirements for Chunin. Even Rain and Shishio, who were weaker fighters, could easily become Chunin in their respective fields. But this exam is unlike any other. The joint Chunin exams this time will have a very high mortality rate. If you're not confident in your abilities, you can choose to withdraw in the first round. The group of Genin exchanged glances with their teammates, some of them looking confused and unsure. Kabuto had long anticipated this reaction. After all, being a ninja has always been a high-risk profession. What's more, compared to ordinary people, at least ninjas, used as tools as they are, can grasp a shred of their own fate, while the average person can only pray for the protection of the rabbit goddess. If you become a Chunin, you'll have access to more advanced jutsu, increasing your chances of survival. Almost no one would willingly give up such an opportunity. Now, let's talk about the second exam, the survival trial. Given the situation in Konoha, there's only one place they can choose, the Forest of Death on the outskirts of the village. Kabuto's voice grew somber. A disposable Genin muttered, "The Forest of Death? Where's that? Is it as dangerous as our desert? What could possibly be so threatening in a forest? It doesn't make sense." Another Genin chimed in, "I don't know, but just hearing the name gives me chills. Anywhere with death in the name has to be a forbidden place." A third one added, "No matter how scary it is, could it really be more terrifying than our death desert?" Asterisk clap. Clap. Asterisk. The Forest of Death? Yes, that's its name, Kabuto said, clapping his hands twice for attention. But it's only truly dangerous for those fresh out of the academy. Any Genin who's completed even a C-rank mission wouldn't usually run into trouble in there. The real threat isn't the forest itself. It's the other examinees, especially those from Konoha. After all, the Forest of Death is Konoha's territory. The Konoha examinees know the area like the back of their hand. They can avoid the danger zones and reach the finish line faster and more directly. Meanwhile, candidates from other villages are bound to be delayed by the dangerous creatures lurking within. Of course, the Genin from the Sand Village still have an advantage. Their training gives them a far stronger foundation than those from the smaller villages. But there's one thing I must warn you all about. If you encounter this person, run as far and as fast as you can. Kabuto pulled out a photograph. It showed a ninja wearing a grass village forehead protector. Orochimaru is not someone these rookies could hope to handle. Unnecessary casualties should be avoided at all costs. He truly worried that some stubborn examinee would ignore his warning. It's hard to talk sense into someone fated to die. He'd already made things perfectly clear. If anyone still insisted on courting death, it was no longer his concern. Just like Daima, a ninja with great talent but no sense of propriety, who lacked the protection of a protagonist's fate and died before anyone realized what had happened. That's all for now. For the next few days, stay out of trouble. Dismissed. Yes, sir. And just like that, another day slipped by in the blink of an eye. Because Shukaku had overslept, Gaara and his team arrived later than most. In front of classroom 301, a sizable crowd had already gathered. Bang! Thud! You really think you can take the Chunin exams like this? Maybe you brats should just give up while you can. Standing guard at the door of room 301 were two Chunin. With a single punch, one of them sent a green-clad boy flying as he tried to force his way in. The boy's teammate pleaded in a soft, trembling voice, "Please, let us through." Bang! But both Chunin moved as one, and the girl was sent flying too, without a hint of sympathy. Listen up, kids. The Chunin exams aren't for the likes of you. Go home to your mothers, you worthless trash. Their laughter echoed, laced with contempt. As far as they were concerned, every candidate blocked at this door was nothing but garbage. Aren't those the two gatekeepers? What are they up to now? Watching this, Gaara's brow furrowed even deeper. Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane can't even see through such a simple genjutsu, and yet they're here for the Chunin exams? Kankuro swept his gaze over the scene and muttered, "These are all Leaf Village candidates. I suppose they're just trying to keep the casualties down by stopping them here. Let's just go. No need to bother with them." With a flick of her hand, Temari led Gaara and Kankuro straight through the crowd. The two gatekeepers were immediately displeased. One of them jumped in front of Gaara, clearly not knowing any better. "Hey, Sand. Brats. Stop right there. Who said you could head to the 4th floor? That's classified Leaf territory. You trying to steal our secrets?" "On my way." He was met only by Gaara's cold, emotionless stare. "You." A chill ran through Kotetsu's heart. He drew the sword slung across his back. "You got a death wish, kid?" Even without superiors' orders, they were eager to give some Sand Village candidates a hard time, to humiliate them and settle the score from the last war. "If you value your lives, I suggest you apologize and leave. Now." A voice called out from the back of the crowd. Instinctively, the gathered genin parted to clear a path. Sasuke strolled forward, hands in his pockets, flanked by a grinning blonde and a pink-haired girl whose uncertainty was written all over her face. All eyes followed them, full of awe. "That's this year's top student, Uchiha Sasuke. Great. With him here, we're sure to get inside." Izumo Kamizuki's face twisted with hostility. "And who are you supposed to be, brat? Damn those Uchiha, why aren't they all gone by now? Top student? That's only good for strutting around the academy. Who does he think he is, threatening us?" He and Kotetsu weren't just schoolyard teachers. Among Chunin, the two of them were considered some of the strongest around. Uchiha Sasuke, a student who had just graduated, was hardly worth his attention. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that this crude genjutsu barrier of yours should be lifted as soon as possible. Uchiha Sasuke glanced calmly at the nameplate on the door, showing no intention of encouraging Sakura. Instead, he fixed his attention on Gaara's gourd, now uncapped, and hurriedly cried out, "Gaara, don't!" But he was already a step too late. Sand coffin. Damn it, what is this? Reflexively, Genkitetsu reached for his blade, ready to strike. But he simply couldn't match Gaara's speed. A sweeping tide of sand surged forth, engulfing Genkitetsu in an instant. Gaara's outstretched hand slowly clenched into a fist. This wasn't Gaara killing for pleasure. It was because the Konoha ninja had gone far beyond the bounds of decency. It was clear now. This genjutsu barrier was merely a prelude to the first round of the exam. Anyone capable of seeing through the illusion would pass. Now, the three of them had seen through the genjutsu, yet hadn't disrupted Konoha's plans. Still, the Konoha ninja blocked their way. It was easy to imagine the trials faced by other Suna examinees who'd managed to pass before them. None among them had the strength to stand up to these two so-called gatekeepers. MMM. Inside the suffocating sand, the air grew thinner. Genkitetsu struggled desperately, but could never break through the sand's grip. Why did I step forward? Regret filled Genkitetsu's heart. He thought of Hyuga Hizashi. Even if he really died here, there was no way Konoha would go to war with Suna over a single special jonin. If heaven granted me another chance, I'd escort them through with utmost respect. Genkitetsu truly felt at the end of his rope. At the Ninja Academy, there were hardly any true powerhouses. As a special jonin, he was already considered a top-tier ninja. If even he couldn't break free from Gaara's sand coffin, then his friend Shinyuki Izumo definitely had no chance. Aya, young people shouldn't be so hot-headed. Can we just talk this out? As the sand tightened its grip, an old man hobbled out from the crowd, a straw hat slung on his back and a crippled left leg. Hey, old man, aren't you a bit too old to be taking the Chunin exams? Have you no shame? Kankuro stepped forward to block the old man's path. He was afraid the old man was trying to pull a scam. Suna couldn't afford that kind of trouble. Kankuro, step aside. Gaara? His strength is formidable. He's not someone you can handle, Gaara replied, his expression unchanging. This old man. Kabuto had already pointed him out yesterday, during a quick aside. A Konoha Genin, a crippled swordsman, Marusei Kosuka. Tisich, Konoha really has no shame, Kankuro muttered, his face stiffening. So, that's what it was, not a scam after all. Kankuro tactfully stepped back. Anyone who could make Gaara say those words was not someone he dared to provoke. Hey, little one, can you let go now? Water style, water dragon bullet. With a friendly, beaming smile, Maru Hashigake approached. Just as he reached the sand, he suddenly sprang into action. Behind him, a massive water dragon, far surpassing Sasuke's great fireball technique, materialized and crashed into the sand. Shukaku's tail swept out, and Gaara poured even more chakra into his defense. With the water dragon bullet's power, it should have swept away all that sand. Why didn't it? Maru Hashigake stood frozen in disbelief. Take it back. Gaara clenched his fist. After all, he possessed the magnet release Kekkei Genkai. By mixing gold dust into his sand, he made it much denser and heavier, something he'd prepared for a long time. The purpose? To avoid being caught off guard by water-style users. With a dull thud, the sand scattered. Gangzity was flung aside by Gaara, his transformation technique broken. Every bone in his body had been crushed by Gaara's grip, and he was left gasping, his breaths ragged and uneven. If you dare do this again, you'll die. Gaara's eyes swept coldly across the crowd. This Chunin, a piece of trash, now lay with shattered bones. If he wanted to survive, he would have to endure endless pain, confined to a hospital bed, relying on others' care. Wherever Gaara's gaze landed, aside from Maru Hashigake and a white-eyed boy, everyone else instinctively averted their eyes, unable to withstand the pressure. Terrifying. Izumo Kamizuki, seeing his friend in mortal danger, could no longer care about the Jinjutsu barrier. He grabbed his companion and disappeared from the second floor. It's over, everyone. Let's break it up. A trace of seriousness appeared on Maru Hashigake's face. The task entrusted by the Hokage was becoming ever more difficult. He had only intended to pose as staff among the crowd, quietly observing the Sand Ninja. None of the earlier groups had caught his attention. Not until this last team, who had so casually attacked Gangzity. Maru Hashigake had a hunch. The enemy was forcing him to show himself. Let's hope I don't end up dying for the Hokage's mission. After glancing at the white-eyed boy and Uchiha Sasuke, Maru Hashigake headed up the stairs toward the third floor. That was terrifying. Are you kidding? Someone like that is just a genin. With someone like him here, how are we supposed to pass the Chunin exams? As Gaara and Maru Hashigake departed, the surrounding examinees finally began to recover from the suffocating pressure Gaara had imposed on them. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere lingered over them. Those who couldn't even see through a simple Jinjutsu barrier simply gave up on the Chunin exams altogether. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura Haruno's voice trembled with uncertainty. She had seen through Gunma Shiranui and Reito Namishi's illusion, but she didn't dare say it aloud, fearing she might have been mistaken. Without Sasuke's support, her heart still leaned toward not taking part in the Chunin exams this time. Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Niji. The two locked eyes, and tension crackled in the air as if lightning were splitting the space between them. Sasuke Uchiha paid no attention to the downcast Sakura, for his interest had been captured by someone else. Hyuga Niji, the top graduate from the previous class. A prodigy from the Hyuga branch family. The boy who was so often compared to Sasuke himself. What's more, when Gaara's chilling gaze swept over the group, apart from the two knocked down by the so-called gatekeepers and Kosuke Maruho, Niji was the only one who didn't bow his head. Excuse me. A green-clad boy stepped in front of Hyuga Niji. So you're Uchiha Sasuke? There's something I need to confirm with you. He blocked Sasuke's path with determined energy. Wait a second. Who are you supposed to be, you green-skinned Kappa? Naruto jumped in front of Sasuke, scowling at the green-clad stranger. To Naruto, Sasuke was his rival, and if anything was to happen, he'd be the first to face it, not anyone else. I'm Rock Lee, last year's graduate and Niji's teammate. The green-clad boy introduced himself. What? And what is it you want to confirm? Sasuke asked, his gaze sharp. Would you like to settle things with me right here, right now? Rock Lee's eyes shone with determination, his request clear and direct. You want to challenge me? That's right. I want to duel you. Rock Lee struck a ready stance. As the heir of a clan called geniuses, I want to see how far my skills can go against you. I'm not interested. If you have time to bother with this, you'd better spend it thinking about how to survive the Sand Ninja. Sasuke waved dismissively and headed for the third floor without a backward glance. Hold on, are you scared? Once again, Sasuke felt the sting of humiliation. But this time it was different. This time, Sasuke made a different choice. That's right. I'm scared. Naruto, Sakura, let's go. He paused for a moment, but did not look back. Down the third-floor hallway, Kakashi, Asuma, Sarutobi, and Kurenai Yuhi waited at the far end. Sensei, the sand team. They've already gone in, Kakashi replied, noticing the uncertainty clouding Sakura's face. He'd assigned the task of seeing through Gunma and Rado's illusion to Sakura, hoping she'd gain confidence before stepping into the Chunin exam room, so her legs wouldn't turn to jelly on the battlefield. Had something happened? Why did things turn out this way? Once again, events unfolded beyond Kakashi's expectations. Hurry up and head inside, too. Your classmates are already there, and Choji's injuries have healed. After a brief silence, Kakashi took the initiative to speak. Sakura, being a ninja isn't child's play. Once might be excusable, maybe even twice. But no one will indulge your childishness forever. Kakashi said this silently in his heart. If Sakura still refused to grow this time, and kept treating the life of a ninja as if it were just a schoolyard game, then he would have to consider removing her from the team, letting her live as an ordinary person. She had already learned the basic transformation techniques and a jinjutsu. Such a life would be better than most, and she wouldn't have to face the constant dangers of a ninja's existence. Zilluo, why didn't you call out to me? Ignoring all the exam candidate stares, Gaara shouted straight across the hall. Well, I saw you were napping, that's all. With Gaara's arrival, the Sand Village ninja who had been clustered together instinctively parted to make way. This boy was a prodigy, capable of defeating all of them single-handedly. Everyone held Gaara in the highest respect. Zilluo scratched his head a bit awkwardly. The attention from the crowd still made him feel uncomfortable. But soon, someone even noisier appeared in the exam hall. Sasuke, Ino Pig, get down here right now. Blah, blah, blah. Naruto, Jo, Shikamaru, Choji. Naruto greeted them cheerfully. For some reason, after the mission in the Land of Waves, Shikamaru and Choji's attitude toward him had improved dramatically. Seeing the two of them now, Naruto couldn't help but feel genuinely happy. Naruto-kun. The pale-eyed girl blushed deeply, lowering her head and barely managing to whisper out a sound that only she could hear. It's them again. Gaara's gaze turned cold. What's wrong, Gaara? Do you have some kind of grudge with them? Zilluo noticed Gaara's change in demeanor and was startled. I've never seen Gaara like this before. What could possibly make him so angry? It's nothing. Just some loudmouth fools, that's all. Gaara turned his head away. They're not worth our attention. Their secret techniques might be strong, but they were no match for Zilluo. If Zilluo unleashed his full strength, he could easily break free from the Ino-Shikicho trio's control. No, I think that boy in the green jumpsuit is a formidable opponent. I can feel my blood pumping with excitement. Zilluo's expression grew serious. Ever since Rock Lee and his team arrived, Zilluo had been captivated by Lee's energy and spirit. He's just like me, a taijutsu specialist. Oh, Gaara glanced over with curiosity. This is not the same Kappa monster who was knocked to the ground by a single punch from the Chunin just moments ago. You're both wearing medical bandages, that's true, but that Kappa doesn't look like a taijutsu ninja at all. He's far too scrawny, said Yuno, her brow furrowing in concern. A taijutsu ninja trains relentlessly. Their muscles should be strikingly well-defined. Take Zilluo, for instance. At a glance, his whole body radiates strength and solidity. But that green-skinned Kappa, aside from his determined expression and the sharp angles of his face, looked frail and thin all over. You can't judge a taijutsu ninja just by the look on their face. Maybe it's just the clothes, Shishio speculated. Through his sensory jutsu, he could clearly feel the overwhelming presence of Hyuga Niji standing beside Rock Lee. Since Rock Lee was Niji's teammate, there must be some hidden talent or specialty to him as well. Just like Shishio himself, he had mastered the art of invisibility. Unless you were a sensory type or a taijutsu ninja, you'd never even notice him. And Zilluo had invented his own silent owl fist technique, erasing the sound of his movements entirely, stripping other taijutsu users of their ability to use sound to anticipate attacks. If not for that, It would have made more sense for Zilluo and Yuno's squad to add someone with ranged abilities, like a puppet master such as Saya, or a long-range AoE ninjutsu user like Temari. After all, Yuno was a close-range healer, and Zilluo was a close-range tank. Still, it was fortunate that Zilluo's offensive power was more than enough. He could easily take on the role of main attacker. After chatting with Zilluo for a while, Gaara returned to his seat. This year's Chunin exams had all the candidates from the smaller ninja villages on edge. The tension in the classroom was almost suffocating. Not that it had anything to do with Gaara. This was just a minor scene in the bigger picture. Cradled in his arms, Shukaku had started snoring again. It seemed all the tailed beasts were particularly fond of sleep. Whenever there was nothing important going on, Shukaku would doze off. But that suited Gaara just fine. Shukaku was far too unruly for his liking. Despite being a 1,000-year-old monster, he behaved like an overgrown child, even more immature than Gaara himself. Closing his eyes, Gaara began to meditate in silence. But a stir nearby piqued his interest. Any news on the Sandstorm Squad, or that old man? Kenmei-chan, someone asked. It was him, Uchiha Sasuke. What was he up to now? Sasuke's voice drew Gaara's gaze. In the quiet classroom, both Temari and Kankuro heard him as well. The sand-hidden ninja couldn't help but look over. Gaara was their undisputed ace among the sand-hidden genin. But even so, many of his peers still didn't have a clear sense of just how powerful he truly was. Gaara alone could defeat all of them, and an experienced Chunin could just as easily take them down. Yes. A Konoha ninja, wearing glasses and a mask, quickly drew several cards from his hand. As a seasoned genin, gathering information about candidates for the Chunin exams is absolutely essential. Sasuke Uchiha nodded in agreement. If he had done his homework on Kakashi before graduating, he wouldn't have ended up waiting like an idiot all day at the training grounds, nearly starving himself in the process. The Sandstorm Squad. Let's see. The weakest is Kankuro. Kankuro suffered a direct blow to his pride. Grass is just a plant. TCH. Sasuke clicked his tongue in annoyance. Even the weakest among them could run circles around him. What about the other two? Kankuro, genin from the Sand Village, graduated a year early. 0 D rank missions, 19 C rank, 18 B rank, but surprisingly, he's also completed 5 A rank missions. He's recognized as another genius puppeteer from the sand, following in the footsteps of Sasori of the Red Sand. 5 A rank missions? Sasuke was secretly amazed. The last time in the Land of Waves, their mission had been interrupted by the sand, so it was only rated as an A rank mission. That meant Kankuro had faced at least 5 opponents at Jonin level or rogue ninja of similar strength. I didn't expect that puppet master to be so formidable. Baka, it's puppeteer. Kim Misumi ignored the bickering Naruto and continued. But he does have clear weaknesses. Hand-to-hand combat isn't his strong suit, and the Sand Jinjutsu isn't effective either. If an enemy closes the distance, he's still easy to defeat. Sasuke's face darkened. Not good at taijutsu? Was that supposed to be a dig at me? There's no need to go in circles. I'm not the clueless Sasuke Uchiha I once was. After his bout with Kankuro, Sasuke understood that there's always someone better out there. And since Kankuro had nothing to do with him, unlike Naruto, Sasuke didn't feel any strange urge to compete. Instead, he felt humbled. But Jinjutsu, huh? Sasuke couldn't help but rest his hand on his eyes. Kakashi might not have treated his teacher's child well, but when it came to him, he truly had nothing to complain about. Next is Temari, genin from the sand. Kim Misumi produced another ninja info card. She's done about the same number of missions as Kankuro, but has completed a few more. A-rank tasks. Rumor has it she's mastered a particularly special A-rank jutsu, and once in battle, defeated a special jonin on her own. Kim Misumi paused, a little taken aback. Could there be a mistake? Is this really a genin's info card? Special jonin. Could that be true? Even if they're not a special jonin renowned for their combat skills, they're still far stronger than a chunin. Are genin these days all this competitive? How's anyone supposed to keep up? Well, I didn't expect you to know so much. Temari was a bit surprised. Even the A-rank ninjutsu she herself had mastered had somehow been found out, and she rarely ever used a Rasengan. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. No wonder Konoha has its reputation. Special jonin? I've beaten one before, you know. Naruto bounced proudly beside Sasuke. Hey, Sasuke, want to hear about it? Curious? Dead last. Sasuke was deadpan, a dark line forming on his face. He didn't even need to guess what kind of special jonin Naruto could have possibly defeated. She's a long-range ninjutsu specialist, but even in close combat, she's far better than Kankuro. She's a really tough opponent, and definitely a favorite to win this Chunin exam. Just a big-talking blonde kid. Kim Miching didn't take Naruto's words seriously at all, chalking it up to youthful bragging. Besides, his mission was to get close to Uchiha Sasuke, Not this so-called demon fox in human form. So, is there really no way to beat her? Sakura Haruno asked timidly, her voice barely a whisper, as if she was afraid Temari might hear. For you, if you can forfeit, you should. Of the first-time participants in the Chunin exams, probably only a genius from the Hyuga branch family, Niji Hyuga, has a chance at beating her. Kenmichin was exasperated. Sakura's family only had 3 people and no inherited ninjutsu. She really ought to stay out of this. Even if the other contestant were a pig, as long as it's a pig from the Kazakage's family, it'd still be better than you, a genin who can't do anything. Oh, hear that, Niji? Rock Lee's eyes sparkled with fiery spirit. So many strong opponents. This is the height of youthfulness. Bring it on. I'm going to earn everyone's recognition. Niji Hyuga and Tintin quietly edged away, pretending they didn't know him. Who is that guy? A young ninja, accompanied by a little dog, couldn't help but comment. He's Rock Lee, last year's graduate. He can't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, but his taijutsu is unique. Among the genin, his taijutsu is second only to Niji Hyuga. He's really impressive. Kenmichin glanced at the self-absorbed youth in front of him and answered without hesitation. He had skimmed all the ninja info cards related to Konoha, all to help Uchiha Sasuke. What he hadn't expected was for Sasuke to ask about ninjas from other villages. This boy in the green jumpsuit left the deepest impression. He'd only glanced at the file, but he'd memorized every detail. I'm not concerned about him. What I care about are the other 2 left. He thought the green-haired kid would be just another underdog like Naruto, but who would have guessed he was this strong? Sasuke clenched his fists. How could a single Chunin exam attract so many powerful opponents? As for the remaining ones, let's see. Kenmichin pulled out another card. Mariboshi Kosuka, a perennial genin, hailing from the same era as Lord Hokage himself. It said the second Hokage once personally instructed him. And as for the rest, damn it, Konoha really has no shame. As Kenmichin finished speaking, every examinee in the classroom couldn't help but fix their resentful gazes on Mariboshi Kosuka. This is too much. Someone who was a contemporary of the third Hokage, showing up to compete in the Chunin exams? Why even bother holding the exam? Why not just hand the championship to Konoha outright? Even Kenmichin was speechless. He fiddled with the black cloth covering his face, tugging it up a little higher. He was representing the Konoha ninja right now, but honestly, he felt deeply embarrassed. If he'd known it would be like this, he would have let that Gyakato Yoroi take the mission instead. The last card, Gara of the Sand. Kenmichin stared at the ninja info card, his voice trembling. This kid is supposed to be a genin? He's the powerhouse of the sand team, at least at Jonin level, maybe even higher. He's completed S-rank missions single-handedly. It's rumored that, in every mission he's taken, no one has ever touched him. No one has even gotten close. In Sunagakure, he's known as the man with absolute defense. It would be one thing if he'd only completed A or B-rank missions. But S-rank missions, those are the sort that even Jonin have to treat with extreme caution. Special Jonin typically have to work together with teammates. Temari and Kankuro finishing A-rank missions could be explained by the guidance of their teacher and teamwork. But Gaara relies solely on his own overwhelming strength. In Gaara's hands, even Special Jonin don't stand chance. An absolute defense, like the Hyuga clan's rotation. Niji Hyuga's thoughts drifted back to the Hyuga main family's closely guarded secret techniques, and his expression froze. To master the rotation, he had no idea how much effort and time he'd poured in, how much pain he'd endured. Yet, as a branch family member, even after mastering the rotation on his own, that one missing piece left a tiny flaw in his technique. Damn that main family. That's right, kid. So what do you think? Want to learn? I know a way to let birds soar free. Do you want it? Niji looked around at the classroom, which had suddenly turned into a vast desert. An illusion? Ha! This is my domain, the territory of my own mind. It's no illusion, Shukaku replied with a lazy roll, basking in the desert sun. The sheer size of the creature made the entire desert tremble twice. Mental space. Niji Hyuga was momentarily stunned. Who are you? He had only ever heard of a mental space. Never had he witnessed it for himself. After all, he was just a branch family member. Illusionary spaces, on the other hand, were something he encountered frequently. Shukaku's body was enormous. Without activating his Byakugan, Niji couldn't sense the chakra pulsing through Shukaku. Having survived his own moments of despair, Niji Hyuga no longer feared such a colossal summoning beast. Who I am isn't important. What matters is this. Birds are free to glide across the sky. Tell me, do you desire that freedom? Shukaku let out a heavy breath. For over a century, he had watched, always from the shadows, the descendants of the old man and his brother. The Hyuga clan, rivaled only by the Uchiha as one of the ninja world's two great eye clans, had produced many prodigies over the past century. For instance, the last Hyuga genius he had seen, Hyuga Tenin, a talent whose strength was second only to Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Compared to Tenin, the other 5 Kage and even Tobarama Senju were mere juniors. But after the founding of Konoha, the Hyuga clan's prodigies seemed to vanish without a trace from the ninja world. Their fame came not from their prowess in battle, but from the Byakugan itself. Now, for the first time in ages, Shukaku found himself facing 2 members of the Hyuga clan, and he couldn't help but be intrigued. What do you mean by that? Niji's face grew serious. Only birds soar through the sky. Caged birds. Is that what he meant? Under Niji's expectant gaze, Shukaku nodded with certainty. It's exactly what you think. I, the great Shukaku, know how to break the caged bird seal. Over 100 years had passed. In his investigations into the Hyuga clan, Shukaku had come to know the caged bird seal inside and out. The caged bird seal operates through chakra resonance in the nervous system. If you can disrupt the chakra resonance mechanism, you break the chain of neural transmission that activates the seal. Its threat will vanish. Back in the Warring States era, the Hyuga main family's archives recorded just such a method. Shukaku spoke slowly, adopting the tone of an outsider as he recounted the story he knew. What you're saying, is it true? Niji couldn't help shifting to a more formal tone of address, even if the rotund Tanuki before him was far from elegant. Yet, to Niji, there was nothing in the world more charming than this plump Tanuki right now. He knew that summoning beasts typically had exceptionally long lifespans, far outstripping any ordinary cat or dog. And this Tanuki, with its massive frame, surely had lived a long, long life. Perhaps everything he said was true. Once that idea took root in Niji's mind, it could never be erased. Of course. Shukaku let out a mocking laugh. I, your lord, wouldn't even stoop to lying. If you want freedom, go and find Gaara. The desert slowly faded away. Wait, Niji, what's wrong? Ten asked with curiosity. It's nothing. When Niji Hyuga came back to his senses, he realized he was already back in the classroom. Gaara, brats, get back to your seats, all of you. Before Niji could get a better look, the classroom door was suddenly flung open. A special jonin from the Leaf, his face marked by a scar, marched in with a group of Chunin trailing behind. Among them was Izumo Kamizuki, who had just blocked their way. As for Kotetsu Hagane, he was still undergoing emergency treatment. TCH, I am Marino Abiki, the examiner for the first round of the Chunin selection exams. Once everyone had returned to their seats, the lead special jonin jabbed a finger at the crowd of genin. Let me make this clear. No fighting each other without the examiner's permission. Even if I allow it, killing is strictly forbidden. Any pig-headed fool who dares to defy me will be eliminated on the spot. Understood? Ibiki's face was clouded as he cast a sharp glance at Gaara. So this is the one who injured Kotetsu, forcing me to find another examiner? A sly smile tugged at the corner of Shukaku's mouth. You sure are stubborn. Kisame Hashigaki is out there hunting for you day and night. If you're so tough, why not go show off outside? Coward. Now, let the first part of the Chunin selection exam begin, the written test. Several Chunin examiners stepped forward, test papers in hand. Kid, don't let me catch you cheating. When Izumo Kamizuki approached Gaara, he snarled menacingly. He had deliberately switched surveillance spots with his partner, hoping to get Gaara out of the exam. Do you really think becoming a Chunin matters to me? Or is it? Gaara was thoroughly unimpressed. Am I supposed to look forward to becoming trash like you? With the strength of a Jonin already, why should he bother becoming a Chunin? With his abilities, he could be promoted directly to Special Jonin. Who would dare disagree? Besides, what's the harm in staying a genin for life? In the ninja world, it's power that matters, not titles, so Shukaku says. Damn brat. Izumo, what's wrong? That's the kid who put Kotetsu in the hospital. He doesn't look like much to me. Izumo Kamizuki fell silent. No, he's strong. Even the chief examiner might not be a match for him. Izumo muttered under his breath. After all, he had seen with his own eyes. Even under the relentless attacks from the so-called eternal genin, Gaara had shown no fear, never giving an inch. Previously, Marino Abiki had stared straight at Gaara, calling him a fool, and was actually worried that Gaara might snap and send all the examiners to the hospital without a second thought. Now, standing at the podium, Marino Abiki was explaining the rules. Gaara, however, let the words go in one ear and out the other. To sum it up, the test was all about assessing their ability to gather intelligence. In other words, their skill at cheating. All around the examination hall, many candidates had already started answering the questions. But even more of them sat completely motionless. Most of the participants had already graduated a year ago, and the knowledge from their textbooks was long forgotten. What's more, many of the questions were so advanced that only those who had actually worked in Konoha's departments could have come across them. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Naruto, that's your 5th time. You're out. A kunai whistled through the air from right in front of Naruto, landing with a thud on the desk of the examinee, sitting behind him. That examinee happened to be from the hidden Sand Village. Nonsense. That was only my 1st time, the Sand Village candidate protested, standing up in frustration. He couldn't answer the questions, but he remembered something. Just copy the blonde kid. The blonde kid was sitting right in front of him. Then he noticed that the blonde kid's desk mate, a girl from the Hyuga clan, had subtly shifted her exam paper closer to Naruto several times. Suddenly it dawned on him. We're supposed to sneak a peek at the answers. So he leaned forward, but before he could even see the answers, a kunai came flying his way. In here, I make the rules, Marino Ibiki declared sternly. Your teammates out, all of you. I object, the sand candidate, now under Ibiki's fierce gaze, shouted furiously. The person in front did it on purpose. She showed her answers so the blonde kid could cheat. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. The Hyuga are a big clan, but I'm just a regular candidate. Who's afraid of who? Ibiki just snorted coldly. I didn't see anything. Hinata Hyuga had finished her paper on her own, while Naruto Uzumaki had tried to cheat, but was caught before he could pull it off. Still, Marino Ibiki didn't bother to explain himself. You out. Bang. A lid suddenly flew from the back of the room, hitting Ibiki square on the nose. Gaara extended a finger. The sand from his gourd moved with uncanny precision, as if it had eyes, shooting behind several people, and before anyone could react, grabbing them and tossing them out of the room. This person was using chakra threads to cheat with the mirror above, and was helping that green skin kappa. Tenten, that member of the mountain clan, used a secret technique to control the pink-haired girl in the front row, copying answers. Then, using another mountain technique, he passed those answers on to his teammates. Those two are his teammates. This is trouble. The moment familiar sand pulled him out, Shikamaru knew things had taken a turn for the worse. But perhaps it was for the best. At least he wouldn't have to take part in the Chunin exams anymore. That guy's bugs are buzzing all over the place, and that dog keeps barking nonstop. As for the Hyuga's Byakugan, I doubt there's anyone here who doesn't recognize it. And then there's Uchiha Sasuke. I kept an eye on his movements. They matched the pink-haired girls in front of him exactly. If I'm not mistaken, the name on his test paper is Sakura Haruno. Sasuke glanced down at his own exam. And this one. In the blink of an eye, Gaara used his sand to point out dozens of cheating ninja. Without exception, all of them wore the Leaf Village forehead protector. Gaara understood. Ibiki Marino was deliberately picking a fight. So what do you say, oh blind exam proctor? Would you like me to drag every single cheater out for you? Or is it that the Leaf can't handle playing fair? Gaara's tone grew colder with every word. If only Ibiki Marino had been above board, there would be nothing to complain about. But it was clear, the other side had no intention of being impartial. His intentions were too obvious. While warning the Leaf's candidates, he was targeting those from the sand as well. Who would have thought the Leaf would stoop so low? Well, it is the Leaf after all. Their clan is vast and powerful. How could little villages like ours ever compare? One after another, the sound and grass ninja chimed in with sarcasm and mockery. I didn't see anything. Ibiki Marino pronounced each word with chilling emphasis. Let me say this again. Here, you all listen to me? If you don't want to be disqualified, get back to your seat. You, are you looking for trouble? Stop right there, kid. The Chunin examiners stood up one after another. It was true. Those named by Gaara had indeed been caught cheating, but every one of them belonged to a powerful clan or had a Jonin sensei of high standing behind them. No one wanted to make enemies of such people. But the Sand Village was another matter. Once the exam was over, no one cared who you were. Out of my way, you small fry. Boom. Absolute defense. He had learned to add rotation to his absolute defense while training with the Rasengan. This not only maintained his defense, but boosted its offensive power as well. Rotation. No, that's not it. The sand is spinning. Niji Hyuga couldn't help but activate his Byakugan. It was a defense identical to rotation, except rotation relied on chakra to protect, and without the Byakugan, it was impossible to achieve that kind of circular motion. Yet this person was simply channeling chakra into sand, making it spin. ZZ Gaara. Raza truly has raised a remarkable child. A grass ninja gazed over with a look of admiration. Yet beneath that, there was a trace of envy. Kabuto, Gaara, what fine children they are. Why does fortune always seem to favor the privileged? Every Chunin who dared approach Gaara was sent flying without exception, crashing hard against the wall, coughing blood before slipping into unconsciousness. Why you stay back? Izumo Kamizuki's face was stricken with panic as he stumbled backward, step by step. That's enough. Kid, this is Konoha. You can't act recklessly here. Izumo, go and report what's happening to Lord Hokage. Ibiki Marino stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Izumo. Yes, Chief Examiner. With Ibiki's commanding presence anchoring the room, Izumo quickly regained his composure and hurried out of the classroom. Gaara glanced over with indifference. A mere clown, not worth the effort. Blocking the Konoha candidates who tried to return to their seats with a wave of sand, Gaara settled onto his cloud of sand and addressed the Suna participant who'd been singled out. Go find Elder Yeet Song. You won't let us take the exam? Then none of you will take it, either. Let Konoha star candidates be eliminated in the very first round, and let a ninja from a minor village seize victory in the Chunin exams hosted by Konoha. Whether Ibiki Marino, the special jonin, could withstand the fallout of this was still an open question. Gaara remained calm and collected. After all, in the end, he had nothing to lose. Lord Hokage, something's wrong. There's trouble. Izumo Kamizuki arrived at the Hokage's office in a flurry, his voice echoing before he even set foot inside. Who's out there cursing me? I'm perfectly fine. It's you who's in trouble. Hiruzen Sarutobi was incensed. He'd just been inspecting the village bathhouses when suddenly he was told something was amiss. Lord Hokage, there's a problem with the Chunin exams. Izumo burst through the doors, breathless, barely able to catch his breath. Years spent manning the village gates had dulled his edge. Even a short dash left him exhausted. What kind of trouble could the Chunin exams possibly stir up? Hiruzen Sarutobi remained unhurried, waving his hand over the crystal ball. Instantly, the examination room appeared within its depths. In broad daylight, and the examiners are all asleep? What's Ibiki Marino even doing? Well, out with it, what happened? Suppressing his anger, Hiruzen demanded an explanation. How could a simple written test cause such a mess? He was beginning to question Ibiki Marino's competence. Izumo dropped to one knee. Lord Hokage, the chief examiner, caught a Suna candidate cheating and declared them disqualified, but the Suna candidate refused to accept the outcome. Refused? Caught cheating and still refuses to accept it? How many times did he cheat? Just once. He copied all the answers in one go. No. Then why was he disqualified? Because ahead of him was one of our village's genin, who was about to copy the answers from the person next to him. As the two exchanged words, Hiruzen Sarutobi's brows drew together in a deep furrow. Outrageous fools. I entrusted you with overseeing the Chunin exams, and this is how blatantly you show favoritism? What will the other villages think of our Konoha in the ninja world if you behave like this? Shingetsu Izumo broke out in a cold sweat. It's just that this Gaara was too reckless. We originally planned to eliminate only one group of genin as a warning to others, but this one called Gaara. Gaara is reckless? Why do I get the feeling the real offenders here are you worthless lackeys? At that moment, outside the Hokage's office, accompanied by Konoha's ANBU, Yeet Song, having overheard Shingetsu Izumo slandering Gaara, strode directly into the room. Did these mere Chunin really think they ruled the world? Wait, Jonin Yeet Song, this is all a misunderstanding. Hiruzen Sarutobi inwardly cursed his luck. Here comes the main player. Now, things were getting complicated. A misunderstanding? But what I just overheard didn't sound like a misunderstanding at all, Lord Hokage. Yeet Song stood her ground, showing no intention of backing down. If the Hokage doesn't want Sunagakure to participate in the joint Chunin exams, then I can take our village's shinobi and leave right now. Before coming, Kabuto had already said, when dealing with the third Hokage, the stronger your stance, the weaker his will become. This was the conclusion reached by Chiyo and the Sunagakure ANBU after years of careful observation. So Yeet Song chose to press the third Hokage relentlessly step by step. If Sunagakure's entire delegation were to suddenly withdraw from the joint Chunin exams, Konoha, the host, would become a laughingstock of the ninja world. No, it's all a misunderstanding. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no time to admire Yeet Song's impressive presence. He only wanted to sweep this troublesome matter under the rug as quickly as possible. A misunderstanding? I'm not so sure. If Lord Hokage doesn't provide an explanation to Sunagakure and the other villages. Yeet Song made a show of preparing to leave. I will make sure every participant receives a fair answer regarding this incident. Hiruzen Sarutobi could no longer sit still. If Sunagakure really left, what would the candidate from the smaller villages think? Perhaps, out of respect for Konoha, they wouldn't dare leave immediately. But what about after this? Would the joint Chunin exams become a stage where the other four great nations commanded allegiance, while Konoha's call went unanswered? For the sake of the alliance between our Sunagakure and Konoha. Yeet Song let out a cold snort, her eyes flashing with open dissatisfaction, making Shingetsu Izumo tremble uncontrollably. The last person who demanded an explanation from the Hokage, if memory served, it was the envoy from Kumogakure. The explanation from the higher-ups was the sacrifice of Hayashi Hyuga. Yamato summoned Shukaku and Inoichi. Tell them to come see me. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed deeply. This was one matter he could not allow Danzo to get his hands on first. Otherwise, it would be all over. Yes, Lord Hokage. Well then, I'll take my leave. Yetsong followed right after. She needed to make preparations for both possibilities, in case Konoha became desperate and lashed out. Take care. Once Yetsong left, Hiruzen Sarutobi's fake smile vanished from his face, his voice turning icy cold. You're not to be involved in the Chunin exams anymore. For the next several days, stay home and don't let any sand shinobi see you. Izumo Kamizuki wiped the cold sweat from his brow and all but stumbled out of the Hokage's office. Thank goodness, I never got the chance to threaten Gaara. Otherwise, a wave of relief washed over Izumo Kamizuki. Just look at how Kotetsu Hagane ended up after offending Gaara, sent straight to the hospital, with no telling when he'd ever wake up. Even if he did regain consciousness, he'd spend the rest of his life confined to a bed. Ibiki Marino had also crossed Gaara. Knowing Gaara's strength, he had avoided direct confrontation, but the other examiners weren't so lucky and were knocked out one after another. Even Ibiki himself hadn't escaped unscathed. He took a hit on the nose from the gourd's lid, and now his nose was still red, looking like a clown's. Come to think of it, I guess I'm the luckiest one here. Lord Hokage, Haichi, take some men and detain Ibiki Marino for now. Release him after the month-long Chunin exams are over. Shukaku, you take charge of the first round of the Chunin exam selection from here on. Hiruzen Sarutobi gave a brief summary of the current situation. Without waiting for Shikaka Nara or Haichi Yamanaka to process it, he issued his orders directly. Move quickly, otherwise, I'm afraid they'll start fighting right in the Ninja Academy. Hiruzen said with a pained sigh. Gaara wasn't the problem right now, but Ibiki Marino was a different story. He could see it. Ibiki was already at the breaking point. If Ibiki really lost control, there'd be no turning back. Yes, sir. The two came in bewildered, and left just as bewildered. But both were sharp individuals. On their way to the Ninja Academy, they quickly sorted out their next steps. Hey, brat, get down here. Ibiki Marino formed a string of hand signs. With a sharp sound, he landed. That's him, the lunatic from the asylum. He suddenly ran out today. A medical nin pointed at Ibiki, who was in the middle of performing hand signs. Ibiki Marino? Who am I? Where am I? What was I about to do? Take him away. With a wave of his hand, Haichi Yamanaka gave the order. A group of Konoha Umbu closed in all at once. The stunned Ibiki didn't even resist. He was swiftly apprehended. Take those others away as well. Haichi glanced at the now conscious Chunin examiners, thought for a moment, and decided to have them brought along too. They wouldn't be needed for the rest of the exams, anyway. Even if they did use them, the other candidates probably wouldn't take them seriously at all. Each one was so arrogant. You'd think they were all Kaga level just by looking at their attitudes. Hey, Gecko came and went in a flash, leaving behind only a group of bewildered genin examinees. What just happened? Damn, that proctor's actually a lunatic from the madhouse. I always thought there was something off about him. No normal person would act like that. Easy to say now, after the fact. TCH, you just want to pick a fight. Gaara ignored the chattering crowd and addressed the Suna candidates. Everyone, return to your seats. Gaara, will you be all right? Ziyu asked, her voice tinged with concern. After all, this was the Hidden Leaf Village. Gaara's status, as the Kazekage's son, didn't carry as much weight here as it did back in the sand. Don't worry, Ziyu. Gaara reassured her as he returned to his seat. If something really were wrong, Ibiki Marino wouldn't have just turned into a madman and left. Seeing Gaara so calm, Ziyu felt her own heart settle. Shikamaru, what's going on? As the genin's noisy chatter filled the room, the Konoha kids gathered around Shikamaru Nara. Shikamaru rubbed his temples, looking put upon. Maybe the real exam hasn't started yet. That was just a lunatic barging in. So, we all just got played by a madman? Yeah. Shikamaru nodded. It has to be you, doesn't it, Dad? Could it be that you're the one in charge of the first round now? As Shikamaru worried, Shikaka Nara entered the classroom. Hello, candidates. I'm your examiner for the first round, Shikaka Nara. Says who? How do we know you're not another lunatic? Sakan from a sound trio scowled, still annoyed. They just clashed with Ken Michiru, only to be scared off by a madman. If Lord Orochimaru heard about this, he'd definitely question their abilities. Here is my Jonin ID. Shukaku didn't argue with Sakan. Instead, he produced his credentials for all to see. TCH. All right, let's begin the first round of the Chunin exams. The rules are simple, Shukaku announced. On the front of the test sheet, write your own name. Then, on the back, Write the name of any one member of your squad. The person whose name appears the most will be eliminated, and the rest will advance to the second round. You have 5 minutes. No talking during this time. With that, Shukaku took his seat. He'd actually come up with his test on the spot. The previous exam was now unusable, and he didn't have enough time to come up with a whole new set of questions. So, he decided to use a special question to determine which teams would proceed to the second round of the exam. Shukaku Nara calmly watched the young genin, all showing troubled expressions. This question, in truth, already favored the ninja from Konoha. After all, every graduating class had to undergo a test called the bell-stealing exercise. Teams that didn't understand teamwork could never snatch all 3 bells from their instructor, who was intentionally going easy on them. So, generally, Konoha's genin squads had a strong sense of cooperation. Moreover, after the incident with Konoha's White Fang, both the 4th and 3rd Hokage had subtly emphasized the importance of comrades. Of course, at least on the surface, the official stance remained that the mission was most important. After all, public opinion really could destroy a person. Still, Shukaku believed that the genin from Konoha would give him a satisfactory answer. But as for the candidates from the other villages, that was far less certain. Especially, Shukaku Nara's gaze fell on Gaara. If he could use this chance to eliminate him, that would be ideal. What should I do? Should I write Naruto's name? Sakura Haruno's heart was in constant turmoil, wanting to put pen to paper, but unable to bring herself to do it. Naruto could be so annoying, but there was something admirable about him too. If I had lived Naruto's life, I'd probably have fallen into despair by now. Becoming Hokage is Naruto's dream. If he can't pass the Chunin exams, he'll never achieve it. But Sasuke, forget it. I'll write my own name. I'm the weakest on the team, and I've hit Naruto so many times before, maybe this is a chance to make it up to him. With that decision, Sakura's hand stopped trembling as she gripped her pen. Sakura Haruno is useless until she learns medical ninjutsu. Sasuke didn't hesitate for a second. You really are just like Dad. Shikamaru Nara simply put down his pen and closed his eyes to rest. Choji Akimichi and Ino Yamanaka also made no move to write. Gaara ignored Shukaku Nara's gaze entirely. What a pointless game. All right, time's up. Anyone still writing will be immediately disqualified. Seeing that no one moved, Shukaku nodded in satisfaction. Now, I'll announce the real rules of this exam. The real rules? What does that mean? Tosu's voice was hoarse, muffled by bandages. It's exactly as it sounds. As he collected the answer sheets, Shukaku explained, the real rule for this test is anyone who left their paper blank or wrote down their own name passes. But those who wrote the name of a teammate are eliminated. Tosu, Lord Orochimaru. Sakan, we're doomed. We can't even get to the second round. Lord Orochimaru will kill us for sure. The 3-sound ninja turned pale in an instant. That's not fair. Sasuke Uchiha shot to his feet, anger flashing across his face. Is this some kind of joke? He's eliminated already? Someone with almost no real combat ability gets to enter the second round. But as the top candidate, he can only go home? Yeah, why is that? Toph quickly chimed in. Right now, he couldn't spare any thought for Sasuke. Entering the second exam and completing the task was his top priority. You're not another lunatic who escaped from an asylum, are you? Shukaku Nara fell silent for a moment. All the Konoha candidates here can vouch for my identity, he continued. As for why I set this rule, ninjas are tasked with completing missions, but in the process, we're always faced with all kinds of challenges. Many times, people choose to finish the mission at the cost of abandoning their teammates. But there are also those who use the mission as an excuse to deliberately abandon, or even kill, teammates with whom they have personal grudges. I believe every village here has experienced something like this. And without exception, such selfish individuals are never true ninjas. Chunin are responsible for leading new genin, and those fresh genin represent the hope of the village. If a whole new generation were to die because of a selfish team leader, no hidden village could tolerate it. That is why this exam aims to weed out the selfish. Wait, examiner, I have a question. Go ahead, Shukaku replied, unruffled by the interruption. Unlike Ibiki Marino, who was quick to call candidates trash. He was a different kind of leader. Ibiki, coming from the interrogation corps, preferred teaching hard truths through harsh lessons, but Shukaku was more skilled at guiding others. The female grass ninja's voice was hoarse. You just said that a ninja's goal is to complete the mission. If the mission itself is wrong, doesn't that mean there's no right or wrong for a ninja? That would make your rule for this exam fundamentally contradictory. As she voiced her concern, she glanced at the Konoha ninjas around her, each one nourished by the will of fire. If Konoha truly cared so much about its future generations, why did the 4th Hokage die so young, while those 4 old men still stirred up trouble behind the scenes? Across the entire shinobi world, No hidden village is like Konoha. Its leadership is devoid of the young. Iwagakure's Tsuchikage, Kirigakure's Elder, Sunegakure's Chiyo, and Ebizo. It takes all four great villages together to match Konoha. But these were secondary concerns. The grass ninja woman's gaze burned as she looked at Sasuke, who was seething with anger. This little one must not be eliminated in the first round. This is getting troublesome, Shikamaru muttered, head lowered. The grass ninja's words struck right at the core of his thoughts. Previously, the mission in the Land of Waves that Naruto undertook was essentially a mistaken assignment. No matter whether Naruto's team succeeded or failed, that mission would not be recorded in Naruto's official file. So, Naruto's choice was not about right or wrong. It was a matter of life and death. Just like it is now. Exactly, Examiner. If your error in assigning a mission were to cause a large number of ninja casualties, what would you say for yourself? Kankuro, always eager to stir up trouble, fanned the flames from the sidelines. Everyone, don't you agree? After all, if Konoha was the one embarrassed, the bigger the scene, the better. Maybe they'd even drag out the director of a madhouse. Yeah, Examiner, how do you explain this? Even among the Konoha examinees, seeds of doubt began to sprout. They had indeed been deeply influenced by the will of fire. But what if the mission itself was a mistake? What if, for example, some elder ordered them to capture innocent children for experiments? Should they just obey? Shikaka took a long, deep breath. This generation of ninja, they're not easy to lead. Questioning the authenticity of a mission, this wasn't something ordinary genin would dare to ask. What the grass ninja said is absolutely correct. Shikaka had considered this possibility long ago. A mistaken mission often brings tremendous loss to the village. Whenever you face a mission, all kinds of unexpected events can occur, especially those clients who exaggerate their requests. They'll use every excuse to morally coerce us. And you, fresh graduates, are at an age full of innocence and ideals. At times like these, you may find it hard to make the right call. Some people might even lose their lives for it. So, sometimes questioning or even refusing a mission beyond your rank is not a mistake. This exam, too, had a hidden rule. Question the tests I give you. Abandoning your comrades is unforgivable. But those who never know their limits and rush ahead blindly may well drag their teammates down into the abyss of death. Shikaka was no saint. He bore no responsibility to save every soul in trouble. There were simply too many such people in the ninja world. He couldn't possibly save them all. Choosing not to harm ordinary people during war was already the boundary of his conscience. Therefore, for this round, you pass. Shukaku pointed to the grass ninja, the sound ninja, Sasuke, and the others who had first questioned him. This guy's reflexes are as sharp as ever, the grass ninja remarked, sticking out his tongue. But Uchiha Sasuke, I hope you won't regret the decision you've made today. What a reckless way to start. Gaara snorted coldly. These contradictory, baffling rules not only left everyone confused, but also planted a deep seed of doubt in Gaara's mind about Konoha. In the end, Konoha are the ones who make the rules. What kind of rules there are, that's up to them to decide. Shukaku, for once, nodded in agreement. No matter how you look at it, Konoha always has the justification on their side. If Gaara hadn't made a scene, the final question Ibiki Marino came up with would simply have been an extra hurdle, specially designed to let Naruto Uzumaki pass the exam. Nara Shukaku was speaking up now not only because of the hidden grass ninja's doubts, but also because he wanted Uchiha Sasuke to pass the test. The second exam required a 3-person team to work together. Without Uchiha Sasuke, Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki wouldn't be able to continue. Gaara was full of confidence. It won't be long before I make them follow Sunegakure's rules. The exam is over. You can come over now. The time needed to check the papers passed quickly. But what Nara Shukaku hadn't expected was that far more candidates from other villages had passed than he'd anticipated. Copy that. A woman's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Those candidates I called, along with their teams, may leave now. Konoha, XX, Suna, SF. Gaara glanced around. Out of Sunegakure's 10 teams, including his own, only 5 remained. Better than I expected. Sunegakure wasn't as peaceful as Konoha. Their shinobi valued personal strength over bonds. Because if you didn't get stronger, you died. A loud crash split the air. What was that? What happened? Seriously, you lot. Nara Shukaku stared at the shards of shattered glass on the ground, silently grumbling. As if glass grows on trees. Hey brats, this isn't the time to celebrate. A woman clad in mesh armor unfurled a black cloth. I'm Anko Mitarashi, chief examiner for the second round. From now on, you follow me, got it kids? Gaara's face went blank. Are all Konoha shinobi this unreliable? Who knows? Maybe she's another escapee from the asylum, Temari muttered under her breath. Whatever this Anko's deal was, she didn't seem like someone with all her marbles. Read the room. Anko, Nara, Shukaku muttered darkly. Gaara and Temari hadn't spoken especially loudly, but Anko's entrance was so dramatic, the whole room was frozen in shock from her sheer, over-the-top energy. So even though Gaara tried to lower his voice, the entire room could hear him clearly. There's still more than 30 teams left. If I'm not embarrassed, it's everyone else who will feel awkward. Anko sidestepped her own awkwardness with practiced ease. The first round this year was way too soft, Ibiki Merino. Could you move the cloth in front of me, please? Nara clan leader? Why is it you, Ibiki? As the cloth was lifted, revealing the figure of Shukaku Nara, Anko Mitarashi was momentarily stunned. When did the chief examiner get switched? How come I didn't know? We'll talk about Ibiki later. But it's true, there are quite a few outstanding candidates this year. Shukaku Nara wasn't surprised at all. Though the two hadn't interacted much before, he was very familiar with Anko's temperament. Grass, sand, and rain. Even a few of the sound ninja were quite impressive in terms of strength. But because of the suspicions raised by the grass ninja at the end, coupled with Kankaro's instigation, many candidates from various villages started voicing their doubts as well. In the end, he had no choice but to let more candidates pass the exam. Well, never mind that guy. Anko brushed it off, confidence radiating from her. In the second round, I'll make sure to eliminate more than half of them. Can't wait, it's going to be thrilling. Shukaku Nara just sighed inwardly. That's always the rule for the Chunin exams every year. If less than half get eliminated, now that would really be a surprise. The scroll battle has been in place for many years already. According to Konoha ANBU surveillance of the smaller villages, the others had long since guessed this outcome. The second exam will take place tomorrow morning. The specific location has already been given to your Jonin instructors. That's all for now. Everyone's dismissed. As the sun set, the shadows cast on the ground blurred and faded away. After being dismissed, many of the candidates looked dejected. Most of them were from the Leaf Village. They joined the Chunin exams with the hope of becoming Chunin, yet found themselves eliminated in the very first round. Moreover, because of the final question, many teams inevitably ran into serious trouble. They were all either civilian ninjas or from small families. In daily life, being a bit stronger might get you some perks, but under the pressure of the exam, even small cracks in their relationships were blown wide open. Why should I give up my future just for yours? I already get bullied just because you're a little stronger. If you become a Chunin and learn even more powerful jutsu, how am I supposed to survive? Yet for candidates from the smaller villages, it was a whole different story. The joint Chunin exams might be called an examination to become a Chunin, but for them, it was just a stage for the big villages to show off. Many of them were actually hoping to get eliminated in the first round. Some even smiled, as if they had already passed and become Chunin. Shukaku, you really know how to cause me trouble. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi tossed a stack of transfer requests at Shukaku Nara. This is the 20th letter already. Every single one is making the exact same request. What a headache. Where exactly did the education at the Ninja Academy go wrong for so many flaws to have emerged? No one could have foreseen the death of the White Fang of the Leaf. Danzo had sent people to slander the White Fang, but at the time, he hadn't taken it to heart. After all, it was just idle gossip. Back when he ascended to the position of Hokage, there had been plenty who said he was unfit for the role, but what did it matter? He ate well, drank well, and, when he had nothing better to do, set a few small traps for those who made the most noise. In the end, he held the Hokage's seat with ease. With the White Fang standing at that time, he could have done the same. It wasn't until the Umbu operative whom White Fang saved suddenly refused to follow orders that he realized something was wrong. That operative, it turned out, was a member of the Root Division. But by then, it was already too late. From then on, he began to strengthen the education of the ninja. Hokage-sama, this is already far better than I expected, said Nara Shukaku after reading the letters, entirely unsurprised. You can't force things to work if they simply don't fit. At least those who wrote the letters haven't come to blows. It's those who are already fighting who are the real trouble. It's just that Sasuke situation. Nara Shukaku suddenly spoke. Sasuke's psychological issues are likely quite severe. Sasuke was the only one, among the four most promising classes, who wrote down someone else's name. The others either left it blank or wrote their own names. Sasuke, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a drag on his pipe. He's blinded by hatred. We'll need time to guide him. Let's trust Kakashi. After the mission in the Land of Waves, the attitudes of the Inoshikicho trio toward Kakashi changed drastically. Previously, only the Akimichi clan and the 4th Hokage had any real connection, and among everyone, Choji Akimichi treated Naruto the best. There was a time when he visited the Ninja Academy to see the children and ran into the trio notorious for skipping class. He happened to see Choji eating potato chips. So, he went up and asked for a few. But there was only one chip left in the bag. Choji refused him outright, saying that only Shikamaru and Naruto had the right to share his potato chips. But after the mission in the Land of Waves, it wasn't just the Akimichi clan anymore. Shukaku, likewise, was brought into the fold by Shikamaru, and Inoichi Yamanaka followed suit. Let's hope so. Nara Shukaku gazed out the window, but his face was full of doubt. This is the water jellyfish I prepared. It can only be preserved for a day. After that, it will dissipate. In the Sand Village's squads, it was common for a puppet master to also serve as a medical ninja. However, among the genin, puppet masters, concerned with their own survival, would often prioritize enhancing their puppets over improving their medical or poison skills. The water jellyfish Yino had prepared was the perfect remedy to make up for this shortcoming in a short amount of time. In battles between genin, the difference between having a healer and not having one is like night and day. The presence of the water jellyfish can give the Sand Village candidates a significant advantage. You all know how to use the water jellyfish, so I won't go into details. But Captain Kabuto asked me to remind you, since you've chosen to take part in the second exam, you must be prepared to face death. Gaara and his teammates also accepted the medical kits, though they probably wouldn't need them. Still, it was a kind gesture from Yuno, and they appreciated it. I'll do my best to protect you, but only if you can make it to my side, Gaara told the rest of the genin. As the son of the village chief, wasn't it only right to protect his fellow villagers? He was nothing like a certain young clan leader, who grew up living off the clan's resources, accepting their help and protection, only to turn his blade on them once he became strong. With privilege comes responsibility, after all. Of course, he couldn't guarantee their safety the whole way. After all, a ninja's life is always on the edge of a blade. As long as they reached the finish line, Gaara wouldn't mind handing out a few extra scrolls to help him out. So you can make water jellyfish that can be stored now? Looks like your skills have really improved, Shishio remarked in surprise, eyeing his teammate. No wonder Yuno and Kabuto have been scarce these past few days. He thought only their team would benefit from this. Don't think I'm the weak link here. With a flash of chakra as sharp as a blade in her hand, Yuno instantly caught Shishio in a headlock. Watch out, or I'll give you a beating, you weak link. Yuno, quit fooling around. The second exam is about to start. We'll need Shishio's skills to avoid other ninja, Zilluo cautioned seriously. In his eyes, their three-person squad was on the weaker side. Well, everyone except himself. Yuno could at least protect herself, but if Shishio was discovered, surrender would be their only option. Don't worry, my water mantis isn't just for fighting, Yuno replied with confidence, putting away the blade she'd pressed to Shishio's neck. The water mantis was, in fact, a more advanced application of the chakra scalpel, capable of offense, but still rooted in medical water release. In other words, when using the water mantis, she could harness the sharpness of the chakra scalpel to attack, or rely on its medical properties to heal others. Hey kids, how's it going? Anko Mitarashi strolled leisurely through the crowd, hands in her pockets, a wicked grin dancing on her lips. This is the site of the second exam, Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. The trees here are really tall. I've never seen trees this big before. Temari lifted her head, gazing up at the towering trunks that rose 100 or even 200 meters high, her voice tinged with envy. She had traveled to many places, but never had she encountered such majestic trees. Normally, a tree reaching 20 or 30 meters would already be considered enormous. Well, of course, in the ninja world, the tallest known tree is 156 meters. Anko Mitarashi spoke with evident pride. But here in the Forest of Death, trees over 100 meters high are a common sight. Konoha really did claim the best spot for itself, Tosu grumbled, his expression sour. Having nearly been eliminated yesterday, he and his teammates had received quite a stern lesson. Now, seeing the Konoha examiner act as if Konoha was superior to all, Tosu's frustration only grew. You've got it all wrong. Well, let me tell you, since you outsiders seem so curious about this Forest of Death. Anko continued. At first, this forest didn't have such massive trees. The Forest of Death was Konoha's most important training ground, and its history was equally long. So what happened? Naruto Uzumaki asked, his face blank with confusion. He'd never even known there was a training ground number 44 in the village. Naruto, this is all in the textbooks, Shikamaru reminded him, glancing at the clueless Choji, then at the stunned Naruto. Never mind. Even if I told you, you wouldn't get it. These trees were all planted by the first Hokage using wood release. That's how they became the way they are now. Whoosh! A kunai flashed by, leaving a thin line of blood across Shikamaru Nara's cheek. You're pretty spirited, kid. Suddenly, Anko appeared behind Shikamaru. But didn't anyone ever tell you that interrupting someone while they're speaking is awfully rude? Shikamaru fell silent. Bang. Here, your kunai. Thank you. Anko halted her attack in a heartbeat, a false smile on her face. But please don't stand behind me with killing intent, unless you're in a hurry to die. Sorry, I just get excited at the sight of blood. The grass ninja apologized, though his tone lacked any sincerity. Temari nudged the closed-eyed Gaara gently. Hey, Gaara, did you see that? That guy caught a kunai with nothing but his tongue. Kunai were extremely sharp, and Examiner Anko's strike had been so sudden that Temari had barely had time to react. That must be the grass ninja Brother Kabuto told us to watch out for, Kankuro muttered, eyeing the enemy's forehead protector beneath their straw hat, suspicion growing in his heart. The speed at which that grass ninja just appeared behind Anko Mitarashi was absolutely faster than when Anko appeared behind Shikamaru Nara. This was not an opponent she could handle on her own. But what is with this examiner? This is just reckless. Ziluo commented with a frown. Yesterday's examiner from the Leaf was already strange enough, but today's examiner seemed even less reliable than the last. Yesterday, they were told not to abandon their teammates, but today's examiner didn't hesitate to harm their own people. I suppose it's all about establishing authority, Shishio said as he looked toward the depths of the Forest of Death. In the forest, sunlight was blocked by the towering trees, casting deep shadows everywhere. Yesterday, the Leaf lost face. If they don't assert themselves today, I doubt many will actually follow the rules she lays out. The rules for these survival trials are rarely complicated. If an examiner lacks strength, there's no way they'll have the respect or obedience of genin like us. Just like yesterday, when the Chunin examiner tried to catch us cheating, Gaara bounced him aside so hard he passed out. If, in the end, Shukaku Nara decided to let any one of us be in charge of the exam room, I bet the candidates would start doubting the examiner the moment they heard the questions. What a pointless trick. That maniac yesterday tried to scare us first, and now another lunatic shows up. Just watch. If things get out of hand, the head of Konoha's madhouse will probably come running again. Yeah, Konoha just keeps getting softer and softer. A long tongue suddenly licked Kankuro's face mid-sentence, cutting him off before he could continue. Gaara's eyes widened in disbelief. Keep your distance, you creep. Having been licked, Kankuro shuddered with disgust. That grass ninja was just outrageously ugly. Young man, don't be so hot-tempered, the grass ninja said, noticing Gaara's hostile intent and quickly retreating into the crowd. Honestly, when did Anko become like this? What's up with that grass ninja? Don't tell me he actually has a thing for Kankuro. That's disgusting. I don't want someone like that to like me. Kankuro snatched the handkerchief Temari handed him and scrubbed the spot furiously. Ha ha ha, you should count yourself lucky. With your looks, it's a miracle anyone takes an interest in you at all, Temari said with a big laugh. How is that my fault? With the landscape in our village, if you don't keep yourself wrapped up tight, you'll end up like Sensei Baki, barely in his 20s, but looking older than my dad, who's over 30. Not everyone is like Gaara or Aunt Yetsong, immune to the sun and sand. Kankuro grumbled to himself. Gaara has a sand shield, and Yetsong's scorch release is even hotter than the desert itself. He had nothing, so he could only rely on the simplest and most cumbersome methods to keep his skin fair. All right, that's enough. You've put on plenty. Time to head into the exam room. While this little incident unfolded, Anko Mitarashi had already finished explaining the rules of the exam. One after another, the candidates received the heaven and earth scrolls from the Chunin examiners and entered the Forest of Death through different gates. Well then, Ziluo will head out first. Okay, I'll meet up with you at the finish as soon as I can, but you be careful too. Ziluo raised a hand in farewell. With Gaara's speed, he could reach the so-called Central Tower in less than an hour. But for the others, it would take considerably longer. Still, Gaara's plan made Ziluo worry for the trio. Their strategy was simple. Ride the sand cloud at high speed, fly directly toward the Central Tower, and snatch scrolls from any teams they encountered along the way. Then they'd block the entrance to the Central Tower. Any candidate not from the Sand Village who tried to get close would have their scrolls taken as well. Finally, they'd distribute the stolen scrolls to other Sand Village teams who needed them. Any other Sand teams simply had to avoid confrontations and make it to the finish line to claim victory. From Gaara's perspective, this was a flawless plan. Yet, Ziluo couldn't shake the feeling that it was too risky. After all, there were still nearly 100 candidates, and among them were those infamous perpetual genin from the Leaf Village who never played by the rules. One careless move, and everything could go south. Relax. Out of all these people, the number who could even put up a fight against me wouldn't fill one hand. Sand cushion. Ziluo fell silent. I really envy those ninja who can fly, Chikushu said, his face full of longing. If only he could fly, his odds of survival would skyrocket. Mastering sand manipulation isn't nearly as easy as it looks, Yeno added with a sigh. The technique's difficulty was no joke, especially the sand cushion. Very few could use the sand cushion in sand manipulation. The second Kazakage, the third, and the fourth, those were the exceptions. Come on, we don't have time to stand around dreaming. At last, everyone's inside, Anko Mitarashi said, pulling out 2 skewers of tricolor dango. Calling head proctor, calling head proctor. What is it? A team has reached the perimeter of the central tower. Anko froze, dango halfway to her mouth. You've got to be kidding me, she shouted into her radio. Even a Chunin would need several hours to cross from the forest's edge to the central tower. The Forest of Death. It was certainly a training ground better suited for Chunin, but that didn't mean only Chunin could be threatened by it. There were places within even a Chunin would find dangerous. Even Chunin have to find ways to avoid the many dangerous creatures within, like the blood-sucking leeches. A single blood-sucking leech can drain a person of all their blood in just 5 minutes. If someone accidentally stumbles into a leech nest and gets swarmed, that time is cut even shorter. However, all those routes have already been scouted out by the Leaf Village. Leaf Genin would never be assigned to those directions in the first place. But it's true. A voice came through the walkie-talkie, firm and certain. Wait, you're not talking about Maruhoshi Kosuka, are you? No, it's a team from a sand village. Anko's face changed dramatically. I put all the sand ninja in the most dangerous areas, the ones farthest from the central tower. Even if it were me, I couldn't reach the tower so quickly. How did they manage it? The most dangerous path was also the longest one. If it had been a single person, that might have been understandable. Every year, there are always 1 or 2 prodigies who surpass everyone's expectations. But this was an entire team. I think they flew. The ninja on the other end of the walkie-talkie replied in a small, uncertain voice. He never imagined anyone would reach the central tower so quickly and hadn't been watching for it. When he finally glanced at the monitors, he saw the sand trio already standing outside the main gate. Is it the sand manipulation technique from the hidden sand village? Anko murmured, forget about them. Just let them wait in the lounge until the exam ends. Understood. That's troublesome. I'm afraid Lord Hokage's mission won't be completed now. Watching the last group of candidates enter the Forest of Death, Anko couldn't help but feel discouraged. Assigning the sand team to the most dangerous area was a decision from above, not that she disagreed. The higher-ups wanted to delay the sand team as much as possible, so Maruhoshi Kosuka could reach the tower first and intercept any sand candidates trying to get inside. But now, at Kosuka's best pace, even on the fastest route, he'd barely be 2/3 of the way there by now. Niji, the Forest of Death, is huge, and only a dozen teams have the scrolls we need. Let's come up with a plan before moving forward. Inside the Forest of Death, Niji Hyuga led Tintin and Lee, swiftly making their way through the dense woods. Niji's unusual determination made Tintin feel uneasy. No, we're heading straight to the central tower. Niji bit his lip. If he wanted to find Gaara, the best way was to wait for him at the tower. Are we really going to ambush teams for scrolls at the central tower? Isn't that too risky? Even Lee, always so enthusiastic, hesitated for a moment. He also wanted to meet Sasuke Uchiha, to see that girl who had stirred his heart. If you don't want to go, I can go by myself. I'll hide in the central tower and wait for you there, Hyuga Niji said after thinking for a moment. He understood Lee's intentions very clearly. Lee wanted to spar with Sasuke Uchiha, to defeat him, and to prove that hard work truly paid off. If it had been before, Niji would have scoffed at this. The curse of the caged bird had turned all his efforts to ashes. The rotation he had painstakingly developed was something the main house could easily access at any time. But now, things were different. There was finally a way to break the curse of the caged bird. Once it was broken, his dreams could become reality, so he had no reason to stop Lee. Niji, isn't that too dangerous? Tintin asked, knowing her teammates well. A genius, yet someone who had once harbored deep resentment toward everything, who used to belittle Lee and insist that hard work would never succeed. But today, Niji was acting completely out of character. No, with your skills, you two are far from weak compared to the other Genin squads, Hyuga Niji replied as he picked up speed. I can say with certainty, this year's Team 8 won't be your match. Besides, the 3 of us have already trained in the Forest of Death. One of the reasons Niji could trust his teammates to act on their own was their familiarity with the Forest of Death. They knew which places were safe and which were not. They knew how to use the dangers of the forest to set traps or ambush others. Even if they ran into other ninja teams along the way, they could lose them quickly and avoid getting caught in dangerous situations. Besides, what real danger could there be in facing Sasuke Uchiha? It was just a quick match, nothing more. I'm not worried about us. I'm worried about you, Tintin said. If you're alone and something happens, especially when you need to rest and there's no one to watch your back. She wasn't particularly worried about Niji while they were on the move. But everyone needed to rest at some point, and if he were discovered then? Don't worry, I'll make sure to conserve my energy and never push myself to exhaustion, Hyuga Niji promised. Right now, he just wanted to reach the central tower as quickly as possible, because if he was late, Gaara might go straight into the tower. Once Gaara entered, he would be under constant surveillance. Niji would have no chance to approach Gaara and try to break the cage bird curse. The Hyuga clan would never allow it, and neither would the Hidden Leaf Village. No one would let the secret to breaking the curse fall into someone else's hands. All right, just be careful, okay? Lee, let's go find Sasuke, Tintin said, sensibly dropping the subject. She had caught a glimpse of something on Niji's face, a look of urgency she had never seen before. At the central tower, something important was surely awaiting Niji. Sorry, I'll take responsibility for capturing one of the scrolls, Hyuga Niji apologized, quickening his pace. Lee, what do you think is so important for Niji? I don't know, but we have to trust Niji. He's a genius. This time, Rock Lee's gaze held none of his usual playfulness. He believed in Niji. Zilluo, I sensed it. There's a ninja squad not far to our east. They're heading in our direction, and it looks like they have a sensory ninja on their team. Shishio braced himself on the ground, a hexagram-like pattern appearing beneath his feet. Those who come uninvited rarely mean well. Since they're looking for us, we'd better be ready for a fight. Zilluo made a decisive call. Compared to Shishio and Yuno, who were both still students yet to graduate, his resolve was far stronger. Having grown up witnessing brutal clashes on the border, he would never show mercy to his enemies. All right, let me set up some traps first. My mother gave me loads of explosive tags. They'll come in handy now. Yuno pulled out a sealing scroll and produced several thousand explosive tags from within. Aside from Raza's unique situation, her family was the wealthiest in Sunagakure. Water-style jutsu was scarce in the village. Everyone wished they could take a hot bath every single day and keep themselves neat and tidy, especially in the past, before the rivers of the Land of Rivers were introduced. Additionally, her clan's water jellyfish were essential tools for Sunagakure ninja on missions. She herself couldn't make the long-lasting kind, but her family could. 4 short but dangerous assignments, bringing along a water jellyfish, which cost about the same as an explosive tag, could greatly boost one's chance of survival. Hey, isn't this a bit of waste, using so many explosive tags? A single explosive tag cost over 1,000 ryo, and with thousands of them, Shishio felt that even if he sold himself, he still couldn't afford it. It's fine. I've still got tens of thousands left. More than enough. Yuno patted her chest, completely unconcerned about the extravagance. If she could eliminate the enemy quickly, a little money meant nothing to her. You're really rich. Shishio and Zilluo couldn't help but comment. Especially Zilluo. He'd never bought an explosive tag in his life. They were simply too expensive. As a young man who had just become a ninja instructor and hadn't yet faced any true life-and-death battles, he'd never even considered purchasing something as pricey as explosive tags. A short while later. Ha. Looks like our luck's in. Just 3 fresh graduate Sunagakure brats. 2 grass village ninja burst out in raucous laughter. Trailing behind them was a timid red-haired girl. So what if we just graduated? Hey, Karen, come here and let me take a bite. I've nearly used up all my chakra on the way. Hurry up and get over here. The red-haired girl stepped forward expressionlessly and extended her arm. Without hesitation, the 2 grass ninja bit down on her. What on earth are they doing? Yuno's eyes were filled with disbelief. It seems that red-haired girl must have some special bloodline ability that lets her quickly restore others' chakra, Shishio said, watching the girl. Called Karen, more specifically, the bite marks all over her arms, with a serious gaze. Clearly, the grass ninjas often used her as a walking energy supply. Unbelievable. They're just awful. Hold on. Wait until they step into the trap. Shishio grabbed Yuno's arm. The explosive tags were already set. It would be a shame to let them go to waste. With their portable medic, the grass ninja seemed ready to act first. Boom. Oh no, it's an explosive tag trap. Although the 2 grass ninja had graduated a year ago, they were sorely lacking in experience. They weren't afraid of getting hurt. After all, if they got blown up, a single bite from their walking medical kit would heal them right up. But it never occurred to them that the sand team would be so well-funded as to use that many explosive tags. Boom. Boom. The explosions came one after another in rapid succession. One of the grass ninja, who had rushed ahead, was blasted apart. Only mangled limbs flying through the air remained. The other collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Gulp. So this is the power of money, murmured Zilluo, Then, as if suddenly recalling something, added, "Wait, if the heaven and earth scrolls were on the one who just got blown up, then all our efforts will have been for nothing. Damn it, Karen, do you want to die? What are you waiting for? Get over here and let me bite you," the grass ninja shouted with all the strength he could muster. "I know," Karen replied, running over at a measured pace, her expression shifting uncertainly. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you." But what greeted the grass ninja wasn't Karen's arm. It was the tip of a kunai. "You." Apparently unsatisfied, the red-haired Karen stabbed several more times, pouring all her pent-up emotions into each strike. "These are our scrolls. Just kill me already." Ziluo took the scroll, examined it, and said, "It's the heaven scroll, just what we needed. I never imagined the Chunin exams would be this easy." Yuno tucked away her own sealing scroll. "Since we've completed our task, let's just head straight to the tower." "I agree," said Shishio, glancing at the dazed and broken Karen, but making no move against her. It was clear that she was just a girl who didn't know any ninjutsu, or rather, the grass ninja had never really treated her as one of their own. "Let's go then." Ziluo, too, wasn't one to kill needlessly. If Karen had just attacked them or mastered an offensive ninjutsu, he definitely wouldn't have let her go. "Let me remind you, whatever that grass ninja village is, you'd best not go back there." Yuno spoke with her back to Karen. "Medical ninjas are not meant to be used like this." Whoosh. With that, Yuno leapt forward. She quickly caught up with Ziluo and Shishio, who had moved ahead, and together they headed toward the central tower. Outside the central tower, the young people these days are truly getting more formidable. Mariboshi Kosuke squinted his eyes thoughtfully. He knew his own abilities well. During a brief spar at the Ninja Academy with Gaara, Mariboshi Kosuke realized that defeating Gaara with ninjutsu alone would be extremely difficult. His most lethal move was the Konohoryu Willow, a technique that fused illusion and swordsmanship. This technique could indeed kill an enemy in a single strike. Yet, Gaara was famed for his absolute defense of the Sand Village, and that Sand could shield its master automatically. Unfortunately, Kosuke's sword skills were meant for killing, not for breaking through defenses. In all his years, he had never seen such a peculiar Kekkai Genkai. "Temari, Kankuro, step aside." Gaara crossed his arms over his chest. "Come on, let's see what the Leaf Village intends to do." Although he had learned taijutsu, Gaara still preferred to fight using his sand manipulation techniques. "Shukaku, use that move, go all out." "Who is this old guy? You want to use that move on an elder?" Shukaku, perched atop Gaara's head, sensed the opponent's condition. No Kekkai Genkai, not a descendant of the elders, no natural energy mastery. Just who was this man? Still, Shukaku rather admired Gaara's resolve to go all in from the start. After all, Gaara had no lack of battle experience. He could finish the fight swiftly, so there was no reason to put himself at risk. "You were asleep earlier, so you didn't notice," Gaara said warily. "He nearly broke through my sand coffin just now, and that was reinforced with gold dust. Kid, don't blame me for this. I'm only following orders." A ruthless glint flashed across Mariboshi Kosuke's face. "Ninja art, shuriken shadow, clone technique." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a flick, he hurled a massive shuriken and charged forward with speed that surpassed even most elite jonin. Shield of sand. With a casual wave, Gaara summoned a swirling wall of golden sand to block the incoming shuriken from the sky. "This is exactly what I was waiting for." "Got you." Mariboshi Kosuke's inhuman speed allowed him to circle behind Gaara in an instant. The prosthetic on his left leg split open, revealing a blade, which he seized and swung directly at Gaara's neck. He refused to believe Gaara could react in time. "Gaara, damn it, he's going for the kill." Kankuro was shocked. "Oh no, if we all die here, Konoha will definitely claim we died by accident. When that happens, the Hidden Sand Village will have no way to defend itself. To die in the Chunin exams, even a shameless village like Hidden Cloud wouldn't dare seek revenge over that. No, he can't possibly defeat Gaara." Temari, on the other hand, was remarkably calm. Big Brother Kabuto once said, "Mother's power is formidable. Even father can't compare." "Success? You're imagining things." Clang. Mariboshi Kosuke's blade crashed violently against the shield of sand. "Damn this sand." Gaara swiftly put distance between himself and Mariboshi Kosuke. Impressive speed, just a little too slow. If it hadn't been for the automatic protection of the shield of sand, empowered by both his mother and Shukaku, Gaara might really have been beheaded just now. "Now it's my turn." Shukaku. "Tisk, much as I love the desert, for you humans, the less desert the better, right?" Shukaku muttered to himself, but still sent chakra surging through without delay. Sand waterfall flow. Boom. With Gaara's thunderous roar, the surrounding trees and giant boulders were obliterated on the spot. Even the central tower trembled ever so slightly. The once lush and level ground was instantly buried beneath a raging sea of golden sand. To change the environment of an entire region in an instant, what terrifying power! Mariboshi Kosuka leaped into the air, staring warily at the churning sands below. I absolutely must not touch that sand, or I'll be swallowed up for sure. Water style, water formation wall. You're already dead. Gaara raised his hand. Mother's wrath. What? A massive statue of sand burst from the earth. The sand statue's hands reached out and seized Mariboshi Kosuka, who was still guarded by his water-style defense. This is... Mother. Shock was playing on both Temari's and Kankaro's faces. Gaara is even stronger than he was a year ago. You've lost. Gaara floated into the air, facing Mariboshi Kosuka, now sealed within Mother's wrath. Damn it, this is a sealing technique. I haven't even shown my true strength yet. That's your problem. Gaara replied coolly. Shukaku always said, in battle, don't ramp up your power bit by bit. If you can finish the enemy in one blow, don't bother with unnecessary flair. Mariboshi Kosuka was panting, but with the seal restraining him, most of his abilities were useless. Luckily, I still have a final trick left. If I can take you with me, an old man like me won't have any regrets. A flicker of surprise appeared on Gaara's face, a sealing victim with one last killer move. No, explosives. Boom. He had explosives inside his prosthetic limb. Shukaku withdrew his own Shukaku shield and smacked Gaara on the head with his tail. How many times have I told you already? If you have the chance to finish someone off, never show mercy, especially don't stand there rambling in front of your opponent. What got into that head of yours? If it weren't for me, wouldn't you be dead right now? Gaara was speechless. How could I have guessed he'd pack so much explosive into his own body? Gaara replied weakly. The Konoha ninja. How ruthless can they be, even to themselves? Did I accidentally wander into the bloody mist? You little brat. Gaara, are you all right? Temari and Kankaro leapt over, worry written all over their faces. After all, Gaara had been right at the center of the blast. I'm fine. Shukaku, save me. That's good. That silhouette, it looks like Lady Raza's woman. Orochimaru, having just dealt with Sasuke Uchiha, immediately connected the sand statue's origin in his mind. It's that kid with the gourd on his back. A crackling surge of power filled the air. This power, that boy must be extremely close to, if not already at, Kage level. A Kage level ninja at 12 years old. Raza really did raise quite a son. Damn it, what on earth is going on? Not far from Orochimaru, Anko Mitarashi, the chief examiner, was just as shaken. Damn! Anko cursed and turned to head for the central tower. Compared to Orochimaru, the tower at the center was a more pressing concern now. Orochimaru was only after Sasuke Uchiha, but as for the person who unleashed the sand statue in the central tower, what were their intentions? She had no idea. Damn it, what is happening here? Why is the forest of death turned into a desert? Back when Gaara first altered the landscape, the Konoha ninjas stationed at the central tower, along with those from other villages assigned to monitor the exam, all noticed the change. But since Gaara's battle with Kosuke Mariboshi was just outside their surveillance area, none of them knew exactly what had happened. Later, they all came out from the central tower together, and what they saw was a vast desert. Then, out of thin air, a colossal sand statue appeared. This was followed by a thunderous explosion. Yet the sand statue remained completely untouched. That statue, it's Lady Karura. A sand village Chunin, leading his team, stared in disbelief. Why would Lady Karura's sand statue appear in Konoha's forest of death? What kind of power is this? It's terrifying. Could it be an enemy from outside? The leaders of several smaller villages found themselves utterly baffled. Their own village chiefs couldn't possibly wield such power. No, it's not an enemy from outside. Just some shameless old guy barged in, tried to kill us, so Gaara killed him first. Temari let out a cold, scornful laugh. She truly hadn't expected that Konoha would actually try to assassinate the three of them. The land of waves hadn't turned on them, so perhaps they were just too kind-hearted. Luckily, both Gaara and Shukaku were strong enough. Gaara, are you all right? A sand Chunin hurried over. He just seen someone caught right at the center of the explosion. We're fine. Gaara calmly denied any harm. It was just a lowly Chunin, nothing more. That's a relief. If Gaara had died here, he couldn't even imagine what would become of the sand village. Even the Konoha ninjas, unaware of the details, breathed a sigh of relief. Candidate, since you've already reached the destination, you may proceed directly. But recalling how Gaara and his team had stood at the top of the tower without entering, the Konoha examiner felt a twinge of frustration. Were they planning to block all the other candidates from entering? We don't have a scroll. Gaara spread his hands, indicating helplessness. I could give you one, the examiner offered hesitantly. No need. The examiner was left speechless. Chief examiner, please hurry over. After failing to get a response, the many proctors returned to the central tower, continuing to monitor various sectors of the Forest of Death. Gaara lingered within the desert, quietly restoring his chakra. Not long after, Niji Hyuga arrived on the scene, battered and exhausted. Did something happen here? Niji asked in a daze. Was there even supposed to be a desert in the Forest of Death? Had he gone the wrong way? He'd rushed here at full speed, barely conserving chakra, and had even used rotation once along the way. Only then had he managed to arrive within a few hours. What he hadn't expected was that even at his fastest, he couldn't beat Gaara here. And he was a taijutsu specialist. Another one from Konoha. Kankuro stepped forward, tossed a scroll, and summoned his strongest puppet, Crow. Gaara, Temari, leave this guy to me. Careful, he's Konoha's prodigy, Niji Hyuga, Temari reminded him. Wait, I'm not here to fight. I came to find Gaara. I need his help. Niji quickly backed away, explaining himself. The poison of a puppet master was nothing to take lightly, and Niji had no desire to get poisoned. Besides, right now he needed something from them. If there was any hope of breaking the cage bird seal, he'd rather stick close to Gaara for protection. You're looking for me? What do you want? Gaara, having stepped aside, was genuinely curious. He and Niji had barely even spoken before. Why would Niji be seeking him out? He's here for me. Shukaku lifted his head. Niji Hyuga, he's come, just as expected. Kid, you better think this through. Breaking the cage bird seal is extremely dangerous. With a swift kick of his short legs, Shukaku leaped from Gaara's side and landed next to Niji. Even if there's only the slimmest chance, I have to try. Niji's resolve was unwavering. This was his one and only shot. Shukaku looked at the earnest young man before him and said, It's not the act of breaking the caged bird seal that's dangerous. The real danger lies in what you'll do once you're free of it. There are over 1,000 members in the Hyuga branch family. I have no interest in freeing every single one of them. And as for the elders of the Hyuga main house, do you think they'll ever let you live freely? To Konoha, the idea of the branch family breaking the seal is a threat. If the Byakugan were to fall into the wrong hands, it'd be a huge risk for the village. When the time comes, you'll either have the seal forced back on you, or you'll be imprisoned or killed by Konoha. Are you sure you're ready for this? Shukaku pressed him with his gaze. He knew from ancient Hyuga texts that breaking the cage bird seal posed no real physical danger, but what followed was a storm Niji would have to weather alone. Niji was silent for a moment before answering. Konoha has nothing to do with me. The village and the Hyuga main house had cost him his father's life. Why should he owe them anything? Even if the path ahead meant becoming a rogue ninja. Gaara, come here for a moment. What for? Place your hand on his forehead. I'll guide the chakra flow. Gaara, with no reason to doubt, followed Shukaku's instructions. When Niji removed his forehead protector, Gaara pressed his hand gently to Niji's brow. What are they doing? Kankuro asked, curiosity piqued. They're probably trying to break a seal, Temari guessed, catching a glimpse of Niji's exposed forehead. The Hyuga's cage bird seal was hardly a secret. Only fresh graduates, or people like Kankuro, who spent all their time tinkering with puppets, might not know about it. Relax. Just let yourself go. I've already explained the mechanism behind the seal. It's just about disrupting the chakra resonance in your mind. Gaara's chakra control is incredibly precise. He won't damage your nerves. Seeing Niji's body trembling, Shukaku offered reassurance. If you were the one doing this, Niji might as well start saying his last goodbyes. But with Gaara as the conduit, there was nothing to worry about. Gaara's chakra control surpassed his own by far. Activate your Byakugan. Niji didn't hesitate for even a moment. Byakugan, activate. There it is. In an instant, Shukaku located the chakra seal floating above Niji's neural pathways. Sealing technique, release. The reason I asked Gaara to serve as an intermediary is that Shukaku is well aware of its own overwhelming chakra and lack of precise control. If it were to enter Niji Hyuga's mind directly, Niji would instantly become a fool. But Gaara is different. By relying on a human's delicate control, he can gradually chip away at the resonance mechanism of the cage bird seal, little by little. Of course, if it were Kakashi doing this, the process would be several times faster. I see it. I can see it. After a while, Niji suddenly shouted in excitement. What did he see? Kankuro turned to Temari and asked. How should I know? Temari rolled her eyes at him. After all, she didn't possess the Byakugan. I remember the Byakugan has X-ray vision or something like that. The blind spot of the Hyuga branch's Byakugan. It was gone. Niji could now clearly see the full view behind himself. Although he still couldn't see the caged bird seal on his forehead, with his now flawless Byakugan, Niji was absolutely certain he had broken free from its restraints. Put your headband back on to cover it, or someone will come looking for you soon, Shukaku reminded him. Also, if you have nowhere else to go, you can come to Sunagakure. I'll gladly welcome you on behalf of my little buddy here. Hey, is this really okay? Gaara nudged Shukaku, whispering. This was basically inciting a defection from the Hyuga clan. And not just any defection, but one without the caged bird seal. Have you ever seen Konoha or the Hyuga main family go after the hidden mist for their Byakugan? Shukaku just chuckled. Konoha and the Hyuga main family, experts at internal strife but clueless when it comes to outsiders. They're meek and submissive to outsiders, but ruthless to their own. Konoha has reached the weakest point in its entire history. For this Chunin exam, Gaara intended to single-handedly stop all the Konoha candidates. It's easy to imagine how relations between Konoha and Sunagakure would be in the future. Until the next Hokage takes office, nothing is going to change. Since that's the case, why not poach some talent from Konoha? The Hyuga are the descendants of the old man's brother. Niji is the strongest Hyuga genius of his generation. With that bloodline, is it too much to expect he'll become a Super Kage one day? No, Niji gritted his teeth, answering fiercely for Shukaku, Grandpa Jiro, Aunt XX, and all the younger siblings. The family members of the branch house who once protected the Hyuga main house. From branch ninja parents to wives to children, all of them suffered under the torment of the caged bird seal. Elderly men who fought for the Hyuga for decades, women who never learned ninjutsu, even newborn children who knew nothing of the world. What did they do to deserve this? Niji Hyuga wanted to shout out his questions. This, Gaara, still just a boy in his early teens, seemed to freeze as if his mind had suddenly shut down. First, there was the son of the Hokage, then the branch members of the Hyuga clan, who fought for Konoha and protected the main family. How could a village like Konoha, with such a history, lay claim to the richest lands in the ninja world? But now, haven't you already escaped the curse of the caged bird? You're free to soar wherever you wish. Kankuro, having learned about the caged bird seal from Temari and hearing Niji recount the consequences of the Hyuga's lost Byakugan, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. To be born into such a family, perhaps it would have been kinder to end it all early. Life is bitter. Maybe it's best not to come back for another round in the next life. Thud, is that your idea of comforting someone? Temari snapped at Kankuro, giving him a quick jab. I really envy you all. Niji's thoughts drifted back to the days when his father was still alive. Back then, he, too, wanted nothing more than to protect his cousin, Hinata Hyuga. But now, Gaara suddenly spoke. Envious all you want, but if you think you'll get through the second round of the exam, you can forget it. His words yanked Niji back from his memories. Even if Niji defected to Sunagakure right now, Gaara wouldn't dare accept him. At the very least, they'd have to wait until after they'd left the leaf. Only then would Sunagakure consider taking Niji in. Do you really think I stand a chance against you? Niji stared wordlessly at Gaara's massive sand sculpture, towering 200 meters high and dominating the area. If not for his Byakugan, he might have rolled his eyes at Gaara. That thing is your doing, isn't it? I doubt anyone in the entire Hyuga clan could withstand a move like that. With his Byakugan active, Niji could clearly see Mariboshi Kosuka's upper body trapped within the sand statue. That's right. Because Gaara was so close to Mariboshi Kosuka, his upper body had been spared. Of course, that was Shukaku's handiwork. Deliberate, to be sure. Only this way could they threaten the next ninja team that arrived. After speaking, Niji found a towering tree and climbed up, scanning the area from above. Gaara said nothing. The power of the Sharingan might be greater than the Byakugan, but in terms of strategic value, the Byakugan was far superior. If Niji truly defected to Sunagakure at Shukaku's urging, Gaara was certain his penny-pinching Kazekage father would welcome Niji with open arms. He might even arrange a dozen wives for Niji, showering him with endless revelry, and reward him with millions in gold dust for each child he fathered. Another round of mind-numbing waiting. From start to finish, I haven't had a single chance to show my stuff. It's so frustrating. Kankuro slumped to the ground, exasperated. As soon as the second exam began, Gaara calmly soared straight to the finish line on his sand cushion, not encountering a single minor enemy along the way. When they finally did run into an opponent, it turned out to be a powerful boss, one they simply couldn't defeat on their own. Don't worry, just hang in there. It's only a few days. We'll get through this soon. Temari offered some comfort. 4 days later, Kinmei-chung, why are all these people gathering here? Naruto finally arrived, a bit behind the others. The delay was thanks to a run-in with someone named Orochimaru, who gave them a brutal beating. Not long after, they encountered the Sound Ninja trio. Jirobo nearly wiped the floor with them. Fortunately, the Inoshikacho team, along with Rock Lee and Tintin, showed up to lend a hand, and together they managed to barely drive off the Sound Ninja trio. It might have something to do with that sand statue, Ken Meiching remarked, turning his gaze to the sculpture. Without exception, every candidate ahead of them had come to a halt before the sand statue. What's going on here? Why aren't any of you going into the tower? Sakura's sharp eyes quickly spotted the Inoshikacho team. After being thoroughly beaten by the Sound Ninja trio, Sakura had finally come to understand what being a true ninja really meant. Simply playing at ninja games wasn't going to make her one. For the sake of finding Sasuke, she resolved to become a real ninja, even if she wasn't too confident in herself. Oh, it's Forehead Girl. I thought you'd already been eliminated, Ino teased. Watch it, Ino Pig. We have Sasuke. No way are we getting kicked out. Sakura fired back. All right, this isn't the time for that, Ino said, choosing not to continue their bickering. Whether or not Sasuke makes it is no longer the point. The real question is whether any of us from the Leaf Village will make it through it all. What? What do you mean? Why would we all be eliminated? Sakura was stunned. Sakura. Rock Lee suddenly appeared in front of her, moving at incredible speed. There's a tremendously powerful young man ahead. He's single-handedly holding off everyone. Just now, the Sound Ninja, Jirobo, Sakan, and Kiramu tried to get through. But now, Rock Lee pointed a large sandbag nearby. See for yourself. They're now resting in there for good. But what truly shocked Rock Lee wasn't just that. What was even more surprising was that his own teammate, Niji Hyuga, didn't even attempt to fight the stranger. Instead, Niji urged him and Tintin to simply surrender and try again at the next Chunin exams. Niji Hyuga, a true prodigy. Byakugan, 8 trigrams palms, and even rotation, a technique supposedly only mastered by the main family, which he and Tintin had secretly discovered together. Compared to Sasuke, Niji was far stronger by the time he graduated. It's undeniable that Niji Hyuga's life was indeed smoother than Sasuke's. Every skill he possessed had long been cultivated by the Hyuga clan. Although Niji himself had never witnessed some of these abilities firsthand, there were always traces he could follow. Sasuke, on the other hand, had the secret techniques of Sharingan, but it wasn't until just a few days ago, after intensive training under Kakashi, that he finally gained control over it. In the Leaf Village, Niji Hyuga, who graduated a year early, enjoyed a higher reputation than Sasuke Uchiha. Rock Lee shared this sentiment as well. Of course, he was eager to challenge that powerful young man. However, someone else stepped in and stopped him. After a direct clash, Rock Lee had to face reality. Without unlocking the 8 gates, he and his opponent were pretty evenly matched. Yet the 8 gates were his trump card, reserved for battling Niji, so Rock Lee had no intention of revealing it. It must be Gaara. He was the only one who could alter the entire terrain, turning the forest into a desert. Besides Gaara, only that woman who'd coveted his body before might have been capable of such a feat, but he couldn't think of anyone else. Yes, Shikamaru said, his expression grave. Marusei Kosuka had ties to the Akimichi clan, and Shikamaru had run into him a few times. He didn't believe that someone on friendly terms with Choji Akimichi could be just an ordinary genin. But now, the man's corpse was being gripped tightly by a sand sculpture, and when they arrived, even the chief proctor of the Chunin exams, Anko Mitarashi, couldn't negotiate the return of the body. According to Gaara, he was protecting the other Leaf Village examinees. If they saw the corpse, they'd obediently hand over their heaven and earth scrolls. That way, he wouldn't accidentally end up killing any of Konoha's new generation. What could Anko say? With so many villages watching from the central tower, was she, as chief proctor, really going to break the rules in front of everyone? Still, there are always a few hotheads who aren't afraid of death. The Sound Ninja trio were not the weakest among the squads present, but Gaara crushed all 3 of them with a single hand. Gaara's strength is overwhelming. It's hard to believe he's only just graduated as a genin. TCH. Sasuke spat in frustration, but he pushed through the crowd and walked forward. Hey, Sasuke, don't. Kankuro. Oh, come on. So that was his real target, the puppet master. Shikamaru had thought Sasuke was going to act, but it turned out he was just looking for Kankuro. Oh, it's you, Sasuke Uchiha. I thought you'd already been eliminated. Kankuro glanced at the timetable. There were less than a few minutes left. He'd assumed that only his own team, Team Zilyuo, Inoshikacho, Team 8, and Niji Hyuga's Taijutsu squad would make it through. Unexpectedly, just at the final moment, 2 more groups of candidates arrived. How could I possibly be eliminated? What do you want from me? Are you here to ask me to plead on your behalf so you can pass the Chunin exams? No, whether I become a Chunin or not doesn't matter to me. I just want to defeat you. Hearing Sasuke's reply, Kankuro paused for a moment and cautiously asked, You've awakened your eyes? Heh, this time, I'll make you understand the true power of the Uchiha. With his hands in his pockets, Sasuke strode forward. He might not be confident facing Gaara, but when it came to Kankuro, he was absolutely sure of himself. Oh, Kankuro, it's time to go. We can't waste any more time here. Temari ignored Sasuke's challenge. Though she was quite curious to see the difference between the Uchiha Sharingan and the eyes of Uchiha Itachi she'd witnessed in the Land of Waves. All right. The three of them walked into the tall tower under everyone's watchful gaze. Cross this line, and you die. Gaara left behind these chilling words. Earlier, Team Zilluo had already entered the resting area of the exam hall. Damn it, Sasuke gritted his teeth. Being eliminated might not be a bad thing, Neji Hyuga said, feeling rather relieved. He had no desire to enter the third round of the exams. If he advanced, the Hyuga clan would subject him to intense training to enhance the family's reputation. And once the clan activated their Byakugan, they discovered that the curse mark, the caged bird seal, on him had been undone. Neji had no intention of having the cage reimposed after finally freeing himself from it. If that happened, he'd rather never have broken free in the first place. At least then, the main family would see him as a docile hound, rather than a dog with ambition. Brother Neji, even you couldn't defeat them? Hinata Hyuga asked in a timid voice. In her eyes, Neji was the Hyuga clan's most gifted genius. Does the young lady really believe the clan head could break that seal? Neji scoffed, pointing at the sand sculpture shaped like Karura. That, he thought, was a prison only a Kaga-level ninja could escape. As for Jounin-level ninja, unless they possessed overwhelming techniques, they would likely die with regret on the spot. Is it really that powerful? The Konoha rookies whispered among themselves outside, while inside the tower, chaos had already erupted. There are only 2 Sand Village teams left. The Hokage won't kill me for this, will he? Anko Mitarashi lamented, feeling utterly defeated. Looks like the Sand has taken the top spot in this Chunin exam, Kabuto Yakushi said with a sly smile. By denying entry to the other candidates, the Sand had greatly boosted their own reputation this time. As for drawing the hostility of other ninja villages? What's that to them? Those with nothing to lose have nothing to fear. The Sand Village was already dirt poor. They had no reason to worry about the enmity of others. No wonder they defeated the Leaf. The Sand is truly formidable. This time, the Chunin exams have truly brought disgrace upon the Hidden Leaf. A few of the ninja leading teams from the smaller villages, upon seeing that none of their own candidates had made it out, instantly knew their genin had perished. Yet they felt no sorrow over it. In these joint Chunin exams, their villages were little more than extras, compelled to attend by the Hidden Leaf's prestige. The participants they'd sent were always those arrogant, reckless genin who didn't know their own limits. Every year, there were a few such graduates. If they died, the village hardly cared. In fact, they were only too happy to take this opportunity to embarrass the Hidden Leaf. After all, even cannon fodder genin were still genin, potential assets to the village. Damn it, why hasn't the Hokage sent any word yet? Hearing the others from different villages discuss the situation, Anko Mitarashi grew increasingly agitated. Back in the second round of the exams, when she discovered Orochimaru's presence, she had already reported Gaara's situation to the Hokage's office. Yet until now, the village had sent only a few ANBU to hunt for Orochimaru, making no move to resolve the crisis with Gaara. Calm down. The Hokage must have his own reasons, Kurenai Yuhi offered a reassuring word. Lord Danzo, Marusei Kosuka, is dead. Who killed him? Gaara, the son of the Kazuki. That dead is dead. Danzo let out a cold laugh. Torian, you and Fu take the route operatives and head for the border. Don't return until a month from now, after the Chunin exams have ended. But Lord Danzo, Hiruzen, oh Hiruzen, let's see how you survive this disaster. Soon, the Hokage's seat will be mine. Danzo burst into laughter. The stronger Gaara became, the closer Danzo's chance to seize the Hokage title. But, Lord Danzo, there's another problem. The third round of the Chunin exams may not even be held. Aburame Torian hesitated a moment before continuing. Gaara single-handedly blocked all the Leaf's candidates from advancing. As for the other minor villages, only one team from the Sound Village made it, and they were killed after provoking Gaara. Now the only teams that passed the second round are both from the Sand Village. Danzo's eyes lit up with delight. Well, isn't that just... Oh no, what a terrible bit of news. With a blunder this big, he couldn't believe Sarutobi Hiruzen would dare cling to the Hokage's seat much longer. Wait here for further instructions. I'll be back shortly. Danzo practically skipped out of his shadowy sewer hideout, making straight for the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, Danzo, what are you doing here? I heard our squads in the Chunin exams were wiped out. And what's got you so happy? Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up. The last time he'd seen his old friend walk with such a spring in his step was when the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, passed away and the village was convening to choose his successor. Back then, Danzo would come bouncing into the Hokage's office with a spring in his step. But when I announced my return, he stormed out in a fury, slamming the desk behind him. Nonsense. The entire Konoha squad was wiped out. Why would I be happy about that? Danzo slammed his palm on the table. I heard Maraboshi Kosuke is dead. Maraboshi Kosuke, the inheritor of the Will of Fire, had never been close with Danzo, but that didn't stop him from seizing the chance to attack Hiruzen Sarutobi. After all, the second Hokage's disciples, Kohori Udatain and Hamura Mitokado, were both on good terms with Sarutobi's rival. With just a bit of scheming, Danzo could easily trip up Sarutobi, especially now, with so many dignitaries from other nations invited to Konoha for the Chunin exams. Yes, Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent for a long time. Kosuke was the perfect inheritor of the Will of Fire. The battle between Gaara and Maraboshi Kosuke. He had observed every moment through the telescope jutsu. Kosuke stuck to the old techniques he'd used on missions for years, using the shadow shuriken jutsu to draw the enemy's attention and force a counterattack, then slipping into a blind spot with lightning speed for a decapitating strike. This tactic worked well enough against ordinary shinobi, but against Gaara, who possessed absolute defense, it was utterly ineffective. Afterward, Gaara simply transformed the terrain into a desert to suit himself, and with one sealing technique, he completely imprisoned Kosuke. You could say Kosuke only managed to show half his true skill. Hiruzen, if the village keeps going like this, Konoha is finished. I won't let you drag us down any further. Danzo, don't forget your place. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not yield an inch. As for the Chunin exams, I've already discussed the matter with representatives from the other villages. Every team that reaches the center zone with both Heaven and Earth scrolls will pass the second round. There's no need for you to interfere. Long before, Sarutobi had called together the other villages' envoys to resolve the situation with the second exam. In the end, thanks to Konoha's prestige, they all agreed to his proposal. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. As he watched Shimura Danzo storm out, slamming the door behind him, Hiruzen Sarutobi saw through his opponent's intentions. Try to use the failures of these Chunin exams to discredit him? Ridiculous. His own pupil, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, had already returned. With Jiraiya's guidance, Naruto's strength would soon soar. If Naruto could master the summoning jutsu and call forth the great toad boss of Mount Myaboku, and if he could evade Gaara's sealing techniques, Hiruzen was sure Naruto would defeat Gaara. When that time came, he would have the perfect opportunity to pass the title of Hokage to Jiraiya, allowing him to lead Konoha into a new era of prosperity. Kinzong, take a few people and come with me to the Forest of Death. Yes, Lord Hokage. These individuals were far from ordinary ninja. Their speed was astonishing. What would take a genin quite some time to reach was, for these three, only a matter of 15 minutes. At the Forest of Death, all surviving examinees had already entered the central tower. However, there were two teams that stood out awkwardly from the rest. They followed behind Baki, enduring the weight of everyone's stares. Kakashi, Senior Maru Hashigasuk. As the team leaders, Sarutobi Asuma and Kakashi had also entered the tower on the final day. They both believed their own subordinates would make it through the second round. But to their shock, Maru Hashigasuk was dead. He was a senior only slightly less powerful than themselves. Gaara is even more troublesome than we imagined. By now, the central tower was already hidden behind Karura's sand statue. Such a massive construct. Never mind whether he himself possessed that level of power. Even if he did, there was no way he could keep the statue standing for so long. So far, the sand statue showed not the slightest sign of collapse. Like a house built to last, it stood firm and unyielding. Sarutobi Asuma replied, "Yes, I really can't imagine who could possibly stand in their way this time." Kakashi nodded. He thought that as long as he taught Sasuke the Chidori, Sasuke would have what it took to face Gaara. Now, for the sake of the Uchiha legacy, letting Sasuke avoid fighting Gaara seemed the wiser path. Well, hello there, young ones. Hiruzen Sarutobi strolled into the hall through the back door, as leisurely as could be. After all, shamelessness wasn't something new for him. One more time hardly mattered. Due to certain circumstances, after discussion among all the ninja villages, it has been decided that every surviving examinee will advance to the next round. Kabuto, who had been waiting in the tower ever since Gaara killed Maru Hashigasuk, nodded toward Gaara's team, signaling that Sunagakure had already agreed. Kankuro turned to Gaara and said, "Gaara, Konoha is getting more shameless by the day." Gaara replied, "Let's see what tricks they have up their sleeve." Sweeping his gaze around, 7 teams remained. 5 from Konoha, 2 from Sunagakure. Of course, there were other sand teams that had reached the finish line as well, but since they'd lost members along the way, they were immediately dismissed. All in all, the new rules clearly favored Konoha. Huh, we actually passed. Is that even allowed? That's fantastic. Every Konoha examinee, except for Niji Hyuga and Shikamaru Nara, wore a bright smile. Ahem. Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped forward, interrupting the mini junior ninja. However, because this rule has led to too many examinees, we will now begin the 3rd round of the exam. Before I introduce it, there's something I must make absolutely clear to all of you. The true purpose of this exam. Why do we hold the Chunin exams together with our allied nations? To strengthen our bonds and improve the skills of our ninja, someone suggested. Hiruzen lowered the brim of his hat. If you misunderstand this, it could cause a lot of trouble. As Hokage, he was, first and foremost, a skilled politician. The significance of these Chunin exams, he continued, can be summarized as this. They are a microcosm of the battles between allied nations. Hiruzen kept on elaborating, explaining to the examinees, especially the new generation of Konoha, the real meaning of the Chunin exams. The joint Chunin exams had always been something Konoha created as a grand performance to boost its prestige. In the beginning, the other great ninja villages tried to undermine Konoha's reputation, sending their strongest junior ninja to participate each time, but without exception, they always failed. But this time, a few years ago, because of the incident with Hayashi Hyuga, Konoha's dominance over the ninja world had shifted. Now, both Konoha and the Hidden Cloud stood at the top. The Cloud Village relied on sheer military strength. Konoha relied on its abundant resources and influence. If Konoha were to be defeated by the Sand Village in this exam, it would mark the true end of Konoha's reign as the supreme power of the ninja world. In the 3rd round, many nobles, feudal lords, and dignitaries who commission missions to us will be present to watch your battles. These lords don't care about Konoha's raw strength. All they need to see is that your junior ninja are inferior, and they'll believe Konoha is in decline. At that point, the victorious nation will receive a flood of commissions. An hour later, Hiruzen continued to answer question after question for Konoha's new generation, tirelessly extolling the will of fire. Whoosh. My apologies, Lord Hokage. A man who could even make Shukaku shudder appeared before Hiruzen Sarutobi, kneeling on one knee. From here on, as the referee, I, Hate Gecko, will explain the next steps. Very well. I'll leave it to you, Hiruzen replied. With Hate Gecko's entrance, Hiruzen's words, allow me to say a few more things, were abruptly caught in his throat, leaving him feeling as uncomfortable as if he'd swallowed something foul. Thank goodness for this frail-looking guy, Gaara thought, patting his chest in relief. If it weren't for Hate Gecko, he wasn't sure he could have endured Hiruzen's endless speeches. It seems this guy is indeed a major player. Not someone to mess with, Shukaku muttered, his wariness of Hate Gecko rising once again. Even though the 3rd Hokage was old, he was still a formidable force at Kage level. Moonlight Hayate's courage in defying authority reminded him of the wise daimyo or great ministers he'd seen in the history of several nations, those who led their countries to revival. People like that were destined to have their names remembered for generations. Yeah, right? Couldn't he see the murderous glare Sarutobi Hiruzen was shooting his way? But Moonlight Hate didn't look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Instead, he turned to the assembled genin and said, of course, before we begin this exam, there's one more thing I need to explain to everyone. If you have something to say, just spit it out. Stop wasting our time. Naruto shot a worried glance at Sasuke. Because too many people have passed so far, before you can participate in the 3rd exam, you'll all have to go through a preliminary round. Moonlight Hate ignored Naruto. He didn't know who the boy really was. What? Sakura asked, puzzled. She was eager to show everyone how much she'd grown. There will be a lot of important guests watching the 3rd round, so we can't let the matches drag on and on. As he spoke, Moonlight Hayate's gaze instinctively settled on Rock Lee and Sakura. If there were ninja who only relied on taijutsu, with no ninjutsu to speak of, then those two would have to be eliminated. And as for the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer jutsu, the guests wouldn't understand a thing, so out they'd go as well. He coughed, struggling to catch his breath. So, if anyone isn't feeling well, you can withdraw now. Honestly, you're the one who looks the sickest. I withdraw. A ninja in the Leaf's ranks, face and body hidden beneath layers of clothing, raised a hand. I'm a medical ninja, not a strong fighter. No point in wasting everyone's time. All right, anyone else? Moonlight Hate glanced around, nodding for the person to leave. Not every medical ninja could be like Tsunade or Chiyo, with overwhelming combat prowess. Still, Moonlight Hate couldn't shake the faint sense of danger coming from the departing ninja. I'll withdraw too, Juzo muttered gloomily. He had to admit, he was even less of a fighter than that medical ninja. If no one else is leaving, then I have one more announcement. Because Gaara's sand team managed to stop all the other candidates on their own, they'll automatically advance to the third exam. No objections, right? That freed up 3 slots just like that. No objections. Hurry up and get started. Sasuke gritted his teeth, clutching his neck. Damn it. The pain was coming faster and faster now. Sasuke, maybe you should just withdraw from the preliminaries, Sakura thought anxiously. Ever since you were defeated by that Orochimaru guy, you've been acting strange. That curse mark, if this keeps up. Thinking back on the changes Sasuke had undergone in the Forest of Death, Sakura Haruno couldn't help but sob softly. Please, just give up. I'm really scared. Mind your own business. Sasuke seized Sakura's raised hand, refusing to let anyone stand in his way. Kankuro muttered under his breath, does this pink-haired girl really understand her teammate? There's no way a proud Uchiha would accept such terms. Now that Sasuke had awakened Sharingan, he was bound to show off his power. Sakura's current state would only deepen the pain in his heart. Just ignore her. Gaara glanced at Sakura, quickly losing interest. A third member who holds a team back, if they can't serve as a bridge between the other two, will only end up as a source of conflict within the group. She's probably just an ordinary ninja, Temari remarked, eyeing the pattern on Sakura's clothes. No matter how she looked at it, that casual circle couldn't possibly be a clan symbol from the Leaf Village. In Konoha, it was extremely difficult for ordinary people to learn advanced secret techniques unless they had a teacher willing to invest in them wholeheartedly. It was the same for civilian genin, yet Sakura could barely do anything. Meanwhile, in the sand, as long as someone's background was clean, they could learn puppet techniques without restriction. Even the most basic puppet arts were far superior to anything Sakura could muster. So it really is like that. Up in the stands, Anko Mitarashi spoke directly to Hiruzen Sarutobi. He should be withdrawn from the Chunin exams. Then let the ANBU protect and quarantine him. She knew her teacher all too well. He's not the type to just obediently follow orders. Kakashi Hatake narrowed his eyes. After all, that guy's an Uchiha. No one understood Sasuke better than Kakashi. Hiruzen Sarutobi noticed Sasuke's movements and, after a moment's thought, nodded. Let him try. If there's any sign of him losing control, step in and stop him. Recalling the genius Uchiha Itachi who once served under him, Hiruzen decided to give Sasuke a chance. Well then, the preliminary matches begin now. Hate Gecko scanned the remaining contestants. With the medical ninja and Chisui having withdrawn and Gaara's team excused from the matches, those left could be divided neatly into 8 groups. Whoever wins will advance to the third round. There are no rules until someone either dies or surrenders. So if you don't want to die, surrender quickly. Thinking of Gaara's strength, Hate offered a final warning. Otherwise, there might be no one who can save you. If another person among the remaining contestants were to emerge with the same level of strength as Gaara, even as a special Jonin examiner, he would be unable to intervene in the fight. Let's begin. Hate Gecko turned to glance at the display screen, renowned for its absolute fairness. For the first match, the contestants are Sasuke Uchiha and Kinyuta Dosu. Do either of you have any objections? No. No. Both answered in unison. The other observing shinobi, following the examiner's instructions, moved up to the second-floor platform, while Hate Gecko leapt back to a safe distance. Very well. The first match began. Due to the curse mark on his body, Sasuke was unable to use his Sharingan. Even when he tried to throw a kunai, the pain in his neck made him lose focus, giving Dosu the chance to grab him directly. My chakra. You just realized, brat? Dosu smirked triumphantly. This is chakra absorption technique. So long as I touch my opponent's body with my palm, I can siphon off both their physical and spiritual energy. It's a marvelous jutsu. Watch closely, Gaara, Shukaku chimed in, propping his tiny claw beneath his chin with a serious expression. That fool is definitely going to fall victim to Sasuke Uchiha's counterattack in a moment. He hadn't seen many matches as bizarre as this one, which felt more like a circus performance than a battle. It's just like those villains in some Snow-something movie, clearly in control, yet instead of finishing off their opponent, they have to show off and explain their jutsu, as if they're begging their enemy to figure out their weakness and defeat them. I get it really, you don't have to keep reminding me, Gaara replied timidly. It was just one careless mistake after all. You idiot, you're not me. If I die, I can be resurrected, but if you die, what then? Shukaku's tone was full of exasperation, as if lecturing someone who just couldn't learn. Every word he spoke had been proven true by time. Even Raza had those lessons drilled into every ninja academy. And yet, every year, so many still lost their lives to the same kinds of careless mistakes. Ah, you bastard. Lion Barrage. The winner, Sasuke Uchiha. Pathetic, Sasuke muttered, glancing at the defeated Dosu collapsed on the ground, then turning away to leave with Kakashi. Hey, Gecko stepped forward, surprised that Dosu, who had just held the upper hand, was so frail in taijutsu. Even after absorbing a fair amount of Sasuke's chakra, he was beaten down by Sasuke's relentless attacks. Sasuke. Dosu. Kimbishi Midori's face went pale. You little brats, how dare you? Oh no, that guy, he's Kimbishi Midori's teammate. Naruto suddenly realized that Sasuke might have made a mistake. Kimbishi Midori had shared a ton of useful information with them during the first round of the Chunin exams. In the first round of the competition, Sasuke's victory was beyond doubt, just as Shukaku had expected. Still, this kind of random pairing was quite exciting. Shukaku was genuinely curious. If Konoha hadn't eliminated Gaara from the draw, who would they have chosen to face him? Ahem. Well then, the next match. Hey, Gecko announced, pausing to cough as he spoke. From Sunagakure, Amayu will face. As soon as the first name was called, Amayu tensed up. Among so many candidates, her abilities were on the weaker side. Without using explosive tags, she was easily among the weakest of the group. Although she never planned on joining the combat squad as a Chunin, making it past the preliminaries would still be a nice achievement. From Konoha, Sakura Haruno. Sakura. Naruto Uzumaki called out instinctively. A look of surprise flickered across Sakura's face as well, though she quickly regained her composure. After all, she'd suffered at the hands of the Sound Ninja before, and this didn't look like someone stronger than them. Amayu, be careful, Ziluo kindly reminded her. Uchiha Sasuke had been absolutely ruthless earlier. In the very first match, he'd killed one of his own village's comrades. Ziluo thought anyone who could be on the same team as Uchiha Sasuke was probably no saint. Alright, if I can't win, I'll surrender right away. Amayu leaped down from the second floor. Although she was a medical ninja, her taijutsu was nothing to scoff at. In fact, aside from Ziluo, she was the best in her class. Sakura, you can do it. Naruto shouted out encouragement. Temari, watching the pink-haired girl step onto the stage, suddenly remembered her. So it's her. I recall this pink-haired one being rather clumsy. Not likely to be a match for Amayu. Back in a land of waves, this pink-haired girl had been the slowest to react. Sakura Haruno called out. Amayu, right? Let's have a good, serious fight. Her expression was utterly earnest. After surviving the trials of the Forest of Death, she felt she'd grown a great deal. As you wish. Water style, water mantis. Amayu wasn't about to let her guard down. Sasuke's ruthlessness in the previous match had left a deep impression. Without hesitation, Amayu unleashed her signature water-style blade. What is that? Sakura was totally bewildered. Her eyes quickly darted to Amayu's chest. Was she hiding something in there? Amayu gave her no time to think, lunging at Sakura with lightning speed and following up with a sweeping strike. Such precise chakra control. Hiruzen Sarutobi mused thoughtfully. If memory served, Kakashi had only ever taught Sakura a simple genjutsu and how to dispel it. With that level of skill, there's no way he'd let Sakura Haruno enter the third round and end up in a hair-pulling match with the others. However, what truly surprised him were Yuno's tactics. He had hoped to knock both of them out at once. TSK. This was going to be trouble. Thanks to Ziluo's intensive crash training, Yuno's taijutsu was already far beyond what an average genin could handle. Although Sakura managed to graze Yuno with a thrown kunai and shuriken from a distance, Yuno's ever-present sea jelly companion was always on hand to heal her wounds. Sakura couldn't match Yuno in close combat, didn't have as many ways to attack, and hadn't even mastered medical ninjutsu. Even her inner persona was useless in this fight. It didn't take long. Soon, fresh cuts from the water mantis began to appear on Sakura's body. Damn it. Come on, Sakura, you can do it. Hey, Blondie, can you keep quiet for a second? Ziluo said, clearly annoyed. In just a short time, Ziluo had crammed through the Ninja Academy textbooks, so she was especially exasperated with Naruto's habit of shouting encouragement from the sidelines, trying to inspire his teammates or turn the tide with sheer willpower. Kakashi, who'd finally arrived after helping Sasuke seal his curse mark, gave an awkward smile, but Naruto didn't seem to care about Ziluo's irritation in the slightest. The winner is Yuno. Not everyone can be powered up by mere words. Without a mastery of powerful genjutsu, Sakura was quickly defeated. Hey Gecko wasted no time in announcing the result. He was worried that if Yuno ran out of chakra, things would devolve into a messy hair-pulling brawl. Congratulations, Yuno. Shishio couldn't help but feel a bit envious. If he were matched up with this person, he'd probably win too. As long as he used his invisibility, his opponent would never spot him. Sure, he didn't have many offensive jutsu, but that didn't mean he had none at all. Yuno smiled. I was just lucky, that's all. How nice. Maybe this time you'll get promoted to Chunin. I'm aiming to become a medical ninja, after all. Zilluo was still suffering some side effects from using the third stage of the 7-day breathing technique. Since her medical ninjutsu was quite good, for now, she was serving as Zilluo's teammate. Just then, the digital screen flickered once more. The next names appeared, Choji Akimichi and Shino Aburame. Shikamaru grew tense as he looked toward the arena. Among all the contestants, if Uchiha Sasuke was number one, then Shino Aburame was undoubtedly the second best among their graduating class. In fact, if Shino's bugs had fully adapted to fire techniques back then, even Uchiha Sasuke would have struggled against him. Shino, huh? Asuma, looks like I'll be getting my first win here, Kurenai said, grinning. Of the three in her squad, the strongest was undoubtedly this elusive boy who always seemed to disappear without a trace. Sarutobi Asuma laughed. Choji is pretty strong too. After all, she's the main force among the Inoshikacho trio, the butterfly. And after the Land of Waves mission, Choji Akimichi received personal training from the strongest member of the Akimichi clan, Choza Akimichi, a perfect match for his abilities. That's much better than trying to train them myself. Let's wait and see. Although the two were a couple, this was Kurenai Yui's first time leading a squad as a jonin. Deep down, she was eager to compare herself with the other team leaders. Once Choji Akimichi and Shino Aburame stepped onto the field, Hey Gecko announced the start of the match. Choji looked shy, a bit embarrassed as he said, please take it easy on me. Likewise, Kankuro still remembered how Choji had blocked Gaara's sand drizzle. That's the Akimichi kid. This Shino Aburame is pretty mysterious, Gaara replied, not paying much attention. Last time, Choji only survived thanks to a secret clan medicine. I heard he breeds insects. Just thinking about it gives me the creeps. No need to just hear about it, Temari. Look at the field, Kankuro pointed. Kankuro, are you looking for trouble? Temari shot him a glare. Following his gesture, Temari looked and saw a swarm of insects pouring out of Shino Aburame's cloak. Temari wasn't afraid of clusters, but for any girl, that many bugs was enough to be terrifying. Kankuro shrugged innocently. Even if I hadn't said anything, you'd have looked over anyway, right? On the battlefield, faced with an army of insects, Choji immediately performed his human boulder technique, hoping to crush all the bugs in one powerful charge. Shino Aburame wins. Hey Gecko stepped forward and announced the result, seeing Choji's eyes spinning in dizziness. Shikamaru put a hand to his forehead. Well, I figured it would end like this. The high-speed spinning of the human boulder was devastating, but Choji just couldn't handle the side effects of turning at such speed. What a shame. If Choji could have hung in there a bit longer, Asuma Sarutobi lamented the loss. Choji was his strongest fighter. If even Choji lost, it looked like his whole team might be wiped out. Asuma understood this well. In the final rounds, Konoha would never allow a brawl between the girls to happen on stage. Sakura and Ino had to be eliminated. The Sans Rain didn't have strong taijutsu, and Tintin's weapon-based space-time techniques were still too flashy and unstable. In a real third exam, neither of them would likely make it through. Next up, Ino Yamanaka versus Tintin. Just as expected, it seemed the plan was always to eliminate all four of them together. Their match would be very basic combat. Tintin's taijutsu was far superior to Ino's. And without Shikamaru's guidance, Ino's mind-body switch technique rarely landed on target. In no time at all, Tintin had Ino cornered with nowhere to run. Thank goodness I made that trip to the Land of Waves, Yamanaka Ino thought to herself. If it hadn't been for her experiences in the Land of Waves, she would have already admitted defeat by now. But, bang, both contestants eliminated. Hey Gecko swiftly intervened, blocking the kunai Tintin had thrown, while at the same moment, Ino launched a desperate counterattack that left Tintin under her control. This is so boring, Kankuro said, stretching and letting out a yawn. Watching the Leaf Ninjas duel felt more like watching kids squabble than a real fight. Just watch, Temari said, her eyes fixed on the spiky-haired boy now on the field. She couldn't help but feel a spark of interest toward Nara Shikamo, who was deftly outmaneuvering his opponent, Ken Misumi, with nothing but his wits. She too enjoyed matching wits with her foes in battle. Shikamaru was the first to showcase true intellect in this round. As for Ken Misumi, his abilities were rather unremarkable. He could soften his body, but once Shikamaru's shadow took hold, he had no room left to maneuver. I surrender. Under Shikamaru's control, Ken Misumi raised his hand and yielded. Nara Shikamaru is the winner. Oh, now that's interesting. Such sharp tactical thinking, truly a hallmark of the Nara clan, Temari commented. Gaara suddenly blurted out, curiosity about a man is the beginning of a woman's downfall. HM? A wave of murderous intent swept through the air. Hyuga Niji glanced speechlessly at Gaara, who was now surrounded by swirling sand. "Gaara, get over here," Temari shouted, her voice rising in embarrassment and anger, the sand around her bristling, as if she'd ever fall for someone younger than herself. "What a joke. Shukaku, what should I do now?" Gaara muttered anxiously, glaring with frustration at the tailed beast. "You're always getting me into trouble. Kid, how is this my fault? You're the one who blurted it out, not me," Shukaku retorted. "Great, just great. Gaara really is an idiot." Temari said she wanted a handsome guy, at least someone like Uchiha Sasuke. Kankuro snickered under his breath. No matter how you looked at it, Shikamaru was no heartthrob. He didn't even compare to himself, especially once he took off his shirt. "Shut up, Kankuro." Next match, from the Leaf, Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Niji. The crowd erupted in surprise. How could it be? Kurenai Yuhi's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced toward the third Hokage. Why? Yet Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression remained unchanged, betraying nothing. Lady Hinata, I never expected I'd face you here. I look forward to it, Hyuga Niji sneered, stepping confidently into the center of the arena. "Niji, big brother," Hinata murmured, faltering. Niji looked at the timid Hinata, his heart filling with resentment. "You should forfeit. You're not cut out to be a ninja. Why is it that someone so timid and lacking in confidence can control the fate of the main house and the branch house? The showdown between the Hyuga main family and the branch family. This is going to be trouble." Mike Guy, usually so carefree, now wore a look of utmost seriousness. He knew very well how Niji Hyuga felt about the main family. He had tried to guide Niji to change his thinking, but he had never managed to untangle the knot in Niji's heart. "Kakashi, be ready to rescue Hinata Hyuga at any moment. A random Konoha genin like Akinen Armor could die, and no one would care. But Hinata Hyuga was a member of the main house. Whether it was to protect Niji's future as his teacher, or to give the Hyuga main family an answer, he had to save Hinata before Niji went too far." "I understand." Niji Hyuga assumed his stance. "Lady Hinata, come at me." As Hinata's sparring partner, he understood her abilities all too well. "Brother Niji, be a Kugen, activate." With veins bulging around his eyes, Niji spoke coldly. "Since you won't make the first move, Lady Hinata, I'll attack instead." Ever since the cage bird seal was removed, Niji no longer wanted to comment on Hinata's personality. But the fact that his own father had been sacrificed by the main family in Konoha, sent to die for nothing, remained a wound he could not heal. "Are you an idiot?" Gaara shouted. "How foolish, activating the Byakugan in front of the Hyuga clan. Did you forget Hinata might notice your cage bird seal is gone? Wait. Oh no." Suddenly, Niji realized he had been too arrogant. A branch family member without the cage bird seal. The moment Hinata activated her Byakugan in the exam hall, every Konoha ninja present would seize him immediately. Damn it. Gentle fist art. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. With a swift strike, Niji landed a palm on Hinata before she had a chance to activate her Byakugan. Another blow landed right after. Then, Niji unleashed dozens of successive strikes. Each one landed precisely on Hinata's chakra points, deliberately blocking her from activating her Byakugan. "Surrender, Lady Hinata, or you'll die." "Damn it, Hinata, don't give up." Naruto Uzumaki gripped the railing, glaring at Niji, who had attacked without warning. Fury burned in his chest. Attacking by surprise, what kind of coward does that? "You jerk, Naruto-kun." Lying on the ground, Hinata's consciousness grew hazy. Niji said coldly, "Give it up, Lady Hinata. I've sealed your chakra points. If you don't want to die, just stay quietly at home and be your family's lucky charm." Why? Her chakra was sealed, so why could she still move? "See that, Gaara?" Shukaku spoke with a tone of feigned wisdom. If it weren't for Niji Hyuga's taunts and that blonde kid, Hinata Hyuga would never have managed to stand back up. But why is that? Kankuro was puzzled. Why is it that when someone taunts a beaten opponent, or when someone else cheers them on, a person who should be finished suddenly finds new strength? Shukaku put on airs as he replied, "That's something you'll have to figure out for yourselves. Just like your father did. He understood the lessons I taught, and that's why my truths are in your textbooks today." "All right then." Shukaku secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, if I really knew the answer, I would have used it ages ago to beat Kurama senseless. Buoyed by Naruto Uzumaki's encouragement, Hinata Hyuga managed to stand up once more. "Brother Niji, this is what you asked for." Niji Hyuga's eyes narrowed with cruelty as he saw chakra surge from Hinata's body into her eyes. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. "If I can't seal your chakra, then I'll just..." Earth style, hound head wall. In a flash, a figure appeared in front of Hinata, shielding her. Kakashi used ninjutsu without hesitation, blocking Niji's attack. Might Guy, Kurenai Yuhi, and Hate Gecko all rushed to Niji's side, forming a solid barrier between him and Hinata. Niji, that's enough. You promised me you wouldn't let the main family matters cause conflict with others, Might Guy said gravely. Just now, Niji's strike was headed straight for Hinata's heart. Had they not intervened, Hinata would have died on the spot. Niji asked bitterly why. Why are even the other Jonin getting involved now? Is this some special privilege for the main family? The main family. Always the main family. He remembered how, when Kitetsu died a gruesome death, even the proctor hadn't moved to help. Yet here, the proctor, his own teacher, Hinata's team leader, and even unrelated Kakashi all appear to stand in his way. What was the point of staying in a village like this? The blatant disparity only fueled Niji's frustration and resentment. That's up. Behind Kakashi, Hinata suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed as she forcibly activated her Byakugan. Her Byakugan faded away the moment she hit the ground. Hinata. The blonde kid dashed to Hinata's side in an instant. Nah, Naruto. Hinata's eyelids grew heavier and heavier, her voice barely a whisper. Hey, dead last over there. Niji withdrew his attack and addressed Naruto. If you call yourself a ninja, stop doing foolish things like cheering others on. A ninja's strength isn't something that can be changed with just a few words. If it weren't for Naruto, Hyuga Niji was confident that Hinata would have collapsed right after taking his 64 palms. Naruto stared hard at Hyuga Niji. Want to give a try? I'll be waiting for you in the third round of the exam. With a mocking smile, Hyuga Niji turned and walked away. That is, if you can even make it through this round. I heard Hyuga Niji is the Hyuga clan's greatest genius. He really is impressive. Kankuro spoke with some wariness. For a puppeteer, the weakest point was always the body, and Hyuga Niji's attacks were lightning fast. What's more, judging by how effortlessly Hyuga Niji moved, he clearly hadn't even used his full strength. If Kankuro were to face him, defeat seemed inevitable. He's just too ruthless, though, Temari commented. If he weren't ruthless, Hyuga Niji would be the one dead on the floor, Shukaku said knowingly. The Hyuga clan clearly once had a way to break the caged bird seal, but for the sake of Konoha's strategy and the main family's lofty status, they destroyed the solution and claimed to the world that there was no cure. I've heard that the current Hyuga clan head has 2 daughters. But in the main family, whether it's the elders or the clan leader's direct line, only one heir can succeed. The other is branded with the caged bird seal at the age of 3. Kabuto recalled the intelligence in his memory. But from what I know, neither of the clan leader's daughters have been marked with the caged bird seal. Isn't he afraid the branch family will rebel? Gaara asked in astonishment. The main family controls the caged bird seal. How could the branch family possibly rebel? Niji ignored his own teacher and walked straight over to the Sand Ninja's side. The moment even a trace of rebellion appears, the main family can form a hand seal and destroy the Byakugan, leaving the branch member wishing for death. For the main family, the rule about branding the seal at age 3 means absolutely nothing, Niji stated with certainty. Because of Hayashi Hyuga's decision, all the main family elders followed his example. If the clan head refuses to brand his younger daughter, how could the elders not follow suit? Originally, only the clan head and the eldest sons of the 5 elders were spared the caged bird seal. But now, just from what Niji knew, there were already more than a dozen people without it. The branch family, however, lived a very different reality. Whenever a child was born, the entire process was monitored by the main family, and then the caged bird seal was branded. As for the main family's children, who would dare spy on them? Shukaku grumbled inwardly. Kid, we really don't care about your Hyuga clan's business. What was wrong with Hyuga Niji? Was he an idiot? Gaara's outburst just now had already drawn Konoha's suspicion. Now Niji was coming directly over to them. Was he trying to make it obvious to Konoha that there was something shady between them? I'm not interested in the Hyuga main house. Just a bunch of cowards clinging to life, Niji Hyuga said, his mind sharp as ever. But I'm looking forward to facing you. Niji extended his hand, his eyes burning with anticipation as he looked at Gaara. Is this the resolve to test oneself against the strong? Hiruzen Sarutobi withdrew his gaze, regret flickering in his eyes. If only you had mastered rotation and possessed chakra reserves like Naruto's, you might actually stand a chance. Rotation's absolute defense is formidable. If Niji had enough chakra, he could endure a long battle. But alas, Sarutobi didn't know that Niji had already mastered rotation. After all, for someone so young to have already mastered 64 palms, and even air palm, Niji Hyuga had surpassed every Hyuga prodigy since the founding of the Hidden Leaf. Gaara extended his own hand. If you don't have any secret techniques left, I'd suggest you spar with my older brother instead. Gaara's voice was soft. Yet in this moment, with Hinata being carried away for treatment and all eyes fixed on the ruthless Niji Hyuga, Gaara's gentle words cut through the tension like a sudden breeze. Don't worry, I have tricks of my own. Niji replied with a smile. Even though I know I can't truly match you, I still want to see just how strong you are. A glance out the window revealed the Sans monument. Beside it, the body of a ninja about Hiruzen Tsurutobi's age, lying as if fate itself had dealt Leaf Village a stinging slap. And yet, Leaf couldn't even retrieve Marusei Gasuk's body. All the ninja villages were watching, waiting for Leaf to make a misstep. Gaara said, perhaps your secret technique would be best tested against my sister. Just moments ago, Niji had been stopped by the Leaf's special jonin, Hate Gecko, which meant Niji's true strength had not yet reached that level. If you did the math, Temari, who had mastered the Rasengan, could match up with Niji, and it would come down to who would falter first. We could try, though there's no guarantee you'll even be able to land a hit, Temari nodded. The Hyuga clan's offensive style was too straightforward. Their only long-range attack was the 8 trigrams air palm, and as long as she kept her distance from Niji, she could keep him at bay with ease. Next match, Kiba Inuzuka versus Naruto Uzumaki. Hate Gecko looked at the display panel. Naruto, sorry, but I have to defeat you to avenge Hinata. Kiba called out, already moving with impressive speed. Like Naruto, Kiba had entered the arena as soon as Hinata was injured. Seeing Hinata's wounds, Kiba was furious. He was determined to teach Niji Hyuga a lesson he would never forget. Hyuga's grudge, I'll be the one to settle it. Naruto's gaze was steady, his hand still stained with the blood Hinata had coughed up just moments before. It was because of him that Hinata had managed to rise again after being defeated, enduring even more severe injuries. So let's settle this with our skills. Kiba Inuzuka bared his teeth. Akamaru, let's go. Woof. Woof. Kurenai, get ready to call the medics, Asuma Tsurutobi said, unease in his voice as he watched Naruto, who seemed so different from usual. He remembered the time in the Land of Waves. Back then, when Naruto's vast chakra occasionally erupted in the form of wind release, even Asuma himself had to dodge its power. But now, in this state, Naruto was on a completely different level. Kiba Inuzuka had no chance against him now. Didn't Kakashi teach Naruto anything? If all he can do is shadow clone jutsu, he won't be a match for Kiba, Kurenai remarked in surprise. Everyone knew that, in Kakashi's eyes, only Sasuke Uchiha really mattered. A real case of favoritism, no doubt. How could a Naruto, who only knew shadow clones, possibly stand up to Kiba Inuzuka? Well, actually back in the Land of Waves, I secretly taught Naruto a wind release technique. I haven't told the old man about it yet, Asuma confided quietly. He was afraid of getting an earful himself. After all, he wasn't Naruto's team leader, and a certain someone hiding in the sewers and fearing assassination was always keeping a close eye on the Jinchuriki. Naruto, I'm coming for you. Sorry, Kiba, I can't even control this jutsu myself right now, so... Naruto braced his unsettled stomach, focused intently, and formed the hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. And as he did, there was also a rather awkward sound mixed in. He would not allow himself even the slightest mistake. A massive whirlwind erupted from Naruto's mouth. Though wind release, great breakthrough was only a C-rank jutsu. The force it unleashed depended on how much chakra the user poured into it. Asuma Tsurutobi explained, compared to more difficult B-rank or even A-rank jutsu, this great breakthrough is the technique Naruto has mastered best. Of course, he'd also taught Naruto wind release, pressure damage, but unlike the simple gust of great breakthrough, pressure damage was far too dangerous to use against people. You gotta be kidding. That's a wind release jutsu. Sasuke Uchiha's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this really the same dropout from before? Ugh, why does this wind release stink so bad? Kiba Inuzuka had no chance to resist. The great breakthrough sent him crashing straight into the wall. Thud. Damn it, Naruto's playing dirty. Kiba fumed inwardly. He could have dodged Naruto's hand signs. But the sudden sour stench completely threw him off his game. I'll be back for this. Woof woof. Honestly, why didn't Kiba dodge? Kurenai Yuhi looked frustrated, but all she could do was call for the medical ninja to go look for Kiba Inuzuka. Oh wow, that little blonde kid's strength. Temari was clearly surprised. A C-rank ninjutsu with such power. He's growing fast. No wonder Gaara, you found him interesting back then. So fast. Well, he is from the Uzumaki clan, Kabuto Yakushi remarked. The Uzumaki are famous for their massive chakra reserves, and, on top of that, he's got the strongest of the tailed beasts. He glanced at Shukaku, and seeing the one tail was completely unbothered, Kabuto continued. He's the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Konoha practically wanted everyone to know Naruto was the Nine Tails host. They even called him the demon fox outright. So Kabuto had no qualms about saying it openly, causing the surrounding sand shinobi to turn their attention to Naruto Uzumaki. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki. I remember Shukaku mentioning something in the Land of Waves about Kakashi's student. Now that you mention it, I think our own village has a tail beast too, right? The one tail. It sounds like it's the weakest of the bunch, but I've never actually seen it, Kankuro said carelessly. Kankuro, you sure are bold. Temari shot him a look filled with pity. Hearing Kankuro's words, Shukaku's fur bristled, but he held himself back. Because what came next was much more interesting. He was looking forward to seeing the remaining two contestants. As for Kankuro, well, there'd be time to deal with him back in the village. Kabuto, meanwhile, instinctively edged a little away from Kankuro. The one-tail isn't the weakest of the tailed beasts. In our village, the second Kazakage's research on the one-tail led to the creation of sand manipulation techniques and the magnet release. In fact, Master Bunpuku and Elder Fu's sealing arts were also developed from studying the one-tail. These weren't secrets. The older generation of ninja all knew this. The 5 great shinobi villages were well aware of these facts. Iwagakure also conducted studies on the four tails and, by combining fire and earth, developed the lava-release Kekii Genkai, much like the four tails Jinchuriki. The other villages, though, didn't have that kind of expertise. So that's how it is, Kankuro exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. So the strength of a tailed beast isn't determined by how many tails it has. I always thought we ended up with the weakest one because our village was the weakest. Shukaku. Are you an idiot? It's right there in the records of the second Kazakage. Temari, understanding the truth, grabbed Kankuro by the ear. Stop burying yourself in your puppetry all the time. Fool. All right, I get it. Kankuro curled his lip in disdain. But that little blonde kid's jutsu. Hinata Niji, you're not actually going to lose to him, are you? A mere dropout, Niji replied. Though there was a hint of shock in his Byakugan, he didn't seem troubled. His hand seals aren't even that practiced. If Kiba Inuzuka hadn't charged in headlong, he could have easily dodged the attack. Besides, against an absolute defense. With the full power of his Byakugan, Niji felt confident that his rotation would become even more refined in a month's time. Absolute defense. The Hyuga clan's rotation? If I recall, that's a secret technique reserved only for the main family. Kabuto suppressed his curiosity. Still unaware that Niji's cage bird seal had been removed, he couldn't help but find Niji's attitude puzzling. Now, on to the final match, the proctor announced. Lee, this is your moment. Might Guy gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. Though Niji was strong, it was Rock Lee whom Guy considered his most cherished student. This time, I give you permission to remove your weights. Lee saluted. But, Guy-sensei, you said I should only do that to protect someone important. It's fine. I'm giving you the go-ahead. Guy pointed at Zila. He's just like you, a pure taijutsu user. Wearing your weights would be disrespectful. Take them off and give us an all-out, exhilarating fight. Ah, ha-ha. Lee let out an awkward chuckle, but his eyes were shining as he began unwrapping the bandages from his legs. Are those weights? Someone gasped. How boring. Kankuro scoffed, watching Lee handle the weights. Just useless training. Temari's gaze was full of scorn. He's only taking off some heavy objects. There's no way he's a match for Zila. Boom. Kankuro, what the? Is that an earthquake? Kabuto, Temari, Garon. Kabuto pinched the bridge of his nose. That's not an earthquake. That's just the tremor from him dropping his weights. Could they be any more embarrassing? With so many people watching? No way. You've got to be kidding, someone cried out. That bowl-cut guy, Kankuro ground his teeth. He'd always thought that green-haired kid looked like a fool, but he'd never guessed he was carrying such heavy weights. Fila. Don't worry. I won't lose, Zila declared, eyes burning with fighting spirit as he saw Lee's transformation. If you're not holding back, neither will I. Boom. Once again, the central tower trembled. Are they even human? Sakura stared in disbelief, her eyes wide and unfocused. That bowl-cut boy who'd confessed to her, he was actually this strong? Even when Sasuke gave it his all he managed was a few cracks in the floor. Thank goodness, I didn't run into them. Shikamaru Nara breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the only person he'd encountered was the now weakened Misumi Tsurugi. Though he felt a little guilty for taking advantage of Misumi's good intentions, he knew that if he didn't win, his entire team would be wiped out. For the sake of Asuma-sensei's reputation, he had no choice but to use strategy to secure victory. God is out of control, and that sand kid is just as bad. Kakashi looked on with his trademark bored expression. These two kids really aren't afraid of being crushed by all that extra weight, huh? Ahem, you too. Take it easy. Hey, Gecko coughed gently. I can't guarantee I'll be able to save you if things get out of hand. He was a swordsman, not a powerhouse. His fighting style was more akin to the samurai of the Land of Iron. Stronger than most ninja, sure, but not on the level of these two monsters before him. Ahem. With the weights they're carrying, they'd probably flatten me in an instant. This is a headache. With your strength, why bother taking the Chunin exam at all? Lucky you two drew each other. Otherwise, who knows how many kids you'd have kicked into the hospital. Hey you, stop rambling, and let's get started already. Sasuke Uchiha stared in astonishment at Zilluo and Rock Lee. Especially at Lee. Damn it. Why do I feel like I couldn't even beat the loser from last year? Thank goodness I didn't agree to spar with him earlier. Otherwise, I'd have been in for a beating. Sasuke had no illusions that his half-baked skills could defeat the Rock Lee standing before him now. Just the speed Lee showed after dropping his weights. From the second floor to the arena, Sasuke had to activate his Sharingan just to follow the movement. Zilluo was no different. But seeing it was one thing. Keeping up was entirely another. Sasuke knew full well there was no way he could match their speed. Alright then, let's begin. Hey, Gecko quickly stepped back. Honestly, I'm curious to see how your match turns out. Guy-sensei, is this what youth is all about? Go for it, Lee. Guy's gaze was filled with encouragement, but there was a trace of shock as well. He hadn't expected that, besides Lee, someone else had also undergone such inhuman weighted training. Yes, Guy-sensei. Come on. With a crash, then a thud, the two clashed at blinding speed. Their immense strength sent shards of broken floor tiles flying into the air with each collision, remnants from when they'd hit the ground with their training weights. Tintin leaned over the railing. Was this really the same Lee she'd always known, the perennial underdog? So, during that fight against the Sound Ninja, he hadn't been using even a fraction of his true power. At a Leaf Hurricane, unable to gain the upper hand in their exchange, Lee launched a sweeping kick straight at Zilluo. But as Zilluo pulled away to prepare a new move, he had already completely grasped Rock Lee's actions. Strange, his chakra. Why does it look like owl feathers? Hyuga Niji watched Zilluo, who had assumed a peculiar stance. It's starting, that's Zilluo's own original technique, the bane of all taijutsu fighters. Gaara whispered. The silent palm technique. That was something Gaara only came to understand after the fact. The bane of taijutsu fighters? The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Where once the two were evenly matched, now Zilluo had taken the initiative, launching attack after attack, while Rock Lee could only defend and endure. Without the sound or vibration of Zilluo's punches, Rock Lee had no idea where the next strike would come from. Helpless, Rock Lee could only take the blows. This technique is exquisite. I never expected someone from the Sand Village to master such a unique skill. Might Guy affirmed Zilluo's prowess. If it were him, with his deep knowledge of taijutsu, he could unravel the silent palm technique in no time. But for Lee, of course, Zilluo is a true genius in taijutsu. Kankuro boasted. He can't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, so he poured everything into mastering taijutsu. This silent palm technique was actually something he planned to use against you guys in the survival trial. As he spoke, Kankuro glanced meaningfully at Hyuga Niji. The taijutsu class, naturally you were the targets. It was just a shame that the second exam ended so quickly. Shishio didn't even get a chance to show his full strength before he'd already secured the Heaven and Earth scrolls. If that's all, it's not enough to scare me, said Hyuga Niji, who was used to facing Rock Lee. He'd observed Lee with his Byakugan before and knew about the weights Lee wore. He hadn't expected them to be so heavy, but it was still within his grasp. As long as he could keep up with Lee's speed, defend against his attacks, and land a well-timed strike to the chakra points, his chances of winning were high. I hope you're still laughing later, Kankuro shrugged. To be honest, Zilluo's only been at the Ninja Academy for a few months. He's still a freshman. Hyuga Niji. Chakra point strikes. Back on the battlefield, Rock Lee was making mistake after mistake. He'd even let Zilluo seal off his chakra using the silent palm technique. The match is decided. Once his chakra is sealed, even a taijutsu ninja's strength drops considerably. But how did he manage to strike the chakra points? He doesn't even have the Byakugan. Hyuga Niji withdrew his gaze. Striking chakra points isn't an exclusive skill of the Gentle Fist or the Hyuga clan, but for others to learn it, they must memorize all 361 chakra points in detail. Moreover, that's not all, because everyone's height, weight, age, and other factors differ. The precise location of each chakra point varies subtly from person to person. Generally speaking, aside from experienced medical ninja, no one would bother with such tedious details. As for Zilluo, it was clear he was just a taijutsu specialist. For a taijutsu user, being able to remember the most important chakra points on their own body is already an impressive feat. Of course, it all comes down to instinct, Kankuro said, his tone brimming with pride. Temari couldn't take it any longer. You've got some nerve. You're a puppet master, Something even half-trained medical ninja can't fully grasp, but Zilluo managed it. Have a little shame, won't you? Niji Hyuga. So, you haven't mastered it yourself, have you? This is trouble. Guy. No, Kakashi, Lee still has a chance. Having witnessed Niji's previous match against Hinata, Might Guy refrained from shouting out loud to give so-called support from the sidelines. He knew that, during a match, any hints from a third party could drastically alter the outcome. Fairness would then cease to exist. A chance. Kakashi glanced over several times, but couldn't see what Guy meant. Then, as if something struck him, he exclaimed, Guy, don't tell me you taught that move to the kid. That child is a genius of hard work. Guy recalled his first encounter with Rock Lee. Every single moment, Lee was training himself. Sometimes his dedication was so intense, it intimidated even Guy, Tintin, and Niji. Might Guy understood. For someone like Lee, no matter how much he trained, the most he could hope for was to become a taijutsu jonin. Competing with the true prodigies seemed impossible. There was only one technique, a single move, that could give taijutsu users like them a chance to turn the tables. Even if that brilliance lasted just an instant. The 8 gates released formation. First gate, gate of opening, open. Finding a brief opening, Rock Lee shouted at the top of his lungs. But the surge of chakra he expected did not come. What the? Was it because his chakra points were sealed, making it impossible to open the gates? If that's the case, Rock Lee's face grew determined. This is the technique I've saved just to defeat Niji. Now I have no choice but to use it. Let's see it then. Zilluo halted his attack. He was genuinely curious. If Lee couldn't break free from his silent palm technique and had his chakra point sealed, what move could he possibly use to retaliate? Second gate, gate of rest, open. Third gate, gate of life, open. Fourth gate, gate of pain, open. Rock Lee gritted his teeth. It wasn't until he forced open the third gate that he finally felt his strength begin to surge, flowing through him in an unstoppable tide. A green aura shimmered around his body. But Rock Lee knew, even at the third gate, he might not be a match for his opponent. After all, Zilluo hadn't revealed any of his own trump cards yet. What incredible power! I have to admit, this bowl-cut kid's got something special. Temari's face showed surprise. His strength was already enough to completely crush Kankuro, leaving him no chance to fight back. Even she wouldn't be able to withstand Rock Lee's current assault. Be a Kugan boy. This is something left for you. Are you confident you can handle it? Niji Hyuga fell silent. Whether or not I'm confident, I know this much. I'll be sure to thank his entire family for this. Guy, the 8 gates technique, opening the first 3 just burdens the body. But with the 4th gate, the body is already being harmed. How many gates can that child open now? 5 gates. My guy lowered his head. In just 1 year, he's reached the 5th gate. Kakashi couldn't help but lift his headband, revealing his Sharingan to gaze at Rock Lee. I won't ask what that child means to you, and I won't tell you to set your feelings aside. But you need to know your limits. I misjudged you, Guy. This could be fatal. No matter how talented Lee is in taijutsu, his young body isn't suited for the 8 gates formation. And what do you really know about that child? For the first time ever, Might Guy opened his eyes wide and argued with Kakashi. All you see is Sasuke. But Lee, he has something he's willing to stake his life on to prove and protect. That's why I want him to become a man who can defend what matters to him. That's all. I don't know much about this 8 gates technique. A voice cut in. Zishio had appeared behind Guy, having watched the fight from the sidelines. But even if this taijutsu only temporarily boosts strength at the expense of the body, it's the same resolve. Even if it kills him, Zilluo wants to prove and protect what he believes in. Lamenting the misfortune of one's birth is meaningless, because misfortune is part of life, and we only get one life to live. After learning about Zilluo's circumstances, everyone in their class developed deep respect for this young teacher. Complaining about life's hardships accomplishes nothing. What they could do was try to make their own lives luckier in whatever way possible. Zilluo, in name, is just my and Yeno's teammate. In reality, he's our teacher, the one who guides our taijutsu training. Zishio continued. He hadn't witnessed all of Zilluo's effort firsthand. But Chiwano from their class had been watching Zilluo since he was 6 years old. Day after day, year after year. When their classmates were finally brought by Chiwano to see where Zilluo trained, that's when they realized just what this little teacher, whose path had been delayed for 5 years, had really been through. Kakashi was once again shocked. So young, and already a teacher? Are you sure this won't mislead the students? But the power of the 8 gates technique isn't something that can be defeated so easily. Might Guy spoke in a deep, resolute voice. From the first time he met Zila, he could already see it. The strength radiating from Zila. That was the kind of strength that comes only from constant taijutsu training. Yet, taijutsu alone, cannot rely solely on brute force. After all, the Sand Village had never been famed for its taijutsu. The 8 gates, a technique forbidden for its danger, had even surpassed the taijutsu of the Hidden Cloud. The one who will win will definitely be Zila. My guy fell silent for a moment. He actually broke through my chakra point attack. Zila was a bit surprised, but above all, he was exhilarated. In the Sand Village, there were so few who would even dare to face him in pure taijutsu. The 7 breaths technique, first activation, second activation, third activation. Boom! A surge of energy, even fiercer than Rock Lee's when he opened the 4th gate, erupted from Zila's body. What is that? Niji Hyuga was stunned. He'd already been shocked by Rock Lee's power. Now, this Zila was just as formidable? Zila has mastered a secret taijutsu, the 7 breaths technique. A trace of admiration flickered across Gaara's face. When he left the Sand Village, Zila had only managed to reach the 2nd activation. Now, Zila had taken another step forward. In terms of taijutsu, he simply couldn't catch up to Zila anymore. 7 breaths technique? Could it be? A suspicion formed in Niji's mind. Earlier, Shishio had said that Zila was their teacher. If someone so young could be the class instructor, could it be that Zila was actually the creator of the 7 breaths technique? Otherwise, Niji just couldn't understand what had earned Zila the right to teach at the Ninja Academy. Huh. Leaf Lotus. Bang. Crash. While everyone else was still reeling from the overwhelming energy surging from Rock Lee and Zila, the two clashed once more. But this time, with the 3rd activation unlocked, Zila's speed surpassed even Rock Lee with 4 gates open. As Lee unleashed the Leaf Lotus, Zila appeared behind him in an instant, his fist aimed at Lee's back. Lee crossed his arms to block the attack, but still staggered back several paces. Realizing his move had failed, Lee understood. Opening the 4th gate alone would not be enough to defeat his opponent. So, after putting some distance between them, 5th gate, Gate of Limit, open. Lee still couldn't fully master the 5th gate, and the backlash hit him with a wave of pain. Yet the power boost was immense. Where he'd struggled to keep up with Zila's speed before, now, in a flash, he surpassed him. Sasuke Uchiha felt his Sharingan straining to keep up. Can't see a thing. Absolutely nothing. How could they be this powerful? Leaning over the railing, Jizya exclaimed, Zilyuo's actually been pushed back. Are you kidding me? That's Zilyuo, the one who could outmatch Gaara in pure taijutsu. No, saying pushed back isn't quite accurate. Out of everyone on the 2nd floor, my guy was one of the few who could truly follow the action. Lee can't keep the Gate of Pain open for long, but Zilyuo from your village has mastered the 3rd activation of his 7 days breathing technique perfectly. He's not the same as Rock Lee. Even at the 4th gate, Lee's body was already starting to show signs of strain. And when he opened the 5th gate, the burden on his body became so overwhelming that he simply couldn't maintain it for long. But when Zilyuo opened the 3rd activation, his body didn't suffer any serious consequences. Clearly, the compatibility between Zilyuo and the 7 days breathing technique is much higher, while Lee seems less attuned to the 8 gates. Of course, the 5th gate of the 8 gates formation is still stronger than the 3rd activation of the 7 days breathing technique. Lee, don't give up. Might Guy silently cheered him on in his heart. Zilyuo. Gaara fought the urge to intervene. Now, let the lotus of the Leaf Village bloom. Lee's eyes turned white as he let out a thunderous shout and charged forward, defenses forgotten. I will not lose. Zilyuo flipped through the air and landed steadily. Though he'd been forced to defend more than attack since Lee opened the 5th gate, he'd still managed to wound Lee several times earlier on. Dodging another of Lee's hidden lotus attacks, Zilyuo chose to face him head-on. A taijutsu ninja should fight up front. Their clash became a display of raw, violent beauty. A deafening impact shook the arena. Dust billowed everywhere. One figure collapsed, the other swayed unsteadily. At last, it's over. Hey Gecko suddenly appeared out of nowhere. But who remained? The question lingered in everyone's minds. As the dust began to settle, the standing figure finally toppled over. Lee. My guy rushed to scoop Lee into his arms, shouting, Where are the medical need? Hurry. Zilyuo. Yuno immediately covered Zilyuo with a healing jellyfish of water she'd prepared. Quick, get them on the stretchers. The Leafs medics hurried over. Fortunately, no critical damage, but they'll be bedridden for at least half a month. So, who actually won this match? As the two were carried away, a new question emerged. Looking at where they'd fallen in the crater, Lee was the last one standing. But clearly, Lee didn't have the strength to claim final victory. A fitful cough broke the silence. Moonlight Hate briefly consulted the 3rd Hokage before announcing, since neither of the two can continue until the end, this match is declared a draw. Both of them eliminated. What? Both of them could be eliminated? Sasuke Uchiha's face flushed with embarrassment. If both Rock Lee and Zilluo could be eliminated, then all his own combo attacks amounted to nothing more than cracking the floor. What did that even mean in comparison? Those two, just by trading blows with their fists, could shatter the ground and kick up so much dust that you couldn't even see what was happening. That's right, Moonlight Hay confirmed. Sometimes luck is a kind of strength too. Zilluo and Rock Lee, if they had faced anyone other than Niji Hyuga, would have been certain to advance. But as fate would have it, they ran into each other. To be honest, Hiruzen Sarutobi's original plan was to eliminate these two taijutsu specialists together, since the lords and nobles, ordinary people, couldn't keep up with the speed of taijutsu users. But no one expected that both of them would push their limits beyond belief. Zilluo really is unlucky, Gaara sighed. He'd been hoping to test his skills against Zilluo again. Now, for the next announcement, Moonlight Hate continued. The candidates advancing to the third exam are Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, Sasuke Uchiha, Reino, Shikamaru Nara, Shino Aburame, Naruto Uzumaki, and Niji Hyuga. That's a total of 9 contestants. So, we'll need to add an extra elimination match to reduce the number by 1. Moonlight Hate coughed twice. This is why I said, luck is also a form of strength. At this point, many contestants weren't in their best condition. Shikamaru Nara had almost depleted his chakra, and Reino had given all his medical supplies to Zilluo. If either of them was selected, their elimination would be almost certain. Reino, be careful. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said, this supposedly absolutely fair display board is actually manipulated behind the scenes. The real goal is to weed out the weaker candidates. Most of the matchups had clearly been one-sided, except for the Naruto Uzumaki versus Kiba Inuzuka match, which should have been evenly matched. Other than that, it was always one strong versus one weak. The draw between Rock Lee and Zilluo was such a surprise that not even the third Hokage had foreseen it. If I get chosen, I'll just forfeit. There's no point in me advancing, Reino muttered. Reino versus Shino Aburame. Kabuto glanced at the big screen, a faint hint of mockery curling at his lips. Just as he had predicted. As a new generation of the Nara clan, Shikamaru had a sharp mind, and his shadow possession jutsu was a flashy, crowd-pleasing technique. For the lords and nobles who didn't understand much about shinobi arts, this would be a very entertaining match to watch. On the contrary, it was Yunai, an unassuming medical ninja whose only offensive technique was the water mantis, lacking even a fraction of Tsunade's destructive power. Her elimination seemed inevitable. I forfeit, Yunai said, raising her hand without hesitation. Huh, came a puzzled reply. Are you sure about this? Hey, Gecko asked coolly. This round of matchups have been arranged only after a thorough assessment of both sides' abilities. Yunai's combat prowess was minimal. Aburame Shino could easily secure a win. He could even end the career of a promising healer in one stroke. Especially for a girl, the trauma of being swarmed and bitten by insects could leave lasting scars, emotional as well as physical. It was expected that Yunai, for the sake of Sunagaku's honor, would at least try to hold her ground. No one anticipated such a decisive surrender. I'm sure, Yunai replied. I don't need any more insect bites marring my skin. Her mind wandered to the red-haired figure she'd encountered in the Forest of Death. She wondered how he was faring now. Bite marks were unsightly, a lesson she learned all too well from that redhead, whose body was covered in scars that couldn't be erased. Well, all right then. Seeing the third Hokage nod in approval, Hate Gecko had no choice but to accept her decision. Thus, the final roster of contestants advancing from the preliminaries was set. The favorites for the championship, Gaara, Temari, and Niji Hyuga. The seeded contestants, Sasuke Uchiha, Kankuro, and Shino Aburame. The wild card, Shikamaru Nara, the perennial underachiever. And the unpredictable dark horse, Naruto Uzumaki. No one quite knew how Kiba Inuzuka had lost, but as the central referee, Hate had caught a whiff of the stench at the heart of it. The Inuzuka clan was renowned for their keen sense of smell. Even he found the odor nearly unbearable. For Kiba, it must have been like facing a custom-made poison gas bomb. Thus, he labeled Naruto Uzumaki as the most unpredictable contestant, capable of anything on a given day. All right, would the 8 finalists please step forward? Hate Gecko produced a box. To ensure fairness, before you leave, each of you will draw a number from this box to determine your matchups. I thought the electronic scoreboard was supposed to be completely fair. Why not use that? Naruto asked, confusion written all over his face. Why go through all this trouble? Just draw your number already. Idiot. Sasuke grabbed Naruto by the collar and yanked him forward. Having been the first to take the exam, Sasuke understood all too well. Fairness was an illusion. Had he gone second or third, the curse mark side effect would have overwhelmed him. leading to defeat or even a forced withdrawal. He knew the electronic display was anything but fair. To keep things fair, we'll reverse the order for drawing numbers, following the match schedule, Hey Gecko announced, bringing the box first to Shino Aburame. Shino Aburame, without hesitation, reached in and drew out a slip of paper. Number 6. Your turn. Naruto glared furiously at Neji Hyuga. He was determined to take this guy down. Number 1. Neji paid no mind to Naruto's hostile gaze, but when he saw the number in his hand, a faint, confident smile crept onto his lips. Number 2. What? Asuma Sarutobi started in surprise. This was trouble. Right now, Naruto was no match for Neji Hyuga. As the third Hokage's son, Asuma Sarutobi knew quite a bit, like the reason Naruto struggled to control his chakra. But he was also aware of his own limitations. The influence of the Nine Tails on Naruto was not something he could resolve. Naruto, Uzumaki shouted, seething with anger. I swear I'll beat you. People who only talk big don't live long. Neji replied with a cold, mocking laugh. What a headache. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned in deep concern. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. The box was supposed to be protected by a barrier to prevent the Byakugan from peeking, and Neji hadn't even activated it. So how could the odds be this uncanny? He'd hoped Neji would defeat Temari and win glory for the Leaf, and that, under Jiraiya's guidance, Naruto would have a spectacular breakthrough and take down Gaara. As for Sasuke, he'd already stopped expecting much. After all, when Kakashi was training Sasuke to awaken his Sharingan, Sasuke did awaken it. But what Hiruzen hadn't anticipated was, in one eye, Sasuke had a single tomo, in the other, 2 tomo. Hiruzen could only mutter that he'd seen it all. All his life, he'd never known that an Uchiha could awaken their eyes in such a way. It was like a cow refusing to give birth. Something must be wrong with the cow. He knew for certain that Sasuke's eyes were his own originals, not some patchwork of someone else's 2 tomo Sharingan. So, faced with such an oddball as Sasuke, Hiruzen honestly didn't know what to say. But now, with the 2 people he'd pinned his hopes on drawn together, all he could do was pray that Sasuke, the first in history to awaken his Sharingan halfway, might bring about some unexpected change. Let's see. Shikamaru frowned. Number 3. What a drag. Hopefully, I don't end up facing that guy. Shikamaru was a bit worried. If he drew Gaara, he might not even get the chance to surrender. Number 7. Sasuke called, pulling out a slip and tossing it to Hey Gecko. All right, my turn. Kankuro stepped forward. I heard you awaken the Sharingan. If I could just draw number 8, that would be perfect. Kankuro wasn't particularly driven by the desire to win, but he was seriously curious to see the Sharingan in action. Back in a land of waves, just a single glance from Itachi Uchiha had forced them to retreat from the battlefield with Baki without question. That incident made him even more intrigued by the Sharingan. What is it about the Sharingan that inspires such fear and caution in others? Just wait and see. Sasuke's lips curled into a faint, confident smile. Now that I've awakened my Sharingan, every move you make will be revealed to these eyes of mine. Kankuro, number 8. Oh, interesting. I didn't expect you to be the first one picked. Now, only Temari and Gaara remained. Whether it was Shikamaru or Shino Aburame, both of them instinctively began to pray. Very well, I hereby announce the matchups for the 3rd round of the exam. As soon as Temari drew her number, Hey Gecko closed the box and set it aside. Naruto Uzumaki versus Neji Hyuga. Shikamaru Nara versus Temari. Gaara versus Shino Aburame. Sasuke Uchiha versus Kankuro. Wait, I have a question. Shikamaru raised his hand. Since the 3rd round is an elimination tournament, does that mean only one of us will become a Chunin? If that were the case, he was already considering forfeiting. There was no way he could win anyway. Of course not, Hiruzen Sarutobi explained. In the official Chunin matches, every fight is displayed before an audience, including prominent lords, nobles, and wealthy magnates. After all, these people are the main clients who ensure the livelihood of the ninja. Take someone like Tazuna, for example. If it weren't for the connection with the Land of Fire, he would have long been blacklisted. The official matches will begin in 1 month. This gives everyone ample time to prepare. During this time, Konoha will send word to the lords and nobles of each nation that the preliminaries have concluded and invite them to attend. A month would be more than enough for a carriage to travel from the capital of the Wind Country to Konoha. The Wind Country's capital lies near the river-rich northeastern region bordering the Land of Rivers, making it the closest of the 4 great nations to Konoha. As for the smaller villages neighboring Konoha, they would arrive even earlier. During this interim period, the contestants were free to manage their own time. Naturally, this was partly because Konoha itself was hosting the joint Chunin exams. Hiruzen Sarutobi was well aware that the longer his own village hosted the exams, the more favorable it would be for Konoha's participants. Of course, Konoha wouldn't be so petty as to deny training grounds to the other candidates. But would non-Konoha contestants dare to show their full abilities while training here? Impossible. After all, this was Konoha. Even if protective barriers were set up, there was no telling when a Konoha ninja might barge in under some pretense to keep an eye on them. Rather than risking their training being disrupted, the various ninja villages have always refrained from carrying out intensive training during this 1-month period. But the Konoha candidates don't share these concerns. Ninjas from other villages can't just wander around Konoha, so this month often gives Konoha's ninja a chance to make incredible progress. Any gaps that existed before can be erased completely. For some geniuses, mastering a powerful A-rank jutsu within this time could even grant them destructive power surpassing that of Chunin. Of course, actual combat experience is another matter entirely. So that's how it is. It turns out the Chunin exams have this kind of rule, though it really does seem quite advantageous for the host village. Gaara quickly picked up on this point. Kankuro grumbled inwardly. The old man always spoke in circles. But what does this have to do with us becoming Chunin? Shikamaru Nara kept his hand raised and asked. After all this explanation, nothing concrete had really been said. He hadn't answered the question at all. It's absolutely relevant. Hiruzen Sarutobi replied with a genial smile. Because this time, the examiners for the Chunin exams include myself, the Kazekage, and the daimyos from the various countries who commissioned us. By watching your matches, we'll be evaluating all of you. If we judge that someone truly has the qualities of Chunin, then even if they're eliminated in the first round, they can still be promoted to Chunin. So that's how it works. Honestly, what a pain. Shikamaru nodded, signaling that he understood. Anyone could become a Chunin, but it was also possible that no one would pass at all. Well then, you're all dismissed. Ugh, that stinks. Kabuto, what on earth are you doing? Yakura set up a barrier, watching as Kabuto dug around in the foul-smelling river. Looking for something? Soon, Kabuto's fingers brushed against a broken skeleton. His eyes lit up with delight. Found it. A corpse. Yakura pulled out a sealing scroll, wrinkling her nose as she sealed the body away. This is an Uchiha corpse. Kabuto tossed the tattered clothing bearing the Uchiha clan crest back into the Naka River. It must be Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha. Yakura couldn't help but sigh. Come to think of it, right after today's matches ended, someone broke into the Hokage's office and killed several of his guards. With the Uchiha clan wiped out, Konoha grows weaker by the day. Now, there are even people bold enough to storm the Hokage's own offices. The culprits are probably sound ninja. Kabuto immediately voiced his suspicion. Strangely, not a single sound ninja candidate passed the survival trial in the Forest of Death, yet their Jonin leader was the only one, besides those from Konoha and the Sand Village, among the other villages' leaders to stay and watch the preliminaries. If my guess is correct, that must be one of Orochimaru's people. If Orochimaru set his sights on something, it had to be the Scroll of Seals. What kind of jutsu could make Orochimaru so interested? Kabuto muttered to himself. Who's there? Show yourself. Yakura instantly became alert. Someone had broken her barrier. Impure world reincarnation. A sharp intake of breath. Who are you? Yakura was startled. Someone had actually broken into her sealing barrier. A snake slithered out from the undergrowth, its jaws opening wide. From its mouth, a person crawled out. So that's why there's a barrier here. Turns out you're from the Sand Village. I wonder, could you perhaps lend me that corpse for a bit of research? A sinister hiss filled the air. Orochimaru. What? Isn't Orochimaru a man? Yakura stared at the woman before her. She'd never met Orochimaru in person, but as one of the legendary Sannin, his reputation as a man was well known. Yet the person in front of her, although the feminine features weren't obvious, it was clear this was a woman. Lord Orochimaru, dropping an uninvited is hardly what I'd call good manners. Especially when you've brought along a little tale, Kabuto said, his gaze deep and unreadable. That person again. Orochimaru gave a mysterious chuckle. If you help me get rid of that tale, I'll share with you a jutsu I obtained from the Scroll of Seals. And you, Scorch Release user, I imagine you'd be very interested in the Yin Seal, wouldn't you? Orochimaru's gaze shifted to Yakura, who was watching him warily. For a woman, perhaps nothing is more valuable than eternal youth. This, Kabuto was momentarily taken aback. Hidden in the shadows, Gecko could barely restrain himself. Orochimaru, joining forces with the Sand? I have to get this information to the Hokage fast. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere. In a flash, Kabuto appeared before Gecko. What? Hayate's eyes went wide in shock. Rasengan. With a thunderous impact, Hayate was sent flying, crashing through the trees behind him. Wait, isn't that? Yakura's eyes narrowed. Wasn't this the person Shukaku had warned her to be wary of? He's the proctor for the Chunin exam preliminaries. What's wrong, Aunt Yakura? Do you know him? Kabuto wiped his hands, drew a kunai, and drove it straight into Hayate's throat. Hayate's eyes rolled back. He lost all signs of life. Kabuto Yakushi looked somewhat perplexed. A special jonin. If he killed one, then so be it. After all, Orochimaru would take the blame. If he could exchange it for a jutsu from the Scroll of Seals, it would be a deal well worth making. I suppose so. Yakura let out an awkward laugh. What on earth was Shukaku up to? Why would a special jonin like that be someone they were told to avoid? Yakura's eyes were full of confusion. Shukaku had sensed fear and had warned them to keep as far away as possible from the real man, Hate Gecko. Yet, Hate had just been killed by Kabuto Yakushi, whose strength was only at the level of an elite jonin. Though I don't know the reason, Kabuto-kun, you truly are someone I have high hopes for. Orochimaru smiled. Kabuto was practically his perfect mirror image. It was a pity someone like this had been snatched away by that Raza fellow. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Orochimaru. However, could you hand over the Ine seal first? Kabuto admitted that it was the Ine seal that had truly tempted him. Anyway, the alliance between Tsunagakure and Konoha was on the verge of collapse. If he could kill a special jonin and have someone else take the fall, why wouldn't he do it? The Ine seal was an S-rank medical sealing jutsu. Even if handed over to Elder Chiyo, she could instantly rival Tsunade. Sorry, I don't have the Ine seal. Orochimaru suddenly let out a sinister laugh. But I believe you'll find this jutsu far more useful. Thinking of the remains Kabuto had been searching for earlier, Orochimaru grinned wickedly. Here, take these. I'll throw in some extra supplies as well. Kabuto-kun, I hope you'll surprise me. Farewell. Without a hint of nostalgia, Orochimaru tossed over 2 scrolls. Then, transforming into a snake, he slithered away into the underbrush and vanished. As for Hei Gecko's corpse, of course, he couldn't care less. At this point, no matter what happened in Konoha, everyone would assume it was Orochimaru's doing. Back at the Tsunagakure residence, Kabuto carefully unrolled the scrolls Orochimaru had given him. This is Edo Tensei, reanimation jutsu, a technique to summon the dead back into the living world. Edo Tensei. So that means, in the other scroll, Kabuto hurriedly opened the second scroll, cold sweat beading on his forehead. So Konoha had hidden such a powerful forbidden jutsu. Thank goodness his adoptive father hadn't agreed to Orochimaru's plan to attack Konoha together. Just thinking about it was terrifying. If Konoha summoned the legendary heroes of the past without restraint, who would dare stand against them? Kimogakure really is stubborn to the core. In the other scroll, just as Kabuto suspected, were several neatly separated skulls. Along with them was a note. These are the remains of the Uchiha clan I found at the mass grave, but for some reason, I can't use the reanimation jutsu on them. I hope, Kabuto, you can surprise me. That's just like Orochimaru. Kabuto replied with a wry smile. Aunt Yetsong, do you know about the reanimation jutsu? No, I don't, Yetsong answered, shaking her head without hesitation. It doesn't sound like any decent ninjutsu. But maybe Elder Chiyo or that stinky Tanuki would know. Both of them, one human, one beast, had seen even more than the history of Konoha itself. Their experience far surpassed hers. If anyone might know about Konoha's forbidden techniques, it would have to be those two. Looks like I'll have to call upon Lord Shukaku after all. Kabuto couldn't help but adjust his glasses. Hey kid, you found that corpse, didn't you? And there's more than that, Kabuto replied. Shukaku waddled in on his short legs, pushing open the door. Oh, more than that. Reanimation jutsu. It seemed vaguely familiar, yet almost completely foreign. Shukaku's eyes grew distant with confusion. I think I've heard of it, but I can't recall the details. Maybe if you give me some time, it'll come back to me. He shook his head. So what about this situation? Kabuto pressed, his interest in the reanimation jutsu growing. For some reason, the very first time he laid eyes on it, he felt an instant attraction, as if this jutsu had been crafted just for him. Can't use reanimation? Maybe the jutsu itself is flawed. Shukaku speculated. The Uzumaki clan has a sealing technique called the Dead Demon. Consuming seal. It involves sacrificing your soul to the Shinigami, so it's not surprising that reanimation wouldn't work on those victims. The Shinigami might be a low-ranking entity, but for the descendants of that old man, it was considered forbidden. Reanimation jutsu. Shukaku had lived for over 1,000 years, and he'd never heard of it before. So it must have been invented after Hashirama Senju rose to fame. After Hashirama's rise, Shukaku didn't dare wander freely anymore. A single careless move, and he could be smacked into the distance by Hashirama, or worse, end up as Uchiha Madara's summoned beast, suffering the same humiliation as the Nine Tails. But these are Uchiha remains. Kabuto hesitated. Stinky Tanuki, Are you even reliable? Yitzhang eyed him dubiously. That moonlight hate you told us to steer clear of was taken out in an instant by Kabuto today. Don't tell me your predictions are off. Huh? Shukaku's tiny eyes widened with confusion. Wasn't the story supposed to shift to Shippuden soon, with Hate as the main character? What's going on? Did the protagonist just die? I can't let my reputation be tarnished like this. Ahem. Shukaku cleared his throat lightly. I've been feeling a bit out of sorts lately, but about the issue Kabuto mentioned, the impure world reincarnation, I think I might know something. As he spoke, memories of the time he was devoured resurfaced in Shukaku's mind. I've actually died once before. Yitzhang's eyes widened in shock. That mangy raccoon? Yitzhang's grin slowly froze. Who was it? Was it because of your Jinchuriki? Kabuto asked, his curiosity piqued. He knew nothing of Shukaku's past. Not even that Fuku was the very first Jinchuriki of Sunagakure. No, I was killed by someone. A flush crept over Shukaku's little face. It was embarrassing to admit. After I died, my soul drifted around this shinobi world. Because I was murdered, my soul was steeped in resentment. Over time, my sense of self faded away, until the day I was brought back to life. The Uchiha clan, though, they suffered far worse than I ever did. I suspect the grudges of the Uchiha's restless spirits still linger in their ancestral lands, deeper than anything I experienced. The existence of a Shinigami made Shukaku wonder if, after death, souls are drawn into the realm of the departed. But perhaps the Uchiha, consumed by hatred, were unable to enter that world, which is why they can't be summoned back by the impure world reincarnation. I don't have much interest in the Uchiha, Yitzhang said, but the one who killed you, now, that's someone I'd like to know more about. She gave Shukaku a thorough roughing up, and then spoke again. These days, as long as Shukaku didn't use sage techniques, Yitzhang could hold her own against him in a fight. In fact, given the unwieldy size of a tailed beast, she could even use the sealing techniques Shukaku had taught the sand to trap him if she wanted. In truth, most of her power, her formidable skills, her blazing Kekiai Genkai, her mastery of sealing, were all thanks to Shukaku. So, she wanted to help him in return. You oaf. I'm not going to get all sentimental about this. Shukaku huffed. Oh, is that so? Yitzhang replied, a mischievous smile playing across her lips as she kneaded Shukaku's cheeks. After all, there were only two people who could ever defeat a tailed beast like him. Lord Orochimaru, is it really all right to hand over the impure world reincarnation to them? If any of you had the capacity to inherit my legacy, Orochimaru sighed. Such promising talents, if only they were his. If there had been someone in his sound village who could have carried on his work, he wouldn't have needed to entrust the impure world reincarnation to Kabuto. Orochimaru felt a twinge of frustration. After all, the jutsu was incredibly difficult to master. Even for him, perfecting this technique would take an immense amount of time. To Orochimaru, the impure world reincarnation was nothing more than a means to achieve his own immortality. Now, he had already perfected the impure world reincarnation, though this forbidden technique still had its flaws. My deepest apologies, Lord Orochimaru. A look of confusion appeared on Orochimaru's face. But I've always been curious, since I can resurrect both the first and second Hokage with the impure world reincarnation, why is it that I can't bring back Uchiha Fugaku, Minato Namikaze, and the others? At this point, his hands had not yet been sealed by the third Hokage, so he knew nothing of the Shinigami's existence. Yet he was very aware that the first Hokage's power far surpassed that of Uchiha Fugaku or Minato Namikaze. By logic, the stronger the individual, the more difficult it should be to reincarnate them through the forbidden technique. The person facing Orochimaru seemed completely baffled, as if listening to a foreign language. Lord Orochimaru, I don't really understand all this. But surely the first and second Hokage are more than enough to deal with the third, aren't they? The third Hokage was acclaimed as the strongest Hokage, but even so, that strength had its limits. He could not single-handedly defeat the other village's Kage. The first and second Hokage, after all, were still Kage level themselves. Orochimaru fell silent. He gave his companion a peculiar look. The first and second Hokage, just to take down the old man? Wasn't this like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? If it weren't for the need to let his teacher depart with dignity. Orochimaru let out a cold snort. After all, he had been born a commoner. If not for the third Hokage's outward policy of equality, who knows how many wars he might have perished in by now. And so, when he decided to set the Konoha Crush plan in motion, he also resolved to repay this debt of gratitude in his own way. Enough. At least we managed to lure the Sand Village here. It's time for the others to act as well. Go back for now, Girin. Remember to inform Girinmaru to be ready, and pass along Marino Ibiki's whereabouts to the bounty exchange. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively. Without Kabuto by his side, he had to make do. His backup vessel, Girenmaru, would now be placed within Konoha. On the surface, Girenmaru had learned some basic medical ninjutsu, but in truth he possessed formidable strength, a survivor who had slain all his rivals in Orochimaru's lair. Yes, my lord. The windmill. Now is the time for it to turn. Orochimaru murmured under his breath, then vanished into the depths of night. Woof, 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 woof. Hurry, over by the Nanha River. Inuzuka Hana waved her hand with urgency. While on night patrol, she had caught the scent of blood in the air. A sense of foreboding crept over her. Because of Orochimaru's designs on Sasuke Uchiha, the young Uchiha was now under Kakashi's constant protection. Wounded in battle, Sasuke was currently recuperating in the hospital, rather than staying at the clan compound. At this hour, the only people near the Nanha River were foreign shinobi and the ANBU assigned to keep watch on them. The scent of blood in the air was unmistakably that of human blood. Whether it was a conflict breaking out between the Umbu and the foreign village ninja, or Orochimaru intentionally murdering a foreign ninja to spark discord, none of it boded well for Konoha. We found him. Captain Inuzuka. Over here. This is... Hey, Gecko. How could this have happened? Inuzuka Hana's face changed dramatically as she gazed at Hate Gecko, who lay before her with a kunai lodged in his throat. Hate Gecko had been assigned to monitor the Sand Hidden. To be precise, he was keeping an eye on Gaara and his two teammates from the sand. But now, Hate Gecko's lifeless body was found near the Nanha River. It looks like someone suddenly appeared right in front of him, caught him off guard, and struck him down with a powerful jutsu to the abdomen. After losing the ability to resist, his throat was pierced with a kunai. There were no traces of elemental ninjutsu. Was it a non-elemental jutsu? Or perhaps a special Kekkei Genkai? Inuzuka Hana was puzzled. The fatal wound was the kunai to the throat, but it was clear that some ninjutsu had flung Hate Gecko aside. Captain, we found a snake's corpse over here. A patrol member approached Hana, carrying a white snake. This snake was right in front of the target. Seems like the target was tracking it. The patrol member pointed solemnly to the spot where Hate Gecko had been hiding. Orochimaru, retreat. Report this to Lord Hokage at once. Inuzuka Hana's gaze drifted toward the old district in the distance. That area was the nearest gathering place for the Sand-Hidden Ninja. However, she didn't go to investigate further. This was not the time to alert their enemies. Lord Hokage, that's the situation so far. So, is Orochimaru trying to frame someone? Or is there some plot between Orochimaru and the Sand-Hidden? Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow furrowed with worry. Hate Gecko had been specifically assigned to monitor the Sand-Hidden. If Hate had discovered a scheme between the Sand-Hidden and Orochimaru, his death might at least hold some meaning. But Hate Gecko had left behind not a single clue or message. To accuse the Sand-Hidden without evidence would only worsen the situation. Lord Hokage, I believe we are in grave danger now, said Nara Shukaku with a grave expression. Shukaku. Lord Hokage, if I'm not mistaken, the Kazekage of the Sand-Hidden is supposed to attend the final round of the Chunin exams in Konoha. Isn't he? Shukaku asked with certainty. The joint Chunin exams were, in reality, also a rare opportunity for the Kage of each village to meet and communicate. That's right. I've already contacted them. Kazekage Raza will be accompanying the daimyo of the Land of Wind, Hiruzen confirmed. That is exactly what concerns me, said Nara Shukaku. Right now, the group from the Hidden Sand is led by Pakura, the wielder of the Scorch Release. Though she holds the rank of Jonin, Pakura's strength has long since reached the level of a Kage. Pakura and he were, one could say, people of the same era. Back in those days, those who attained the power of a Kage were few and far between. There was Minato Namikaze from the Hidden Leaf, Yagura Karatachi from the Hidden Mist, and from the Hidden Sand, Raza and Pakura. Of course, if you counted the Jinchuriki, then Killer Bee, the Eight Tails host, and Kushina Uzumaki, the Nine Tails host, were both undoubtedly Kage-level powerhouses as well. But both Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze perished together. Now, aside from Lord Hokage, the only other leader in the village is Elder Danzo, head of the Root Division. If Orochimaru really is conspiring with the Hidden Sand, we might not be able to hold them off. The third Hokage could still contend with Orochimaru. They were both older shinobi, their chakra reserves not too far apart. Moreover, the third knew Orochimaru inside out, so his chances of victory weren't small. But as for Shimura Danzo, never mind whether he still had the strength to confront someone like Pakura or Raza, both in their prime. Even if he did, would that man really emerge from his shadowy sewers to stand and fight? During the chaos of the Nine Tails attack, Not only did Danzo refuse to step forward and help, he even led Root's elite to block the Uchiha clan, the strongest fighting force in the village at the time, from leaving their compound. And Fugaku Uchiha, honestly, was another piece of work. As clan leader, to ignore the 4th Hokage's orders and instead follow the commands of Root's chief. What was he thinking? Regardless of whether Minato survived or not in the end, did Fugaku really believe the Uchiha clan could ever regain the Hokage's trust after that? How absurd. The only reason relations between Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha weren't openly hostile was because their wives got along. If Kushina, fiery as she was, ever learned that the Uchiha stood by and watched as others died, that tenuous friendship would shatter in an instant. Moreover, after finally getting a Hokage who didn't hold prejudice against the Uchiha, rather than building a good relationship, Fugaku chose to side with a few old men instead. Originally, if they just waited for those elders to pass on, the tensions between the Hokage and the Uchiha might have slowly faded. But because of Fugaku's reckless actions, the 3rd Hokage, who'd always had issues with the Uchiha, returned to power. Danzo gained a new backer, and the cycle of turmoil began anew. If you didn't know better, you'd think Fugaku had been planted by Danzo as a spy to destroy the Uchiha from within. So thought Shukaku Nara. During the Nine Tails attack, if the Uchiha and Danzo had stepped up to help the 3rd Hokage and Choza Akimichi restrain the beast, then once the sealing team was ready, they could have sealed the Nine Tails once more. And if the Nine Tails was sealed in time, Minato Namikaze would have survived. If Minato Namikaze had survived, the Uchiha clan would not have been pushed to the point of rebellion and exclusion. Of course, if the Uchiha hadn't rebelled, the other clans wouldn't have had their fill either. Yet, the destruction of the Uchiha clan truly dealt a heavy blow to Konoha's fighting strength, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Fugaku, and that rogue ninja named Itachi. In the end, the fall of the Uchiha clan was a mixed blessing for Konoha. On the downside, Konoha lost the last clan with true fighting spirit. If war were to break out again in the future, there would no longer be any who would charge in a battle, risking everything and striking fear into the entire ninja world like the Uchiha once did. On the upside, the demise of the Uchiha allowed the other prominent clans of Konoha to reap significant benefits, granting them far greater power. Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi knew that Shukaku Nara had deliberately left some things unsaid out of respect for him. After all, Danzo's greatest backing was none other than himself. If Konoha were to face a crisis, Danzo would surely prioritize protecting his own faction, waiting until Hiruzen's power was nearly spent, and then suddenly emerge to seize the Hokage position for himself. I've already sent someone to find Tsunade, and Jiraiya has also sent word. He'll return within the next couple of days, Hiruzen said. He had sensed the crisis looming long ago. Over the years, he had grown more and more powerless, while Danzo's threat had only become greater. Passing the Hokage mantle to Jiraiya was something he had intended to do over a decade ago. It hadn't worked out before, but this time he was determined to see it through. Tsunade might not be able to return, but with Jiraiya here, handling them shouldn't be a problem, Hiruzen said with a gentle, confident chuckle. After all, Jiraiya had mastered Mount Myaboku's Sage Mode. With the 2 great sages of Mount Myaboku by his side, Jiraiya could easily best Hiruzen himself, and, truthfully, among the 5 Kage, none could stand against him. Even if real trouble arose, Jiraiya would be more than capable of dealing with it. Well, that is as long as Danzo didn't cause any mischief. Hiruzen silently added this caveat in his heart. Danzo was notorious for sabotaging his own allies. If Lord Jiraiya returns, then there should be no problem. Still, I believe we need to strengthen our border defenses, especially towards the land of wind and the land of rice fields, Shukaku Nara said, studying the map. The Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone were embroiled in their own disputes, and, according to information pieced together at great cost by the ANBU, the Hidden Mist still hadn't elected a new Kage. So, there were truly only 2 major threats. One was the suddenly emerging Sound Village. The other was the Land of Wind, possibly in league with Orochimaru. As for the Land of Rice Fields, Danzo has already taken Roots Ninja to reinforce the defenses there. Shukaku Nara. Wait, what? Alright, you really are Orochimaru's right-hand man. Is it too late for me to move now? Lord Hokage, don't you think it's strange that, when all the Sound Village genin have already been eliminated, their Jonin leader still chooses to stay behind? Nara Shukaku couldn't help but question with a hint of accusation in his voice. Traditionally, during the Chunin exams, as soon as a team is eliminated, the smaller villages waste no time in leaving. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied simply, perhaps since the Sound Village is newly established, they want to gauge the strength of the 5 great shinobi villages. It's perfectly natural for a newly formed village to want to see what the major villages are truly capable of. Only by doing so will they develop a sense of awe for the 5 great villages, and then carefully decide which one they should align themselves under as a subordinate. Nara Shukaku fell silent for a moment, feeling weary. Forget it. After all, Sound Village hasn't been around for long. Even if Orochimaru has managed to train up a batch of ninja in a decade or so, their strength can't be that formidable. As long as the Hyuga clan remains vigilant during their patrols, things should be fine. I'll increase surveillance in the direction of the Land of Wind. I'll also have the ANBU assist with additional patrols around the village. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen had grown somewhat senile in his old age, he still retained traces of the legendary shinobi leader's bearing. After all, he had lived through 3 great ninja wars. But he was, at his core, an absolute pacifist, never the one to start a war, always favoring defense above all else. That's probably for the best, Nara Shukaku considered. It seemed this really was the only reliable approach. Even knowing the Sound Village was Orochimaru's creation, even suspecting Sand and Sound were conspiring against Konoha, there was no way Konoha could take the initiative to launch an attack on Sound. Any rash move would set off a chain reaction. As the reigning power of the old shinobi era, every action Konoha took was closely watched by forces across the ninja world. In every major war, Konoha had always been forced into a reactive position. That's simply because there's such an obvious target. The moment Konoha makes an aggressive move, the other 4 great villages immediately respond in kind. No question about it. The reason is always the same. Konoha's strength is simply too great. Any military action on their part is seen as an attempt to unify the entire shinobi world, so everyone bands together to oppose them. And so, under no circumstance can Konoha strike first. Sarutobi's defensive methods, while extremely cautious, were currently the safest strategy for Konoha. That's fine by me. With Lord Hokage and Jiraiya both here, nothing should go wrong. Nara Shukaku nodded. If only Tsunade could come back as well. That would be ideal. Then Akimichi Choza wouldn't have to be called out of retirement again. Send someone to see that Hey Gecko receives a proper burial. Hey Gecko's body can't be left exposed like this any longer. The other party had sacrificed himself for the will of fire. Konoha never mistreats those who dedicate themselves to the village. Kakashi-sensei, please, I beg you, help me with special training. A few days later, Naruto was once again turned away at the Hyuga house, unable to see Hinata. Through Kurenai and Kiba, he learned about Hinata's injuries. Determined to defeat Niji Hyuga and avenge Hinata, Naruto Uzumaki stood solemnly in front of Kakashi, blocking his path as he emerged from his house. Naruto knew all too well, with his hit-or-miss ninjutsu, he was still far from being able to challenge Niji, the genius hailed as the strongest Hyuga in decades. Not to mention Niji, even the explosive strength of Rock Lee and Zila was more than he could handle right now. Oh, it's you, Naruto, Kakashi said, putting away his little orange book. Sorry, today's the day Sasuke is being discharged from the hospital. I already promised to help him with his training. What? Naruto groaned, frustration written all over his face. How am I supposed to beat that arrogant guy now? His hopes dashed, Naruto's expression fell in dismay. But don't worry, Kakashi added. I found you a teacher who will be extremely helpful to you. Sorry, Naruto, Kakashi thought to himself. Really? Who is it? It's me. An old acquaintance, sporting tiny sunglasses, stepped out from behind Kakashi. Ah, Naruto exclaimed. You're Konohamaru's. Ebisu pushed his glasses up with a smug grin. Being the tutor to the Hokage's grandson was his greatest point of pride. Because Ebisu knew very well. This was a world where bloodline and family background mattered above all. Someone like him, with no famous bloodline, no prominent family, and no access to powerful jutsu, had only one way to distinguish himself. By teaching the heirs of great clans their foundational skills. Only by doing this, he thought, when those heirs grew up, he too would be recognized as an elite instructor, his name appearing in the history books alongside theirs. That's why he always prioritized the basics. It was also the reason Kakashi had chosen him to teach Naruto. That uptight teacher again, Naruto muttered. Ebisu felt a pang of annoyance. Hey, kid, watch your mouth. Ebisu leaned in close to Naruto's ear. This was downright damaging to his reputation. Tisich, Naruto grumbled, clearly unhappy. He thought, if he can't even handle my sexy jutsu, what could he possibly teach me? Don't look down on Ebisu, Kakashi quickly interjected, sensing a misunderstanding. He's a top-tier instructor, especially when it comes to the fundamentals. Even I can't match his mastery in that area. You know very well yourself that you have serious trouble controlling your chakra. That's why I specifically asked Ebisu to help you with chakra control. So that's how it is. Naruto Uzumaki nodded thoughtfully, but then a new problem arose. So what exactly is chakra? Kakashi fell silent for a moment. It's what you keep calling chadola. Kakashi couldn't help but respond with a touch of sarcasm. The immense chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan were truly enviable. If only he had inherited the Uzumaki constitution, he wouldn't have to worry so much about the problems that came with the Sharingan. Oh, well, alright then. Naruto Uzumaki gave it some thought and realized it made sense. If he could get his chadola under control, his ninjutsu would be much more reliable. In that case, Ebisu, I'll leave him in your hands. Leave it to me. I promise I'll whip this brat into shape. Ebisu pushed up his glasses with a look of utmost seriousness. While he might seem a bit uptight and pervy beneath the surface, deep down, Ebisu was very clear-headed. This fox kid, who was always shouting about wanting to be Hokage, perhaps, he thought, Naruto was nothing like the notorious Nine-Tails demon fox from the rumors. Just look at how some of the most respected jonin treat Naruto Uzumaki. If Naruto truly were the demon fox, would the Hokage really allow his own grandson, Konohamaru, to befriend him? Wouldn't the Hokage worry his grandson could be killed by the demon fox? In all these years, Ebisu had never once seen Naruto kill anyone. As an elite tutor, he scoffed at the rumors. The real reason he treated Naruto poorly was because Naruto was always at the bottom of the class. Ebisu was determined to mold Konohamaru into the next Hokage, so of course he wanted to keep him away from Naruto, afraid he'd be led astray. But now, Konohamaru had already picked up some of Naruto's bad habits. So, as an elite tutor, Ebisu decided to take a roundabout approach. If he could transform this kid into a proper student, Konohamaru would surely follow his example. And when that happened, Ebisu couldn't help but shed tears of excitement. Soon, I, Ebisu, will finally make a name for myself. What's up with this weirdo? Naruto Uzumaki looked on, utterly confused. By then, Kakashi had already slipped away. Hurry up, you guys! Temari shouted impatiently. They'd been in the Leaf Village for days, completely caught up in the Chunin exams, and she still hadn't found time to properly enjoy a bath. The hot springs in the land of hot water were the best in the shinobi world, but the Leaf's public baths weren't bad either. Yeah, we know. Honestly, I hate baths the most, Shukaku grumbled under his breath. As it being made entirely of chakra, he couldn't get dirty even if he tried. So what was the point of bathing? Women are just impossible to reason with, Kankuro muttered. He didn't mind the bath itself, but being bossed around by a bunch of women made all the men uncomfortable. Kankuro, what did you say? Temari hadn't quite caught his words. And nothing. Gaara, you guys hurry up. Kankuro quickly called out to them. Since only they and Team Zilluo remained here, the other team's ninja had already returned to Sunagakure under the guidance of their respective Jounin leaders. Baki and Kabuto were now responsible for attending endless meetings with the Jounin from Konoha and other small villages who, for various reasons, chose to stay in Konoha as examiners. No one really knew what those meetings were about, just an endless stream of talk going on and on. Leaf Song found it unbearably tedious, so she handed off all those responsibilities to Baki and Kabuto. After all, Baki had plenty of experience with this sort of thing. That left Leaf Song in charge of their training sessions. The training itself, however, wasn't particularly intense. As for the reason, Kankuro had only heard rumors. It seemed that Orochimaru had killed some of Konoha's ANBU, so for the safety of outsiders like themselves, Konoha had doubled its patrols and tightened security. Geez, isn't that the blonde kid? Where's he off to? Gaara's pace was steady, but his eyes were drawn to a flash of yellow that darted just out of sight. Of course, wasn't Temari's hair. Uzumaki Naruto. Kankuro moved closer, peering ahead. Yeah, it's him. Why isn't he training with his father's student? What's he running around for? Maybe he switched teachers. Shukaku glanced up, unable to suppress a chuckle. This guy. Suddenly, it all came back to him. Apparently, this new teacher was someone with incredibly solid fundamentals, especially when it came to chakra control. Even Kakashi, known for his precision, would have to admit defeat. So, Shukaku quickly put the pieces together. Kakashi must have arranged for this person to coach Uzumaki Naruto in chakra control. At the thought, Shukaku couldn't help but laugh again. Naruto didn't actually have poor chakra control. It was just that Kurama, the Nine-Tails, kept leaking its chakra into his system, making control difficult. But after meeting the Nine-Tails face-to-face, Shukaku knew that Naruto wasn't lacking in chakra control skills at all. The Nine-Tails and the Eight-Tails were simply too powerful. Even the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques could only hold them back for so long. The last two Jinchuriki for the Nine-Tails had special circumstances. One had the B-seal during adulthood, and the previous host had passed on everything she knew through direct teaching. That's why the Nine-Tails' influence was kept to a minimum. Anyone else would have struggled to cast even basic jutsu under the Nine-Tails' sway. The fact that Naruto had mastered 2 of the 3 basic transformation techniques, and even created his own forbidden jutsu to defeat the Hokage, made him, in Shukaku's eyes, a rare genius. So, even a 4th Hokage seal couldn't help Naruto properly control his own chakra. So what could a teacher who only knows the basics possibly teach him? Do you really think he's a Jinchuriki who can master his tail beast? I'm guessing Uchiha Kakashi is with Uchiha Sasuke right now. Hearing Shukaku say this, Kankuro spoke with certainty. That settles it. This is so obvious, there's no need to think twice. Damn it, you guys, hurry up already. Temari spoke, clearly out of patience. We're coming, we're coming. Seeing Temari's impatience, the group didn't dare waste any more time discussing. They quickly followed after her. Temari and Yuna were still reasonable, but Yukuro was not someone to cross. They walked a bit, then stopped, then walked again. Of course, it wasn't because Gaara wanted to slow down. Truth was, every time Temari and her friend saw something interesting, they just had to pause, take a look, and maybe buy a little something. What should have been a walk of just a few minutes, somehow stretched to many times longer. And then, what's that little blonde kid doing? Kankuro spotted Naruto Uzumaki again. But the teacher with the dark sunglasses who was with him earlier was now sprawled out on the ground, a trickle of blood still running from his nose. Naruto Uzumaki was squatting behind him, looking at his teacher with utter disdain. Let me guess, a nosebleed. Must have seen something he shouldn't have. Dressed all suspiciously, hiding behind those dark sunglasses, probably doesn't want anyone to see the look on his face. And this place is... Shishio's eyes glanced over. The women's bathhouse. The men's bath is on the other side. So, I get it now. Temari, following Shishio's train of thought, gritted her teeth. The reason Naruto Uzumaki could come up with that ridiculous sexy jutsu must be because this shady sunglasses guy keeps sneaking him along to peep at the women's bath. That had to be it. Otherwise, how could Naruto, an orphan who's only a few years old, know so much about women's bodies? Damn you, Konoha. You got perverts peeping at bathhouses. Yuna shivered. Maybe we shouldn't take a bath after all. Just the thought of being watched by some creepy sunglasses-wearing guy made Yuna's whole body tremble. As long as I'm here, what's there to be afraid of? Yukura gave the 2 girls a reassuring pat on the head. With my ceiling barrier, there's no way he can see a thing. Yukura had absolute confidence in her barrier. Unless someone as powerful as Orochimaru himself came to break it. Then what about that guy? Gaara pointed to a white-haired figure on top of the women's bathhouse, riding a giant toad. There was something about that person that set off all his alarms. Danger radiated from him. I can't believe Konoha has so many weirdos. Kankuro couldn't help but complain. Hidden Leaf's secret taijutsu. A sudden shout drew Gaara's attention. That pose. When Gaara saw Naruto forming the tiger seal, he felt a sudden chill run down his spine. A dreadful memory flashed through his mind. 1,000 years of death. Gaara's mouth twitched. Shukaku, didn't you say this was the secret technique of the Nine Tails? He was sure he hadn't remembered it wrong. Back then, Shukaku did indeed claim it was the Nine Tails' secret technique. 1,000 years of death. The Nine Tails is sealed in Konoha. Isn't it normal for him to have secret techniques? Shukaku replied shamelessly. A shiver. The white-haired middle-aged man's ears couldn't help but twitch. The Nine Tails. Wasn't 1,000 years of death White Fang's secret technique? How did it become the Nine Tails' secret technique? Still, is this the prophetic summoning beast from Sunagakure that the old man spoke of? It doesn't seem all that impressive. Hey, who are you? Naruto scowled, clearly annoyed. It was this oddball riding a toad who had knocked out the teacher Kakashi-sensei had arranged especially for him. Excellent question. The white-haired man leapt down from the toad, flicked his long hair back, stretched out his hand, and struck an exaggeratedly theatrical pose. I am none other than Jiraiya, the sage hermit of Mount Myoboku, also known as the Toad Sage. Mount Myoboku. At last they met. Shukaku cast a meaningful glance at the toad beneath Jiraiya's feet. Don't ask how he knew the toad's name. After all, the toad was wearing a huge tag emblazoned with the character Loyal, and since he was a toad, he was simply called Loyal Toad. That stinky toad. Who knows if he's foreseen anything about me? Among the 3 great sacred grounds, the only one Shukaku truly feared was Mount Myoboku's Gamamaru. Truth be told, Gamamaru wasn't the strongest fighter in the shinobi world, but his talent for spinning tales, coupled with his cryptic powers of prophecy, made him someone to be wary of. A sage? Could it be? Temari stammered, eyes wide. Sage arts. It had to be sage arts. That's right. He's probably one of the few humans alive today who can use sage arts. In fact, he's likely the most powerful human openly acknowledged in the shinobi world right now, Shukaku said. Anyone wearing a forehead protector with the oil kanji had to be a true disciple of Mount Myaboku. Mount Myaboku wasn't a place just anyone could afford to cross. Even the 5 great shinobi villages were wary of offending it without good reason. As for sage arts, Raza had already begun delving into them and was making impressive progress. After all, once you reach the 6 paths level, regular ninjutsu is no longer effective. Only those who have also attained the 6 paths, or those who wield sage arts or pure taijutsu, can inflict harm. Meanwhile, Yitsong was focusing on fusing the Scorch Release. After all, at this moment in time, the threat posed by Kekkei Toda was no less than that of sage arts. Of course, what mattered most was that Shukaku was well aware. The Sage of 6 Paths himself had originally learned sage arts from none other than Gamamaru. After so much transformation, the Sand Fox and the Venomous Scorpion are only a hair's breadth away from completely adapting the immortal arts to suit their own forms. So Yitsong doesn't need to rush. As for Rasha, that's someone else's responsibility, not his concern. What? The strongest human? Him? Toad Sage? More like a lecherous sage, if you ask me. Yunai grumbled under her breath. Luckily, she had been delayed by shopping along the way and hadn't arrived sooner. Hey, young lady. Jiraiya's ears were sharp, and with his intention set on approaching the tanuki in Gaara's arms, he dashed over to Yunai and addressed her. With grave seriousness, I am the Toad Sage, not some lecherous sage. As for being the strongest human, well, I wouldn't dare claim that. Stay away from me. Yunai instinctively swung her arm in a defensive chop. Being stared at by such a notorious old pervert, any young woman would be terrified. Wham! He caught her. Whoa. Young lady, with a temper like that, you'll have a hard time finding a husband, Jiraiya teased, his hand still firmly grasping her arm. Such incredible speed. Gaara's pupils narrowed. So this is what a true top-tier master is like. Jiraiya had only made his move in the very last instant, just when even a fraction of a second was left. At that distance, not even Ziliuo or Rock Lee, both users of secret techniques, could have reacted in time. Jiraiya seized Yunai's arm and joked, I never expected a girl from the Sand Village to be so spirited. But before the banter could go any further, Jiraiya suddenly exploded in frustration. How could I have missed out on so much wonderful inspiration before? I'm a complete failure. The hidden Sand Village. I must visit it soon. Yes, and when the time comes, I'll make sure to get that old lady Chiyo to show herself. Shukaku harbored a wicked thought. Who knows, maybe the Toad Sage's successor will be scared out of his wits. Senior Yitsong, help! Beat up the pervert! Yunai burst into tears, overwhelmed by fear. What a terrifying, lecherous old man. Hey, young lady, mind your words. Jiraiya panicked. Am I really that ugly, bad enough to make girls cry? Even if you don't know I'm the student of Mount Myaboku, you must have heard. I'm a famous novelist in the ninja world. Jiraiya pulled a book from his breast pocket. See this? This is my novel. It's a bestseller. What's this? Make Out Paradise? Never heard of it. Yunai looked at him with utter disdain. A book written by a pervert. How could it possibly be any good? The title does sound familiar. Naruto Uzumaki leaned in, squinting at the cover for a long while. Isn't that? You know this book? Jiraiya quickly recovered from Yuno's jab, an impish grin spreading across his face. I traveled all over the land of hot water, gathering material just to write it, you know. He let out a hearty laugh. As expected, this great sage is truly becoming famous. Naruto rolled his eyes. Isn't that just some trashy novel? Kakashi-sensei always gets all flustered reading it. Even Shukaku seems to have read it. Nonsense, I never did. Don't make stuff up, Shukaku protested, his tail lashing wildly. I only found that book in your dad's drawer. I was just curious what Raza was reading that made him blush like that. As a proper, well-behaved tailed beast, he would never read something so indecent. You filthy, pervy sage. Naruto shot a disgruntled look at the unconscious Ebisu lying nearby. You knocked out the teacher Kakashi-sensei, arranged to help me with chakra control. I don't care who you are. You have to take responsibility and teach me now. Jiraiya paused, a little thrown by the sudden change in topic. Hey, Blondie, are you just popping up to get attention? The great sage still has intelligence work to do, you know. Jiraiya gave Naruto a little shove, but then reconsidered. Actually, hadn't his mission been to come back and train Naruto anyway? Ebisu, what's that idiot Kakashi thinking? He glanced at the small, unconscious man in the dark glasses sprawled on the ground. Jiraiya cursed under his breath. He knew Ebisu well, the personal tutor to the old man's grandson, thorough and meticulous with the basics. But if controlling the Nine-Tails chakra were so easy, would Kushina have needed to keep it bound with adamantine chains, never letting her guard down for a moment? What on earth is this guy thinking? Hey, are you really Jiraiya? I heard you were the fourth Hokage's teacher. Gaara chimed in, stepping closer. Uzumaki Naruto, just like him. A Jinchuriki. Huh, didn't expect you to know even that. Yeah, I was the fourth Hokage's teacher. Jiraiya straightened up, taking on a more dignified air. Minato Namikaze, his proudest student. No way could he let his star pupil lose face in front of the younger generation. That's right, it must be him, Yitsong said, studying Jiraiya for the first time. She'd only ever seen him in portraits before. Meeting him in person was a shock. He was far less proper than she'd imagined a teacher of the fourth Hokage would be. After all, back when she was secretly working undercover in the Hidden Sand, she'd once visited the Hidden Leaf as an envoy and met the fourth Hokage in person. She simply couldn't imagine that the dashing, handsome fourth Hokage could have such a lecherous teacher. So what do you think? Pretty cool, right? Lame as ever, Gaara quipped, unable to hold back a snarky comment. These youngsters these days are truly insufferable. If you're the fourth Hokage's teacher, then you must know this demon fox, don't you? Gaara deliberately emphasized the words demon fox. After all, having toured the Hidden Leaf Village with Naruto, Uzumaki, and with Shukaku's senses, he could feel the thick hostility everywhere, except from Ichiraku Ramen, the Konohamaru trio, and a few other ninja squads. That child was the treasure left behind by the fourth Hokage. Demon fox? What demon fox? He's Naruto, Uzumaki. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. He had only just returned to the Leaf Village. Mount Mayaboku often sent people to the village for supplies, and the reason he'd arrived on Gamakichi's back was because he'd been reverse summoned here. Having just come back, it struck him that he hadn't set foot in Konoha for over a decade. He decided to take a look around, see what changes had taken place, and only then seek out the old man. But somehow, he wasn't sure why. His feet unconsciously carried him toward the women's bathhouse. And then, he'd gone gathering material. Lost track of time, really. As a result, he hadn't even had time to catch up on the latest news. But Naruto Uzumaki, he did know. After his own student's death, he'd returned and seen Naruto as a baby. Cheeks already marked with those whiskers. This blonde-haired kid before him was unmistakably the child he'd met all those years ago. Minato's son, Naruto Uzumaki. Not some demon fox. But I've heard from others that he's the demon fox. Gaara couldn't help but sneer. This was, after all, the student of your own student. Nonsense. Naruto is just Naruto. Jiraiya shook his head firmly. Back when the Nine Tails attacked, he'd refused the old man's offer to be Hokage after returning to the village. He'd wanted to take Naruto away with him, but, with no experience raising children, he'd felt reassured only when the old man promised to look after the boy properly. So he'd left Naruto in Konoha's care. Now, at the old man's request, he'd returned to help guide Naruto, to help him become a ninja who could stand on his own. At this moment, no one in Konoha knew better than Jiraiya how to help Naruto grow. Pervy sage. Naruto suddenly burst into tears. Just because you believe in me, I'll let it slide that you knocked out Ebisu-sensei. Even though he didn't know how this pervy old man recognized him. Well, you really are the fourth Hokage's worthy teacher. Kankuro turned and called out, Hey, Temari, are we still going to take that bath or not? No way. With that old lecher around, I'm not going in there. But if it's Jiraiya... Yitsong raised an eyebrow. If he could make Shukaku admit that Jiraiya was the strongest person in the shinobi world on the surface, then no matter the truth for now, it was best not to challenge Jiraiya's resolve to gather material. Let's go. Watching Gaara and his group leave, Jiraiya frowned. What on earth was going on? Gaara's doubts, Kankuro's sarcastic tone. Each of them made it clear that something was happening in Konoha that he knew nothing about. Can you tell me about your life? Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a complicated expression. Naruto Uzumaki. Damn it, what exactly is the old man up to? Starting today, you'll train with me, Jiraiya declared, taking it all on himself. When the Chunin exams are over, I'll take you away from Konoha. Who wants to leave Konoha with you? I'm the guy who's going to become Hokage. Naruto flatly refused. Gaara, are you feeling sorry for that blonde kid? Shishio picked up on Gaara's mood, but since he didn't know what Naruto had been through, he couldn't guess the reason. Something like that, Gaara replied with few words. The matter of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki wasn't something Shishio and the others needed to know. Besides, he himself was the Jinchuriki of the One Tail. With the way Hashirama Senju had slandered the tailed beasts, and with how wary shinobi were of Jinchuriki, if his own status were revealed, he'd probably face a difficult period before earning anyone's trust again. The Demon Fox. I've heard Konoha's Nine Tails is incredibly powerful. Supposedly, it's a demon fox. As a candidate for Suna's ANBU, you couldn't get by without a sharp mind. Come on, that's their concern. Watching as the three women disappeared, apparently off to loiter in the streets, Gaara said. Let's go visit Zilluo in the hospital. Although they'd already visited a couple days ago, and Zilluo was fine, just as they'd been told not to worry. I don't mind. I heard Uchiha Sasuke's in the hospital too. Perfect chance to check him out. Kankuro was intensely curious about Sasuke's Sharingan. The three of them bought some fruit, picked up a few flowers from a flower shop in the mountains, and headed straight for Konoha Hospital. Wow, there are a ton of people here today, someone remarked. The hospital was bustling. Because of the second round of the Chunin exams, the survival test, many participants had gotten hurt. Not every shinobi team had a medical ninja, so they had no choice but to come to Konoha Hospital for treatment. Come on, let's find Zilluo. Scanning the crowd, Kankuro only spotted two familiar faces. One was Sakura Haruno, the other was Kakashi Hitaki. In front of them, a middle-aged member of the Akimichi clan seemed to be arguing about something. Hold on a moment. Gaara covered one of his eyes with his hand. Kakashi, where's Naruto? Naruto? I've entrusted him to Ebisu. Naruto's fundamentals are pretty shaky, so I decided to have Ebisu help him solidify the basics before the Chunin exams. Kakashi paused for a moment, convinced that his arrangement was perfectly reasonable. He couldn't quite figure out, though, why the head of the Akimichi clan would suddenly want to see Naruto. Kakashi, surely you know about Naruto's true identity, right? Choza Akimichi glanced at Sakura, who was standing nearby, and lowered his voice. Of course I do. Kakashi gestured for Sakura to step aside. Sakura, picking up on the cue, took her get-well gifts and went off to look for Sasuke, taking the chance to check in on Rock Lee as well. After all, Rock Lee had saved her life in the Forest of Death, and his astonishing strength during the preliminary matches had left her deeply impressed. It seemed only wise to maintain a good relationship with someone like him. At the very least, if Sasuke ever found himself in danger, she could call for help. So, do you think Ebisu can handle the Nine Tails? Or do you see the Nine Tails as something so easily managed? Choza's tone was tinged with sarcasm. So it really was about that. Good thing he had come today. In the past, there was no way to approach Naruto. But now, he'd been armed with the Hokage's direct order. Hiruzen Sarutobi had given his blessing. And, most importantly, Danzo had secretly left the village to keep watch on the Sound Ninja, and both Hamura and Koharu were outside the village as well. For once, there was no one around to interfere. I believe in Naruto. He'll manage, I'm sure of it. Kakashi replied. At this point, what else could he do but trust Naruto? The Nine Tails was a force beyond reckoning. As for Kakashi himself, there wasn't much he could do. All he could do was let things play out. He was confident Naruto would succeed. I believe in Naruto too. But you sure are reckless with your trust. Choza's tone shifted as he produced an official order. This is a directive from the Hokage. From now on, Naruto Uzumaki will be under the tutelage of Lord Jiraiya. Has Lord Jiraiya returned? That's wonderful. Now, Kakashi could finally devote himself fully to training Sasuke, and Naruto could look forward to a better life. Kakashi had no objections. That's for the best. I'm sure Lord Jiraiya will guide Naruto well. Lord Jiraiya was his own teacher's teacher. He would surely teach Naruto with great care. A faint sense of happiness welled up in Kakashi as he thought of how Naruto's life was about to change. For the time being, until Lord Jiraiya returns, I'll be responsible for Naruto's training, Choza added. I really don't know what you're thinking, Kakashi. If the Nine Tails were so easy to control, Minato wouldn't have died sealing it, and the village wouldn't have suffered such catastrophic losses during the Nine Tails rampage. Countless civilians and clan shinobi lost their lives, and all of that was just to keep the Nine Tails at bay. They hadn't even managed to stop it from entering the heart of Konoha. Yet from Kakashi's mouth, it all came down to a single phrase. I believe in Naruto. Just like that. As if the Nine Tails were nothing more than a pet anyone could command at will. But as the strongest of all-tailed beasts, was the Nine Tails really so easily subdued? Choza Akimichi simply couldn't understand. Even sealed away, the Nine Tails remained the Nine Tails. Besides, Naruto Uzumaki had never inherited the true legacy of the Uzumaki clan, especially the adamantine sealing chains, a technique made to restrain the Nine Tails. That jutsu could only be learned by members of the Uzumaki clan. No one else could master it. Without the adamantine sealing chains, Naruto was, in truth, not much different from the Jinchuriki of other villages. After all, most major shinobi villages possess sealing techniques derived from the Uzumaki clan. The fall of the Land of Whirlpools had been an open secret. Every village except Konoha had played a part. Their sealing arts naturally became spoils of war. Of course, the Land of Wind, being the farthest away, was a step too late and didn't manage to claim anything worthwhile. Yet there was one crucial difference. Konoha's first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails had been Mito Uzumaki. Konoha understood well the ability to truly control a tailed beast to keep it from going on a rampage, lay in a unique power, the adamantine sealing chains, a secret only the Uzumaki clan possessed. Other sealing techniques were much the same as one another. So while the other villages congratulated themselves for wiping out the Uzumaki and seizing their sealing jutsu, Konoha had been more concerned with preserving the Uzumaki bloodline. But by the time Konoha arrived, it was already too late. From time to time, word would come from the shinobi world. Another member of the Uzumaki clan, living in exile, had been killed. Yet none of these survivors ever sought refuge in Konoha. It was as if they harbored an unspoken resentment, preferring death in exile to returning to Konoha. Not far from Kakashi and Chose Kimichi. The third, I dissolved into nothingness. So, they had been talking about Naruto Uzumaki all along. Back in the land of waves, there had been something strange about this. It turned out the Akimichi clan still had ties to the fourth Hokage. Let's go. Gaara led the way, weaving through the dense crowd until they reached the quieter wards of the hospital. Zila's room, however, was even more isolated and austere. Of course, it wasn't that Sunagakure couldn't afford better accommodations for her. She simply preferred to stay with Rock Lee. That way, if there was time, they could trade insights on taijutsu. And as for Rock Lee, he was one of the poor in Konoha. Though he was a ninja, he had already spent all his mission rewards just to buy weights for training. Unlike Sakura Haruno, he didn't have any family to rely on. As a result, Rock Lee could only live in the most run-down place. Zilla, we've come to see you. Huh, neither of them is here. Kankuro glanced around and saw that the room was empty. The window stood wide open, the curtains fluttering in the wind. They're probably out sparring again with that green-skinned Kappa. Shishio walked to the window and pulled the curtains aside. Suddenly, Rock Lee unleashed a sweeping kick, while Zilla flipped backward through the air and landed gracefully. Without missing a beat, he charged at Rock Lee, and the two of them collided with a thud. Thump! These two are really something. This is the spirit of youth. Rock Lee shouted at the top of his lungs. Grah! In a flash, Gaara, Zilla and Rock Lee's attacks landed on a swirl of sand. Zilla, green skin Kappa, can't you two give people a break? Gaara pressed his hand to his forehead in exasperation. These two were about to unleash their secret techniques again. Didn't they have any sense about their own bodies? I'm sorry, Gaara. We made you worry. Zilla withdrew his attack. He hadn't intended to use his 7A breathing technique just now. When Rock Lee almost activated the 8 gates, it had startled him. Sorry, I just couldn't help but want to settle things with a real match, Rock Lee said. This was the first time he'd met another taijutsu ninja on his level, someone almost identical in ability. In his own class, the only one who could challenge him was Niji, who never fought him with full strength, and Tintin was a girl. He couldn't go all out against her. Once the Chunin exams ended, Zilla would have to leave. After that, it would be hard to find such a good sparring partner. I don't care about you. I'm only worried about Zilla. Rock Lee was a genius of hard work. On this point, Gaara admitted it. If it were him, he could never do what Rock Lee had done. But as far as Gaara was concerned, Rock Lee's achievements, aside from his own hard work, also relied on the guidance of those who came before him. In Gaara's mind, Rock Lee was still far inferior to Zilla. They were both geniuses of perseverance. Rock Lee could walk the path laid out by others. Though it wasn't perfectly smooth, it was never truly thorny. This had already set the limit of how far Rock Lee could go. But Zilla, without any advantages, had forged his own path, transforming himself from someone believed incapable of becoming a ninja into a powerful and promising shinobi. The 7-day breathing technique, a road no one had ever walked before. Honestly, Gaara, you don't have to be so blunt, Zilla said, giving Gaara a friendly pat on the head. Although they were the same age, Gaara's height. Well, compared to Naruto Uzumaki, who had grown up hungry and poorly clothed, Gaara was still noticeably shorter. Zilla towered over Gaara by a whole head. By the way, don't you guys have training? Why are you here again today? Don't slack off just because of me, or you'll end up losing miserably in the Chunin exams. If Shishio was a concern, then Kankuro's abilities seemed even less reassuring. If he didn't improve, it looked doubtful he could beat Niji Hyuga. TCH. Zilla's gaze made Kankuro bristle with irritation, as if she was certain he would fail. Not long before you arrived, that girl from Sasuke's class came by to visit Lee, bringing him some gifts. From her, I learned that Kakashi Hatake plans to teach his prize jutsu to Sasuke Uchiha, Zilla said with a hint of worry. Kakashi Hatake was a renowned shinobi, and his Chidori, Lightning Blade, was famous throughout the ninja world. The Uchiha clan Sharingan was also recorded in the Sans archives as an exceedingly dangerous power. If Sasuke Uchiha truly mastered the Sharingan and awakened its abilities, Kankuro would be in serious trouble. My strength won't improve much in a short time, Kankuro explained. For a puppeteer, 80% of our skill lies in the puppets themselves. and the remaining 20% is all about poison. When he learned Uchiha Sasuke had awakened to Sharingan, Kankuro knew that trying to face him in hand-to-hand combat like he did back in a Land of Waves was now out of the question. Why was Kakashi called a copy ninja, after all? It was all because of the Sharingan. No matter how good his taijutsu was, the Sharingan would just copy it. So after the Chunin exams began, Kankuro had gone straight to Konoha's largest, the Tenten family's equipment shop. Of course, he wasn't looking for ready-made gear. Konoha didn't sell pre-made puppets. Even if they did, he wouldn't have bought them. Konoha doesn't even stock the materials needed to repair or build puppets. If my puppets get damaged during training, I'd lose most of my fighting strength and have no hope of winning. All he wanted was to see if the equipment shop had any materials he could use to craft new puppets. Unfortunately, they only carried the most basic supplies. The key components would all take time to track down and purchase. So Kankuro could only focus his efforts on perfecting his poisons. As long as Sasuke Uchiha was poisoned, Kankuro was confident he could bring him down. For a puppeteer, using poison wasn't shameful. It was just part of the craft. I see, Zeela mused, thinking of Seo, the puppeteer in her own class. Seo didn't seem to need many materials to make puppets, so she'd assumed Kankuro was the same. This match really puts me at a disadvantage, Kankuro admitted with a hint of gloom. But at least there's Temari and Gaara. One of them is bound to take the championship. With those two around, Konoha might not even make it to the finals this time. No, Niji is really strong. Rock Lee butted in, rocking back and forth as he spoke. He's a true genius. Lee, I work just as hard as you do. Niji, you're out again. Of course, I came to see you. Tenten put her hands on her hips. Honestly, is Niji the only one you ever see? Sorry, Tenten. Rock Lee quickly pressed his palms together in apology. Seriously, I even went out of my way to pick your favorite dumbbell from the shop. Tenten muttered, pouting. Wow, thank you so much, Tenten. Rock Lee ignored Tenten's annoyance and snatched the gift from her hands with enthusiasm. Bringing a dumbbell to visit a patient. Would that really make them happy? Gaara looked suspiciously at the flowers he'd brought, wondering if someone like Rock Lee would care at all for such a thing. All right, Lee, you're allowed to be discharged now. Tenten shared the news with Lee, who was still in the throes of surprise. Niji and I just got here when we heard someone come to tell you. The two of you have recovered so well, you're both fit to leave. Really? Niji replied, yes, but try not to push your body past its limits again. That's just how Rock Lee is. Bouncing with energy, rarely ever serious. Yet, during the preliminaries when he fought Gaara, it was one of those rare times he was utterly focused. It was then that Niji truly recognized the so-called dead last from his own class. The hardworking genius. But there's something Hyuga Niji cannot help but point out. True, diligence can make up for one's shortcomings. But what if a genius works hard too? Niji never considered himself lazy. His goal had always been clear: master every gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan. For a branch family member, this was an ambitious dream indeed. He was a genius, but who really knew the sweat behind his success? Hard work can make someone a genius in the eyes of ordinary people. But that's only if the real genius decides to rest on their laurels. If a genius puts in the effort as well. Still, Niji kept these thoughts to himself. Lee had his own aspirations and worked tirelessly for them. After all, they'd been classmates for a while, and besides, Niji was about to become a rogue ninja. There was no need to discourage Lee now. I understand. So I can leave the hospital too. Let's go then. I really have no desire to stay here any longer, Gaara said. The smell of the hospital was as unpleasant as ever. Hyuga Niji turned to Gaara. Gaara, would you care to spar with me? After the curse mark was lifted, Niji had never once returned to the Hyuga household. Every day, he lived in constant worry that someone would notice something unusual about him. Even his sleep was restless. These days, he had used the excuse of visiting Rock Lee to spend his nights directly at the hospital, and during the day, he would seize the opportunity to train outside. I don't really mind, Gaara replied, eager to test Niji's limits. But where exactly are we going? He was genuinely curious as to why Shukaku seemed interested in recruiting only Hyuga Niji. Near the Ninja Academy, I suppose. The academy is on break now, so we can use the training grounds as we please, Hyuga Niji answered. He had already made inquiries about it. The area around the Ninja Academy didn't restrict entry to ninja from other villages. Then you guys go ahead. I need to take care of my puppets, Kankuro declined. Kabuto should be back any minute now. Plus, he could help me work on some new poisons. Zilluo and Rock Lee, on the other hand, had no objections. The two of them were quite interested in witnessing a contest between Gaara and Hyuga Niji. I'll head back too then. See you later, Niji Lee. Tenten waved as she excused herself. There weren't many people training near Konoha's Ninja Academy. After all, the academy's buildings were mostly made of wood, and ninjutsu, especially fire-style techniques, could easily cause damage. Upon arriving near the school and finding a suitable spot, Gaara and Hyuga exchanged barely a word. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. It's useless, Zilluo remarked. Gaara's absolute defense is so strong that even I would need to open 7 of my gates just to have a chance at breaking through. Hyuga movements were swift, but the flaw in the Hyuga clan's gentle fist was also painfully clear, especially against Gaara's absolute defense. It was simply impenetrable. Gaara smirked. Unless you have the kind of power Rock Lee or Zilluo possess, you shouldn't think you can defeat me with attacks like that. Hyuga stepped back several paces. He practiced gentle fist, but facing Gaara put him at a huge disadvantage. 8 trigrams, air palm. Gaara leapt into the air. Niji's air palm shot past Gaara and struck a pillar behind him. There was a sudden, sharp crash, then a deep, rumbling boom. Huh? Gaara's brow furrowed. That explosion, what was that? Another explosion echoed, and another, one after another. Hyuga face turned pale. What's going on? Is the air palm really this powerful? All eyes turned to where his attack had landed, now reduced to a heap of shattered debris. Then, a rapid succession of explosions erupted. Niji, I think, you might have caused some trouble, Rock Lee blurted out, still dazed and not fully grasping what had happened. Byakugan, activate. Hyuga followed the direction of the blasts with his gaze. One way, the trail led all the way up the Hokage Rock. The other, it reached as far as the old Uchiha district, which was now used as lodging for visiting ninja from other villages. Explosive tags. Why are there so many explosive tags here? Oh no. Is it too late for me to defect now? Hyuga swallowed hard. It really seemed like he had caused a colossal disaster. The Hokage Rock, hailed as the symbol of the Hidden Leaf Village, collapsed in an instant. The ninja academy behind it was reduced to ruins in the explosion. Who on earth did this? What happened? Hokage-sama. There was an explosion. Explosions are erupting all along the village's edge. Initiate S-Class alert. Without a word, Hiruzen Sarutobi threw off his Hokage cloak, revealing the battle gear beneath. Fully prepared for combat, he leapt onto the Hokage tower. Staring at the debris that had once been the proud Hokage Rock, Hiruzen was utterly stunned. Just like that, the Hokage Rock was gone? No, there was still the fourth face left. In a small and elsewhere, an old man felt his heart clench with dread. Who triggered the explosive tags I placed? I was sure I hadn't activated them yet. Explosive tags require activation before they detonate. That's why chain-reacting explosive tags, capable of precise demolition, are considered A-rank ninjutsu. The old man didn't actually know how to use the chain-exploding tag technique himself, so the tags he had hidden required manual activation to work. And the starting point for these explosive tags was the Leaf's Ninja Academy. For certain reasons, he hadn't managed to activate the tags in time, so ordinary kunai or shuriken couldn't set them off, couldn't make them explode. But ninjutsu was a different matter. The explosive tags were created with special sealing techniques that locked fire-style chakra inside. If a surge of chakra struck the tag with enough force, even if it hadn't been deliberately activated, it would still explode. This was what had caught the old man completely by surprise. The places he'd buried the explosive tags. In the 30 years that had passed, aside from the Hokage Rock and the Ninja Academy, the rest of the area had become the old district of the Leaf. Just a few years ago, it had still been home to the Uchiha clan. Now, only the poorest, the drifters, and the street rogues were left. No one at the Ninja Academy would use ninjutsu. They only taught the simplest transformation techniques. The Hokage Rock was one of the village's most heavily guarded sites. The Uchiha clan had already been wiped out, so the old man was intensely curious. Who could have possibly triggered the explosive tags he'd buried so long ago? Could it be those ninja from other villages who moved in recently? No, I need to get out now. A sudden realization struck the old man. Back then, his mission had been to take revenge on the Hidden Leaf. Sure, blowing up the faces of the first, second, and third Hokage had brought him a sense of satisfaction. But now, the ones living in the high-risk area packed with explosive tags were ninja from other villages. The old man's name was Geno. 30 years ago, he was known as the master of traps from the village of Scorching Sun. More than 3 decades ago, when the Leaf waged war beyond its borders, the village of Scorching Sun had been one of the casualties. It happened to be the time of Konoha's grand reconstruction. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Geno slipped into Konoha, posing as a craftsman. During the construction process, whether it was houses or important streets, he secretly installed explosive tags all over the village. In the end, just as everything was wrapping up, the old village chief suddenly passed away. The new village chief, seeing that Konoha had sent out its main forces and didn't consider Yangyin Village a worthy opponent, decided to sign an alliance with Konoha. And so, Jino chose to leave Konoha and head back to his own village. But before he could make it home, Takinen Village suddenly launched a surprise attack on Yangyin Village, wiping it out completely. His entire family perished in the chaos of war. With nowhere to go, he could only wander the ninja world. This time, upon hearing that Konoha was hosting the Chunin exams, he decided to come by and take a look. He had assumed that those explosive tags he planted long ago must have already been found and removed by Konoha. He never expected that. Even now, Konoha hadn't taken any action. The sudden explosions threw Konoha into a state of emergency. For Jino, leaving the village was now out of the question. At that moment, Konoha enforced strict entry and exit controls. Hey, shouldn't we be making a run for it? Rock Lee stammered anxiously. Who would have so much time on their hands to bury so many explosive tags all over the village? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Niji, you died such a horrible death, someone joked. Hyuga Niji was speechless. Hey, chubby raccoon, I'm not dead yet. Stupid raccoon, what are you talking about? Gaara, a bit embarrassed, said, Konoha probably won't kill you over this, right? After all, you weren't the one who planted those explosive tags. Hyuga Niji shook his head. If there's a culprit, Konoha will find a real one. They won't blame it on him. I'm not really worried about that, Niji added, but from what I saw, the explosions seem to have reached the area where you all are staying. Niji sounded a bit concerned. He was already planning that, if things ever became unbearable in the future, he'd defect to Sunagakure. Defection was inevitable. Now that the cage bird seal had been lifted, there was no way he'd stay in Konoha. If he had somewhere to go, Sunagakure would be his first choice. But now, could Kankuro have been caught in the blasts? This is bad, someone exclaimed. They'd completely forgotten about Kankuro. Sorry, I have to go and check on him. With Yitsong and the others away, only a few Chunin were left in the inn. With so many explosive tags going off, if they weren't prepared, there was a real chance they wouldn't make it out. I'll go with you. Let's move. Meanwhile, on the other side, explosion. Someone had actually attacked Konoha, even blowing up the Hokage rock. But why were only the faces of the first, second, and third Hokages destroyed, while the fourth was left untouched? Turning to her companions weighed down with bags, Yitsong said to Tamari and Yuno, return to the inn immediately. Notify the others and stay on alert. There's still some sand ninja left at the guest house. Maki-senpai, we need to return immediately. I understand, Kabuto. Maki's expression was grave as well. The direction of the explosion was obvious enough. Who could it be, targeting both Konoha and the sand? Ichiraku Ramen. What's going on? Did the old man get himself into trouble again? Even the Hokage rock's been blown up. Could it be the white tiger causing this explosion? No, that can't be right. It should be those two showing up instead. Orochimaru downed his soup in one gulp, completely unfazed by the distant blast. Boss, another bowl, please. I'm sorry, sir, but with something this serious going on, we need to shut down and evacuate, the Ichiraku owner apologized. Don't worry, the explosions won't reach this place. Orochimaru remained calm. For what I can tell, the blasts are all happening in out-of-the-way places. No danger here. Tucci. Sorry, Naruto. I need to take care of something right now. Above the women's bathhouse, Jiraiya was stewing in indignation over Naruto's story, determined to have a word with the old man as soon as Naruto finished. But a succession of explosions rang out, leaving him in no mood to listen any further. I promise you, I'll keep my word. Meet me tomorrow at the waterfall on the edge of the village, where the ladies go to bathe. Hey, you pervy sage. Before Naruto could react, Jiraiya had already vanished from sight. Someone catch the peeping Tom. Of course, it wasn't just Jiraiya whose attention was drawn by the explosions. The women soaking the bathhouse were also startled. Wait, it wasn't me. It was a white-haired pervy sage. Naruto was nearly in tears. That miserable pervy sage, running off and leaving me behind. Old man, what on earth is happening? Jiraiya, when did you get back? Hiruzen Sarutobi was caught off guard. Old man, now's not the time for that. Jiraiya looked at Hiruzen, now clad in his battle armor, and felt a pang of nostalgia. How many years had it been since he'd seen the old man looking so heroic? Even if the old man wasn't as handsome as him, or as strong, and certainly not as talented, in his prime, Hiruzen's prowess in battle was unmatched in the ninja world. I don't know exactly what's going on, but I can say for sure, it's not Orochimaru, and it's not the Sand Village. Hiruzen's vigilance didn't waver for a moment, even with Jiraiya's arrival. After the death of Hei Gecko, he had stepped up patrols in Konoha, so patrol ninja from each of the explosion sites were quick to report back. He now had two major headaches. First, the Hokage rock. Every month, any damage to the Hokage rock had to be repaired and recarved with perfect accuracy, which was always a race against time. The Hokage rock is the symbol of Konoha. It must be repaired before the daimyo arrives. Another concern is the ghost houses where the various hidden villages are staying. According to reports from the patrol squads, every single residence occupied by shinobi from the other villages has been completely blown to pieces. Hokage-sama. We've finished the investigation. The explosions began near the Ninja Academy. Using the Byakugan, we discovered explosive tags buried all around the area. Here's one that didn't go off. Good work, Takuma. Hiruzen Sarutobi took the explosive tag and frowned. This is... As a master of ninjutsu, Hiruzen Sarutobi's discerning I was unmatched in the entire ninja world. This is the design of an explosive tag from a hidden village 30 years ago. They should have stopped producing these after the village of Scorching Sun was destroyed 3 decades back. With a single glance, Hiruzen instantly recognized the origin of the tag. How could it be the village of Scorching Sun? That village was supposed to have been wiped out by the hidden waterfall village long ago. When could they have planted these explosive tags? The village of Scorching Sun. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Which village is that? You. Hiruzen stared at him, thick with exasperation. Stop spending all your time peeping. Old man, if you would just teach me the telescope jutsu, I wouldn't have to waste my time sneaking around. Jiraiya muttered under his breath. Lady Yitsong, please help us. Kankuro. Yitsong had barely returned to her residence when she saw Kankuro collapsed outside, covered in blood. Hurry. I'm on it. Rushed to his side. But, without Brother Kabuto here, I'm not confident I can treat such serious wounds. Leave it to me. Brother Kabuto. These injuries are severe. What happened? How did it come to this? Brother Kabuto. If it weren't for the seniors who pushed me out of harm's way. Tears welled up in Kankuro's eyes, though anger burned even brighter within them. Thankfully, the other Chunin exam participants had already returned home. Yino and Shishio, who were not as strong, had luckily gone out shopping. Only a handful of Chunin remained in the residence now. Kankuro himself had just been cleaning his puppets. If someone hadn't pushed him aside in time, he would have died in the explosion too. Don't talk for now. Help stop the bleeding for the others first. Kankuro and the other shinobi had suffered too many injuries. If they didn't act quickly, they could bleed out. Brother Kabuto. Dared not delay, quickly assisting Kabuto in staunching the bleeding of the most seriously injured sand shinobi. Then Kabuto took over, working to heal them. Other than the sound ninja, all the other representatives from the small ninja villages who attended the meeting with me have perished. Maki searched the area. All around, there were only scattered limbs and ninja headbands. Of course, the people from Asan were all still alive. After all, those who remained were elite Chunin, and thanks to the harsh conditions of the Land of Wind, everyone had honed a keen sense for danger. The moment they heard the explosions, they were already on guard, which was the only reason they managed to escape the endless blasts by sheer luck. Is Konoha trying to keep us all trapped here? Maki growled, kicking a wooden post out his way. I'm not sure, but I think it's more likely that someone attacked Konoha, Yakura speculated. Would Konoha really risk its reputation by targeting them right now? Besides, if they wanted to deal with the visitors, would they go so far as to blow up their own Hokage rock? Judging by the state of Hokage rock, it's very possible that these explosive tags were planted before the 4th Hokage took office. Wasn't that more than 10 years ago? But honestly, this is the most reasonable explanation, Kabuto said, tending to Kankuro's wounds while his mind raced. After stopping the bleeding, the other injuries weren't as serious. With some time and healing ninjutsu, recovery would come. Kankuro, are you alright? A swirl of sand drifted by. Gaara had returned. Gaara. Kankuro nearly wept. If I'd known, I would have left with you. Now, not only were his puppets in disrepair, but he himself was badly hurt. I'm terribly sorry, Niji Hyuga said, bowing quickly. Now that this involved diplomatic tensions, would Konoha really treat him like they did his father years ago and dispose of him? The caged bird seal had just been removed. He hadn't even had the chance to spread his wings. Gaara, you'd better explain, Yakura demanded, eyes fixed on him. With everyone watching, Gaara reluctantly recounted how his sparring with Niji Hyuga had led to the explosion. So it was you two causing trouble. Yakura grabbed Gaara by the ear. Are you kids trying to start a war? Gaara, Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Zila, please come with me, said a masked ANBU suddenly appearing before them, introducing himself as Tenzo. This is bad. The real authorities have come, Yakura muttered, frowning. Wait, this was all my doing. It has nothing to do with them. Niji Hyuga stepped forward. He would take responsibility for what he had done. With Konoha suffering such heavy losses, Gaara would likely escape blame, but he and Rock Lee would inevitably have to pay a substantial price for what had happened. As for myself, it's not a big deal. After all, the Hyuga clan is there to back me up. The Hyuga have been a prestigious family for 1,000 years. Their wealth is by no means less than the Uchihas. But Rock Lee isn't so lucky. He's as poor as they come. If he had to shoulder this compensation, his whole life would be ruined. What's more, he wasn't involved at all. He was just a bystander the entire time. I'm sorry, but my mission is to take all of you with me, Yamato said, turning to Yi-Song after refusing. If you wish, you may come with us as well, sir. In Konoha, we never wrong anyone. He continued, I apologize for the explosion earlier, but we still need to follow the proper procedures. If you're worried, you can come with us. In that case, I'll go with you, Yi-Song replied, naturally feeling uneasy. Maki, Kabuto, I'll leave things here to you. The Hokage's office wasn't far. After all, everyone had been near the site of the explosion. And since they were all ninja, it didn't take long before they arrived at the Hokage building. Hokage-sama, I brought everyone, Yamato reported. Also, there's a message from the ANBU. An elderly man was found acting suspiciously at the gate. They're bringing him in now. Thank you for your hard work, Hiruzen Sarutobi replied with a wave of his hand. It was Jiraiya, Yi-Song thought, feeling a surge of apprehension. He'd originally hoped to use the injuries among his own people to demand some sort of compensation from Konoha. After all, at the root of it, this incident was Konoha's fault. How could they let foreign ninja stay somewhere riddled with explosive tags? Hokage-sama, we deserve an explanation, demanded not only Yi-Song, but also the lucky representatives from the smaller villages who'd survived by attending a meeting. Why did you put us in a place full of explosive tags? I've heard the Byakugan can see through anything. Are the Hyuga all blind? With so many explosive tags, if there's no conspiracy, I just can't believe it. Konoha must have planned to kill all the sand candidates, and we were just collateral damage. Not every village was an ally or subordinate to Konoha, especially the Grass Village, famous for changing sides in the ninja world. Their sole survivor wasted no time in voicing their suspicions. After all, they were the only ones bold enough to use the Uzumaki as medical resources right under Konoha's nose. TCH, at this rate, we might as well cancel the Chunin exams. With such a powerful explosion, even a Jonin would struggle to survive. Even if the sand candidates make it, they'll be lucky to escape without losing an arm or a leg. After all, this is Konoha's home turf. They have to win the championship, don't they? Hiruzen Sarutobi grew annoyed, but he couldn't just lash out. Everyone, please hear me out. No one understood the destructive power of rumors better than he and Danzo. This matter, the conspiracy of the Yanyan village, was never intended to harm any of you. Yanyan village? Isn't that the tiny village that was destroyed by Takinen 30 years ago? Even Yi-Song couldn't help but laugh. Lord Hokage, you really do know how to make a joke. A village that had been wiped out for 3 decades. If anyone sought revenge, it would surely be against Takinen rather than us. Jiraiya, could you please go and escort the Umbu? Hiruzen Sarutobi thought to himself that, at this moment, no amount of explanation would do. It would be far better to simply bring in both witness and suspect. Got it, old man. Jiraiya glanced at Yi-Song, gave her a stern look, and then vanished in a flash. The old man had a soft spot. But me? I'm not someone to be trifled with. If it's a contest you want, I, Jiraiya, am always ready. That was the message Yi-Song saw in Jiraiya's eyes. It was as if he was convinced that the sand would seize this chance to stir up trouble. This guy. Yi-Song clenched her fists. After hearing what Shukaku had said, she wasn't so sure anymore if she could hold her own against Jiraiya. Shukaku had called him, openly, the strongest human alive. The pressure he exuded instantly made Yi-Song think of the demigod of the shinobi world. A man powerful enough to declare war on the 3 great nations with nothing but his own strength, and who could take on 3 Kage-level opponents at once without faltering. And yet, Shukaku had never praised that demigod. Instead, it was Jiraiya whom Shukaku called the strongest human. I was hoping I could use this chance to trade for the Yin Seal. Yi-Song muttered under her breath. Eternal youth. The thought had haunted her ever since Orochimaru last mentioned it. Unfortunately, Jiraiya had arrived too soon. Hiruzen, of course, understood Jiraiya's intentions, so he didn't say much more. Instead, he turned to the others. We've already apprehended the culprit behind this incident. Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, please give everyone a brief explanation. The explosion started on the outskirts of a ninja academy. According to the Umbu's investigation, Niji Hyuga and his companions had just been seen outside the academy. Yes, Lord Hokage. Niji Hyuga replied calmly, neither arrogant nor servile. Earlier, I wanted to have a private sparring match with Gaara, so we went to the vicinity of the academy. In the end, I struck a wooden training post with my 8 trigrams vacuum palm, and that triggered the explosion. By the time I realized something was wrong, the blast had already begun. He spoke without exaggeration or excuse. Lord Hokage, about this matter. Don't worry. None of you will be blamed for this. After all, even if it hadn't been you, someone else would have triggered that trap sooner or later. And the person responsible is still within our village. Because Jino accidentally wandered into the Hidden Leaf Village and was captured, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately assumed that he planned to detonate explosive tags during the final round of the Chunin exams. In fact, Hiruzen was quite relieved that Niji Hyuga had set off those explosive tags ahead of time. At least with the explosion happening now, he still had time to deal with the situation. But if this remnant of the Haze Village had triggered the explosive tags during the Chunin exams, and with Orochimaru's invasion on top of that, what kind of chaos would the Hidden Leaf have descended into? Old man, I'm back. Just as Niji finished speaking, Jiraiya led an elderly man over. Sir, why don't you introduce yourself? Jino, shinobi of the Haze Village, Jino replied, calm and composed. He had long since become a man with nothing left to lose. Facing death, he felt at peace. He should have died 30 years ago already. He had survived for 30 extra years. What more could he ask for? Jino? You're Jino? Hiruzen Sarutobi scrutinized the old man before him. I never imagined the third Hokage would know of me, Jino said, clearly surprised. So many years had passed since the fall of the Haze Village. He thought people had long forgotten him. The famous trap master of the Haze Village, known by name, but no one had ever seen your face, Hiruzen remarked. Of those who still remembered him, perhaps Sarutobi was the last in the entire shinobi world. The new head of the Takigakure was only in his 30s. Back when the Haze Village was destroyed, he'd barely been born, so he couldn't possibly remember anything about it. Inoki from Iwagakure had no connections with the Haze Village. These explosive tags matched the very design forged in the Haze Village 30 years ago. I suspect that, during Konoha's great construction 30 years back, you slipped in and planted these tags, am I right? Jino fell silent, but did not deny it. The third Hokage's memory is truly impressive. Haichi, take him away and investigate thoroughly. With that one sentence, Hiruzen decided Jino's fate. Yes, Lord Hokage. Everyone, the matter is now clear. Please rest assured, the Hidden Leaf will never let such an incident happen again. So that was it, Hiruzen thought to himself. Thank goodness Orochimaru wasn't here at this critical moment. Otherwise, it really might have been the end of him. This was the only time in Konoha's history that outsiders had gotten this close to the heart of the village. In all his years as Hokage, he had never discovered those explosive tags. He could hardly escape blame for that. The Hokage makes it sound so simple. Yakura couldn't hold back. My village's shinobi have suffered serious injuries, some so severe they can't even compete in the Chunin exams finals. Are we just supposed to accept that? After all, it was Konoha's fault, letting them stay in rooms rigged with explosive tags. Her decision not to forcefully take everyone and leave Konoha was already giving the Ine seal considerable respect. This was our fault. We'll do everything we can to treat the injured ninja from every village. Jiraiya spoke up first. What about Kankuro's puppets? Yitsong pressed, demanding an answer. The crow puppet that Kankuro brought had been blown to pieces. As for the other two puppets that Sasori made when he was a child, Kankuro still hadn't mastered them, so they were just gathering dust back in Sunagakure. Surely they couldn't expect Kankuro to fight in the final rounds with nothing but taijutsu and chakra threads, could they? This is a real headache, Jiraiya sighed, troubled. And right now, it wasn't even possible to threaten the other side. I will make sure Sunagakure receives proper compensation. Yitsong's questioning and the watching ninja from other villages left Hiruzen Sarutobi at a loss for words. Uchiha Sasuke and Kakashi had just left the village, and even as Hokage, he had no idea where they'd gone, nor any way to consult with them. If Kankuro truly couldn't compete, it would be terribly unfair to Sunagakure. Strictly speaking, Konoha shouldn't have had anyone in the third exam at all. He already owed Sunagakure a favor over that. And now, this had happened on top of everything else. But Niji Hyuga couldn't be blamed for this. He was innocent, even meritorious for Konoha. Besides, moving against the Hyuga clan now wasn't an option. The other clans would never agree. So, this bitter pill would have to be swallowed by him alone. This is the second time already. Yitsong exclaimed. Hokage, what exactly do you plan to do to compensate us? Second time? What do you mean, old man? Jiraiya asked, bewildered by the Hokage's actions. It's a long story, Hiruzen said. Yitsong, why don't you take everyone to the hospital first? Once I've discussed things with the others, we'll deliver your compensation. The image of everyone being blocked at the finish line by Gaara flashed through Hiruzen's mind, making his heart clench. It was absurd. For all the years the 5 great shinobi villages had competed, it was always Konoha keeping the others out. Now, for once, the tables had turned. Such a humiliating situation was not something he wanted to discuss with his students. Hokage's office. What kind of compensation should I offer? Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his temples in frustration. Forget it. There's no Danzo around to meddle. No one to interfere with my decisions. Better to deal with the situation at hand. Let's hear everyone's opinions. The Chunin exams are about to begin, and the Hokage rock must be repaired. But where are we supposed to find so many craftsmen on such short notice? The third Hokage opened the meeting. Although the blast had affected a large area, it had mostly struck the old part of the village. As a result, not many people in the Leaf Village were actually hurt. So, in this regard, he wasn't too worried. He just needed to offer a clear explanation to the villagers, and that would be enough. However, the Hokage Rock and the Ninja Academy were a different story. They had to be rebuilt as quickly as possible, especially the Hokage Rock, which was the very face of the village. The problem was, there simply weren't enough craftsmen in the village to do the work. Old man, when I visited the Land of Waves last time, I saw plenty of skilled craftsmen there. That guy Tazuna, the one who built the Great Naruto Bridge, he did a remarkable job, Asuma Sarutobi said. So far, Kakashi still hadn't been in touch, leaving Asuma as the only one with a clear memory of the situation in the Land of Waves. A bridge that spanned the sea. If Tazuna could oversee the construction of such a grand bridge, his skills were beyond question, and so was the craftsmanship of those from the Land of Waves. After all, in the Land of Water, many of the scattered islands could only connect by boat. That drunken swindler? Can we really count on him? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked, his voice tinged with doubt. He's up to the task. The Land of Waves isn't far. At our pace, we could bring them here in less than 10 days. Asuma replied with certainty. Very well. I'll leave this matter to you. Given the number of craftsmen we have left in the village, if you can bring about 30 more, we should be able to finish before the Chunin exams. I'll assign you 15 umbu. Your job is to lead them there and back safely. Hiruzen instructed. This was not a task to be taken lightly. Hiruzen personally pulled more than a dozen operatives from the already stretched-thin umbu. Understood, Lord Hokage. I'll see to it that the mission is accomplished. Asuma replied solemnly. Now the second matter. Hiruzen turned his gaze to Asuma, who stood calm and composed, and smiled with satisfaction. With Asuma present, and their ties to the Ino Shikacho trio, even if he were to die, the Sarutobi clan would not fall into decline. He could feel it. His days were numbered. There was no time for sentiment. Hiruzen's eyes shifted to Hayashi Hyuga. Clan leader Hayashi, from this moment on, I asked the Hyuga clan to be responsible for patrolling the village. Except for the Umbu headquarters and the other major clan compounds. Every area must be swept with the Byakugan. This time, he was truly afraid. The explosive tags from 30 years ago. Back then, those places were the most prosperous parts of the village. And just over a decade ago, after the Nine-Tails rampage, the Leaf also had to look outside the village for craftsmen. Who knew if someone had planted explosive tags on the main streets of the village now? He couldn't worry about the special nature of the Byakugan anymore. Lord Hokage, with the number of Hyuga available, I fear we won't be able to guarantee the village's safety completely. Hayashi said with hesitation. Patrolling itself wasn't the issue, but the Hyuga clan had always been responsible for the outermost perimeter security. If they were to conduct a thorough investigation of the village while also handling daily patrols, the Hyuga simply didn't have enough people. Of course, there was one thing Hayashi Hyuga didn't mention. The main family at home still needed attendance. Each of the major elders' households required a dozen or so branch family servants to wait on them. Just like the Uchiha, the Hyuga clan, with only a little over 1,000 members, suddenly being tasked with so much responsibility, would be under immense strain. I'll have the Inuzuka and Aburame clans assist you. My deepest thanks. Hayashi Hyuga felt utterly humiliated. The decadent main family of the Hyuga was renowned throughout the ninja world. Aside from his own line, the rest were little more than dead weight. Though more accurately, they were highly coveted prizes in the shinobi world. They were far more valuable than Asuma Sarutobi. Even the least among them was worth several Asumas. Hi, sure. How goes the investigation into Jin-OS situation? Kankuro lay on his hospital bed, completely disheartened, staring up at the white ceiling above. Sigh. Who would have thought? Just after leaving the hospital, I'd end up right back here. No one could have predicted something like this. Temari tried to comfort her unlucky little brother. Don't worry. In the finals, Gaara will test out the true power of the Sharingan for you. Back home, this unlucky brother had always been the invisible one, and even in the village, most people only knew about her and Gaara. Now, finally given a chance to shine, his most prized puppet had ended up blown to pieces. Oh, come on. I doubt Sasuke Uchiha will even get a chance to use his Sharingan, Kankuro replied. Kakashi is strong, sure, but I just don't believe he's stronger than Elder Yitsong was. And as a teacher, Elder Yitsong's student, Senior Wan, is about your age and already has a command of air-rank sealing techniques. A true elite jonin. Kakashi, on the other hand, can't even keep peace in his own classroom. He must be worthless. Gaara, who's trained by Elder Yitsong, is bound to be much stronger. Kankuro, who had no fondness for Kakashi whatsoever, made no effort to hide his disdain. At least Gaara knows talent when he sees it. He immediately picked up on Naruto Uzumaki's potential. Gaara scratched his head awkwardly. If it weren't for Shukaku, Naruto's dopey demeanor would never have caught his attention. Naruto Uzumaki is the treasure the fourth Hokage left to Konoha, Kabuto chimed in. The Uzumaki clan made the best host for tailed beasts, but that didn't mean only Uzumaki could seal them away. A few Jinchuriki going berserk was hardly a real threat to Konoha. They could be subdued easily enough. It all came down to the same principle. It was Hashirama Senju who made would release legendary, not the other way around. No matter how powerful a sealing technique may be, it grows feeble in the face of overwhelming external force. In truth, the fourth Hokage could have chosen to seal the nine tails within someone else. But he did not. Instead, he chose Uzumaki Naruto. Some say the fourth Hokage sacrificed his own family for the greater good. Others believe it was out of love for the Leaf Village. Yet, according to Kabuto Yakushi's research on the Hokage's wife, if she ever found out about Naruto's life, she would have absolutely lost control. Not even adamant and chains could hold her back. I really don't think they're taking this seriously at all. Last time I saw the third Hokage's grandson, he even had a private tutor, someone remarked. Kabuto, I'll leave things here in your hands, someone entrusted. Before long, Kankuro fell asleep alongside the other injured shinobi, and Gaara prepared to head to his new quarters. Don't worry. With Kabuto here, nothing's going to go wrong. I'm just worried we'll take up too much of Kabuto's time. Why don't you come with us instead? Temari said through gritted teeth. I don't want to. You two are impossible, Yakura said, pulling them apart. That's enough. Let's go. Temari, Gaara, for the next 20 days or so, your training will be under my watch. The final victory allows for no carelessness. Yes, Yakura-senpai, they replied. Time flew by swiftly. For more than 20 days, as construction projects kept everyone busy, Hiruzen Sarutobi sent no one to interrupt Gaara's training. Gaara, move faster, Yakura barked. Yes, Gaara responded, ignoring the pain for being kicked and charging back to spar with Yakura. If you rely too much on Karura's defense, your body will grow dull and slow. Yakura warned. This was Gaara's greatest weakness, his physical shortcomings. Though both he and Temari used long-range ninjutsu, Gaara's movements lagged behind hers. Wind style, great sickle weasel, Temari cried, seizing the moment while Yakura was distracted by reprimanding Gaara and swinging her fan. Good timing, Yakura said coolly, shifting just enough to dodge Temari's attack. How is that possible? Temari gasped. I calculated your movement exactly based on your previous patterns. Your calculations are spot on, Yakura replied, a hint of mischief in his smile, but how can you be sure the information you gathered wasn't deliberately fed to you? The realization stunned Temari. All the data she'd relied on was planted misinformation. Your next opponent hails from the Nara clan, famed for their cunning. If you let your guard down, even if your strength surpasses theirs, in front of a crowd, you could still find yourself outwitted and utterly at their mercy. Losing might not be likely. The Nara clan's chakra reserves aren't vast, and their shadow techniques are taxing and focus on control, not raw power. Even if Shikamaru Nara could restrain Temari, there was only one way he could possibly win, by making her take off her clothes. However, the people of Konoha would never stoop to such disgraceful tactics. So, the odds were high that Temari would emerge victorious. Still, being made a fool of by someone else was, without question, a humiliating experience. Thank you for your guidance, ma'am. Temari understood. She realized that she'd had things too easy before, only ever encountering fools along the way. If something suddenly went beyond her calculations, she was very likely to panic and make mistake after mistake. Advice is just advice, but wind release, great sickle weasel. With a thunderous crash, Temari was sent flying backward. If you let your enemy's words distract you, it could cost you your life. Yakura laughed. That's one of Shukaku's golden rules. The way you are now, you're far from ready. She stowed away the fan she'd kept sealed for years. Yakura had carefully controlled her strength. The injuries Temari and Gaara sustained were only superficial, nothing serious. By the end of the afternoon, both would have recovered. Shukaku spouts so much nonsense. Who could possibly remember it all? Temari muttered under her breath. That fat raccoon was always rambling on and on for no reason. Like how ninjas are assassins in the shadows, and when unleashing a jutsu, you shouldn't shout its name out loud to give away your next move. But in the ninja world for so many years, even during an ambush, everyone still shouts out the name of their technique. I haven't seen Aunt Yakura do any differently. You know, Yakura suddenly recalled the time she'd faced an IWNine. He was a ninja from a Wagakure with the explosion release bloodline limit, and he was formidable. Back then, it took everything she had to subdue him, and if he'd set his mind on escaping, she might not have been able to catch him at all. That was when she remembered Shukaku's words. So, when she fought him, she didn't say the name of her jutsu. Her opponent thought she was simply testing him with taijutsu, but the moment he touched her, he turned to a shriveled corpse. Scorch Release. Its power far surpassed that of regular fire release. A simple fire jutsu couldn't instantly kill a powerful ninja. But with Scorch Release, just a single palm was enough for her to drain all the moisture from the body of an elite jonin in an instant. In time, you'll understand this lesson. Yakura didn't explain any further. She simply clapped her hands. All right, that's enough for today. This afternoon, your father and the daimyo will arrive. The day after tomorrow, it'll be up to you. Understood. For now, you're dismissed. Lord Hokage, it's an honor to finally meet you. Raza lifted his head, a hint of puzzlement in his expression. Why did the Hokage rock in Konoha look a little odd? Why was the fourth Hokage's face so ugly? Following behind Raza was a group of young Umbu. To ensure the safety of the village, Raza had decided not to bring Fui along. Leaving behind a Kaga-level sealing master would make the village's barrier truly impregnable. Trailing after Hiruzen Sarutobi were Kohru Yuditane and Hamura Midokado, those two master strategists, each as formidable as a hidden dragon or phoenix chick. Next in the procession was Shikaka Nara. Then came another contingent of Umbu. The contrast between the two groups was striking. It's the Kazekage who's truly enviable, improving the lives of everyone in Sunagakure all on his own. He puts this old man of mine to shame. Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a wry smile, his expression polite, but his eyes unreadable. He understood Raza's glance immediately. It was about the Hokage rock. Since the fourth Hokage's face on the monument hadn't been damaged, there'd been no need to touch it up. But for the other three, some renovation was in order, especially the first Hokage and himself. Come to think of it, the first Hokage's carving looked terribly unflattering, lacking any trace of authority. Hiruzen had decided to give the first a full makeover. After all, the first and second Hokage were brothers. Making them resemble each other a bit more wouldn't raise too many eyebrows. Then it was his own turn. He wanted his eyes to look more commanding, his features sharper and more defined. He had to admit, Dazuna's craftsmanship was truly remarkable. Comparing the faces, Minato Namikaze's Hokage rock carving, once the most striking, now seemed the least impressive, dropping from the top spot all the way to last place. It's all just empty titles in the end, Raza replied lightly. But I have heard that the third Hokage is famed as a hero among shinobi. I hadn't expected you to be so amiable in person. Raza was a bit surprised. Though he'd always looked down on the third Hokage for the mistakes he made in his later years, Hiruzen's reputation was undeniable. This was Raza's first time meeting Hiruzen Sarutobi in a true sense, and, just like when he'd first met Orochimaru, the reality was nothing like what he'd imagined. Haha, all just empty titles, nothing more. Hiruzen laughed heartily. Come, everyone, the banquet is already prepared. Meanwhile, on another side, the attendants of the daimyo of the Land of Fire were making similar arrangements, though they were inviting the daimyo of the Land of Wind. Ninjas and nobles could negotiate together. In private, the daimyo and the shinobi could build strong relationships. But when it came to affairs of state, nation to nation, daimyo to daimyo, ninjas were merely tools, never part of the official proceedings. After all, this was a rule set down in the era of Hashirama Senju. Over all these years, anyone bold enough to defy the god of shinobi had long since met their end. Following behind Hiruzen Sarutobi, Raza took the opportunity to observe Konoha closely. Konoha was bustling and vibrant. The streets teemed with people coming and going. Especially now, with the Chunin exams underway, wealthy merchants and nobles had flocked to Konoha. They had deep pockets and weren't shy about spending lavishly. Merchants from all over saw this business opportunity and flocked into Konoha. The prosperity of Konoha had now far surpassed anything seen in the past. If only Sunagakure could have such a scene, how wonderful would that be? It wasn't as if Sunagakure had never held a joint Chunin exam, but those exams only managed to draw in a few small vassal villages. Unlike Konoha, which could even deceive their own daimyo from the Land of Wind, who was as gullible as they come, into attending. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Raza forced the effects of the alcohol from his system. He could clearly sense the strong hostility directed at him from the Konoha shinobi. Those stares made him deeply uncomfortable. Ever since he quelled the rebellion of the stones, he had never encountered such looks again. In Sunagakure, who didn't respect his mastery of the art of controlling gold dust. Not just in Sunagakure, even across the entire shinobi world, who didn't love gold. Every year, the daimyo of the Land of Wind still exchanged for some of the gold he painstakingly sifted from sands. So naturally, he had no desire to stay until the very end of the banquet. For a Kage to personally attend the Chunin exam in Konoha was already giving immense honor to Konoha. He certainly wasn't going to sit there and endure that humiliation. Father, Lord Kazekage. Raza, what took you so long to get here? It was that fat fool, of course. Raza replied with some irritation. Every hour in the palanquin, we had to stop for ages. He just couldn't figure it out. Among the 5 great nations, the poorest was undoubtedly the Land of Wind. A sparse population, little arable land. All of that meant low tax revenue in the shinobi world. But among all the daimyo of the 5 nations, only the Land of Wind's daimyo was a fat man. I bet that fat fool will live another 10 years at least, Gaara muttered. He had no fondness for the man. Ugh, everyone sighed at once. Calamity always seems to linger the longest. There's truth in that old saying. For Sunagakure to grow strong, it needed financial backing from the Land of Wind. Yet fate had saddled them with this brainless daimyo. By the way, what's with all the carpenters in Konoha? Everywhere I look, I see them. It felt like Konoha was filled with all sorts of oddities. Here's what happened. Gaara gave a brief explanation. Interesting. Pity Konoha wasn't blown to bits. Raza couldn't help but chuckle. Allies exist to be taken advantage of. What a shame he hadn't witnessed that spectacle. By the way, Lord Kazekage, Kabuto produced a scroll containing the reanimation jutsu. Orochimaru came by, and even had me help him kill Konoha's Zanbiyu. Hey, Gecko. He had already committed the details of the reanimation jutsu to memory. Orochimaru had provided everything in meticulous detail. Kabuto was confident he could now perform the jutsu on ordinary people. But without any condemned criminals, he had no way to put it into practice yet. Orochimaru truly never gives up his wicked ambitions. Oof. Raza was starting to faintly grasp Orochimaru's intentions. Orochimaru, that wily snake. He's up to no good. He wants to drag us into this mess. Raza pushed the scroll back. Since this was given to you by Orochimaru, you should keep it for now. Once we return to the village, and if you wish, you may inscribe it onto the forbidden jutsu scroll. But for now, be careful. Don't give Orochimaru any leverage against you. After we finish our deal with Orochimaru, stay away from him. That man is far too dangerous. I fear this Chunin exam will not end peacefully. The worst part is, we're already in the game. A trace of worry flickered across Kabuto's face. He could only hope to seize the Een seal amid the chaos. Time shifted. The moment has come, old man. It's time for the windmill to turn. On the high platform, the 3rd Hokage sat side by side with Raza. Behind each of them stood several of their own umbu guards. Yet one umbu from the sand was continuously licking his lips, eyes glinting maliciously from behind his mask as he secretly watched the grand boasts of the 3rd Hokage. Orochimaru, I don't care what schemes you're plotting, but if you dare threaten the hidden sand village, I swear I'll make sure you have no grave to rest in. Raza sensed a faint, chilling killing intent behind him and quickly whispered under his breath. If Orochimaru let out killing intent now, and the 3rd Hokage sensed it, things would get out of hand in a way that couldn't be explained away. This was no time to trigger another great ninja war. Don't worry, my dear Kazekage. A new proctor, chewing on a senbon, frowned as he eyed the examinees standing before him. Only 6 of you. What's going on? Is it starting already? Sasuke and Naruto aren't even here. Ino's voice from the stands was filled with bewilderment. Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out. A figure tumbled and rolled across the ground, finally coming to a stop behind Gaara. Naruto, run everyone. The ox in the village has gone wild. Naruto Uzumaki, helped up by Shikamaru Nara, shouted in terror. It's too scary. Seriously, it's just too scary. What's gotten into you, Naruto? Huh? Gaara, speechless, put some distance between them. How embarrassing. Ha. It's that demon fox. How come he didn't get trampled to death? Really? How could the Hokage let a demon fox like him take the Chunin exam? Laughter rippled through the entire arena, interspersed with the villagers of the Leaf openly jeering at Naruto, making him lower his head in dejection. You idiots! Shut your mouths. Choji Akimichi, face flushed, spun around in the stands and bellowed, bunch of morons. Hiv. Raza couldn't help but chuckle. a hint of mockery tugging at the corner of his lips. He had already learned from Maki's letter about the situation of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in the Hidden Leaf Village, so when he heard the villagers' insults, he was not surprised at all. Instead, he felt a surge of emotion. The fourth Hokage, a man who once inspired fear throughout the entire ninja world, yet his descendant had fallen to such a fate. Still, while he did pity Naruto, seeing the boy make such a peculiar entrance, Raza couldn't help but remark, "Your village's elite certainly has a unique style." Perhaps others in the arena hadn't noticed, distracted by the intermission. But he and the third Hokage had seen it clearly. Naruto Uzumaki had been pushed into the arena, quite literally by a cow nudging him from behind. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face flushed with embarrassment. "Please don't judge him by appearances, Lord Kazekage. He's actually one of my prize students, and the newest disciple of Jiraiya." "Jiraiya, you fool, what on earth are you doing? Why couldn't you just bring Naruto here properly? And Naruto too, always so reckless and headstrong. And another thing, whose cow is that anyway? Why wasn't it tied up? How utterly humiliating. By the way, Lord Hokage, I heard there are supposed to be 8 contestants in the final round. Why are there only 7 here now?" Raza curled his lip, seizing the chance to change the subject. He'd heard from Yitsong that they'd encountered Uchiha Itachi in the Land of Waves, and had even exchanged a few blows with him. He was genuinely curious. After Itachi had massacred his entire clan, why had he spared only Sasuke? What made this surviving Uchiha so special? A quick glance around the arena was all it took to confirm. Sasuke Uchiha was nowhere to be seen. The Uchiha clan, aside from the mysteriously vanished Shursui, was known for their striking looks, but none of the examinees present were as handsome as his own son, Kankuro. Well, Hiruzen Sarutobi was at a loss for words once again. "Kakashi, what on earth are you up to? You've been missing for a whole month, not even bothering to send a single letter. Just how fond of Sasuke Uchiha are you?" If he didn't trust Kakashi's character, he'd almost suspect the man had run off with Sasuke and defected from the village. Even the recent bombing of the village hadn't been enough to draw them back. Sasuke Uchiha has some matters to attend to at the moment, but rest assured, Lord Kazekage, if he doesn't arrive on time, he'll be disqualified. Hiruzen truly had no idea where the two of them were, so this was the best he could offer. No matter, whether he participates or not makes little difference to the outcome of the competition, Raza replied, feigning magnanimity. Except for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the boy who'd just been herded in by that cow, Raza didn't believe any of the others posed a threat to Shukaku. Sasuke Uchiha in particular was hardly worth Shukaku's attention. Fairness must still be upheld, Hiruzen Sarutobi said. Raza gave a knowing, playful smile. The expression on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face stiffened. Fairness? Since the second round of the exams, there hadn't been any fairness to speak of. Let's focus on the match. It's about to start. Hiruzen coughed lightly twice, trying to shift attention back. At the center of the arena, Kankuro scanned the area. "Hey, Blondie, where's Uchiha Sasuke? Don't tell me he's planning to let me advance by default." It was true, his puppets had been damaged, and now he only had a few that Raza had brought for him. Compared to Crow, crafted by Sasori of the Red Sand, these were much inferior. However, he didn't want Sasuke to hold back and let him win because of this. He wanted to earn his place, not receive charity. "Wait, where is Sasuke? Has anyone seen him?" Naruto finally noticed that Sasuke was missing. "Hey, you two," the new proctor called to them quietly, "don't fidget. Stand tall and face the audience. Remember, right now, all eyes are on you. You are the stars of this match. Go for it, Naruto. Shorty, you better beat that girl from the sand." Amidst the noisy crowd, Naruto immediately spotted Tazuna and Tazuna's grandson, their voices standing out as some of the few in the whole arena cheering for him. "Honored guests, welcome to Konoha for the Chunin selection exams." Sasuke still hadn't arrived, but Hiruzen Sarutobi wasn't about to delay the entire event for just one participant. After all, with 20 or 30,000 spectators filling the arena, neither Sasuke Uchiha nor Kakashi Hitaki was important enough to keep everyone waiting. Next, the candidates who made it through the preliminaries will face off in the final battles. Please enjoy the matches to your heart's content. This time, Hiruzen didn't launch into a lengthy speech as he had during the preliminaries. He understood the value of saying what people wanted to hear and not wasting words. With so many in attendance, the real draw was the Hyuga clan's prodigy Niji, the last of the Uchiha, Sasuke, and Raza's own children, not an old man like himself. So, Hiruzen gave only a token greeting before handing the proceedings over to the new proctor. "I'm Ginma Shiranui, Special Jonin." The new proctor began, a sun bond clenched between his teeth. "Since there were some issues with the previous proctor during the preliminaries, I'll be overseeing things this time. Just like before, the rules are simple. There are no rules. The match continues until one side is dead or surrenders. Only then will the winner be decided. But if I judge that the outcome is already clear, I'll stop the match myself. And no arguing about it. Genmashiranui, worried he might end up like the last proctor who was nearly killed by Gaara, made sure to lay down the law in advance. Compared to Moonlight Hate, Genmashiranui looked quite normal. Though his whole demeanor radiated a careless, devil-may-care attitude that made people instinctively feel he wasn't very reliable. Well then, the first round is Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Niji. These two will stay. The rest of you may go to the stands or the lounge to wait. Upon hearing this, Gaara turned and left without a word. Making his way to the stands, he spotted two familiar faces. Hey, Hinata, I save an empty seat for you here. Looking pale and frail, Hinata made her way to the stands at Kiba Inuzuka's invitation. Gaara couldn't help but glance sideways. It's that girl with the Byakugan. As he followed the scene, Gaara's eyes landed on two more Byakugan users farther away. One was a stern-faced middle-aged man, the other a much younger girl. The Hyuga clan? Surely, they wouldn't activate their Byakugan at a moment like this, would they? The entire Hyuga clan had been drafted into Konoha's security forces. Right now, the only ones free to attend the Chunin exams were the head of the clan and his daughter. They wouldn't use the Byakugan here, would they? A flicker of worry crossed Gaara's mind. Niji Hyuga, don't mess this up right now. Hey Sakura. Not far away, Yamanaka Ino's voice rang out. She frowned at the distracted Haruno Sakura. Even though you're worried about Sasuke, shouldn't you cheer Naruto on too? But honestly, who would have thought Naruto would make it this far? I guess Asuma-sensei's training paid off, after all. Ino's tone shifted as she spoke. She figured that Naruto reaching the finals was at least half Asuma's doing. The other half, she begrudgingly credited to the missing Mizuki-sensei. Hey Ino, it's not nice to talk behind the teacher's back. Oh, Asuma-sensei. I just came to check on Shikamaru. With a cheerful wave, Sarutobi Asuma made his way to Shikamaru's side. If you need to forfeit, just do it. There's no shame in quitting. If you lose your life, you lose everything. I know Genmashiranui's strength. He might not. No, he definitely can't save you. Nara Shikamaru was best suited for strategizing from the rear. Sending him into battle was asking too much. As for Genmashiranui's strength, well, it was complicated. He'd become a special jonin over 10 years ago, but hadn't improved at all since. Even Asuma himself had at least managed a promotion from jonin. I'm not someone who kills without reason. Temari spoke up, clearly displeased. After all, killing in the finals would have serious consequences. It would make some of the more timid nobility worry about rampant violence. Ahaha. Asuma scratched the back of his head awkwardly. It's just that I worry about Shikamaru. The moment he faces a woman, his abilities drop to almost nothing. Huh? So he's shy around girls, is he? Kankuro sized up the laid-back Shikamaru Nara with interest. If you have the strength, they call it tender affection. If you don't, it's just courting death. No, I just find it troublesome, that's all. Shikamaru hung his head, thinking that while it was nice not to run into Gaara, of all the 7 competitors, he happened to be paired with the only girl. It left him a bit speechless. What? How dare you say I'm troublesome? Oh, come on. I just think women are troublesome. Not you in particular. That's not acceptable either. Temari threatened. If you dare go easy on me, I'll kill you. All right. How terrifying. Asuma Sarutobi could only smile awkwardly. That's just how he is. Gaara, don't you think Temari is acting a bit strange? Kankuro nudged Gaara. She doesn't look angry at all right now. A hint of doubt flickered in Gaara's heart. Could Shukaku be right? This Nara Shikamaru doesn't even look handsome. Hey, are you listening? I got it. Stop shouting. Naruto's match is starting. Darn brat. Your fate was sealed from the very beginning. I told you before. In the center of the arena, Naruto Uzumaki clenched his fist, his eyes trembling with determination. I will win, no matter what. The tension between them was palpable, like drawn blades. Naruto Uzumaki couldn't truly understand Niji Hyuga's pain. He was focused solely on avenging Hinata. Niji, on the other hand, was furious. How dare this outsider, Naruto, meddle in their family affairs when he knew nothing? Then the first round began. Genmashiranui glanced at both contestants and announced the start of the match. Niji Hyuga immediately activated his Byakugan. Facing Naruto, Niji didn't underestimate him. He'd heard from Jirobo that Naruto had been training under one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. In Jiraiya, he's a top-tier master, someone who could take down the entire Hyuga clan single-handedly. I hear you've taken on a famous teacher. Niji's lips curled into a slight grin. Well, that just makes this fight even more interesting. Rather than fear, Niji trembled with excitement at the challenge. I can't wait to see the panic in your eyes when you face defeat. Let's begin. A surge of powerful chakra erupted from Naruto, sending dust swirling into the air around him. Watch closely, Hanabi. He has inherited the Hyuga bloodline superbly. Your sister can't compare to him, and honestly, neither can you. From the stands, Hayashi Hyuga's voice drifted lightly, unconcerned about what others might think. Kiba Inuzuka muttered to himself, "This isn't the kind of opponent you can beat just with guts. Naruto, good luck." Kiba scoffed at Hayashi's words. He'd seen Hanabi's skills, and he knew Hinata's strength as well. In his view, Hanabi Hyuga's abilities were on the same level as Sakura Haruno's, and there was simply no way she could be a match for Hinata Hyuga. The oft-repeated claim from Hayashi Hyuga that Hanabi was far stronger than Hinata was, to him, nothing short of a joke. Hinata was always left hungry, forced to spar with Hanabi. How could she ever hope to win under such circumstances? Take this. Naruto Uzumaki pulled 2 kunai from his pocket. Niji Hyuga caught them deftly between his hands, flicked them aside, and Naruto seized the moment to charge forward head-on. One idiot who attacked from the front, especially when your opponent is a Hyuga with the Byakugan activated. Temari, fond of strategizing, couldn't help but remark. "This just means he's confident," Gaara replied, "and he's moving much faster than before." In the blink of an eye, Naruto was right in front of Niji. "His punches are a lot stronger too," Gaara added. Although Niji skillfully neutralized Naruto's force, he still had to take a small step back. But in a flash, Niji struck, his palm landing squarely on Naruto's chest. His fingers formed a precise shape, aiming to seal a chakra point on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto rolled away, narrowly dodging Niji's follow-up attack, but his arm was injured in the process. "Missed. You've got sharper instincts than I expected," Niji admitted, making no move to press his advantage. Instead, he chose to fight his own weakness against Naruto's strength. Naruto's progress hadn't gone unnoticed by Niji, but even now, Naruto was at best on par with Rock Lee, provided Lee hadn't opened any of the 8 gates. Niji felt no fear at all. "If I get hit in a chakra point, I won't be able to use any jutsu. Looks like I need to put some distance between us." Naruto gasped, clutching his arm as he lay on the ground. "See? You have no chance of winning," Niji declared. Naruto grinned, getting back on his feet. "I was just testing your strength. The real fight starts now." Win style, great breakthrough. With that, Naruto formed hand seals at lightning speed. This jutsu, second only to Shadow Clone and Sexy Jutsu in his arsenal, had been honed to perfection under Jiraiya's training, and Naruto unleashed it effortlessly. Compared to the preliminary rounds, the attack was far more powerful. "What do you take me for? A mere C-rank jutsu?" But Niji wasn't about to be distracted by Naruto's bravado. As the taijutsu prodigy, his speed easily surpassed Kiba Inuzuka's. "Shadow, clone jutsu." Niji gave the field a quick scan, watching Naruto divide his chakra evenly among all the clones, hoping to use them to fool the Byakugan into losing track of the real one. But it's useless. There's only one real you. With a single blow, Niji shattered one shadow clone after another. Once again, Naruto's attack was completely neutralized. "That kid is the one who's been on the offensive the whole time," Kankuro said, his painted face full of doubt. "If it were you, you'd probably already be flat on your back, wouldn't you?" A grunt of acknowledgement. "Well, I'm not exactly great at taijutsu." You could never become Hokage. A person's talent is determined from the moment they're born. On the battlefield, Naruto Uzumaki had been forced into a corner. With several of his chakra points sealed by Niji Hyuga, he couldn't fight back in close combat. If Niji hadn't paused, Naruto would have already been knocked unconscious by now. "Why are you so quick to decide people's fate? What's with you? Hell, what would you know?" Again and again, those 2 words, Hokage, came out of Naruto's mouth. And every time, it brought Niji back to that night years ago. Becoming Hokage isn't simply a matter of hard work. So few ever make it to that position. Besides, Niji glanced up at the highest seats, where the 3rd Hokage sat beside the 4th Kazekage. Even the mighty 3rd Hokage, when faced with threats from another village, he still chose to hand over his own people for the sake of peace. And you're nothing but a dropout. Even if you did become Hokage, what then? Would you go on selling out the people of your own village? Or maybe he'd already made up his mind to rebel. Niji no longer cared to hide his dissatisfaction with the upper echelons of Konoha, embodied by the 3rd Hokage. Back then, when the Cloud Village tried to kidnap Hinata Hyuga, there were 4 council members. Only one insisted on meeting force with force. Rumor had it, that man was a veteran of the battlefield, blind in one eye, arm crippled but unyielding in spirit. Niji couldn't help but respect that disabled veteran's resolve. Even a wounded man was eager to take up arms against the Cloud, while the so-called strongest Hokage in history chose, without hesitation, to sacrifice his own comrade. Hokage-sama. That child must be his, right? It was clear now. Even the new generation of Konoha had grown disillusioned with the Hokage. The rift within the village ran deep. In Raza's eyes, there was only one incident that truly defined the third Hokage as someone willing to sell out his own people. When the Hidden Cloud tried to snatch Hinata Hyuga, only to be foiled and then turn the blame back on Konoha, threatening war, the third Hokage responded by handing over Hisashi Hyuga. That incident left a lasting impression. Near the end of the Third Great Ninja War, when the Cloud grew envious of the white eye wielded by the Mist, they'd even invited the Sand to join their assault on Konoha to steal the Byakugan for themselves. And after the war, Raza had met Hisashi once. He and Hayashi looked nearly identical. Afterwards, when the contract was being signed, representatives from the Sand Village were also present. Yes, came the response. The third Hokage fell silent for a moment before replying, "This child doesn't truly understand the truth of what happened back then, so hatred has clouded his eyes." But, Lord Hokage, our village chief was referring to that blonde-haired boy. Someone interjected from behind Raza. It was Orochimaru, who suddenly spoke up. "Didn't you say this child doesn't know the truth of the past, and that's why he's blinded? Then, what if Naruto Uzumaki does learn the truth? What then? Would he be confused by hatred, or would that hatred completely blind him?" "Forgive me, Lord Hokage." My subordinate spoke out of turn. Raza quickly apologized. At the same time, he shot Orochimaru a fierce glare, as if warning him, "Don't stir up trouble, you fool." The incident with Hayashi Hyuga was famous throughout the ninja world. Not only ninjas, but even some members of the nobility knew the inside story. In fact, this event marked a turning point, symbolizing the shift of dominance from Konoha to the Hidden Cloud Village. Because Konoha chose to compromise, it became widely accepted that, in terms of raw strength, Konoha was no longer a match for the Hidden Cloud. One of the main reasons for this was that, after the Third Ninja War, Orochimaru's defection and the chaos of a Nine-Tails attack led to the death of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, drastically weakening Konoha. That's why he brought it up so openly, without worrying about angering the third Hokage. After all, the peace Konoha enjoys today is, to a certain extent, thanks to the alliance with the Sand Village that was maintained after the Nine-Tails incident, which kept the other ninja villages from daring to make any moves against either of them. Although the Sand Village has always been seen as the weakest among the 5 great ninja villages, in the Third Ninja War, aside from losing the third Kazekage, they didn't suffer any major setbacks. Pakura alone led her forces and battered the Mist Village into submission. Konoha quickly negotiated peace with the Sand. In the end, for various reasons, the Stone Village withdrew without much fighting. This was one reason why, even after Konoha showed signs of weakness, the ninja world refrained from taking action. As for Naruto Uzumaki's situation, well, any ninja with some experience already knew the truth. But none of it was ever discussed openly. Konoha always pretended that nobody knew Naruto's true identity. In private, everyone talked, but there was nothing Konoha could do about it. However, Orochimaru had just made the third Hokage lose face in front of everyone. "It's nothing, really." Hiruzen Sarutobi forced a laugh, though he couldn't shake the feeling that the voice from behind Raza's mask sounded awfully familiar. He just couldn't place it. "I don't believe for a second that this was Grandpa Hokage's doing." Faced with Neji Hyuga's accusation, Hiruzen Sarutobi had nothing more to say. What's done is done. He would never deny his own actions. Just like the fall of the Uchiha clan, it could be said that this was the political achievement belonging to these 4 people. They had, in the most thorough way possible, brought their teachers' ideas to life. It began with a soft approach, using the police force to stir up tension between the Uchiha and the common people, as well as with other clans. Then, they incited conflict between the Uchiha's own geniuses and their family, sitting back to watch the clan descend into chaos along with the other clans. In the end, the Konoha history books would record that the Uchiha perished because of internal strife. This was the legacy left to them by Tobirama Senju. Yet, while Hiruzen Sarutobi said nothing in response, Naruto Uzumaki could no longer hold back. The third Hokage was, after all, the first person to ever show him kindness. In Naruto's eyes, the third was a flawless, perfect man. There must be someone out to slander Grandpa Third. A cold laugh escaped Neji Hyuga. He sprang forward, striking Naruto with his palm and sending him flying. "Believe it or not, my father died because Lady Hinata was taken. The Hidden Cloud Village broke in and tried to kidnap her, but our clan leader killed the intruder. And your beloved third Hokage demanded that the Hyuga hand over the killer, my father." As he tumbled through the air, Naruto called out in confusion. But why? Shouldn't they have handed over the clan leader instead? To this day, he still didn't know that Hinata's father and the Hyuga clan leader were one and the same. Neji, however, didn't stop his assault. It was true that Naruto's combat instincts had improved greatly since the preliminaries, but his progress was limited, especially now, with one of his arms temporarily out of commission. In a matter of moments, Neji succeeded in sealing Naruto's chakra points, cutting off his flow of energy. It's over. The little blonde lost, after all, Kankuro muttered. After all, he had studied some medical ninjutsu. Now that Neji had stopped, Kankuro believed Naruto's chakra was completely sealed. That's not necessarily true. Shukaku suddenly raised a tiny paw. If Neji asks the referee to declare the result now, he wins. But if he stands there talking, he's just asking to be counterattacked. No way, Shikamaru Nara said with a sidelong glance. How does that work? Why would Neji's speechifying let Naruto win? Because of this. Neji pointed to his own eyes, using his own weaknesses to attack his opponent's strengths, launching into his infamous Talk no Jutsu. The Byakugan. It's the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit. With a field of vision of 360 degrees, the Byakugan can see the flow of chakra, the body's network of acupoints, and even see through objects. It grants both telescopic and microscopic vision, far surpassing the power of the Sharingan. When empowered by chakra, the eyes can observe everything within a 1-kilometer radius, making its insight sharper than even the Sharingan. Therefore, the strategic value of the Byakugan on the battlefield far surpasses that of the Sharingan. It is the exclusive property of the Hidden Leaf Village. But during the Third Great Ninja War, due to the foolishness of the Hyuga clan's main family and their disastrous command, they fell into a mist ambush, allowing the Mist to obtain a Byakugan. With the Byakugan in their possession, the Mist gained a tremendous advantage on the battlefield. Yet the fools of the Hyuga main family didn't have the courage to reclaim that Byakugan. Neji Hyuga spoke in a single breath, voice sharp and unyielding. Do you know why the Uchiha clan's Sharingan has never fallen into the hands of outsiders? Why is that? The blonde kid played along, curiosity clear in his tone. Because the Uchiha clan is willing to fight to the bitter end. But those fools in the Hyuga main family only know how to rely on their so-called caged bird to enslave the branch family inside their own home. Neji shot a venomous glare toward the stands. His gaze cut through Hayashi Hyuga, Hanabi Hyuga, and Hinata Hyuga alike. What's this caged bird? The blonde boy still looked utterly lost, more confused than he ever felt in class. The caged bird is the main family's way of keeping the branch family in chains. With it, the Hyuga main family can kill any branch member at will, and in an instant destroy the Byakugan of any branch member. Neji spoke bluntly, laying bare the Hyuga clan's darkest secret for the boy. That's also why the Hokage, as you call him, agreed to hand over my father. The Hidden Cloud coveted the Byakugan, and his own father, Hisashi Hyuga, was of the branch family. When his father died, the Byakugan was already destroyed by the fools of the main family. All the Hidden Cloud received was a lifeless, meaningless corpse. But to Neji, that corpse was once the person closest to his heart. My father bore the mark of the caged bird on his forehead. Naruto Uzumaki fell silent. The truth was laid bare before him. No matter how hard he tried not to believe it, there was no room for doubt anymore. Up in the stands. Oh ho ho ho, so that's how it was back then? The plump daimyo of the Land of Wind wore a mocking smile. The great feudal lords of the Five Nations often intermarried, so the lords of Wind and Fire were now distant relatives. Yet this did nothing to stop the rotund Wind daimyo from laughing at the Fire daimyo's expense. Mere childish tales, not to be taken seriously. The Fire daimyo hid his twitching lips behind a fan. He felt nothing but disdain for his distant kin, looking down on him with every fiber of his being. If it weren't for this generation of sand shinobi being unusually exceptional, the Wind daimyo, with all his bluster, would have long been replaced by the Rain daimyo, who was half a legend already. It was thanks to the founding of the 12 Guardian Ninja that the Fire daimyo understood the ways of shinobi so much more deeply than most. He knew Sarutobi Hiruzen very well, too. He understood the journey from being an outstanding ninja to becoming an indomitable one. The records at the daimyo's residence even documented this process in detail. It was under the influence of Hashirama Senju that the Land of Fire became the leading nation of the ninja world. If not for Hashirama Senju, the Uchiha clan would likely still be residing in the Land of Lightning, and Konoha would never have gathered both the Senju and the Uchiha to become the foremost village. Moreover, since Hashirama was such a good-natured and accommodating person, the leaders of the Land of Fire had always held a special affection for Konoha, generation after generation. However, Back when Minato Namikaze was chosen as Hokage, he was intimidated by the piercing gaze of a tenacious old man, whose spirit remained unbroken despite his frailty. At the time, he was filled with fear, worried that Konoha might rebel, and thus the 12 Guardian Ninja were established. But when he reflected on it later, he realized that this resolute old man was completely dependent on Sarutobi Hiruzen for survival. And as for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was someone the daimyo could easily control. So, once he figured out Konoha's true limits, he adjusted his own stance. Besides, the Land of Fire still possessed handwritten letters left behind by Hashirama Senju himself. Tsunade was also the princess of the Land of Fire. Of course, support for Konoha still needed to be managed carefully. He must never be as indifferent as the Land of Wind's daimyo, offering no support at all. A joke, is it? Ha ha ha. The daimyo of the Land of Wind burst into laughter. With Hyuga having laid out the situation so plainly, this was the perfect moment to mock the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The skeptical murmurs from the audience around him only added to his delight. Some minor nobles and merchants, ignorant of the real situation, spoke even more freely. I heard long ago that the head of the Hyuga clan was handed over to the Hidden Cloud. I always wondered how the timid Hyuga main family would dare risk their lives like that. Turns out, they just sold out the younger brother. A prominent merchant from a Land of Lightning chimed in. The Hyuga are said to be the largest clan in Konoha, but I think that's just an empty reputation. Although the Hidden Cloud village hadn't participated in this Chunin exam, it didn't stop merchants from the Land of Lightning from seeking business opportunities here. Besides, he didn't have a favorable impression of the Hyuga at all. On the contrary, his ancestors had passed down stories that, before the 5 great ninja villages were established, the Uchiha clan often took on commissions from the Land of Lightning's daimyo. So he believed the Uchiha were far stronger than the Hyuga. My grandfather, who's over 80, once told me that before Konoha was founded, the Hyuga were second only to the Senju and Uchiha. There was a genius, ninja named Hyuga Tennin who, legend says, could destroy an entire nation single-handedly. But for some reason, he vanished before Konoha was founded. Hyuga Tennin? I heard he was from the branch family. Maybe his disappearance was because of that caged bird curse the boy mentioned. Perhaps he was killed by it? The daimyo of the Land of Fire's face gradually turned stiff with embarrassment. However, there was someone whose expression was even more grim than his. Father, who is Hyuga Tennin? That's right. This person was none other than Hyuga Hayashi. At this very moment, he was facing a question from his beloved daughter. Yet this question was not something that could be answered by the clan's ordinary records accessible to regular members. Only he, along with the 5 elders of the Hyuga clan, had access to the most secret of scrolls. And in those secret texts, the very first entry recounted how, in the past, the clan leader of the Hyuga, his own grandfather, had grown dissatisfied with the rule that the main house must always lead the charge in battle. So, together with the 5 elder families, he destroyed all records concerning the caged bird technique and abolished the law requiring the main house to lead the branch house into war. From that moment on, the Hyuga clan revered the main house above all. Whenever a member of the main house went to battle, they were no longer at the front lines with the branch house, but instead were fiercely protected in the center by the branch house. As long as any branch house member remained alive, the main house must not be allowed to fall. Anyone who broke this rule was a traitor. And after that, there were some records about Hyuga Tennin. I'm not entirely certain about this myself. I'll need to consult the clan's records when we return. Once you come of age, you'll be able to read them as well. Hyuga Hayashi brushed off the question vaguely. Hyuga Tennin, a genius shinobi who brought the Hyuga name to prominence at the end of the Warring States era. Whenever there was conflict, he was always present. Though not on par with Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha, he was still a celebrated prodigy of his time. But he belonged to the branch house. That fact was something even Tobarama Senju never knew. His grandfather's reforms were discovered in advance by Hyuga Tennin. Hyuga Tennin tried to persuade the clan leader and elders, believing that if the main house no longer fought, it would eventually grow weak, and the Hyuga would fade into decline. And so, Hyuga Tennin vanished. Not long after, all records of the caged bird technique disappeared, and the clan's laws were completely rewritten. Is that so? Yes. Hyuga Hayashi did harbor some wish to change the rules. But in truth, he was a timid man. He wanted change, yet didn't possess the strength to see it through. Whether it was the opposition from the elders within the clan, or the pressure from Konoha, both left him too afraid to touch the issue of the caged bird. Of course, deep down, he was even less willing to change. Otherwise, back then, he wouldn't have used the caged bird to punish Hizashi so harshly, simply because Hizashi showed dissatisfaction with Hinata. Still, he would never admit that. As the head of the clan, no matter how he felt inside, He had to outwardly present himself as someone willing to abolish the caged bird. But, under the pressure from those coveting the Byakugan, mainly Konoha and the elders, the clan head was powerless to reform. This was the only way to win over the hearts of the branch family. The elders played the villain, the clan head played the benevolent leader, and only this way could the Hyuga maintain peace. Ahem ahem. Hey, Hinata. Kiba Inuzuka's eyes widened. There was blood. Hinata, that girl, she hasn't even recovered from her injuries, and she's come out here already? But, Kiba glanced around. Why isn't there a single medical ninja here? The fools of the Hyuga clan. What are they doing? Let me have a look. And you are? Yamashiro Kabuto, a medical ninja. Thank you. Kiba didn't care at all that the other was from the Sand Village. It was obvious. The Hyuga clan didn't care about Hinata's safety at all, just leaving her to fend for herself. How pitiful. Temari couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Shukaku said, being born into the Hyuga main family is a fortune beyond imagination. Ninja life isn't child's play. Everything Hyuga Niji did, he did just to survive. To survive, nothing is too outrageous. Because Niji's survival isn't just about himself. There's Hayashi and all the hopes of the Hyuga branch family. Every genius born into the branch family is a symbol of hope. They might someday break the curse of the caged bird. But even so, there's no denying it. None of them ever come to a good end. The Hyuga family's hateful fate. Niji's furious cries seemed to echo right beside them. A few hundred years ago, there was no such thing as a caged bird. Even Temari fell silent. At the very least, those of the Hyuga main branch can control their own lives. But the branch family, clearly, they're controlled by the main house. From birth, their fates and lives are dictated by the main branch. With so many in the Hyuga clan, it's rare to see real geniuses, unlike other clans. Now she understood. Since fate is set in stone, and the ominous curse mark has never been broken by anyone in the branch family after all these years, that shows just how impossible it is. Given all this, why not just give up and accept it? Either way, death is inevitable. A genius like Hyuga Niji is truly an outlier in his family. I believe the third Hokage must have had no other choice. Naruto Uzumaki insisted, stubbornly clinging to his conviction. When words failed, he just pressed on with determination. No other choice? Niji burst out laughing. Do you even believe that yourself? Your own fate? Isn't it the same? Reincarnation of the demon fox, is it? Huh. He's just the vessel for the Nine Tails, nothing more. Back when he was younger, he didn't know what the Nine Tails really was. But now, how could he not know what being the demon fox meant? Naruto was at a loss for words. Yet, precisely because Niji didn't press his advantage, Naruto managed to get to his feet. Slowly, even though his chakra still wouldn't flow smoothly. Thanks to the unique constitution of the Uzumaki clan, the pain in his body had almost faded away. Uzumaki Naruto took the opportunity to use his chakra to force open the blocked acupoints in his body. His combat instincts were razor-sharp. While Hyuga Niji was explaining, Naruto never stopped trying to break through the sealed points, determined to restore his chakra. Only with his chakra restored would he have a chance to avenge Hinata. Give up. Did you really think I wouldn't notice you trying to break the acupoints I sealed? Niji vented all his pent-up frustration in a single breath. His thoughts had become much clearer now. As long as he could escape the cage of Konoha, he would no longer be a caged bird. Letting Naruto struggle with the acupoints was meant to show him that some things can't be accomplished by sheer passion alone. Naruto Uzumaki would only get himself killed in the shinobi world by relying on nothing but his hot-blooded stubbornness and naivete. Even though I've heard that Jiraiya has taken you as a student, your fate is still unchanged, Niji declared. Naruto's face was full of indignation. Damn it, how can you know unless you try? But he showed no intention of giving up. If words couldn't move Niji, then he'd have to speak with his strength. Crash! This time, Hyuga Niji didn't hold back. He struck swiftly. Before Naruto could even react, Niji's palm landed squarely on Naruto's chest. Blood spurted, tracing a fleeting crimson arc through the air. Naruto! Big brother Naruto! In the stands, Tazuna and his grandson jumped up, worry written all over their faces. But, surrounded by the villagers of Konoha, they were out of place, a different breed altogether. Good. Someone needs to beat that demon fox brat to death. No wonder he's the Hyuga clan's genius. There's no way that demon fox could ever win. Coming here was worth it. After all these years, that demon fox is finally getting what he deserves. Shut up. Don't talk about big brother Naruto like that. Inari shouted, unable to hold back his anger. When it came to arguing, the villagers of Konoha had never lost to anyone. They talked the white fan to death after all. Even the 4 great ninja villages, after cursing Konoha for years, had failed to bring it down. Meanwhile, The villagers' sharp tongues had pushed people to the brink. If internet trolls from another life were to see this, even they would have to bow in respect. Who the heck are you, brat? None of your business. Just look at them, country bumpkins, judging by those outdated clothes. Contemptuous eyes swept over Tizuna and Inari as the villagers began to mock them without restraint. You, kid, this is Konoha. People from the sticks like you don't get to yap here. Laughter broke out. In the front row, Akimichi Choji struggled to contain his anger. Why did it seem like every Konoha villager was a match for a Kaga-level powerhouse? If you were all so powerful, then why, during the chaos caused by the Ninetales back then, didn't you join forces to seal it away? Instead, you let the fourth Hokage die in battle. If you're so eloquent, why didn't you step forward and silence the Cloud Village when they were hurling insults at us? These people really are something else. Asuma Sutobi frowned deeply. Not just him, but even the Sand Village delegation and all the examinees wore troubled expressions. Tizuna was here at his invitation, and with his bridge-building skills, even in a remote place like the Land of Water, he could be a guest of honor for any noble. Yet, in the eyes of these Konoha troublemakers, he was nothing but useless. Let me ask, aside from scolding White Fan to death, what real achievements do you have? You barely have any skills, yet your mouths run wild. If you weren't in Konoha and were out in the ninja world, lasting even a month would take the blessing of the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto Uzumaki struggled to his feet. I may not know what kind of pain you went through after your father was killed in the past, but that doesn't give you the right to hurt Hinata, someone who poses no threat to you. That's just plain wrong. The pervy sage once told me, fighting never solves anything. Only through mutual understanding can people truly resolve their conflicts. Niji Hyuga rolled his eyes. You're hopeless. Proctor, the match is over. He struck with an open palm, suspended in midair. Niji turned to leave without hesitation. You, don't go. People like you, who always think everything you do is right, but never try to understand others. I'll never lose to someone like you. Watch closely, Gaara Temari, he's about to do it. From his stands, Shukaku could sense the Ninetales' presence. As expected of Jiraiya, he managed to let that blonde kid tap into the Ninetales' power so quickly. What do you mean? Is Niji Hyuga about to be defeated in a comeback? Yes, Shukaku replied, his eyes locked on Naruto Uzumaki. No way, Gaara said, unable to believe it. Suddenly, Asuma Sarutobi spoke up. Naruto's potential is immense. From the time Naruto graduated to the mission in the Land of Waves, the one who spent the most time with him wasn't Kakashi. It wasn't even Jiraiya. It was Asuma Sarutobi himself. During that mission in the Land of Waves, he could clearly sense Naruto Uzumaki's growth. If not for the influence of the Ninetales chakra, to be blunt, Naruto Uzumaki would have been the top student. Now, knowing that Jiraiya was teaching him, Asuma had great confidence in Naruto. You don't know anything. Don't you dare lecture me with that self-righteous attitude. I will never lose to you. A blazing red aura surged forth. Naruto Uzumaki felt power flooding his entire body. Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. Wind style, pressure damage. What's this? Niji Hyuga's Byakugan observed the sudden surge of chakra, puzzled by the unexpected development. He's cheating, he's about to turn the tables. Shukaku's little tail gave an excited twitch. That's the Ninetales chakra. Looks like Naruto Uzumaki can finally control just a bit of the Ninetales leaking chakra. But then again, will this small amount of chakra be enough to help Naruto turn defeat into victory? He's only broken the chakra points. Winning won't be that easy, will it? Shikamaru hung his head, curious about what Shukaku meant by cheating. Who knows? Temari, however, was willing to trust the fat Tanuki's instincts. After all, ever since that incident years ago, Temari had placed great faith in the chubby Tanuki's words. Naruto, you can do it. Up in the stands, a handful of people cheered for Naruto Uzumaki. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, along with Sakura, who had been persuaded by Ino's plea as a teammate, and Tizuna with his grandson, all watched anxiously. Oh no! On the stands, Asuma's cigarette slipped from his lips and fell to the ground. The destructive force of wind style, pressure damage, unleashed with the massive reserves of chakra Naruto possesses, is on par with, or perhaps even surpasses, Chidori. Genma Inui's pupils contracted as he prepared to step in and rescue Niji Hyuga. But then, did you really think you knew who I am? 8 trigrams palms, rotation. Whoosh. Hayashi Hyuga shot to his feet. 8 trigrams palms, rotation. Niji Hyuga actually managed to pull it off. Hayashi's face changed dramatically. In the Hyuga branch family, this is a technique only elite jonin can master. Yet Niji Hyuga is still just a genin who only graduated a year ago. Could it be Niji is the reincarnation of Hyuga Tenin? Hayashi's expression clouded over, shifting between shock and concern. Certainly, he felt a surge of pride and joy for Niji's achievement. But Niji Hyuga's talent was almost overwhelming. If he ever broke free from the caged bird seal, he could overturn the entire Hyuga clan. How interesting. It's pretty similar to my own shield of sand, Gaara grinned. So this was Niji Hyuga's trump card. An exceptionally powerful defense. Temari, it looks like you'll have your hands full in the next round. Seeing this near-absolute defense, much like Gaara's shield of sand, Kankuro was genuinely surprised. He knew he could never break through that barrier. Even Naruto Uzumaki's wind style is no weaker than mine. If you want to defeat either of them head-on, you'll need that one move, a surprise attack. Temari remarked. The Rasengan is a seal-less technique. She can unleash it instantly, without wasting a second. However, I've heard that the Hyuga clan's rotation technique consumes a lot of chakra, and Hyuga Niji is younger than I am. He probably doesn't have as much chakra as I do. Temari was still confident about defeating Hyuga Niji. After all, she had gone through some truly rigorous training. Before Gaara was born, she was valued mainly because she was the daughter of the Kazekage. But after Gaara's birth, especially once Gaara became aware and Shukaku awakened, their entire group had to undergo strict training. For a branch family member to master both rotation and the 8 trigrams 64 palms at the genin stage, your village is truly full of talent. Raza spoke with a hint of envy in his eyes. He was quite familiar with the rotation technique. During the Third Great Ninja War, apart from Orochimaru being able to withstand his large-scale sand techniques, it was the Hyuga clan's branch family Jonin who used rotation to block some of the aftermath. Hiruzen Sarutobi was equally surprised, though he only said, Kazekage, you flatter us. Orochimaru added, Indeed, it's flattery. It's all due to his own hard work. Nothing to do with Konoha or the Hyuga main family at all. Raza. Hiruzen Sarutobi. What's going on here? Who exactly is this umbu behind you? Little brother? So unruly. Just joking, all in jest. If not for Lord Hokage's wise leadership, how could Konoha have become so prosperous today? Raza gave a dry laugh. The third Hokage's leadership, whether right or wrong, was hard to judge. After all, Konoha managed to remain peaceful for so many years after the Nine-Tails incident, and that had something to do with him. At the very least, when both Jiraiya and Tsunade were away, he managed to keep Danzo Shimura in check. If Danzo had come to power, Konoha and the Uchiha clan would surely have clashed in a bloody conflict. Unlike now, almost without anyone noticing, the Uchiha were simply gone. Ha ha. Hiruzen Sarutobi laughed it off. He knew perfectly well that the other side was just looking for an excuse to smooth over the earlier awkwardness. There was no need to take it seriously. Inside the arena, Gama Shiranui was stunned on the spot. He had actually learned rotation. Was he really just a branch family member? For assassination techniques like the Sanban that Gunma specialized in, the thing he feared most was an absolute defense like rotation. Damn it, even this doesn't work. Do I really have to use that move? If you have something up your sleeve, then bring it out now. Hyuga Niji, stop spinning. You can't defeat me. This is your destiny. I don't need that move to beat you. Naruto Uzumaki retorted stubbornly, but suddenly, a new idea struck him. Multi-shadow, clone jutsu. 5 Narutos appeared on the battlefield. Everyone, let's go. Yeah. A chorus of Narutos pumped their fists in unison. Boring. Niji Hyuga dismissed it without a second thought. He struck out with a flurry of punches. A few charging clones were sent flying by his blows, but to his surprise, one of the clones didn't immediately dissolve into smoke. Still, he paid it little mind, assuming there was just a delay in its disappearance. After all, knowing his mastery of gentle fist techniques, Naruto Uzumaki would never let his real body charge in recklessly. That remaining one, the one giving commands, had to be the real Naruto. So, without hesitation, Niji Hyuga lunged at the commanding Naruto Uzumaki. Wind style. I told you it's useless. 8 trigrams palms. Rotation. Bang. Blocking Naruto's last jutsu, Niji Hyuga knocked him hard to the ground. This time, he'd used much more force than before. Naruto was sent flying, crashing into the earth and leaving a deep crater, while Niji took the opportunity to deactivate his Byakugan. He was running low on chakra. Rotation was still too draining for him. But, suddenly, smoke billowed out. Huh? A shadow clone? Damn. Realization struck Niji. This Naruto left behind was just a clone. The real one was actually the shadow clone he'd knocked away earlier, the one that hadn't vanished. Watch this. Gaara's eyes glazed over in fascination. He exploited Niji Hyuga's belief that the real body would never approach, letting the real Naruto blend in among the clones, then seized the moment of distraction to strike. It seems, once again, you're right, Naruto Uzumaki really pulled off a comeback. Of course, I told you, what I say is always the truth. Shukaku boasted gleefully. But, nearby, Shishio braced himself on the spectator stand, a pentagram array glowing beneath his feet. Even though they're not on the same plane, I can still sense it. Uzumaki Naruto's chakra is still in that crater. Huh, but wasn't that clone already dispersed? Could there really be two Naruto Uzumakis? Asked puzzled. Shadow clones are fragile, unlike other clone techniques like lightning clone, for example. Although Leaf's shadow clone is brittle, the multiple shadow clone jutsu can have remarkable effects. More powerful techniques like lightning clone consume even more chakra. An average shinobi using just one lightning clone would expend half their chakra. Of course, that's not to say other clone jutsu are inferior to the multiple shadow clone jutsu. With tailed beast chakra as support, other clones can be created in multiples, using the same principles, especially the offensively potent lightning clone. I'm not entirely sure myself, but I doubt I'm sensing it wrong. As a sensory ninja, he could clearly sense that Naruto Uzumaki's chakra was still present in the deep pit. Normally, if Naruto's clone had dispersed, he shouldn't be able to feel any chakra there. Yet now, he could sense Naruto Uzumaki's chakra in two distinct places. One was Naruto dashing rapidly across the field, and the other was a chakra signature hidden in the pit. Niji Hyuga turned in an instant, his movements swift as lightning. Rotation. With a heavy impact, all the shuriken Naruto had thrown were deflected, stopped cold by Niji's revolving defense. But it seemed that the fiery red chakra had made Naruto even faster than before. I have to say, you're pretty confident in close combat, aren't you? Naruto taunted, kunai in hand. Seizing the brief opening as Niji executed his rotation, Naruto engaged him head-on in a fierce melee, matching his opponent blow for blow. The clash of kunai rang out again and again, echoing through the arena. Naruto pressed on, stubborn as ever, his words brimming with that infuriatingly carefree logic of his. I don't know anything about the so-called cursed fate of the Hyuga clan you mentioned, or what really happened back then, but since you say it's something you can't fight against, and since it's already in the past, why not just let it go? When I become Hokage, I'll change the Hyuga clan's destiny for you. I promise. The white chakra of Niji's rotation collided with the red chakra, blazing around Naruto. A sharp gasp was heard, but Niji's defense had been for nothing. The real blow didn't come from the front. It came from one he'd thought was the real body all along, the clone that had been knocked into the pit at the start. A powerful attack erupted from beneath Niji's feet, blasting up from behind and shattering the ground. Naruto Uzumaki is the winner. Though the smoke from the shadow clone's explosion obscured everyone's view in the stands, Genma Shiranui, who stood closest to the two fighters, could still sense the victorious chakra presence. With astonishment in his eyes, and without giving Niji a chance to recover, he swiftly declared Naruto's victory. As a former personal guard to the fourth Hokage, he was intimately familiar with the Nine Tails chakra. More than that, he recognized the technique Naruto had used to defeat Niji. The Rasengan, the fourth Hokage's original jutsu. Yet, precisely because they had once served as the fourth Hokage's personal guards, after the third Hokage's return to power, they had naturally found themselves distanced from the center of authority. Special Jonin were still respectable in these times, but they were no longer particularly powerful or influential. They knew full well about the connection between Naruto Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. Yet even so, they'd go out of their way to avoid any contact with Naruto. After all, unlike Kakashi, the third Hokage never valued them as much. If they ever got involved with Naruto, Danzo could easily have them silenced, and there would be no one to stand up for them. This was the first time he had ever seen Naruto Uzumaki face to face. He was nothing like the mischievous, troublemaking demon fox from the rumors. He had a strong sense for battle, and possessed a confidence that could change his own destiny. Niji Hyuga struggled to his feet. With a medical ninja tending to him, he left directly. Niji Hyuga didn't want to hear another word from Naruto Uzumaki, who in his eyes knew nothing. Everyone bears their own pain. He didn't understand Naruto Uzumaki's suffering, and likewise, at this moment, Naruto was merely someone who knew nothing, yet insisted on standing on the sidelines and telling him what to do. Because no matter what Naruto said, now that he had broken free from the caged bird seal, staying in the leaf would only bring him a grim fate. Niji, Hayashi Hyuga frowned, then stood up and followed after him. Some things it was time for Niji to see for himself. As for Hinata Hyuga, her heart still shielded by Kabuto Yakushi's medical ninjutsu. I can't believe Niji Hyuga actually lost. How is that even possible? Shikamaru Nara, for once, found himself roused from his usual indifference. If Naruto could put in so much effort, maybe it was time for this lazy fish to turn things around, too? He glanced at Temari, who looked thoroughly prepared. Maybe turning things around was too much to ask, but at least he didn't want to lose too miserably. Shikamaru revised his ambition for a dramatic comeback. He didn't have Naruto's overwhelming chakra reserves after all, and his shadow imitation jutsu couldn't hold someone for long. What exactly happened in the end? How did Naruto Uzumaki win? Gaara still hadn't quite figured it out. That shadow clone jutsu is such a troublesome technique. Why does it always have to produce so much smoke and block everyone's view? Shukaku lowered his voice, making a guess based on what Chizuru had sensed earlier. That smoke carried Naruto's chakra. Otherwise, Niji Hyuga's Byakugan would have seen right through it, and spotted Naruto Uzumaki hiding deep in that pit. Niji Hyuga's Byakugan now offered him a perfect 360-degree field of vision. But that smoke from the dispersing clone happened to appear just when Niji, to conserve chakra, closed his Byakugan. That cloud, carrying Naruto's chakra, gave him the perfect cover to hide. Gaara tuned out the insults others in the stands hurled at Naruto Uzumaki. Strength is everything. And Naruto Uzumaki's strength now was more than enough to wipe out all those arrogant fools. Sooner or later, these idiots would understand the terror of a ninja. Shikamaru, do your best. Naruto returned, as boisterous as ever, the unpleasantness with Niji already forgotten. But Gaara noticed something different in Naruto's expression, a smile that lacked its old sincerity. Perhaps what happened with Hisashi Hyuga had left a shadow in his heart, a trace of something he wanted to run from. When things can't be explained, people resort to twisted logic. But even those twisted explanations can't convince himself. So, deep down, Naruto Uzumaki instinctively wanted to avoid the issue. He didn't know how to resolve Niji Hyuga's inner turmoil, nor how to make amends for the mistakes of the past. Naruto, go see Hinata. Shikamaru Nara sighed, placing a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder and gesturing in Hinata's direction. Hinata, she's still not fully healed, yet she forced herself to come and watch your match, Asuma Sarutobi said. Today marked the final day of the Chunin exams. Everyone had their own assigned tasks, except for a certain Kakashi who had wandered off who knows where. His assignment was to stay with the rookies who made it to the finals, ensuring their safety. If the Sand Shinobi launched a sudden attack, at least the new generation wouldn't be caught completely off guard. Kurenai had been sent elsewhere, so here, Asuma was the one most familiar with Hinata Hyuga's condition. Hinata, the once carefree and innocent boy, seemed changed now. Or perhaps untouched, as if nothing had changed at all, though something clearly weighed on him. The matches continued. Outside the Hidden Leaf Village, a hunched figure and a masked companion slipped past the patrols, heading straight for the main gate. Who would have thought it'd be you partnering with me? The masked man, stooping low, spoke in a deep, raspy voice. What business brings you to the leaf? Of course, came the reply. If Shukaku were here, he'd immediately recognize the man behind him. Kisame Hashigaki. They crossed paths before in the Land of Waves. Even the first speaker, with his aged accent, would be familiar to Shukaku. The unrivaled prodigy of the Sand's puppet master line, none other than Chiyo's grandson, Sasori of the Red Sand. Once, Shukaku had tried to bring Sasori into the world, but Sasori had declined Bunpuku's invitation, his heart set solely on resurrecting his parents. So, why have you come to the Leaf? Has your partner sent you to investigate Itachi Uchiha? Sasori asked. Though both were in the same organization, they had been recruited by different people and shared little camaraderie. No, Kisame replied. Back in the mist, I was forced into something by someone. This time, I'm here for revenge. Mr. Kisame, your life must have been hard, hasn't it? He had killed his opponent, who met their end without complaint. Yet Kisame could never forget that haunting, beautiful smile. Oh, Sasori was clearly intrigued. Marino Ibiki, head of Konoha's interrogation unit, Kisame said. That old miser bought the information at the gold exchange. Marino Ibiki, because of the Chunin exams in Konoha, was attacked by the examinees and has been temporarily detained by Konoha, with his movements restricted. So, this was his best chance for revenge. But how did this news get out? The only people who should know about it are the examinees from each ninja village, right? Sasori of the Red Sand asked, puzzled. Kisame shrugged. Who knows? Even if we're being used, so what? Isn't this false world nothing but a cycle of deceiving and being deceived? He couldn't be bothered to think about it too much. Yet deep down, he already had a suspect in mind. Back then, Only Konoha and Kirigakure knew about that incident. So, without a doubt, the person who leaked this information was the very target Sasori was after this time. Orochimaru. Looks like we've all been played by Orochimaru. That bastard. Of course, Sasori was no less shrewd than Kisame. This time, we have to finish him off for good. He had been hunting Orochimaru for a long time. It had taken ages just to get a lead on his whereabouts in Konoha. Coming to Konoha, he had expected all kinds of trouble. He'd even suspected that the spy hidden in the organization would try to stop him. But who would have guessed? The spy's partner had secretly followed along, managing to slip past the spy's notice. Still, that wasn't a bad thing. At least he would have some backup. Let's get inside, quickly. Fine. Marino Ibiki isn't exactly a powerhouse. I'll take care of him first, then you can help me deal with Orochimaru. Orochimaru was unbelievably cunning. By now, Sasori had lost count of how many times he'd slipped away right under his nose. All right, Kisame nodded in agreement. Marino Ibiki would be easy to handle, but Orochimaru was a nightmare. His escape skills were unmatched. If Sasori could really keep up with him, Orochimaru wouldn't have escaped so many times. Chunin Exam Arena. The second match had already begun. Temari made her intentions clear from the start, quickly widening the distance between herself and Shikamaru Nara. Relying on a relentless barrage of wind-released jutsu, she forced Shikamaru to take cover behind the scant obstacles available. This is a total one-sided beatdown. Tazuna roared. What are those Konoha brats doing? Hurry up and defeat that girl already. Tazuna still seethed with hatred toward Temari for destroying the bridge. True, she had only destroyed part of it, but the surrounding sections had inevitably suffered damage as well. The once sturdy bridge had come perilously close to being condemned. This time, however, the villagers of Konoha didn't criticize Tazuna for his outburst. Seeing Shikamaru Nara being chased and beaten by Temari, their faces naturally burned with shame. But Tazuna was instead cheering Shikamaru on, hoping he could pull himself together and fight back with some spirit. The villagers of Konoha, however, were not so supportive. That brat Shikamaru is utterly disgracing Konoha. How could someone like him make it to the finals? What was the Hokage thinking? It's humiliating, simply humiliating. Watching their own village being trounced by outsiders, right in the spotlight and under so many foreign eyes, the villagers of Konoha were starting to lose their composure. Ha, Lord Hokage, it seems my daughter is going to seize the upper hand this time. Raza laughed, feeling quite pleased. Even now, he hadn't realized what this match truly meant for him. Seeing his daughter display such dominance, hearing the surrounding nobles recognize Tsunagakure, and witnessing the Konoha villagers' impotent rage, it all brought Raza great satisfaction. And while he was savoring this feeling, he couldn't help but take the opportunity to mock the Hokage a little. After all, Shikamaru is only a support type. Hiruzen Sarutobi replied with an unconcerned chuckle. What was there to worry about? Just earlier, the strength shown by Neji Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki wasn't exactly weak, and Temari's jutsu now wasn't all that much stronger than what Naruto had displayed before. If it were Naruto in there, no one could say for sure who would win or lose. Hey, Temari shouted, holding her 3-star fan and calling out toward the trees in the distance. Didn't you say that a man should never lose to a woman? So what exactly are you doing right now? That guy can manipulate shadows, and the trees cast thick shadows all around. If she let herself be fooled, things could get troublesome. She remembered what Shukaku had told her before entering the arena. Decades ago, members of the Nara clan would often secretly use their shadow imitation jutsu to control others and make them do embarrassing things. At the thought of that, Temari couldn't help but shiver. If she was caught and held even for a moment, and then, right in front of everyone, he made her strip down. No way. Temari shook her head desperately. Absolutely not. She couldn't let that happen. She had to give this guy a serious beating. Shikamaru poked his head out from a branch. Well, sure, a man shouldn't lose to a woman. But a man also shouldn't hit a woman, should he? What a pain. Why do you have to fight a woman, anyway? Shikamaru pondered his options. The real question was, how could he lure her into range for his shadow imitation jutsu? All around him was a small grove of trees, while behind Temari was a patch of tall grass. At the center of the battlefield were 2 or 3 deep pits, left over from the earlier fight between Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga. Wait, that hole Naruto dug? A spark of realization lit up in Shikamaru's eyes. A cave was filled with darkness. His shadow could use it to reach much farther than usual. Turns out Naruto really is my lucky star. Shikamaru Nara emerged from the trees. Shadow imitation technique. A black shadow shot swiftly across the ground. Temari flipped backward, and just as the shadow was about to reach her, it stopped. With her fan, Temari drew a line on the ground. At this distance, your shadow will never reach me. But still, Temari stepped back a few more paces. Still, just to be safe, I'd better put even more distance between us. She recalled the training and guidance she'd received from Yakura. Temari drew a second line, further back. If, by chance, Shikamaru had deliberately fed her false information, and she had believed it, she could easily have found herself caught by his technique. Granted, no matter what, Shikamaru wasn't likely to defeat her outright. But if he managed to trick her into surrendering through some clever tactic, you're certainly cautious. Yet, Shikamaru wasn't being deceitful. He was simply testing his own limits. By calculating based on the cave Naruto had left behind, he was trying to determine the precise reach of his attack. Temari's backward movement had, to some extent, disrupted his plan. Still, a bit of extra distance can always be made up for with something else. Shikamaru recalculated in an instant. Temari didn't want to be too far from him, because the farther away she was, the easier it would be for him to dodge her wind-style jutsu. Clearly, Temari also didn't want to waste too much chakra, which was why she kept her attacks within that maximum range. Ah, the clouds really are so free, Shikamaru mused, glancing up at the sky, watching the drifting clouds slowly shift positions. He stood up. He was almost there. What's with that clueless look? Take this. Shikamaru's wandering gaze irritated Temari. Ninja art, Kemaitashi. With a sharp shout, Shikamaru crouched behind a tree, pulled a kunai from his pouch, slipped off his jacket, and quickly fashioned a makeshift parachute. Shadow imitation technique. It's useless. Temari hurriedly retreated. Did you think I didn't know that as the sun moves, your shadow lengthens too? Temari was also a ninja adept at calculations. Before her match with Shikamaru, Kabuto Yakushi had already thoroughly investigated the Nara clan's secret techniques for her. She knew Shikamaru was stalling for time. Whether it works or not, we'll only know by trying. Up above, the makeshift parachute drifted slowly down from the sky. On the ground, a round shadow appeared. What? Startled, Temari hurriedly retreated and, without realizing it, ended up in front of the hole Naruto had made earlier. Luckily, that shadow vanished quickly. The parachute drifting through the sky was, in fact, Nara Shikamaru's jacket, tied to a kunai. As the jacket landed, the original shadow beneath it nearly vanished, forcing Shikamaru to withdraw his own shadow technique. I can't keep playing around with you any longer. Temari let out a silent sigh of relief. Thankfully, she hadn't made a blunder. If she had messed up, it would have been a huge embarrassment. Judging by the time, she'd already demonstrated quite a few of her jutsu, and those nobles in the stands had probably seen enough. The longer this dragged on, the more likely something unexpected would happen. She needed to finish this right now. Hidden in the shadows, Yakura's expression changed as she glanced at the cave behind Temari. This is bad. Temari's about to be caught. That's the tunnel Uzumaki Naruto left behind. Looks like Shikamaru already has a plan. Watching Shikamaru assume a familiar stance, Sarutobi Asuma quickly noticed from above that Shikamaru had split off a shadow, sending it into the hole Naruto had popped out of earlier. Ninja art. Suddenly, Temari felt her body refuse to obey. No way. I can't move. Temari's face tightened in alarm. What's happening? Kankuro looked on, completely baffled. Shadow possession jutsu, success. A sly grin spread across Shikamaru's face. At this distance? How did you pull that off? Temari demanded. I figured you'd try to break free from the shadow possession jutsu. Shikamaru turned his head, and Temari involuntarily turned with him. Why don't you take a look behind you? From the cave behind Temari, a shadow darted out and grabbed hold of hers. That tunnel, that's the one Naruto made when he attacked Niji. Step by step, Shikamaru walked toward Temari, the two of them on a collision course. But then, Shikamaru suddenly raised his hand. Panic flickered across Temari's face. No way. He's really going to force me to surrender like this? Go for it, Shikamaru. Take her down. Ino and Naruto cheered excitedly from the stands. For the sake of her own honor, Temari's voice trembled. But Shikamaru spoke before she could finish. I forfeit. Temari, what? Naruto Uzumaki, huh? What? Everyone in the stands, unaware of the full story, was left speechless. Wasn't Shikamaru, who just seized control, supposed to have the upper hand? Temari opened her eyes wide. What did you say? She had already resigned herself to conceding. I'm not sure what you're so afraid of. Shikamaru gazed into Temari's eyes. But using the shadow possession jutsu so many times has drained my chakra. I reckon you'd break free from my hold in just a few more seconds. I had plenty of strategies left, but there just wasn't enough time to pull them off. Shikamaru was truly curious. What exactly had Temari thought of that made her decide to surrender? He himself had devised over 200 strategies, yet not a single one could have forced Temari to give up so quickly. But I'm really curious, what method did you think of that made you believe I could beat you? As he spoke, Shikamaru's curiosity only deepened. You talk too much. Temari's cheeks flushed red, thinking of that infuriating, chubby tanuki. Big sis, why are you looking at me like that? Who knows? One person and one beast, exchanging quick words back and forth. Shukaku felt exasperated. Even though Temari had grown much stronger, and he'd gone out of his way to give the opponent a fright before the match, plus Hikura's warning. In the end, Shikamaru Nara still managed to use the whole Naruto Uzumaki had left behind to pin him down. Well, I have a feeling it won't be long before you have a new brother-in-law. Ooh, Gaara glanced at the dejected Shikamaru Nara. That guy's not my sister's type. Who can say? Gunmashirenui announced the result. The winner is Temari. Choji Akimichi stuffed the last chip into his mouth, chewing as he spoke. I knew it would play out like this. With over 200 strategies up his sleeve, Shikamaru definitely had ways to stall for time or force Temari to reveal her trump card. But Shikamaru just found it all too troublesome and couldn't be bothered to act. Why did it turn out this way? Oh, that's spicy. But honestly, this result is already pretty great, Choji said, listening to the praise echoing around them. At least, people from other villages think highly of Shikamaru. Their own villagers didn't really understand, but it hardly mattered. Most people in the village didn't contribute to the income of their ninja. Tasks like farming and hauling water were usually posted by lonely old folks, funded by the village's own subsidies. From now on, he resolved never to pay attention to those foolish villagers again. They simply weren't from the same world. Lord Kazekage, it seems Shikamaru's mind is still the sharpest here. Hiruzen Sarutobi chuckled. Despite the overwhelming difference in power, Shikamaru had nearly managed a comeback. This time, Shikamaru Nara had truly raised Konoha's prestige. The discerning nobles and merchants all approved of Shikamaru's conduct. Even before the matches had finished, the daimyo of both the wind and fire countries had already sent their opinions, agreeing for both Shikamaru Nara and Temari to become Chunin. As for Temari, her performance did not go unnoticed. When Shikamaru used a shadow of his own clothing at the last moment, she was able to quickly calculate his attack direction and dodge backwards. Combined with her obvious strength advantage over Shikamaru, she more than fulfilled the requirements to become a Chunin. Of course, whether the two of them can become Chunin still depends on the opinions of others. Unlike the daimyo of the Land of Wind, who is rather foolish in the Land of Fire, people are free to express their views. It's nothing but a bit of cleverness, Raza said, eyeing Nara Shikamaru with obvious displeasure. If it weren't for putting on a good show for the audience, Temari would have knocked that clueless boy out cold long ago. After all, the finals are more about performance than anything else. But next, your village's ninja won't have that kind of opportunity, Raza continued, unable to hide the smile creeping onto his face as he thought of Gaara, who was about to enter the arena. No matter what tricks the opponent might have, there was absolutely no way anyone could stand up to Gaara. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent. He had no words to defend the situation. Among the Genin, Shino Aburame was indeed one of the strongest. However, his opponent was Gaara, a warrior so powerful that even elite Jonin would struggle to match him. Even someone like Gokiai Mariboshi, a Jonin skilled in assassination but lacking overwhelming destructive power, would have a hard time against Gaara. For Shino, there was simply no chance. Maybe Ryoma Aburame would fare a little better. A swirl of sand flashed by. Gaara's figure appeared at the center of the arena. Naturally, right by his side was the plump tanuki, Shukaku, always ready to emerge. What incredible speed! This was the first time Gunmashirenui, the referee, had seen Gaara in action up close. Gaara versus Shino Aburame. Still, he didn't forget his duty. With calm composure, Shino walked down from the stands. After a month of preparation, he knew this was his one and only chance. Let's begin, Gunma announced as he stepped back. Neither Gaara nor Shino moved. One stood coldly, clutching Shukaku, while the other, hands in pockets and sunglasses on, stood perfectly still. Yet behind them, something significant was unfolding. From Gaara's gourd, sand began to pour out in an endless stream. In the blink of an eye, a massive hand made of sand had formed on the battlefield. Shino, what are you thinking? Kiba Inazuka shouted. That guy's way out of your league. Don't try to take him head on. After all, among the 3 sound ninja, it was right before their eyes that Gaara had crushed one of them with a single swipe. No matter how mysterious Shino might be, there was no way his power could surpass the combined strength of the sound trio so quickly. I appreciate your concern, but I still want to give it a try, Shino replied in a voice only he could hear. From within his coat, a swarm of Kikaichu beetles poured out, gathering together into a giant mass rivaling the size of Gaara's sand hand. Interesting. Gaara's eyes lit up with curiosity. So, you want to take him head on? That kind of courage was admirable. The only question was, would Shino's insects prove superior, or would his sand prevail? A thunderous crash echoed out as sand and insects collided. And then, Shino Aburame's insects scattered in utter defeat. I knew it would turn out like this. Kiba Inuzuka groaned, covering his eyes with his hand, unable to bear watching any longer. After all, even Uchiha Sasuke's fireball jutsu had frightened Shino's insects. How could they possibly withstand Gaara's sand, a far more terrifying technique than any fireball? Oh, now, this is interesting. Despite losing his insects, Shino Aburame swiftly dodged away, his face showing not the slightest hint of panic. Surprisingly, it was Shukaku, who had been lounging with his eyes half closed, that now sensed something different in the air. Yet he held his tongue. Perhaps it was better to let Gaara suffer a setback now. It might help him avoid greater misfortune in the future. Gaara frowned. Is dodging all you can do? He had intended to face his opponent head-on, which was why he hadn't sped up his attacks. But if Shino intended only to dodge, then things would play out differently. Shino's voice was calm and steady. That's the only way I have even the slightest chance. As he evaded, Shino kept releasing small insects, trying to slip them past Gaara's sand hand in hopes of reaching Gaara himself. It's pointless to try that. Niji Hyuga, having declined Hayashi Hyuga's attempt to explain, had returned to the stands. Trying to lure away Gaara's sand hand by attacking him directly, just to snatch a moment's respite, was nearly impossible. Niji, Tenten called out in delight. Then worry crept into her voice. Are you alright? She had just seen the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi, follow Niji out. Everyone had witnessed Niji publicly disparage the Hyuga clan mere moments ago. Tenten feared Hayashi had used the caged bird seal that Niji so despised as a warning. I'm fine, Tenten, Niji replied. No matter what happens, I'll never be a caged bird again. Again? Tenten wondered, but didn't press him further. She was afraid that asking too much might reopen Niji's wounds. With the sand shield standing before him, Gaara was full of doubt. What is he really trying to do? Because he disliked moving during battle, Gaara chose not to dodge Shino's attacks, even though he easily could. Instead, he relied on the loving protection of his mother's sand. In truth, it was his preference, feeling his mother's presence at every moment, wherever he went. It kept his heart in a remarkably stable place. Shukaku made no comment, but in his heart, he felt a little sorry for Gaara. Because he knew all too well, if history had followed its original course, Gaara would still be lost in confusion at this very moment. Thanks to the meddling of Chiyo and Raza and the oppressive demands of the Sand Village's elders, Gaara had been pushed to the brink, becoming, in every sense, a madman. Because of Yashiru's explanation to Gaara, the way he described the love of Shura, Gaara became desperately hungry for maternal affection. So much so, in fact, that it grew into a kind of obsession, almost pathological. There was no doubt, Gaara, in this state, was pitiable. After all, the very name Gaara was meant to explain that Karura loved Raza, loved her own child. That was why he was called Gaara. Now, seeing Gaara like this, it was clear that he had been deeply affected by something. Even though he was wrapped in the warmth of his mother's love, Gaara's mind was anything but calm. That restless tension lingered, until suddenly, from somewhere nearby, a parasite bug emerged. For this very day, Shino Aburame looked at the gradually crumbling sand that made up Gaara's body and said, I went to the sand statue in the Forest of Death and specially trained my bugs to burrow into sand. Though they can't feed on sand, they can survive inside it for a short time. My only chance is to strike while your sand shield is retreating, catching you off guard with a sudden attack from within. This was his only method. Because of the Karura statue in the Forest of Death, Shino had gone out of his way to investigate the composition of Gaara's sand. But the sand's makeup was incredibly complex, and there was a mysterious power in it, almost like a man-made Kekii Genkai. And besides, he had only a single month to prepare. Even after giving it his all he managed was a breed of bugs that could survive in the sand for just a short time. So you mean every time you collided with me before, it was only to get your parasite bugged into my sand. Then, when I used my absolute defense, you'd attack me from within? Gaara's voice came from inside the sand shield. That's right, Shino replied. I've watched you in battle. At most, you use your hands, but your body rarely moves. That's why this plan was foolproof. Very clever, very clever. Clap, clap. Gaara couldn't help but applaud twice. The sand gradually crumbled away, revealing Gaara, completely surrounded by parasite bugs. The plan was perfect, but Gaara grinned. He still had another layer of skin. How can this be? The parasite bugs were clearly devouring Gaara. Yet, what Shino hadn't anticipated was this. His carefully cultivated bugs, as they gnawed away at Gaara's body, began to die, one after another. As the bugs dropped away, Gaara's figure emerged from the swarm. Your outermost body, it's made of sand. Shino raised his hand in surrender. I give up. Shino shook his head in defeat. He planned so carefully, but Gaara still had another protective layer. His bugs simply couldn't feed on this kind of sand. Shinui Gima announced, the winner is Gaara. That was a good fight, Gaara remarked. This Aburame Shino's tactical intelligence was in no way inferior to that spiky-haired guy from before, Gaara thought to himself. He still had another layer of skin on his body. But this layer wasn't the sand that Aburame Shino imagined. It was Shukaku's chakra, just like the red nine-tails cloak that surrounded Naruto Uzumaki when he lost control. However, Gaara and Shukaku had long since reached a mutual understanding, trading punches now and then, exposing each other's weaknesses for laughs. Such things had become routine between them. He had long ago learned to control this power. The reason Shino's Kikeichu insects died wasn't because they were eating sand. It was the tailed beast's chakra. Not everyone could withstand the chakra of a tailed beast. Fragile creatures like Kikeichu had only one fate when they encountered such power, death. But in the end, it didn't harm you at all, Aburame Shino said dejectedly. He had learned about Gaara's abilities and even trained specifically to counter them, but still couldn't force Gaara to take a single step back. From start to finish, Gaara hadn't even moved. Such a vast difference left Shino at a loss. Perhaps only that rogue ninja who once slaughtered the Uchiha clan could match Gaara's strength. Gaara didn't respond. He had gained something from this fight. His sand could be used by others. From now on, he would need to find a way to mix his own chakra into the sand to prevent anyone from slipping something strange into it. Wait a second. Fat Tanuki, did you know all along? Gaara suddenly realized. His sand contained Shukaku's chakra. Of course. I sensed at the moment his Kikeichu entered your sand, Shukaku replied lazily. Then why didn't you warn me? A stumble is a lesson learned. You always rely on your sand in battle. If you face a similar enemy in the future, at least you won't suffer the same setback for this reason, Shukaku said. This time, his Kikeichu were fragile, but what if next time it's Kikeichu carrying explosive tags? My chakra affects living creatures. But what if it's something inanimate? Then I might not be able to protect you. So, keep working hard, kid. You've still got a long way to go. Until he gained absolute power, battle awareness would remain crucial. Whether it was learning taijutsu or letting Gaara suffer setbacks in combat, these were all necessary steps for his growth. After all, tailed beasts like them were originally created for peace, so they rarely fought. Each one had worse combat instincts than the last. When faced with uncertainty, launching a tailed beast bomb has become almost routine for them. That's why even ordinary Kaga-level humans dare to challenge them, and sometimes with a bit of cleverness, even defeat them. But what if these tailed beasts all possess the old man's combat experience? Take the Nine-Tails, for example. If it had earnestly learned even a little from the old man, it never would have been the first tailed beast to become a summoning creature. Even the Three-Tails never suffered such disgrace. Gaara turned away in silence, and Shino Aburame also took his leave. Hokage-sama, I think this little one who uses insects isn't half bad. Raza made a mental note. To think the Aburame clan's insects could survive in sand, could even gnaw away at it. The world truly is full of wonders. Next time he encountered someone from the Aburame clan, he'd have to take them out first. Still, it was surely Shukaku's intention to temper Gaara. With Shukaku's chakra, there's no way he couldn't sense those insects. Clearly, Shukaku had deliberately weakened his chakra, letting Gaara suffer a silent setback. Shukaku's chakra had blended into the sand shield Karura gave Gaara. Raza knew this well, so he immediately guessed Shukaku's purpose. Thinking it over, he realized he himself had the same flaw. The sand shield and his own gold dust shield were, in truth, not all that different. On the surface, the third Hokage smiled and said, to have caught the Kazekage's eye is his great honor. Inwardly, what was this kid's name again? Which class is he in? Why can't I remember for the life of me? But since Uchiha Sasuke still hasn't arrived, Kazekage-sama, why don't we consider the fourth match forfeited by default? The third Hokage cast a glance around, but none of the surrounding ANBU delivered any new messages. Never mind. A Uchiha whose Sharingan is only half awakened. No point relying on him. Better to keep an eye on Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki's earlier bout with Niji Hyuga had rekindled his hope. Jiraiya kept saying Naruto would surprise him. So far, Naruto's performance had been steady, but he trusted Jiraiya wouldn't deceive him. Naruto Uzumaki had definitely been holding back just now. I suppose that's... No, please, my lords. Raza faltered. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze sharpened. Once again, this subordinate of his was causing trouble. There are so many people here today to watch the Chunin exams, many drawn by the fame of the Kazekage-san. the last Uchiha, and the Hyuga prodigy. If the Uchiha orphan doesn't participate, it's likely to leave those who came disappointed. And if they're dissatisfied, that's no good news for either Tsunagakure or Konoha. As for the opinions of Konoha's villagers, nobody really cared. However, when it comes to wealthy merchants and outsiders, both Hiruzen Sarutobi and Raza cannot simply ignore their opinions. Raza, in fact, wishes to free his village from the control of those without real power. He wholeheartedly agrees with what Shukaku once said. Those who wield power shape destiny. Despite possessing such formidable strength, they, as shinobi, are still subjected to the commands of people lacking any true ability. It's frustrating. Only Kabuto Yakushi had ever explained it to him. Running a country isn't so easily done. Kabuto even pointed to the third Hokage as an example. Decades as a seasoned politician, yet unable to govern even a single hidden leaf village perfectly. If you suddenly put him in charge of an entire nation, it would collapse and splinter within moments. The Hidden Sands simply doesn't have the talent required to govern a country. Besides, that's just how the shinobi world works. Any sudden move would inevitably provoke all the other nations with hidden villages to rise up in opposition. After all, those who can become shinobi are always the minority. The Hidden Leaf, together with its affiliated territories, boasts a population of over 100,000. Yet, in a good year, after accounting for the various clans, only a handful of graduates become new shinobi. The world of shinobi is vast, but with so few ninja, the idea of controlling it all is simply unrealistic. So, should we wait a little longer for Uchiha Sasuke? Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered this. It seemed, perhaps, to work in his favor. After all, for Sasuke to face a puppet master without any puppets, wouldn't it just be a matter of keen eyesight? It'd also be a good chance to gauge Kankuro's abilities. Not a bad idea. Very well. Let's wait, say, another 20 minutes. Raza waved his hand dismissively. Orochimaru, what exactly are you planning? I'm sure the other nobles will be satisfied with your decision, my lords, Orochimaru said, his tongue flickering out beneath the mask, unable to hide his impatience. He hadn't yet tested Sasuke Uchiha's talents. How could he simply let Sasuke breeze through this so easily? Let's hope so, Hiruzen replied, casting a meaningful glance at Raza. For an Umbu to act with such impudence before Raza, this person must be of great importance within the sand. But who could it be? Hiruzen tried to guess the other's identity, little knowing that this person was in fact one of his own beloved students. Well then, let's take an intermission. Hiruzen glanced at the sky. Earlier, during the match between Temari and Shikamaru Nara, Shikamaru seemed to have been deliberately stalling for time. Now, the timing was just right for a break. The Umbu behind Hiruzen swiftly relayed the order. Fortunately, all three matches so far had been quite spectacular. The first was a head-to-head clash, the second, a battle of wits, and the last, a desperate struggle against overwhelming might. Anyone with even a bit of discernment had been left on the edge of their seats. So, for now, there were no complaints. Lord Jiraiya, the shinobi guarding the main gate, have been put under a jinjutsu. We suspect someone has infiltrated. Just as the intermission began, the strange occurrence at the gates of Konoha was soon noticed by others. Orochimaru isn't exactly skilled in jinjutsu, and I haven't heard of any jinjutsu masters among the sand. It seems someone else has infiltrated the village. Jiraiya pondered aloud. Let the old man know. I'll head out to take a look. He had originally planned to keep an eye on Yitsong, but after some consideration, he decided he should first investigate the disturbance at the gates. Within the village, besides the examinees, there were only about 30 sand ninja. Konoha, on the other hand, had dozens of Umbu stationed just beside the arena, not to mention the clan members from various families. Even with 2 Kaga-level threats, Konoha would still have ways to respond. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya turned and left swiftly, not realizing that the messenger's voice carried a strange undertone. Let's see. By now, the other should have almost found their target. The Umbu ninja smiled slyly. It's nearly time for me to complete my own mission. Muttering to himself, he made his way to the highest point of the stands. Hey, what's going on? Are we starting or not? Before long, the crowd on the stands grew restless. What is that Uchiha Sasuke up to anyway? The noble from a land of rivers grumbled in frustration. To think that nobles such as themselves were being kept waiting so long for a mere tool. How could anyone expect to maintain their status with such disrespect? So the rumors about him being seriously injured must be true, laughed the well-informed daimyo from the land of grass. He'd heard that during the second round, Uchiha Sasuke had apparently been attacked. Yet word was, Sasuke had still entered the preliminaries. Judging by today, those rumors were true. Well, if Uchiha Sasuke doesn't arrive on time, that means I win by default. Earlier, the two had even placed a bet. Would Sasuke make it within 20 minutes? TCH. Only 30 seconds left. Shiranui took out his pocket watch. The 20 minutes slipped by quickly. Naruto Uzumaki grumbled. Come on, Sasuke, what are you doing? Sakura Haruno clasped her hands together, praying, Please, Sasuke, hurry up, time's up. Shiranui's expression was utterly untroubled. After all, he was the fourth Hokage's bodyguard. The Uchiha clan's inaction during the Nine-Tails rampage had left them with a bitter grudge. And besides, Sasuke had taken something that should have belonged to that person. If he hadn't announced Sasuke's disqualification ahead of time, it was only out of respect for that person's sake. Since Uchiha Sasuke has failed to arrive within the allotted time, this match goes to Kankuro. Boom! A wild gust of wind exploded through the arena, forcing Shiranui to shield his eyes instinctively. After the wind had died down, the two of them stood back to back. Facing Shiranui was none other than his old acquaintance, Kakashi Hitaki. Standing behind Kakashi was Uchiha Sasuke. Sorry, we're late, Kakashi said with a playful smile. A little bit late. Surely that's not a big deal, is it? Of course not. After all, this was the Hidden Leaf Village. Gaara crossed his arms and said coolly, Just looking at his face is annoying. TCH, I thought we might win without even fighting. Kankuro glanced at Uchiha Sasuke, who had arrived a few seconds late. Looks like we'll have to surrender after all. Uchiha Sasuke seemed like a completely different person now. His gaze was sharp, and his clothes bore the marks of rigorous training. Both of them looked travel-worn. It was obvious they had rushed to get here, probably because they overslept. But Sasuke didn't look at all like he was low on chakra. Don't worry, I'll beat him for you, Gaara promised. Go easy on him, don't finish him off. I'd hate for us to get stuck here in the leaf, Kankuro joked. Truth was, Uchiha Sasuke had already been eliminated. Shiranui really wanted to tell Kakashi that, just to express his annoyance. But it wasn't his decision to make. So he turned his gaze to the third Hokage up on the high platform. What does Lord Kazekage think? Hiruzen Sarutobi cursed inwardly. Always causing trouble for me. Of all times to show up, why arrive just a few seconds late? How awkward could this get? I remember that previously, our Hidden Sand Village has already shown the Hokage courtesy twice. I wonder how the Hokage plans to repay us this time. Rather than agreeing, Raza changed the subject. He knew very well that Hiruzen was determined to let Uchiha Sasuke participate. Well, about that, Hiruzen said, 3 A-rank jutsu. A-rank jutsu. They could be important or not. It's not always easy to judge the true value of a jutsu's rank. For instance, wind techniques like Great Breakthrough or Pressure Damage, while not officially A-rank, could rival S-rank jutsu in the hands of someone with vast chakra reserves. But those jutsu were so common. There were also some clunky jutsu, like the A-rank clone Great Explosion, which required a specially made clone and was nowhere near as smooth to use as Explosion Release, and it hardly had any room to improve. That's why, back then, Cloud Village could pretty much guess that the leaf would give them a member of the branch family instead of jutsu. So many jutsu were just too cumbersome. In that case, how about this? I'll offer you a piece of intelligence, plus the previous debts, in exchange for the S-ranking seal. What do you say? Raza suddenly proposed. An A-rank jutsu. Anyone could guess what sort of A-rank technique Hiruzen Sarutobi would hand over. Rather than waiting passively, it was better to take the initiative. After all, at this moment, Konoha was the one seeking his help. Information? What kind of information? Raza smiled and said, If I told you now, it wouldn't be worth that price anymore. Getting something for nothing? Out of the question. The Yin seal was notoriously difficult to master. For anyone not of the Senju clan, it could take years just to learn the basics. Raza thought it very likely that Hiruzen would agree to this deal. Hiruzen furrowed his brow and produced a scroll. He had prepared it in advance. He knew all too well that 3 A-rank jutsu might not satisfy Yitsong. Thinking of Yitsong, who was in the prime of her life, Hiruzen had made backup plans. The Yin seal had been in Konoha for years, yet aside from Mito Uzumaki and Tsunade, no one else had succeeded in learning it. Hiruzen didn't believe Yitsong would be able to master it either. Even if she got her hands on the technique, it would likely just gather dust on a high shelf, impressive in appearance, but useless in practice. It seems, Lord Hokage, you came prepared, Raza said with a smile. As he spoke, Raza also brought out a scroll and handed it over. Hiruzen took it, but he didn't open it right away. He planned to wait until after the Chunin exams concluded before seeing what was written inside. Seeing this, Raza simply smiled and offered no explanation. He actually had a fond opinion of Hiruzen Sarutobi. If Hiruzen managed to survive, Konoha would continue its slow decline. But if Hiruzen were to die, and if that forceful Sannin Jiraiya became Hokage, Konoha might swiftly cast off its previous lethargy and become vibrant once more. On top of that, Orochimaru had long refused to show him any respect, constantly making things difficult. So, on that scroll, he had recorded information about Orochimaru. Still, since Hiruzen had no intention of reading it now, it was out of his hands. If he died, he died. After all, Hiruzen was a Kage-level master. Even in old age, his fighting strength was formidable. Orochimaru couldn't help but lick his lips and said quietly, "Lord Raza, don't forget our agreement." "Don't worry," Raza waved him off. "But as for you, behave yourself. He's already beginning to suspect your identity." It wouldn't be long now. Soon, the windmill would begin to turn. As the two exchanged words, the third Hokage announced his decision. Next, Uchiha Sasuke versus Kankuro. Genma Shiranui wore a gloomy expression. "You're a Kazekage. Can't you show a little spirit? That's your own son out there. Wouldn't it be easier to just let Uchiha Sasuke win by default?" "I forfeit." Kankuro raised his hand and declared directly. "What?" Sasuke asked. "Though I'd like to test myself against you." Kankuro pointed to his back. "My puppet has already been destroyed. For a puppeteer to lose his puppet is like a ninja losing his ninjutsu and taijutsu. But your next opponent is Gaara. There's absolutely no way you can win against him." Uchiha Sasuke asked, "What happened? How did your puppet get ruined?" Right before the explosion, Kakashi had taken him away from the Leaf Village for special training. The technique he was learning was called Chidori. After nearly a month of grueling practice, he had barely managed to master it. "Our place of residence was rigged with explosive tags. I was caught in a blast and injured, and my puppet was destroyed as well," Kankuro explained. Fortunately, he was already intimately familiar with the construction of Crow. Once his puppet-making skills caught up, he'd be able to rebuild it. Otherwise, the 3 puppets left behind by Sasori the Red Sand would be down to just 2. The Leaf let the Sand Village's people stay somewhere rigged with explosive tags? You don't think the Leaf did this on purpose, do you? Blowing up a puppeteer's puppet just to let their own ninja advance. Oh, the Leaf is really something, a noble from the land of grass speculated offhandedly. As one of the most notorious weathercocks in the shinobi world, the land of grass always jumped to conclusions at the slightest hint of trouble. Impossible. The Leaf would never stoop so low. You never really know what's in someone's heart. In any case, since Kankuro has forfeited, Uchiha Sasuke wins this round by default, Genma Shiranui announced. He had already anticipated this outcome. He was no naive genin. As a special jonin, he knew quite a bit about the Sans puppeteers. TCH, how unsatisfying. Sasuke shoved his hands into his pockets and strode off in the center of the arena. After he'd finally managed to master such a powerful jutsu, he wasn't even given a chance to show off. "Kakashi, you really have yourself a fine student," Genma remarked. Back in the day, Lord Minato and Lady Kushina had said the same about him, Genma recalled. In Minato's team, Lady Kushina's favorite had always been Obito, but it was Kakashi who had kept Minato on his toes, always worrying over him. And now, the way Kakashi treated Sasuke was just like how Minato once treated Kakashi. Haha, Sasuke is a hard-working kid, Kakashi replied cheerfully, missing the deeper meaning in Genma's words. The Chidori had been passed on, and Sasuke now had a real means of protecting himself. "Well then, congratulations," Genma said. "But you should know, those nobles are already quite annoyed at having to wait for you instead of watching the matches." "Thanks for the reminder." Kakashi forced an awkward smile. Genma's intention to send him away couldn't have been more obvious. If Kakashi still didn't take the hint after all these years, he'd have learned nothing at all. The next match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Temari. "Will both contestants please enter the arena?" Gazing at Naruto Uzumaki, who was bouncing energetically beside Sasuke Uchiha, Genma Shiranui couldn't help but sigh. "Kid, that person took what was supposed to be yours." "Temari, don't mess this up," Yano called out with a cheerful wave. "If you let yourself get played again, I'll have a field day teasing you when we get back." "No way," Temari fumed. "I'm not about to make the same mistake twice. You said the same thing back when you fought that pineapple-headed guy." Temari gave her iron fan a confident flick, then sprang onto it, gliding gracefully from the stands to the center of the arena. This time, she was determined not to fall for any tricks. Naruto Uzumaki excelled in chakra control. Dragging out the match would only put her at a disadvantage, so she needed to finish this quickly. "Let's have a good match," Naruto called out politely, his manners much improved under Jiraiya's tutelage. "Don't count on me holding back," Temari shot back, her words sharp and unwavering. Her last bout with Shikamaru Nara had been more of show than a real fight, but in the end, his clever maneuvers nearly caught her off guard. This time, she had no intention of showing mercy. Besides, Naruto was a formidable opponent. Then let the match begin. Genma stepped back, signaling the start. Of all the matches today, this was the one he'd been looking forward to the most. As Genma retreated, a tense stillness filled the air. The currents of wind swirling through the arena seemed to press down on everyone, stealing their breath. Naruto and Temari hadn't even made a move, but already, those watching from the stands found themselves holding their breath, their eyes fixed on the two in the arena. The wind's picking up, Gaara murmured, extending a hand to feel the natural breeze. That technique, Kankuro muttered. Looks like even the weather's on Temari's side today. Ninja art. Wind scythe jutsu. Without holding back, Temari poured her chakra into the natural wind, conjuring a deadly current of vacuum blades. With the aid of the natural wind, it took only a small amount of her chakra to ensnare the entire arena within her wind scythe jutsu. Genma felt as if his body was being sliced by invisible blades, and quickly leaped up to the highest platform for safety. That was close. What an indiscriminate attack, he muttered, shaking his head. Could Naruto withstand it? Wind scythe jutsu? This could be trouble, Asuma Sarutobi murmured, gripping the railing, concern etched on his face. He'd seen this technique before. He couldn't use it himself, but he knew just how devastating it could be. An all-in-one jutsu, combining offense and defense. With the enemy trapped inside a swirling current of vacuum blades, every movement became a struggle just to stay unharmed. Anyone caught in its grasp would find it nearly impossible to move. This ninjutsu not only lasts a long time, but right now, the wind it summons is a natural gust, not something artificially conjured. Moreover, this current of true vacuum forms a protective barrier, much like a chakra armor, shielding the one who performs the technique. Most importantly, this ninjutsu can render almost all fire style, sound-based, and explosive tag techniques completely ineffective. Any fire style user the same level would surely find this technique to be a nightmare. Fortunately, Naruto only has the wind attribute, someone murmured. Naruto Uzumaki raised both arms to shield his face. The razor-sharp wind blades made it nearly impossible for him to move, and pain continuously shot through his body. This is the cutting power of wind that Asuma-sensei once mentioned. Damn it. The moment he tried to use Shadow Clone, they'd be destroyed by the wind. With things like this, there was no way to use that move. He needed a way out, fast. Naruto forced himself to stay calm. The area affected by wind scythe formation was vast, leaving him little room to dodge. There were only two safe places. One was the platform outside the arena, but stepping out would mean admitting defeat. The other safe spot was near Temari. The vacuum shield around Temari was also a safe zone. Asuma-sensei said, the cutting force of wind is strong, but wind always has a direction. If you follow that direction, you can break through. But, facing wind blades coming from every direction, Naruto's eyes rolled up in exasperation. Forget it. He'd have to find his own way out. What's he doing? If it's a contest of chakra. Naruto gritted his teeth against the pain. I'm not about to lose to anyone. Ninja art. All-dispersing technique. Gaara frowned. What kind of jutsu is that? Never heard of it, Shukaku muttered, watching Naruto take a deep breath and blow out forcefully, his face deadpan. All-dispersing technique, huh? In reality, he was just using his massive chakra reserves to blow out a gust of air, scattering all the surrounding wind blades. You little rascal. Temari raised her fan to block the spray of spit from Naruto's outburst. That's hardly ladylike, you know. Sorry, not my intention, Naruto replied apologetically. He split off a shadow clone, stretched out his hand, and his clone quickly started molding chakra in his palm. Since I still have to face Gaara afterwards, let me finish this with one decisive move. What's that? Gaara's eyes widened in shock. Isn't that Master Fuku and Master Hoichi's Rasengan? He hadn't noticed it earlier due to the smoke from the shadow clone, but this time he saw it clearly. That's definitely Rasengan, Shukaku said, opening his eyes for a closer look. No attribute, a spinning sphere, much like a tailed beast ball. It had to be Rasengan. Isn't the Rasengan a jutsu meant to be performed alone? Kankuro asked. Why does he need to create a clone for it? If he recalled correctly, the Rasengan was supposed to be a solo, seal-free technique. Maybe it's because he hasn't fully mastered it yet. A month just isn't enough time, Gaara speculated. Rasengan. Naruto Uzumaki quickly formed the swirling sphere and prepared to charge forward. Come on, I can do that too. Temari stabbed her giant fan into the ground. But mine is probably a bit more advanced than yours. With a single hand, she spun her chakra. A pale blue orb appeared in her palm. What? Isn't that the signature jutsu created by the fourth Hokage? Naruto, mid-sprint, stumbled slightly in surprise. Created by the fourth Hokage? Temari smiled. Your teacher must have misled you. The Rasengan was actually invented by Master Bunpuku back when Sunagakure was first founded. It's just that Master Bunpuku disliked conflict and rarely used it. Impossible. Deep down, Naruto couldn't accept this revelation. Impossible? Temari smirked. Your Rasengan can't leave your hand, but mine can. I throw. I form a sign. I throw again. I form a sign with both hands. I throw them together. Naruto, that pervy sage led me astray. Whoa. Convinced that the Rasengan couldn't be thrown, Naruto was completely unprepared and crashed straight into Temari's flying Rasengan. He was knocked out cold. Seeing Naruto faint, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed. The children of Lord Kazekage. Each one is more of a genius than the last. Thank you for the match. Raza smiled. Naruto clearly still had some fight left in him, but he never expected Temari to launch a Rasengan, and that's what caught him off guard. If Naruto had managed to dodge, the outcome could have gone either way. As expected, he was still a bit lacking. Gamashirnui jumped down from the stands at just the right moment. Rasengan, the Hokage's jutsu. Sand Village has mastered it too, and they can even throw it. This round, boom! Just as he was about to announce Temari's victory, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar. Hey, what's happening now? This time, even ordinary villagers could hear the massive sounds of battle erupting within the Hidden Leaf Village. Where's Jiraiya? The third Hokage immediately stood up. When he couldn't find Jiraiya, he instantly realized that Jiraiya must have discovered the intruders. The enemy was most likely Orochimaru. You, hurry and take a squad to support Jiraiya. With that, the third Hokage swiftly ordered a group of Umbu to break off and provide reinforcement. If the contest here weren't still ongoing, and if the Kazekage weren't still present, he would have rushed over immediately to set right the mistakes he had made in the past. However, he trusted Jiraiya. When it came to matters of principle, Jiraiya would never falter, and he was also more than confident in Jiraiya's strength. With the support of the Umbu, even if the Raikage himself showed up, there'd be no advantage to be gained. My apologies for giving you an unpleasant experience, Lord Kazekage. It's nothing, Raza replied. But Lord Hokage, what exactly is that Umbu from your village doing? Raza gestured toward a Konoha Umbu on the opposite platform, hands moving swiftly through a series of hand seals. Countless feathers began to drift down from the sky. Get lost, you fool. Trying to ruin my plan again. Behind Raza, Orochimaru lashed out with a powerful kick. He was well aware that Raza had been on guard against him all along. So instead of going for the kill, Orochimaru simply aimed to send him flying. Raza managed to block the attack with his magnet release just in time, but still ended up being booted from his seat. Orochimaru. What? Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi gasped in shock, turning to the Umbu who had attacked Raza. So, the Sand have truly allied themselves with Orochimaru? As he spoke, the third Hokage shrugged off his ceremonial cloak, revealing the battle gear beneath. Orochimaru removed his mask. Sensei Sarutobi, I've been by your side for so long, and you never recognized me. Truly, that hurts my feelings. Kakashi. Yes, it's a Jinjutsu. Kakashi and Might Guy pressed back to back. Jinjutsu, release. Temari, get over here. Yino called out. As a medical ninja, knowing a bit of Jinjutsu was nothing out of the ordinary. What on earth is happening? Temari didn't even spare a glance at the now sleeping Uzumaki Naruto, sprawled on the ground, and hurried back to the high platform. We're under attack. Yakura positioned himself to shield the others. Asuma Sarutobi, what exactly are your Umbu planning? I have no idea. Asuma Sarutobi looked utterly bewildered. The uniforms were definitely those of Konoha's Umbu, but why were they casting the Temple of Nirvana technique? Though the Temple of Nirvana technique was classified as an A-rank jutsu, it merely induced sleep. As long as one broke free in time, the effects could be avoided. Its classification as an A-rank technique was due solely to its enormous range. Throughout the entire arena, all the ordinary spectators had already succumbed to its effects and fallen asleep. Even some unwary Chunin and Jinin had dozed off as well. Ironically, it was only the freshly graduated ones, aside from Shikamaru, who was already lying on the ground, who remained unaffected. My apologies, kid. I'll leave her to you. Kabuto passed Hinata Hyuga to Kiba Inuzuka. Kiba understood. At a moment like this, everyone's first priority was to look after their own village's people. Thank you so much for your help. Senior Maki, it was Orochimaru who made the move, Kabuto Yakushi whispered as he drew close to Maki. Raza tumbled through the air, managing a haphazard roll. Fortunately, the sand cushioning beneath him spared him from hard fall. Kabuto, Maki, get to Gaara and the others right now. Protect them at all costs. That wretched Orochimaru. How dare he make a fool of me like this? Sorry, but I can't let you run wild. Kakashi and Might Guy blocked Maki and Kabuto's path. Both of them could clearly see. Orochimaru had disguised himself as one of Raza's bodyguards. At this moment, it was impossible to say whether the Sand Village was in league with Orochimaru. They had no choice but to hold back and bide their time for now. Out of my way. Without even sparing Kakashi a glance, Raza swept up Maki and Kabuto, soaring overhead on a platform of sand. Kakashi, what now? Kakashi's Sharingan flashed. Raza was not someone he could take on head-to-head. Let's go after that guy first. The member of the Leafs ANBU who had cast the Jinjutsu now revealed his true identity. There stood Jinyamaru, sporting the Sound Village headband, a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Orochimaru. Looking for Jinyamaru, are you? Suddenly, a female Leaf ANBU next to them tossed aside her disguise, revealing her blue hair as she stepped in front of Kakashi. Crystal style, 5-seal crystal prison. Amethyst crystals shot up from the ground, instantly trapping Kakashi inside their gleaming walls. Kakashi. Guy, don't worry about me. Go after him. Stop him from summoning the giant snake. This was bad. A swarm of sound ninja had infiltrated the ANBU ranks. Though Kakashi was trapped within the crystal prison, it hadn't harmed him much. All right then, I'll leave this to you. With a mighty punch, Might Guy shattered the crystals blocking his way and charged straight toward the grandstand. Ninja art. 4 violet flames formation. Orochimaru. Lord Hokage. On the platform, Orochimaru's subordinates unleashed the 4 violet flames formation, sealing Orochimaru and Hiruzen Sarutobi inside, while the Leafs ANBU were forced to the perimeter of the blazing barrier. And thus began the ANBU's commentary. This is the 4 violet flames formation. The barrier is wreathed in deadly fire. Anyone who touches it will be burned to death. There's no way to break it from the outside. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Nonsense. What you're describing is the 4 Crimson Ray formation, cast by 4 Kage-level shinobi. The 4 Violet Flames formation may be strong, but it's hardly unbreakable. If the barrier's on fire, can't you try a water-style jutsu? How much chakra could those 4 possibly have? If you'd attacked sooner, I'd already be free by now. So what do we do now? We have to trust in Lord Hokage. He's the strongest, the 3rd Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi. I don't trust myself that much. Hurry up and help me. Quick, go find Jiraiya. Let him take command of the situation. Sensei. Jiraiya the fool has already been tied up by others. Orochimaru chuckled. Jinyamaru was one of his most capable subordinates. Apart from Uchiha Sasuke and Kimimaro, he was Orochimaru's most prized vessel. In terms of strength, Jinyamaru, with his robust health, was also exceptionally powerful. The multitude of giant snakes Jinyamaru summoned was meant to keep Jiraiya constantly on the defensive. And then there were those 2 individuals as well. Sasori of the Red Sand, a rogue ninja from the hidden Sand Village. He would be handled by sand itself. But Kisame Hashigaki, without a doubt, would keep Jiraiya busy for quite some time. Orochimaru, you're underestimating Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted with a cold snort. He wasn't sure exactly who was working with Orochimaru, but judging by the Sand's current attitude, it seemed they had no intention of intervening. If it was Raza and Yakura joining forces, then Jiraiya would indeed have a tough fight ahead. But if it were anyone else from the ninja world, none could possibly be a true match for Jiraiya. Oh, is that so? Orochimaru flicked out his tongue. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the site of the explosion, Kisame Hashigaki stood with one foot on the chest of a Leaf ninja. This ninja was none other than Marino Ibiki, who had barged into the Leaf classroom during the first exam. Judging by his wounds and the ANBU lying unconscious around him, it was clear both sides had just fought a fierce battle. But Marino Ibiki and his team had clearly suffered a crushing defeat. So, I finally found you. You're quite the survivor, aren't you? Kisame crouched down, grabbing Ibiki by the hair. Well, Chief, I've been looking for you for years now. You're Kisame Hashigaki. But why are you after me? Ibiki coughed painfully, feeling the strain on his battered body. Hurry it up, Kisame. The Leaf's backup will be here any moment, came Sasori's low, gravelly voice. He hadn't expected the head of Konoha's interrogation division to be such a tough nut, spouting nonsense about making him taste true pain. Ibiki's gaze turned to Sasori of the Red Sand, his eyes filled with fear. It was this short, hunched figure. Just a few flicks of his tail, and all of Ibiki's subordinates have fallen to the ground in an instant. Chief Ibiki, it seems you're too important to remember the likes of me. But I suppose that's only natural, Kisame said, as if wanting Ibiki to die fully understanding. Hey, few years ago, you obtained confidential intelligence from us during your time among the higher-ups of the Hidden Mist. You had me backed into a corner with no way out. To protect the information we'd acquired, I had to leap off a cliff to survive. Ironically, The secrets I risked my life to safeguard were later betrayed to you by my superior, Fuguki Suikazan. Marino Ibiki frowned. Kisame Hashigaki, the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Devil. That was a former member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. When did I ever get any intel from the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Devil? Kisame's face froze. What did that mean? Had he gotten the wrong person? Tell me, who was it that really sold you that intel back then? Suddenly, Kisame realized he might have stumbled right into the middle of a conspiracy. Do you really take me for a fool? Ibiki forced a bitter smile, baring his teeth. His earlier confusion had already given away a hint. There was no way he would let himself slip again and reveal more information. Enough of this pointless talk. We need to find Orochimaru as soon as possible. Sasori of the Red Sand didn't even spare a glance at this defeated subordinate. You're looking for Orochimaru? I won't give you that chance. Ninja art. Wild Lion's main technique. In an instant, a mass of white hair whipped out, snatching Marino Ibiki, who was pinned under Kisame's foot, straight to its owner's side. Lord Jiraiya. Ibiki, are you alright? Who are these people? Jiraiya's brow furrowed. He recognized Kisame by reputation as a missing nin, but the other man. Even in Sunagakure, word of the Red Sand Scorpion was scarce. Naturally, Jiraiya had never seen him before. Lord Jiraiya, I'm in trouble. I've been poisoned by that one. He calls himself Sasori of the Red Sand. Ibiki replied weakly. When Sasori had poisoned him, he'd boasted that it was his latest creation. The victim would be led slowly toward death. Worse yet, Sasori claimed that not a soul in Konoha could cure this poison. Poison, huh? That's beyond me. You'd better get to the Konoha hospital yourself, Jiraiya said as he casually tossed Ibiki over to an ANBU he'd brought along. Leave things here to me. Going somewhere? Not if Samahada has anything to say about it. Kisame bellowed in fury. Someone had stolen his prize right under his nose, and he still hadn't gotten to the truth of what happened all those years ago. If the one who betrayed him wasn't the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Devil, then the message the 4th Mizukage gave was a lie, which meant the 4th Mizukage had deceived him. He might have left Kirigakure, but he still had his own ways of gathering intel. 4th Mizukage Yagura had been imprisoned by Mei Terumi and her faction. Rumor had it he was under someone's Genjutsu control. If all this was true, then someone in the shadows had been manipulating him from the very start. He couldn't help but begin to suspect Uchiha Madara. Who else could possibly control someone like Yagura? The perfect Jinchuriki? Sasori, hold Jiraiya off for a moment. That guy, he's dangerous. I only need a little time. Fine. Puppet art. Human body technique. Sasori of the Red Sand stretched out his hand, manipulating the corpses of the interrogation unit lying around him with chakra threads, and sent them attacking Jiraiya. That's puppet technique. Looks like it really is the missing Sasori of the Red Sand. Jiraiya muttered to himself, feeling the weight of the situation. If possible, it was best not to touch those corpses at all. But it was precisely Jiraiya's moment of hesitation that gave Kisame Hashigaki a clear shot. No one could stop him. The handle of his sword, Samahada, suddenly extended over 10 meters, twisting like a chain and slashing wildly toward Marino Ibiki. Samahada, flying chain slash. True, Sasori's poison could have easily killed Marino Ibiki. But settling the score with his own hands was so much more satisfying. This is bad. Don't even think about getting away. A dull thud echoed, someone's head hitting the ground. Jiraiya's eyes grew cold. You two aren't leaving here alive. Jiraiya shouted furiously. Summoning Jutsu. A giant toad, pipe in mouth and a massive blade strapped to his waist, appeared at Jiraiya's feet. Gamabunta, I need your help to keep these two here, Jiraiya said, hands flashing through seals. Gamabunta and Jiraiya had fought side by side for years. He knew exactly what Jiraiya wanted the moment the hand signs began. Oil, huh? Sasori's eyes narrowed. How could this toad spit oil? Not good. Kisame. The very next instant, Sasori shouted. He was still inside Hiriko. Against fire-style jutsu, all he could do was dodge. He had no real way to counter it. Fire-style, toad, oil flame bomb. Water-style, exploding water shockwave. A thunderous crash resounded. What a massive wave! Gamabunta exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. But the toad oil flame bomb, perfected through years of teamwork with Jiraiya, wasn't so easily extinguished by water-style alone. Looks like I'll have to step in myself, Sasori muttered from within Hiriko, pulling out a scroll. He hadn't wanted to reveal this puppet yet. This is a puppet I've never shown anyone before, my latest masterpiece. A puppet with blue hair and yellow eyes appeared. So Sasori really has been hiding his true power all along. Kisame thought to himself. He'd been brought into the organization by Uchiha Madara. When he joined, rumor had it Sasori was forced in after being defeated by Byako. So Kisame didn't truly know Sasori's real capabilities. Magnet release. Iron Sand Wall. That was... Seeing this familiar ninjutsu, Jiraiya was stunned. The third Kazekage turned into a puppet. That's magnet release. The immense iron sand wall soared through the sky, instantly catching Raza's eye. That's Lord Third's technique. Kneeling on the cloud of sand, Baki also recognized him, but Kabuto alone looked puzzled. Wasn't the third Kazekage already killed in action? He asked. To the outside world, the hidden sand had announced that the third Kazekage had mysteriously disappeared. But in reality, everyone knew the truth. The fact that he hadn't even shown up during the Third Great Ninja War made it clear. The third Kazekage had long ago been murdered, though no one knew by whom. But I couldn't be mistaken. This is definitely the jutsu of the third Kazekage, Baki insisted. When the third Kazekage vanished, Baki had only been in his teens. Yet, as one of his generation's prodigies, he'd already attracted considerable attention. However, while the third Kazekage had valued Raza, Yashimaru, and Sasori of the Red Sand, Baki himself was more recognized by the next generation, by Raza and his peers. Even so, he'd once had the rare chance to witness a legendary battle, Sasori, Raza, and Yashimaru joining forces against the third Kazekage. Back then, it was this very technique, magnet release, iron sand wall, that had allowed the Kazekage to withstand the combined assault. That battle was said to be the most intense in Hidden Sand's history. The third Kazekage's strength was unparalleled among all the Kazekage. Even Raza, who later mastered magnet release himself, never dared claim he was the third's equal. Baki, take my AMBU, grab that foolish daimyo, and leave Konoha at once. Head back to the Land of Wind, Raza ordered after sweeping his gaze across the battlefield. Asuma was slacking, off in one spot, Kakashi in another, while only Might Guy was fiercely engaged, fighting someone who looked remarkably like Orochimaru, his 8 Gates technique fully unleashed. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and the third Hokage were locked in a careful dance, neither yet pushing their battle to its fiercest point. Outside the 4 Purple Flames formation, the third Hokage's AMBU were still narrating the fight, as if afraid the Sand Ninja watching wouldn't understand what was happening inside. Konoha can't stop us now. Guard the daimyo and get him out of here as fast as possible. Kabuto, you and Gaara act as you see fit. Yashimaru, come with me. We're going to... The third Kazekage. Raza pronounced each word with sharp emphasis. The third Kazekage. He was, after all, their teacher, at least in name. This time, Orochimaru had come with a plan. The sudden appearance of the third Kazekage, seemingly resurrected by Orochimaru's schemes, strongly suggested a connection between the Kazekage's disappearance and Orochimaru himself. And recently, Orochimaru had shown them the forbidden art of impure world reincarnation. If the third Kazekage really had been assassinated by Konoha and then resurrected by Orochimaru to ambush Jiraiya. Orochimaru, if I find out you're behind this, you'll answer to me. We're leaving. Kabuto, I'm leaving Gaara in your hands, Yashimaru instructed before turning away. She herself had no children of her own. Because of Shukaku, Gaara had always grown up under her watchful eye, so she had long regarded him as her own child. Kenkuro, Zilu, come help carry people, Baki called out. There were quite a few nobles who had come from the Land of Wind. Raza's Umbu only numbered a little over a dozen, and each of them needed to look after 1 or 2 people. As for the servants, there was simply nothing they could do to help. Brother Kabuto, what are we going to do? Gaara asked. Of course, we're going to seize this chance to take something, Shukaku replied, giving Gaara's head a playful tap. Earlier, through the mind space, he discussed with Raza about using this opportunity to take a look around the Hokage's office and see if they could track down Konoha's Scroll of Seals. And while they were at it, maybe search for the inheritor of that particular clan's bloodline. Right now, all of Konoha's top fighters were caught up elsewhere. The only ones left in the Hokage's office would be a few Umbu, along with Hamiru Mitokado and Koharudatane, those 2 so-called hidden dragons and crouching phoenixes. After all, with the importance of the Scroll of Seals, the third Hokage would only feel secure if it was in his own hands, or trusted to his disciples, or those 2 wily elders. Even Danzo could never get his hands on it. Take something. Let's go. Kabuto didn't waste words, turning and leading Gaara out of the hall. Compared to everywhere else, the Hokage's office was much quieter. Here, the strongest barrier was set up. But normally, it would never be activated because the Hokage and the elite Umbu always resided here. Yet now, the barrier was wide open. Leave the barrier to me, Shukaku said confidently. He looked at the familiar seal, picturing Hiruzen Sarutobi fighting alone. A sly smile played on Shukaku's lips. The barrier was a dowry from the Uzumaki clan. He could recognize it at a glance. After all, 100 years ago, he'd learned many sealing jutsu from the Uzumaki clan. But that wasn't what made him smile. What amused him was the talent hiding inside. The third Hokage was out there fighting alone, while these two were holed up inside with Konoha's most elite Umbu, hiding behind the barrier. They weren't even helping. On top of that, they'd taken the best Umbu with them. Honestly, they could have just handed the scroll of seals over for safekeeping. Who would ever know where it was hidden? Sealing art. Release. With a swipe of his claw, he opened up a hole in the barrier. Are we really just going to barge in like this? Isn't that a bit too brazen? Gaara hesitated. If they really managed to get the scroll of seals, it would mean burning all bridges with Konoha. There's nothing wrong with it. As long as you become strong enough, what can they say? Shukaku was utterly unconcerned. In times like these, when you're no longer afraid of being poor, what's left to fear? The village hidden in the sand was impoverished and barren. Although things had improved considerably in recent years, and in terms of top-tier fighting power, they were now no weaker than Konoha, which was missing both Tsunade and Jiraiya. The foundation of the village was still too fragile. Konoha had gathered more clans than any other village in the ninja world. Even without the Book of Seals, the clan jutsu alone would cause envy throughout the land. By contrast, the sand relied entirely on the jutsu created by the second Kazekage and the improvements to puppet techniques made by Monzaemon to maintain their reputation. Even if we don't fall out with them now, the issue with Niji Hyuga in the future will be enough to turn Konoha against us. In that case, let's go. When Shukaku broke through the barrier, the Umbu within the Hokage building had already detected the intrusion. Sand Ninja, what are you doing here? As they entered the main gate, an Umbu with purple hair drew her sword and blocked their path. 2 people and 1 beast. Calm down. There's no need to be nervous. Kabuto Yakushi raised his hands and said, "We didn't mean to force our way through the barrier. It's just that." Kabuto's mind was working quickly. He had already recognized this person, Yugao Yuzuki. Although she was Umbu, her distinctive purple hair made her instantly recognizable. Having spent so much time in Konoha, Kabuto was well aware of the third Hokage's standing in the village, especially in the eyes of the lesser clans and ordinary ninja. An Umbu stationed at the Hokage's office was undoubtedly one of Hiruzen Sarutobi's closest confidants. Orochimaru has brought the sound ninja into the exam arena and summoned the previous Hokage. Right now, the third is in grave danger. We're here to ask for help, Kabuto said, narrowing his eyes. What? Summoning the previous Hokage? Are you kidding me? I can vouch for what he's saying. It's true. Niji Hyuga. That's me. Niji Hyuga stepped forward. After noticing the sand's retreat, Niji had gritted his teeth, ready to run off with Temari and the others, but realized that Gaara hadn't left. Hesitating, he witnessed the third Hokage's clash with Orochimaru. From the explanations given by a few Umbu and the third Hokage himself, he learned that the technique used was called reanimation jutsu, and the people summoned really were the first and second Hokage. From what the Hokage said, it's a jutsu called reanimation. Now he's fighting 3 opponents at once, and it's extremely dangerous. The Hokage ordered the Umbu to eliminate the sound ninja and assist him in defeating Orochimaru, Niji reported truthfully. He believed that his presence alone was enough to convince the Umbu that Kabuto's words were true. Yugao Yuzuki looked back at the Umbu captain behind her. The captain gave a firm nod. The only reason they hadn't rushed in already was because the 2 elders inside had given strict orders. Otherwise, the moment they sensed something amiss, they would have charged in without hesitation. The Book of Seals, at its core, is lifeless. But the third Hokage is alive. He is known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, and he knows every technique recorded in the Book of Seals like the back of his hand. Even if he can't perform them all, he has memorized them thoroughly. Yet because the 2 elders inside had issued orders to protect themselves, unless they received direct instructions from the third Hokage, they couldn't simply leave. But now, with Niji Hyuga's arrival, they finally had a reason. Let's go. We'll leave the rest to you. Frankly, the 2 inside aren't even as strong as I am. Once the AMBU had departed, Niji Hyuga took the initiative to speak. You made up your mind, haven't you? There's nothing in Konoha worth lingering for, Niji replied, turning away. As it happens, I'll need your help in a moment, Shukaku said with a laugh. After all, they're both the old man's juniors. Taking care of him would surely please the old man. Minus 2054. _____. The following is just some reader commentary and can be skipped for the word count. This story primarily draws from the contents of the Book of the Scholar, the Book of the Moment, and the Book of the Formation. The Book of the Scholar clearly states that the Flying Thunder God technique was invented by the 4th Hokage. Techniques like Edo Tensei and Water Style, though, are undoubtedly Tobarama's. There's no question about that. The downside of long-running manga is just this sort of confusion. Now, a few gripes about Tobarama Senju. Hashirama Senju devoted himself to uniting the ninja clans to bring about peace, while Tobarama Senju consistently undermined and slandered the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, completely disregarding Hashirama's intentions. Konoha was founded by Hashirama and Madara Uchiha. Tobarama was not the true founder. If Tobarama disliked Konoha, he could have built his own village. Slandering the founders within someone else's village is nothing short of petty. What's more, Tobarama often spoke ill of others behind their backs and sowed discord. It was because Madara overheard Tobarama's words to the first Hokage that he left Konoha, leaving only a single leaf behind. Knowing full well the Uchiha were a clan of love, Tobarama still labeled them as evil, shaping public opinion against them. Take a look at his students. Aside from Kagami Uchiha, whose situation is unclear, of the remaining 5, for turned out to be major schemers. The extermination of the Senju and Uzumaki clans is hard not to associate with them, especially Old Danzo. Chapter 681 the manga even shows this. Out of selfishness, Tobarama didn't dispose of Madara's corpse, but hid it deep in the mountains of Konoha, intending to study it. That kind of obsession with suppressing the Uchiha borders on insanity. What do you think you're doing? You lowly sand shinobi dare act so brazenly? Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatain still hadn't realized the danger they were in. Unlike the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, who both believed that power was the true foundation of their authority and constantly sought ways to grow stronger, Koharu Udatain and Hamura Mitokado, long-standing high-ranking officials in Konoha, were absolute power supremacists. To them, as long as they held power, nothing else truly mattered. As a result, their own abilities had deteriorated drastically. Decades without engaging in war had stripped away their combat instincts completely. Are those two completely brainless, or what? Gar was a bit dumbfounded. Couldn't those two see the situation for what it was? The Hokage Zanbu had been called away. He and Kabuto Yakushi had managed to come in precisely because they'd already eliminated the bodyguards of Koharu and Hamura. Insolent! You're just a mere genin from the sand. How dare you mock us? Koharu narrowed her eyes, the deep wrinkles on her face making Shukaku shudder in discomfort. Kabuto, should we just finish them off? Gaara asked. After all, when he was born, the parasites in the upper ranks of the Sand Village had already been thoroughly purged by Raza and Yitsong. Now, only the capable could rise in Sunagakure. Incompetence had no place. All decisions were based purely on merit. If we were talking about a major nation, maybe things would be different. In a country with hundreds or thousands of officials, plus the inherited stupidity of the nobility, it was normal to have a few fools. But Konoha was just a village with only 4 leaders in total, and half of them were this hopelessly incompetent. Of course not. Killing them would only make things much more complicated later, Kabuto replied with a smile. He'd heard all about these two, Koharu and Hamura, dubbed the Sleeping Dragons and Young Phoenixes. With teammates like these, why would one get rid of them? Keeping them around would be far more beneficial for Sunagakure. After all, the country's line between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire held the water sources most crucial to the Land of Wind. If Konoha were suddenly to replace the third Hokage with a strong, prosperous leader, that could be a problem. But as long as these 2 living dragons and phoenixes were still around to hold things back, all would be well. What are you doing? Guards, someone help us. Koharu cried out, stumbling back in fear. Don't bother shouting. Even if you scream until your voice is hoarse, no one's coming for you today, Kabuto said, his smile unchanged, though Koharu felt a cold dread creeping over her. As if, job's done, Kabuto said lightly. With a few swift movements, he knocked the 2 unconscious, sealed their chakra, and tied them up securely. He then stuffed whatever he could find into their mouths to keep them quiet. Hurry up, we got other business to take care of, Shukaku said, closing his small eyes. He had no intention of getting his hands dirty for something as trivial as this. This was exactly when underlings came in handy. Why does this feel like we're bandits raiding a village or something? Gaara muttered, watching Kabuto rummage through the desk, exasperation written all over his face. You're so poor you're practically starving. How could you possibly care about anyone else's business? Every day you're chewing on dry rations, yet you're worried that those eating beef aren't getting enough to eat. The Hokage's office wasn't all that big, and Gaara quickly spotted a scroll with a sealing mark on it. It's here. Well done, Gaara. There's a seal on it. Let me open it and take a look in a moment. Kabuto Yakushi swept aside the crystal ball on the desk. There are also some secret intelligence reports Konoha has gathered here. Let me see. These were brought by Jiraiya, the evil god cult from the land of hot water, the Akatsuki organization from the land of rain. What? Akatsuki? Shikaku's pupils shrank sharply. Any group that draws Jiraiya's attention can't possibly be a weakling, Gaara said, his brow furrowing. The Land of Rain. At this point in the ninja world, Sand Village had almost no intelligence on the Land of Rain. Bring the intel along. We can investigate further when we get back, Shukaku said. This organization was dangerous. But why was it dangerous? He couldn't recall. Yet just hearing the name made his first stand on end. All right. Okay, once we finish packing up, we can head out. Shukaku gave the Book of Seals a little kick. It was the first time he'd seen such a thick sealing scroll. Konoha's assets really are substantial. Let me have a look and make sure this thing is the real deal. Kabuto gathered all the intelligence documents from the Hokage's desk, then took the Book of Seals from Gaara. Of course, it wasn't that Gaara's sealing techniques were lacking. In fact, among the next generation of 5 Kage, Gaara was the only one who truly mastered offense, defense, control, sensory abilities, and sealing. A complete ninja in every respect. But still, Kabuto felt more at ease keeping the scroll in his own hands. After all, Gaara was still young. If he made a mistake and triggered the Book of Seals to self-destruct, that would be a disaster. The Book of Seals. A flicker of intense desire flashed through Kabuto's eyes. Raised by Raza as the future 5th Hokage, he long since learned about Sand Village's own Book of Seals, though theirs was only half as thick as Konoha's. Whether for the present needs of Sand Village or for his own future, Kabuto was determined to get his hands on this Book of Seals. Shadow Clone. Multiple Shadow Clone. This one suits you, Gaara. Mutual Multiplication Explosive Tags. This one's for In Seal. S-Rank Medical Ninjutsu. The strength of 100 technique, monstrous strength, all top-notch stuff. The more Kabuto read, the more he couldn't help but drool. What a windfall. Adamant sealing chains, too bad I don't have Uzumaki blood. Rasengan, actually, ours is better back in the village. But, Flying Thunder God. Shukaku said impatiently. All right, that's enough. Let's get going. Judging by Kabuto's expression, he was clearly engrossed in what he was reading. If Shukaku hadn't spoken up, Kabuto might have lingered for a long time. But now, the sounds of battle outside had already begun to fade. It wouldn't be long before someone came to the Hokage's office. Fine, even though this is only a partial copy. Kabuto wiped the drool from his mouth. The dowry from Konoha was simply too generous. Unfortunately, this was just an incomplete version of the Scroll of Seals, because he noticed that most of the jutsu recorded in it seemed particularly suited for one person, Naruto Uzumaki. Shadow Clone, Multi-Shadow Clone, both designed with the Uzumaki clan or Jinchuriki in mind. The In Seal was especially fitting for someone like Naruto, who possessed such an immense amount of chakra. Just imagine, if an ordinary person could unleash such potential after sealing away chakra for just a few years, what would happen if Naruto Uzumaki sealed his own chakra? Moreover, the Uzumaki clan was known for their mastery of sealing techniques. The healing power of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, combined with the strength of 100 seal. What a combination. And the adamantine sealing chains. Those were a unique bloodline ability of the Uzumaki. The Rasengan and Flying Thunder God were signature techniques of the 4th Hokage. Even if it's incomplete, it's enough. Let's move. We have to take that person away, together with Niji Hyuga. Shukaku couldn't be bothered to look through the rest. Most of the jutsu listed were techniques he would never be able to learn anyway. After all, human ninjutsu usually required complex hand seals. That's why up to now, the only techniques he used were ones he could spit out or those similar to the Rasengan and its advanced forms. Too complicated. He couldn't be bothered to learn them. According to the recent intelligence about the Scroll of Seals being stolen from Konoha, this must be something the 3rd Hokage specially prepared to help Naruto Uzumaki. Forget it, let's just go. Since this was only a partial scroll, the real Scroll of Seals must be with the 3rd Hokage himself, or perhaps hidden in the Sarutobi clan's compound. In that case, there was no need to fight over it. Whether it meant getting involved in the clash between Orochimaru and Hiruzen Sarutobi, or storming the Sarutobi clan guarded by 3,000 ninja. Either way, that was far too much for Kabuto and Gaara to handle right now. On the contrary, things were turning out just right. As long as Raza and Yetsong didn't openly take a hostile stance, Kabuto and Gaara's actions wouldn't implicate the entire Hidden Sand. After all, they were still just children. Konoha couldn't possibly pursue 2 kids forever, could they? Okay. Outside the Hokage's office, Niji Hyuga was still keeping watch. So you've come out. He had no interest whatsoever in what Kabuto Yakushi and Gaara were up to. All he wanted now was to live freely. For himself, for his father. He was determined to leave Konoha, this village that had given him nothing but heavy memories. Niji Hyuga, have you heard of the Kurama clan? Shukaku asked. Niji raised an eyebrow. Kurama? That Jinjutsu family. Weren't they just a minor clan? Rumor had it their clan head had already perished in a great fire, leaving only an elder, a few Chunin, and a young heir. If not for the fact that their young heir had awakened a Kekii Genkai, the Kurama bloodline would have vanished altogether. Yes, that's the one, Shukaku replied. Niji looked puzzled. You're planning to kidnap their young heir? Word had it the Kurama heir was frail, unable even to become a ninja, and apparently suffered from some form of dissociative disorder. That's right. Back when Konoha was first founded, this clan could just barely rival the Uchiha, one of the great houses. They were no weaker than the Hyuga, Shukaku explained. In those days, the Kurama clan was truly formidable. Once, they supplied Konoha with many high-ranking Jonin and Chunin. But as no new members awakened the Kekii Genkai, the clan gradually declined, fading into obscurity among Konoha's many minor families. The Kurama clan's Kekii Genkai was the ultimate manifestation of in release, rivaling even the might of the Uchiha's Mangekyo fueling techniques. In contrast, even the renowned Nara clan's in release was but a shadow of true mastery. At its peak, ultimate in release draws upon spiritual energy to create form from nothingness. The Uchiha clan's Susanoo is the very image of in release, form shaped from pure spiritual force. You must be joking. The Kurama clan on par with the Uchiha. Gaara couldn't hide his doubt. We'll talk as we walk. Niji, take the lead, said Shukaku. All right, Niji replied, still full of questions as he led the way. Shukaku didn't bother hiding anything from Niji. He could see into this young man's heart. I've told you before, the sage's two sons were both quite notorious in their own ways. The Senju, the Uzumaki, and the Uchiha clans, all their descendants, Shukaku said. Niji thought to himself, who is this sage? Are the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha of the same origin? Who could possess such a powerful bloodline? The Senju represent yang release, while the Uchiha embody in release. And actually, this matter has something to do with your own Hyuga clan, Shukaku continued. The sage, in fact, had a rather colorful younger brother, aside from his two sons. Shukaku knew this well. He had even met the first head of the Hyuga clan, though, of course, that wasn't the sage's brother. The Hyuga clan is actually descended from the sage's younger brother. That's also why there's always been tension between the Hyuga and the Uchiha clans. So that's how it is. No wonder, despite being two great clans famed for their eye techniques, the relationship between the Hyuga and the Uchiha was never as hostile as that between the Senju and the Uchiha. It wasn't until the Senju clan faded from the stage that the rivalry between the Hyuga and the Uchiha truly began. But why has the Hyuga clan never produced a master on par with the Uchiha strongest? Hyuga Niji asked. I'm not sure, Shukaku replied, scratching his chin. If it hadn't been for that soul, he wouldn't even have known the sage had a brother, or a mother for that matter. But I suspect it has to do with the Hyuga clan lacking mastery over yin-yang release. Both the sage and his brother wielded the power of yin and yang. I even suspect that the Kurama clan might be distant relatives of the sage's younger brother's descendants. The sage mainly controlled yang release, which allowed the Senju clan to always hold the upper hand over the Uchiha. His brother controlled yin release, so by all logic his descendants should have inherited the yin release as well. Since neither the Hyuga nor the Kagaya clans inherited this, it must have passed to others. Shukaku had searched across the shinobi world, and the Kurama clan seemed like the most probable inheritors. Of course, this was all just Shukaku's conjecture. After all, his knowledge of the sage's brother was quite limited, and there were many things he only half understood. He didn't even know there was a distant branch of the Hyuga living on the moon. Yin-yang release. So all this time, the Hyuga had been heading in the wrong direction. Niji felt his eyes suddenly sharpen, as if a veil had been lifted from them. No, it wasn't his mind that cleared up. It was his vision, as though an unseen barrier before his eyes had just been swept away. If that's the case, then we need to bring the Kurama clan with us, Kabuto decided on the spot. After all, the Kurama clan had long been pushed to the margins of Konoha. Once they could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Uchiha, well, at least in name. Now, they might even outnumber the Uchiha by a few. It was almost laughable to think this made them the mightier clan now. Kabuto's thoughts trailed off, an exasperated sweat forming on his brow. The truth was the Kurama clan had been abandoned by Konoha's leadership for years. They used to live in the heart of the village, but now their homes were tucked away in a remote, neglected corner. Niji had to lead them in circles for quite some time before they finally arrived at the clan's rather run-down estate. This is the place, Niji said. But I've heard from Hinata that her teacher, Kurenai Yuhi, is currently instructing the Kurama clan's young heir. With everything in such chaos, Kurenai would definitely come by to check on the Kurama clan as soon as her other obligations were done. He's still no match for Kurenai Yuhi. Let's go inside. Diplomacy first, force later. If he could persuade them to leave with him, there'd be no need to snatch anyone away. After all, there were several people in the other party's group. Taking some back as breeding stock and leaving a few descendants wouldn't be a bad outcome. As soon as they had stepped through the main gate, two people blocked Gaara's path. Who are you? Konohagakure was in chaos. Even the Kurama clan, who lived in the most remote part of the village, had sensed the situation early, but they had no intention of going out to help. First, Konoha didn't lack a few more Chunin. Unless they sent out the young clan heir, the rest of them were of little use. Second, they had learned to be cautious. Look at the families who had charged into battle for Konoha. The Senju, once the greatest clan in the ninja world, had only a handful of shinobi left and had retreated into seclusion. The Uchiha, once the second greatest clan, were gone. The Kurama were now down to just a few scattered members. And then there were clans like the Tsukakage, whose young heir was already dead. As for the others, the Sarutobi, once just a small family behind the Kurama, had risen. The Ino-Shikacho trio, who in the Warring States era had been Sarutobi's lackeys, would have been nothing on their own. Yet now, each had flourished beyond belief. To say there wasn't something fishy about it would be naive. Besides, they still needed to care for their young clan heir at home. Only when her health improved could the Kurama hope to reclaim their former glory. I'm the Kazakage's adopted son, a jonin from Sunagakure. Yakushi Kabuto. No matter the time or place, Kabuto's smile always put people at ease. So said Shukaku. It was the smile of a sincere Kabuto. Not that of a lost, self-serving Kabuto, but the best smile the ninja world had to offer, at least in Shukaku's eyes. Naruto Uzumaki's idiotic grin didn't count. This is my younger brother, Gaara. We mean you no harm. The two Kurama guards relaxed slightly, but their vigilance didn't entirely fade. With the turmoil in Konoha and the recent warning from Jonin Kurenai Yuhi to seek shelter, they knew that although Sunagakure wasn't involved in Orochimaru's attack with the Sound Village, they couldn't be fully trusted either. What business do you have here? The Kurama clan has no ties with Sunagakure. An elder appeared from inside the house at just the right moment. And how should I address you, sir? Kabuto bowed respectfully. I am Kurama Yiming, the elder replied. So you're the former clan head. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. Kabuto thought to himself, just as I suspected. Rumor had it that the previous Kurama clan leader and his wife perished in a great fire. The only inheritor of the clan's bloodline was a girl about Gaara's age, so the former head had stepped out of retirement once more. I heard that the Kurama clan hasn't been faring well in Konoha, so I've come especially to invite you all to come live in Sunagakure. I wonder where you heard such rumors. Our Kurama clan, Kurama Yiming gave a cold snort. Who in their right mind would want to go to Sunagakure, a place so poor it echoes with the sound of empty pockets? No matter how far the Kurama clan has fallen, they'd never choose to endure the harsh winds and scorching sun of the Sand Village. Kabuto Yakushi interjected. The young clan leader who'd come to invite the Kurama was acting on Shukaku's suggestion. Since Shukaku was willing, Kabuto naturally wanted to see the matter through perfectly. Elder Patriarch, when Konoha was first founded, I heard that the Kurama clan's power was second only to the great clans like the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga, with several hundred members in the clan. But what about now? Kabuto cast his gaze around. The Kurama compound was no smaller than that of the Uchiha. The old houses were simple and tranquil, ancient yet gentle in their beauty, but lacking vitality and unattended. Dust had settled everywhere, and cracks had begun to form in many places. With such a vast compound, I imagine it must feel rather empty now. Kabuto had struck a sore spot. Kurama Yiming, now in his 60s, had grown up during the clan's golden age. But as the third Hokage and his circle rose to power, and under the influence of the Will of Fire, the Kurama clan had always devoted their strength to serving Konoha, his elders, his peers, and even his juniors. Until one day, he suddenly realized that the Senju clan was nearly gone, and so was his own Kurama clan. Meanwhile, the families who used to trail behind them had taken up all the important positions in Konoha. Kurama Yiming understood then. They had been fools. So, he passed the position of clan head to his only remaining son. But it wasn't long before tragedy struck. Because of his granddaughter's inherited bloodline, a fire broke out in the main house, unintentionally killing both his son and daughter-in-law. He had no choice but to come out of retirement and lead the clan, now reduced to only about 10 members. The Kurama family's fortune was also destroyed during the Nine Tails incident. Though the village later offered some compensation, it was meager at best. Fortunately, the Kurama still had someone capable of making decisions, so their assets weren't seized outright, as happened to the Uchiha. You've done your homework. Kurama Yiming couldn't help but sigh. What the Kurama lacked wasn't a grand estate, but people, life, energy. Their home was now far too remote, making it especially difficult for his granddaughter to grow up properly. There were simply no other children her age left in the Kurama clan. He looked at Kabuto Yakushi, though he was already deeply disappointed with Konoha. But now, the Kurama clan is almost invisible in Konoha. Apart from missions they are required to complete each year as ninja, no one pays any attention to them. At the very least, the clan can still be passed down. Suna doesn't offer as comfortable an environment as Konoha. Kabuto Yakushi said. However, Shukaku abruptly interjected, the great Shukaku, can cure your young clan head's illness. Kurama Yiming was stunned. For the Kurama clan, nothing is more important than their young clan leader. Ever since the elder generation perished in battle, it has been 2 or 3 decades since a Kekii Genkai has appeared within the family. If it weren't for his granddaughter's sudden awakening of the bloodline, he would have seriously doubted whether there had been a mix-up at birth. Impossible. Kurama Yiming's voice rose involuntarily. A few years back, I met Lady Tsunade herself. Even she could not cure Yakumo. And you, just a summoned beast. His gaze at Shukaku was heavy with skepticism. I'm not a summoned beast. Shukaku's voice thundered, echoing even louder than Kurama Yiming's. He had always considered it a disgrace among tailed beasts to become someone's summoned creature. How could he possibly lower himself to that? Not a summoned beast? Kabuto explained it to him. This old man is going to be the death of me. Shukaku grumbled and muttered, clearly annoyed with the elder. Kabuto gave a helpless smile. Lord Shukaku truly was a willful old thing. But as for the tailed beasts, they really were rather adorable beings. The Kurama clan's Kekii Genkai is the ultimate use of In release. The Senju clan, on the other hand, excels at Yang release. Though In and Yang don't conflict, it is extremely difficult to heal injuries caused by In release. That was also why Uchiha Itachi's condition had never fully healed. But there is one type of creature that can heal it. Kurama Yiming urgently grabbed Kabuto's hands. What is it? If Yakumo's illness could truly be cured, then perhaps other members of his clan might also awaken their bloodline powers. The family could return to its former glory. Tailed beasts. Kurama Yiming was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Tailed beasts are walking disasters. How could a tailed beast possibly heal Yakumo's illness? Kurama Yiming, furious, shook off Kabuto's hands. Tailed beasts had been declared calamities by the most authoritative figures in the shinobi world. Anyone who dared challenge that notion was already long gone. How could a creature like a tailed beast possibly cure his granddaughter? Well, it's hard to explain, Kabuto admitted, struggling for words. The matter of tailed beasts was simply too complicated. With only a few people from Suna on their side, turning the tide was nearly impossible. Unless, one day, one of them could become as formidable as Hashirama Senju, able to command respect and awe across the entire shinobi world. Otherwise, forget it. I knew I wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. Kabuto Yakushi's tone shifted abruptly. In that case, Elder Chief, why not simply gather all the members of your clan? If you can defeat both Gaara and myself, then naturally, we can't take anyone away. But if you can't even stop the 2 of us, then we'll only take 2 or 3 people with us. Kabuto's meaning was crystal clear, and Kurama Yiming understood it in an instant. If you can defeat him and his companion, your clan can remain here in your ruined ancestral land in Konoha. But if you can't win, then your opponents will, without hesitation, choose a few people to take with them. The others will be left behind in Konoha, only to be devoured, completely, by the other villagers. You're shameless. Kurama Yiming pointed at Kabuto, so furious he could barely speak. Kabuto replied, I'm only doing this for the good of the Kurama clan. As a once great shinobi clan, Kurama Yiming was absolutely unwilling to see his family lose all their ninja heritage. As a shinobi himself, he knew all too well what fate awaited the Kurama should they fall from a ninja clan to an ordinary family. The Kurama would never become nobility. So, once the Kurama lost their last ninja, there was only one outcome. They would be wiped out by their old enemies among the shinobi. Grandfather, let's go. I don't want to stay in Konoha. The pale-faced girl's voice trembled with hatred. Yakumo. Kurama Yakumo, the clan's sole remaining bloodline inheritor. Yet because she practiced In release, her body was terribly frail. She couldn't even use basic techniques like body flicker. Just like Uchiha Itachi, the Uchiha clan was another symbol of In release. Itachi Uchiha, from a young age, suffered a weakened body due to overuse of his Mangekyo Sharingan. But compared to Kurama Yakumo, Itachi's situation was slightly better. For one, he was older and naturally had a stronger constitution than Yakumo. Secondly, Yakumo's use of In release was reckless and unrestrained, and her bloodline ability had awakened far too early. With just a brushstroke, she could conjure anything she imagined into reality. creating something from nothing. Itachi, on the other hand, only experienced physical strain when using his Mangekyo Sharingan. The standard Sharingan did not harm his health. That's why, despite her young age, Kurama Yakumo's body was even weaker than Itachi's. How'd you get here? Grandfather, let's leave Konoha together. Kurama Yakumo's pale face was twisted with resentment. I once overheard the third Hokage talking with Kurenai-sensei. They said they were going to secretly kill me. They'll never let any of us go. What? When did this happen? Kurama Yiming was stunned. Even now, at this point, Hiruzen Sarutobi still wasn't willing to let the Kurama clan go. Would they only be at ease when the Kurama had fallen so far that not one bloodline inheritor remained? A few months ago, Yakumo replied. Thinking back, it was around the time when Naruto Uzumaki and the others graduated. That was when Kurenai Yuhi was chosen to be a team leader. Deep down, Yiming didn't want to believe it. But Yakumo spoke with such conviction, and their clan's tragic fate left him no choice but to accept the harsh truth. It seems there's nothing more for me to say, Yakushi Kabuto muttered in disbelief. Why is it that everyone Shukaku values ends up suffering in Konoha, persecuted and cast aside? Is Konoha really so intolerant of rising geniuses? The White Fang, Naruto Uzumaki, Niji Hyuga, Yakumo Kurama. One after another, if they were in Sunagakure, they'd be celebrated as prodigies. But in Konoha, they're bullied and oppressed. Yakumo, Yiming gazed at his granddaughter. Konoha wants nothing less than to see him, and the entire Kurama clan, wiped from existence. So be it. All of you, go gather your most important belongings and bring out every sealing scroll from the storeroom. With a wave of his hand, Yiming gave the order. The few remaining Kurama family members who hadn't awakened their bloodline quietly obeyed and left to carry out his wishes. Soon, the Kurama clan had gathered together. Most of what truly mattered to their family had already been confiscated by Konoha's ANBU under the guise of clearing the ruins after the Nine Tails attack. Now, all they could collect were a handful of personal effects. As the clan head, and the only special jonin left, Kurama Yiming's word was law within the family. Of course, when it came to power, Yakumo was the true prodigy of the Kurama clan. After all, her parents had been. Lead the way, he said at last. He cast one last, lingering glance at the land his clan had called home for over a decade since the Nine Tails attack, his heart heavy with reluctant sorrow. I'll come back one day, Yakumo vowed. She wanted revenge. For her parents, for the third Hokage's plot to kill her, and for all those in the clan who'd been forced on a battlefield where they never belonged. Gaara, give her a sand cushion, Shukaku reminded. She had relied too much on her Ine release, and her body was now too frail. Even a short walk left her breathless. Speaking of it, the other person's body was even weaker than an average young adult. All right. Gaara looked at Yakumo Kurama with a hint of curiosity. So delicate, so frail, plagued by illness. Could this person truly be as formidable as they say? What a convenient jutsu, he remarked. Yakumo Kurama knelt on a sand cushion, a faint smile appearing on her face. In truth, leaving her clan's estate and leaving Konoha felt to her like finally escaping a cage. Though she was the cherished daughter of the Kurama clan, she had always been under the constant control of Konoha's medical team, sedated at any sign of trouble. Ever since her parents died, she hadn't truly experienced a single day of freedom. Any stirrings of her own were deemed dangerous, and she would be sedated. Her current frailty was, in part, the result of years of being drugged. She had always been weak, and the relentless, often unnecessary medications had only worsened her condition over time. Naturally, in the shinobi world, there's nothing else like a flying jutsu, Gaara said, clearly proud. It's just flying. What's there to be so smug about? Yakumo retorted. Yakumo's stubborn pride wouldn't let Gaara's boast go unchallenged. She promptly took out a drawing board and, with a few swift strokes, sketched a winged horse. Drawing? Typical of a girl, Gaara scoffed, dismissing her actions as trivial. Suddenly, there came a strange hissing sound. Huh? Gaara, look up. Niji Hyuga was the first to notice the shadow overhead. What's going on? Gaara looked up. A white horse, with wings outstretched, soared through the sky. Looking closer, it was identical to the winged horse Yakumo had just drawn on her board. It's just flying. If I wished, I could take everyone up there with me. So what? Yakumo's pale face became even paler from using her creation from nothingness, an advanced Ine release technique. Yet her voice brimmed with pride. She, who others had written off as unfit to be a shinobi, longed to prove herself in ways nobody else could understand. Now, with other ninja looking on in awe at her abilities, Yakumo felt deeply satisfied. This has to be a joke. There's no way such a bizarre creature exists in the shinobi world. Gaara rubbed his eyes in disbelief. A winged horse, Shouldn't that be called a Pegasus? The ultimate use of in-release, the power to create from nothing, turning imagination into reality. Kabuto Yakushi marveled, resisting the urge to touch the horse's hooves. The shock of seeing such a thing in real life left him speechless. It seems the old records weren't exaggerating. The Kurama clan really could rival the Uchiha clan. But of course, Kurama Ime responded with pride. He had come from that era himself, though he and his generation had been blinded, placing their faith in the will of fire. And then, it's pretty much the same as the Uchiha clan. The only difference is, at least the Uchiha have an S-rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Itachi, while their own clan doesn't have a single Kage-level master right now. Unless Yakumo's body can recover. Their clan's mastery of in-release is almost on par with that clan with those eyes. Kurama Yiming had seen it as a child. The power of that person's Susanoo, and their own Kekkei Genkai can create something quite similar as well. Of course, it's definitely not as powerful as Madara Uchiha Susanoo, but compared to Susanoo from anyone else, it's hard to say who would come out on top. A brief explanation here. Kurama Yakumo is an anime character. See episodes 203 to 207 for details. In this story, the notion that the Kurama clan are the descendants of the sage of Six Paths' younger brother is just Shukaku speculation. Next, a bit about in-release. Its highest form allows one to create things from nothing. Uchiha Susanoo is an application of in-release, while the Nara clan's use is the most basic form, requiring the use of shadows. Kurama Yakumo's ability to conjure objects out of thin air is similar to the use of Susanoo. Yakumo's abilities, she can manipulate a person's five senses, turn her drawings into reality, and create illusory worlds where anything that happens becomes real, like injuries or healing. It's similar to Itachi's Tsukuyami, but Yakumo can heal people or objects, even reattaching severed limbs, unlike Itachi's Tsukuyami, which only kills. Yakumo Kurama smiled and beckoned. Horse, bring along that little guy with the gourd on his back. Hey, wait a second. I don't know how to ride a horse. Gaara wanted to refuse, but the celestial horse couldn't care less about his opinion. The horse gave a whinny. Just kidding. Yakumo's smile faded, her voice suddenly turning cold and somber as her brush flicked. Since we've decided to leave this place, at the very least, let's make sure they never forget the pain we leave behind. The sky, like a sullen child, grew darker and heavier, its ashen hue deepening into a forbidding gray-black. The next instant, a colossal crash of thunder ripped through the air, shaking the earth to its very core. As Yakumo's brush landed on the paper, a bolt of lightning, meters wide, tore down from the sky, striking directly towards the Hokage building. A moment later, flames erupted. A gulp echoed. This is unreal. Gaara and Niji Hyuga exchanged a glance. Whoa, lightning that thick. Could your absolute defense really withstand that? The two of them shook their heads in unison. Niji knew his own limits well enough. Even though his perfected Byakugan had eliminated weaknesses in his rotation defense, a powerful enough attack could still break through. Gaara felt the same. Without Shukaku, he had no doubt that the lightning strike just now would have shattered his defenses completely. Yakumo, don't use such a powerful ability. You'll harm your body. Kurama Yiming was startled, and a wave of deep concern followed immediately. Grandpa, I'm all right. Kurama Yakumo shook her head. Though her face was pale, this single attack had not drained her entirely. What an incredible power. I can't help but wonder, if your body recovers, just how strong could you become? I wonder about that myself, Yakumo replied, her voice as fragile as ever. But now, no one dared to underestimate her again. For the first time, Gaara had encountered someone his own age whose raw destructive power surpassed his own, and astonishingly, it was a girl who looked as though a gust of wind might blow her over. I hope you in the Sand Village will treat the Kurama clan with kindness. Kurama Yiming knew there was no turning back now. The only way was forward, no matter how dark the road became. With Konoha unwilling to let them go, he had to find another path. No one could have predicted this. Because of a perfect misunderstanding, the powerful Kurama clan, blessed with a formidable bloodline, was deceived and spirited away by Shukaku's followers. Not long before. Sasori of the Red Sand. Yitsang Raza, it's been a long time. Once, these three had served directly under the third Kazekage. Now, in a place both secret and strange, they gathered once more. Sasori, you know it can't be. Raza's eyes widened in shock. The third Kazekage had not died at the scene, as everyone believed. He had been turned into a puppet long ago. Here and now, Jiraiya, Kisame Hashigaki, which meant the third Kazekage, had been killed by Sasori of the Red Sand, and made into a puppet. Sasori, why would you do such a thing? Yitsang glared furiously at Hiriko. That was the third Kazekage. His disappearance had given Cloud Village an opportunity to strike, triggering the Third Great Ninja War. She had never imagined that the true culprit behind the Kazekage's vanishing was Sasori himself. She had thought Sasori and the Third Kazekage had both been killed by someone else. Why? The deep voice suddenly shifted, becoming that a young man. A red-haired youth stepped out from Hiriko. There's no need for reasons. What's done is done. Sasori, your appearance. So many years have passed, and yet you haven't aged at all. Don't tell me. Razaki thought of a possibility. The ultimate taboo among puppet masters. Human puppets. It was an art so vile, the Sand Village had long since forbidden it. Not everyone was like Tobarama Senju, acting without restraint, heedless of rules or reason. Whether it was transforming corpses into puppets, or turning oneself into a puppet, such inhumane acts were outright forbidden from the very beginning, let alone developed further. Even Raza, the fourth Kazekage, only knew of the existence of such things. That's right. Sasori of the Red Sand spoke calmly. Only eternity is true art. Although I would very much like to know what really happened back then, Raza stood with his hand behind his back. I know you won't tell me. So, I have no choice but to capture you. You're not leaving here today. Just you? No emotion flickered across Sasori's face. Don't think that just because you've become Kazekage, you've truly grown stronger. Controlling the third Kazekage, Sasori felt no need to fear Raza, who also wielded magnet release. The third Kazekage's Iron Sand was far more versatile in battle than Raza's Gold Dust. Between the two, tensions were like oil and water, utterly incompatible. But before Raza and Sasori could even exchange blows, Kisame Hoshigaki was already in dire straits. Jiraiya seemed to know the shark's skin blade inside out, never giving Kisame a chance to absorb his chakra. Though Samehada stored tremendous amounts of chakra, Kisame's own strength was still far below Jiraiya's. Without the chance to drain Jiraiya's chakra with Samehada and wear him down, Kisame simply couldn't face Jiraiya head-on. In fact, just moments ago, if not for Sasori lending a hand with his Iron Sand during the combined fire-style attack from Jiraiya and Gamabunta, Kisame would have lost half the chakra stored in Samehada. Who would have thought I'd meet my end here today? Kisame let out a wry laugh. With Sasori held up by Yakura and Raza, Kisame was left to face Jiraiya alone, outmatched and in constant peril. If not for Gamabunta's enormous size, making him unwieldy, Kisame would already have been captured by this man and Toad duo. Sasori, who'd have guessed you'd be the last one fighting by my side? And I must admit, your current appearance really caught me off guard. Sasori of the Red Sand looked about the same age as he had when he first joined the organization. Listening to his voice before, Kisame had always imagined him as a white-haired old man, well past his prime. I'm not dying here, Sasori snorted. Rasa, come. Of all of us back then, the one who truly caught the third Kazekage's I was you, as a fellow inheritor of magnet release. Show me, then, what skills do you possess that allowed you to defeat Konoha? To fight against Konoha. His own parents were killed by people from Konoha. And yet, years later, Raza managed to lead a weakened Sunagakure to victory over Konoha. He simply couldn't understand it. Yitsong, cover me while I take the lead. Yitsong frowned. You're very confident, but this isn't something you can handle alone. How about this, then? Luo Sha tossed a scroll over. What is this? Yitsong asked, puzzled. He unfurled the scroll. All right, if this is what you're offering, I'll leave it to you, Yitsong replied, delight lighting up his face. Tsunade's reputation in the ninja world was so widespread that it would be a lie to say one didn't envy her. Who wouldn't? But if you fail, I'll step in. At this point, even if they had to kill Sasori of the Red Sand, they absolutely couldn't let him escape. Agreed. Luo Sha was a man of considerable pride. He had reason to be. He gained fame at a young age and quickly became one of the most respected figures in the ninja world. Among his peers, only Minato Namikaze, the fourth Mizukage, Killer Bee, and perhaps Yitsong and Sasori caught his attention. They were all prodigies of their generation, achieving Kaga-level strength while still young. Yitsong, in particular, was a rising star. The two of them often sparred and knew each other's strength well. So, for Luo Sha, facing Sasori was the perfect opportunity to test himself. After all, he was the Kazekage, the most valuable target in the black market. But he was not, as some rumors in the ninja underground claimed, the so-called Golden Miner. For a village leader to be stuck with a nickname like Golden Miner, how ridiculous was that? Compared to Minato's Yellow Flash, it was downright embarrassing, making him feel as if he could never hold his head high. Come on, let me see on behalf of the third Kazekage. Have you really grown over these years? Sasori of the Red Sand also remembered the days when he and the others sparred with the third Kazekage. Only now, He was the one controlling the third Kazekage. Behind Luo Sha, a storm of golden sand churned in the air. Sasori, manipulating the third Kazekage, summoned a wave of iron sand. Both Luo Sha and the third Kazekage were masters of magnet release and sand manipulation. Their techniques bore a striking resemblance. Hey, if you two want to fight, take it somewhere else. Jiraiya watched as magnetic sand filled the sky, his head throbbing. These two and their ninjutsu, so wide-ranging, perfect for wiping out swarms of enemies. The Konoha Interrogation Unit was a critical division, hiding who knew how many secrets and intelligence assets. Now, Ibiki Marino and the others had been nearly wiped out by Sasori and Kisame, leaving behind only a handful of survivors. Hardly any help at all. If all that intelligence was destroyed, it would be as devastating to Konoha as a full-scale war. You weren't exactly thinking things through when you unleashed that fire release earlier, were you? Itsun couldn't help but retort. Apparently, that fire release she'd just seen wasn't from anyone other than Jiraiya himself. Jiraiya felt thoroughly embarrassed. If it were his usual self, he would have already let out a hearty chuckle by now. But Marino Ibiki's body was still warm, not even cold in the ground yet. Well, even if it were cold, his fire style would have heated it up again. So, Jiraiya did not laugh. I did hold back, but don't you think the commotion those two are making is a bit much? Honestly, what's the old man doing? With such a ruckus outside, he can't even spare someone to back me up. Jiraiya decided to give it his all. If it weren't for Kisame Sasamihara, he would have already taken him down. After all, the gap in their fundamental abilities was quite significant. It's definitely not a small disturbance. Even Yakura found it odd. How could Raza have such a vast reserve of chakra? She and Raza both possessed acquired Kekkei Genkai, yet Raza's chakra was more than double hers. If you tried a massive gold dust burial technique like Raza's, she'd be drained after just a few uses, but Raza seemed completely unfazed. Magnet release, gold dust burial. Magnet release, iron sand burial. Neither of them paid any mind to Jiraiya's suggestion. The secrets of Konoha's interrogation unit meant nothing to two shinobi from Sunagakure. In an instant, the surrounding buildings were buried beneath a torrent of gold and iron sand, and the bodies of Konoha's umbu were swept away, saving Konoha the trouble of funerals. One-stop service, free of charge. Looks like you're more capable than I thought. I figured you turned into nothing but a miner, just as the rumors say. Sasori of the Red Sand controlled the third Kazekage puppet as it hovered in the air. After all, Raza wielded magnet release. His mastery leaned toward gold dust rather than iron sand, but it still restrained Sasori's puppets to an extent. Especially Hiriko. Hiriko was massive, packed with countless iron parts. That's why, at the very first sign of Raza, Sasori abandoned Hiriko. Though his own body had also been transformed into a puppet, it was still crafted from his original flesh. Oomph. If it weren't for that idiot daimyo, I would have long surpassed the elders. Raza leapt atop a cloud of gold dust. If he wished with Sasori's poison, he could even attempt imperfect sage mode now. Compared to that, this was nothing. This is bad. This is really, really bad. Jiraiya was on the verge of tears. This is the interrogation unit, for heaven's sake. The secret's buried here. Maybe only the Hokage's office has a backup left. Kisame, Sasori. Let's move. Who's there? Just as Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, a voice rang out. By the time he blinked again, Kisame Hashigaki had already vanished. What? Where'd he go? Could it be the Earth style? Underground, submarine, jutsu? Jiraiya immediately leaped to where Kisame had disappeared. But the ground hadn't turned fluid as he'd expected. What on earth is going on here? Jiraiya quickly performed the Earth style, Headhunter Jutsu, submerging himself beneath the ground for a moment, but he found nothing unusual and emerged soon after. Are there accomplices? Raza grew instantly alert. Kisame's disappearance was so abrupt that even he couldn't help but be shaken. There were Earth-style techniques that allowed ninja to briefly travel underground or hide, but Jiraiya's actions made it clear. Kisame was truly gone. The ninja world was vast, but he had never seen a technique like this before. That's enough for today. We'll settle things next time. Sasori of the Red Sand was taken aback. He hadn't expected someone to come to their rescue. Don't even think about escaping. Yakura blocked Sasori's path. There was no way she could let him get away. Even if it meant killing him, she couldn't allow his escape. Jiraiya, you idiot. Get over here and help already. Raza shouted, his worries over Kisame and the white figure making him forget all about Jiraiya's status. You sure know how to order people around, Jiraiya muttered under his breath. But he didn't give them a chance to deal with Sasori. Suddenly, a figure wearing a swirling mask appeared out of thin air, seizing Sasori by the arm. Honestly, Do I have to be the one saving everyone? Sasori shot him a glare. Who needs your help anyway? Orochimaru's already fled. Your mission's a failure. There's no point staying here, the masked newcomer said. That wretched, slippery snake. Though Sasori and the newcomer didn't get along, he didn't refuse when the other came to take him away. Kisame had already been spirited off. If he stayed behind alone, he'd surely be captured. Against Jiraiya alone, he needed to give his all just to hold out, not to mention there were two others of comparable power present. Gone. Flying Thunder God Technique. No, wait. That jutsu requires a marking, but this person appeared out of nowhere. The swirling mask. Where have I heard of that before? Jiraiya racked his memory. A mysterious figure wearing a spiral mask, showing a single Mangekyo Sharingan, who stole Naruto and unleashed the Nine Tails. It's him, the true culprit behind his disciple's death. The enigmatic Uchiha. Damn it. Yakura, burning with rage, unleashed a fire-style jutsu, reducing the puppet Sasori had left behind, Hiriko, to ashes. Let's go eat song. Time to head back. Raza's heart ached at the sight. After all, that was money. If worst came to worst, they could have just let Kankuro pick it up. Why destroy it? This matter still needs to be reported to Elder Chiyo. Sasori of the Red Sand was Chiyo's grandson. If possible, it would be best to let Chiyo handle it herself. That way, if they ended up killing Sasori, Chiyo wouldn't bear a grudge for her grandson and cause them extra trouble. Of course, even if Chiyo wanted to, she didn't have much leverage to trouble them now. There weren't many puppet clans left in Sunagakure. But Ebizo, he was a different story. He had access to all sorts of information channels. Kabuto Yakushi probably only got 70 or 80% of his intel from Ebizo, never the whole picture. Wait, where are you going? Jiraiya stepped forward, blocking Raza's path. With all the chaos in Konoha right now, he couldn't just let two Kage-level shinobi roam around unchecked. If they split up, he might be able to track one, but the other would be completely out of control. Where else? We're going home, Raza replied irritably. The Chunin exams were supposed to be their moment to showcase Sunagakure's strength. But before they could even finish displaying their might, that lunatic Orochimaru had to pull some hypnosis stunt and put everyone to sleep. If that was all, fine. After all, his precious daughter had already knocked Uzumaki Naruto out cold. He doubted even the Nine Tails could wake him up now. But what he hadn't expected was this. He'd always thought it was Konoha who'd assassinated their third Kazekage and their genius puppet master, Sasori of the Red Sand. Yet here they were, alive and well, popping up all of a sudden. And on top of that, he'd just learned something shocking. His own village's Kage, assassinated by their own ninja. If that news got out, Sunagakure would become the laughingstock of the entire shinobi world. With that thought, Raza's gaze drifted over to Jiraiya. Should he team up with Yi Tsang to get rid of this guy right now? But as the distant sounds of battle faded, Raza knew they had to leave quickly. Otherwise, they'd be stuck in Konoha, roped into attending the funeral for the third Hokage. Their own third Kazekage's funeral hadn't even been held yet. Why should they bother with Hiruzen Sarutobi's funeral? Hold on. What? You plan to stop us? Raza paused, frowning. Did Jiraiya really mean to block their way? No, Jiraiya replied. It's just never mind. He waved his hand. Go on then. The interrogation division might have been destroyed, but with all the gold sand Raza had left behind, if they really wanted to, they could recover at least some of their losses by sifting it out. Oomph. Raza soared into the sky. Magnet release. Gold dust retrieval. As if he'd just let them have it that easily. Half of this gold sand was carried by him personally. Only the other half was the metal drawn from the earth of the Leaf Village. How could he possibly do something as foolish as providing resources to his enemies? Where once golden sand covered the ground, now only a layer of yellow earth remained. Even the iron sand left behind by Sasori of the Red Sand was gathered up by Raza without exception. Hey, Jiraiya, exasperated, shouted. You even plucked the feathers from a flying goose and stripped the hide from a beast after it's gone. Are you really leaving us with nothing? But Raza paid no mind to Jiraiya, stomping his feet in frustration below. Having always been frugal, he had no intention of wasting even a single grain. Let's go. Sigh. Orochimaru, old man. Jiraiya did not chase after him. Instead, he chose to head back to the Chunin exam arena. That masked man, who had appeared so suddenly, had already said Orochimaru had fled. A sense of worry gnawed at him for the safety of the third Hokage. Old man, please, let nothing have happened to you. But Jiraiya was destined for disappointment. The arena, ravaged by battle, was left in ruins. Kakashi, exhausted, sat atop a pile of shattered pink crystal shards, with Might Guy supporting him. Several of the stadium's support pillars, battered and broken from the clash between Might Guy and Jinmaru, threatened to bring the whole arena down. On the rooftop, Asuma Sarutobi cradled the lifeless body of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Above them, the sky was weeping with rain, as if mourning for the losses of the Leaf Village. Lord Jiraiya, the Hokage Tower was struck by lightning and has been completely destroyed. Lady Koharu and Lord Hamura have been gravely injured and are unconscious. And we haven't found any trace of a sealing scroll. It appears to have been stolen. With Jiraiya's arrival, the ninja of the Leaf Village finally felt as though they had someone to rely on. The AMBU operatives rushed to deliver their latest reports without delay. Jiraiya fell silent. What a mess. Lord Jiraiya, we have a problem. Yakumo Kurama is missing. Normally, two medical nin kept Yakumo Kurama under constant watch. But in the chaos of battle, those two had fled to save themselves. When they finally returned after things had calmed down, they discovered that not a single member of the Kurama clan remained. The entire clan's compound was deserted. Yakumo Kurama? It's not just Yakumo Kurama. Every member of the Kurama clan is gone. It looks like they packed up and escaped together. Are you sure? The AMBU have confirmed it. They chose to defect at a time like this? Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. If they weren't coerced, and since the Kurama clan had never had dealings with outsiders, then defection was the only explanation. Wait a minute, Lord Jiraiya. I visited the Kurama clan not long ago. There's no way they could have moved out so quickly. Kurenayuhi suddenly appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Now, among all these people, she was the only one who still had any connection to the Kurama clan. At this moment, no matter what, Jiraiya must not be allowed to label the Kurama clan as rogue ninjas. This is the result of a special investigation by the UMBU. An UMBU member retorted crisply. When it comes to explanations, they are professionals. And when it comes to investigating their own people, they're even more adept. You all. Though the UMBU wore masks, Kurenai Yuhi could easily imagine the cold, steely expressions hidden beneath. Lord Jiraiya, Niji Hyuga has disappeared. Hayashi Hyuga strode over, his face grave. What happened this time? Jiraiya frowned, a string of troubles weighing him down until he felt almost overwhelmed. If only those two old fellows would wake up already. It's suspected he's defected, Hayashi reported, his tone heavy. When Orochimaru suddenly sprang into action and the chaos broke out, Hayashi had shielded his daughter, Hanabi, from harm, refraining from joining the battle. The other sound ninja saw he stayed put and didn't bother him, especially after Yi Tsang and Raza abruptly departed in a certain direction. He'd originally feared that the Sand would join forces with Orochimaru, but in the end, nothing came of it. The Sand Ninja simply took the pig-headed daimyo of the Land of Wind and left without looking back. However, there were two people who did make their way toward the Hokage's office. At first, he hadn't paid much attention. After all, they were just a pair of youngsters. Well, youngsters who could still give him a run for his money. But Niji Hyuga's actions, he had observed with absolute clarity. After all, Niji was the Hyuga clan's genius. If the Uchiha were still around, Niji would be the one facing Sasuke in the ring, proving which clan was stronger. So he saw Niji head for the Hokage's office. And not long after, the third Hokage's personal UMBU rushed from the Hokage's office straight to the battlefield. This was the true UMBU at work. Not like those at the start, standing outside the four Violet Flames formation, narrating the situation and exposing all of Konoha and the third Hokage's secrets. This time, their leader unleashed a wood-release technique with a single strike, immediately commanding the field. Though they ultimately couldn't save the third Hokage, they quickly subdued the rampaging Orochimaru, helping the Leaf Shinobi regain their composure. Before long, nearly all the Sound Ninja had been wiped out. Only the four Sound Ninja maintaining the barrier, along with a woman named Gyurin and a ninja called Jinyamu, who were battling Kakashi and Might Guy, managed to slip away with ease. But after those UMBU arrived, Niji Hyuga never returned. Shortly after, the Hokage's office was struck by what looked like a disaster sent from the heavens. Lightning split the building and reduced it to rubble. Yet, according to the investigation, before the lightning struck, the UMBU guarding Koryudatane and Hamura Midokado had already been killed. Each one slain with a single, precise blow. Defected? Niji Hyuga. Wasn't he from the branch family? During the first round of the competition, Jiraiya had heard everything loud and clear. By rights, this entire affair was indeed the old man's fault, but the Hyuga clan was just too feeble. If only they had shown a bit more backbone. If that steadfast elder had stood by them, the old man would surely have changed his mind. Jiraiya was certain of this much. After all, one side controlled the hidden root in Konoha Shadow, while the other was, at the time, the village's second most powerful clan. The Uchiha might have enjoyed watching the Hyuga make a fool of themselves. But when it came to a real fight, except for Shursui and Itachi, those Uchihas influenced by the old man's ideals, the rest would have long since charged in a battle, eager to earn merit and elevate their clan status. Well, even if they did succeed, their standing would never truly change. Yes, Jiraiya fell silent. A branch family Hyuga had defected. Could it be? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Jiraiya glanced at the mark on Hayashi Hyuga's forehead. The caged bird seal, a curse that could take the life of any branch family member in an instant. Even if Hayashi was Niji's uncle by blood, if Niji had truly defected, Hayashi should have destroyed Niji's Byakugan on the spot, dooming him to blindness. After all, Niji's genius was recognized by all. To let a prodigy with a grudge against the Hyuga escape, should he ever return for revenge, the clan would never survive it. And the Uchiha catastrophe was still fresh in everyone's minds. I can't sense the caged bird's seal anymore. Hayashi Hyuga spoke with great difficulty. That was what terrified him most. Because if it could happen with Niji today, it could happen with someone else tomorrow. Especially now, with two powerful branch family jonin, Takuma Hyuga and Hamura Hyuga. Both possessed formidable strength, and it was clear they would not tolerate being ordered around by useless superiors. Hayashi dared not imagine. If Niji's case sparked a chain reaction, would the Hyuga clan splinter apart, or simply collapse outright? I understand. For now, keep this matter under wraps. Say that Niji Hyuga died heroically in battle with the enemy at the Hokage's office, Jiraiya instructed. The fate of the Hyuga clan was of utmost importance to Konoha. Jiraiya disliked war, but he knew that only by ensuring Konoha's military strength could war be kept at bay. The Hyuga clan, in times of conflict, always played a crucial role and inspired caution in others, giving the village a natural advantage. Securing the Hyuga clan's stability was, in his eyes, a way of protecting Konoha. That was why he wasted no time deciding to conceal the truth. As for the missing body of Niji Hyuga, that was easy to explain. Just say that amidst the chaos, another village spirited him away, hoping to unlock the secrets of the Byakugan. But since no one knew who, there was no way to recover the body. This reason is completely sound. The corpse of Hayashi Hyuga. Back then, it was said that the body was studied by the hidden cloud for quite some time before it was finally sealed away. As for whether it was ever destroyed, no one knows except for the people of the Hidden Cloud Village. Yes. Orochimaru, could it be you? After assigning tasks to everyone, Jiraiya's eyes grew distant and unfocused. The old man was dead. The Kurama clan had vanished. Niji Hyuga's caged bird seal seemed to have been undone, and he had defected and fled. Other than Orochimaru, Jiraiya truly couldn't think of anyone else who could unravel the caged bird seal. Nor could he imagine anyone else who would care about the virtually unknown Kurama clan, now reduced to a single bloodline inheritor. Hold up, let's take a break here and wait for Gaara and Kabuto, instructed Baki with a wave. After leaving Konoha, they had clashed with some of the patrols stationed around the village. With the chaos raging inside Konoha, these patrol members mistakenly thought the Sand Shinobi were the cause of the fighting. However, Baki was strong enough to hold his own among the Jonin. And these Konoha patrol members were, at best, special Jonin. Special Jonin from Konoha. Their strength is honestly hard to judge. Most of them have abilities below level 50, about the same as Gaara a few years back. These special Jonin were no match for Baki. In fact, even Temari could have bested them. But since they were hauling along a few burdens, including a certain chubby pig who was snoring away, completely oblivious, they couldn't move as quickly. So, after breaking through the Konoha patrol, they were understandably worn out. Big Brother Kabuto and Gaara won't be in danger, will they? Temari tossed aside her own baggage, glancing anxiously back in the direction of Konoha. One was her dashing older brother, the other, her not-so-adorable younger brother. Both of them were undeniably strong, but neither had reached the level of a true Kage. Don't worry, Gaara still has Shukaku with him. Shukaku was formidable, a master of sealing techniques. Even now, Baki had no idea just how powerful Shukaku truly was. With Konoha's top fighters tied up elsewhere, there was no one left who could take on Shukaku. And as for Kabuto, there was even less to worry about. Kabuto knew the dead soul technique. If he needed to escape, he could simply control a corpse to impersonate him, slip away in the confusion, and vanish without a trace. Sigh. What is Gaara still hanging back for, anyway? Some of them settled onto the branches of nearby trees, while others rested on the ground. Yet all of their eyes were fixed on the direction of Konoha. They didn't have to wait long. Juzo stood up from the ground. Someone's coming. Of course, he wasn't the only sensory ninja among them. The difference was, the ANBU reported to Baki, while Juzo informed his own friends. Is it Gaara? Temari asked anxiously. As an older sister who wished to be someone her younger brother could rely on, Temari was deeply worried about Gaara, especially since it was their first time apart. It should be him, but I sense more than a dozen chakra signatures, and their pace is very slow, only about as fast as graduating genin. Shishio was already familiar with Gaara's chakra. However, the presence of so many unfamiliar chakras around Gaara filled him with concern. Was it possible that Gaara had been captured by people from the Leaf Village? There are more than a dozen people? No way. Lord Kazekage, Senior Yakura, Gaara, Brother Kabuto, and Hyuga Niji. There should only be 5 people in total. Yuno counted on her fingers as she spoke. Let's stay alert for now. Temari leaped up into a tree. If there really are more than a dozen, it's very likely Gaara's been taken. We have to prepare for the worst. Today, exhaustion was already weighing heavily on her. 2 battles, she managed the first one, but the second had drained her. Whether it was the wind cutter formation or repeatedly using the Rasengan, both had consumed a lot of her chakra. She was not like Gaara. She had no other means of support. Gaara, captured? I don't believe it. Kankuro protested. Let me go check it out. Maybe Gaara is the one chasing someone. He hadn't fought at all today, so his chakra reserves were still full. Zilluo said, I'll go with you. 2 people can look out for each other. That works. Teacher Baki. Go ahead. Baki gave them permission without hesitation. With the strength those 2 possessed, scouting for information shouldn't be a problem. At this point, it was worth mentioning the jutsu known as the third eye. This jutsu allowed the user to transform their eye into gold or iron sand and send it away from their body, where it would return to its normal form for reconnaissance. Of course, while this technique wasn't as convenient as the Byakugan, the third eye could reach far greater distances than the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. However, the Byakugan could be activated instantly and offered a 360-degree field of vision. Apart from barriers, nothing could escape its gaze. The third eye, on the other hand, required careful control and searching. Its vision was just like a normal eye's, and if the enemy was hiding, it was difficult even to sense their chakra. Still, that didn't stop the third eye from being a formidable tool on the battlefield. But now, with neither Raza nor Gaara present, they could only rely on sensory jutsu, which made it impossible to be certain who the group ahead really was. Someone's coming. Meanwhile, Hyuga Niji tossed aside his Leaf Village forehead protector, revealing his pale, unmarked brow. Activating his Byakugan, he darted nimbly through the trees, ready for anything. Because there were no longer caged birds and no other people from the Leaf Village watching him, he could finally show his face in the shinobi world with pride and without concealment. The sudden relief, after all those tense days in the Leaf, allowed Niji Hyuga, who had always been mature beyond his years, to finally let loose the child within. It looks like Kankuro and Zila are here, he said. Niji turned and asked, what do you think? Should we pick up the pace? Let's not, Kabuto replied, glancing at Yakumo Kurama. We should stick to this speed for now. After leaving the Leaf, Yakumo had hopped down from the sand cloud. For a ninja, traveling usually meant running swiftly along the ground, rarely flying. Yakumo wanted to experience the true life of a shinobi, not be treated like a sheltered young lady. Kabuto considered this and realized that a bit of exercise would be good for Yakumo's health. After years of medication and confinement, her only form of exercise had been painting every day. Her body was frail, as if weighed down by age. If not for the stimulation of chakra, she might have found even the simplest movements exhausting. Kabuto was an exceptionally thoughtful person. To spare Yakumo's pride, he deliberately slowed his own pace, just enough for her to keep up without needing to stop and rest every few steps. Kurama Yiming watched in silence. Yakumo, aware she was slowing everyone down, didn't say much, but quietly took note of Kabuto's kindness in her heart. Kabuto seemed to understand her feelings perfectly, giving her a sense of being truly seen, an understanding she had never felt from her former teacher, Kurenai Yuhi. For example, do what you say you will, that was Naruto's ninja way. Even if it cost him his life, Naruto would never give up. He eventually defeated Niji, avenging Hinata, and truly embodied the path of a ninja. Yakumo's wish was simple too, to become a capable kunoichi and restore the Kurama clan to its former glory. Kurenai had tried to dissuade her from becoming a ninja, but to Yakumo, that was nothing less than killing her own ninja way. Up ahead, Gaara led the group, puzzled by the sudden change in Yakumo's demeanor. Shukaku, the sand spirit, snored contentedly, bubbles rising from his nose, his mouth curled into a mischievous grin, lost in whatever dreams only a tailed beast could have. Before long, the 2 groups met up. Kankuro, Fida, over here, someone called out. Niji knew both of them well. He treated Shukaku with the same affection he felt for his own father. Naturally, Shukaku's friends became his friends, too. Kankuro's eyes widened in surprise. Niji, it's you. But after a moment's thought, it made sense. Now that Orochimaru had stirred up war in the Leaf, this was indeed the perfect chance for Niji to leave. Otherwise, once the war is over, the Leaf Village will surely be sealed off for a while. If his secret is exposed then, things will not end well for Niji Hyuga. Of course, I have to leave that cage. The more Niji Hyuga thought about it, the happier he felt. Gaara and Brother Kabuto are right behind us. They'll catch up soon. Starting today, he would taste a measure of freedom. Half freedom, to be precise, because he still feared that if the Leaf Village discovered he had removed the cage bird seal, they might all choose destruction over exposure. Of course, that scenario was unlikely. After all, he was only one person, and the Hyuga branch house had over 1,000 members. Once his strength reached a certain level, when he no longer needed to fear being hunted by other shinobi, he could wander the ninja world as freely as he pleased. What's the deal with those two, Brother Kabuto and Gaara? Why do they bring so many people along? Kankuro tilted his head and spotted Kabuto, Yakushi, and Gaara. Trailing behind them was an old man, several middle-aged men, and 3 young people about his age, 2 boys and a girl, with the girl hanging back at the rear. Brother Kabuto, Gaara, where are you off to with such a big group? Bringing the whole family along. Kankuro strolled right up to Gaara, nudged him with his shoulder, and grinned mischievously. And there's a girl too. Are you thinking of hiding her away like a precious treasure? Yakumo Kurama looked delicate and frail, her skin pale and her expression somber, but as a puppet master with a solid grasp of medical ninjutsu, Kankuro could instantly tell that she'd simply gone too long without sunlight, and her body was naturally weak. Just look at his own teacher, Baki. Years of sun exposure had turned his skin from yellow to a deep tan, and it was threatening to grow even darker. All Yakumo needed was some time under the blazing sun of the Wind Country, and her complexion would soon recover. Don't talk nonsense. Gaara jumped in alarm, clapping a hand over Kankuro's mouth. He didn't really understand girls, but it was clear to him that Yakumo had feelings for his big brother Kabuto. Keep your voice down. Don't be fooled by how fragile she looks. Her power is terrifying. Gaara would never again underestimate Yakumo Kurama just because she seemed weak. She had already proven herself with her strength. She could summon lightning from thin air, a feat far beyond ordinary lightning-style jutsu. Take Kakashi's Chidori, for example. Its lightning is no more than a flock of birds, yet its killing power is enough to make it an A-rank technique. Yakumo's lightning, while perhaps not as lethal in a one-on-one fight, was far more destructive if unleashed fully. Seriously? Kankuro was skeptical. Could ninja, who looked so frail, really be that strong? That so-called kidney-deficient Chunin examiner, Hate Gecko, had been taken down by Brother Kabuto in a single move. Hardly impressive. Of course it's true. Brother Kabuto. With that, Kankuro's doubts faded away. Kabuto Yakushi is someone even Master Maki had to admit defeat to. And Maki herself was once the strongest jonin in the Hidden Sand Village. After a brief, polite exchange, Kankuro learned of the other party's origins, the Kurama clan. And the seemingly frail young girl he had just underestimated turned out to be the only one in the Kurama clan to have awakened their bloodline limit. Though Kankuro had never witnessed the Kurama clan's fighting style before, as the son of the Kazekage who had received elite training. From a young age, he managed to keep a straight face and confidently acknowledge her abilities, even without knowing her true strength. He let Shira lead the way ahead, while he himself stayed at the rear. Sorry, I didn't mean any offense. Kurama Yiming was a little surprised. A son of the Kazekage apologizing to him? Wasn't the Hidden Sand supposed to be full of ruthless, fierce ninja? How could he be so courteous? It's nothing, Yiming replied. The Kurama clan is just an obscure little family, and besides, we haven't left the Leaf Village for more than a decade. To truly earn respect, one must possess great strength. Back then, Orochimaru's power was so immense that, even with Hashirama Senju keeping him in check, none in the ninja world, aside from Tobarama Senju, dared show him any disrespect. Not even the great feudal lords of the time. But after Hashirama killed Madara, who had chosen to leave, the lord's status began to rise. Because Hashirama, of his own accord, lowered himself a notch, kneeling and bowing to others. Ninjas became mere tools in the eyes of the nobility, looked down upon and dismissed. Tobarama tried to change this situation, but after Hashirama's death, the other 4 great ninja villages would give him no respect. He had to rely on the lord's funding and fight off small-scale invasions from outside, just to maintain the least position. No, that's not true at all. Kankuro quickly waved his hands. The Kurama clan's Jinjutsu is famous far and wide. In the sand, after the fall of the Uchiha, the Kurama are the most valued. Since they had come as a family, Kankuro didn't mind revealing a bit of what every sand ninja already knew. In the Sans Mission Hall, there's even an S-rank mission to capture a Kurama bloodline awakener. Rumor has it this was left behind by a certain fat tanuki. Because there's no reward, and it's an S-rank mission, and with many young ninja never even having heard of the Kurama, the mission just sits there, gathering dust. Even so, the Kurama name is well known among most of the Sans villagers. Is that really true? Kurama Yiming looked doubtful. He'd been fooled by the leaf before. Fooled for decades, in fact, so he knew all too well how trickery worked. You're not trying to pull one over on me, are you? Of course it's true. Kankuro swore sincerely. I'm the Kazekage's son, Gaara's brother. I would never lie about something like this. As the son of the Kazekage, he was the very face of Sunagakure. In everything he did, he had to strive for absolute perfection. Unlike Kinoamaru, he didn't have a childhood filled with carefree laughter and mischief. Welcome to Sunagakure. That little girl with you. She must be your granddaughter, right? I noticed her skin is quite pale. I suppose she doesn't often get to see the sun. Once she settles here in Sunagakure, I'm sure she'll soon have a healthy complexion. Kankuro knew how to wield the power of words. Unlike Gaara, whose speech was always icy, blunt, and utterly devoid of subtlety. Let's hope so, Kurama Yiming replied. Yakumo's abilities were dangerous. Konoha didn't trust the Kurama clan, so they kept Yakumo under watch, leaving him helpless as he watched her grow paler with each passing day. She had once been such a lively young girl. Are you Gaara's brother? Kurama Yakumo edged closer, curiosity lighting up her face. Why do I get the feeling you're a bit slow? Kankuro nearly stumbled. Gaara had the expressionless face of stone. Just looking at him, one would know he wasn't the type for idle chatter. Yet, this very demeanor made him seem all the more gifted, a true genius. Take Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji, for example. Both of them practically wore a sign that said keep out on their faces. Don't be fooled by my looks, Kankuro said, awkwardly. I think I'm actually pretty capable. He felt rather embarrassed. Perhaps Yakumo had overheard his earlier dismissive words about her, and was now getting back at him. But I heard that, in the final match, someone forfeited before the fight even began. Kankuro was speechless. How was that the same thing? After some time on the road, the group finally returned to the Land of Wind. Just in case a certain fat man woke up midway and slowed them down, they'd cast a few extra illusions to ensure he slept soundly. Once at the border of the Land of Wind, they handed him over to a regular border patrol unit, leaving the ordinary soldiers to escort him back home. Gaara, meanwhile, headed straight for Sunagakure. There's not much we can offer you here in Sunagakure, but we can at least grant your clan a plot of land with a good water source. Raza returned to his seat as Kazekage at once, feeling at ease, if only he didn't have to wear that hat. Back from Konoha, he found himself with no shortage of business to handle, but he was quite satisfied with how the trip had gone. Without delay, he summoned Kurama Yiming. It was the first time the entire Kurama clan had come to Sunagakure. Usually, it was ninja clans from the Land of Wind seeking refuge in Konoha, Kimogakure, or Awagakure. Kazekage-sama, you're too kind. Kurama Yiming was both honored and surprised. We don't care much about water rights. What matters is that Yakumo's health is poor. If possible, we'd like to live close to the hospital. You might not know this, but our village isn't as blessed with water as Konoha. Raza explained patiently. Things have improved a lot over the years. After all, the Land of Rivers no longer dares to control the waterways as they once did, but water is still scarce. We can only just meet our basic daily needs. In the past, the people of Sunagakure even had to gather together and take their laundry to a government-subsidized washhouse specially built for the village. Now, thankfully that's changed. Setting aside a plot of land with a water source for a guest was a way to show respect and importance. Raza was still young. By the time he graduated and became a genin, the Kurama clan had already fallen into decline. Everything he knew about them came from scattered words here and there, courtesy of Shukaku. No, Lord Kazekage, you misunderstand. Of course, Kurama Yiming understood all too well how precious water was in the Land of Wind. He'd seen desert after endless desert along the way. He was hardly blind. But really, there was no need for him to worry about water at all. The Kurama clan's bloodline limit allowed them to conjure things from thin air, turning imagination into reality. As long as Kurama Yakumo casually sketched a picture of a light rain, they would have all the water they needed. In fact, the whole of Sunagakure could benefit from it. Back in Konoha, Yakumo often painted scenes of rain falling over the village, expressing her somber moods. A little rain like that wouldn't harm Yakumo at all. After all, it was completely non-aggressive. It was like a member of the Uchiha clan fighting an enemy with a single Tomo Sharingan. What cost was only chakra. But for now, Yakumo's abilities had to remain a secret. Our Kurama clan has water-style users. Water isn't really a problem for us. The The Kurama family's affinities lay mainly with water and in chakra. That works out well, then. Raza gave a subtle nod, betraying nothing. He himself possessed a water nature chakra, though he couldn't use a single water-style jutsu. His power came from wind and earth. I've heard that your young clan leader is unwell. As it happens, Elder Chiyo here in our village has quite a reputation for her medical skills. I'll ask Elder Chiyo to take a look. Thank you, Lord Kazekage. Kurama Yiming was overjoyed. Chiyo's medical prowess was proven in her battles against Hanzo of the Salamander. If Yakumo's illness was something Tsunade couldn't heal because of their differing chakra natures, then perhaps Chiyo really could cure her. A few dry coughs. In that case, please wait for a moment. Once I've finished making arrangements for Hyuga-Niji, we'll go see Elder Chiyo together. Raza cleared his throat softly. He hadn't expected the Kurama clan to be so agreeable. He prepared so much, thinking he'd have to go to great lengths to persuade them to stay for Shukaku's sake. Kurama Yiming, sensing the situation, politely took his leave from the Kazekage's office. On his way out, he naturally bumped into Hyuga-Niji. For clans like the Kurama, who left the village as a whole, if Konoha has any decency, they shouldn't really be labeled as rogue ninja. Konoha was, after all, originally founded as a coalition of various shinobi clans. When an entire clan leaves, it simply means their values no longer align with those of the village. This was a rule set down by Hashirama Senju himself. The reason why Madara Uchiha became a rogue ninja was that he left alone. If he had moved his whole clan to Sunagakure, it would have been called a relocation. But Niji Hyuga left by himself, which clearly marked him as a rogue. However, there was one question that had always been on Kurama Yiming's mind. That was, who removed Niji Hyuga's cage bird seal? Niji's smooth, unblemished forehead had been puzzling him ever since they made their way to Sunagakure together. The Hyuga clan would never have willingly lifted Niji's caged bird seal. Knock, knock. Come in. Father. Lord Kazekage. Raza nodded. Niji, this is news from Konoha. Take a look. By the time they returned to Sunagakure, some information from Konoha had already reached them. For instance, a certain determined old comrade, after they'd left, had suddenly sprung into action, proposing the selection of a fifth Hokage while the third's body was barely cold. But the feudal lord, who had just awoken, alongside Hamura Midokado and Kohor Udatain, voted him down 3-1. Niji took the scroll and skimmed its contents. There are two options for you now, Raza said. Konoha claims you died bravely in battle, but they'll surely try to reclaim your Byakugan, by any means necessary. So, your first choice is to stay in the village. I'll provide you with everything you need to live like a noble. To put it simply, if Niji Hyuga had no greater ambitions, Sunagakure could guarantee his safety, letting him live a carefree life. Money, a house, even a wife, they'd arrange it all. All they asked was for him to raise a family. Lord Kazekage, please tell me the other option, Niji replied, shaking his head. My father died because of Konoha, because of the Hyuga main family in Kumobikure. As a son, if I can't avenge him, how could I possibly seek a life of comfort? A flicker of admiration flashed in Raza's eyes. This was the Niji Hyuga he expected. Had Niji chosen the easy life, Raza would still respect him, but inevitably, he would look down on him just a little. In that case, in a few days, I'll arrange for you to join a ninja squad. You'll carry out missions alongside the others. The best way for a ninja to grow is through facing the dangers of real missions. Still, since Niji was new to Sunagakure and unfamiliar with his peers, once he'd made his decision, Raza could help assign him to a suitable team. But what about the blame from Konoha? That's nothing to worry about. Kabuto Yakushi replied. You know as well as I do, we went to the Hokage's office and obtained the Book of Seals from Konoha. Though it was only a fragmented version, the alliance between Sunagakure and Konoha is no longer possible. Right now, with Konoha's top fighters missing, if it weren't for Jiraiya's presence, another great shinobi war might have already broken out. At a time like this, Konoha won't come after us with accusations. Raza added, our alliance with Konoha can't be maintained. For Sunagakure to rise, it's only a matter of time before we fall out with Konoha. And Konoha has always been wary of our growing power. For more than a decade, though allied, the two villages have constantly held each other back, stunting one another's growth. Just like in a land of wind, where roads are being built using a certain material provided by Shukaku, yet those roads are frequently sabotaged near the borders. And behind all of it, Konoha's shadow is unmistakable. You need to stay alert for Konoha's assassins. We can't protect you at all times. If you want to become strong, fighting is inevitable. Only then will you have a chance to take revenge on the Hyuga in the future. As he spoke, Raza's tone unconsciously grew stern. A clash between Sunagakure and Konoha is inevitable. But now is not the time. Take back Konoha? Strike back at the Hyuga? A ripple of emotion stirred in Niji Hyuga's heart. If that day ever comes, he swore he would defeat the entire Hyuga main family, and then brand them all with the curse mark of the caged bird. Let them suffer, day after day. Let them taste the pain the branch family has endured. In our village, the only pure taijutsu user is Zilluo. Since you're a taijutsu user as well, we can't really spare much attention for you. Raza explained this kindly. If you plan to develop the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, I'm afraid only Shukaku might be able to help. If the caged bird seal can be undone, there's no harm in picking up a bit of gentle fist, right? Raza truly hadn't imagined that Shukaku, after a visit to Konoha, would not only unravel the caged bird seal, but also bring back half a book of seals and even pack up a small clan for good measure. That was the caged bird, after all. But, thinking about it, Shukaku had lived for over 1,000 years, and the Hyuga clan's history was nearly as long. Who knows? Maybe one day, when Shukaku was in a good mood, he had wandered over to the Hyuga estate. Otherwise, how else could he possibly know how to break the caged bird seal? What nonsense are you spouting? I, the great Shukaku, have no interest in that useless gentle fist. It seemed Shukaku had overheard the conversation and immediately snapped awake. Gentle fist, in his opinion, was utterly pointless. Aside from the decent defense of the 8 trigrams rotation and the utility of the air palm, everything else, especially the Hyuga clan's signature 8 trigrams 64 palms, was nothing but an exhausting burden. Single-mindedly pursuing the limits of the 8 trigrams 64 palms, the highest level one could hope to achieve was the quasi-Kage rank. Upon reaching Kage level, there were few who feared having their chakra points sealed. Even Rock Lee could break through such a seal with the 8 gates release formation, not to mention the many elite jonin whose strength was even greater. As for true Kage level masters, the Hyuga clan would scarcely have a chance to get close. Kid, do you know why the Uchiha clan is stronger than yours? Because their eyes can evolve. Niji Hyuga answered without the slightest hesitation. The Uchiha Sharingan could evolve from 1 tomo to 2, and then 3, while the Byakugan, once awakened, remained unchanged. However, the 1 tomo Sharingan was relatively weak, and the Byakugan could easily overpower it. By the time the Sharingan reached 2 tomo, the Uchiha strength would catch up. But when the Sharingan evolved to 3 tomo, the Hyuga's Byakugan became much weaker by comparison. Still, since both clans had mastered other ninja arts, on the surface, the difference wasn't so pronounced. You're absolutely right. Shukaku laughed approvingly. That Niji Hyuga could see this issue so clearly filled him with satisfaction. A person can only grow stronger if they have a goal, use their mind, and press forward with unwavering determination. But what you know is only the tip of the iceberg. The tip of the iceberg? Niji's brow furrowed. Aside from the Senju, who could know the Uchiha better than the Hyuga? That's right. In fact, after the 3 tomo Sharingan, there's another stage of evolution, Raza added. The Mangekyo Sharingan. That's what we call it for now. That term had been introduced by Shukaku. When Yitsong faced Uchiha Itachi in battle, Itachi himself had mentioned his eyes. Every Mangekyo Sharingan possesses a unique ability. Sasuke Uchiha's brother, Itachi, wields the Mangekyo Sharingan. Each of his eyes holds a different power. One conjures the illusionary world called Tsukuyami. The other summons the inextinguishable black flames known as Amaterasu. As he spoke, Raza produced a sealing scroll. This is the Amaterasu flame that Yitsong sealed during the mission in the Land of Waves. Amaterasu, the flame that never goes out. However, Amaterasu was, in fact, rather easy to seal. Raza thought it might be worthwhile to study how the sealing worked. Perhaps, if they could unravel its secret, it would be a remarkable achievement. After all, they had someone even more skilled in sealing arts than Yitsong, Master Fae. The fire sealing method was but one among the 5 major sealing techniques. Of course, the 5-element sealing arts were still quite difficult to master. Even if they couldn't break the seal, they could always split the Amaterasu flames sealed by Yitsong into multiple scrolls and use them as hidden weapons. Ordinary people who encountered such flames, especially those unfamiliar with the fire sealing method, were doomed to a miserable fate. No wonder, in the Warring States period, only the Senju clan could stand as true rivals to the Uchiha. Niji Hyuga seemed to have anticipated this all along. After all, the Uchiha massacre at Itachi's hands, could it really be explained by just the power of the 3 tomo Sharingan? Rumor had it that decades ago, the Uchiha clan leader, Madara Uchiha, possessed a type of Sharingan far beyond the 3 tomo. So, Niji accepted this reality without much difficulty. That's why your true path forward isn't gentle fist, it's your eyes. Shukaku spoke with conviction. Rinnegan, Sharingan, and Byakugan are praised as the three great dojutsu. The Rinnegan has never truly appeared, but since the Byakugan stands alongside the Sharingan, it must have its own path of evolution. Your task is to become the very first to evolve the Byakugan. The old man's power was overwhelming. And his younger brother, how could his strength be lacking? If the Sharingan could evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan, then perhaps the Byakugan could someday awaken a Mangekyo form of its own. Of course, Shukaku didn't mean to belittle the gentle fist. It's just that compared to painstakingly honing gentle fist techniques, finding a shortcut to gain new powers would be much faster. Is it really possible for the Byakugan to evolve? That's only my speculation, Shukaku replied. But the key may lie in the use of yin or yang release. After all, the Mangekyo Sharingan is an evolution achieved through mastery of yin release. The Byakugan was already formidable. Shukaku suspected that its abilities might even surpass the standard 3-Tomo Sharingan. But the Hyuga clan was simply too limited. They had never truly sought to develop the potential of their eyes. Instead, they relied solely on the Byakugan's insight to seal the chakra points of others. As a result, the Byakugan itself had never been developed any further. And as the bloodline of the old man's brother thinned with each generation, the Byakugan's power faded as well. Moreover, the Hyuga had always been a clan bound by tradition. In fact, their mastery of gentle fist had remained unchanged for over a century, at least since Shukaku had started paying attention to them. If you're going to research the evolution of the Byakugan, perhaps I can offer some assistance. Kabuto Yakushi volunteered, eager to join in. He had a deep interest in research, especially when it came to the limits of bloodlines. Thank you, Kabuto-senpai. Niji had no clue where to begin with evolving the Byakugan. He only knew that the gentle fist alone would not be enough for the future. If someone was willing to help, that would be the best outcome. Then it's settled. Raza spoke up. For now, you can stay at my house. Zilluo is there as well, and you can attend the Ninja Academy with him. See if you find any teammates who suit you. Excellent. Another talented, young genius joins the fold. Raza wondered, would Niji be willing to become his own son? Come to think of it, maybe it was time to renovate his house. With all these prodigies turning up, there might not be enough room in the future. Raza began making plans to expand his home. I'll leave the rest to you. Raza glanced at the mountain of paperwork before him, speaking with a subtle calm. I need to pay Elder Chiyo a visit now, so these tasks are in your hands. He remembered his own hurried rise to power years ago. In those first days, trouble seemed endless, and all that paperwork gave him quite the headache. With that in mind, Raza continued, a little practice won't hurt. You'll be less flustered when the time comes. I've been Kazekage for over 10 years now. Perhaps it's time I consider retirement. Father, you're still young. Besides, I'm not strong enough yet. Yakushi-do replied with a cheerful smile, politely declining. To become Kazekage, he would wait until he had truly transformed, until he had become a dragon in his own right. Raza reached out and tapped Do gently on the forehead, a gesture of fondness Do cherished most. Still, he was young. He would need to bear the weight a while longer. Once Do mastered sage arts, Raza could retire with pride. After he was gone, perhaps the exam questions at the Ninja Academy would read. Raza, the fourth Kazekage, his legacy, led Sunagakure to victory over Konoha, winning the third Great Ninja War and secured water for their parched village. Later, single-handedly sustained Sunagakure's prosperity, earning the title the Golden Miner. He was a shrewd judge of character, promoted XX, and pioneered the Taijutsu system. He also trained the 5th Kazekage, Triple X, and the 6th Kazekage, Triple X. Raza's rise marked the turning point from decline to prosperity for Sunagakure, symbolizing the village's shifting stature among the 5 great shinobi villages. What none of the previous Kazekage could change, he managed to accomplish. The thought filled him with secret delight. When it came to his own son, Gaara, Raza still wasn't sure what kind of person he would become under Shukaku's influence. But when it came to Yakushi-do, he was absolutely confident. This young man would become a worthy Kazekage, one who would be vital to Sunagakure's future. Lost in your daydreams again. Let's go. Yitsong burst in, breaking the mood with a clap and a laugh. Raza straightened up, putting on a show of seriousness. All right, everyone, that's enough. I need to see Elder Chiyo now. He had to tell Chiyo about Sasori of the Red Sand. After all, with all the trouble Sasori had caused, Chiyo would certainly have to take responsibility for resolving it. Not to mention, there was the matter of the Book of Seals. Thanks to Sasori, Chiyo had found new purpose in life. She was a Kaga-level force in her own right, wasn't she? The strength of the 10-man Jinsong squad would be useful here. Yes, Do replied. Raza and Yitsong then set out with Kurama Yiming and Yakumo, who had been waiting outside, heading for the outskirts of the village. Chiyo and Ebizo, much like Fuku once did, now lived in seclusion beyond the village. In fact, their current residence was the very temple where Fuku had lived in days gone by. Because Bunpuku's strength had once been discovered by the second Kazekage, the temple where he resided became a small oasis of its own, blessed with abundant water. Chiyo and Ebizo lived in seclusion there, accompanied by a few members of Suna's Umbu. Life was, all things considered, quite bearable. After all, no shinobi from another village would bother to provoke a puppet master whose creations were laced with deadly poison. However, Shukaku did not join them. The beast had grown old. When ancient relics surface, it's easy for its eyes to get irritated by sand. And in the land of wind, deserts stretch as far as the eye can see. Shukaku worried that sand might clog his eyes for good. Since Shukaku wasn't going, Gaara naturally chose not to go either. Brother Kabuto, we'll be heading out now. Go on then. Kabuto Yakushi sat down at the table, frowning. What a headache. I was only in Konoha for a few days, but it feels like I've worked a whole month. Let's visit the Ninja Academy. It's a good chance for you to meet our Suna students. You just lead the way. As soon as they left the Kazekage's office, Gaara led Niji Hyuga toward the Ninja Academy. Zila, Yuno, and Shishio also needed to return to their classes at the academy. Kankuro went back to tinker with his puppets, while Temari returned home. Sunagakyo's atmosphere was completely different from that of Konoha. It was Niji Hyuga's first time in the village, and he found it quite fascinating. All along the way, he noticed a host of raccoon cat figurines and decorations, and his curiosity only grew. When I was young, my father told me that Suna revered the raccoon cat, the desert scorpion, and the sand fox. But why is it that, apart from the scorpions and foxes on the village walls, the raccoon cat appears everywhere inside the village? Besides, this raccoon cat gives off a strangely familiar feeling. Niji studied the little raccoon cat statues lining the street, and the more he looked, the more he felt that he'd seen something like them before. This raccoon cat, don't tell me it's... Gaara lightly patted the small raccoon cat, dozing atop his head. I heard Brother Kabuto mention it once. Years ago, this very raccoon cat spent ages negotiating with my father, and together they decided to make him the guardian beast of Suna. With his abilities, he certainly deserves the title of guardian beast. Well now, Gaara rolled his eyes. If we're handing out the title of #1 raccoon cat, maybe I should give it to you. All along the way, Niji came up with new ways to praise Shukaku, so much that even Gaara had to admit defeat. It's true, things are much better now. He'd heard from the village teachers that, in the past, sandstorms were a constant threat in Sunagakure. Even with thick sand walls for protection, storms would sometimes descend from the sky without warning. After all, Sunagakure sat in the heart of the desert. When night fell, temperatures in the desert plummeted. Thanks to the protective barrier, the temperature inside the village wasn't as cold as the open desert, so the ninja didn't have to worry about the chilling effects of the night. But for the ordinary villagers, even this relative cold could be hard to endure. So, whenever night fell, or when the sandstorms descended, all the shops in the village had no choice but to close up and cease business. That was the way of things, until 12 years ago. A guardian tanuki appeared. Since then, not a single sandstorm has breached Sunagakure. Even the nighttime barrier of the village was strengthened greatly. And all of this, Gaara didn't even need to guess. It was certainly the work of Shukaku. Though Shukaku was only a one-tailed beast, his chakra was far beyond what any Sunagakure ninja could muster, which meant that the nighttime barrier could fully ward off the bitter cold. Because of that, the village was able to develop the concept of a night market. If it weren't for him, I'd have a hard time, Gaara said softly, gently smoothing out the chakra fur on Shukaku's back. To tell the truth, he also possessed summoning contracts with the sand fox and the venomous scorpion, but he had never used them. As long as Shukaku was by his side, Gaara believed he could accomplish any task. My mother once told me this tanuki wields powerful medical ninjutsu. He can even bring people back from the brink, Yuno chimed in, stepping closer. Being taller than Gaara, he could easily reach out and touch the now-sleeping Shukaku. Yes, he touched him. How exciting. Bring people back from the brink. Is that really true? Niji Hyuga suddenly shoved the eager Yuno aside and pressed himself right up against Gaara. If resurrection was truly possible, then his father. Niji, you're way too close. Gaara shuddered from head to toe. He really didn't like men getting so close. Sorry. Niji apologized, realizing his lapse, though he still couldn't help but eagerly ask. Just now, what Yuno said, is it true? Bringing someone back from the dead? Of course. Why would I lie to you? Yuno grumbled, rubbing his shoulder where Niji had pushed him. Niji hadn't held back at all just now. Sorry, I was just too worked up. Niji quickly apologized when he saw Yuno's reaction, but he couldn't help his excitement. To bring someone back from the dead. How desperately he wished he could see his father once more. It really happened. The person hadn't quite died yet. Just as the death notice was about to be issued, he was saved and brought back. So that's all it was. Niji's excitement faded into disappointment. His father was long gone. So far gone that not even the most miraculous medical ninjutsu could bring him back. But I did hear something about, trailed off, unable to remember. She only vaguely recalled her mother mentioning a reincarnation technique, but all she really remembered was the little tanuki. For as long as she could think, the tanuki had been Tsunagekyu's guardian beast, so it left a deep impression. Besides, the tanuki was just so adorable. As for whatever else her mother mentioned, she had long since forgotten. What was it? I've forgotten, but I think it's one of the forbidden techniques from the Book of Seals. Waved her hand dismissively at Niji Hyuga. If you really want to know, as long as you make enough contributions, you'll definitely get a chance to see it. Paused, searching her memory. It seemed to be an S-rank forbidden jutsu. According to her mother, the moment it was invented, it was immediately banned, and then, 12 years ago, it was written into the Book of Seals. But you'd best not get your hopes up too high. Noticing Niji's eager eyes, worried he'd be devastated in the end. After all, resurrecting the dead is something nobody has ever achieved. She decided to warn him early, to spare him from falling into despair if his hopes were dashed. I understand. Niji nodded. True resurrection was, after all, only the stuff of legends. He thought it was better to focus on avenging his father. In less than 10 minutes, the group arrived at the Sand Village's Ninja Academy. Oh ho ho ho. Son, is that all you've got? The moment they entered, Gaara frowned. Of all things, it had to be a live combat class. A blue-haired girl with twin ponytails stood atop a tree, cradling a puppet doll in her hands, her smile disturbingly unhinged. How odd. Something feels off. Niji watched the duel with growing interest. Apart from Gaara and his companions, what abilities did the rest of the new generation from Sand possess? He was eager to find out. His eyes swept across the scene and landed on several oddly placed cacti. Looking to the girl facing the sickly puppet user, her opponent simply stood there, wielding two short white feathered iron fans. Her movements were sluggish, while the sickly girl manipulated her puppet with chilling, ghostly sounds that sent shivers down the spine. The gap between these two is huge. Why would they pit them against each other? Niji was puzzled. The purpose of combat training was to test students' abilities. But if the gap was too wide, the exercise was meaningless. Look more closely, Gaara advised. In fact, the gap between these two was the smallest in the whole class. Niji glanced again at the girl with the iron fans and ventured a guess. Could it be Jinjutsu? Gaara nodded. Son is a Jinjutsu-type ninja. What you just saw was only the illusion she cast. No wonder. Still, the sickly girl, Seo, had trained with Sun many times and was already familiar with her tricks. Even with Jinjutsu, Seo could predict Sen's moves. It's useless. I've already snagged a lock of your hair. Puppet mimicry technique. It's over. Niji Hyuga asked. Is this a secret technique of the Nara clan? Qian's body, like a puppet with its strings pulled, walked to the center under Saya's command and chose to forfeit. What do you mean, the Nara clan? This is my very own puppet technique. Saya hopped over to Gaara's side, eyeing Niji up and down. By the way, who are you, kid? Are your eyes blind, or do you have cataracts? Want me to fix them for you? Niji Hyuga. May I teach her a lesson? You think you could? Enough, Saya. Don't cause trouble. Ziluo stepped in between them. This is Niji Hyuga. His eyes are a bloodline limit called the Byakugan, not some sort of cataract. Niji Hyuga? Saya stared at the forehead protector around Niji's neck. Definitely from the Sand Village. When did our village get a member of the Hyuga clan? Teacher Ziluo, you're not being fooled by some random fraudster, are you? Byakugan, activate, Niji declared. How about this? Does this prove who I am? Saya circled around Niji, scrutinizing him from head to toe. This so-called trickster is actually quite handsome. Not all that different from Gaara. Are you some kind of pervert? Opening your Byakugan in front of a lady? With his Byakugan still active, Niji rolled his eyes in exasperation. Good grief. What kind of strange person is this? Big sister, please stop causing trouble. Saya's younger sister, Sanai, stepped in to hold her back. Sanai, move aside. I want to see what this little fraud is capable of. Saya brushed her sister off and turned to Niji. Hey, little fraud. I hear the Hyuga clan claims to be the greatest in the Leaf. Dare you face me in a match? This Saya, Gaara instantly understood. She wasn't just some ignorant, arrogant heiress. She was looking for a worthy opponent. After Ziluo left, only Qian and Sanai in the class could fight her, but Saya knew their weaknesses inside out. Instead, Saya's puppet imitation technique not only allowed her to control others' movements like the Nara clan shadow techniques, but also enabled her to enter her opponent's consciousness. In other words, Saya's puppet imitation combined the strengths of both the Nara clan and the Yamanaka clan. Though, as she wasn't the protagonist, her abilities were considerably nerfed. A jutsu that could have made a name for itself across the ninja world remained obscure, simply because it originated from the Sand Village, the poorest among the 5 great shinobi villages. Puppet techniques are incredibly versatile. Offense, sealing, control, defense, you name it. But their weaknesses are equally obvious. Saya's puppet technique had its own flaw. To use her puppet imitation, she needed a physical sample from her target, much like the requirement for the reanimation jutsu. Fortunately, Shea is not just a pure puppeteer. Her other abilities are quite impressive as well, so she often wins with ease. So kid, do you dare to take on this young lady? Shea taunted, deliberately provoking her opponent. Even teacher Zilluo had spoken so highly of her, so the other side's strength surely couldn't be underestimated. Go easy on her. She's the type who can really get under your skin, someone advised, a hint of warning in their voice. Well then, let's give it a try, came the response, steady and unflinching. A sly giggle escaped Shea as she turned around and plucked a single hair. What a simple-minded kid, she thought. While observing Niji Hyuga, she had secretly used her chakra threads to snip off one of his hairs without him noticing, or so she believed. Gaara watched Shea's little trick with complete composure. After all, Niji Hyuga's Byakugan offered a flawless 360-degree field of vision. It was almost certain he had noticed Shea's subtle move just now.